You were just forced by your junior sister to eat her seafood, and now you're cornered by your master. Ungrateful disciple. Is your master's seafood not tasty enough? With that, she sat down. Tonight, your master will make sure you eat your fill. Just 2.5 seconds after crossing over, you realized the original body had its cultivation sealed and was locked in a room by the master. At that moment, your junior sister pushed open your door. Senior brother, Ningbing has come to see you. A stunningly beautiful woman pushed the door open, and you recognized her at once from your memory's junior sister by Ningbing, sweet-faced and tender-hearted. Always exceptionally kind to you, her senior brother. Bai Ningbing placed the box of pastries she was carrying on the table, then approached you. Upon seeing your injuries, her eyes filled with deep sorrow and anger. Senior brother, how did you get hurt so badly? It must be those bullies again, right? I'll teach them a lesson for you another day. Bai Ningbing straightened her posture, her already graceful figure now appearing even more enchanting. Her slender, jade-like hands gently clasp yours, her eyes filled with deep concern. Junior sister, don't worry too much. You say as you withdraw your hand. Bai Ningbing murmurs, how could I not worry? Senior brother, let me help heal your injuries now. As she speaks, she rises and pulls you to sit on the bed. With a flick of her fingers, your upper garment slips away, revealing a flawless physique. Bai Ningbing's fair face flushed red, momentarily caught off guard before revealing an excited expression. Was this the means of immortal cultivation? Just a light flick, just as you were lost in thought. Bai Ningbing took out a pill and, along with her finger, placed it into your mouth, her finger showing no disgust at touching your saliva. Senior brother, don't blame master for confining you for 3 days. Though she appears cold on the surface, she is actually very worried about you. It was she who told me you were injured and specifically asked me to bring this pill to help you recover. I also heard that master sealed your cultivation. Let me check if you've been hurt anywhere else. As she spoke, her fair face grew even redder, her slender fingertips gliding over your body as if polishing a priceless treasure. No need, junior sister. A tingling sensation ran through your body as you stopped her hand. You can go back first. After taking the pills you brought from our master, I'm already feeling much better. Please thank our master for me, and thank you for the snacks you brought. Thinking she was just overly concerned about you, you were about to get up to see her off when Bai Ningbing seemed to make up her mind. She suddenly lifted her small face and gave your hand a firm tug. With an ah! You were swiftly caught in by Ningbing's arms. Just as you were puzzled, Bai Ningbing said with a face full of worry, Senior brother, why are you so weak that you can't even stand steadily? Maybe it's better if I take care of you. You froze for a moment, then said somewhat speechlessly, wasn't it you who pulled me along, senior brother? As you spoke, you noticed something seemed off about her. Her behavior was far too unusual. Just kidding, senior brother. Bai Ningbing stuck out her tongue and flashed a mischievous smile. Senior brother, you wouldn't want outsiders to find out about your sealed cultivation, would you? A threat, a blatant threat. Staring at the cunning glint in the woman's eyes, you suddenly realized. So this junior sister was actually, but with your cultivation sealed, there was nothing you could do. Bai Ningbing leaned in close, hooking a finger under your chin. 2.5 hours later, senior brother. I'll come see you again tomorrow. I won't treat you poorly in the future. With those words, Bai Ningbing left. You lay quietly on the bed, looking utterly listless and weak. Defying the heavens, the great villain demon god system has successfully bound. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed in your mind. Hearing this, you jumped up excitedly. The golden finger had finally arrived. Newbie mission. Confess your feelings to Master Yue Yao. Are you kidding me? Right from the start, I have to confess to a beautiful master. Our protagonist, Mu Xingqian, looked at the thick character album inside him with a pained expression, almost on the verge of tears. Finally awakening the golden finger, only to find it so treacherous. Confessing to his master is practically suicide. Mu Xingqian felt like dying. Who in the world didn't he know that his master, Yue Yao, was an emotionless fairy who abstained from worldly desires? Just as Mu Xingqian was in turmoil, the thick character album inside him emitted a flash of white light, and 3 ancient, mystical characters appeared. Book of Destiny. The first page of that fateful chart was indeed a portrait of Yue Yao, only this image appeared dull and lifeless, devoid of any radiance. Beneath the portrait, bold characters were clearly written. Confession success, cultivation unsealed. +1 destiny box, failure, punishment, lifelong servitude, replacing dog with servant. Time limit, 12 hours. Good heavens. Is this really a golden finger? Or just some cursed artifact? Mu Xingqian was dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. 3 sentences to make the beautiful master fall in love with me? At the summit of Moonshadow Peak in the Zhao sect, a woman dressed in plain robes, with silver hair, skin like congealed jade, and exquisitely delicate features, was gazing intently at the forgotten cliff where Mu Xingqian stood. This woman was none other than the sect master of the Zhao sect, known by the epithet Heartless Fairy, Yue Yao. Zhang Yi. What has happened in the Wuling continent recently? Yue Yao looked at the woman dressed in green beside her and asked calmly. Reporting back to the patriarch, nothing big happened. Just, speaking here. Zhang Yi wanted to stop talking and looked at Yue Yao with an apprehensive expression. Just how? When he raised his head, a supreme pressure erupted, like the wrath of the heavens descending. It's just that recently the heavenly sect's Taoist master Wu Ye and the earthly sect's fairy of red dust tied the knot in marriage and were congratulated by all the sects. The sword sage's renewal of his marriage led to the celebration of all the heavens, and the demon emperor's new marriage led to a truce between the 2 races. Zhang Yi spoke with trepidation, his eyes glancing at Yue Yao every now and then for fear of angering Yue Yao. But before she could finish, Yue Yao impatiently interrupted her. Stop, 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 stop. How can you become a great man when you're all mesmerized by the red dust? Zhang Yi hurriedly echoed. Yes, yes, yes. All are a group of guys who have been bewildered by the red dust of the Tao. It's hard to become a great man. Speaking of which, since the Tao sect banned love lust, the Tao sect disciples' strength has increased quite a bit. If it wasn't for the ban on lust, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to step into the emperor realm. Yue Yao thought back to all the things that happened back then. Her face was without any ripples, as if there was nothing in this world that could affect her state of mind. Patriarch is wise. The 7 emotions and 6 desires will only affect the speed of cultivation for my generation of cultivators. Zhang Yi was a solid supporter of Yue Yao, and immediately agreed with a positive expression. I've been in seclusion for a few months. How has Zhang Yi been doing lately? Are there any female disciples still falling for him? Zhang Yi was Yue Yao's only personal disciple, and she held Zhang Yi in especially high regard, absolutely not allowing anyone to disturb his Tao. Reporting back to the patriarch, Zhang Yi has come to the Tao sect for 18 years. A total of 998 disciples have been expelled from the Tao sect due to their devotion to him, and with so many precedents, no one has dared to reveal their hearts to him. Zhang Yi recalled Zhang Yi's unearthly appearance, practically a person carved from the same mold as Yue Yao. Unapproachable, murderous, emotionless, and dedicated to monasticism. It is rumored that the 2 of them are ruthless and have wasted their good skin. Only then did Yue Yao nod her head in satisfaction. It has been several months since he was instructed on his cultivation. I wonder if he has broken through the spirit transformation stage? Thinking of this, Yue Yao's figure flickered and turned into a white light heading straight for the forgotten river cliff. On the other side, Zhang Yi was still struggling to practice in the mirror. Looking at the person in the mirror, his eyes divine and his words gentle. Master, there are some things I must say to you today. At this time, Zhang Yi's tenderness, but there is an air of surrender, a great sense of putting death before life. Yue Yao silently came to the front of Zhang Yi's house, and through the window she happened to see this scene, but did not disturb him, and a hint of curiosity flashed through her beautiful eyes. What words have to be so serious? Zhang Yi hadn't even realized that there was one more person outside the window, and with Yue Yao's cultivation level, it was simply not too easy to keep him from noticing. Master, ask what is love in this world, and teach people to love each other in life and death. Zhang Yi revealed a look of deep emotion and slowly said. Yue Yao's brows wrinkled as her eyes stared coldly at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi completely did not notice the danger, gushing. Master, sealed love desire 18 years. Today only for you to fall in love. Today I do not want to hold back. I do not care what the rules of the Tao sect. I just want to tell you. I like you. After saying these last 4 words, Zhang Yi seemed to have exhausted all his strength. A cold sweat directly soaked through his back. Finally, I can say it, there's a great improvement. Bang! A loud sound came from the room, and a vast and furious aura swept through, shattering the surrounding trees to smithereens. Zhang Yi, Yue Yao's angry low roar rang out, and a bone-chilling chill prevented Zhang Yi from moving. Zhang Yi was shocked. The blood in his body seemed to have frozen, and his heart secretly said a bad not good. Why is she here? What I said just now wouldn't have been heard by her, right? It's over. It's over. Her eyes are so scary now. She's not going to kill me, is she? Zhang Yi couldn't cry. How could he be caught practicing in the mirror? Could he be any worse? Hell of an opening, even practicing confessions and getting caught. That's just not giving the slightest bit of life. Chapter 2, 18 years. What brings you here, Master? Master? Zhang Yi spoke with some trembling. Over the years, Yue Yao's ruthlessness had been ingrained in him. The slightest mishap in this matter was a death.
Zhang Yi.
You have disappointed my master too much. I had thought that your future accomplishments might surpass mine. Yet you have moved on to love lust. You're killing yourself. A flash of anger surfaced on Yue Yao's delicate face, and her eyes were even filled with a strong color of disappointment. When Zhang Yi saw that Yue Yao did not make a direct move, his heart in turn was not so scared, thinking that he had already found out, and that it would be a death either way, so he might as well go one way and beg for a ray of hope. Zhang Yi clenched his teeth and his heart was set. I'll give it up. In the next moment, Zhang Yi frankly faced Yue Yao and asked with an agitated expression, Master, 18 years. Do you know how I've lived these 18 years? Yue Yao frowned. She was curious as to why Zhang Yi couldn't hold his Dao heart. On account of the 18 years of you and I being master and disciple, Master will give you the chance to explain. If you don't have a proper reason, and you know the rules of the Dao sect, no matter how good your roots and bones are and how talented you are, Master will have to break all your meridians and expel you from the Dao sect. Yue Yao did not hesitate in the slightest, as ruthless and decisive as ever, even in the face of a disciple who had spent 18 years together. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yi's heartbeat accelerated, although he had long anticipated this scene. But when he really faced it, he was more or less a bit panicked. But he has no choice now but to make his confession successful and all will be happy. Master, I know all the consequences, but my love for you is like a moth to a flame, and to be able to express this love in front of you, my disciple has no regrets in death. During these 18 years, every move and every smile of Master Teacher has tugged at my heartstrings. And from the moment I met Master Teacher, my Dao heart has fallen. I know that Master is worried about love desire disturbing the Dao heart, but is the emotionless way really suitable for the Dao heart? Shouldn't my generation of cultivators follow their hearts and be moved by their hearts? If all are afraid to reveal their hearts with those they like, what is the point of cultivating this Tao? Zhang Yi spoke with such an impassioned voice that he even completely forgot about his fear when he spoke. Yue Yao was flabbergasted by Zhang Yi's words, but she quickly reacted and coldly grunted, What a bunch of nonsense! Love, lust only affects the speed of cultivation of my generation of cultivators. This had always been a guideline that Yue Yao believed in. Completely unimpressed. This is simply a straight woman of steel, simply cannot tease ah. Zhang Yi had already said all the love words he knew in his previous life, so it could be said that he had used all his strength, and a feeling of powerlessness surged deeply into his heart. Failed? Nah, there's one last trick, the bitter trick. It's now or never. Zhang Yi's mind raced as he came straight to the edge of the forgotten river cliff. What are you going to do? Yue Yao glared as she promised to finish her speech for Zhang Yi, and she wouldn't make a move until then. Zhang Yi turned around and glanced fondly at Yue Yao, shaking his head. Master, there is no need for you to do it yourself. I have no regrets in dying today if I can reveal my heart to you. I only wish that, in the next life, you and I will not be born in the Dao sect, and I will love you for 10,000 years. Master, when we meet in the next life, I will love you as before. After saying that, Zhang Yi turned around, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and jumped into the forgotten river cliff without any hesitation. At that moment, Yue Yao's heart was a little touched. Many people had once expressed their hearts to her as they coveted her beauty, and no one had ever been as defiant as Zhang Yi. But on second thought, with Zhang Yi's late Jindan cultivation, falling down the forgetful river cliff would not be a big deal. So he tightened that touch in his heart and still put on an indifferent look. Yue Yao silently watched Zhang Yi's body fall down the forgotten river cliff, waiting for him to fly in the air before he was captured and expelled from the Dao sect with his cultivation abolished. But she found that Zhang Yi had absolutely no intention of flying in the air, and it seemed that he really wanted to seek death, and she could not feel wrong about that aura of looking at death. It's over, play offline. Feeling the rapid weightlessness around him, Zhang Yi bravely opened his eyes and realized that he was only 10 feet away from the ground. Even with his late Jin dance stage physical body, he was bound to fall to pieces. However, just as his body was about to hit the ground, a gentle force stabilized it, and when he came back to his senses, he had already appeared on the forgotten river cliff. Why don't you perform the art of imperial flight? Don't you want to die? Is it necessary for love? Yue Yao's complexion moved a bit as she questioned angrily. This is not because he does not want to perform the imperial flight. The cultivation is sealed pressure simply cannot perform. This is a mistake. Phew. That was right. Zhang Yi was relieved in his heart. This feeling of being on solid ground could be too soothing. Since Yue Yao had stepped in to save him, it meant that there was still a reprieve in this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi collected the fear in his heart, straightened his chest, and said with a straight face, "It's not for the sake of love. It's for the sake of master." Yue Yao's cool face flushed red for the first time, and she actually didn't dare to look straight into Zhang Yi's eyes. Oily mouth. Did I see it right? Master Feng actually blushed. Zhang Yi rubbed his eyes and looked at Yue Yao incredulously. No one would believe it if they said that. Are you kidding? Emotionless fairy would blush? What a dream. Master, today my words are all from the bottom of my heart. If there is any hint of falsehood, the heavens will strike 5 thunderbolts. Zhang Yi put his 3 fingers together and swore to the heavens. He was now afraid of a sudden flash of lightning, but fortunately he had not been so unlucky.
Zhang Yi,
don't talk about this matter in the future. Don't ruin your future. How many people are trapped for life because of love lust? For the sake of you and I as master and disciple, I will not pursue today's matter. But the death penalty can be waived, but the living penalty is hard to escape. Yue Yao hurriedly cleared her heart of impurities. A Dao heart crystal clear and free of impurities. Master, why don't you want to take a new path? There may be another world. Everything in this world is sentient. Why should we be sentiless? Zhang Yi knew that Yue Yao's greatest concern was cultivation, so he simply used this as a breakthrough point. Heaven and earth are merciless. The great Dao is merciless. Love only binds you, and if you are merciless, you are invincible. Yue Yao's face was expressionless and cold, turning into an emotionless fairy again. Dare I ask, Master, who can be truly ruthless? The ultimate in ruthlessness is to be sentient. Anyway, Yue Yao had already said that she would not kill him, so Zhang Yi spoke a little more boldly. Master, I have recently been trapped in the late Jindan stage for a long time. The only way to break through is to show my heart to Master. Master has been trapped in the Emperor realm for a long time, so you might as well follow your heart as well? Zhang Yi thought about it and said in a serious manner. After spending so much time with Yue Yao, Zhang Yi knew that the only way to get Yue Yao's interest was to cultivate, so he simply threw himself at her. At those words, a touch of movement surfaced on Yue Yao's haughty face. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed as her eyes stared at Zhang Yi in death. Buzz! Just then the heaven's destiny diagram within him suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a surge of golden light. The page belonging to Yue Yao steeply became bright. The writing underneath also turned gold. Successful confession. Cultivation unblocked. Heavenly fate box 1. Instantly, Zhang Yi felt the spiritual power of the heavens and earth surging madly into his body. His limbs were filled with power, and every move contained the power of the great Dao, a long-lost, familiar yet unfamiliar sense of power. Finally unblocked. Zhang Yi's inner excitement could not be described in words, finally feeling the benefits of the golden finger. After calming down, Zhang Yi realized that there was an additional palm-sized purple box with intricate runes carved on it at his dantian, and at the top of the box, the 3 big words, Heavenly Destiny Box, were clearly written. The cultivation has returned, the Heavenly Fate Box has appeared, and the atlas has lit up. Is this a successful confession? Zhang Yi was outwardly unmoved, but inwardly, he was already ecstatic. And then look at Yue Yao is still a cold face, who expects the heavenly destiny figure on the judgment of his confession success, which cannot help but attract Zhang Yi heart a burst of non-committal. Teacher Zun is still really high cold imperial sister, but I like it. Master, I might have to break through. Zhang Yi could feel the terror of the objects inside the heavenly fate box even through the box, and in order to make Yue Yao more convinced of his words, he decided to open the heavenly fate box right here. Chapter 3, The Soul Whip. Hee, your cultivation has made no progress all these years. If you can really make a breakthrough, the master might as well believe you. Yue Yao saw through Zhang Yi's cultivation state with a single glance, and simply didn't believe that he would be able to break through right now. Spirit transformation stage and Jindan stage has the sky capsule difference. A lot of heavenly pride, even lifelong, are stuck in the Jindan stage. Is not you want to say breakthrough can break through? Master, why don't we make a bet? If I break through, you will stay with me. If I don't break through, I will let you do whatever you want. Zhang Yi had absolute confidence in the object inside the heavenly fate box, and the aura was increasingly causing his heart to palpitate, as he believed that this object would definitely trigger a vision once it was revealed. Good. If you don't break through, die. Yue Yao's eyes were icy cold as she said coldly and mercilessly. Good. Don't go back on your word, master. Zhang Yi laughed cheerfully, not taking Yue Yao's words to heart at all. Obviously, the Heaven's Destiny diagram had acknowledged that he had succeeded in confessing his love, and for Yue Yao to still put on such an icy attitude, Zhang Yi did not believe it. Cut the crap. Yue Yao prodded, her eyes growing colder and colder. Zhang Yi was resentful, without any nonsense. With a movement of his mind, the heavenly fate box opened in response. A golden human bone appeared inside him, illuminating the entire Forgotten River cliff, a great and vast power spreading in all directions towards the Zhao sect. In an instant, a supreme figure appeared in the darkness night, making the desolate Forgetfulness cliff look like a place of God's presence. It's actually a supreme bone? A large strand of information automatically appeared in Zhang Yi's mind, and his expression became particularly brilliant. Sure enough, he felt right, the greater the risk, the greater the reward, and he felt it was all worth it. This was a supreme bone, an existence comparable to an ancient great emperor. With the supreme bone, becoming an emperor was almost a done deal. This is a supreme vision. Yue Yao's unearthly face for the first time revealed a look of surprise, incredulously looking at the disciple in front of her that she had watched grow up since she was a little girl. A flash of doubt flashed in the depths of her eyes. Zhang Yi, however, did not have the heart to care about Yue Yao. He only felt that the supreme bone in his body, accompanied by a burst of warmth current, came and actually slowly fused with his body, as if it was the bone he was born with. Boom! Accompanied by a roar from within his body, a vast power washed over his body, and under the blossoming of golden light, the teenager was like a god's presence. His supreme aura erupted, and his cultivation skyrocketed. Ka-ching! A crisp sound came from within his body. The barrier that had stuck Zhang Yi for a long time shattered in response to the sound, and his cultivation had successfully broken through the spirit transformation stage, with the Jindan in his body transforming into a 10-foot-sized spiritual spring, from which a constant stream of spiritual energy gushed out, inexhaustible. I knew for sure I could break through. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and looked at Yue Yao triumphantly. The Wuling continent is revered for its martial arts, and everyone cultivates immortality in order to ascend, and the realms are also divided into Qi cultivation, foundation building, crystallization, Jindan, spirit transformation, Yuaning, Goding, and transmigration. And Yue Yao was a great power in the late stage of the transition, which could be called a great emperor. With Zhang Yi's breakthrough, the magnificent supreme vision in the void also disappeared, and although it was only a flash in the pan, it had startled many great powers in the Wuling continent. On this night, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the Zhao sect, and this night was not destined to be peaceful either. Mastermind! Zhang Yi was about to tell her about the bet, who expected that before he could react. He only felt a softness sweeping over him, as if a piece of soft jade was cold yet warm, which caused Zhang Yi to subconsciously hold the jade palm in his hand. Master, what is this for? Between the words, Zhang Yi still had some shyness, not realizing that his high cool master was still a man of action. Yue Yao also realized that she had lost her temper. The panic in her eyes flickered away. Her face instantly turned cold. A chill erupted and she broke free from Zhang Yi's palm and chillingly droned. Just leave when I tell you to. Where's all the nonsense? After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Yi to react, he rushed towards Moon Shadow Peak with Zhang Yi's collar. The two figures were glowing under the illumination of the moon, and the breeze passed by, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Moon Shadow Peak. Master, the matter of the bet. After landing on the ground, Zhang Yi asked assiduously. He knew that you had to be shameless when dealing with this kind of high-flying, arrogant empress. Yue Yao glared at him, her gaze filled with skepticism as a wave of killing intent erupted, and bone-deep fear made Zhang Yi not dare to move. What have I done wrong? Why is there such a strong killing intent towards me? Has it gone too far? Master, you don't speak of martial virtues. Didn't you agree to stay with me if I break through? It's fine if you don't stay together, you don't have to kill me. Zhang Yi truly felt that killing intent, and although his face was bland, he was flustered inside. Say, who the hell are you? Yue Yao's vermilion lips slightly opened, and with a lift of her hand, there was a long sword against Zhang Yi's throat. Zhang Yi had no doubt about Yue Yao's killing intent towards him, and what awaited him with the slightest carelessness would be death. Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhang Yi chose to play dumb. Zhang Yi never thought that Yue Yao would actually start to doubt his identity. But no matter how much he doubted, he was the real Zhang Yi. Playing dumb? The supreme bone is an innate existence. I've been with you for 18 years and I've never realized that you have a supreme bone. So why did it suddenly appear today? As he spoke, the tip of the sword pressed forward a little. A stinging pain came, and a splash of red colored the tip of the sword. Senior, calm down. You've misunderstood. Before perhaps it was the suppression of emotions that caused the supreme bone to not appear. Now that I've released my emotions, the supreme bone has naturally appeared. Zhang Yi's heart was racing. Within just one day he was facing death 3 times, and all of these death threats were from Yue Yao. Seeing that the skepticism in Yue Yao's eyes hadn't subsided, Zhang Yi hurriedly said, Master, it's really a misunderstanding. I can prove it. At 3 years old, you brought me to cultivate. At 7 years old, I broke through the foundation establishment stage, and at that time you even kissed my cheeks. At 10 years old, I entered the crystallization stage, and you personally cooked a meal to reward me. At 15 years old, I entered the Jindan stage, and you complimented me on being a heavenly pride that is hard to come by in 1,000 years, and that the future of the Zhao sect is in my hands. At 18 years old, I revealed my heart to break through the spirit transformation stage. Zhang Yi recalled all the previous events in his mind and said in a heated manner. Upon hearing this, the color of suspicion in Yue Yao's eyes slowly receded, and the force of the sword in her hand also weakened. These things are particularly secretive, only the 2 of them know. But that's not enough. In the next moment, one could only see Yue Yao take out a whip that emitted purple thunder. The threads of thunder were like the roar of an evil dragon, devouring one's heart. Soul whip. Zhang Yi recognized the origin of the whip at a glance and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat behind his back. Soul whip. The whip is the human soul. If it is taken away from the person, a whip will go down the soul. I don't think this is taking over my body, right? Why is this master teacher of mine so suspicious? He still doesn't believe me even after saying so much. Zhang Yi only felt that his fate was bumpy, and that he had managed to escape one thing and then another. True, one thing leads to another. Pop! Without waiting for Zhang Yi to react, a whip directly hit Zhang Yi's back, and purple thunder instantly wrapped around his body like a coiled dragon, and a bloody wound surfaced. Hiss! Zhang Yi only felt a burst of heart-rending pain coming, to the point of sucking in a breath of cool air, as if his soul was about to be torn cracked, and that purple thunder was even trying to draw his soul away. Buzz! Just as Zhang Yi's soul was about to be extracted, the heavenly fate diagram violently vibrated and emitted a burst of golden light, dispersing all the purple thunder in his body, and his soul gradually regained its stability. Seeing this, Yue Yao's complexion was incomparably complicated. Her mouth exhaled a long breath. There was a hint of celebration and a hint of guilt in her eyes, and she whispered to herself, so he really has wronged him. Today, she only felt that there was something strange about Zhang Yi, and coupled with the sudden appearance of the supreme bone, there was the scene just now. Master, it hurts like hell. You don't have to do this to me even if you don't want to fulfill the bet. Zhang Yi rubbed his back, sucked in a breath of cool air, full of complaints. Chapter 4. The Supreme Being Wuling's Chaos, Immortal Road Extinction. Is the master not a man who goes back on his word? Yue Yao veiled her face and snorted condescendingly. So, master is promising me? Zhang Yi jumped up in excitement, subconsciously wanting to rush up to embrace Yue Yao, but he felt an irresistible force repel him, preventing him from advancing by half a point. Just answering an appointment. You're presuming to get an inch. Yue Yao was still chilling her face, turning people away with an uninviting demeanor. Zhang Yi didn't care so much. He knew that Yue Yao was arrogant and had a cold face but a warm heart. Anyway, the heavenly fate diagram had already ruled that his confession was successful, so he wasn't in a hurry for a while. No harm done. Take your time. Zhang Yi scratched his head with a smile on his face as an unprecedented sense of relief swept through his body. Zhang Yi, you shouldn't be too happy too soon. Master is just trying out the cultivation method you mentioned. If it's useless, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yue Yao frowned slightly and said in a chilling voice, "Got it, Yo-Yo." Zhang Yi ghostly changed the way he addressed Yue Yao, and at the same time, he carefully observed Yue Yao's demeanor. Unbridled. Yue Yao was just about to have a fit, but she saw Zhang Yi suddenly cover the wound on his back, showing a look of pain and wailing, "Yeah, it hurts me. You better put that little mind of yours away. Don't think I don't know you're faking pain." Yue Yao snorted coldly. How could she not understand Zhang Yi's little mind? Zhang Yi did not feel embarrassed, at least to avoid a period of flesh and blood pain. "Yaoer, you just hit a little too hard. But I can also understand, hit is pro-scolding is love."
Zhang Yi.
"You want to die." Yue Yao was cross-eyed and her eyebrows never stretched. She felt as if Zhang Yi had completely let himself go nowadays, making it difficult for her to get used to it for a while. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, put on an indifferent attitude, knowing that he had to go out on a limb in order to rip off an iceberg beauty like Yue Yao. "Yaoer, don't scare me. If you really wanted me to die, I would have died at the bottom of the cliff earlier." "Zhang Yi, are you challenging Master's bottom line?" Yue Yao showed her fierce face, but realized that Zhang Yi was not afraid in the slightest. Seeing his appearance, Yue Yao suddenly regretted a little. How did the Dao sect come up with such a shameless bastard? "Yaoer, then what is your bottom line? You tell me first, and I will absolutely stick to your bottom line in the future." Zhang Yi, however, asked playfully, "Roll, you still have the heart to think about this now? The commotion caused by your awakening of the supreme bone just now was too great. I'm afraid there will be trouble." Yue Yao didn't have the heart to banter with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't know what it meant to awaken the supreme bone. Could she not be clear about it? Trouble? What trouble could there be for me to awaken the supreme bone? Zhang Yi asked in disbelief. But just as Yue Yao had said, it was really fearful of what would come, as several loud voices suddenly came from the mountain gate. "Patriarch Yue Yao, Earth Sect Qinglian seeks an audience." "Patriarch Yue Yao, Heavenly Sect's Emperor Zhou seeks an audience." "Patriarch Yue Yao, Great Zhou Dynasty's Feng Wuji seeks an audience." Only 3 figures with terrifying auras stood above the void at the mountain gate of the Dao sect. "No way, it's really coming." Zhang Yi secretly let out a cry of bad luck. He had naturally heard of the names of these 3 people, which were all at the level of great emperors. Yue Yao also frowned slightly. "Zhang Yi, don't come out no matter what happens later. Okay? Why? They're coming after me?" This was the first time that Zhang Yi saw Yue Yao looking so grave, realizing that things were not that simple, and that these 3 people were in all likelihood still aiming at him. "Stay out of it. Just listen to me," Yue Yao ordered in an incomparably domineering manner. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi was the one who blocked in front of her. "Yaoer, they are coming for the supreme bone, aren't they? Since this matter was caused by me, how can I hide?" Zhang Yi couldn't tell how big a wave those 3 could make in the territory of their Dao sect. What's more, hiding behind a woman when things go wrong is simply not his style, Zhang Yi. It wasn't before, and it's even less likely to be after. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao looked at Zhang Yi with a complicated expression, but seeing the incomparable determination in Zhang Yi's eyes, she actually nodded her head in agreement and rushed towards the Dao sect's mountain gate with Zhang Yi in tow. When they resisted the Dao sect's mountain gate, the Dao sect's elders had already gathered, eyeing the raging trio intently. "Senior Sister Yue Yao, you've kept me waiting. It's not easy to see you now." Only to see a beautiful woman dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, swaying her body in style, twirling her orchid fingers in her hand, pointing daintily at Yue Yao and scolding her. "The Earth Sect's Grand Elder, Taoist Green Lotus, that's not to be messed with. Rumor has it that many men have lost their lives fighting over him." Zhang Yi's impression of Taoist Green Lotus was born in his mind, and a look of scorn appeared in his eyes. "Qinglian, don't pretend to be sympathetic. People like you are not welcome in the Dao sect. Get lost." Yue Yao had nothing good to say to Taoist Green Lotus as she chided with a cold face. Qinglian Dalian Yi did not get angry. Instead, she laughed daintily. "Yue Yao, driving me away in such a hurry. Could it be that there is something unseemly going on in the Dao sect?" As she said this, Taoist Green Lotus looked straight at Zhang Yi with a pair of flirtatious eyes, as if she was trying to hook his soul away. "Yue Yao, I'm not going to hide anything from you. Just now your Dao sect manifested a supreme vision, who awakened the supreme bone? Could it be this personal disciple of yours, Zhang Yi?" Another man wearing an azure-colored Taoist robe had murderous intent in his eyes as he stared menacingly at Zhang Yi Dao. "It is the latecomer who has awakened the supreme bone?" I wonder what Patriarch Zhou wants. Zhang Yi wanted to know what the purpose of this group of people was anyway. He was still within the Dao sect and his safety was guaranteed for the time being. Zhang Yi. Yue Yao frowned slightly and chided softly. Senior, this matter definitely cannot be concealed, so it would be better to settle it once and for all today. Fong had made such a big commotion that it was simply impossible to hide it from the world. I knew that in the entire Dao sect only Master Nephew Zhang Yi has this ability. No wonder he broke through the spirit transformation stage at such a young age. It's just a pity. Taoist Green Lotus shook his head slightly, his brows filled with regret. Such a good set of skin, but it's a pity that the heavens are jealous of your talent, letting you be born with a set of supreme bones. It's really a pity. What do you mean? Zhang Yi was clouded by Taoist Green Lotus words. How could he die after awakening the supreme bone? When the supreme being comes out, the martial tomb is in chaos, and the immortal path is destroyed. Zhang Yi, for the sake of my Wuling's immortal path, you must die. Wind Wuji, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth expressionlessly. At these words, Zhang Yi was shocked in his heart. He really heard this statement for the first time. It really is, no matter what era, rumors kill people. This broken heavens destiny diagram, what kind of things does it do? It's so hard to complete a mission, thinking that I'll be at the peak of my life from now on, but then I end up in a situation where I'm bound to die. Is that interesting? Zhang Yidu greeted the ancestors of the heavens destiny diagram in his mind, even though the probability was that the heavens destiny diagram had no ancestors. Chapter 5. Burning the Divine Medulla. No way. I have to find a way to break the game. I can't just die here. It's so hard to confess my love, marry a rich white girl, and go to the peak of my life right in front of me. How can I die so easily? Zhang Yi quickly calmed down, knowing that this crisis also happened to be a great opportunity for him to perform in front of Yue Yao. And in his heart, he had already begun to calculate a way to break the situation. Bull. What? The supreme being comes out, the martial tomb is in chaos, and the immortal road is destroyed. Is there any factual basis for that? You want me dead just based on your words? Zhang Yi braced himself and retorted. It wasn't true that these three people in front of him were great emperors, but he was in the Dao sect now, so what did he have to fear? Especially in front of Yue Yao, he couldn't show a hint of timidity. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao looked at Zhang Yi incredulously. She always felt that today's Zhang Yi was extraordinarily unfamiliar. Yet this unfamiliarity was extraordinarily charming. Not only her, even Taoist Qinglian also surveyed Zhang Yi with interest. The color of regret between his eyebrows grew stronger. Why didn't I find this wooden pier so interesting before? What a pity. You're out of line. You don't get to talk here. Yue Yao, as long as you hand over Zhang Yi now, this matter will have nothing to do with your Dao sect, and I advise you not to put the entire Dao sect in danger. Emperor Zhou carried a lingering killing intent all over his body, with the intention of making a move at the drop of a hat. Impossible. That rumor is simply nonsense. It is the turn of an outsider to decide on my generation's path to immortality. Yue Yao's attitude was unusually firm, and a long sword even appeared in her hand. Her aura was even more ferocious. Zhang Yi's heart was moved for a moment. He also never thought that Yue Yao would actually do this for him. This kind of action was tantamount to being the enemy of the entire Wuling. Master, there's no need for that. It's not that easy for them to kill me. However, Zhang Yi could not possibly put the Dao sect in a difficult situation because of him alone, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Yue Yao, so his heart had already made a decision right then and there. If I burn the supreme bone divine marrow for a short period of time, I should be able to deal with them. Previously, Zhang Yi had memories of the supreme bone when he fused it, only that he didn't know when the supreme bone would be able to regain its divine power after burning the divine marrow, so he wouldn't go this far until he had no choice. But now it was obvious that it had reached this point, and the only way to break the situation was to burn the divine essence. Senior, leave this matter to me to resolve, Zhang Yi said with determination as he stopped Yue Yao behind him. After saying that, he took one step out of the Dao sect's mountain gate, not giving Yue Yao a chance to react at all. Zhang Yi, are you crazy? Yue Yao frowned tightly and stepped out of the mountain gate right after Zhang Yi, wanting to go back again only to find that she had long been surrounded by the three. Zhang Yi, if you don't want to involve the Dao sect, hurry up and finish yourself off. Emperor Zhou let out a loud laugh. As long as they left the Dao sect, with the three of them it would be enough to deal with this master and disciple duo. I'll hold them off later, you take the opportunity to leave. Yue Yao secretly transmitted her voice to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, however, smiled and shook his head. He had already prepared his heart. Master, don't say such words again in the future. There's no way I'll abandon you. Trust me. I can handle it. Zhang Yi smiled confidently as he swept his gaze over Emperor Zhao and the three of them. A disdainful aura erupting out, as if he was a supreme being appearing in the world, causing one to be chilled. Burn the divine marrow. In the next moment, Zhang Yi's body erupted with a shocking might as a golden light enveloped him, and a huge supreme figure emerged behind him. At this point, he is the supreme being. The supreme bone was vibrating crazily within Zhang Yi's body, the depths of which were being burned by an invisible fire, and a steady stream of supreme power erupted from him. It is! Yue Yao's beautiful eyes revealed a flash of disbelief. Zhang Yi's aura at the moment caused her to feel a chill. How much must this cost? Thinking of this, Yue Yao swept a glance at the three with eyes full of killing intent, and the heavenly moon sword in her hand couldn't help but begin to tremble. And between the swings of the sword, countless sword-ons transformed into monstrous killing intent and headed straight for the three. This kid is crazy. I don't know what means he used to actually be so terrifying. Retreat. The three of them were shocked, and their figures retreated back and forth, not having the slightest idea of getting tough with Zhang Yi, not to mention that there was a Yue Yao beside them. The supreme bone is actually so terrifying. He's still only at the early stage of spirit transformation today. This son must not be kept. Emperor Zhao grimaced. He had never imagined that today's Zhang Yi could actually become so strong. Qinglian Taoist master looked strangely at Zhang Yi, who had a terrifying aura, and lightly Buddha his sleeve to dissolve the sword awnings around him, and said thoughtfully, "This matter, I, the Earth Sect, do not intend to intervene for the time being. You made me do it." Supreme fist. Zhang Yi shouted, his body's strength converging on his right fist, and the supreme shadow behind him followed his movements and swung his fist as the void around him began to shatter. Under one punch, the sky collapsed and the strong supreme power caused the three figures to retreat. Why has Zhang Yi suddenly become so strong? Worthy of being my Dao Sect's eldest senior brother, the early stage of spirit transformation taking on a great emperor is the first person in the ages. But have you ever thought about what it cost him? Some were happy and some were sad. They were naturally shocked by Zhang Yi's strength, but they were also clear that it would inevitably come at a price they couldn't imagine. What kind of secret method is this? His strength is actually comparable to a great emperor. Emperor Zhou's trio was shocked and backed up in front of Zhang Yi and Yue Yao. Withdraw. Come back the next time you gather your men. Emperor Zhou knew so they did not have the advantage now, and his heart retreated, immediately turning into a stream of light and leaving towards the back. Yue Yao. Zhang Yi must die, or else let the entire Dao sect be buried with him. Wind Wuji didn't forget to threaten before leaving. Only Taoist Green Lotus was incomparably calm. Zhang Yi. The Earth Sect is no longer prepared to intervene in this matter, so hurry up and stop. Yue Yao glanced at Taoist Qinglian with a mischievous expression. She didn't go after Emperor Zhou and the others. Instead, she focused all her attention on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, stop. Zhang Yi was relieved to see the crisis lifted, and he hastily stopped burning the supreme bone divine marrow, and the might on his body gradually faded, only that his face now looked a little pale. Luckily, they were timid and only burned a bit of supreme bone divine marrow. The impact wasn't particularly great. Zhang Yi was prepared to fight them to the end, but he didn't expect them to wimp out so quickly, which saved him a lot of trouble. Master, I told you I can fix this, right? At this time, Zhang Yi did not forget to smile faintly at Yue Yao. Do you not want to live? You didn't burn the supreme bone divine marrow just now, did you? Yue Yao glared at Zhang Yi, already having a guess in her heart. Although Zhang Yi was a bit surprised in his heart, he still nodded his head and revealed an indifferent look and laughed. There's no harm in it, it's just burning a bit of divine marrow, it can't affect my supreme bone. Yue Yao didn't believe his words and immediately reached out and struck a gentle white light that enveloped Zhang Yi, probing his body before sighing in relief. Luckily, there are no major injuries. Qinglian, what are you still doing here? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? At this moment, Yue Yao looked up at Taoist Green Lotus, a flash of killing intent flashing through her gaze, as she said in a chilling voice. Chapter 6. The re-pupils are now in the world. You can't kill me alone, and you're not going to let them all come together against me, are you? Taoist Green Lotus knew Yue Yao too well, so she naturally looked emboldened, while all of her attention was on Zhang Yi. Awakening the heavy pupil the day after, and Fong erupting with such strong battle power, saying that tomorrow will not kill you. This reminds me of the second half of that rumor. The former said that the Supreme Being came out, the Wuling was in chaos, and the immortal road was destroyed. The latter said that the Supreme Being respected the pupil's co-appearance, which was the omen of a great world, and was the heyday of the immortal road. Taoist Green Lotus put his hands behind his back and leisurely said, "Good fellow, even the rumors have a second half. Then they want me dead so rashly. Obviously they are worried about my Dao sect being a dominant one." Zhang Yi was secretly shocked, which made him realize that any rumors were simply an excuse. Now that the Supreme Being has left the Dao sect, where would the heavy pupil appear if it were to appear? Taoist Green Lotus said curiously. Right at this moment, as if to corroborate her words, a shocking vision erupted in the sky. A double pupil's eye shrouded the void, as if it could peer into all the wonders of the human world, possessing supreme divine might, and its sound was not in the least bit weaker than that of the previous time when Zhang Yi's supreme bone appeared in the world. Really, was I right? Heavy pupil descending, just this direction, seems to be the heavenly sect. Taoist Green Lotus gaze stared, seemingly a little surprised, and there was a hint of an unseen loss. Senior nephew Zhang Yi, if you are free in the future, please also come to the Earth sect as a guest, and I'll be sure to give you a good reception. First to retire. Taoist Green Lotus threw a wink to Zhang Yi, and then she sent off in a flirtatious manner. Grand Elder, go to the heavenly sect and find out who has awakened their heavy pupils. Yue Yao's delicate face did not have a single ripple, and with an order, the Grand Elder immediately traveled to the heavenly sect to investigate this matter. It was really corrected by Qinglian, but today's matter won't end so easily. Yue Yao grimaced as she pulled Zhang Yi back to the Moon Shadow Peak. On the Moon Shadow Peak, Yue Yao and Zhang Yi stood opposite each other. Zhang Yi, why are you doing this? Don't you know that burning the divine marrow is extremely draining on the supreme bone? Yue Yao's raised palm was about to fall, but when she thought of Zhang Yi's righteousness in rushing out at that time, she finally put her palm back again. Yaoer, they're rushing at me. There's no reason for you to stand in the way. This is not husbandly. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank you for your righteousness. You did it for me. If I left, would I not leave you with no regard for the place? Zhang Yi is definitely not greedy and afraid of death and steal the life of the people. Besides, being able to fight side by side with you is a great blessing in life. Zhang Yi at this time do not forget to tease Yue Yao, said that a voice and emotion, touching. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao looked at Zhang Yi with a complicated expression, and the words Zhang Yi had said to her before suddenly emerged in her heart. Ask what is love in this world, and teach people to live and die with each other. Yue Yao's heart was a little touched, and her eyes towards Zhang Yi gradually changed, becoming a little more gentle than before. No more of this. And before outsiders, you have to address me as master. At first, Yue Yao was still in a commanding and overbearing tone, but in the end, her voice was getting smaller and smaller, where there was still half a bit of the appearance of a merciless fairy. Yes, Zhang Yi was overjoyed, and the smile on his face was even brighter like a flower. This is not the two people's relationship has become a little closer? There is no such thing as a heartless fairy in this world. There is just no one to make her heart flutter. Yaoer, I still have a little pain in this back. Isn't this a little compensation for me? In fact, the injury on Zhang Yi's back had long been healed, and now this was merely a way to find Yue Yao to ask for some sweetness. Don't go too far. Yue Yao frowned her eyebrows. She surprisingly did not resent this feeling towards Zhang Yi, and even looked forward to it a little. Don't worry. What I want is simple. Just a kiss from you. Zhang Yi pointed to his delicate cheeks and brought his face up, closing his eyes in anticipation. Pop! A cold slap pushed his face away. Zhang Yi, don't you give an inch. Why didn't I realize he was so bold before? Yue Yao's face was a bit shy, not understanding how Zhang Yi was breezing out these words. Zhang Yi was not discouraged. The smile on his face disappeared. He originally did not expect Yue Yao to agree with him. Saying so was only to pave the way, in order to make Yue Yao better to agree with his real request. Then give me a hug. After saying that, Zhang Yi will run towards Yue Yao. This time Yue Yao did not dodge. Immediately the two of them will collide. Zhang Yi will Yue Yao's soft body tightly embraced into the arms. A unique fragrance swept away, intoxicated. Yue Yao's arm was put down vertically at a loss for words. For a moment, she was actually dumbfounded, and there was even a sense of electric shock all over her body. No one had ever acted so intimately with her. Ever. Zhang Yi was the first. So soft. So big. Zhang Yi felt the quietness of this moment in time carefully with his heart. The two embraced each other, and under the shadow of the moon, it was like a fairy painting. Sex maniac! Yue Yao immediately reacted, warmly and angrily pushing Zhang Yi away and straightening her clothes. Hey, I'm just being honest. Zhang Yi had already made up his mind to take shamelessness to the extreme and completely let himself go. Having generated this kind of mentality, Zhang Yi did not have that sense of oppression when he faced Yue Yao again now. Zhang Yi, can you think of something else in your head? Don't think about lovey-dovey things all day long, and spend more of your mind on cultivation. In fact, after experiencing some of the things that happened in the party, it was as if Yue Yao had opened the door to a new world, and the barrier that had been stuck on her for decades seemed to have loosened a bit, which made her believe more and more in Zhang Yi's words, only that she didn't wish for Zhang Yi to be too unbridled either. Yaoer, you can't blame me for this. Your figure has long filled my mind and heart, and I won't delay my cultivation. It didn't take long to break through without showing my emotions. You might as well try to release your emotions as well. Zhang Yi guided Yue Yao, and if he succeeded, just thinking about it would be very fulfilling. I have my own reckoning. This time, Yue Yao rarely refuted Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was secretly surprised and exclaimed, "The children are teachable." Right at this moment, Qing Yi paced forward, looking at Zhang Yi and Yue Yao standing opposite each other. The atmosphere was a bit subtle. She always felt that both of them were a bit strange today, and she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. A trace of displeasure rose in Yue Yao's heart, as if she did not like others disturbing her alone time with Zhang Yi. What is it? Qing Yi came back to his senses and bowed in fear, saying, Patriarch, the Grand Elder seeks an audience. Ask her to come up. Yue Yao waved her hand indifferently, and Qing Yi was as relieved as if she was relieved, so she was ready to leave at that moment. But Yue Yao seemed to remember something else and said gently, slowly, when Zhang Yi is at Moon Shadow Peak afterward, I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. Got it? No. No. Qing Yi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Although she felt that Yue Yao was strange today, she didn't dare to ask questions. Ask the Grand Elder to come up. Upon hearing this, Qing Yi then dared to leave at ease. Chapter 7. Master Qinglian, wait for me. Yaoer. Is this because you don't want our alone time to be disturbed? Zhang Yi, however, smiled and took advantage of the fact that there were no other people on the Moon Shadow Peak to approach Yue Yao's ear and whispered, It's just that I don't want the people of the Zhao sect to know about this matter. You also remember for me that this matter must not be known to anyone else. The Zhao sect's ban on lust was her doing. If this matter got out, how else could she establish her authority? Zhang Yi smiled without saying anything. For the time being, he could guarantee not to let others know. But could he really hide it in the future? It wasn't long before Qing Yi brought the Grand Elder to the top of Moon Shadow Peak to meet Yue Yao. The Grand Elder didn't think much of Zhang Yi when he saw that he was also here. After all, he had almost caused a catastrophe in the Zhao sect just now. Patriarch, it has been determined that the person who triggered the heavy pupil vision was Heavenly Sect eldest brother Yi Haoren. The Grand Elder also had a cold look on his face and went straight to the point.
Sky Sect Yi Haoren?
Has he broken through to spirit transformation? Yue Yao was vaguely impressed by this son, who was also a top-tier heavenly pride of the Wuling, only that he had always been suppressed by Zhang Yi. According to reliable sources, it was only after awakening the heavy pupil that he broke through the spirit transformation. The Grand Elder gave Zhang Yi a meaningful glance. Now that the heavy pupil and the supreme bone descended on the same day, this was bound to be a great and chaotic world. Still a step behind our Zhang Yi. Thinking of this, a rare smile of pride actually surfaced on Yue Yao's cool and pretty face. Zhang Yi, I'm sure you've heard before that the heavy pupil is the master of life and death in one eye, and that the heavy pupil can control life and death and spy on everything, so you must not underestimate it. Yue Yao explained in a serious tone. Zhang Yi searched for information about Yi Haoren in his mind, and his expression gradually became wonderful. Yi Haoren, the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Sect, together with Zhang Yi of the Zhao sect, Jun Wuao of the Earth sect, and Shin Chongqing of the Great Zhou, were known as the four sons of the Wuling, of which Yi Haoren was ranked the second, and had always been crushed to death by Zhang Yi. It was also for this reason that Yi Haoren bred hatred towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ideas placed on the map of heavenly destiny want to see whether the map of heavenly destiny Yi Haoren, but found that the pressure cannot be flipped, on the contrary, cause the map of heavenly destiny of some vibration, and then the map of heavenly destiny automatically and quickly flipped. This heavenly fate map is quite intelligent. Knowing that I want to find someone, it actually turns the page automatically. Zhang Yi was so happy in his heart that he didn't bother caring about the conversation between Yue Yao and the Grand Elder at all. However, the speed of the heavenly destiny diagram was so fast that Zhang Yi did not see a single silhouette, and when the heavenly destiny diagram finally came to a halt and the portrait on it was revealed, Zhang Yi obviously froze. Only to see the heavenly fate diagram land on top of the page engraved with Taoist green lotus, still remaining dim. Quest: obtain the personal clothes of Taoist Master Qinglian. Reward: fruit of the Great Way 1, visualization of the goodwill of the illuminated character. Punishment: jinxed. Time limit: 3 days. Zhang Yi's heart has just risen to the good feeling of the heavenly destiny map instantly dissipated. Thought it was an automatic people-seeking function, unexpectedly released another death-defying task, and the object is still the snake beauty Qinglian Taoist head. The punishment is still bad luck. Zhang Yi has heard before the bad luck of the people. Cultivation will go into the devil, go out will meet enemies, talk about love will be green. Convinced. Not a moment's peace of mind. Zhang Yi was still thinking that he could keep Yue Yao company in the Zhao sect, and the two of them could enhance their relationship, but the heaven's destiny diagram could not see the slightest bit of good in him. And if this matter is a little bit careless, Zhang Yi fell is the body of the reputation. What high cold, ruthless persona all collapsed. The world will only say that he is a rogue. More importantly, how would Yue Yao look at him? Would she be angered by this and kill him? Seeing that Zhang Yi looked a bit off, Yue Yao asked without changing her face, Zhang Yi, what's wrong? Master, I just suddenly remembered that the Earth Sect's Green Lotus Taoist priest had picked a fight earlier, and my heart was more than a little upset. I can't swallow this breath. Zhang Yi's aura flashed and he said indignantly. It was indeed Taoist Green Lotus who had been looking for trouble before, which just gave Zhang Yi an excuse. I will naturally find her to settle this account afterward. Yue Yao's heart was warmed, but in the way there was still the Grand Elder present. The frame that should be put up still had to be put up. No way. I won't allow anyone to bully my master. I'm going to go find some trouble for the Earth Sect. Zhang Yi was filled with righteous indignation and said in a chilling voice. The Grand Elder nodded secretly and looked at Zhang Yi with a bit more appreciation in his eyes. Patriarch, this is also a token of Zhang Yi's appreciation. It's also time to knock on the Earth Sect's door. The Earth Sect's old guys aren't so bad as to take a shot at a junior, so let him go. The Grand Elder was not suspicious, after all. Zhang Yi had always been very protective of the Zhao sect, and this move was perfectly normal in her eyes. That's right, now that you have broken through the spirit transformation and awakened the Supreme Bone, you should also go out for some training. This trip will take the Earth Sect to start, and collect a little bit of interest from the Green Lotus first. On second thought, Yue Yao thought that Zhang Yi's trip to the Earth Sect was not a bad thing, and it was just as well that she could take advantage of this time to ponder over the word love. Master, I'll help you out with this bad anger. Old demonist Qinglian, wait for me. Zhang Yi deliberately belittled Qinglian Taoist, causing a glint of light to flash in Yue Yao's eyes, as dazzling as a star. It's true that women like to hear that kind of thing. Zhang Yi looked at the light in Yue Yao's eyes, and the smile on his face grew a few points wider. Patriarch, my disciple Zhang Lian has always wanted to go down to the mountains for training. So why don't we let her follow Zhang Yi on this trip? Or let Zhang Yi bring her to see the world? The Grand Elder suddenly suggested. Zhang Yi secretly said, no wonder the Grand Elder would speak up for me, so she wanted me to bring her disciple with me. But how can I bring someone else with me on this trip to do this kind of thing? Master, I'm used to being alone. I'm not used to having more than one person around me. Zhang Yi hastily refused, not giving the Grand Elder any face at all. Yue Yao's eyes, however, flashed with a strange luster, and she actually nodded her head in a rare manner and responded, then let Zhang Lian follow you. Mastermind. Zhang Yi still wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by Yue Yao, who looked at Zhang Yi aggressively, her icy and bone-chilling voice resounding in his ears. What? Could it be that you have some other purpose for going to the Earth Sect? A simple sentence completely blocked Zhang Yi's mouth, and even if Zhang Yi had a million excuses, he didn't dare to continue refusing. Qinglian, that woman is too dangerous. Something will inevitably happen to him if he goes alone. It's good to let Zhang Lian follow, lest this kid falls into the way. Yue Yao was not uneasy with Zhang Yi, but with Taoist Qinglian, who was known to the world as a flirtatious artist out of this world. Zhang Yi was just thinking of finding an excuse to get rid of Zhang Lian on the way, but Yue Yao reminded him in a chilling voice as if she had penetrated his mind. Don't think of getting rid of Zhang Lian. I'll ask her to keep me posted on the situation. No, please don't worry, Master. Zhang Yi squeezed out a smile in a raw manner and glanced at the Grand Elder rather grudgingly, cursing. It's all because you're talking too much, or else where would there be an extra Zhang Luyan? Grand Elder, you go and bring Zhang Lanyan. Zhang Yi will be waiting for her at the mountain gate. Thank you, Patriarch. The Grand Elder immediately left Moonshadow Peak and went to inform Zhang Lanyan in high spirits. Yaoer, aren't you going to see me off? Zhang Yi saw the Grand Elder walk away before he eyed Yue Yao and said, Roll over yourself. Yue Yao rolled her eyes and chortled in a good-natured manner. She wasn't going to spoil Zhang Yi. Yaoer, when I come back, I will help you out of this bad anger. Zhang Yi was resentful, taking one step and turning back 3 times as he left Moonshadow Peak with a nostalgic feeling. Yue Yao purposely turned her back to Zhang Yi, and only after Zhang Yi left the Moonshadow Peak did she stand at the top of the Moonshadow Peak and look at his figure, murmuring to herself, Is it straight to teach people to live and die together? Chapter 8. Master Qinglian, please respect yourself. Taoist Mountain Gate. Zhang Yi hands behind his back. A cold air of refusal. No one dares to approach him. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. Is it true that my master asked me to go with you to the Earth Sect to find trouble? Only to see a young girl of about 16 years old, holding a sugar gourd in her hand. A slightly chubby girl with a double ponytail bouncing and running towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at the young girl in front of him. Just 4 big words came to mind. Childish giant. Fake. You go. Zhang Yi indifferently said. He. Don't laugh, eldest brother. My senior said that if you kick me out, I'll use the moon shadow order to notify the patriarch. Zhang Lanyan chewed on a sugar gourd while revealing a sweet smile, and at the same time took out a token engraved with Moon Shadow Peak and waved it around, seemingly not fearing Zhang Yi at all. Go! Zhang Yi only felt helpless and remained aloof, not talking much to Zhang Lanyan, which was in line with his persona. However, this was the envy of the other disciples of the Dao sect, and on this day Zhang Luyan became the envy of all the Dao sect. This made Zhang Lanyan proudly scan the circle of Dao sect disciples, instantly feeling superior, and ate another sugar gourd before bumbling after Zhang Yi. Eldest brother, wait for me. What a pain in the ass. Zhang Yi slowed down and waited until Zhang Lanyan caught up with him. Then Zhang Lanyan started to talk at length. Eldest senior brother, you really are as amazing as the rumors. I heard from my master that you've broken through the spirit transformation stage. Is that true? And Zhang Lanyan was like a curious baby. His mouth never stopped. Zhang Yi only felt his ears getting calloused as he paused, stretching out 3 fingers and frowning. 3 requests. First, shut up. Second, no unauthorized actions. Third, everything under my arrangement. Yes. Zhang Luyan nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and pulled out another candy cane and ate it on her own. What a foodie! Zhang Yi was rather helpless, but fortunately, this senior sister didn't look as if she was too smart, so she shouldn't affect him from accomplishing his mission after going to the Earth Sect. This was the first time Zhang Yi left the Dao Sect after crossing over, and according to his memory, he flew all the way through the air, and by the time he arrived at the Earth Sect, it was already early the next morning. Who is the visitor? The Earth Sect disciple stopped the 2 of them at the entrance of the mountain and said with an arrogant attitude, Dao Sect, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's face was expressionless as he coldly said. Upon hearing this, the Earth Sect disciple's complexion changed drastically and his attitude turned 360 degrees, immediately bowing and saluting. I wonder what senior brother Zhang has come for? The shadow of the tree and the name of the man. Zhang Yi is an existence that they can't afford to mess with, so they must be careful to deal with it. I came to the Earth Sect to discuss the Dao. And by the way, I'm looking for Taoist Qinglian for a bit of business as well. Zhang Yi closed his eyes. The appearance of the Taoist bone immortal wind actually gave the disciples of the Earth Sect an inexplicable sense of oppression. I'll go and ask the Grand Elder for instructions. Please wait a moment, senior brother Zhang. The Earth Sect disciples were afraid of offending Zhang Yi and didn't even dare to speak loudly. Soon, the news of Zhang Yi's coming to the Earth Sect to discuss the Dao caused an earthquake in the Earth Sect, and all the disciples gathered around the entrance of the mountain. More than a few of them were there to catch a glimpse of Zhang Yi. It's just comfortable to follow eldest brother out. Zhang Lanyan enjoyed the feeling of all the attention, unconsciously stopping his chest, his fleshy face filled with pride. Jun Wuyan, if I meet you today, I will settle new grudges and old scores together. Zhang Luyan's gaze kept scanning through the crowd as if he was looking for someone. Is this the legendary Zhao Sect senior brother? Simply amazing. How can there be such a perfect person in this world? It's true what they say. Once you meet Zhang Yi, there's no one else in your eyes. I've fallen, haven't you? Hush! The great elder is coming. A number of young female disciples looked at Zhang Yi with a face of infatuation, and as Taoist green lotus came through the air, the murmurings about Zhang Yi gradually subsided, but their eyes were still hot. Yo, Master Nephew Zhang. You and I only parted ways yesterday, and you can't wait to meet with Master Uncle this time? Taoist green lotus covered her mouth, a flirtatious light blooming in her eyes as she giggled, her knitted brows and smile filled with the power of seduction. Taoist green lotus, please respect yourself. Zhang Yi gulped, Yue Yao's figure constantly surfacing in his mind, his tone icy cold, his face still with the same indifference that rejected others. Qinglian Taoist master looked at Zhang Yi's cool face, but did not get angry. Instead, he was laughing and trembling. The clothes in front of his body could not cover the two trembling big white rabbits. Zhang, Master Nephew, but have you thought clearly about joining my Earth Sect? No! Zhang Yi was just about to open his mouth. Unexpectedly, Qinglian Taoist head simply did not give him a chance to open his mouth, reaching out to interrupt him. Don't be in a hurry to refuse first. If you join the Earth Sect, I can fulfill all of your requirements. Remember, it's all of the requirements. After saying that, Taoist Master Qinglian threw a wink at Zhang Yi in an extremely flirtatious manner, the meaning of which was self-evident. This demonic woman even tried to seduce me. No way. How could Zhang Yi not know what Taoist green lotus meant? But he was not the least bit moved and still spoke with an icy expression. This trip to Earth Sect is to discuss the Tao. Boring, simply carved out of the same mold as Yue Yao. A waste of a good skin. Taoist green lotus skimmed his lips, feeling that Zhang Yi was a bit of a riot. You've awakened the supreme bone and broken through the spirit transformation stage. It's a bit unkind to come to my Earth Sect to discuss the Tao at this time, isn't it? Naturally, Taoist green lotus would not allow the Earth Sect disciples to discuss the Tao with him. Wasn't this looking for abuse? What? Can it be that the Earth Sect is afraid? Zhang Yi, however, had promised that Yue Yao's trip was to avenge her, and continued to provoke. As long as the elders of the Earth Sect did not make a move, Zhang Yi believed that no one in the younger generation of the Earth Sect was his opponent. Zhang Yi, don't be too wild. Don't forget where this is. At this time, an extraordinary temperament of the head and horns of the generation stepped forward. This person is precisely the Earth Sect's eldest senior brother, Yue Yao. A cultivation has also reached the late Jindan stage. Zhang Yi glanced at him and said carelessly, "You're not convinced?" At that moment, Yue Yao's face twitched, dumbfounded. It wasn't as if he hadn't suffered a loss at Zhang Yi's hands. It was just that today he had to come forward. Otherwise, where would his face as the Earth Sect's senior brother go? Not bad for a big brother. Zhang Lanyan straightened her chest, feeling that following Zhang Yi around was simply too good to be true, and she had never been so graceful in her life. Nuao, istinge down. Qinglian Taoist master gave a cold shout. The flirtatiousness in her eyes dissipated and was replaced by supreme pressure, and she was simply a different person from when she was facing Zhang Yi. Good lord, there are still two faces even with this. Grand Elder Yue Yao only felt particularly aggrieved, and he had come forward to speak up for the Earth Sect. However, Taoist Green Lotus didn't care about him and grabbed Zhang Yi and flew towards her Green Lotus Peak. Elder Qinglian, where are you taking my eldest brother? Wait for me, Zhang Lanyan only felt that the sugar gourd in her hand didn't even smell good anymore, bouncing her calf and shouting. The little girl who came along with senior nephew Zhang you entertain well. Taoist Green Lotus left these words and his figure disappeared. You're not planning to bully the little guy with the big one, are you? Zhang Yi did not know what Taoist Green Lotus was going to do, and inevitably, he was a bit flustered inside. Don't worry, you're such a nice piece of skin. I can't afford to hurt you. Taoist Green Lotus cackled. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. He could remember that just a short while ago this Green Lotus Taoist master wanted to marry his life. Sure enough, women's mouths, deceitful ghosts, can't be trusted. This is the Earth Sect Green Lotus Peak. The mountain is now only you and I. Say, why exactly did you come to the Earth Sect? As soon as Taoist Master Qinglian left Zhang Yi at the top of Qinglian Peak, she asked with autumn waves in her eyes. Chapter 9, Intimate Apparel. Just the two of us? She's created an opportunity for me, and helped me distract that little girl Zhang Luyan. Zhang Yi's heart was overjoyed. He was worried about how he was going to accomplish his mission. But this was a good thing that Taoist Qinglian took the initiative to send him to the door. But her cultivation is on par with that of Master. If I am too blatant, I will definitely be discovered by her. Zhang Yi frowned and couldn't help but feel a headache. Zhang Yi, I'm asking you. When Taoist Green Lotus saw Zhang Yi's careless look, a flash of conquest flashed in her eyes. Her tone of voice raised a few points, and the flirtatious breath on her body became more and more alluring. She couldn't believe that Zhang Yi was unmoved. I've already stated the purpose. But why did Taoist Green Lotus bring me to Green Lotus Peak? There are also many rumors about Qinglian Taoist Master, which is also an extremely dangerous woman, although raising her hands and feet to show all the charm. But the men who are close to him have no good end, because of its ruthlessness, but also known as the snake and scorpion beauty. Taoist Master Qinglian's slender fingertips scratched the clothes on Zhang Yi's chest, licked her red lips, and said in a flirtatious manner, "Naturally, it's for the sake of being alone with my senior nephew, and as long as you join the Earth Sect, I'll be your person. You were born with such a good skin. Staying in that unsympathetic place of the Tao Sect is simply a waste. As long as you come to the Earth Sect, spirit pills, magic treasures, beauty, and status are all available." Taoist Green Lotus really wanted Zhang Yi to come to the Earth Sect. This was the most talented man she had ever seen in her lifetime. It was just a pity that she was preempted by Yue Yao. Taoist Green Lotus wants an old cow to eat young grass? Zhang Yi took half a step back, keeping a safe distance from Taoist Green Lotus. A flash of coldness flashed through Qinglian Taoist head's beautiful eyes as she looked at Zhang Yi incredulously. Are you serious about your action of retreating halfway? In the face of her so tempted, Zhang Yi actually do not move, to know when the great Zhou Shanghuang only by her a look on the charm of the soul. And, what's an old cow eating young grass? How do you kids talk? Taoist Green Lotus scolded with an angry smile and said daintily, "Humph, you'll regret not coming to the Earth Sect." Taoist Green Lotus was completely unaware of the fact that Zhang Yi's mind was on how to obtain her intimate apparel. So where would he have the heart to think of anything else? And naturally, he would not be affected by her. Taoist Green Lotus, don't you think you have a smell on you? Thinking about it, Zhang Yi decided to find a way to make him shed his clothes first. Taoist Green Lotus looked at Zhang Yi with a surprised expression. Zhang Yi, at a cultivation level like yours and mine, our bodies are free of impurities, so how could there be a smell? She felt that there was something strange about Zhang Yi. It seemed a bit different from what she knew, but it seemed that this was more interesting nowadays. Zhang Yi looked a little embarrassed. He had forgotten about this, and immediately fell back into contemplation. It just so happens that some time ago, the Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou sent the 100-flower water here, and today you have come on purpose, so it is worthwhile for me to bathe in it. Taoist Green Lotus stared slyly at Zhang Yi and said slowly. Zhang Yi was delighted in his heart. He thanked the Holy Emperor of Great Zhou. I heard that the 100 flowers water is gathered the essence of the flower's cohesion and can become a long-lasting fragrance, but also can moisturize the skin, warm as jade. The world also know that Qinglian Taoist bathing only with the 100 flowers water. The Great Zhou Sacred Emperor's attentive act had in turn created an opportunity for Zhang Yi. Well, chances of getting the job done. How about master-nephew sharing a bath together? Taoist Green Lotus looked straight at Zhang Yi and hooked her finger in a flirtatious manner. Speaking, Qinglian Taoist Long removed the outer shirt, hidden skin to compete with the flowers, a snow white into the eyes, shaking Zhang Yi dazzled, as if admiring the most beautiful masterpiece of heaven. Cannot help but sigh. Body really good. It's not necessary. Zhang Yi quietly gulped silently and righteously refused. Boring. Don't peek later. I know that's what you men do. With a flash, Taoist Green Lotus directly disappeared into the back of Green Lotus Peak. Zhang Yi turned his back. A righteous man does not engage in illicit affairs. Having said that, what was on his mind was how to get Qinglian's personal clothing. There was no telling how long it would take to miss this opportunity, and he only had 3 days. Zhang Yi sensed that Taoist Green Lotus had already left, and only then did he turn around to furtively and carefully follow her figure as she rushed to the back of the mountain. Unbeknownst to him, his every move was in the eyes of Taoist Green Lotus. Men really are all the same. Taoist Green Lotus snorted and came to the spirit pool at the back of the mountain, took out the 100 flowers water and put it in, then removed his clothes and paste and stepped inside the spirit pool. Zhang Yi had arrived at the back of the mountain at the moment, Suddenly he thought of a horrible thing. With the cultivation of Taoist Green Lotus, every move of Green Lotus Peak must be under her control. Don't care so much? Get the sticker and get out of here. This woman is too dangerous. Zhang Yi clenched his teeth and stomped his feet, and with his heart in his mouth, he summoned up the courage to arrive at the spirit pool. What caught his eyes was a snow-white back. The charming curve was simply the most perfect piece of work. Needless to think, this must have been a deliberate act by Taoist Green Lotus. This brat is a prude. If Yue Yao knew he was like this, would she expel him from the Tao sect? Taoist Green Lotus had of course noticed Zhang Yi's arrival and suddenly thought of an interesting question. Sure enough, no man can resist me. Previously, she had teased Zhang Yi many times and he was unmoved, which had also caused Taoist Green Lotus to be a bit lost. And now her psyche was even more filled with an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. While Zhang Yi merely glanced at the snow-white back, his attention was all on top of the pile of scattered clothes, and even a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. It's close enough that if I take that step, I'll be done. Zhang Yi's breathing was a bit heavy, and after doing some mental construction, his figure flashed and quickly flew to the pile of clothes, taking them away in a swift manner and then flying away. Taoist Green Lotus was confused by this sudden scene, and he thought Zhang Yi was up to something big when he looked at his sneaky appearance. Under such temptation, Zhang Yi actually took the clothes and ran away. There was no next move. She even wondered if Zhang Yi was no longer able to do so. Taoist Green Lotus felt offended, and his angry roar resounded throughout the Earth sect. Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, who was fleeing at a rapid pace, shivered in fear, but fortunately at this time, the Heaven's Destiny diagram did not make things difficult for him, and it had already shown that he had completed his mission, and the page belonging to Taoist Green Lotus was completely lit up. A great Tao fruit was emitting a subtle great Tao breath, while the heavenly fate diagram was even undergoing a metamorphosis under a burst of golden light. Under the previous information section, there was a line of information that had suddenly appeared. Hate value, 2 stars, resulting from turning a blind eye when stealing clothes. Good Lord, the heavenly fate chart has more functions, but this hate value is coming in inexplicably. Don't you know that if you're not polite, you don't know it? Zhang Yi was a bit speechless. This could even generate a hate value. This Taoist Green Lotus was really eccentric. Sure enough, a woman's heart is a needle in the haystack. At this time, a silhouette wearing a green-colored Taoist robe stopped in front of Zhang Yi and looked at him with a smile on her face as she asked, Zhang Yi, are you unable to? As long as I have my personal belongings. Chapter 10, Jun Wuyan. Not. Zhang Yi still wanted to argue. He didn't want his reputation to be ruined here. Nay, Taoist Green Lotus simply didn't give him a chance. A hand with a show hand blocked his mouth, with the other hand to make a hush movement, whispered, Admit it. This matter is not shameful. Do you know that there was once someone who spent a heavy treasure to beg for my intimate apparel? Zhang Yi's pupils quaked. There really was such a person? But he could probably understand it when he looked at Taoist Qinglian's face and dimpled figure. I've noticed that you're not right since you stepped into the Green Lotus Peak, so it's about this. Saying anything about the discourse is just an excuse, right? It had to be said that Taoist Green Lotus had analyzed the situation correctly. What do you think Yue Yao's expression would be if she knew you were like this? Thinking of this, Taoist Green Lotus let go of her hand and laughed like a young girl. I, Mr. Zhang, have done the right thing. So why should I not be held accountable for my desire to commit a crime? Zhang Yi planned to deny it to death. There was no third person who knew about it anyway, and all the evidence had been destroyed, so as long as he didn't admit it, no one would know. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Taoist Green Lotus laughed even louder, and it seemed that even his tears almost came out. Is this man out of his mind? Zhang Yi secretly spat, subconsciously looking at the page of the heavenly fate map within his body regarding Taoist Green Lotus, and his expression gradually became wonderful. Only to see that the original hate value on the Heaven's Destiny chart had turned into a goodwill value, and it was also a full 3 stars. Favorable value. 3 stars because you recognize her beauty and satisfy her vanity, resulting in favorable feelings. Don't look at me with such eyes. You are the youngest spirit transformation stage in the Wuling continent while possessing the supreme bone, of course. What I appreciate the most is still your good skin. Taoist Green Lotus said with an incomparably serious expression. Believe in your ghost. Zhang Yi could never forget the impatience he felt when Taoist Green Lotus was trying to kill him at the Tao sect. Taoist Green Lotus. Since the Earth sect is unwilling to discuss the Tao, then this is goodbye. Now that he had accomplished his mission, There was no need for him to remain here. Leaving already? Not staying a few more days. Taoist Green Lotus was more and more certain that Zhang Yi had come on this trip for her, and the sense of accomplishment in her heart rose a few more points. And Zhang Yi was also resourceful enough to realize that Taoist Green Lotus favor value towards him had actually increased to 4 stars. It's not necessary. This was not a good sign. Zhang Yi did not want to have too many encounters with Qinglian Taoist master, and immediately darted away from Qinglian Peak in a grayish manner. As Taoist Green Lotus looked at Zhang Yi's somewhat flustered appearance, the smile on his face grew a few points wider. Interesting, much more interesting than before. Zhang Yi had just descended the Green Lotus Peak when he saw Zhang Luyan surrounded by a group of Earth Sect disciples who seemed to be having an argument. Zhang Luyan, what are you running for? Haven't you been looking for me to take revenge? As you wish. Only to see that young girl's sleeve robe wave. Several Earth Sect disciples surrounded Zhang Luyan. This was, after all, on someone else's turf, and Zhang Lanyan was more or less flustered. Even the hand holding the sugar gourd trembled slightly. But when she thought that there was still Zhang Yi behind her, she instantly bottomed out. Jun Wuyan. I came with our eldest senior brother this time. Let's see how my eldest senior brother will punish you when he arrives. This time, a large part of the reason why Zhang Luyan had come to the Earth Sect so aggressively was to seek revenge on Jun Wuyan. It turned out that the two had clashed over food on the street before, and at that time, Jun Wuyan had been outnumbered to make Zhang Luyan suffer a loss, a grudge that she had been holding on to for a long time. This was not the case as soon as she heard that Zhang Yi was coming to the Earth Sect. She rushed over in a frenzy, knowing that this was a perfect opportunity. Jun Wuyan, my eldest senior brother is on the Green Lotus Peak. How dare you mess around? Zhang Lanyan pretended to be calm. Hee, your eldest senior brother made the Grand Elder angry, and is probably not doing well now? You still expect him? Jun Wuyan sneered. His father was the Earth Sect Patriarch and his elder brother was the Earth Sect Grand Master. It was no exaggeration to say that the Earth Sect was her Jun family's world. Would she be afraid of Zhang Luyan in the Earth Sect? Even if Zhang Lanyan came along with Zhang Yi, it would not help. Nonsense. How could something happen to eldest brother? Zhang Luyan stomped her foot in anger and looked anxious. Heh. I've never seen anyone who offended the Grand Elder and still managed to remain intact. You'd better fend for yourself. Zhang Luyan, there is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you don't go through. But you sent me to the door today, so I won't blame me for being merciless. After saying that, Jun Wuyan waved her showy hand and the people around her were ready to swarm up. You dare. My eldest brother won't let you go. Even up to this point, Zhang Lanyan still remembered Zhang Yi in her heart. Eldest brother, you definitely won't be in trouble, right? Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, several disciples of the Earth Sect each used their own means to trap Zhang Luyan. Jun Wuyan walked up to Zhang Luyan and looked at her condescendingly, using her hand to gently lift her chin. Zhang Luyan, today, even if I waste you, the people of the Dao sect won't dare to say anything more. With that said, Jun Wuyan's slap landed on top of Zhang Luyan's fleshy little face. The pleasant sound of the slap rang out, and a splash of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and her entire face became incomparably red and swollen. Jun Wuyan, let go of me if you can. Zhang Lanyan gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring fiercely at Jun Wuyan. Childish. Jun Wuyan sneered. In the Earth Sect, she simply did not have the need to go one-on-one with Zhang Luyan. Only to see a long sword blooming with endless cold aura appear in Jun Wuyan's hand, just about to stab into Zhang Luyan's dantian to abolish his cultivation. Stop! Right at this moment, a clear and cold high voice came to mind, and a vast force checked and balanced that long sword, actually preventing it from advancing by the slightest bit. An immortal figure blocked in front of Zhang Luyan? Who was the visitor if not Zhang Yi? Dao Song's senior brother? Jun Wuyan froze and looked at Zhang Yi incredulously, not understanding why he could still appear here in one piece after offending Taoist Green Lotus. Eldest brother. I knew you were fine. Zhang Lanyan looked at Zhang Yi's back and couldn't stop her tears from flowing down, as if she wanted to release all of her aggression and heartache. Elder brother. They bullied me? Oh. Originally, Zhang Yi did not intend to intervene in this matter, but Jun Wuyan had gone too far, and was about to abolish Zhang Luyan at the drop of a hat. So as the Dao Sect's senior brother, how could he sit back and watch? What's more, Zhang Luyan was the one who brought the Earth Zone, so naturally he had to bring it back intact as well. Zhang Yi frowned when he saw the weeping Zhang Luyan, but he still didn't say a word. Jun Wuyan had not heard much about Zhang Yi's fierce reputation before, and when she saw Zhang Yi frowning, her heart was even tighter, and she bravely said, "Senior brother, this matter has nothing to do with you, and I hope that you will not intervene in this matter, bearing in mind the face of my family's father as well as my family's brother." Jun Wuyan didn't want to offend Zhang Yi, but this was in her Earth Sect's territory and she wasn't so afraid of Zhang Yi. Chapter 11, Self-Injury. Who are your father and brother? Zhang Yi did not recognize Jun Wuyan and asked expressionlessly. Nowadays, he only wanted to leave the Earth Sect in a hurry so as not to cause any trouble, but then he encountered this kind of thing. My father is the Earth Sect Patriarch, Jun Ao Tian, and my elder brother is the Earth Sect's Grand Master, Jun Wu Ao. A look of pride surfaced on Jun Wuyan's face, which had always been the basis of her rampage in the Earth Sect. Oh, what does it have to do with me? Little sister came to the Earth Sect with me and must also leave with me. Do you have an opinion? Zhang Yi's heart was not rippled, and he pulled Zhang Luyan to leave. Zhang Yi had no waves in his heart and pulled Zhang Luyan to leave. Eldest senior brother, please stay. Is my Earth Sect not a place where you can come and go as you please? Jun Wuyan was brave enough to stand in front of Zhang Yi. She also knew that Zhang Yi was a ferocious existence, but her biggest turf was that she was now in the territory of the Earth Sect, so she thought that even Zhang Yi would not dare to act recklessly. Off! An overpowering aura erupted from Zhang Yi's body to shock Jun Wuyan away, and he flew towards the Earth Sect's mountain gate with Zhang Lian in tow. If he wanted to leave, Jun Wuyan's few people alone would not be able to stop him. Want to leave? I'm going to inform my father. You few must keep them in the Earth Sect. This once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. I can't afford to miss it. I must waste Zhang Luyan today. As he spoke, Jun Wuyan's eyes erupted with a touch of ruthlessness, actually using his long sword to leave several deep wounds on himself, the whole person looking unusually wretched. Senior sister Jun, what do you mean by that? Jun Wu Yan's several little followers were stunned as they watched this scene and looked at Jun Wu Yan in uncertainty as they asked, a couple of dumbass. If I don't have some injuries on me, how is my father going to make a move on them? A cunning gaze flashed in Jun Wu Yan's eyes as she went off in a flaming hurry to bring in help. Remember, make sure you keep them in, or I'll hold you all accountable. Yes. The few followers who sighed at Jun Wu Yan's ruthlessness were also hurrying towards the mountain gate of the Earth Sect. On the other side, Zhang Lanyan was incomparably self-condemning all the way. Eldest senior brother, have I caused you any trouble? Eldest senior brother, did I disgrace you? Just now it was them bullying the few with the many, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have lost. Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't say a word, Zhang Lanyan couldn't help but explain in a somewhat panicked manner. Let's leave the Earth Sect first. Zhang Yi's face was anxious, and he mainly didn't know what else Qinglian Taoist chief could have pulled off. Got it. Zhang Lanyan lowered her head in aggravation. She realized what a stupid decision it was to come to the Earth Sect, but being able to follow Zhang Yi made her feel that this trip was not unjust. Jun Wuyan. Today's shame will be doubled in the coming day, Zhang Luyan swore in his heart. Earth Sect, on top of Junzi Peak. Jun Wuyan cried with a pearly blossom that was suffocating. What's going on, my baby girl? A middle-aged man with a 7 or 8% resemblance to Jun Wuyan looked at Jun Wuyan and asked with a heartbroken expression. He looked at the injuries on Jun Wuyan's body, and monstrous anger surfaced in his eyes. This person was clearly none other than the Earth Sect Patriarch, Jun Ao Tian, who was likewise a great emperor. Woo! Jun Wuyan, however, cried even harder, glancing at Jun Ao Tian every now and then to observe his reaction. Jun Ao Tian gently stroked Jun Wuyan's head while using gentle spiritual energy to restore the injuries on her body. Good daughter, what's going on? Who in the Earth Sect would dare to injure you like this? As he spoke, monstrous anger erupted, seeming to ignite this cloudy sky. Oh? He really couldn't figure out who was so bold to actually dare to move Jun Wuyan in his territory, who didn't know that he regarded Jun Wuyan as the jewel in his palm. It's Dao Sect Zhang Luyan. He bullied me on the strength of Dao Sect's eldest senior brother Zhang Yi. Jun Wuyan cried with a cry of resignation. Everything about Jun Ao Tian's reaction was expected by Jun Wuyan, the corner of her mouth revealing an imperceptible smile of triumph. Zhang Yi, you are the one who had to take Zhang Luyan away, so I won't be blamed for dragging you into the water. Pop! Jun Ao Tian slapped the table in front of him, and the stone table in front of him instantly turned into powder. Zhang Luyan!
Zhang Yi.
How dare you go? Father will take you to revenge. With others bullying him over his head, he couldn't care less right now, and was only interested in avenging Jun Wuyan's death. No one could touch his Jun Aotian's daughter. Not even Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi and the two of them had now stepped out of the Earth Sect's mountain gate. But it was at this time that they felt a shocking aura approaching, which also contained monstrous fury. You're going to leave after hurting someone? With a wave of Jun Aotian's sleeve, an invisible force bound Zhang Yi and the two of them, temporarily trapping them. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and glanced at Zhang Lian with a grumbling look. Oh, this guy really went and shouted for her father. First, he had messed with Taoist Green Lotus, and now he had even messed with the Earth Sect's patriarch, so I'm afraid that wanting to leave the Earth Sect this time would not be so easy. Zhang Yi, injuring my daughter in my Earth Sect, you can't leave without giving an explanation for this matter. Jun Aotian consciously put the pot on Zhang Yi's head. In his opinion, only Zhang Yi had the guts to make a move against Jun Wuyan in the Earth Sect. Zhang Yi's head was full of confusion. When did I hurt her? Don't say that, okay? Zhang Yi was called a grievance. To the end, he did not make a move, and only wanted to take Zhang Lanyan to leave. Patriarch, is there some kind of misunderstanding in this? Zhang Yi frowned and said in a nonchalant manner. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding can there be? Who else in the Earth Sect besides you dares to make a move against me, Wuyan? Jun Aotian was furious. At this time he still wanted to argue. Really think he Jun Aotian stupid not? Jun Wuyan, you're bloodthirsty. Eldest brother, and I didn't put up a fight at all. Zhang Lanyan was in a hurry. She could not let Zhang Yi be wronged in vain. Jun Wuyan's complexion was a bit ugly, just as she wanted to open her mouth to scold Zhang Lian. She was interrupted by Jun Aotian. Humph. Do you mean that Wuyan she injured herself just to wrongfully accuse you guys? Joke. As he spoke, a wave of pressure enveloped Zhang Yi and Zhang Lanyan, causing the two men's foreheads to be covered with dense drops of sweat. Especially Zhang Lanyan, who fell to the ground in a paralyzed state. Father, I want Zhang Luyan that little life. As for you, I want you to apologize to me. As long as you apologize now, you can let you go. After that, she looked at Zhang Yi again and said with a villainous smile on her face. Jun Wuyan wasn't without a brain. She knew that if Zhang Yi had any shortcomings, the Tao sect would go absolutely crazy, so she just wanted to teach Zhang Yi a little lesson, but killing a Zhang Luyan would be irrelevant. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, a touch of gloom surfacing between his brows. As the Grand Master of the Tao sect, he represented the face of the Tao sect. How could he possibly apologize to Jun Wuyan? Moreover, the injuries on Jun Wuyan's body originally had nothing to do with him, and this is obviously letting him take the blame to play on the subject. Zhang Yi's mind raced, thinking through the pros and cons, knowing that the Earth Sect would not kill him. Thinking carefully about what the previous Zhang Yi would do in the face of such a situation, he immediately pretended to be calm and chillingly said, This matter has nothing to do with me. If I don't apologize, what can the Earth Sect do to me? Chapter 12. Toad wants to eat swan meat. It's just a matter of bullying people. If my little sister and I have anything long or short in the Earth Sect today, I'm afraid that the Earth Sect will be reduced to the laughingstock of the world. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhang Luyan, who had fallen to the ground, and spoke blandly. And just then, a violent vibration suddenly came from the heaven's destiny diagram in his body, quickly flipping through to the page belonging to Zhang Luyan, only for the portrait to remain dim. Character, Zhang Luyan. Mission: rescue the little sister and return home with her. Reward: Heavenly River Sword Technique, Heavenly Fate Box 5. Punishment: lifelong isolation. Time frame: January. Just what I wanted. The Heaven's Destiny diagram didn't screw me over this time. But what does it mean to return home with her? Is it going back to the Tao sect or to her own home? Zhang Yi's heart was happy. Just now, when the Heavenly Destiny map vibrated, he remembered that the first mission was more or less a little apprehensive. For him, this mission was simply not too easy.
Zhang Yi,
You hurt my daughter in the Earth Sect, and I still care about face with you. Today, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of Yue Yao. Jun Aotian was furious. Jun Aotian was burning with rage, and as he spoke, he revolved his spiritual energy, and a celestial handprint emerged in the void, wanting to suppress Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's face was tightly locked. Facing the Jun Aotian who was on par with Yue Yao, he simply did not have the power to fight back. He also did not expect Jun Aotian to be so decisive in his actions. Eldest brother. Zhang Luyan felt the terrifying power of that handprint. Her face showed a look of anxiety and guilt. Her heart was even more filled with remorse, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. I'm sorry, eldest brother. It's all because I dragged you down. I shouldn't have provoked Jun Wuyen in the Earth Sect. While Jun Wuyen on the side looked at the tearful Zhang Lian, her heart was extraordinarily happy. So what if he is the Grand Master of the Dao Sect? You still can't make waves in front of my father. That's just it. I have to leave with my little sister today no matter what. This old man wouldn't dare to kill me anyway. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, facing such a strong opponent. He had no power to fight back. The only thing he was lucky about was that he still had the identity of the Dao Sect's senior brother to protect him from losing his little life. At the same time, Zhang Yi was more eager for strength. Sovereign Jun, I know I'm wrong. Please spare eldest brother. This matter really has nothing to do with eldest brother. If you want to punish me, just punish me alone. Zhang Lanyan tearfully pleaded. She was unwilling to let Zhang Yi suffer any harm for her, and at this moment she chose to bear it all. Dad, stop. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuyen made a timely move to stop Jun Ao Tian, only to see her looking at Zhang Lian with a playful expression. Zhang Lian, I'll let you kneel down and beg for death, and I'll spare your eldest brother. How about that? She was more interested in humiliating Zhang Lanyan than teaching Zhang Yi a lesson. Naturally, Jun Ao Tian, the favored daughter fiend, was also obedient to Jun Wuyen, immediately stopping the attack on his hands, and the handprints and that terrifying aura in the void instantly dissipated. Yes. Zhang Lanyan looked at the crisis lifting. The tears in her eyes stopped instantly, and she agreed without hesitation. As long as he didn't hurt Zhang Yi, he could do anything. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Lian with a complex expression. His heart was even more mixed, and against the pressure of the great emperor, he walked with difficulty to Zhang Lian's body and protected him to death. Junior sister, there is no need to be like this. Today I will take you to leave peacefully. Zhang Lanyan's behavior touched Zhang Yi. The other party could even give his life in order to protect him. He naturally could not chill Zhang Lanyan's heart. In the next moment, only Zhang Yi straightened his back, his eyes incomparably firm and lingering. Today, Zhang Lanyan, I'm guaranteed. I said so. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Zhang Yi when this statement was made. Bullying. This was the dominance that belonged to him, Zhang Yi. Worthy of being the Grand Master of the Dao Sect, the first contemporary of Wuling. Zhang Yi. Jun Wuyen gritted her teeth and looked at Zhang Yi. Big brother. Zhang Lanyan looked at Zhang Yi's back with a dumbfounded look. Her heart was incomparably touched, and she had never thought before that she would be protected by Zhang Yi one day. Patriarch, this is a grudge between them. If she beheads my senior sister with her own strength, I have no complaints whatsoever. But if she is bullying no one in my Dao Sect, as the Dao Sect's eldest senior brother, I can't just sit back and do nothing? Zhang Lanyan absolutely can't have an accident. This time not only for the mission, but also for Zhang Lanyan's friendship that defied the odds. Jun Ao Tian sneered. Jun Ao Tian laughed coldly, paying no attention to Zhang Yi, between his hands forming a seal. A sealing power enveloped Zhang Yi. Toast to the wind, seal. Patriarch, leave her alive, or else I can't guarantee whether or not Master Teacher will kill the Earth Sect. As things stood, Zhang Yi had no choice but to pull on Yue Yao's tiger skin in the hope of bringing Jun Ao Tian back to his senses a bit. Wu Yan, do it. Jun Ao Tian's killing intent had been revealed and he simply ignored Zhang Yi, urging Jun Wu Yan to make his move. He did not care to kill Zhang Luyan, so he might as well let Jun Wu Yan vent his anger. Zhang Luyan, die. The long sword in Jun Wu Yan's hand flashed with cold light, heading straight for Zhang Luyan's snow-white neck. Seeing this, Zhang Yi secretly said, "It's over. This is the rhythm of ending up alone." However, right at this moment, a silhouette dressed in green clothes descended from the sky, and in the midst of laughter, it fixed Jun Wu Yan's figure, and that long sword could not advance any further. Chapter 13. Disgrace. Grand Elder, what do you mean by that? Jun Ao Tian frowned as he looked at Taoist Green Lotus. Why was his elbow turned outwards? Let the juniors settle things amongst themselves. What's so unseemly for you as the Earth Sect Master to step in? Taoist Green Lotus waved his sleeve, and a vast spiritual force directly cracked the seal on Zhang Yi's body. Huh. She's actually going to step in and help me? Zhang Yi also looked at Taoist Green Lotus with some confusion. Grand Elder, she and Zhang Yi are acting recklessly in the Earth Sect and humiliating Wu Yan. As a human father, I can't just sit back and do nothing? Jun Ao Tian was incomparably angry. It's just that the skill is not as good as the others. If the sovereign makes a move today, the Earth Sect will surely be burdened with the curse of bullying the small with the big. I hope the sovereign will think twice. Taoist Green Lotus did not budge, but his gaze kept running over Zhang Yi, staring at Zhang Yi's heart. Yue Yao Weather's body trembled. The killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. As a patriarch, he really could not think only about himself. Right at this moment, a cold and domineering voice resounded throughout the Earth Sect. Yue Yao Tian, you dare to bully my disciple? The person who came was none other than Yue Yao. A silhouette and a stunning sword light headed straight for Yue Yao Tian. Boom! Yue Yao Tian made a seal with both hands. A golden light shield blocked in front of his body, resisting that sword on. But his body also retreated a few steps, his pupils narrowing rapidly, his heart secretly surprised. Her strength has increased again? A flash of color flashed through Taoist Green Lotus eyes as well. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she stared at Yue Yao with her eyes deadpan. Seeing Yue Yao, Zhang Yi was first delighted, but when he saw Taoist Green Lotus's gaze, he immediately couldn't be happy anymore. Why is Master here? I hope that Taoist Green Lotus will not reveal that matter. Zhang Lian had already been scared out of his skin in a cold sweat. When he saw Yue Yao appear, this was a relief. He hurriedly bowed and saluted. Greetings, Patriarch. Yue Yao, you've come at the right time. Your Dao sect disciples injured my daughter. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yue Yao Tian pointed at Jun Wu Yan's swollen face like a pig's head and angrily questioned. Explain? How can you be ashamed of yourself when you're not as skilled as you are? Yue Yao let out a cold snort as she dashed to Zhang Yi's body, protecting Zhang Yi and Zhang Lian to the death in the process. Yue Yao Tian's face was a shade of green and purple as he said angrily, Yue Yao, you have not placed my Earth Sect in your eyes. It's not your turn to teach the people of my Dao Sect a lesson. I'll teach them a lesson myself. What's more, between juniors, you have the nerve to step in. If you are not convinced, feel free to let your Earth Sect disciples argue with Zhang Yi. In a few simple words, Yue Yao Tian's words were blocked to death. Yue Yao Tian was speechless for a while. Wasn't it looking for death to let the Earth Sect disciples fight with Zhang Yi? Yue Yao, there's no need to get angry. If it wasn't for me helping out just now, that little girl would have become a corpse. You owe me a favor for this. Taoist Green Lotus came out in time to round up the matter. This matter was originally their Earth Sect not in the right, and there was no need to continue talking about it. Yue Yao's puzzled eyes stared at Zhang Yi. This was not the same as the news she knew. Wasn't it said that Zhang Yi had provoked the furious anger of Taoist Master Qinglian? Why would she even come to his aid? Zhang Yi shivered and said slightly innocently, Master, I don't know what's going on. Yue Yao, you really taught a good disciple. He's much more interesting than you. This kid actually peeked at my bath. I naturally have to help him. Taoist Green Lotus only promised not to tell about the clothing, but not the bathing. Once these words came out, everyone looked at Zhang Yi with somewhat odd eyes, and finally understood why Taoist Green Lotus was furious. I can't imagine that the Dao Sect's senior brother is actually this kind of person. Really knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts. What are you talking about? If I were, I'd show him every day. But he's really fierce. He actually dared to hit the Grand Elder. Of course, there were also people with skepticism in their eyes. After all, Zhang Yi was notoriously cool. Zhang Yi directly cursed, Taoist Green Lotus, don't spit blood. He knew that Taoist Green Lotus didn't press for anything good. The first time I saw her was when she was in the hospital, and she was in the hospital. Looking at Yue Yao again, her eyes could already kill someone now, and that coldness on her body even caused layers of frost to rise around her. Deadbeat, you've seen it all, and you're still saying this kind of thing. Dare to do it or not, right? Taoist Green Lotus glanced at Yue Yao's ironic expression, and the smile on her face grew a few points wider as she pretended to be petulant. Interesting. Let's see if I don't piss you off this time. Taoist Green Lotus noticed that Yue Yao cared more about Zhang Yi, and she couldn't be happier to watch Yue Yao suffer. Zhang Yi also saw from the heavenly fate chart at this time that Yue Yao's favorability towards him had dropped to 1 star from the previous 3 stars, which had to be salvaged somehow. Master. She's stirring up trouble. I spend time with Master every day. How could something as mundane as her fall into my eyes? Zhang Yi defended himself in quick succession. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao's complexion then improved, and her favor value towards Zhang Yi became 3 stars again. Qinglian, did you hear that? How could my disciple be interested in you? Is it possible that you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat? deliberately slandering my disciple. Master is wise. She's not only a toad wanting to eat swan meat, she also wants an old cow to eat young grass. Zhang Yi's heart and mind were so happy when he saw that Yue Yao's favor value towards him had recovered that he couldn't help but give Yue Yao a thumbs up. Chapter 14, Plotting. Bastard. You've taken advantage of me and you don't recognize me, right? Who's talking about an old cow eating young grass? Taoist Master Qinglian's face was green and purple with anger as he pointed at Zhang Yi and cursed. Zhang Yi went to look at the page of the heavenly fate chart belonging to Taoist Master Qinglian again. But he found that Taoist Master Qinglian's favorability value towards him had already turned into 3 stars. However, Zhang Yi didn't care in the slightest, and he didn't intend to have too many encounters with Taoist Green Lotus anyway. When Yue Yao saw Taoist Qinglian's deflated appearance, her heart was indescribably painful, her complexion slightly eased, and she did not continue to blame Zhang Yi. Qinglian, behave yourself. Yue Yao coldly dropped the sentence, and then grabbed Zhang Yi and Zhang Luyan as they flew away. Originally, Junao Tian wanted to obstruct some more, but he was stopped by Taoist Qinglian. Patriarch, she has not set foot in the Earth Sect's mountain gate. She cannot be stopped. Let her go. Taoist Green Lotus gazed in the direction of their departure as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yi, sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. Grand Elder, is what was said about Green Lotus Peak true? More than anything else, Junao Tian cared about that matter, which successfully aroused his gossiping heart. Guess. Taoist Green Lotus rolled his eyes and simply returned to the top of Green Lotus Peak. Jun Wuyan, however, was aggrieved and hugged Jun Ao Tian's arm as she cried out, Father, are you just going to let them go? Don't worry. There will be a long time to come, but anyone who hurts my good daughter will have to pay a terrible price. Jun Ao Tian let out a cold snort as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This matter was obviously not over yet. Father, I want Zhang Luyan to die no matter what, or I won't live either. Being bullied over the head. This breath Jun Wuyan could not swallow no matter what. Jun Ao Tian was again pacified and assured that he would let Jun Wuyan personally kill Zhang Luyan, which made Jun Wuyan subside. On the other hand, Yue Yao rushed back to the Dao sect with Zhang Yi and the two of them, and Zhang Lian was so shocked by Yue Yao's aura that he rarely spoke. Master, why have you suddenly come over? When Yue Yao appeared just now, he almost didn't scare Zhang Yi to death, thanks to his strong-mindedness to fight to the death and not admit it, or else he would not only die a social death, but might also face Yue Yao's severe beating. Yue Yao glared at Zhang Yi. Isn't this asking the obvious? If I wasn't worried about you, who would have come here? But Yue Yao didn't pay any attention to him, but glanced at Zhang Luyan and said coldly, Go back to your master to receive your punishment. 1 year of confinement. Zhang Luyan instantly deflated, aggression written all over his face, but he didn't dare to retort, As you command. This made Zhang Yi anxious. No, we can't confine senior sister. The moment he returned to the Dao sect again, Zhang Yi realized that Zhang Lanyan's portrait on the heavenly fate chart had not yet lit up, and realized that returning home did not mean returning to the Dao sect. If Zhang Luyan is confined for a year and he is unable to complete his mission, will he not have to end up alone, which can never be allowed? Yue Yao snorted coldly, narrowing her eyes in suspicion as she looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Lanyan's eyes were starry-eyed as he looked at Zhang Yi with a smile on his face, as if he had completely forgotten about the thrilling scene at the Earth sect just now. Help! Eldest brother would actually plead for me. Does eldest brother care about me that much? Master, it's me who didn't watch over my senior sister on this trip. The responsibility doesn't lie with her. If you want to punish me, punish me. Zhang Yi took all the responsibility on himself, and anyway, he just couldn't let Zhang Lian be confined. With these words, Zhang Lanyan became more and more touched, and was grateful to Zhang Yi. Just for these words from eldest brother, not to mention 1 year of confinement, even if it's 10 years, I'll admit it. Patriarch, I know I'm wrong. This matter has nothing to do with eldest brother. I'll go back and go to the confinement peak. Zhang Lanyan couldn't bear the thought of Zhang Yi being punished because of her, and immediately stood out and said boldly, As you wish. Yue Yao agreed without even thinking. She didn't care about the death or life of Zhang Lian. She only cared about Zhang Yi till the end. Master, never. Zhang Yi still wanted to defend himself, but he realized that Yue Yao's expression was getting more and more out of place, as if she would explode at any moment. So Zhang Yi immediately shut his mouth in a well-behaved manner. Master wouldn't be jealous because I'm interceding for my senior sister, right? It's just waiting to find a way to get her out afterward. Zhang Yi clearly sensed that Yue Yao was a bit tasty, and I was afraid that continuing would only backfire. With Zhang Lanyan going directly to the Forbidden Peak, Zhang Yi was also brought to the Moon Shadow Peak by Yue Yao. What exactly did you do in the Earth Sect to make Qinglian furious? Yue Yao asked with a cold, expressionless face. That old hag plotted against me, but my heart and body belong to you, so how could I let her have her way? So much for putting her to shame. Zhang Yi could be said to be open-mouthed, and it was always right to step on Qinglian in front of Yue Yao anyway. Upon hearing this, a touch of shyness rarely surfaced on Yue Yao's pretty face, and a smile unconsciously surfaced under her eyes, oily mouth. Of course. The most important thing is that I stole her baby, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhang Yi. Yue Yao instantly associated it with what Taoist Green Lotus had said in the Earth Sect, and burst into a rage, the petulance on her face instantly receding and her murderous aura rising. This startled Zhang Yi, and he immediately removed the great Tao fruit from his body with a thought. Yaoer, you've misunderstood. The treasure I'm talking about is the great Tao fruit. Green Lotus actually has a great Tao fruit? Yue Yao looked at the great Tao fruit in Zhang Yi's hand incredulously, sensing the great Tao aura emanating from it. She knew whether it was real or not. The great Tao fruit was an unrivaled treasure for even the transition stage, enhancing one's sense of the great Tao and improving one's affinity with it. Yeah. I've risked my life to get this great Tao fruit. That Qinglian demon woman is even more vicious. Actually prefer not to have the great Tao fruit, but also want to discredit my reputation, saying something like you have to kill me with your own hands. Zhang Yi said that it was an aggravation, but this great Tao fruit was indeed something that he had risked his life to get. Qinglian, I will not fall for your cunning plan. A chill flashed across Yue Yao's eyes, and when she thought about how many dangers Zhang Yi had to go through to get the great Tao fruit from under the eyes of Taoist Green Lotus, her heart couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Yue Yao did not suspect Zhang Yi, and this was really something that Taoist Green Lotus could do. Zhang Yi looked at Yue Yao's touched appearance and felt slightly relieved in his heart. In that case, after that, no matter how much Taoist Green Lotus said about that matter, Yue Yao wouldn't take any notice of her. Yaoer, this great Tao fruit will be given to you, and it will be considered my first gift to you. Zhang Yi offered the great Tao fruit with both hands and said with a serious expression. No way. The great Tao fruit is too precious, and it's an unrivaled treasure for you as well. I can't have it. A flash of surprise flashed across Yue Yao's eyes as she shook her head repeatedly to refuse. Yaoer, after that we are all family. This great Tao fruit is even more useful to you. When the great world comes, I will feel relieved if you improve your strength more before ascending the immortal path. Zhang Yi said with incomparable sincerity as he stiffly shoved the great Tao fruit to Yue Yao. Chapter 15. Eldest brother is going to my house? Yaoer, this is a token of my appreciation. Don't be so fussy. If it's given to you, you take it. Zhang Yi said with incomparable dominance. Zhang Yi knew that when dealing with a high-cooled imperial sister like Yue Yao, he had to be overbearing when it was time to be overbearing. Okay, I'll take this great Tao fruit. What do you want? As expected, Yue Yao did not continue to push back, but instead thought about how she would repay Zhang Yi. Will you promise me anything? Zhang Yi asked with a bad smile. Thinking of Zhang Yi's previous request, Yue Yao couldn't help but pause and murmur. Anything that isn't too excessive is fine. To my surprise, Zhang Yi suddenly said, Yaoer, the matter of the Earth Sect really has nothing to do with senior sister. Why don't you let her out? A flash of surprise flashed across Yue Yao's eyes. She never expected that the request Zhang Yi made was actually related to Zhang Lian. Yaoer, it's just for a month. I need her to do things for me this month, and after that I'll let you do whatever you want with her. Zhang Yi immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly added a sentence. It is imperative to complete the task first to enhance the strength. Only strong strength is the foundation of the establishment. All right, I promise you. Take this Moon Shadow order and go to the confinement peak to release her. Hearing Zhang Yi's acceptance, Yue Yao agreed after a moment of contemplation. Seeing the Moon Shadow order in the Dao Zone is like seeing Yue Yao, of course. The Moon Shadow order that Yue Yao gave to Zhang Lanyan before has long been destroyed by her. Thanks, Yaoer. Zhang Yi was elated. He was afraid that Yue Yao would not agree. That would be a bit difficult. What kind of things do you want her to do for you? When Yue Yao saw how excited Zhang Yi was, she couldn't help but be a little curious. I heard that there's a treasure within the Zhang Lian family. I want to make a trip there. Zhang Yi knew that he couldn't hide this matter from Yue Yao, so he might as well tell the truth. The Zhang family has a treasure? A complex color flashed in Yue Yao's eyes as she gave Zhang Yi an odd look, but she quickly returned to normal, nodding her head and explaining, "Go, and remember to look for me through the moon shadow order if there's anything." After saying that, without giving Zhang Yi a second glance, he turned around and went forward to cultivate. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, immediately rushed to the confinement peak to release Zhang Lanyan. Zhang Yi attracted a clamor wherever he passed, and many of the Dao sect disciples didn't dare to accost him, but only looked up to him from afar. Soon, Zhang Yi arrived at the Forbidden Peak, which was simply a desolate, deserted area. When the ninth elder guarding the confinement peak saw Zhang Yi's arrival, a rare smile appeared on his cool face. "Zhang Yi, what is your business here at the confinement peak?" "Greetings, ninth elder. I'm here to bring someone." Zhang Yi bowed slightly and saluted, then flashed out the moon shadow order. "Oh? What kind of person actually made our Dao sect's senior brother personally come to claim it?" The ninth elder instantly became interested and came over to Zhang Yi to ask curiously. "Please ask the ninth elder to bring out Zhang Luyan." Zhang Yi didn't have the heart to pay attention to the ninth elder, only wanting to hurry up and complete the task regarding Zhang Lanyan. Zhang Luyan? The youngest disciple of the Grand Elder? Didn't she just go in? Ninth elder had just seen Zhang Lanyan go in. How come he wants to release it now? Trouble, Elder 9. For the first time, Zhang Yi realized that the ninth elder was actually so gossipy. Zhang Yi did not answer his question, but only clasped his hands and said, even though the ninth elder had a million doubts in his mind, he still held them back and leisurely walked into the confinement peak, and when he appeared in front of Zhang Yi, he was followed by a petite figure behind him. "Eldest brother, I knew it must be you who came to my rescue." Zhang Lanyan ran up gleefully at the sight of Zhang Yi, wanting to give him a bear hug, but was easily dodged by Zhang Yi. "Thank you, ninth elder." Zhang Yi cupped his fists and thanked him. This little ninny has sort of broken the record for the shortest time in the confinement peak, and it's only been a short time since she was let out. The ninth elder let out a sigh. He had been guarding the confinement peak for hundreds of years and had never encountered a situation like this before. Speaking of which, Zhang Lanyan's old habit was back, and she was proudly sticking her waist out, that haughty little expression, as smug as it was possible to be. "Eldest senior brother, last time in the Earth Sect it was thanks to you, and this time it's also thanks to you that I didn't get confined." Zhang Lanyan looked at Zhang Yi with a grateful face. Zhang Yi waved his hand. He didn't have the heart to gossip with Zhang Lanyan. It would be embarrassing if he chatted about his feelings, and he was well aware of his charm. "Little sister, where is your family from?" Zhang Yi still put on his poker face and looked like a stranger. "Great Zhou dynasty Zhang family." Mention of family matters, always optimistic and cheerful Zhang Lanyan is suddenly a little sullen. The mood is also visible low. "Is it convenient for me to visit?" Although it was a bit abrupt, in order to complete the Heavenly Fate map mission, Zhang Yi could only welcome it. "Ha!" Zhang Lanyan's eyes widened and his mouth grew long as he looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, suddenly feeling a bit of social death. How can one move to visit someone's home? "You really want to pay a visit to my house, eldest senior brother?" "I would naturally be happy to, but..." Zhang Lanyan thought that Zhang Yi was upset and quickly opened his mouth and waved his hand. "Go. Then go to the Great Zhou dynasty." Without waiting for Zhang Lian to finish her sentence, Zhang Yi pulled her towards the direction of the Great Zhou dynasty. "Eldest brother, why do you suddenly want to go to my house?" Zhang Lanyan looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. She always felt that there was something strange about Zhang Yi's behavior, but she couldn't tell exactly. Heaven forbid. Zhang Yi couldn't say that it was for the purpose of completing the Heavenly Fate map mission, so he could only say it casually. "But, eldest senior brother, I have a marriage contract with Great Zhou Crown Prince Shun Chongqing. I am afraid that I will be forced into a marriage when I return. I came to the Dao sect in the first place to avoid the marriage contract with him." After thinking about it, Zhang Lanyan decided to inform Zhang Yi of this matter, lest he pit Zhang Yi again afterward. Ever since the experience with the Earth Sect, Zhang Lanyan had acted with particular caution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi also couldn't help but frown. There's actually such a thing? But in order to not end up alone, I have to go back with her as well. Big deal. Use the rules of the Dao sect to suppress it. You are now the personal disciple of the Grand Elder of the Dao sect, and since my Dao sect forbids lust, I'm sure that even the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou wouldn't be able to force his way in, right? Zhang Yi thought about it. He had to complete the task, but he couldn't push Zhang Liyan into the fire pit. Junior sister, no one can force you to do what you don't want to do, at least in the matter of getting married. Eldest brother, I am willing to take you back with me. Zhang Lanyan's mouth revealed a sweet smile and said heartlessly. It seems that as long as Zhang Yi is by her side, she feels extraordinarily at ease. With pleasure, Zhang Yi thanked Zhang Liyan, while secretly spitting at the heavenly fate diagram in his mind, knowing that the mission was not that simple. After that, the two of them flew in the direction of the great Zhou dynasty, and of course, this way Zhang Lanyan was still chirping as usual. Eldest brother, it should have taken a lot of effort to get me out this time, right? Eldest senior brother, next time if anything comes up, you could have left first and not bothered with me. Eldest brother, I feel that you've changed, you're not the same as before, but you're more undistanced the way you are now. Zhang Lanyan didn't care if Zhang Yi responded or not. Anyway, her mouth hadn't rested on this journey. Chapter 16. A punch defeats the heavy pupil. Eldest senior brother, the Sky Sect's territory is just ahead. Should we take a detour? Since the Heavenly Sect was the closest to the Great Zhou dynasty, if one set out from the Dao Sect to the Great Zhou dynasty without sparing the road, one would inevitably have to pass through the territory of the Heavenly Sect. Zhang Lanyan remembered that the Heavenly Sect had been making a lot of noise in recent times because of Yi Haoran's possession of heavy pupils, and with the fact that Yi Haoran and Zhang Yi had always been at odds, he was afraid that passing through the Heavenly Sect's territory would cause something to happen. No harm done, we're not that unlucky. Zhang Yi knew Zhang Liyan's concern, but the Heavenly Sect territory was so big, it was impossible that he would meet Yi Haoran so coincidentally, right? That's right, there's no need for us to be afraid of Yi Haoran. Even if Yi Haoran has awakened his heavy pupils, so what? It's still no match for eldest brother. Zhang Lanyan was dumbfounded, then realized that he was overthinking. With Zhang Yi's character, where would he be afraid of the district's Yi Haoran? Just as they were flying through the air on the territory of the Heavenly Sect, they still inevitably encountered Heavenly Sect disciples, but those few Heavenly Sect disciples only looked deeply at Zhang Yi and the others before speeding off in the direction of the Heavenly Sect. Zhang Yi and the two of them didn't take this little episode seriously, still speeding towards the direction of the Great Zhou dynasty. But just as they were about to leave the territory of the Heavenly Sect, a bunch of Heavenly Sect disciples stopped in front of Zhang Yi and the others, led by a man with sword brows and starry eyes, with heavy pupils, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate through all things in the world. This person was clearly none other than Heavenly Sect senior brother Yi Haoran. It can't be that coincidental? Zhang Yi frowned darkly. There was really no one else with this luck. It's really fellow Taoist Zhang. Before I thought that my senior brother had misjudged him. Yi Haoran had a false smile on his face and greeted Zhang Yi with a leathery smile. It seems that the purpose of your trip, fellow Taoist Zhang, is the Great Zhou dynasty? Why did you pass by my Heavenly Sect without saying hello to me? The smile on Yi Haoran's face abruptly dissipated, and a monstrous battle intent emerged in his eyes. This trip to the Great Zhou dynasty has important matters, and I don't have the heart to fool around with you. Zhang Yi did not want to add to the trouble in vain and said expressionlessly. Yi Haoran, however, shook his head slightly and teasingly looked at Zhang Yi. How is it that you've awakened the supreme bone but you've become more timid? This is not like you? Or are you afraid of me? Zhang Yi, today you must fight me if you want to go to the Great Zhou dynasty. I want to see whether your supreme bone or my heavy pupil is stronger. As he spoke, Yi Haoran's body erupted with a lingering breath, and a pair of double pupils were even more eager to devour Zhang Yi in general. Eldest senior brother is mighty. It's time to extinguish the prestige of the Dao Sect's eldest senior brother. War, war, war. For a while, the Heavenly Sect disciples who followed Yi Haoran were all passionate and vocally inspired. Get out of the way. Can't you see that eldest brother and I have a journey to make? Zhang Liyan had an extremely poor impression of this group of people from the Heavenly Sect and couldn't help but speak out to scold them. Is there a place for you to talk here? This is between Zhang Yi and me. Yi Haoran glanced at Zhang Lanyan with cold eyes, frightening Zhang Lanyan to hide behind Zhang Yi. This battle is not up to you. Yi Haoran didn't talk nonsense with Zhang either. His body's spiritual energy exploded, and his hands began to form seals continuously. A terrifying aura burst out from him. You can fight if you want to. Knowing that this battle was unavoidable, Zhang Yi immediately stormed with his spiritual energy as well. His cultivation at the early stage of spirit transformation exploding as much as he could. Previously, Zhang Yi hadn't sparred with Yi Haoran much, but every time it ended with Yi Haoran losing. This time, Yi Haoran was clearly running towards a clean slate in front of the heavenly Sect's disciples. Zhang Yi. My heavy pupils have never been cast before, and I'm waiting for you. Heavy pupils. Yi Haoran roared. All the heartache and aggression of so many years exploded at this moment. At this moment, the sky shows a vision, a pair of huge pupils floating in the void. His left eye reveals endless life. His right eye is like hell emitting endless death, between life and death fusion, forming a life and death 8 trigrams. Zhang Yi immediately pushed Zhang Liyan away, and the heavenly Sect disciples were also shocked by the power and ran far away. Only Zhang Yi only face heavy pupil power. The expression is light. Only to see the void again emerged a supreme figure. Behind him there is a carved with the heavenly Tao of subtle symbols of the white bone flow of divine light. At this moment, Zhang Yi was like a god and goddess descending, a divine and invincible aura erupting out. A mere heavy pupil. How dare you act recklessly in front of a supreme being? The supreme back figure behind Zhang Yi erupted with supreme divine might, shattering the void with a single punch, crushing the 8 trigrams of life and death, and the horrifying air waves even leveled the surrounding area. Boom! Under that punch, Yi Haoran actually felt a terrifying pressure, and his heavy pupils were crazily bubbling with blood, and his breath was shriveled, and the whole person instantly became unusually wretched. The victory was obvious. Even if Yi Haoran had awakened his heavy pupils, he was still not a match for Zhang Yi in one move. Isn't this him breaking through the spirit transformation stage not long ago? Why is his spirit energy so strong? Just now that only felt a prolonged fist power seeped into his body. That power is revealing the breath of great terror. He is clear that this is the power of the Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone and the heavy pupil are clearly existences that go hand in hand. Why is there still such a large gap between me and him? Yi Haoran couldn't accept this fact and looked up to the sky. Zhang Yi's punch not only defeated Yi Haoran, but also destroyed the Tao hearts of countless heavenly Sect disciples. It's too powerful. Even heavy pupil Yi Haoran was no match for his punch. This was probably the power of the Supreme Being, the power of invincibility. Defeat! Defeat! The heavenly Sect disciples looked incredulously at Yi Haoran, whose body was in a sorry state. All of them were dumbfounded, and their hearts were even more mixed. They had thought that Yi Haoran was already strong enough, but in the end, he couldn't resist a single punch from Zhang Yi. Is the Supreme Bone really that terrible? Zhang Yi didn't bother to pay attention to the crowd's reaction, and didn't even take a second glance at Yi Haoran, who was lying on the ground, and with Zhang Liyan in tow, he continued on his way. As for those heavenly Sect disciples who were all scared out of their wits, how could they dare to stop Zhang Yi's way? Yi Haoran covered his chest and stood up with great difficulty. His eyes were also filled with disbelief, and a touch of resentment surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Zhang Yi, today's shame will be doubled in the future. And you guys, today's matter is absolutely not allowed to be spread out, or else. Awakening the heavy pupil actually is not a land of Zhang Yi's punch. This is simply a strange shame to Yi Haoran. He will not allow this matter to spread out naturally. He wants to shut up the heavenly Sect disciples. Eldest brother, we didn't see anything just now, right? We didn't see anything. A quick reacting disciple hurriedly covered his eyes and shook his head. Zhang Yi, I will never be like this when I come out next time. Yi Haoran turned the humiliation in his heart into cultivation motivation, turned around and rushed to the heavenly Sect to continue closed-door cultivation. This battle made him realize the gap between him and Zhang Yi, and it also strengthened his future path. One day, I will trample all of you under my feet. Chapter 17. No one can force you. Eldest senior brother, you actually defeated Yi Haoran with a single move just now. That's too handsome. Zhang Lanyan's eyes were starry, and he said with incomparable admiration. Previously about Zhang Yi's legend she had heard not to kill, and now that she had seen Zhang Yi's hand, her heart was even more shocked, or else she wouldn't be able to come back to her senses only now. Keep this matter to yourself for now. Zhang Yi knew the truth that a big tree attracts the wind, and now that it was not easy for a Yi Haoran to be on par with him, he didn't want to be in the limelight. Yes, although Zhang Lanyan's large eyes were filled with a color of incomprehension, she still responded without hesitation. Big brothers accounted for, dry and done. Eldest senior brother, the front is the boundary of the great Zhou dynasty. I'm a little nervous. The more close to the great Zhou dynasty Zhang Lanyan is more nervous that home has too many pasts that she does not want to remember. If not for this time Zhang Yi made a request, beating her to death, she will not come back. Take it easy. No one can make you. Zhang Yi had brought the moon shadow order on him this time, so if he couldn't, he would summon Yue Yao to come. Zhang Lanyan nodded heavily, no longer thinking about those unpleasant things, and summoned up the courage to step into the boundaries of the great Zhou dynasty, as well as getting closer and closer to her home. Under Zhang Luyan's leadership, they arrived in front of a magnificent mansion, with soldiers in armor guarding the entrance, and the 3 words General's Mansion written on the plaque highlighting the owner's identity. Eldest brother. This is my home. Zhang Luyan looked at the familiar scene in front of her, which was also the place where she grew up, put away the smile on her face, and deep in her eyes was endless sadness. Zhang Yi also realized that Zhang Lanyan was not right and wanted to comfort her, but there was nothing he could do, so in the end, he could only give up. But now that he was already standing with Zhang Luyan in front of her house, the heavenly fate diagram in his body hadn't reacted yet. Can it be that you really have to step into your house before you can count? What's going on here? At this time, the guards recognized Zhang Luyan's identity at a glance and said with a surprised look on their faces, "Fifth Miss? Why have you returned?" But as soon as the guards' words fell, a majestic voice came from within the mansion. "Get lost, you unfilial daughter. You are not welcome in the Zhang family." The guards looked embarrassed. "Fifth Miss, you'd better go first." "Eldest brother, I've made you laugh." Tears intended in Zhang Lanyan's eyes, revealing a bitter smile, tilting the sky and trying not to let the tears slide down. "Father, today I brought my Dao Sect eldest senior brother to pay a special visit to the door. You don't need to be like this, right?" Zhang Luyan calmed his emotions and said in a low tone, "Shoo!" At that moment, a fierce figure flashed out, only to see a middle-aged man in armor appear in front of Zhang Lanyan, looking at her angrily. "Dad!" Zhang Lanyan looked at the familiar face in front of her. Her eyes reddened as she softly said, "Shut up. Ever since you ran away from the wedding, you have no ties to the Zhang family." Zhang Wufeng's face was unkind, and he scolded in a stern voice. Immediately afterward, Zhang Wufeng glanced at Zhang Yi again and sneered with deep meaning. "What? You've hardened your wings and think that you can do whatever you want just because you're on the lap of the Dao Sect? You didn't bring the Dao Sect's senior brother here because you want to withdraw from the marriage, did you?" This questioning and taunting was like the tip of a knife stabbing into Zhang Luyan's heart. "Father, it's not like that. This time I just want to come back to see." Zhang Luyan hadn't even thought about withdrawing from the marriage, and she didn't understand why Zhang Wufeng wanted her so much. "Hee. Do you need to bring along the recently popular Dao Sect's senior brother Zhang Yi when you come back to take a look? Don't think I don't know your little mind." Unexpectedly, Zhang Wufeng was sneering, not believing any of Zhang Lanyan's words at all. "Dad." Zhang Lanyan looked at Zhang Wufeng with a dumbfounded look, and more than sadness in her eyes, she was still in disbelief. She didn't understand how Zhang Wufeng could become like this for the sake of a marriage contract. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. He really couldn't see past it and stepped forward. "General Zhang, it's a bit much to say that, isn't it?" "Zhang Yi, I know you, but this is my family matter, so I hope you won't interfere." Zhang Wufeng treated Zhang Yi with no good face, nor did he give him the face of the Dao Sect's senior brother in the slightest. "Eldest brother, let's go." Zhang Lanyan had been completely disappointed with this family and pulled Zhang Yi to leave. However, Zhang Wufeng stopped Zhang Luyan. "Since you've returned today, let's choose a day to consummate your marriage with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The most feared forced marriage is still here." "Father, I don't have any feelings for Shen Chongqing. Why are you all forcing me to marry him?" The tears that Zhang Luyan had been holding back finally came out like a flood. Zhang Yi also stepped in front of her, his face icy cold as he said, "General Zhang, this is indeed your family matter. But now that little sister is already a disciple of the Dao Sect, who in Wuling doesn't know that my Dao Sect forbids lust? Can it be that General Zhang has not placed my Dao Sect in his eyes?" Even in the face of Zhang Wufeng, such a powerful person at the transitional stage, Zhang Yi was not afraid at all. His eyes were cold and lingering, and he opened his mouth to give Zhang Wufeng a big hat. Zhang Lanyan came to the great Zhou dynasty because of him, so he naturally would not let Zhang Lanyan have any missteps here. "You don't need to use the Dao Sect to pressure me. Her marriage contract with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in the front. Joining the Dao Sect will be afterward. Even if we let Patriarch Moon come, she will have nothing to say." Zhang Wufeng snorted coldly, thinking that he occupied the high ground of reason. "Is that so? But my Dao Sect disciples are the ones who forbid lust. Is it hard to believe that General Zhang wants to make an enemy of the entire Dao sect? Zhang Yi also did not step back, while not forgetting to comfort Zhang Luyan at the side. Junior sister, remember what I said before? No one can force you, at least in the matter of getting married. Zhang Luyan nodded heavily, inwardly moved, but somewhat worried about Zhang Yi. This was after all the great Zhou dynasty, not the Dao sect. How dare you? What does it have to do with you if I'm in charge of my daughter's marriage? If you have the ability, let patriarch Yu come to the great Zhou dynasty to get her. Zhang Wufeng knew that he could not speak to Zhang Yi, but Zhang Lanyan was going to marry the crown prince of Great Zhou, and there was nothing wrong with offending the Dao sect for the sake of the crown prince. General Zhang, are you determined to be an enemy of the Dao sect? Zhang Yi already knew Zhang Wufeng's attitude. His palm was pulling Zhang Lanyan's arm in a deadly manner, and the other hand took out the Moon Shadow Order, just for fear that Zhang Wufeng would suddenly take Zhang Lanyan captive, and things would be a bit troublesome. Moon Shadow Order. Zhang Wufeng couldn't help but frown. He was no stranger to the Moon Shadow Order. He even knew that as long as Zhang Yi crushed the Moon Shadow Order, Yue Yao would come in front of him in less than 3 breaths, and for a while, he actually didn't dare to act rashly. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Zhang Yi, everyone in the world says that the Dao sect is merciless. You don't have to care about this matter. As long as you don't meddle in this matter, I believe that patriarch you will also give Great Zhou a face. Just think of it as us owing you a favor, okay? Zhang Wufeng realized that if Zhang Yi insisted on meddling in this matter, there would be some trouble, so his attitude became moderate. Chapter 18. Withdrawal of Marriage. May not. The rules of the Dao sect are the rules. Zhang Yi firmly shook his head no.
Zhang Yi,
Don't you dare to be ungrateful. Offending the great Zhou dynasty won't do you any good either. Zhang Wufeng was pissed off by Zhang Yi and instantly changed his face again, somewhat frantic. Just then, a luxurious carriage pulled by an 8-headed dragon appeared, and a sharp voice came out. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived, only to see a man in gorgeous clothes with a gloomy temperament come out from the carriage. This person was the great Zhou Crown Prince Shen Chongqing. The people of the general's residence immediately bowed slightly and saluted, but only Zhang Yi and Zhang Luyan were unmoved. Just in time, little sister. Do you want to withdraw from the marriage? Zhang Yi looked at Shen Chongqing, who had appeared, with an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Withdrawal. Zhang Lanyan was confused. She had never thought about this before, but her eager eyes had already betrayed her heart. Today, I will help you get out of this marriage contract. Zhang Yi was a bit unable to look past what had happened to Zhang Luyan, plus this time, she had taken such a big risk to bring herself back, so withdrawing from the marriage would be considered as a good repayment. Not waiting for Zhang Lanyan to react, Shen Chongqing enthusiastically came over. I just heard that Lanyan you came back and rushed over without stopping. How come you came back without telling me in advance? Only then did he notice Zhang Yi beside Zhang Luyan, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Brother Zhang, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. How come you're free to come to Great Zhou today? Shen Chongqing wore a gentle smile and courteously said, Accompany your little sister home for a visit. Zhang Yi gently nodded his head as a greeting to Shen Chongqing. He and Shen Chongqing were the same as the 4 sons of Wuling, and the two had fought before, with the result naturally being that Shen Chongqing had lost. So that's how it is. Many thanks to Brother Zhang for sending my fiancé back. Shen Chongqing slowly walked to Zhang Lanyan's side and prepared to pull up Zhang Lanyan's hand, but Zhang Lanyan avoided it with a face full of disgust. A flash of imperceptible resentment flashed through Shen Chongqing's eyes, but it was quickly covered up by a smile. Falling goose, can you be considered to have figured it out? Who's your fiancé? Don't yell. Zhang Lanyan had a disgusted look on her face, and she couldn't help but move a few points closer to Zhang Yi. Zhang Luyan, you must not be rude to His Highness the Crown Prince. With a furious cry, Zhang Wufeng raised his palm and swung it towards Zhang Luyan's face. Zhang Yi, however, stepped in front of Zhang Luyan and said in a chilling voice, General, it's not a good time to make a move, is it? Zhang Yi, are you sure you want to mind your own business? Zhang Wufeng frowned slightly. This Zhang Yi was really annoying. General, senior sister's talent is good. Don't delay her cultivation for the sake of her children's love. Zhang Yi shook his head in persuasion. He really didn't expect that he would also encounter such a dogged plot. At this time, Zhang Yi made a wink towards Shen Chongqing. There were some words that had to be said by Zhang Lanyan before Zhang Yi could have an excuse to do so. Zhang Lanyan also instantly understood, glanced at Zhang Wufeng with some trepidation. then looked at Zhang Yi, instantly filled with strength, gathered courage and firmly said, "Shen Chongqing, I'm going to withdraw my marriage with you." She didn't know what Zhang Yi had up his sleeve, but as always, she chose to believe. Shen Chongqing could no longer remain calm. The smile on his face abruptly solidified, and he looked at Zhang Luyan with a gloomy gaze. "Zhang Luyan, 5 years. You have been away for 5 years, and I have waited for you for 5 whole years. Do you know how I lived these 5 years?" In the end, Shen Chongqing had completely lost his temper and became hysterical. This Shen Chongqing is a kind of infatuation. It's just that the falling flowers have no intention of flowing water. Zhang Yi shook his head and sighed a bit. However, she saw Zhang Lanyan's indifferent face, shying away from words. "What does it have to do with me?" Don't look at Zhang Lanyan in front of Zhang Yi chirping nonstop, in front of Shen Chongqing completely changed. Its high degree of coldness is comparable to Zhang Yi. Shen Chongqing was infuriated, covering his chest and showing a pained look. "Luyan, I am absolutely sincere to you. Why are you unwilling to marry me? I am bent on seeking the way and have no heart for children," Zhang Lanyan said coldly with an expressionless face. At this time, Zhang Yi blandly opened his mouth and advised, "Shen Chongqing, you and I have known each other for a while. I advise you to withdraw from the marriage." "Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? It's your turn to meddle in my personal matters with falling geese." Withdrawing from the marriage was impossible. He just wanted to marry Zhang Luyan, even if she didn't love him. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Zhang Yi dashed to Shen Chongqing's body, curbed his throat, and said in a chilling voice, "Not withdrawing from the marriage? That's not up to you." When Shen Chongqing appeared, Zhang Yi had already figured out that the only way to get Zhang Lanyan to withdraw from the marriage was to bully him, and taking advantage of Shen Chongqing's anger was undoubtedly the best time to do so. Everyone was frozen by this sudden scene, not expecting Zhang Yi to be so bold as to dare to hold Shen Chongqing hostage in the Great Zhou dynasty. However, once he thought of Zhang Yi's previous deeds, his heart was relieved. "Big brother." Zhang Lanyan also froze and looked at Zhang Yi with incomparable astonishment, unable to imagine that the way Zhang Yi said was actually to threaten Shen Chongqing, which meant that Zhang Yi had completely offended the entire Great Zhou dynasty. "Zhang Yi, let go of His Highness the Crown Prince. If His Highness the Crown Prince has the slightest misstep, you won't be able to leave Great Zhou alive either," Zhang Wufeng threatened in a murderous manner. At this time, Zhang Yi was already surrounded, and Shen Chongqing was emboldened, laughing disdainfully. "Zhang Yi, this is Great Zhou. I just won't back out of this marriage. What can you do to me? Will you leave alive if you kill me?" Shen Chongqing simply did not believe that Zhang Yi dared to kill him in the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhang Yi coldly laughed. Killing intent erupted in his eyes, and the force on his hands increased, causing Shen Chongqing to instantly have difficulty breathing, and his body continuously struggled, but it was useless in the slightest. Now that Zhang Yi had broken through to the early stage of spirit transformation, and he was only in the late Jindan stage, he naturally had no power to fight back in front of Zhang Yi. He was afraid. He felt a strong killing intent on Zhang Yi, and at this moment, he believed that Zhang Yi really dared to kill him. "Do you think I can leave Great Zhou? My master's father only has me as a disciple, and the Great Zhou Sage Emperor has more than just your son." Zhang Yi held the Moon Shadow Order in one hand, while the other hand was choking Shen Chongqing's neck. "Zhang Yi, don't mess around." Zhang Wufeng was anxious on the sidelines, but he didn't dare to make a move. After all, Shen Chongqing's life was in Zhang Yi's hands. Zhang Yi didn't pay any attention to him, but just looked at Shen Chongqing coldly and asked, "Retreat or not? Back off." "I'll retreat." Shen Chongqing was truly afraid and nodded his head vigorously. Zhang Yi was also secretly relieved. What he had just done was all an act. How would he dare to kill Shen Chongqing in the Great Zhou dynasty? "Make a note." Zhang Yi snapped his fingers and a copy of pen, ink, paper and inkstone appeared in front of Shen Chongqing, but his hand could never leave Shen Chongqing's throat. It's natural to do the whole show. Under the threat of Zhang Yi, Shen Chongqing quickly made a note and pressed the blood seal to testify, which was considered to end the marriage contract with Zhang Luyan. "What are you waiting for? Put away the letter of withdrawal." Zhang Yi saw Zhang Luyan standing stupidly in place and urged. Only then did Zhang Lanyan come back to her senses, running to the front with a joyful heart to put the withdrawal letter away, while not forgetting to look at Zhang Yi with a slight worry. "Eldest brother, is it worth it for me?" "There's no such thing as worth it. There's only doing it, and I've done it now." Zhang Yi returned without thinking. Chapter 19. licking dog grief. Woo-woo. Thanks, eldest brother. Zhang Lanyan was moved to tears. She had never thought before that Zhang Yi would actually do so many things for her. Thinking, Zhang Yi, you're crazy. You're completely crazy. Shin Chongqing had known that Zhang Yi was unruly before, but he really didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so lawless. However, Zhang Yi was too lazy to bother with him. Something had to be done. It was a favor he owed. He didn't care what the old Zhang Yi would have done. But this was his way of being a man. It's really not easy. This time we've offended Great Zhao, so we'd better hurry and leave. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel depressed when he thought that the mission hadn't been completed yet. Could it be that he wouldn't even be able to complete the third mission and would be alone for the rest of his life? Zhang Yi, the marriage is over. Why don't you let me go? Shin Chongqing snorted coldly and said with an unkind face. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry, rippling. There's no hurry. I still want to go into the general's residence for a visit.
Zhang Yi.
Don't you go too far. Shin Chongqing only thought that Zhang Yi was flirting with him and couldn't hold back his hysterical cry. Shin Chongqing, you'd better cooperate with me. Zhang Yi exerted a slight force, and a sense of suffocation hit him, which reminded Shin Chongqing that his little life was still in Zhang Yi's hands. Fine. I'll let you into the general's house. Shin Chongqing gritted his teeth and said with extreme humiliation. After that, Zhang Yi wrung Shin Chongqing's neck and prepared to step into the general's residence. But Zhang Wufeng stared at Zhang Yi with murderous intent, and his eyes seemed to want to eat Zhang Yi alive. Today, Zhang Yi forced Shin Chongqing and Zhang Lian to withdraw from their marriage. Although the Great Zhou Sacred Emperor would not blame him, this matter would undoubtedly make him a joke of the Great Zhou dynasty. At this moment, he could be said to hate Zhang Yi to the bone. What are you waiting for? Get out of the way. When Shin Chongqing saw how insensitive Zhang Wufeng was, he immediately scolded angrily. Only then did Zhang Wufeng order the soldiers to get out of the way, allowing Zhang Yi and the others to step into the general's residence. However, when Zhang Yi stepped into the general's residence only to realize that the heavenly fate diagram still had no response, it almost made him doubt his life for a while. Strange. I've already returned home with her. How come the mission isn't complete yet? Zhang Yi really didn't want to end up alone, but he was a bit puzzled by this mission and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Little sister, is this really your home? Yeah, I've lived here since I was a kid. Although Zhang Luyan was puzzled, he answered truthfully. Zhang Yi, now that you've entered the general's residence as well, don't let go of me. Shin Chongqing angrily scolded. Shut up. Zhang Yi at this time is exactly distracted. Where have the heart to take care of Shin Chongqing? Still dead grasp Shin Chongqing's life. Shin Chongqing's face was ironic as he felt that Zhang Yi was just teasing him. Zhang Yi, you didn't used to be like this. I'm really curious as to why you're helping falling geese so much. Shin Chongqing felt that today's Zhang Yi was incomparably odd and unable to care about the anger in his heart. He pursued the question in disbelief. Do you need a reason to help your own senior sister? Zhang Yi said back in a very simple and domineering manner. Where exactly is the problem besides? Since Zhang Lanyan only had this one home, and he had already completed his mission literally, why was the Heaven's Destiny diagram still untouched? Is it hard to believe that junior sister doesn't consider this place a real home? Zhang Yi thought of how Zhang Luyan had said that he had many bad memories here earlier, and instantly thought of a possibility. Little sister, have you never thought of this place as your true home? In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Zhang Yi asked tentatively. Zhang Lanyan hesitated again and again, but finally nodded, and the look in her eyes towards Zhang Wufeng had a more resentful intent. Ever since my mother's death, this place hasn't been my home. It's full of open and shut battles, and there are even quite a few people who still want to take my life. Recalling the past, Zhang Luyan always revealed sadness, if anything. Sure enough, it seems that in order to complete the mission we have to make Zhang Lanyan truly recognize this family. Zhang Yi was relieved in his heart. Since he knew the way to do it, he wouldn't be flying around like a headless fly. What? There's such a thing? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Shin Chongqing also questioned with an agitated expression. You are the crown prince. How could you care about such a trivial matter? Zhang Lanyan smiled coldly and mocked in a chilling voice. This disliked Shin Chongqing for a while. Speechless, clenched his fists and secretly said, Lok Yen, so what if the marriage contract is annulled? I will impress you with my sincerity. After experiencing what happened in the party, Shin Chongqing believes that the relationship maintained by a paper marriage contract alone is unreliable, and he wants to impress Zhang Luyan with practical actions. Your Highness, don't listen to her nonsense. Ever since her mother died, she seems like a different person. Zhang Wufeng glared resentfully at Zhang Luyan and explained in quick succession. Shut up. Get out of here, all of you. Shin Chongqing knew that Zhang Wufeng was here. He could not hear the truth, and ordered with a furious shout. The Crown Prince. Zhang Wufeng still wanted to explain something, but was interrupted by Shin Chongqing's stern voice. I told you to get out. Unable to do anything about it, Zhang Wufeng had no choice but to exit the general's residence with his soldiers, leaving only Zhang Yi and the three of them at the entrance of the large general's residence. Falling goose. Now that they're all gone, those people within this general's residence who bullied you, I'll kill them all. Although Shin Chongqing held some grudges against Zhang Lanyan, he absolutely would not allow anyone to bully Zhang Lanyan. There's no need. Just hurry up and send eldest brother and I out of here, Zhang Luyan said with a cold expression. She just wanted to hurry up and leave this sad place, but Zhang Yi saw Shin Chongqing's reaction but had a sudden plan and asked, Do you really want to help little sister? I'm deeply in love with Falling Goose. I won't spare anyone who bullies her. Shin Chongqing nodded firmly. Good. I can help you and become a sword in your hand, Zhang Yi said in a shocking manner. Knife? You mean to do my bidding for the time being? Shin Chongqing instantly understand. Think carefully but also think very good, so not only can wash away the shame of being held hostage by Zhang Yi, but also in front of so many people to order Zhang Yi. This is a rare opportunity to show the saint in front of people. Eldest brother, we could have just left. Zhang Lanyan felt that she owed Zhang Yi too much and was really embarrassed to let Zhang Yi continue to pay.
No.
You remember that my Dao sect disciples cannot be subjected to this. Zhang Yi, however, was unusually firm in his attitude and had to complete his mission before he could leave. Today, revenge for revenge, revenge for revenge, don't spare anyone. Zhang Yi's eyes were ice cold as he barked. Right, I'll stand with you if the sky falls, Shin Chongqing also said with incomparable seriousness. Eldest senior brother would rather be a sword than help me. There is no way to repay such a favor. Zhang Lanyan was so grateful to Zhang Yi that he completely ignored Shin Chongqing. Shin Chongqing, what's the matter? I don't deserve to be taken seriously as a dog licker? I have one more condition. Seeing this scene, Shin Chongqing couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken and gritted his teeth. Zhang Yi frowned, somewhat resisting inwardly, but still patiently said, Speak. Let my sister tag along. Shin Chongqing laughed meaningfully. That's it. Zhang Yi sighed in relief. He thought it was some extraordinary condition, but it turned out to be just this much. Just follow it. What's the big deal? Shin Chongqing immediately took out a golden token and wrote something into the void. The dragon-like writing appeared in the void and then transmitted out through the token. I've told her about this place, and she should be here soon. Shin Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi's calm demeanor, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously sketched a smile. Chapter 20. Shin Xinyu the Fangirl. A few moments later, a clamor of movement came from outside the general's residence. Greetings, Your Highness. The voices of Zhang Wufeng and a group of soldiers resounded outside the general's residence. Brother, you better not be lying to me. The woman, however, ignored Zhang Wufeng and the others and ran straight towards the general's residence. Zhang Wufeng naturally did not obstruct. It just so happened that he also wanted to use the woman's hand to open the door of the general's residence, thus observing Shin Chongqing's well-being. My sister is here. Ever since the two of them had reached a consensus, Zhang Yi had let go of Shin Chongqing. It wasn't that Zhang Yi had much faith in Shin Chongqing, it was just that at this distance he could control Shin Chongqing again at any time. General house door opened, only to see a silhouette towards Zhang Yi flew. This person dressed in colorful embroidery brilliant, as if the god princess fairy, a pair of Danfeng eyes, two curved willow leaf eyebrows, the body volume of the slim, bumpy, grace face with spring way not show. Dan lips slightly opened the first smell of the smile. Big brother Zhang Yi, I've finally met you. The woman ran towards Zhang Yi to embrace him. But fortunately, Zhang Yi reacted quickly and avoided it in time. Sinking fish. This is the Dao Sect's senior brother. Stop fooling around. A touch of gloating flashed in the depths of Shin Chongqing's eyes, but he still reprimanded in a serious manner. Big brother Zhang Yi. My name is Shin Xinyu, the sinking fish of sinking fish and falling geese. To my surprise, Shen Xinyu simply ignored Shen Chongqing, and Zhang Yi was the only one in her pair of Danfeng eyes, looking at Zhang Yi's stunning features in fascination and laughing. I don't think we know each other, do we? Zhang Yi was startled by Shen Xinyu's enthusiasm and subconsciously took a few steps back. He didn't like this kind of self-interest. Big brother Zhang Yi, you don't know me? But I know you. I can say that I grew up listening to your legends. Shen Xinyu looked at Zhang Yi with a face of infatuation. Her gaze had never left Zhang Yi's body since she saw him. I'm that old. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. He was of a similar age to Shen Xinyu. This was clearly another little fangirl. No, big brother Zhang Yi is an invincible and handsome being in my heart. Who dares to say that my big brother Zhang Yi is old? Are you blind? Shen Xinyu panicked and defended. There's one thing to be said for you. You're more handsome than in the portrait. Shen Xinyu didn't know where she got Zhang Yi's portrait and placed it on her hand to scrutinize it. And finally her gaze fell on Zhang Yi. All right, business. Where did Zhang Yi have the heart to pay attention to Shen Xinyu? He didn't even know what Shen Chongqing called Shen Xinyu over for. Big brother Zhang Yi, what kind of things do you want to do when you come to Great Zhou? I can help you with everything. Shen Xinyu wanted to put on a good show in front of Zhang Yi, so she naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Watch quietly, you'll see later. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth wrote out a cold smile as he slowly said, yes. Shen Xinyu cheered as if being able to be with Zhang Yi was the most wonderful thing in the world. Zhang Wufeng outside the general's mansion has been a group of soldiers looked dumbfounded. This relationship, how to look at it, does not look like a hostage and robbers, right? What the hell just happened? Why does the atmosphere feel a little weird? Your Highness, what is this? Zhang Wufeng looked at Shen Chongqing in puzzlement and asked. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger appeared between Shen Chongqing's eyebrows, and he stared at Zhang Wufeng with a deadly stare, which actually caused Zhang Wufeng's heart to grow a little hairy. What's the situation? Don't you have any points in your heart? I and Zhang brother things before, but a misunderstanding. Only, I heard that before the falling geese in the general's residence can be bullied a lot. What is going on? A questioning voice caused Zhang Wufeng's face to turn a shade of white and a shade of green. Your Royal Highness, don't fall for Zhang Luyan's trick. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhang Wufeng explained with an anxious expression. However, Shen Chongqing didn't pay any attention to him at all, but glanced at Zhang Yi and said with his hands behind his back in an incomparably majestic manner, Brother Zhang, you know what to do next, right? Zhang Yi also cooperated with Shen Chongqing's performance, nodding his head in a rare manner and saying, all at the behest of your Highness the Crown Prince. What's the situation with these two? The arrogant and unrivaled Daosong senior brother actually listens to His Highness the Crown Prince. The crowd of soldiers were dumbfounded and looked at the two in disbelief. Shen Chongqing was wearing a smug smile. This was the first time he was above Zhang Yi. Even if he knew that Zhang Yi was putting on a show, it was still very cool. Shen Chongqing, don't you dare embarrass big brother Zhang Yi, or I won't spare you. Shen Xinyu was afraid that Zhang Yi would be wronged in some way, and she waved her small meaty fists threateningly. At those words, the smile on Shen Chongqing's face instantly froze. He even regretted bringing Shen Xinyu over. Where is such an elbow turning outwards? Falling goose, do whatever you want. Even if I turn this great Zhou upside down today, I'm still going to take the heat for you. Shen Chongqing chose to ignore Shen Xinyu, the nymphomaniac, and instead said to Zhang Lian in a domineering manner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wufeng's face changed, but he was well aware that Zhang Lian had not been bullied much when he was in the general's residence some years ago. Father, let third aunt come out first. Although Zhang Lanyan's face carried a hint of a smile, her eyes were icy cold, and it was the first time Zhang Yi had seen such a Zhang Lanyan. With this girl's heartless character, how much aggression must she suffer to be like this? In Zhang Yi's impression, Zhang Lanyan is a heartless little girl. It is hard to imagine what she went through in the general's residence in the first place to be like this. You ungrateful daughter, what do you want to do? Zhang Wufeng frowned slightly. Even at this point in time, he still accused Zhang Luyan. General Zhang, you'd better cooperate. Shen Chongqing threatened with a gloomy face. Do as she says. Otherwise, I'll go to father's side every day and tell on you. Shen Xinyu followed suit. She knew that helping Zhang Lanyan was helping Zhang Yi, and she didn't mind showing it. Zhang Wufeng looked gloomy, are about to drip water. Shen Xinyu as the most favored princess of the Great Zhou. He naturally cannot afford to offend, not to mention that there is a crown prince behind. Men, bring the third mistress. Zhang Wufeng had no choice but to finally submit. It's still the princess and the crown prince who are good in Great Zhou. Zhang Yi let out a heartfelt sigh. A few moments later, a beautiful young woman with a vicious face full of grievances walked to Zhang Wufeng's side and asked daintily, "What is it that the general has called me for?" "Third aunt. Do you remember me?" Zhang Lanyan's eyes carried a strong resentment as he pressed on. "Falling goose? How come you're back? This girl of yours is also really come back without telling auntie in advance." Third aunt pretended to be surprised and enthusiastically came up, with a hint of complaining in her tone, sounding exactly like an elder's concern for her juniors. But Zhang Lanyan didn't eat the set of words and coldly pushed third aunt away, saying with a disgusted expression, "Don't give me this set of words. I only feel disgusted." "Zhang Luyan, you've had enough." Zhang Wufeng finally erupted, catching third aunt with a hand and angrily scolding her. Chapter 21. Kill without pardon. "You still haven't changed a bit after all these years, arrogant and rude. Is that how you speak to your elders?" Zhang Wufeng completely disregarded the presence of outsiders and taunted Zhang Luyan. Shen Chongqing was about to open his mouth to rebuke Zhang Wufeng, but was stopped by Zhang Lanyan, only to see that she changed her previous softness and stepped in front of Zhang Wufeng, saying word by word, "Elders, have you ever treated me as a member of the Zhang family? So, she is not my elder. Besides, are you really not clear about how they treated me in the general's residence back then? Or, you just turned a blind eye? Where were you when they made me sleep in the stable back then? And where were you when they asked me to do their laundry in the winter? And where were you when they let them bully me and humiliate me?" A voice questioning gradually let Zhang Luyan red eyes, as if the aggression suffered all those years to completely burst at this moment. "What a general's residence! Zhang Wufeng, you are a father in vain." Shen Chongqing clenched his fists and accused with incomparable anger. Zhang Wufeng's expression changed, but there was no trace of guilt in his eyes. "You said that as the head of the general's residence, he would be unaware of these things? Of course I know, I just don't want to bother. I don't care what happened once upon a time, but it's wrong for you to treat your third aunt like that." Zhang Wufeng was still angrily blaming Zhang Luyan, as if all the faults in the world were caused by her. Third aunt also said with a hypocritical face, "Falling wild goose, this is all a misunderstanding. Back then that was only done to exercise your mind. The only way to be a man is to eat the bitterness." These words directly ignited Zhang Luyan. "Screw you people. You want to be willing to become a people person, you come." Zhang Yi secretly shook his head from the sidelines. It was hard to understand with his concepts what kind of father would turn a blind eye to his daughter being subjected to such a thing. Is it possible that Zhang Luyan is not his biological child? "Today, my eldest brother has said that Dao Sect disciples will not be subjected to this aggravation. There is revenge, and there are grudges to be avenged." Zhang Luyan's icy gaze fell on third aunt. She would have that encounter in the general's mansion, all because of this snake-hearted woman in front of her. "General, she's fierce." Third aunt hid behind Zhang Wufeng, her face showing horror as she said delicately, "Wanton, what do you want? Are you going to turn the world upside down?" Zhang Wufeng only felt that his dignity had been offended and angrily rebuked. Shen Chongqing had long been enraged. If he had known that Zhang Luyan had endured so much suffering in the general's residence, he would have made a move against the general's residence. "Zhang Wufeng, you are a father in vain. Today, I'm going to help Lan Yan out. All those who have bullied her. Kill without pardon. Excessive. I can't even listen to it anymore. What a waste of a father." Xin Xinyu was also extremely heartbroken when she heard what happened to Zhang Luyan, and angrily pointed at Zhang Wufeng and cursed. She then walked to Zhang Lanyan's side, hugged Zhang Lanyan with extreme heartache, and said softly, "Sister Lanyan, you've suffered all these years, but don't worry. We're all here today, and we're going to help you out with this bad gas. Right? Big brother Zhang Yi." When he finished speaking, he did not forget to look at Zhang Yi, but he realized that with a flash of Zhang Yi's figure, he had already arrived at the third aunt's side, and when he was about to strike with his hands forming a seal, he was stopped by Zhang Wufeng, and an invisible force shrouded him, stopping him from attacking. "Zhang Wufeng, brother Zhang was ordered by me to make a move. Yet you stopped him. Are you not trying to go against me?" Shen Chongqing grimaced as he took a step in front of Zhang Wufeng and asked in a domineering manner, "There is no intention to go against His Highness the Crown Prince. It's just that she has not broken the law, so how can she be guilty of a capital offense?" Zhang Wufeng narrowed his eyes and frowned. He offended the once crowned princess. Is that not a capital offense? Can it be that General Zhang has not put the majesty of our royal family in his eyes? All of these things happened in the past when Falling Goose had a marriage contract with me. General Zhang, do you think she should die? Shen Chongqing had long thought of an excuse that would definitely leave Zhang Wufeng speechless. General Zhang, those who know what's right are wise if you insist on obstructing. I'll have no choice but to report this to father. Shen Chongqing hardened and threatened. The crown prince. Zhang Wufeng still wanted to defend himself, but he heard Shen Xinyu follow suit and said, "What other nonsense do you have to say? It's already a great favor that you're not blamed for this. If you don't want to intervene, I'll go and report it to father." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wufeng faded the spiritual power on his body and said helplessly, "You can see the situation. I really don't have a way." Zhang Wufeng did not hesitate to choose his future. He did not dare to offend both Shen Chongqing and Shen Xinyu's siblings at the same time. "General, you can't just leave me alone. I've done nothing but hard work for so many years." Third ant cried out in grief, vigorously hugging Zhang Wufeng's thighs and crying. Zhang Wufeng frowned with a resolute look on his face and kicked the third ant away. Zhang Yi also took advantage of this effort to condense a furious finger light. A stream of light directly pierced through the third ant's head. Her cries came to an abrupt end, and she also lost her life instantly. Watching a fresh life die under his hands like this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath, but he quickly regained his composure. Luckily, he hadn't done this kind of thing too often in his memories, which was in line with the persona of his Dao Sect's eldest senior brother, who was decisive and unforgiving. "Brother Zhang, well done." Shen Chongqing was satisfied with Zhang Yi's performance and thought that he had made Zhang Yi, not realizing that it was all in Zhang Yi's calculations. Zhang Yi was too lazy to bother with Shen Chongqing, but instead looked at Zhang Luyan and asked, "Senior sister, is anyone else bullying you?" Yes, who else bullied you before? Call them all out and I'll let Zhang Yi kill them." Shen Chongqing thought that he didn't have to do it himself anyway, and he could also sell Zhang Lanyan a favor, so naturally he was extremely happy. But before Zhang Lanyan could open her mouth, she only heard a duck voice coming, "Mother! Mother! You died so tragically." Zhang Lanyan's face was obviously a bit unnatural after seeing the visitor. A flash of fear flashed in her eyes, and she subconsciously hid behind Zhang Yi. "Zhang He! The person is the third ant's son Zhang He. When he was in the general's residence cannot be less bullying Zhang Lanyan. A little bit of bad times will take Zhang Lanyan out of anger. Light is punched and kicked. Heavy is the criminal law service, so Zhang Lanyan is now looking at him with a little bit of fear." "Zhang Luyan, was it you who forced mother to die?" After Zhang He vented, he glared at Zhang Luyan with murderous eyes and asked ferociously, "I killed her." Zhang Yi looked calm and said coldly. Sensing Zhang Yi's extraordinary aura, Zhang He frowned. "And who are you? Dare to commit murder in front of my general's residence?" Chapter 22. Seek your own death. "I made him do it." Shen Chongqing walked strongly to Zhang He, his eyes looking at him fiercely. Upon hearing this, Zhang He's brows were tightly locked, somewhat confused about the situation. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Back then, it was her who skipped the wedding. It was her who was unfavorable to you. So why do you need to protect her again?" Shen Chongqing looked at Zhang He as if he was looking at a retard. He wanted to see what else he could say. "Your Royal Highness, Zhang Luyan has been lying since he was young. Don't let him confuse you," Zhang He said with an agitated expression. "Shut up. You've got nothing to do here. Get in there." Just then, Zhang Wufeng broke free from his grief and loudly reprimanded Zhang He. "Dad!" Zhang He looked at Zhang Wufeng incredulously, knowing that in the past, Zhang Wufeng loved him the most. "Told you to get your ass in there." Zhang Wufeng was really afraid that Zhang He would also be planted here, and it was not good for him to defend Zhang He in the face of Shen Chongqing and Shen Xinyu's threats. Zhang He also sensed that something was wrong and glared fiercely at Zhang Luyan, forcing the hatred in his heart to prepare to retreat. However, he was stopped by Zhang Yi. "You can't leave yet. Off." Zhang He kicked towards Zhang Yi, but realized that his body was as heavy as lead, unable to move at all. This caused Zhang He's complexion to change drastically, and his eyes looked at Zhang Yi in horror. "Who the hell are you?" Right at this moment, Zhang Lanyan took a deep breath to overcome the fear in his heart and gritted his teeth. "Eldest senior brother, I want to kill him with my own hands." "Zhang Luyan, do you really want to kill everyone? He is at least your brother." Zhang Wufeng was in a hurry. He knew that the only way to keep Zhang Yi now was to dispel Zhang Luyan's killing intent. Oh, brother? He deserves it. Zhang Luyan mockingly smiled. Father, do you really not know how he treated me before? Zhang Wufeng's eyes were a bit evasive, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, what happened in the beginning has already passed. Why do you need to rehash old scores? I'll let him make amends with you, can't I? The past? Reopen old scores? Can't that be solved by making amends? Then I'll kill him and make amends with you. Okay? Zhang Luyan growled with red eyes. He was really disappointed in the man in front of him. You don't know. He's my nightmare. Countless times I've woken up from my dreams because of him. Zhang Luyan said emotionally. Shin Chongqing clenched his fists and said indignantly, Damn it! This person must die. He was incomparably distressed by Zhang Lanyan, and at the same time, a trace of guilt arose in his heart. He actually didn't even know that Zhang Lanyan had suffered so much in the general's residence. Falling goose. In the future, I will absolutely not allow anyone to bully you. No one can. Shin Chongqing swore secretly in his heart. Zhang He finally understood the situation at this moment. Good one, Zhang Luyan. Relying on the authority of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, he acts as a bully. You say you want to kill me yourself? I'm standing right here. Do you dare to kill me? Zhang He sneered. If Zhang Lanyan let someone else take a shot, he was still a bit afraid. But to say that Zhang Lanyan dared to take a shot at him, he was 10,000 times more unbelievable. Zhang Yi also loosened the pressure on him, as he could take his life instantly if he wanted to anyway. Feeling that he had regained his freedom, Zhang He mockingly looked at Zhang Yi. You're the Dao Sect's senior brother Zhang Yi, right? You're rumored to be a god in the outside world, but in my opinion, it's nothing more than that. Zhang Yi snorted coldly. There was no need to take care of someone who was about to die. Instead, it was Zhang Luyan and Shin Xinyu who were a bit anxious. Do not be rude to eldest brother. How dare you? How can you speak to my big brother Zhang Yi? This was a bit of a surprise to Zhang He, but after taking a look at Zhang Yi's impeccable features, he just muttered in a small voice, It's nothing more than having a good skin. There's no harm in it, there's no need to be concerned with people who are going to die. Zhang Yi waved his hand, looking indifferent, and did not look at Zhang He until the end. Sister Lok Yen, your cargo boy bullied you in the first place and offended big brother Zhang Yi. You must kill him. For anyone who offended Zhang Yi, Shin Xinyu would not let go. Zhang Luyan nodded with a grave expression, while taking a deep breath as if he was doing mental construction. Your Highness the Crown Prince, if Zhang Luyan did not kill me, you may not intervene in this matter again. How is that? Zhang He was not a foolish person, knowing that Zhang Wufeng was unable to make a move because he was afraid of Shin Chongqing, and as long as he resolved Shin Chongqing, he would make both Zhang Luyan and Zhang Yi account for themselves. Shin Chongqing nodded his head in agreement without hesitation. As long as it was something that Zhang Lanyan wanted to do, he would fully support it. After Zhang He got Shin Chongqing's answer, a smile finally appeared on his face, and he walked in front of Zhang Luyan with confidence, straightened his chest, and pointed to the location of his heart. Come, don't you want to kill me? Come. Stab here. When Zhang He walked to Zhang Luyan's side, her petite body obviously trembled, and a flash of fear flashed in the depths of her eyes, which was a kind of fear that went deep into her bones. Heh, just you coward, so what if you went to the Dao Sect and learned some skills? I'm standing right here, you kill me instead. Thinking that he had Zhang Lanyan pegged, Zhang He kept provoking her and even slapped his hand on Zhang Lanyan's face. Shin Chongqing almost did not hold back his hand, but thinking of Zhang Lanyan's words before, he still held back. Perhaps, this matter is most appropriate to let Lanyan solve it by herself. Why are you doing this to me? Zhang Luyan raised her head and asked with a slightly trembling voice. Do you need a reason? Who in the entire general's house treats you like a human being? Zhang He laughed contemptuously, looking somewhat impatient. Don't you want to kill me? Go ahead and do it. Don't give you a chance you don't want to use it. Zhang Luyan lowered his head and mouthed the words. It turns out that there is no need for a reason, and some people's evil is innate. Waste. Always a waste. Useless. Are you going to move or not? I'm leaving if you don't. Zhang He turned around and wanted to leave, not taking Zhang Luyan seriously. However, when he just turned around, he only felt a cold dagger stabbing into his heart. A penetrating coldness swept through his body. He turned around incredulously, his fingers trembling and pointing at Zhang Luyan. You. But he swallowed his breath before he could finish his words, and died with his eyes all glazed over, and his eyes were even more filled with a look of incomprehension. Zhang Lanyan's slash could be described as fast, accurate, and ruthless, not giving Zhang Yi the slightest chance to react. Zhang Lanyan looked at Zhang Yi, who fell on the ground. Her petite body trembled continuously, and her tears could not be stopped. I did it. I have fantasized about killing him countless times. I did not expect it to be like this. Just Zhang Yi is afraid to death, cannot believe that Zhang Lanyan will kill him. No wonder the death is not rest in peace. Zhang Luyan, you dare to kill my son. Zhang Wufeng was enraged. A violent strong wind blew up, and a horrible killing intent filled the surroundings, as if a layer of frost wrapped around the general's residence. Chapter 23. Zhang Zhang's Honorable Order. General Zhang, he deserved what he got. Is it possible that you want a rebel? Shin Chongqing, quick eyes and hands blocked in front of Shin Luyan, for fear that Zhang Wufeng could not think of a way to kill Zhang Luyan. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is bullying people too much. You get out of the way. Zhang Wufeng clenched his teeth, his eyes red. Losing his favorite concubine and son in one day naturally made him furious. So what if I don't allow it? Do you still want to kill me? Shin Chongqing felt the overriding killing intent and said with a firm expression. Zhang Wufeng stared deathly at Shin Chongqing and fell into deep thought, and the atmosphere was even more oppressive to the extreme. Zhang Wufeng, you are the father of falling wild goose and you didn't do anything about it. This matter that I didn't settle the score with you is already considered a favor. What else do you want? Shin Chongqing didn't panic Zhang Wufeng in the slightest. He didn't believe that Zhang Wufeng dared to make a move against him here. As expected, the killing intent on Zhang Wufeng's body gradually dissipated, only that the eyes of resentment did not subside. You unfilial daughter, I don't want to see you, and don't let me see you again in the future. In addition to your mother's grave, I want to move out of the Zhang family's ancestral grave. Zhang Wufeng cannot help Zhang Luyan for the time being, so he can only vent his anger from her late birth mother. Zhang Luyan looked at Zhang Wufeng incredulously, disappointment written all over his fleshy face. Zhang Wufeng, are you still a human being? My mother spent her entire life just for you, and you let her die without peace. Zhang Lanyan did not continue to call Zhang Wufeng father, simply because she had been completely disappointed in Zhang Wufeng. Zhang Yi also frowned. He only felt that Zhang Wufeng had gone too far. He was simply a father and husband in vain. Blame no one else. Blame yourself. Zhang Wufeng, simply Zhang Luyan's agonized expression. His heart actually rose a sense of revengeful pleasure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanyan seemed to have made up her mind and resolutely said, Zhang Wufeng, from today onwards, I will sever my relationship with you. Since the day you left the general's residence, you and I have had nothing more to do with each other. No, there is only hatred between you and me. Zhang Wufeng snorted coldly and said viciously, besides, I'll move my mother's grave. I don't need you to do it. Zhang Lanyan didn't know what other excessive things Zhang Wufeng would do to her mother's corpse afterward, so naturally she had to take it away. And what qualifications do you have to enter my Zhang family's ancestral tomb? Zhang Wufeng naturally wouldn't let Zhang Luyan have his way, and shouted, Come on people, move that maid's grave out. I want to destroy that servant girl's bones in front of this unfilial daughter. Zhang Wufeng let out a loud shout, and a group of soldiers in armor immediately took orders and rushed to the Zhang family's ancestral tomb immediately to take action. Shin Chongqing wanted to stop it, but he was stopped by Zhang Wufeng, something that even Shin Chongqing could not stop. Zhang Wufeng, are you still human? Zhang Luyan angrily bellowed, stopping only in front of the group of soldiers. You are not allowed to go. Shin Chongqing and Shin Xinyu also blocked in front of the group of soldiers, which caused Zhang Wufeng to laugh in anger. You can stop them? Can you stop me? Zhang Wufeng is determined to move Zhang Luyan's mother's grave today. Broken off? But it's long overdue to break it off. Don't want a father like that. This guy is so heartless that he wants to move his own hairy wife's grave. Even Shin Chongqing and the others can't stop this matter, and it's impossible to stop him with my strength. At this time, Zhang Yi had even forgotten about the mission. As the saying goes, help someone to the end, and with one mind, he wanted to help Zhang Luyan completely solve the trouble, and it was not in vain for her to take such a great risk to bring herself back. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's mind flashed and remembered a token whose origin he had never been able to figure out. In the next moment, he saw Zhang Yi suddenly take out a golden token engraved with the word Zhang. General Zhang, can you recognize this token? Shock was written all over Zhang Wufeng's face, and his voice even trembled a bit. Why do you? You have the Zhang family honorable order. Seeing this, Zhang Yi secretly sighed in relief in his heart. This could be considered a blind cat catching a dead rat. Moreover, looking at Zhang Wufeng's reaction, his fear of this token was obviously greater than his fear of Shen Chongqing and Shen Xinyu. This token has such a great origin? It turned out that this token was when Yue Yao adopted him he carried in his body. He now took out is also holding a tri-mentality. I did not expect with Zhang Wufeng's Zhang family really have relations. Zhang Luyan was also stunned. Eldest senior brother is actually related to our Zhang family? Zhang Wufeng reacted at this moment. His expression was not to mention how wonderful. Your surname is Zhang, and you have such talent. I should have thought that you came from there. Where is there? Zhang Yi was confused. He hadn't heard of any other major power in the Wuling continent that was surnamed Zhang, but he didn't point it out, so he could just use this identity to help Zhang Lanyan out of trouble. When we get back, we'll have to ask Master if he knows who I am? Zhang Yi made up his mind in his mind. Looking at Zhang Wufeng, that place should be very uncomplicated, even beyond the existence of a Dao sect. Since you recognize this order, am I qualified to enter the Zhang family's ancestral tomb? Zhang Yi asked in a cold voice. This scared Zhang Wufeng. He could care less about the identity of Zhang Yi Dao sect's senior brother. But he didn't dare to care about having this token. Your Holiness is joking. As long as you say the word, the Zhang family is all yours. Zhang Wufeng seemed like a different person, looking at Zhang Yi attentively and smiling. Shen Chongqing and the others were dumbfounded. What is this? What exactly is Zhang Yi's origin? General Zhang, what kind of token is that? And where is that place you mentioned? Shen Chongqing knew that it was all because of that mysterious token, which had successfully aroused his curiosity. Shen Chongqing helped Zhang Yi ask the question in his heart, which made Zhang Yi couldn't help but secretly give him a nod. Thou shalt not speak. Thou shalt not speak. Zhang Wufeng, however, shook his head in a cryptic manner. Shen Chongqing couldn't help but frown. He hated this mysterious feeling. Since Falling Goose is His Eminence's senior sister, her mother's grave will naturally not be moved. Zhang Wufeng's mind moved, changing his previous attitude and taking the initiative to propose. This was much more effective than Shen Chongqing striking out. Shen Chongqing frowned at Zhang Yi. He even felt a sense of being teased. If Zhang Yi had taken out that token earlier, where would there be so much to do? When did Zhang Yi turn into this kind of person? Actually stepping on me to manifest himself in front of people? Shen Chongqing frowned as he looked at Zhang Yi, always feeling that something was wrong in his heart. Brother Zhang, why didn't you take out this token earlier if you had it? Shen Chongqing was a bit depressed. Before it was all about him showing his prowess. Now that he encountered something he couldn't solve, Zhang Yi took out a token and solved it, which really made him feel a bit frustrated. Zhang Yi was tempted to tell him that he too had just realized that this token had such a great origin. But in order to maintain his persona, he just said coldly, the real killing weapon should of course be brought out last. Shen Chongqing was speechless for a while. He always felt as if he had fallen for Zhang Yi's trick this time, but he had no evidence. Big brother Zhang Yi is just too handsome. Just a token makes General Zhang bow down. Shen Xinyu looked at Zhang Yi with a florid look on her face and applauded. Chapter 24. Returning home. Shen Chongqing made a stern face and muttered in a low voice, how come I don't see you praising me? The guy who is heavy on color and light on friends. At this moment, Zhang Wufeng also changed his previous attitude. Enthusiastically walked to Zhang Lanyan. Lanyan, before a father wrong. So, how much aggression you suffered before the general's residence. Today throughout, father help you pack them. Zhang Lian looked disgusted and avoided Zhang Wufeng. Zhang Wufeng's current attitude would only make her feel nauseous. We no longer have a relationship, just now. Of course she knew that Zhang Wufeng would be like this naturally because of Zhang Yi's Zhang clan honorable order. This realistic face was simply disgusting. Zhang Wufeng's mind moved, and he looked at Zhang Yi attentively. Your Holiness, it was my unfavorable jurisdiction that neglected Lokian's feelings before. I know who all bullied her. Come on people, bring out the housekeeper, Instructor Wu, Zhang Chang, and Nurse. Zhang Wufeng called out the names of a dozen people with one face. Zhang Lanyan looked even more despondent. Zhang Wufeng called out all the people who bullied her back then. One not more and one not less. But it also made her even more chilled. It turned out that he knew all of it and just didn't care. Zhang Yi was also a bit shocked. So there were so many people bullying Zhang Luyan in the general's residence. so she suffered so much in the general's residence. Damn! Why did he sit back and do nothing if he knew? Shun Chongqing was furious, and his heart ached more and more for Zhang Lanyan. After a few moments, anyone whose name was called out by Zhang Wufeng was escorted to Zhang Luyan. This time was different. They all knew what was happening outside, and seeing Zhang Luyan was like seeing the plague, begging for mercy one after another. Falling wild goose. What happened before was all at the behest of the third aunt, so please forgive me and let the little one go. Falling geese sister, I was also young and uninformed at the time. Watching everyone treat you like that, I just follow the trend. Sister falling goose, for the sake of you and I being sisters, spare me. This included Zhang Luyan's siblings, who were part of it in the first place. Zhang Luyan looked at the crowd of people with abominable faces in front of him, his expression gradually agonizing, as if he had recalled something bad. Before Zhang Lanyan could speak, Zhang Wufeng drew his sword. A sharp blade flashed. A dozen heads fell to the ground, and the smell of blood instantly spread across the gate of the general's residence. Killing and decisive, not giving them a chance to explain. It turned out that he could also be so protective, only it wasn't Zhang Lanyan that he was protecting, but Zhang Yi's Zhang clan honorable order. Just as a dozen or so heads fell to the ground, at this moment, Zhang Lanyan had already walked over to Zhang Yi, a hint of crying in his voice. Eldest brother, I'm going to bring my mother's corpse and bones with me. Okay. Do you have a problem with that? Zhang Yi glanced at Zhang Wufeng and asked in a condescending manner. This is naturally not the case. Zhang Wufeng was actually a bit hesitant. He still wanted to use Zhang Lanyan to climb up Zhang Yi's high branch, but seeing Zhang Yi's glaring eyes, he changed his mind when he got to the edge of his mouth. Subsequently, Zhang Wufeng brought a few people to the ancestral land of the Zhang family, where Zhang Luyan threw open her mother's grave with her own hands, after which she burned the bones in it to ashes, carefully packed them in an urn, and placed them into a Chenkuan bag for safekeeping. Mother, from now on, wherever you are is home. We'll leave here and never come back. Zhang Luyan murmured in a low voice. This day she experienced the sorrows and joys of life, which really made her a bit unbearable, and her whole person looked extremely haggard. Right at this moment, the heavenly fate diagram within Zhang Yi's body continuously sent out a number of vibrations, and when he checked it again, he found that the page belonging to Zhang Lanyan had been completely lit up, and the rewards had been issued. So this is the real homecoming. It was not until this moment that Zhang Yi truly understood the meaning of returning home. He only saw that the heavenly river sword technique suddenly appeared in his mind, as well as 5 boxes of different colors, and he thought that these were the so-called heavenly fate boxes. Good Lord, senior sister's favor value towards me has reached 5 stars? Zhang Yi was shocked when he checked the favor value. This was the highest favor value among all the lit characters at the moment. And I wonder how much goodwill is considered love? Zhang Yi was a bit curious, and this could only be judged based on experience afterward. Having completed all the tasks, this made Zhang Yi's heart and mind feel free, and he only wanted to leave as soon as possible to find a place to properly retreat and study the differently colored heavenly fate boxes and heavenly river sword technique. Eldest brother, let's go back. Zhang Lanyan's eyes looked at Zhang Yi eagerly. She didn't want to stay in this hellish place for a moment longer. Zhang Yi was delighted in his heart and gave Zhang Luyan an appreciative glance, which coincided with his thoughts. Zhang Wufeng was in a hurry. This could be anxious Zhang Wufeng, only to see him walking anxiously to Zhang Lanyan, asking with an attentive face, Lanyan, father has already helped you kill them. What else are you dissatisfied with? Shen Chongqing also came up. Lian, it's not easy for you to come back. Stay for a few more days. I'll take you for a walk. Brother Zhang Yi, are you going back to the Dao sect? Can I take you back with me? Shen Xinyu, on the other hand, was petulantly pouting. It was not easy for her to see Zhang Yi once, so she naturally did not want to be separated, and the best way to do so was to join the Dao sect, preferably becoming Yue Yao's disciple, so that she could spend time with Zhang Yi on a daily basis. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and said in a chilling voice, There's no need. I'm going back to the Dao sect for closed-door cultivation. Seeing that several people still did not respond, Zhang Yi's face showed his anger, and his tone became a bit heavier. What? You guys still want to force us to stay? Zhang Wufeng immediately shook his head and scrambled to defend himself. Your Holiness is mistaken. It's just that I hope that your Holiness can help me put in a good word with there. Are you worthy? Zhang Yi didn't know where he was talking about there, and could only put on a superior stance and ask back in a condescending manner. It is I who have offended. Your Holiness, forgive me. Zhang Wufeng realized that he had been a bit hasty and hastily dodged away, bowing his head humbly. Zhang Yi ignored him and walked straight away. All he wanted to do now was to hurry back to the Dao sect to study the Heavenly Fate Box and the Heavenly River Sword technique. Shen Chongqing and Shen Xinyu both followed closely behind them. Brother Zhang Yi, I want to worship the Dao sect, so take me there. Shen Xinyu had gone out of her way to follow Zhang Yi, and she didn't care about any royal princess status. No way. Shen Chongqing, can you take your sister back? Zhang Yi had a bit of a headache from Shen Xinyu's noise. Brother Zhang, you're being a bit insufficient. I've done you such a great favor. You wouldn't even be willing to take my sister to the Dao sect, would you? Shen Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi's headache and couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure in his heart, thinking that it was just the right time to let Shen Xinyu go and clean up Zhang Yi. Whatever. She can go if she wants to. It's none of my business. Zhang Yi said coldly. To my surprise, Shen Xinyu was energized and said cheerfully, Yes, Brother Zhang Yi agrees that I should go to the Dao sect. Zhang Yi blankly glanced at Shen Xinyu, worried about her intelligence, but felt that she and Zhang Luyan were like two sisters. What a sinker. Chapter 25. Storm Cloud's Boots. When a few people came to the border of Great Zhou, Shen Chongqing reluctantly looked at Zhang Lanyan and said, Lanyan, as a Great Zhou prince, I cannot easily leave Great Zhou. This farewell. Your Royal Highness, many thanks. After this incident, Zhang Lanyan slightly changed her opinion of Shen Chongqing, and felt that the person in front of her didn't seem as annoying as before. Shen Chongqing scratched his head with some embarrassment, shyly like a boy next door. Lok Yen, although you and I have broken our marriage contract, I, Shen Chongqing, will not marry you in this life. Your Highness, don't joke. As the Crown Prince of Great Zhou, how can you do as you please? Zhang Lanyan guffawed and pressed Shen Chongqing's words into her heart. Shen Chongqing smiled but did not say, Some things are useless to say, and look at the future is. Shen Chongqing then cautiously instructed Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang, my sister is capricious. When she goes to the Dao sect, I'll trouble you to take more care of her. Don't let her suffer. What's her business to me? Zhang Yi returned with extreme indifference. Shen Chongqing smiled helplessly. He knew that today's Zhang Yi was different from before, and he didn't pay any attention to Zhang Yi. He just dotingly patted Shen Xinyu's little head and said, Xinyu, when you go to the Dao sect, listen to Brother Zhang. Don't cause any trouble. Big Brother will visit you when he has time. Got it, hurry up. Shen Xinyu sullenly lifted Shen Chongqing's hand and said with extreme impatience. Shen Chongqing was dumbfounded, his expression slightly embarrassed. This girl. Go your way, I'll see you off. Shen Chongqing waved his hand and watched the trio's figures fade away. After Shen Chongqing saw a few people leave, he returned to the general's residence to find Zhang Wufeng, but saw that his face was excited, and he did not have the slightest bit of pain from the loss of a loved one. This made Shen Chongqing only feel a wave of nausea in his heart, and with a look of disgust on his face, he asked, Zhang Wufeng, what exactly is the origin of the token in Zhang Yi's hand? Do you have any knowledge of his origins? The world knew that Zhang Yi was an orphan adopted by Yue Yao, and no one knew his origin, but seeing Zhang Wufeng's appearance, he seemed to know the inside story. Who would have thought that Zhang Wufeng would be extremely jealous of this matter, waving his hand and shaking his head. Your Highness, this matter is not to be spoken of. I advise you to hasten to dismiss this idea. Zhang Wufeng, if I were to inform father about this, do you think he would be interested in Zhang Yi's origin? Seeing that he couldn't suppress him, Shen Chongqing had to bring up the name of the Great Zhou Holy Emperor. Your Highness the Crown Prince, why are you being so bitter? I really don't know his life. I only know that the owner of that token is definitely an existence we can't afford to mess with. This matter concerns the goddess of Kunlun. Do you say it's speakable? Unable to do anything else, Zhang Wufeng had no choice but to tell all the truth that he knew. Kunlun goddess? Zhang Yi is related to the Kunlun goddess. Shen Chongqing directly froze in place. The Kunlun goddess was a cursed existence. No wonder Zhang Wufeng was so scornful. The main thing is that there are too many legends about the Kunlun goddess, and so far no one has explored the secrets of the Kunlun goddess. Thinking of this, Shen Chongqing was also prepared to secretly conceal this secret. This matter must not be mentioned to anyone else, not even father. Shen Xinyu had tried her best to talk to Zhang Yi along the way, but he simply ignored her. Along the way, Shen Xinyu tried her best to strike up a conversation with Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi simply ignored her, so she had no choice but to chat with Zhang Lian. The two women chattered on the road and soon hit it off. The atmosphere was peaceful. A few hours later, Zhang Yi brought the two women back to the Dao sect and instructed Zhang Lian to arrange for Shinshinu. Brother Zhang Yi, how do I have to join the sect of Patriarch Yue Yao? Although Zhang Yi had been indifferent to her, Shinshinu was still enthusiastic and asked as she looked at Zhang Yi blearily. Sinking fish sister, the patriarch will only take the initiative to accept disciples. The only person under his door for so many years is the eldest brother, and it is difficult for ordinary people to enter the patriarch's eyes. Zhang Lanyan knows Shinshinu's mind, and the implication is that Shinshinu should dispel this idea earlier. It was hard for me to come to the Dao sect, so I won't give up so easily. Shinshinu stubbornly beamed. Zhang Yi, however, ignored her and directly ran towards the forgetful river cliff. At the forgotten river cliff, Zhang Yi sat with his legs crossed over the stream and began to study the heavenly river sword technique within his body. When he opened the heavenly river sword technique with his mind, a supreme figure appeared in his mind, and a sword was swung down like a heavenly river descending and cutting through everything. Just a single sword was enough to amaze the ages. In the blink of an eye, the figure swung tens of thousands of swords in Zhang Yi's mind, which allowed Zhang Yi to directly master the heavenly river sword technique. It turns out that the gong method rewarded by the heavenly fate diagram can be cultivated directly. Zhang Yi was satisfied. This heavenly river sword technique was definitely the strongest offensive art he currently possessed. Next, experience opening a blind box. Zhang Yi looked at the 5 differently colored heavenly fate boxes in his mind, and a sense of anticipation rose within him. With a thought, Zhang Yi opened a ruddy-colored heavenly fate box, only to see a piece of information rapidly surging into his mind. What the hell? The divine fate box still opens instructions. Zhang Yi was startled. The information that flooded into his mind just now was the description of the heavenly fate box. It's also great to open a blind box and open the manual. However, this also let him at least know that the heavenly fate box has grades. From bottom to top are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. And his 4 remaining blind boxes are in the colors orange, yellow, green, and clear. It's kind of interesting that there are levels. It's better to leave the good stuff to open at the end. Zhang Yi rubbed his palms together, constantly praying for the possession of the Emperor of Europe, and then opened the orange box. 10 Spirit Gathering Pills. The Spirit Gathering Pill was only able to quickly restore spiritual energy, and it was not of much use to Zhang Yi. Without stopping, Zhang Yi opened the yellow box and opened another 10 doom charms. The bad luck talisman could only affect other people's chi for a short period of time, and this did not have to work for Zhang Yi. That's okay. There's still the last 2. Hopefully they'll open something useful. Zhang Yi used his mind to open the green box again, and under a flash of green light, 10 spirit transforming pills surfaced in front of him. The spirit transformation pill was condensed from the essence blood of a strong spirit transformation person, and it had a miraculous effect on people in the spirit transformation stage, and those with good qualifications could even break through with the help of the spirit transformation pill. 10 spirit transformation pills should be enough for me to break through. A smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face, finally opening something useful. The green box will be able to open something useful to me, and every 10 boxes can also be fused and upgraded, so in the future, the other colors of the divine fate boxes can be saved for fusion. Zhang Yi quickly grasped the usage of the heavenly fate box. Then came the main event. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and apprehensively opened the green-colored heavenly fate box. Under a flash of green light, a pair of golden shoes carved with wind and clouds appeared in front of him, and information about the shoes instantly surfaced in his mind. Wind and cloud boots. Imperial-level magic treasure spirit, Dao, June, Emperor, Imperial, Supreme, feasible clouds and wind, shrinking the ground into a step. This made Zhang Yi's face show joy. The heavenly fate diagram is always pitting me. With these wind and cloud boots I can run faster in the future. It's rare to be thoughtful for once. It was important to know that even the Dao sect, as one of the 4 major powers of the Wuling continent, only had 1 Emperor-level magic treasure, and there were no more than 2 hands of Emperor-level magic treasures. Chapter 26. Coming from the immortal world? Zhang Yi put the wind and cloud boots on and the size automatically changed, and after a few steps he felt extraordinarily light, as if he had stepped on a cloud. Zhang Yi tried to use his spiritual power to catalyze the wind cloud boots again, and instantly appeared in front of the Dao sect's mountain gate, knowing that the forgetful river cliff could be 300 miles away from the Dao sect's mountain gate. Zhang Yi was satisfied with the wind cloud boots, which were simply a divine weapon for running away. Before the people around him could react, Zhang Yi urged his wind cloud boots to return to the top of the Forgotten River Cliff once again. After returning to the Forgotten River Cliff, Zhang Yi began to swallow the spirit transformation pill, and as the spirit transformation pill entered his body, he could only feel a wave of warmth current flowing through his body, and the heaven and earth's spiritual chi actually surged into his body at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The area of the spirit transformation pool inside Zhang Yi's body also continued to grow, and after he had swallowed 5 spirit transformation pills, the area of the spirit transformation pool had grown to 15 zhang. Knowing that the spirit transformation pool of the unusual spirit transformation stage was only 1 zhang in size, the size of the spirit transformation pool also directly determined the battle power. After Zhang Yi had devoured all 10 spirit transformation pills, the area of his spirit transformation pool grew violently to the size of 20 zhang, and a huge and vast power suddenly washed over his body. Ka-ching! Only a vision could be heard. A golden light flickered all over his body. A spiritual chi gathered in the sky, and Zhang Yi's cultivation had successfully broken through to the middle stage of spirit transformation. This feeling of being filled with power filled Zhang Yi with a sense of security, and the strength of his power was what made him fundamental in this world. It's not a loss to complete the mission this time. It actually allowed my cultivation to directly break through to the middle stage of spirit transformation, as well as a spirit weapon to escape. A contented smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face, and he felt that the heavenly fate diagram didn't seem so pitiful at this point. Just then, a familiar and pleasant voice came. "You made a breakthrough?" Zhang Yi looked up to see that it was none other than his high-strung master teacher, and immediately came up with gusto, saying in an inviting manner, "Yao, I didn't lie to you, did I? Since revealing my feelings to you, my cultivation speed has gone up." Zhang Yi was also making Yue Yao believe in his line of reasoning even more. "Humph, yes, how? Came back and didn't come to me?" A touch of anger surfaced between Yue Yao's brows as she said coldly. Zhang Yi's heart burst with joy. The more Yue Yao did, so the more it proved that she cared about herself. "Yao, didn't I intend to surprise you with a breakthrough before going to find you? Who knew you came first?" Zhang Yi's words more or less meant to blame, and this move was called preemptive strike. "So you still blame me?" Yue Yao obviously didn't eat this, her complexion still icy cold. Zhang Yi waved his hand in succession, pretending to be aggrieved. "You've misunderstood. How could I possibly blame you anymore? I just wanted to give you a surprise." Yue Yao snorted coldly. "Humph, you've risen to the occasion on this trip, first going to the Heavenly Sect and then to the Great Zhou dynasty. I've heard that you've been helping Zhang Lanyan out." Yue Yao was obviously a bit tasty, and Zhang Yi secretly said a bad word, thinking that no matter what kind of woman it was, she would be jealous. "Yao, there is no intention to help her out. It's just that when the 3 major forces came to the door looking for trouble, they had looked for the Earth Sect before, so naturally they couldn't spare the Heavenly Sect and Great Zhou." The way Zhang Yi said it was so well deserved. He had thought of the wording long before he returned to the Dao Sect. Immediately after that, he hastily changed the topic and asked with a cheap smile, "Yao, are you so concerned about me? Knowing so quickly?" Yue Yao seemed to have been poked in the heart. A trace of panic appeared on her high and cold face, and she hastily defended, "Nonsense. I'm just afraid that you'll die outside. I don't care. It's obvious that you care, why don't you admit it? You're a stiff upper lip." Zhang Yi liked to see Yue Yao's appearance the most. It was quite unique. "Think what you will. What about you bringing back the Princess of Great Zhou?" Yue Yao already knew the news of Xinxinyu coming to the Dao Sect, and she also hastened to change the subject. "She's the one who had to come along, not me." Zhang Yi hastily brushed aside the relationship. "Is that so? I can hear that she came to the Dao Sect just for you, and even wanted to worship under me for you. Do you want me to take her as a disciple?" Yue Yao's handsome face actually had a sinister smile on it, and those eyes were even deeper, as if they were trying to see through Zhang Yi. "Yao, I don't care about her. It's best to expel her from the Dao Sect." Zhang Yi knew that he had to clear the air at this time, or else with Yue Yao's nature he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time. "Really? Then I will expel her from the Dao Sect later." Yue Yao's eyes had been running over Zhang Yi, and seeing that Zhang Yi did not care at all, she did not pursue the matter further. Zhang Yi also immediately showed his attitude of approval, and then took out that Zhang Clan Zun order, and asked with a serious look, "Yao, when you first said that this token has always been on me, do you know the origin of this token?" A complex color flashed in Yue Yao's eyes, but she quickly shook her head. "I don't know. Why did you suddenly remember this token?" Zhang Yi then told Yue Yao about what had happened in Great Zhou earlier. "I was just wondering where exactly he was talking about there. It seems to be a very powerful existence. There weren't many places that could make a transitional succession stage powerhouse so fearful in the Wuling continent. Yue Yao also frowned slightly. As far as I know, there is no Zhang's great power existing in the Wuling continent. The only possibility is from the immortal realm. Yue Yao's white onion-like fingertips pointed to the sky, a hint of scorn in her eyes. You mean I came from the immortal realm? But aren't people from the immortal realm not allowed to descend to the realm? Zhang Yi was confused. He had always thought that he was just an orphan before, but now it seemed like he had some origin in his life. There's no need to think about it. No matter where you've come from, you're you and I'll always be there, Yue Yao said with incomparable determination in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the confusion in Zhang Yi's heart was swept away as he looked at Yue Yao with a smile. Yaoer, are you confessing your love to me? Yue Yao froze, and only then realized that her previous words seemed to be a bit over the top, and immediately snapped. Itchy skin, is it? Yue Yao made a gesture to make a move towards Zhang Yi, which scared Zhang Yi, who hastily covered his face with his hands and said in panic, Don't. Have a good conversation. Humph. Watch what you say in the future. Yue Yao snorted coldly and her figure instantly disappeared into the forgotten river cliff. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth as he thought about the scene with Yue Yao just now and murmured in a low voice. She's still as high and cold as ever, but she's still so cute when she's shy and angry. Zhang Yi then looked at the Zhang clan's honorable order in his hand again and fell into deep thought. There was obviously some panic in her eyes just now. She must know something, but why didn't she tell? Could it be that I really came from the immortal realm? It seems like I still need to find Zhang Wufeng afterward to ask for clarification. Zhang Yi could also detect that this token was not simple. Even his divine sense could not peer into it, and the material was also very special. He had never seen it before in the Wuling continent. Chapter 27. Kneeling at the mountain gate for the sake of long companionship. Eldest senior brother. It's not good. Sinking Fish Sister was expelled from the Dao sect by the Patriarch. She is now kneeling in front of the mountain gate of the Dao sect. You go to persuade her. Zhang Lanyan was shouting underneath the forgotten river cliff, and she knew that Zhang Yi would definitely hear her. It's annoying. She can kneel all she wants. What's it got to do with me? While the heavenly destiny diagram had not given birth to any new quests, Zhang Yi still wanted to take this time to rest and relax, and he naturally did not intend to pay any attention to this matter. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. Sister Sinking Fish helped us during the Great Zhou, so help persuade her. After those few days together, Zhang Lanyan felt that Zhang Yi was not as bad as the legend. At least there were some things she dared to open her mouth to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi still ignored her, but Zhang Lanyan's mouth was like a sparrow's, not stopping for a day and a night, and she didn't believe that Zhang Yi would really sit back and do nothing. Why is this girl so talkative? Zhang Yi was distraught and appeared in front of Zhang Lian with a face full of impatience. Can you shut up? What does her business have to do with me? What does it have to do with you? Eldest brother. I knew you wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. When Zhang Lanyan saw Zhang Yi appear, a glint appeared in his tired eyes and he looked a little excited. Don't. I still have to go into closed-door cultivation, so let her kneel if she wants to. Zhang Yi mercilessly waved his hand. All right, eldest senior brother, you first close up and cultivate, and I will also kneel at the bottom of the forgotten river cliff and wait for you to come out of seclusion. Zhang Luyan nodded his head and made a gesture to kneel down. What a way to retreat. Kneel if you want to. This is a matter I say I don't care about. Zhang Yi had seen Zhang Luyan's ability to cause trouble, and he did not want to cross paths with her too much. After saying that, Zhang Yi also ignored Zhang Lanyan and once again returned to the top of the forgotten river cliff, but Zhang Lanyan's voice disappeared. But when he used his mind to check out the movement under the mountain, he found that Zhang Lanyan was actually really kneeling there. The best part was that she was still kneeling down to eat the candy canes, and the floor was already full of bamboo sticks from the candy canes.
Zhang Yi, Sigmai.
It was the first time I had seen someone who wanted to eat a sugar gourd even if they were kneeling down, and looking at Zhang Lanyan's look he seemed to think that Zhang Yi was really practicing. Regardless of her, it's only right to rest for a few days, while the Heaven's Destiny diagram hasn't released any quests. Zhang Yi thought of the fact that he hadn't had a peaceful day since the Heavenly Destiny diagram was opened, and immediately lay down like a salted fish, the appearance of which was as leisurely as it needed to be. But he had only just laid down for a while, when he felt a breeze of fresh scent coming from his side, and before he could come back to his senses, a jade foot kicked towards him. Zhang Yi, do you know that the Princess of Great Zhou is kneeling at the mountain gate of the Dao sect? Yue Yao asked without any good humor. I know. But what does that have to do with me? Zhang Yi had the posture of a man who was not concerned about anything. Humph, what does it have to do with you? The world knows that Xinxinyu is fond of you, and for your sake, she has even abandoned the face of the princess. You step in and let her go back. My Dao clan can't afford to be childish. This was the purpose of Yue Yao's trip. She wanted Zhang Yi to personally drive Xinxinyu away, so that Xinxinyu would completely die. It's fine for Yaoer to take action on such trivial matters. Why do you have to let me do it? Zhang Yi really didn't want to have too many interactions with Xinxinyu. He had a premonition that he would be in trouble for having too many interactions with that girl. That's an order. Besides, do you hardly want her to be mindful of it? Of course she could just expel Xinxinyu, but there was no need. What she wanted was for Xinxinyu to completely die. Hearing this, Zhang Yi reacted after half a day of circling around the original or because of jealousy, but this is not eaten flying vinegar. Zhang Yi would smile heartily as he felt more and more that Yue Yao was cute and adorable, especially at times like this, only to see Zhang Yi favorably touching Yue Yao's head, softly smiling. How about? I'll let her completely die. All those who hit on my idea, I'll be stern and holy to reject them. It's times like these that attitude matters. Yue Yao didn't even think that Zhang Yi would dare to touch her head. She even forgot to dodge it, only to see her face showing shyness, but she still put on an angry look and scolded sternly. After today, I don't want to see Xinxinyu again. After saying that, Yue Yao flashed away, and on the way, she still didn't forget to touch her reddened cheeks, only to feel a burst of fire-hot scalding. Zhang Yi is getting bolder and bolder. When she returned to the moon shadow peak, Qing Yi immediately discovered her anomaly. In the past, Yue Yao was a lofty and emotionless fairy, but today it was as if she had emotions. Patriarch, how are you? Of course, she didn't dare to say such words, but she still couldn't resist that heart of gossip. I didn't expect Yue Yao to immediately look like a different person. Her complexion returned to normal, and she coldly said, "Are you done with your business?" This startled Qing Yi, and he immediately grayed out and ran off to do his business. At this moment, Zhang Yi had already appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Dao sect, and Zhang Lanyan was also immediately informed of the news. The corner of her mouth revealed a smile as she flew to the mountain gate. Eldest senior brother is just cold-faced and warm-hearted, sneaking off to find sinking fish sister without telling me. Can it be that he is afraid that I owed him too much for fear that I couldn't afford to pay him back? Eldest senior brother is really too sweet. It's just a pity that the Dao sect forbids love-lust. Zhang Lanyan remembered that the female disciple who had confessed to Zhang Yi earlier was so miserable that she immediately dismissed that thought. Before leaving, she didn't forget to clean up the bamboo sticks on the ground. You can't dirty eldest brother's cave. When she rushed to the mountain gate, she found that the crowd had already gathered around her, and Zhang Yi was looking coldly at Xinxinyu with his hands behind his back. Your Highness, the Dao sect doesn't welcome you. Go away. Zhang Yi's voice was cold and merciless, and if it wasn't because of Yue Yao, he wouldn't even show up. However, Xinxinyu didn't care about Zhang Yi's attitude at all. To her, as long as Zhang Yi appeared, it meant that he cared about her, and it wasn't a waste of a piece of her mind. Brother Zhang Yi, wherever you are, I'll be there. I'm not leaving. I know the Taoist sect forbids love-lust, but for me, just being by your side is enough, even if it's just a maid. The great Zhou princess had actually taken the initiative to become a maid of honor, which was completely throwing her face out the window. Zhang Yi, however, is not used regardless of what she is a princess of the great Zhou. Is there a Yue Yao Xiang? Xinxinyu's words caused some hot debate, and the female disciples of the Dao sect looked at her with unusually fierce eyes. Bah! The great Zhou princess is actually so shameless. Just by virtue of her, she wants to be eldest brother's consort. Toads want to eat swan meat. Delusional. Hurry up and leave. You're not welcome in the Dao sect. Zhang Yi was the white moonlight in the hearts of all the female disciples of the Dao sect. How could they let Xinxinyu arch this good cabbage? Immediately the abuse and repulsion of her resounded through the mountain gate. But Xinxinyu didn't care about others' attitude at all. She just stood up straight and looked at Zhang Yi with tenderness. Brother Zhang Yi, I grew up in a deep palace since I was a child. The only thing that would make my heart flutter was the news of you. You're the only pillar of my existence. Your portraits are hung all over my palace. Now that it's not easy for me to meet up with you, how could I leave you so easily? I, Xinxinyu, would like to kneel long at the mountain gate of the Dao sect for the sole purpose of long companionship with one person. Xinxinyu's eyes were firm, and her eyes stared at Zhang Yi with deep emotion. Chapter 28. Behave yourself. This girl is true to him. She absolutely cannot be allowed to enter the Dao sect. Yue Yao had always been secretly observing, and although she was confident in herself, she didn't know when she started to dislike Zhang Yi having other women around him. Zhang Yi, now that you've entered the path of love, I'd like to see how you handle it. Yue Yao murmured softly. At the mountain gate of the Dao sect, Zhang Yi looked at the affectionate Xinxinyu and only felt a headache. Is it not good to be a good princess of your great Zhao? Instead, you want to be a dog licker. We can only bring her back to great Zhao with our own hands. And by the way, we can also ask Zhang Wufeng what's going on. Zhang Yi made up his mind, and without saying a word, he lifted Shen Xinyu's collar and prepared to leave. But just as his hand landed on Shen Xinyu's neckline, the heavenly destiny diagram suddenly vibrated violently, which caused a trace of ominous premonition in Zhang Yi's heart. The heavenly destiny diagram is going to trap me again? And Shen Xinyu followed Zhang Yi's arm, looking at Zhang Yi with a florid face, anticipation written all over her eyes. Looking at the heavenly fate chart again at this time, it was rapidly flipping, and eventually landed on the page belonging to Shen Xinyu, and the mission about her was also displayed. Task: let Shen Xinyu worship under Yue Yao's door. Reward: Heavenly Fate Box 8, Great Dao Fragment 5. Punishment: lifelong inactivity. Time frame: January. Zhang Yi's eyes widened after reading the mission clearly, and he cursed in his heart. Isn't letting her worship under Yao looking for death? The heavenly fate diagram is punking me again. It was Yue Yao who asked him to expel Shen Xinyu. Wasn't he looking for death by bringing Shen Xinyu back? And this time, the punishment was even more serious for Zhang Yi. It was his lifelong happiness. Heaven's destiny diagram. Why on earth did you choose me? At this rate, I'll sooner or later be screwed over by you. Zhang Yi didn't even notice the rewards, and he would rather not have the heavenly fate diagram if he had a choice. It was hard to catch his breath, but it came back to screw him. Shen Xinyu looked at Zhang Yi's sad and bitter face. Her heart was very distressed. After a fierce battle of thoughts, still gritted her teeth and said, Zhang Yi brother, if you really do not want to see me, I will go this time, I give you trouble. After saying these words, Shen Xinyu's face was miserable and pathetic, and her body was devoid of strength, as if her soul had been emptied. I'm not going to give you any trouble. I want to be proud of you. Shen Xinyu loves Zhang Yi deeply, and even does not want to see Zhang Yi suffer a little bit of aggression, so this time he chose to be good and leave. There is a love called letting go. Sinking fish sister. Zhang Luyan came up and looked at Shen Xinyu's disoriented appearance, and suddenly felt a sense of empathy. Slow down. Stay. I'll help you worship under the master. Zhang Yi sighed long and hard, for the sake of his lifelong happiness. Did he have a choice? What? Shen Xinyu looked at Zhang Yi dumbfounded, clearly not having reacted yet. Zhang Lanyan and the onlookers of the Dao sect disciples also looked at Zhang Yi with astonishment. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Eldest brother actually said that he would help him to worship under the sovereign. What in the world just happened? Could eldest brother have been bewitched by her? I'm not dreaming, am I? Quickly pinch me. Hiss. That hurt. You didn't ask me to hit you? Why are you hitting me? Many disciples thought that this was a dream until they felt the pain on their bodies, which made them willing to believe in the matter. I said, don't go away. I'll help you worship the master. Zhang Yi said impatiently with a dark face. Who can feel good about being screwed? Really? Really? Shen Xinyu cried tears of joy, covering her face in disbelief. Follow me. Zhang Yi was unwilling to continue with the nonsense. Since the Heaven's Destiny diagram had given a month's time with him, he thought that Yue Yao would not easily agree to it, and it was imperative that he went to find Yue Yao first. Shen Xinyu nodded her head straight like a small chicken pecking at rice and followed closely behind Zhang Yi, not forgetting to cast a grateful look at Zhang Luyan before leaving. Zhang Luyan looked at the departing figures of the two before reacting. Help! Is it possible that eldest brother is helping sister sinking fish because of me? How can I repay you? Give my body in return. On the moon shadow peak, Yue Yao's face was blue as anger filled her heart. Zhang Yi, I asked you to drive him away, but you're good enough to directly want to help her worship me as her teacher. There's no way I'm taking her as a disciple. No way. Yue Yao gritted her teeth. Ever since becoming the Dao sect patriarch, she had not been as angry as she was today. Zhang Yi, who was rushing to the moon shadow peak, only felt some slight vibrations coming from the heavenly fate diagram, and under some scrutiny, he found that Yue Yao's favorability value towards him had dropped to 1 star, and the reason for this was also written in a very clear way, that is, it was because he was going to help Xinyu. Zhang Yi's heart panicked a batch. No good. The 3-star goodwill value that had been saved with great difficulty was only 1 star. It must be pacified. Zhang Yi now felt that his beautiful master teacher was good at everything, but she was just too jealous. When he and Xinyu arrived at the foot of Moon Shadow Peak, Qingyi stopped him. Zhang Yi, the patriarch doesn't want to see you right now, so go away. There's something I have to tell master. Zhang Yi was anxious. If he couldn't meet Yue Yao, let alone help Xinyu to worship under Yue Yao. Yaoer, I'm not just doing this for myself. I'm also thinking about you. Zhang Yi only felt incomparably tired and sighed a long sigh. Alexander. Zhang Yi, this time you've disappointed the patriarch. I hope you'll behave yourself. Qingyi glanced at Xinyu. In her opinion, it was all because of the shameless Xinyu. Brother Zhang Yi, why don't you come with me to Great Zhou? How about you become my emperor's son-in-law? Xinyu was not accustomed to Qingyi and looked at Zhang Yi Dao thirstily hopefully. Impossible. I was born a master's man and died a master's ghost. Zhang Yi believed that every move under the mountain could not escape Yue Yao's eyes, and his attitude was very determined. Qingyi looked at Zhang Yi with a complicated expression. She always felt that there was something wrong with Zhang Yi's comment, but it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. Master, disciple seeks an audience. Zhang Yi's voice resounded throughout the Dao sect. Zhang Yi, is it necessary for her sake? You know the patriarch's temperament. It's unlikely that she would accept Xinyu as her disciple. Qingyi shook his head and couldn't help but shiver when he thought of Yue Yao's angry appearance just now. Master, you have to take her as your disciple. Otherwise. Before Zhang Yi could finish his sentence, an icy aura swept over him as Yue Yao suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, asking with an icy expression, how else? Zhang Yi was startled and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Otherwise, I will live as if I were dead. Zhang Yi, this also did not deceive Yue Yao. Not lifting Ben is worse than death. Xinyu was also startled. This was the first time she had come into close contact with Yue Yao, and there were only 3 feelings. So beautiful, so strong, so cold. Chapter 29. The Forbidden Land of the Great Barbarians. Then you might as well die. Yue Yao didn't believe Zhang Yi's words and coldly said. Zhang Yi was in a hurry. It was so hard to meet Yue Yao, he had to strike while the iron was hot. Otherwise, he might not make any progress for the next January. Master, her talent isn't bad, and at the same time, she's also a princess of Great Zhou, so it's not a bad idea to take her as a disciple. Zhang Yi swept a glance at Xinyu and realized that her talent was also average, and the only thing worth mentioning was her status as a princess of Great Zhou. Oh, and then what? Yue Yao was unmoved and didn't even look at Xinyu more than once. Zhang Yi's brows were tightly locked and his heart was in turmoil. Nowadays, Yue Yao was in a state of anger. How can we convince Yaoer to accept her as her disciple? Xinyu was very resourceful in discovering Zhang Yi's dilemma, and actually took the initiative to kneel down, without his previous arrogance, and said with a sincere expression, Patriarch, I still hope to be accepted as a disciple, and I will definitely not disturb eldest senior brother's cultivation, and I will also allow Great Zhou to provide resources for cultivation. Xinyu knows that this is the time to show their own value, or stick Zhang Yi to solve the problem. What does it have to do with my father? Yue Yao snorted coldly and condescendingly. Great Zhou's cultivation resources? Doesn't her Dao sect have any? Right at this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly had a bright idea and stammered with a difficult look on his face. Master, actually, say. Yue Yao blankly glanced at Zhang Yi, thinking to herself that if you dare to disobey my orders, what else would you not dare to do? Actually, letting her worship under the master is also for the sake of me being able to cultivate better. Zhang Yi didn't even dare to call Xinyu's name now, lest something else rise up. Yue Yao instantly understood that Zhang Yi was talking about the matter of entering love, which was a secret belonging to the two of them. Zhang Yi, what you cultivate is the emotionless Dao. How would she help your cultivation when her heart towards you is understood by anyone? Yue Yao didn't believe in Zhang Yi's bull. To be helpful, it would be more helpful for her. Master, I'm telling the truth. Zhang Yi looked anxious as he defended himself. Zhang Yi did not deceive Yue Yao either. Completing the mission would naturally be rewarded, and naturally it would be helpful to his cultivation. Good. You said she's helpful to your cultivation. Prove it to me, Yue Yao said gamely. How to prove it? A breakthrough to the late stage of spirit transformation in January. Zhang Yi's heart rejoiced. Yue Yao's words meant that there was still a reprieve in this matter. Yue Yao shook her head. Breaking through to the late stage of spirit transformation in January isn't enough. You'll head to the great barbarian forbidden land with her to fight for the barbarian king's blood. Sovereign. Zhang Yi looked at Yue Yao incredulously, knowing that the great barbaric forbidden land was one of the 4 forbidden lands of the Wuling continent, in which there were constant dangers, and he didn't know how many heavenly prides had lost their lives here. Yue Yao reached out and interrupted Zhang Yi, her pair of phoenix eyes staring dead at Zhang Yi. As long as you can fulfill these 2 conditions, I'll let her come under my tutelage. The great barbaric forbidden territory? Sovereign, I won't enter to worship under you. Xinyu also knew the danger of the great barbarian forbidden land, and she did not want Zhang Yi to risk his life for her. However, Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation. I am willing to travel to the great barbarian forbidden land to compete for the barbarian king's blood. Only then can I grow up early, and in the future, I will guard my master and the Zhao sect. Zhang Yi's heart was bitter. Of course he knew the danger of the great savage forbidden land, but for the sake of the happiness of the rest of his life, he had to go. Brother Zhang Yi. Xinyu's heart that was both touched and hard to bear. Eldest senior brother. Xinyu will return to Great Zhou. The great barbarian forbidden land is too dangerous. You must not go forward. A flash of color flashed across Yue Yao's eyes. She was now somewhat convinced that Zhang Yi had allowed Xinyu to worship her really for the sake of cultivation. However, she didn't know much about the way of love, so she could only find another way to help Zhang Yi. There's no need to say more. Since this is Master's request, I'll do it, and I'll never disobey Master's orders in this life. Zhang Yi said in a serious manner. He had to try his best to salvage the impression in Yue Yao's mind, and would not go to the great barbarian forbidden land if he could. As expected, the heavenly fate diagram shook once again after these words, and he also realized that Yue Yao's favor value towards her already had 2 stars. It works. Zhang Yi's heart rejoiced as he continued. Master, with a word from you, I can go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, not to mention going to the great barbarian forbidden land. Zhang Yi seemed to be forgetting that just a moment ago he had disobeyed Yue Yao's order, but Yue Yao remembered, only to hear a cold snort from Yue Yao. You don't have much time left. Within 1 month. If you guys don't obtain the barbarian king's blood, she will not be allowed to set foot in the Zhao sect for the rest of her life. Zhang Yi sighed, knowing that continuing to talk about it would not raise the favor value, so he could only find another opportunity later. Mastermind. Zhang Yi wanted to bid a proper farewell to Yue Yao, but he heard Yue Yao say in a cold voice, Scram! Zhang Yi and Xinyu felt that amazing anger and left without looking back. Remember to bring Zhang Luyan. Yue Yao was still uneasy about Zhang Yi being alone with Xinyu, so she wanted to go to Zhang Luyan. Zhang Yi asked bitterly, Can I not bring it? He really didn't want to have anything more to do with Zhao sect Fengxiao. Hell knows what kind of trouble that guy could cause in the great barbarian forbidden land.
No.
Yue Yao responded decisively and then disappeared in front of them with Zhang Yi. Come on. Looks like there's no hiding. Zhang Yi sighed long and hard, and had no choice but to accept the status quo when it came down to it. He also finally understood why the Heaven's Destiny diagram had to give him a month's time, which turned out to cause such a big trouble. At the top of Moon Shadow Peak, Zhang Yi stood tremblingly beside Yue Yao and asked weakly, Patriarch, why do you want him to go to the great barbarian forbidden land? If you really want to take her as a disciple, then just do so. Zhang Yi had followed Yue Yao for so many years and naturally knew that Feng had loosened up. Yue Yao naturally could have just taken Xinyu as her disciple, but she felt that she more or less had to teach Zhang Yi a lesson, and of course there was another layer of deeper meaning as well. It is often in times of danger that one's true colors are best seen. Yue Yao shook her head. You don't understand. Zhang Yi's Dao is different from all of us. Sooner or later, he will have to go to the great barbarian forbidden land. There are only benefits to bringing Xinyu forward. Oh. Sion nodded plausibly. Patriarch, aren't you worried about something happening to him? Sion asked again. The corners of Yue Yao's mouth unconsciously sketched out a smile, her eyes firm as she said, No one within the spirit transformation period is his opponent. It was because she knew that the existence of the great savage forbidden land did not allow for more than the spirit transformation stage that she had allowed Zhang Yi to go to that place. I see. Back then, the Patriarch would also go to the great barbarian forbidden land in the middle stage of spirit transformation. The Patriarch at that time was invincible at the spirit transformation stage, and the current Zhang Yi is becoming more and more a shadow of what you were back then. Yue Yao had also been to the great barbarian forbidden land back then, Only she didn't know that Yue Yao had seen the darkest side of human nature in the great barbarian forbidden land, and up to that point she was desperate and her cultivation had risen greatly. Yue Yao stood at the top of the moon shadow peak, quietly looking at Zhang Yi's distant figure, a trace of gentleness flowing from her eyes as she softly said, "I hope that you won't go through what I did back then." Chapter 30. Chan Shaoke, Sage of the Southern Demon Kingdom. Brother Zhang Yi, I'm not worshipping under the sovereign. The great savage forbidden land really can't go there. Shen Xinyu was so anxious that she was close to tears. Now she only wished that Zhang Yi would not risk his life, not even for her sake. At least she now knew that Zhang Yi cared about her, and that was enough. No way. There's no turning back in this matter. Master wouldn't harm me. Letting me go to the great barbarian forbidden land must have his deeper meaning. It was so hard to get Yue Yao to loosen up. How could something go wrong at this time? When it comes down to it, it's out of your hands. Brother Zhang Yi, is it worth it for me? Can I really help you cultivate? Is it going to be a dual cultivation? Shen Xinyu's tender, watery face was red and embarrassed to look Zhang Yi in the eyes. You're overthinking it. Zhang Yi was speechless for a while. Is the girl's family so open-minded now? Do they want to have a dual cultivation? At those words, Shen Xinyu's cheeks turned even redder, itching to find a place to drill into. A few moments later, they found Zhang Lanyan, who seemed to have received the news long ago and ran over cheerfully. Great. Finally I can go out to train with eldest brother again. Right, there's also sinking fish sister. Eldest brother always says that I talk too much. Now that there's more of you on the road, it should be a lot more interesting. Zhang Lanyan happily took Shen Xinyu's small hand, her brows overflowing with a strong color of joy. Shen Xinyu looked at Zhang Luyan with a complicated expression. Sister Luyan, do you know where we are going? Isn't it going to the great barbarian forbidden land? What's going on? Zhang Lanyan blinked a pair of big innocent eyes and asked, do you know that the great savage forbidden land is riddled with corpses and danger? Shen Xinyu asked again. I know, but so what? Isn't their eldest brother here? The place with eldest brother is the safest. Zhang Lanyan's face was full of smiles, and she did not put the matter of the great barbarian forbidden land on her mind in the slightest. She just thought of it as a trip out to play. By the way, eldest senior brother, I heard that the great savage forbidden land savage beasts are delicious. Can you catch one with me when you go? Zhang Lanyan swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhang Yi with anticipation. You stay out of trouble. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. He was not afraid of anything else, but he was really afraid of Zhang Lanyan causing trouble. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble, as long as others don't mess with me. Besides, who dares to mess with me with Big Brother by my side? I won't blow him all away. Zhang Luyan waved his fists, full of fierce and vicious colors, and viciously said. Zhang Yi's white eyes were on the verge of rolling up to the sky, and without saying anything more, he rushed to the great barbarian forbidden land alone, and the two women followed closely behind when they saw this. Along the way, the two women were chatting happily, and their mouths basically didn't listen. I told you that eldest senior brother is cold on the outside and hot in the heart, and when we come back from wanting the great barbarian forbidden land, you and I will be the same disciple. Shen Xinyu was looking at Zhang Yi in fascination, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into her heart. The great barbarian forbidden land was located in the southernmost part of the Wuling continent, while the Zhao sect was in the central part, which made Zhang Yi and the others take a day to arrive at the nearest city to the great barbarian forbidden land, the Great Barbarian City. The Great Barbarian City did not have the prosperity of the Zhao sect, nor did it have the abundant aura that the Zhao sect had, and there were even quite a few that were dressed in a rather primitive manner, using only leaves and cloth to cover their key parts. Is this the legendary Great Barbarian City? It's really lively. Zhang Lanyan looked at the mumbling crowd and couldn't stop the excitement on her small face. The Great Savage City is very close to the southern demon country, and there are quite a few demons appearing here, and since demons are brutal by nature, we'd better be careful. Unlike Zhang Lanyan's nervousness, Shen Xinyu was extraordinarily cautious, wary of everything around her from the moment she stepped into the Great Barbarian City. Zhang Yi secretly nodded his head in appreciation. Of course he preferred Shen Xinyu's cautious character. If they were all as good at getting into trouble as Zhang Lian, would he not be exhausted? The Great Barbarian Forbidden Land is only opened on the first 15 days of the year, and today is exactly 13, so we will rest for 2 more days before entering the Great Barbarian Forbidden Land. Zhang Yi also had some knowledge of the Great Barbarian's Forbidden Land, so he didn't dare to come here without doing his homework. Just then, a demonic woman with wings on her back came over and looked at Zhang Yi with greedy eyes. What a handsome and beautiful man! Be my slave slave. As the words fell, the wings behind his back unfolded, transforming into countless terrifying blades heading straight for several people. Get out! Zhang Yi let out a cold snort as a palm strike came out. A solemn killing intent filled the air, instantly turning the roiling fronts into ashes, and at the same time annihilating the provocative female demon. One move to kill the enemy, never a means to an end. This is the Zhao Sect's senior brother. In the darkness, the extremely charming voice of a woman with an explosive figure rang out. Zhao Sect's senior brother Zhang Yi, just awakening the supreme bone and then coming to the great barbarian forbidden land. Is this to compete with us for the barbarian king's blood? And heavy pupil Yi Haoren is also here, interesting. The woman looked at Zhang Yi meaningfully, the corner of her mouth sketching out a fascinating arc. Rather as handsome as the legends, very that to imagine that the human race would actually have such a handsome man. Xiao Gu, come with me to meet him. This holy maiden loves dealing with good-looking people. The woman smiled and walked slowly out of the darkness. Holy maiden, when you were interested in the heavy pupil Yi Haoren coming before, you didn't even take care of him. Is it good to take the initiative to find this kid? Xiao Gu behind her whispered a reminder. She admitted that Zhang Yi was indeed stunningly beautiful, but their family's holy maiden was also a fan of 10,000 people, and she didn't know how many people wanted to have a kiss without being able to do so. He's worth finding in person. The holy maiden guffawed as if she was the most beautiful ray of light in this dark night. Zhang Yi also noticed the oncoming saintess, with her fiery figure, flawless features, flirtatious eyes, and a hormonal aura emanating from her body. A siren spirit, a real siren. To say that Yue Yao's beauty was clear and cold, Qinglian Taoist's beauty was mature and charming. The beauty of this holy maiden was made for men. Although she has a few moments of beauty, she is ultimately no match for Yaoer. Zhang Yi shook his head. In his heart Yue Yao finished off the holy maiden. Zhang Lanyan and Shen Xinyu looked vigilant as they blocked Zhang Yi behind them, as if they were afraid that someone else would snatch Zhang Yi away. Who are you? State your name or you'll be treated impolitely. Zhang Luyan waved the long sword in his hand and seriously threatened. The holy maiden, however, was not the least bit flustered and said with a faint smile, "Several people should not be nervous. I am the holy maiden of the southern demon kingdom, Chan Shao Kuai, and I am only here to pay a visit to eldest senior brother of the Zhao Sect." It had to be said that Chan Xiaokui's every move exuded endless charm, as if it was going to make people sink fall. However, the two women were wary and blocked Zhang Yi even more. So you're the southern demon kingdom's vixen. Stay away from our eldest senior brother. Don't even think about hitting on our eldest senior brother. Zhang Lanyan stretched out his hands in a hostile manner. Get out of the way. Zhang Yi, who was standing behind them, gave a cold shout, and the two women automatically stepped aside. And he also took the initiative to walk up to Chen Xiaokui, carefully sizing up the legendary Woe is Me Holy Maiden. Chapter 31. The Nine-Tailed Sacred Blood. Worthy of being a Daosong senior brother. Good guts. A flash of appreciation flashed in Chan Xiaokui's eyes. The unusual human race avoided her after knowing her identity. At first, she was ordered by the Lord of the Southern Demon Kingdom to go to the Great Shang dynasty to confuse the Holy Emperor of the Great Shang to the point that he was addicted to beauty, leading to the people's insecurity. The Su Daji of the Wuling continent? Rather by internal flavor. Zhang Yi recalled information about Chan Xiaokui in his mind and instantly thought of that Fox clan's legend. Who is Su Daji? Is she as beautiful as me? Chen Xiaokui asked with blinking eyes. Eldest brother. This vixen is not a good person. You need to stay away from her. Zhang Lanyan said with slight concern. I am spending day and night with my master, and I'll fall into her ways? Compared to Yue Yao, the other girls are red-pink skeletons. Eldest senior brother is also interested in the barbarian king's blood? How about you and I join forces? Chen Xiaokui opened the door to explain the purpose of this visit. No! At the same time, two opposing voices came to mind. On one side were the two Zhang Lanyan women, and on the other side was Xiao Gu. Eldest senior brother. This vixen definitely doesn't have good intentions. We can't travel with her. Zhang Luyan stated the reason for her opposition. Xiao Gu also said unwillingly, Sacred Maiden, the Zhao Sect's senior brother is known for his decisiveness. I'm afraid that cooperating with him won't end well. Chan Xiaokui, however, was unmoved, looking straight at Zhang Yi, and as soon as she got in front of him, she whispered in his ear, Eldest brother, you won't make a move on me, will you? If you're useful to me, naturally I won't do anything to you. Chun Xiaokuei's strength had also reached the early stage of spirit transformation, so if he had her help in the great barbarian forbidden land, he might be able to save a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoke pursed her lips and laughed. Her laugh was extremely seductive. Giggle, giggle, then I'll have to coax big brother into being happy. Eldest brother, holy maiden. The people around the two were anxious to persuade them, neither wishing to work with each other. No need to say more. I have my own arrangements. Zhang Yi impatiently reached out and interrupted them. Even if Chun Xiaokuei had any dissent, it was all within his control. Xiao Gu, you don't have to say much. This holy maiden believes that eldest brother is a true gentleman. Chun Xiaokuei enthusiastically took Zhang Yi by the shoulders without the slightest scruple. Isn't that right, eldest senior brother? Too small. Zhang Yi pushed Chun Xiaokuei away as he was not a casual person. What's too small? Chun Xiaokuei didn't react at first, but when she saw Zhang Yi's eyes, she instantly understood, and a touch of haze actually surfaced on her pretty face in a rare manner. Elder brother, you're so bad. I like it so much. Zhang Yi. Zhang Luyan. Shame on you. Shin you. Shameless. By the way, I heard that eldest senior brother has a conflict with Yi Haoran. That guy has also come to the great barbarian city. Why don't we join forces to kill him? The matter that Zhang Yi had come out for some time ago had long been a hot topic, and she was naturally aware of the conflict between the two. Oh? Is he here too? Don't bother with him, he's just a defeated man. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly not putting Yi Haoran in his mind. Worthy of being a man who has awakened the supreme bone. My southern demon kingdom welcomes eldest senior brother as a guest at any time. After saying that, Chun Xiaokuei even raised her eyebrows, her words full of teasing. Zhang Yi, however, did not realize that Yi Haoran was hiding in the shadows and observing. When he heard these words from Zhang Yi, his entire body exploded and his eyes erupted with monstrous killing intent. Zhang Yi, after entering the great savage forbidden land, I will make you die without a burial place. Chun Xiaokuei, you person, you didn't even see my face, but now you're licking cheeking to please Zhang Yi, shameless. Yi Haoran even held a grudge against Chun Xiaokuei, and jealousy caused him to separate the mass wall. Just then, a fierce man in tiger skin rushed over. Even the earth trembled. Aoi, how could you work with the human race? Who is this guy? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes at the burly man in front of him and asked in a deep voice. It's just a nameless person. Please don't be offended, eldest brother. Chun Xiaokuei explained and turned around with a cold face to scold in a chilling voice. Tiger, what are you doing here? Is it your turn to care who I work with? Aoi. Tiger was in a hurry and just wanted to argue, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Chun Xiaokuei. Also, is Xiaokuei something you can call? Call me Holy Maiden. Of course. Big brother can call me whatever he wants. Chun Xiaokuei was like a different person when she talked to Zhang Yi, always with a charming smile on her face. Holy Maiden. This matter after returning to the southern demon kingdom. I will definitely report to the demon lord. Feeling discriminated against, Tiger glared fiercely at Zhang Yi, his eyes filled with killing intent. Scram. On account of your father's face, I won't kill you today. Chun Xiaokuei felt the tiger's killing intent towards Zhang Yi. The nine tails steeply erupted. A monstrous demonic aura filled the great savage city. Then the nine snow white as if they were alive, deadly binding the tiger. Kill me if you can. There are so many people here watching. Tiger didn't panic in the slightest and yelled at the top of his lungs. Chun Xiaokuei's face was extremely gloomy, and with a thought, the nine tails behind her back increased its strength by a few more points, which also caused the tiger's face to turn red, as if it would be squeezed at any moment. Holy Maiden, is it worth killing me for him? Tiger's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He didn't understand why the goddess high in his heart would defend a human race so much. Isn't it just a little bit better looking? He is also not bad looking, although compared to Zhang Yi is still inferior to so billion points. Get out! Chun Xiaokuei snorted coldly, and the nine tails behind her back fiercely exerted force, flinging the beard out. Zhang Lian and Xin Xinyu were both shocked by Chun Xiaokuei's strength. Eldest brother, her strength is extraordinary. We'd better not be in the same room with her. Foolish. It's precisely because of her extraordinary strength that I want to work with her. If she was mediocre, I wouldn't bother with her. Zhang Yi thought in his heart, you guys are so good at getting into trouble. And you still won't let me find someone to face it with? After dealing with Tiger's matter, Chun Shaoka put away the 9 tails behind her back and turned into that charming holy maiden again, slightly owing her body and saying, "I've made eldest senior brother laugh." Zhang Yi waved his hand, but instead glanced at the great barbarian forbidden land not far away and asked, "I heard that every time the great barbarian forbidden land opens there is only a single copy of the barbarian king's blood. But this barbarian king's blood is something I must have, so how do you plan to cooperate with me?" "When did I say that my purpose is the barbarian king's blood? I'll help you seize the barbarian king's blood, you help me recapture the 9-tailed sacred blood, and we'll help each other." Chun Xiaokuei was not interested in the barbarian king's blood from the very beginning, which was the reason why she would seek Zhang Yi's cooperation. "There is 9-tailed sacred blood in the great savage forbidden land? Why didn't I know that?" Zhang Yi thought that the Dao Sect's intelligence agency was well developed, and he naturally had a high level of authority as the Dao Sect's Grand Master, but he knew nothing about the 9-tailed sacred blood, which made him suspect that there was a fraud. Chapter 32. The Purpose of the Virgin. "This is the secret fortune of my fox clan. Of course you are not allowed to know. Even I have only recently learned of it," Chun Xiaokuei said with a flirtatious expression. "This is how you tell me the secret fortune of your fox clan? If I remember correctly, this is the first time you and I have met, right?" Zhang Yi felt more and more out of place. This Southern Demon Kingdom holy maiden was acting too enthusiastically. "Although you and I are meeting each other for the first time, I have admired eldest brother for a long time, and you count yourself as a man who can be worthy of me under the whole sky?" Chun Xiaokuei smiled like a flower, not hiding her appreciation for Zhang Yi. "Just counting one?" Zhang Yi was a bit disgruntled. His face value and strength were here, not a joke. Chun Xiaokuei froze, suddenly feeling that this Dao Sect senior brother seemed a bit different from the rumors. But she preferred this Zhang Yi. Chun Xiaokuei slightly owed her body and softly said, "It is Xiaokuei who is offended, but if eldest senior brother wants to become the one, then come to my Southern Demon Kingdom, and the doors of the Southern Demon Kingdom will open for you at any time." Chun Xiaokuei was really digging into Zhang Yi's corner all the time. The two women on the side had long ago secretly greeted Chun Xiaokuei's ancestors. "No nonsense, if your goal is only the 9-tailed sacred blood we can cooperate, but you have to help me capture the barbarian king's blood first," Zhang Yi said with a strong attitude. "Of course. I trust eldest brother's character." Chun Xiaokuei agreed without hesitation, as if he had unconditional trust in Zhang Yi. "Holy maiden, you let so many people from the demon race go without cooperating? Why did you choose to cooperate with him?" Xiao Gu was a bit anxious, but she also knew that it was hard to change what the holy maiden generally decided. "Because he's the man I'm looking at." Chun Xiaokuei smiled brightly, eclipsing all that was around her. "Good lord, this holy maiden really doesn't hide anything at all. I hope the Heaven's Destiny diagram doesn't release a quest about her." Zhang Yi realized that the quests currently released by the Heaven's Destiny diagram were all related to women, and he seriously suspected that the Heaven's Destiny diagram was showing signs of patriarchy. "Eldest senior brother, since we've already established our relationship, I'll tell you properly about the people and places to watch out for this time in the great barbarian forbidden earth." Chun Xiaokuei really had no intention of hiding anything from Zhang Yi, and as soon as she pulled Zhang Yi, she ran towards her residence, leaving behind the two women who were frantically cursing at the spot. "Sinking fish sister, hurry up and follow. This demoness has no good intentions towards eldest brother. We definitely can't let her have her way. How can there be such shameless people in this world?" Shin Xinyu puffed up her cheeks and cursed. On the other side, Yi Haoran helped Tiger, who had been blasted out, to his feet. "This brother, do you want to make a move against Zhang Yi as well?" Yi Haoran naturally wanted to draw Tiger in. As the saying goes, an enemy's enemy is a friend. He didn't care if the other party was a human or a demon. "Who are you?" Tiger asked, frowning as he patted the dirt on his body. "Sky Sect Yi Haoran." Yi Haoran proudly reported his name. "So it's eldest brother Tianzong. I heard that you were defeated by Zhang Yi in a single move some time ago? So what if you've awakened your heavy pupils? You're still no match for him." Tiger laughed lightly, somewhat unable to see Yi Haoran's strength. Yi Haoran's face changed. This incident was the shame of his life, which also made an instant agitation. A hand grabbed the tiger's neck. His eyes blossomed with a strange color, which actually made the tiger feel the threat of death. "What did you say?" Yi Haoran asked through gritted teeth. "I was wrong. I'm willing to join forces with you." Tiger immediately wimped out and said spinelessly, This was completely different from when he faced Chen Xiaokuai. He expected Chen Xiaokuai wouldn't dare to kill himself. But Yi Haoran couldn't say the same. More importantly, he felt the terror of Yi Haoran's strength, and that look was destined to be unforgettable for him for the rest of his life. The left eye is alive, the right eye is dead. This is the power of the heavy pupil, can control the power of life and death. Only then did Yi Haoran let go of the tiger, but the killing intent on his body did not dissipate. This will not happen again, or it will be put to death. I won't dare to do it again in the future, right? If we deal with Zhang Yi, I think there are quite a few people in the demon clan who are willing to contribute. Zhang Yi was the strongest person in the young generation of the human race nowadays, and he was also a thorn in the side of the demon race, and he didn't know how many demons wanted him dead. What's more, now that he was with the demon goddess Chen Xiaokuai, he would definitely trigger the killing intent of many people. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoran's eyes lit up and the haze in his heart was swept away. This is very good. If you add my means, Zhang Yi will definitely die on this trip. As long as I can kill Zhang Yi, I'll do whatever Dao brother commands. When Tiger heard that Yi Haoran had other means, his heart was immediately happy. If he killed Zhang Yi, he went back to know that he would certainly get a generous reward, and it was not a dream to go to the peak of his life. At the same time, he also secretly despised Yi Haoran in his heart. It's true that it's right, the human race just likes to fight internally, but the more powerful the fight, the better. When the time comes, all of your territory will be ours. Yi Haoran was also playing his own little game in his heart. After I kill Zhang Yi, I'll get rid of you guys. How could the heavenly sect's eldest senior brother let himself fall under the charge of colluding with the demon race? He still loved his feathers. On the other hand, Chen Xiaokuai was so devoted to Zhang Yi that she told him all the information she knew this time, which made Xiao Gu on the side anxious, knowing that some of the information had cost a lot of money to get. Eldest senior brother. There is one more person to pay special attention to on this trip. The dragon freak has awakened. When that person was mentioned, the smile on Chen Xiaokuai's face dissipated, and her expression became grave in a rare moment. A dragon freak? Which one? Zhang Yi knew that when the cataclysm occurred in the ancient times, some forces would freeze the seeds of hope to survive, waiting for the future time to awaken before reviving the forces. Long Tianyi. This person should not be underestimated. I heard that he was the #1 pride of the dragon clan in the ancient times. Chen Xiaokuai took a deep breath, his expression incomparably grave. The time that belonged to him has passed. What is his cultivation level today? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, prying into the other party's bottom line first. Late spirit transformation stage, and it's also a late spirit transformation stage from the ancient era. I've heard that strong people from the ancient era were able to fight across borders, so you can assume that he's at the Yuaning realm. Chen Xiaokuai had long ago gotten Long Tianyi's bottom line, and it was a catchy thing to say. Zhang Yi, however, suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Xiaokuai with sharp eyes. You're cooperating with me because you want to kill him, right? Chen Xiaokuai froze. An embarrassed smile surfaced on her charming face. How can that be? I only have a request for the 9-tailed sacred blood. Zhang Yi got up and made a move to leave. Chen Xiaokuai was anxious and immediately reached out to block in front of Zhang Yi, as if he had made a great determination, gritting his teeth. Please also ask eldest brother to take his life. Chapter 33. I am invincible at the spiritualization stage. He has no grudge against me. Why should I kill him? Zhang Yi did not turn around. He did not want to provoke a powerful enemy for no reason. It would not do him any good. If it wasn't for the heaven's destiny diagram always pitting him, he would have just wanted to honestly stay in the Dao sect to cultivate his relationship with Yue Yao and live a sweet and happy life in peace. Eldest brother, he's a demon. If you don't strike at him, he'll strike at you sooner or later. The best way for him to come out of the world and want to establish his authority is to step on you. Chen Xiaokuai continued to persuade Zhang Yi that if anyone in the Wuling continent could compete with Long Tianyi, it was Zhang Yi. Then we will wait until he comes to us. Zhang Yi didn't want to be used as a robber, and he finally understood why Chen Xiaokuai was so enthusiastic when she first met with him. What the 9-tailed sacred blood was an excuse, and the real purpose was feared to be Long Tianyi. Sure enough, a woman's mouth deceives a ghost. Let's go. Originally wanted to use Chen Xiaokuai's strength to seize the barbarian king's blood, who knew that her purpose was so impure. This kind of cooperation is also good to refuse. Chen Xiaokuai remained in front of Zhang Yi, her expression moving as she said, Eldest senior brother, believe me, Long Tianyi has already threatened to clean up after you. So why are you unwilling to join forces with me to kill him? I'm curious. Long Tianyi is from your southern demon kingdom. Why did you kill him? Zhang Yi looked at Chen Shaoke curiously. As long as Chen Shaoke had half a lie in her mouth, he immediately turned away. Chen Shaoke hesitated for a moment and glanced at Zhang Yi, as if she had made a huge determination, and gritted her teeth. He desires to marry me, and I don't want to marry him, and I can't marry him. Why? The Fox clan has joined with the Dragon clan, which should be a good thing for you. Zhang Yi didn't believe that Chen Shaoque would give up benefits to pursue the so-called love. Chen Shaoque shook her head and said with a serious look, "No, Long Tianyi's ambition is too big. He wants the demon race to rise, and the dragon race is volatile by nature, and the demons who marry with the dragon race all have a life of being taken. Oh, your status in the southern demon kingdom isn't low, and they're willing to give you up." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. In his opinion, losing a holy maiden in exchange for Long Tianyi's great cultivation advancement was a completely more than uneconomical deal. Long Tianyi is the earliest revived eccentric freak. Currently the hopes of all the old men of the southern demon kingdom are placed on them, not to mention giving up on me, even if it means giving up on the southern demon kingdom demon lord. Chen Shaoquai smiled to herself. Although she was famous all over the world, she was nothing more than a tool person in the eyes of those old guys in the southern demon kingdom. This is probably the sadness of fate. Long Tianyi wants to revitalize the demon race. No. To be precise, it is to revitalize the dragon clan. This is bound to be a bloody path. Not only people, but demons will not fare well either. Whether it is for the sake of the world's righteousness or for the sake of my little girl, I still hope that eldest senior brother will come to the aid of the world. Chen Shaoquai bowed and pleaded with a sincere expression. Even Xiao Gu, who had always had a bad impression of Zhang Yi, followed along and begged, knowing that this matter meant a great deal to Chen Shaoque. You know, I don't like trouble, but if he strikes out at me, I will cut him down. Zhang Yi had always been a matter of indifference, but he would never be merciful if he was messed with. A smile unfolded on Chen Shaoque's face. He was waiting for these words. Eldest senior brother, I have nothing to hide from you. I wonder about cooperation. The original plan is carried out, of course. You cannot take the initiative to provoke trouble. If Long Tianyi does not know how to do good, I do not mind decapitating the demon. Considering Chen Shaoque's honesty and the fact that he also needed people in the great barbarian forbidden land, Zhang Yi did not leave. So far, Chen Shaoque is really the best cooperation object. No matter the identity or strength can enter his eyes, of course. Except Long Tianyi. Wuling 3,000 years, September 14th. From the great barbarian's forbidden land opened only one day, only to see the amazing power sweeping, 9-headed dragon horse frame. A luxurious golden sedan chair nestled in a handsome white youth. Pedestrians avoided less than, eyes full of horror. This person was clearly none other than the ancient dragon race freak Long Tianyi. Have Chen Shaoke come to receive us? Long Tianyi stretched lazily on top of the sedan chair and ordered extremely domineeringly. Yes, sir. The people around him became dragon guards, and all of their strength was Jindan. So strong. What a big show. Is this the ancient freak? The demon race has Long Tianyi. Why worry about not prospering? I wonder if he's stronger or weaker than Daosong's senior brother? Nonsense. Of course it's Long Tianyi. I heard that Long Tianyi is the son of the ancient Dragon King. He was also an astonishing existence in the ancient times, and now he's still not crushed in our time. The news of Long Tianyi's emergence had already spread in the demon race, but it was clear that there was not much fame on the human race's side yet. This time, Long Tianyi came to the great barbaric forbidden land not for the barbarian king's blood, but to establish his authority in Wuling. Dao Sect senior brother Zhang Yi, the #1 contemporary heavenly pride? I wonder if you've come. Long Tianyi was naturally aware of Zhang Yi's name, but he merely smiled contemptuously at this, his bland killing intent flashing by. A moment later, Long Wei brought Chen Shaoquai to Long Tianyi. Chen Shaoquai, have you thought it over? The barbarian king at the time was a sworn brother to my father, and I'm familiar with this so-called great barbarian forbidden land. As long as you promise me, I'll help you capture the 9-tailed sacred blood. Long Tianyi's eyes filled with a touch of lust-want as he looked towards Chen Shaoque, and he didn't hide his thoughts towards Chen Shaoque at all. There's no need. I've already found someone to cooperate with. He'll help me seize the 9-tailed sacred blood. Chen Shaoque was nonchalant, completely lacking the same enthusiasm that she had faced Zhang Yi with. Who is it? Long Tianyi stood up from the sedan chair with an agitated expression and hissed, showing his teeth. Don't you know that Chen Shaoquai is his woman? If you dare to go against him, aren't you looking for death? Chen Shaoque was silent, and the look in her eyes toward Long Tianyi was filled with disgust and dislike. Chen Shaoke, how will you capture the nine-tailed sacred blood without me? Humph. Don't think I don't know what's in your mind. You pretended to help me, but in reality, you wanted to use the nine-tailed sacred blood to contain me. You know that if I obtain the nine-tailed sacred blood and awaken the Yuan ancestor sacred blood, my status in the southern demon kingdom may not be lower than yours. Having come to this point, there was no need for her to continue with Long Tianyi's false thinking, and she directly stated her purpose. Long Tianyi's face changed slightly, killing intent in his eyes. Good. You are very good. You are still useful to me. I won't kill you for now. Who is the person who helped you? How dare you go against me? Long Tianyi was furious and extremely in need of finding someone to vent his anger. So what if I tell you? You're just making a fool out of yourself. I advise you not to be ignorant. Chen Shaoke looked at Long Tianyi with contempt in her eyes and sneered. This made Long Tianyi furious. In his life he hated it when people looked down on him. I am invincible at the spirit transformation stage. Who can be worthy to fight with me? Who is helping Chen Shaoke? Get out and die. Long Tianyi's angry voice echoed in the great barbarian city. It was terrifying. Chapter 34. The sage Yi Haoren in front of people. Long Tianyi's sudden anger made the people of great barbarian city fearful. All of them were trembling and didn't dare to make a sound. And they were even cursing the person who had helped Chen Shaoke in their hearts. Is this the kind of help you got? Coward. Long Tianyi sneered. For this kind of all-shrinking head, he always scoffed. If I'm not wrong, the person who helped you should be someone from the human race. No one from the demon race dares to go against me. Who is it? In fact, Long Tianyi already had a guess in his heart, but he wanted to hear it from Chen Shaoke herself. Chen Shaoke said bluntly, Heavenly Sect Yi Haoren, can you afford to mess with him? If you hadn't dipped into your age, you wouldn't be a match for him in a single move. Of course, Chen Shaoke couldn't report Zhang Yi's name, so she might as well throw the pot on Yi Haoren. She didn't know that Zhang Yi was secretly observing her performance, and when she heard her say Yi Haoren's name, she couldn't help but secretly nod her head. Not bad. This dumping skill is very strong. Zhang Yi needed this kind of smart person by his side. In fact, as long as Chen Shaoke uttered a word, Zhang Yi would immediately draw boundaries with her. Fortunately, Chen Shaoke did not let him down. Eldest brother. She's so bad. Zhang Lanyan let out a bad smile and seemed to think that Chen Shaoke wasn't that unpleasant. If only you were half as smart as she is. Zhang Yi gave a heartfelt sigh of relief. Zhang Lanyan was unconvinced and puffed up his cheeks in anger. Eldest senior brother. Before you even praised me for being big and smart. It's true what Master said was right. Men are all big pig's hooves and can't be trusted. Zhang Yi? Words? The holy maiden of the southern demon kingdom truly lives up to her name. Just a simple sentence led the scourge to Yi Haoren. Xin Xinyu was a little curious about how Long Tianyi would deal with Yi Haoren next. As expected, Long Tianyi did not disappoint and let out a furious cry. Yi Haoren, get the hell out of here. Yi Haoren, who was having fun pleasure in the restaurant, heard this roar and a touch of anger surfaced in his slightly drunken eyes. Keeps roaring and roaring. Really thinks that the great barbarian city is not his home? After saying that, he slapped the table, ready to rush out to settle the score with Long Tianyi. At this time, Yi Haoren didn't know the identity of Long Tianyi, so he was naturally full of confidence. Lord Yi. He didn't know Long Tianyi's identity, but the fox woman serving him beside her knew the other party's identity, and immediately her face changed trying to pull him back. But Yi Haoren just smiled dashingly and said in an unusually beepy manner, I'll go and come back. I'd like to see which ungrateful guy dares to offend me. It's human nature to show sainthood in front of people, especially in front of a girl. That fox lady shook her head when she saw Yi Haoren rushing out unhesitatingly, and a smile was drawn on the corner of her mouth. Everything is in the holy maiden's arrangement. It turned out that Chen Shaoke had long anticipated today's event and made a good deployment in advance, and that fox woman serving Yi Haoren was also one of her people. At this moment, Yi Haoren arrived at the entrance of the great savage city in a flash. Standing opposite Long Tianyi, the atmosphere was especially tense. He naturally noticed Chen Shaoke as well, and subconsciously assumed that Long Tianyi was the helper Chen Shaoke had hired. Is the great barbarian city your home? What's the point of making so much noise? Although Yi Haoren saw Long Tianyi's extraordinary aura, he did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and questioned Long Tianyi in a condescending manner. Long Tianyi laughed in anger at Yi Haoren's attitude. You are Yi Haoren? Exactly your grandpa. What does the grandson want with grandpa? Yi Haoren sneered and looked back at the foxwoman who was sticking her head out at the back again. Her face filled with pride. Long Tianyi's face was so gloomy that it was dripping with water. A dragon might erupted from his body. You seek death. As the words fell, a fist blasted out, and a dragon shadow swept through the air like a star river waterfall pressing towards Yi Haoren. Yi Haoren's complexion changed, and he secretly said that it was not good. The strength of the other party obviously exceeded his imagination. Left eye open, only to see an eye of divine might emerge in the void. Endless vitality burst out. Under the cover of this vitality, Yi Haoren hard against that punch was actually unharmed. Heavy pupil is nothing more than that. You are far worse than the original heavy pupil Yixing. Long Tianyi shook his head in disappointment. His eyes filled with disappointment. He really could not understand how this kind of goods dare to be so arrogant. You know my family's ancestor? Who the hell are you? Yi Haoren's pupils quaked, realizing that the other party's origin might be bigger than he thought, and alarm bells rang in his heart. So you're a descendant of Yixing. Your ancestor should have already ascended, right? After all that, it was a bunch of old acquaintances except for his age. Ancestors have indeed ascended. Who the hell are you? Yi Haoren narrowed his eyes and guessed Long Tianyi's identity in his heart. I am Dragon Tianyi of the Dragon Clan. Your grandpa dragon. As soon as Long Tianyi reported his life, between his hands forming seals, a 5-clawed golden dragon descended into the sky, and the scarlet bowl seemed to devour Yi Haoren. At that moment, Yi Haoren felt an unprecedented crisis. He felt that this person in front of him was even stronger than Zhang Yi at that time, only to see him wiping his eyes with force. Right wheel! At that moment, the void tore cracked. A pair of eyes transformed into black and white, covered with the meaning of life and death. Endless gusts of wind lifted up, and the Tao meaning of life and death directly annihilated that 5-clawed golden dragon. A writing wheel? Kind of interesting. Long Tianyi raised his eyebrows, seemingly aroused by Yi Haoren. Brother Haoren, he's just a paper tiger. Not useful. Don't be afraid of him. Seeing that Yi Haoren was a bit weak, Chen Xiaokui immediately incited the fire, calling out to Yi Haoren in an extremely affectionate, hot manner. Yi Haoren, oh, when did you become so gentle? Weren't you all but ignoring me yesterday? Yi Haoren was confused. This was completely different from what he had expected, which made him react that there must be a fraud in this. Brother Haoren? The jealousy in Long Tianyi's heart overturned. Chen Xiaokui was a woman he valued, and absolutely would not allow anyone to get their hands on her. Yi Haoren, today you will surely die. Heavenly Dragon Seal. Long Tianyi made a seal with both hands, only to see a dragon seal emanating supreme pressure emerge in the void. A dragon roar even emanated infinite killing intent, like a thunderbolt exploding in the great barbarian city. Under the suppression pressure of this terrifying killing intent, Yi Haoren was actually unable to move, and just as he was about to exert his heavy pupils to the extreme, a familiar burly figure ran over. Ichigo, stay under your hand. Leave me alone. The person who came was none other than Tiger, who had conspired with Yi Haoren earlier. As for the first brother's name, this is Long Tianyi's own strong request. He doesn't love to listen to anything else. He loves to hear people call him first brother. Long Tianyi brought the dragon seal in the air to a halt and frowned as he chided. Tiger, you want to stop me? I wouldn't dare, first brother. There must be some kind of misunderstanding between you and Brother Haoren, so don't fall for someone else's trick. Tiger was so scared that he knelt down on the ground. He didn't dare to look directly at Long Tianyi. The pressure was too terrifying. Chapter 35. The Yang Sword. The person who joined forces with the Holy Maiden is the Tao Sect's senior brother Zhang Yi. This matter has nothing to do with Yi Haoren. She is deliberately provoking a conflict between you and Yi Haoren. Tiger knew what was going on and immediately ran to untangle the misunderstanding between the two. He absolutely could not let Chen Xiaokui have his way. First brother thinks I'm teaming up with Chen Xiaokui? Yi Haoren now also reacted to the fact that he was being used, and it was no wonder that Chen Xiaokui had been pleasant to him before. Sure enough, when things go wrong, they go wrong. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyi put away the dragon seal in the void and frowned. Although he was conceited, he was not stupid and reacted to hearing Tiger say this. First brother, this is really a misunderstanding. I haven't even spoken a few words with Chen Xiaokui. How could I possibly join forces with her? Tiger can prove it. Yi Haoren panicked. He didn't want to provoke such a powerful enemy for no reason. He is also the one who manifests himself in front of people, and he is also the one who confesses in front of people. Long Tianyi gazed scanning around, but not the figure of Chen Xiaoke, the original when the culprit Chen Xiaoke not long ago left. Chen Xiaoke, bitch human. Ah! Long Tianyi's angry double fists bombarded the ground, and it was like an earthquake hitting the ground. It was terrifying. Dao Sect Zhang Yi, I will execute you. Long Tianyi gritted his teeth and said indignantly. On the other hand, Zhang Yi also returned to his residence before Chen Xiaoke. After Chen Xiaoke came back, she immediately pulled Zhang Yi to leave. It's not good. Let's hurry up and leave the Great Barbarian City. First go to the entrance of the Great Barbarian Forbidden Land and wait. When the Forbidden Land opens, we'll go in. What's the hurry? Zhang Yi actually knew it in his heart, but he had also seen Long Tianyi's strength just now, so his heart was a bit more solid instead. What late stage of spirit transformation can battle Yuaning is just bull. That strength isn't even as good as him. Don't believe the rumors and don't spread them. Thanks to the strength of Long Tianyi or Zhang Yi almost believe what weird freaks are just like that. Eldest brother. Long Tianyi knows about you and I joining forces and wants to kill you afterward. Chen Xiaoke really didn't want Zhang Yi to meet up with Long Tianyi at this time. He didn't think Zhang Yi was a match for Long Tianyi. To kill Long Tianyi or to enter the Great Savage Forbidden Land, she had too many cards on her body to be exposed in the Great Savage City. However, he saw Zhang Yi nodding his head lightly, even taking a leisurely sip of tea. I know. Knowing that and still not leaving? Eldest brother, you don't know that violent temper of Long Tianyi. He is really going to kill you in the Great Savage City, and it's not convenient for me to do it in the Great Savage City. Chen Xiaoke was in a hurry, and in the heat of the moment, she told her bitter feelings. Zhang Yi still took a sip of tea without any haste, raising an eyebrow and questioning, he can kill me? As the words fell, the door was broken by a terrifying wave of air, and Long Tianyi came raging with Yi Haoren and Tiger. When he first saw Zhang Yi, he subconsciously frowned, not for any other reason than the fact that Zhang Yi's appearance was truly astonishing. However, he quickly reacted and said angrily, You're Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, however, did not pay any attention to him, sipping his own tea, and did not even look at him till the end. Chen Xiaoke was anxious when she saw Zhang Yi's calm demeanor. Hadn't she told Zhang Yi how terrifying the other party's strength was? How could he still be so calm? She only knew that Zhang Yi was cold before, but she shouldn't have been like this when facing Long Tianyi. As for Zhang Luyan and Shen Xinyu, they honestly stood behind Zhang Yi, panicking in their hearts, but once they thought that there was still Zhang Yi, they settled down a little. I asked you a question. Long Tianyi angrily smashed the table in front of Zhang Yi, which shavings flew all over the sky, while Zhang Yi rose up in the air, the teacup in his hand dripping and steady. Long Tianyi, since the revival of Wen is not subject to 10,000 people to worship, how has ever suffered such treatment? This also immediately let him kill Heart Long. Zhang Yi, I can't imagine that you're actually such a person, hiding behind women all the time. It's really a disgrace to your Dao sect. Yi Haoren was put on the spot and also aimed his spear at Zhang Yi. Chen Xiaokuai's face was gloomy. It's over and done with. If I make a move here, the Southern Demon Kingdom will have no place for me to stand. Eldest brother, if I have nowhere to go later, you will be responsible for me. Chen Xiaokuai had already made up her mind that as long as Long Tian made a move, she wouldn't mind showing her bottom card. The big deal was that there was just no way back. Who's responsible for you? Zhang Yi gave Chen Xiaokuai a blank look, thinking to himself, you're thinking of something beautiful. However, this sounded like the two were flirting to Long Tianyi, and his anger flared. Zhang Yi, the world says that you are the strongest heavenly pride of the world, and it's a pity that your life will soon come to an end. End it. All your glory will be mine. Long Tianyi shouted, actually directly revealing his body. A golden dragon rose up in the air, an earth-shattering dragon roar like thunder. Yi Haoren couldn't wait to clap his hands and secretly said, if Zhang Yi died at the hands of Long Tianyi, it would save me a lot of trouble. Zhang Yi glanced at the imposing Long Tianyi, threw the teacup in his hand upwards, and a long sword appeared in his hand. This sword, called the Yang Sword, was gifted to Zhang Yi by Yue Yao, while she had a moon sword in her hand. Wow, the legendary Yang Sword. It's the first time I've seen eldest brother take it out after knowing him for so long. Rumor has it that the Yang Sword and even the Sword of Yang, when this sword comes out, blood stains the rivers and mountains. Shen Xinyu also knew the origin of the Yang Sword, and a flash of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. Star River Sword Technique. Zhang Yi waved the yang sword in his hand like a river of flaming stars descending from the sky, and the astonishingly sizzling hot sword awnings landed on Long Tianyi. Long Tianyi roared, wanting to use his dragon claws to suppress everything, but he had underestimated the sword awnings. Clang, clang, clang. Only a crisp ringing sound could be heard between the sword on and the dragon scale collision. A ray of fire burst out, and Long Tianyi's dragon claw that was directly in front of him was even cut by the sword on. The sword on that looked like a river of stars made him feel a trace of fear. A trace of astonishment flashed through Long Tianyi's huge dragon eyes. How is it possible? His spiritual energy is actually stronger than mine. Long Tianyi's heart turned over huge waves, and at the same time, he was glad that he had exerted his real body when he faced Zhang Yi, or else he would really have been in the gutter. On the side, Chun Xiaokuei also stopped her hand movements. Originally, she was still prepared to step in to help, but after seeing Zhang Yi's strength, she suddenly realized that there didn't seem to be a need for it. He's so strong. She also finally understood why Zhang Yi had been so calm, as he had not placed Long Tianyi in his eyes. Yi Haoran was also stunned, dumbfounded as he looked at Zhang Yi, who was like a god and goddess in the void, and his mind went blank. Tiger. Isn't Long Tianyi battleable against Yuaning? Yi Haoran had fought with Long Tianyi and naturally knew the strength of the other party. He just had trouble accepting this fact. Chapter 36. Dragon's blood spilled in the sky. Indeed, it can battle Yuaning. I've seen it with my own eyes. Tiger nodded woodenly, already numb. He knew that Zhang Yi was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. I have a sword that can cut through dragons. Another sword chopped down. A miserable dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and the dragon's blood spilled down into the blue sky, which added a lot of vitality to the deathly silent great barbarian city. What's the situation? Eldest brother of the Zhao sect actually injured the ancient freak of the dragon clan. This battle is too terrifying. Even the dragon freak is not his opponent? What rich dragon blood? Hurry up and absorb it. The commotion of this battle was too great, leading countless people to be shocked. But to them the attraction of dragon's blood was even greater. Bathing in dragon's blood could strengthen the body. Zhang Yi, you dare to hurt me? At this moment, Long Tianyi had already regained his human form. His heart was shocked and furious. From those two swords just now, he seemed to know that he was no match for Zhang Yi. How can there still be someone so strong in this era? Long Tianyi did not understand. Since the huge change in the heavenly Tao, the aura of the Wuling continent was far less dense than before, and it was hard for him to imagine how Zhang Yi had cultivated to such an extent. So what if I hurt you? Zhang Yi was ready to swing his sword again as he spoke, which startled Long Tianyi, who could not care less about his face and flashed away, leaving only the dumbfounded Yi Haoran and Tiger. Zhang Yi. It's a fight to the death inside the great savage forbidden land. Running was still necessary, but his face as a dragon freak couldn't be left behind, and harsh words had to be put out. What kind of cow or horse is this? Yi Haoran stared dumbfounded at the fleeing Long Tianyi, secretly slandered in his heart. In front of me when arrogant into what kind of, how in front of Zhang Yi so wimpy. Hurry up and also look at the people. Even Long Tianyi had run away, so naturally he and Tiger would not stay here and also fled in a huff. Eldest brother, aren't you going after them? Chun Xiaokuei was puzzled. Nowadays one should ride the wave of victory. Why are you chasing them? He's fleeing for his life. Don't you know that you can't chase after an enemy? Zhang Yi put away his yang sword and extended his hand out, while the cup of tea that had been thrown out earlier landed right in his hand. To be able to drink tea in a breezy manner after beheading a dragon. This scene directly caused Chun Xiaokuei to fall. Eldest senior brother. Truly a wonderful person. Especially after seeing Zhang Yi's strength, Chun Xiaokuei felt more and more that she had made the right choice this time, and did not forget to fool around with Xiao Gu. How is it? This holy maiden's vision is good, right? The holy maiden's high opinion. Xiao Gu was convinced that this kind of strength was definitely the #1 heavenly pride. Is this the ancient freak of the dragon race? It's nothing more than that. He's not even Yi Haoran's opponent. He had carefully analyzed that fight between Long Tianyi and Yi Haoran. Yi Haoran had hidden great strength and even had killing moves that he hadn't executed. Is he that weak? Chun Xiaokuei was dumbfounded. This was a bit different from her perception. It's not that he's too weak, it's that Yi Haoran is too strong. That guy Yi Haoran is definitely not pure in his purpose of mixing with Long Tianyi. It's highly likely that he's trying to target me, since that's the case. Speaking of this, a cold glint flashed across Zhang Yi's eyes. Eldest brother, I'll stand by you no matter what. I'm your loyal ally. Chen Xiaokui's eyes were starry. This thigh must be wrapped up, and she realized that Zhang Yi wasn't as difficult to get along with as rumored. Me too. Me too. Shen Xinyu and Zhang Lanyan were also not willing to show weakness, fearing that their eldest brother would be seduced by Chen Xiaokui. Zhang Yi, however, ignored them and sipped his tea with his eyes on the distance, wondering what Long Tianyi and Yi Haoren were doing in the Great Barbarian's Forbidden Land. Chen Xiaokuai, just now I heard Long Tianyi say that the previous owner of the Great Barbaric Forbidden Land was a sworn brother to his father, and that entering the Great Barbaric Forbidden Land was just like a backyard garden. Is this true? If that's the case, I'm afraid it's going to be a bit of a problem. This statement, Chen Xiaoka instantly reacted to the previous things he did at the gates of the Great Barbarians where Zhang Yi insight, could not help but inhale a mouthful of cool air. Fortunately, at that time she did not have any other mind, otherwise. Although Long Tianyi this person is arrogant, but he won't talk big, this matter should be true. But the owner of the Great Savage Forbidden Land has been dead for many years, and the highest cultivation among them is only at the late stage of spirit transformation, and the eldest senior brother is the invincible existence. Even Long Tianyi wasn't a match for Zhang Yi, so who else within the spirit transformation period was a match for him? Not to be taken lightly, they will definitely join forces. Listen to my arrangements after entering the Great Savage Forbidden Land. Zhang Yi already had a calculation in his mind. Since he knew that they had made a move, he naturally had to take the initiative. He didn't like to be passive. Except of course for certain aspects of know-it-all. Tonight, the last night, the Great Savage City is destined to be stormy. Zhang Yi's two sword beheadings of Long Tian, a dragon whose blood spilled into the blue sky, had already been rumored in the Great Barbarian City. It was a pity that Long Tianyi had originally held the intention of stepping on Zhang Yi's reputation to get up there, but who knew that he had become a stepping stone to Zhang Yi's fame? That's probably what's called doing harm to others. Damn it! Zhang Yi has insulted the majesty of my dragon clan. He must be killed afterward. Long Tianyi had recovered from his injuries, but his iron color was still an iron blue. I have to say, the recovery ability of the dragon race is strong. Ordinary people suffered Zhang Yi two swords. I'm afraid that the body has long been eliminated, and he was like a person like nothing at this time. Long Tianyi, why don't you and I join forces? You and I will definitely kill Zhang Yi. After seeing Long Tianyi's wretched scene, Yi Haoren's name for him changed. Ridiculous, before he even said that Long Tianyi looked at people, how could he not be the same? Big brother doesn't laugh at second brother. Long Tianyi frowned slightly. He naturally sensed the change in Yi Haoren's attitude. You're nothing but his defeated henchman. What's the point of having you? To be honest, Long Tianyi looked at Zhang Yi somewhat from the bottom of his heart, and if it wasn't because of the heavy pupil, he didn't even want to take care of Yi Haoren. A hint of displeasure flashed across Yi Haoren's brows. Saying it like you're not his defeated? That being said, it's up to you whether or not to join forces, and I'm not the one who's disgraced anyway. Yi Haoren didn't treat Long Tianyi politely either. Before, he falsely thought that the snake was because he wanted to use the other party's strength to deal with Zhang Yi. But the other party obviously didn't have the strength, so there was no need for him to continue to give him a good face. You! As soon as Long Tian reached out his hand, he grabbed towards Yi Haoren's neck. Zhang Yi hit him, even if it's not enough. What kind of thing are you, Yi Haoren? You dare to be rude in front of me? However, he saw Yi Haoren's eyes explode with the intent of life and death, and a huge black hole emerged as if it could make life and death sink fall. Do you really think that you are my opponent? Long Tianyi's expression changed greatly. You actually comprehended the cave of life and death? Only then did Long Tianyi react. Just now Yi Haoren had been hiding his clumsiness and had been counting on him all along. Despicable human. You're even more despicable than Yi Xing. Yi Haoren was satisfied with Long Tianyi's attitude and sneered as he held his head high and said, How is it? Does it still feel that I'm not qualified now? Chapter 37. The Barbarian King's Mirror and the Barbarian King's Bone. Yi Haoren, you're hiding deep enough. I almost fell for your dog's tricks. Long Tianyi snorted coldly, a trace of displeasure rising in his heart. No one likes to be used. All of my means are for Zhang Yi. No one else is qualified. Also, in Yi Haoren's eyes, his only opponent was Zhang Yi. Even Long Tianyi was not qualified. Unbridled. Even if you have comprehended the cave of life and death, so what? Rat-eyed fellow. Long Tianyi somewhat couldn't stand Yi Haoren and rebuked unconvincingly. Two elder brothers. Zhang Yi is too demonic. How about we join forces to eradicate him first? It was hard for Tiger to be sandwiched between the two, and he immediately stepped up to the plate at the critical moment. That's just it. I'll clean up Zhang Yi before I clean up you. Long Tianyi suppressed the anger in his heart. Nowadays he didn't have a better person to cooperate with other than Yi Haoran. Both his status and strength qualified him to work with him. Yi Haoran, however, smiled disdainfully. It's still uncertain who will clean up who. The two had reached a consensus over dealing with Zhang Yi, and Yi Haoran did not expect this relationship to last forever. This night they were all discussing how they were going to deal with Zhang Yi after entering the Great Savage Forbidden Land, while Zhang Yi and Qin Shaoke were also discussing how they were going to deal with them. The following morning, on the 15th day of the 9th month, the Great Savage Forbidden Land opened, and the human and demon races that had been waiting here for several days swarmed in. Some people enter the Great Barbaric Forbidden Land in order to change their destiny against the heavens, and some people enter the Great Barbaric Forbidden Land in order to seize the supreme opportunity. Zhang Yi's entry into the Great Barbarian's Forbidden Land was all because he was trapped by the heavenly fate chart. Zhang Yi and Qin Shaoke had already entered the Great Barbarian Forbidden Land, and strangely enough, they did not see Long Tianyi and the others at the entrance of the Great Barbarian Forbidden Land. Inside the Great Barbarian Forbidden Land, it was barren, with eerie white bones piled up everywhere, and even the aura was unknown how many times thinner than the outside world. Wow! This is the legendary Great Barbarian Forbidden Land. It's too barren, isn't it? A flash of disdain surfaced on Zhang Luyan's small face as she weakly hid behind Zhang Yi. Is it the first time for several of you to come to the Great Savage Forbidden Earth? Actually, the Great Savage Forbidden Land isn't that scary. As long as you don't provoke that kind of taboo-like existence, you won't be in any serious trouble. It wasn't the first time Qin Shaoke had come to the Great Barbaric Forbidden Land, and it seemed that she had long since gotten used to everything here. We'll get used to it too. Zhang Lanyan's cheeks puffed out and he said in an exasperated voice, Eldest senior brother, I'll take you to find the barbarian king's blood first. Make sure you find it before they do. According to the two men's speculation, if Yi Haoran joined forces with Long Tianyi, he would definitely wait for an ambush at the place of the barbarian king's blood or the nine-tailed sacred blood. Time is extraordinarily valuable to them. To obtain the barbarian king's blood, you must kill the barbarian king. Let's go to the barbarian king's hall first. With Qin Shaoke leading the way, it saved them a lot of work. Zhang Yi suddenly felt that being in this great savage forbidden land was a bit like painting a copy, and the so-called Savage King was the boss of this copy. They had encountered quite a few demons and devils along the way, but Zhang Yi's battle with Long Tianyi in the Great Savage City had made people not dare to mess with them, and the road was smooth sailing. Hoo. Just then, a piercingly gloomy wind blew in, catching people off guard. Qin Shaokuei's face changed drastically as she muttered, A cloudy wind has arisen. The barbarian soldiers have appeared. Quickly go! Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently as a group of sturdy men came stepping on the gloomy wind with an incomparably terrifying aura. Although Zhang Yi could leave with the help of his wind and cloud boots, he obviously couldn't abandon the others and just shook his head calmly. It's too late. It's usually hard to encounter barbarian soldiers. How come barbarian soldiers appeared not long after we came in this time? This must have nothing to do with Long Tianyi. Qin Shaokuei looked unsightly as the nine tails emerged behind her back, instantly entering the battle state. Wherever the barbarians passed, not an inch of grass was left to grow, and some passers-by were crushed into bloody froth before they had time to react, dying an unexplained death. Eldest brother, we can only kill our way out. The barbarian soldiers don't know how to avoid it. Qin Shaokuei's nine tails shook violently, and the barbarian soldiers fell wherever they passed. But the number of barbarian soldiers was too great to open up a path. Zhang Yi once again took out his yang sword and chopped away with a single stroke of the sword. The biting sword-ons erupted and the barbarian soldiers were annihilated wherever the river of swords passed through, and a path of blood was chopped open by Zhang Yi with a single stroke of the sword. Zhang Yi lifted up Zhang Luyan and Xin Xinyu and flashed lightly through that bloody path, without even a trace of blood on his body. Qin Shaokuei looked at Zhang Yi's overwhelmingly gorgeous figure, and for a short time, she actually froze or was awakened by Xiao Gu, which led her to follow Zhang Yi as he hurriedly left. The people behind them also wanted to make use of this bloody path, but the barbarian soldiers didn't give them a chance, and when they just stepped onto the bloody path, the barbarian soldiers quickly converged and buried them all in it. Let's not go to the barbarian king's hall first. Let's go find Long Tianyi. If the barbarian soldiers in the party were really the work of Long Tian, they would have to directly address the source of the trouble. Eldest brother is trying to solve the trouble directly? Chen Xiaokuai instantly penetrated Zhang Yi's mind. Mainly this time, the great savage forbidden land was too unusual, and the only one who had the ability to make waves was Long Tianyi. Yes. Do you know where the Savage King's tomb is? Long Tianyi was too reckless and managed to attract Zhang Yi's attention as he wished. Barbarian King's tomb. That's the forbidden land of the great barbarian forbidden land. Those who step on it shall not die well and will be cursed by the barbarian king. Chen Xiaokuei said with an incomparably serious expression of fear on her face. Curse? Are you saying that if Long Tianyi enters the barbarian king's tomb, he will be cursed? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. He knew that if Long Tianyi wanted to mobilize the power of the great savage forbidden earth, he would have to find the barbarian king's corpse bones or a certain treasure that could manipulate the great savage forbidden earth. It is unknown, but I don't mind going to the barbarian king's tomb right now. But if I capture the nine-tailed sacred blood, I will be able to ignore the power of the curse. Chen Xiaokuai pondered for a moment. Don't misunderstand me, eldest senior brother. I'm not trying to go for the nine-tailed sacred blood first. If you don't trust me, you can go for the barbarian king's blood first. If eldest brother's strength breaks through another layer, I guess the barbarian king's tomb won't be able to stop you. Chen Xiaokuei was worried about Zhang Yi's misunderstanding and explained in a loud voice. Take me to the barbarian king's tomb first. It's always unsettling to have someone messing around behind my back. Zhang Yi didn't like the feeling that he could be backstabbed at any time. In case he stabbed at a critical moment, it could be too disgusting. Seeing that Zhang Yi had such a firm attitude, Chen Xiaokuei did not say much and could only lead the way ahead, promising that she would do what she said when she promised to listen to Zhang Yi's arrangements for everything in the great barbarian forbidden land. Just as Zhang Yi expected, as they rushed to the barbarian king's tomb, Long Tianyi and the others were facing a white bone mirror in the middle of the barbarian king's twilight, and in the mirror were the images of Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoka. This mirror is called the barbarian king's mirror, which can visualize all things in the great barbarian forbidden earth. And Long Tianyi also held a golden hand bone that emitted supreme pressure in his hand. This bone was called the barbarian king bone, which could manipulate the great barbarian forbidden earth spirit. Chapter 38. Is he the barbarian king? With this barbarian king bone and barbarian king mirror, it's hard for this brat Zhang Yi not to die. Long Tianyi let out a cold laugh as he looked at Zhang Yi in the barbarian king's mirror. To actually want to come to the barbarian king's tomb to find me, simply looking for death. Long Tianyi couldn't wait for Zhang Yi to come to the barbarian king's tomb. This was his home turf and everything was his call. Thinking of this, Long Tianyi looked at Yi Haoran beside him and secretly said, After I kill Zhang Yi, I'll come back to clean you up. Absolutely no threats will be allowed to exist. Brother Yi, I'll trap Zhang Yi when he arrives later, and you use the cave of life and death to put him to death. Long Tianyi played a good game, intending to let Yi Haoran and Zhang Yi consume each other first. Yi Haoran sneered and looked deeply at Long Tianyi, but did not speak. Next, add some more difficulties for you. Long Tianyi waved the barbarian king bone, only to see a white bone break out in front of Zhang Yi and the rest of them, and countless morose white bones wanted to drag them into the earth. Ah! What is this? Zhang Lanyan exclaimed, and hurriedly took out her long sword to cut the white bones off, but it scared her enough. On the contrary, Shen Xinyu was quite calm and fought to chop up the white bones on the ground. She knew that Zhang Yi had come to the great barbarian forbidden land for her, and she was determined not to cause trouble for Zhang Yi. Chen Xiaokuai's 9 tails wrapped several people, and it even caused the white bones around her to shatter, but her complexion was gloomy to the extreme. How did the white bone swamp appear here? It must be Long Tianyi's ghost again. Eldest senior brother, you're right, we have to take care of Long Tianyi first. Otherwise we won't be able to move an inch in the great barbarian forbidden land. Long Tianyi's control over the great savage forbidden earth was clearly beyond her imagination. Even the place of the white bone swamp could be changed. It's just a sculpture. Zhang Yi snorted coldly. A burst of golden light flooded under his feet, and supreme Tao law surged forth, instantly killing all the white bones, and calm was restored to the surroundings. Surprisingly, he has cultivated the Tao Sect's demon-destroying golden light to this level. Chen Xiaokuai sucked in a breath of cool air. The more she spent time with Zhang Yi, the more surprises Zhang Yi brought to her. She even felt that Zhang Yi was omnipotent, and following someone like this gave birth to an unprecedented sense of security. However, the people around them were not so lucky, and many of them were engulfed by the white bone swamp with no bones left. Long Tianyi is heartless and kills innocents indiscriminately. Chen Xiaokuai's face was gloomy, feeling that Long Tianyi was somewhat unscrupulous. Little Doyle, not good enough. Zhang Yi was extremely disdainful of Long Tiany's tactics, and although he was cold, he did not kill innocents indiscriminately. The people who followed them didn't suffer a lot, and this matter instantly spread in the great savage forbidden land, so much so that no one dared to get close to them, and even secretly called them the Grim Reapers. Everywhere you go, people die. Along the way, Long Tiany had manipulated the barbarian king Bone to add trouble to Zhang Yi, but fortunately, Zhang Yi was too strong and resolved it as easily as possible. In the face of absolute strength, all plots and tricks are paper tigers. At night, the great barbarian forbidden land was even more desolate, and from time to time there were a few cries of ghosts and wolves, which scared Zhang Lanyan, and Xin Xinyu's face was also miserable. But she didn't show it. She didn't want Zhang Yi to look down on her. Sparing no effort, they still didn't stop and continued to set off towards the barbarian king's tomb. Only that the great barbarian forbidden land at night was even more dangerous than in the daytime. They encountered savage beasts, many of which were spirit transformation stage savage beasts, but they were all stopped by Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoke. They were bound by savage vines, but it was Zhang Yi who was able to save them all with one force. In short, this way they can be said to have experienced 991 difficulties. Everyone is unusually wretched, no longer before the bright and shiny, of course. Except Zhang Yi is still white, as if not affected in the slightest. We must kill Long Tiany as soon as possible, or there will be no end to it. Chen Xiaokuei's killing intent towards Long Tiany intensified the further she moved forward. The barbarian king's tomb is up ahead, isn't it? Zhang Yi looked at the imposing mountain peak in front of him, which was clearly different from the rest of the world, and had the feeling of a paradise. Right? Be sure to be careful of the cursed power of the barbarian king's tomb. That's what makes it an indefensible existence. Chen Xiaokuei was terrified of the power of the curse and urged again and again. At least Long Tiany can't manipulate the power of the curse. If Long Tiany could manipulate the power of the curse, he wouldn't have done so. When they arrived in front of the barbarian king's tomb, a stone monument was erected at the bottom of the mountain, with a few big words in dragon and phoenix, unusually domineering. Barbarian king's tomb, forbidden to be entered by the living, violators will die. The living are forbidden to enter. How did Long Tiany and the others get in? Zhang Yi frowned. He didn't know if the tablet was bluffing or not. But for the sake of caution, he couldn't take the risk. Zhang Yi, it's so hard to come to the barbarian king's tomb. Why don't you come in? Long Tiany's arrogant laughter resounded through the sky, as arrogant as it could be. Nice try. Come out if you can. Chen Xiaokuei coldly grunted. It is all written so clearly. Little cute. You're just going in? Eldest senior brother, according to the ancient records of the great Zhou imperial family, entering the savage king's tomb requires hiding one's vitality and closing off one's 5 senses and 6 senses. But they obviously didn't do that. How the hell did they get in? Xin Xinyu frowned in some confusion. This was somewhat beyond her knowledge. Even if Long Tiany's father and the barbarian king were sworn brothers. But now that the barbarian king has been ancient for many years, I'm afraid that even the descendants of the barbarian king don't have this treatment, right? Chen Xiaokuei's words were filled with incomprehension. What? After going through 981 difficulties to come to the barbarian king's tomb, you're ready to be a shrunken head turtle. Don't you want to kill me? Go into the savage king's tomb and fight to the death. Long Tiany provoked Zhang Yi to his heart's content, but his figure never appeared. However, Zhang Yi was unmoved. Would the Grand Master of the Dao sect be so easily angered? Zhang Yi carefully observed the grass and trees around the barbarian king's tomb and found a very weird thing. Although this was a graveyard, there was not the slightest bit of dead air. Suddenly, a terrifying thought was born in Zhang Yi's mind, and his expression steeply became brilliant. Long Tiany is most likely not Long Tiany anymore. Zhang Yi whispered. What? Who is he if not Long Tiany? Chen Xiaokuei froze, not knowing the meaning of Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi didn't speak, but instead looked at the sky above the barbarian king's tomb and said in a voice that sounded like a bell, Barbarian king, you're the one who seized Long Tiany's body, aren't you? The moment these words came out, it was like a thunderclap, and the surrounding area became incomparably silent. Snap! A moment later, a crisp clapping sound came from the empty mountain peak, and Long Tiany and Yi Haoren appeared steeply in front of Zhang Yi. Worthy of being the Dao sect's senior brother, how did you discover this king's identity when he hid it so well? Long Tiany, no. It should be the barbarian king who looked at Zhang Yi curiously and asked. It's very simple. Besides the barbarian king himself, who could have such a strong hold on the great barbarian forbidden land? Zhang Yi had been thinking about this problem all along the way, and everything was solved when he arrived at the barbarian king's tomb. Chapter 39. Beheading God. He is the barbarian king? Hasn't the barbarian king been dead for thousands of years? Chen Shaokuai's beautiful eyes stared blankly, strangely looking at Long Tianyi in front of her. The two women also looked at Long Tianyi with eyes full of shock. They could not imagine that Long Tianyi would be taken over by the barbarian king, even if they scratched their heads. What happened to the promised anticlimactic ancient dragon freak? Where's the promised show of great style? And now it's just taken over? Sleeping for 1,000 years and waking up not long before being taken over, this is probably the most tragic thing. The tiger on the side was also uncertain, but he quickly reacted and looked at Yi Haoran incredulously. Is it you? You know too late. Yi Haoran sneered and slapped the tiger to death with one palm. Zhang Yi, ever since I awakened my heavy pupils I've been plotting this. Originally Chen Shaokuai was my target. I just didn't expect you and Long Tianyi to show up. Yi Haoran looked at Long Tianyi with satisfaction. His brows filled with complacency, as if he was admiring his work. The barbarian king is one of the 4 great generals under my ancestors' command, and I used the Yi family ancestral orders with heavy pupils to awaken him and cast the secret method of heavy pupils to help him take over Long Tianyi, this stupid bastard. It's ridiculous that this fool kept thinking that he was the one in control of the great savage forbidden earth. In Yi Haoran's eyes, Zhang Yi's few people were already dead. He didn't mind telling them the truth of the matter. Yi Haoran, you are at least a senior brother of the heavenly sect. How can you do something so harmful to the heavens? Xin Xinyu rebuked with righteous indignation. There's no harm in it, this time. No one can leave the great barbarian forbidden earth other than the barbarian king and I. Yi Haoran had no intention of letting the others leave from the start. Zhang Yi, do you think that if I were to capture your supreme bone and the supreme respect pupil were in my possession, wouldn't I be invincible in this world? Yi Haoran was filled with greed as he looked at the supreme bone in Zhang Yi's chest. He possessed heavy pupils and what he saw was naturally different from others. In his eyes, Zhang Yi's piece of supreme bone was particularly dazzling, and the runes carved on it were even more awe-inspiring. Young lord, after refining all the living beings in the great barbarian forbidden earth, your heavy pupil technique will surely come to fruition, and you will be able to sweep through the wooling at that time. The barbarian king said with eyes full of respect. Do it? Leave Zhang Yi to me. The others are at your disposal. Yi Haoran sneered. He wanted Zhang Yi to experience that feeling of despair. What about eldest brother? We're not really going to die here, are we? Zhang Lanyan panicked. She still has a lot of things to eat. Do not want to die. Chen Xiaokuei was looking sparingly. It would be a great fortune in this life to die with eldest senior brother. So feel free to come. Yi Haoran, you don't deserve to be the heavenly sect's senior brother. The heavenly sect's reputation for a lifetime has been ruined by you. Chen Shaokuai gave Yi Haoran a disgusted look and mocked with disdain. What does what I, Yi Haoran, do have to do with the heavenly sect? Yi Haoran doesn't care about these false names. Today he is going to remove all his disguises and be his true self. Yi Haoran is definitely a proper villain. And with so many words, it seems difficult to achieve great things. There is a cursed power on this savage king's tomb. So strike the doom charm into his body and see if he will be cursed. Zhang Yi struck 10 doom charms into Yi Haoran's body in a row in a swift manner, which also caused Yi Haoran to feel a coldness all over his body, but he soon returned to normal. Heh! A mere doom talisman wants to affect my fortune? I awakened my heavy pupils and was born in obedience to heaven. A son of heaven's destiny. Yi Haoran sneered and looked at Zhang Yi with disdain. Then I am the old man of heaven's mandate, called Grandpa. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up as he stepped into it. In that case, the power of the curse here is useless to me. Yi Haoran's face changed, not realizing that he had unknowingly fallen into Zhang Yi's trap. Barbarian king, do it, Yi Haoran urged. The things he had been planning for so long could not be stirred up by Zhang Yi. Yes, the barbarian king stomped the earth, and a blood-colored formation emerged, dyeing the sky red, and in an instant, the earth shook, and the entire great barbarian forbidden earth seemed to have turned into a man-eating giant, with countless living beings being devoured by it. Only the barbarian king's tomb here was unaffected. What's going on? What the hell happened? A teenager watched as his beloved was devoured and turned into a blood gas surging in the direction of the barbarian king's tomb, while he could only rage powerlessly. The same thing happened everywhere in the great barbarian forbidden earth. Countless living beings all became Yi Haoran's blood qi sustenance in an instant. Zhang Yi watched as the monstrous and vast blood qi condensed into a blood dragon coming towards Yi Haoran. The scene deeply shook his mind. Yi Haoran, you deserve to die. Having watched so many people die in front of him with his own eyes, how could he not be touched? Nine Tails, join forces with me. A quick battle. Zhang Yi held the Yang's sword in his hand, wanting to chop Yi Haoran. Young lord, hurry up and absorb it. I'll stall them. The barbarian king went in front of Yi Haoran. A burst of golden light emerged from his body. The barbarian power erupted, and the mountains, rivers, landscapes, and trees of the great barbarian forbidden earth all came under his use. In the great barbarian forbidden territory, I am a god. Supreme bone. It's the young lords. Bring it to the king. The barbarian king bellowed, and the entire great barbarian forbidden earth coalesced into a large hand, wanting to crush Zhang Yi. Noisy. Looks like I'll have to kill you first. With the barbarian king in the way, Zhang Yi chopped out his sword, the sky bursting with flames, the heavenly river waterfall falling. The sword Tao of the ages was unstoppable. Chen Shaokuai didn't hesitate for a second, turning into a snow-white nine-tailed fox, her eyes red, her 9 tails stained with blood, and her tails were like an absolute divine whip blasting towards the barbarian king. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The huge palm condensed from the mountains and rivers and water of the great savage forbidden earth was instantly chopped to pieces, and his figure was heavily bombarded by the 9 tails, yet he still acted like nothing. You say that you are a god in the great barbarian forbidden territory? Today, I wish to behead the gods. Zhang Yi bellowed as the supreme bone emerged, the supreme pressure causing the barbarian king to gasp for air, as a supreme rune coalesced on top of the Yang sword. This sword beheads the gods. With a loud shout, the golden supreme sword awnings blocked out the blood light in the void, illuminating the great barbarian forbidden earth into a golden color that was incomparably sacred. There's no way you can kill me in the great barbarian forbidden land. A hint of astonishment flashed in the barbarian king's eyes. Through Long Tiany's memories he knew that Zhang Yi was strong, but this was still beyond his imagination. Luckily, this was in the great barbarian's forbidden territory, and he was the god here. Is that so? Today, I will help eldest brother to behead the gods. Chen Shaokuai smiled contemptuously and righteously chopped off a blood-colored tail behind her back, instantly spitting out blood tests and turning pale. 9-tailed seal. Only to see that the blood-colored giant tail actually briefly suppressed the golden light on the barbarian king's body, and his aura was completely assimilated by the 9 tails, and at the same time, he also lost control of the great barbarian forbidden earth, even if he possessed the barbarian king's bone. 9 tails. 9 tails. You deserve to die. Shock was written all over the barbarian king's eyes. He had never thought that Chen Shaokuai would actually give up a tail just to kill him. Chopper. A sword chopped down, and without the shelter of the great barbarian forbidden earth, the barbarian king turned into ashes and was annihilated by the supreme sword manifestation. Chapter 40. 5 Stars of Hate. Originally, I was prepared to give up a tail in order to kill Long Tiany, and since you took over him, I naturally have to thank you. Chen Shaokuai looked at the barbarian king's disappearing reverse and lay limply on the ground and said, I, Chen Shaokuai, am serious about repaying favors. In a sense, it was indeed the barbarian king who had helped her kill the real Long Tiany, and there was nothing wrong with her sending a tail to him. Zhang Yi looked at the frail Chen Shaokuai and inexplicably remembered Ding Crab repaying his kindness. Ding Crab repaid the favor by destroying his family, while Aoi repaid the favor by dying. Chen Shaokuai, you, after I absorb all the power of the blood spirit, I'll make you go down there with me. Yi Haoran was furious. The barbarian king was his good helper, and it was more or less heartbreaking to be decapitated like this. Eldest brother, I don't have the strength anymore. I'll leave the rest to you. Chen Shaokuai didn't even bother with Yi Haoran. She just closed her eyes in place and started recovering from her injuries. Losing a tail would be a great loss to both her body and her Tao. Zhang Yi nodded. There was indeed a lot less trouble after resolving the barbarian king a bit. Just as Zhang Yi wanted to make a move, the supreme bone at his chest blossomed with supreme light and actually absorbed the blood spirit power that originally surged towards Yi Haoran. This also caused Zhang Yi's supreme bone to shine with divine light, and the supreme runes spread out over the great barbaric forbidden earth, just like a supreme being descending. Yi Haoran's eyes widened as he frantically tried to absorb it, but he simply couldn't snatch Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. You took away my chance. Quickly put away your supreme bone. Zhang Yi expressed his innocence. It wasn't him who took the initiative to absorb this blood spirit power. It was the blood spirit power that took the initiative to run to him. What did it have to do with him, Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi. I'll give you the barbarian king's blood and you guys leave. Yi Haoran panicked. He had set up such a big game and created such a deep killing just to absorb the power of the blood spirit to cultivate the heavy pupil secret art. But in the end, he was the one who did all the bad things, and the cheapness was all taken away by Zhang Yi, so how could he think about it? Bring the barbarian king's blood first. Zhang Yi had long guessed that the barbarian king's blood was in Yi Haoran's body, and had thought that it would be the same to take it after killing him, but since Yi Haoran had taken the initiative, he had also tried to have fun. No way. You stop first. In order to show sincerity, Yi Haoran's hand appeared a jade bottle. A monstrous savage meaning erupted, and the rich blood gas even made the surrounding area covered with a burst of blood mist, which was extraordinary. It is indeed barbarian king's blood. It seems we don't need to go anywhere else. Chen Xiaokuai nodded her head in a gesture, so that Zhang Yi wouldn't fall for Yi Haoran's dog's tricks. Hurry up and hand it over. The power of the blood spirit can't afford for you to hesitate for too long. Zhang Yi had the absolute upper hand, and the speed at which the supreme bone absorbed the power of the blood spirit grew by a few more points. Zhang Yi, it is said that you are a man of your word, so I will believe you today. Yi Haoran didn't have any other choice. Looking at the blood spirit power that he had come from his hard work and scheming were all absorbed by Zhang Yi. His heart was in a hurry. Swish! With a sound, Yi Haoran threw the barbarian king's blood to Zhang Yi, although he was also heartbroken by the barbarian king's blood. But there were trade-offs in everything, weren't there? To Yi Haoran, it was definitely the power of the blood spirit that was more important, even if a large portion of it had already been absorbed by Zhang Yi. The nine-tailed sacred blood is also on you, right? Since Zhang Yi had promised to help Chen Xiaokuei seize the nine-tailed sacred blood, he would definitely not go back on his word, especially since Chen Xiaokuei had even broken a tail in order to help him decapitate the barbarian king. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Zhang Yi, you mustn't go too far. Yi Haoran felt that Zhang Yi had no end in sight, and his complexion was terribly gloomy. Time is running out. If you keep inking, this blood spirit power will be absorbed by the supreme bone. He wasn't the one in a hurry anyway, so Zhang Yi didn't panic at all and just kindly reminded Yi Haoran. Okay, the nine-tailed sacred blood is useless to me anyway, so I'll give it to you. Yi Haoran gritted his teeth, trembling shaking as he threw the nine-tailed sacred blood to Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi received it, he tossed it to Chen Xiaokuei without hesitation. Can you confirm if this is the nine-tailed sacred blood? Chen Xiaokuei felt the agitation of the bloodline in his body, and the moment he opened the bottle, a nine-tailed silhouette emerged. That's right, this is the nine-tailed sacred blood. Many thanks, eldest brother. I will definitely repay you properly. Chen Xiaokuei instantly came into the spirit and thanked him vigorously. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel numb at the thought of Chen Xiaokuei's way of repaying his kindness, so he quickly waved his hand and said, repaying your kindness is unnecessary. You should hurry up and refine it. Chen Xiaokuei also did not forget to fool around with Xiao Gu beside her. How is it? I didn't see the wrong person, right? The nine-tailed sacred blood just arrived. The Dao Sect's senior brother really lives up to his name. Xiao Gu also had nothing to say. This journey Zhang Yi did not know how many times he had saved them, especially in the face of the nine-tailed sacred blood. Without the slightest hesitation gave it to Chen Xiaokuei. Just this broad-mindedness made her admire her. Chen Xiaokuai's heart was as sweet as honey. She felt that everything she had given was worth it, and immediately settled down to begin refining the nine-tailed sacred blood. Some people were happy and some people were sad. After handing over both the barbarian king's blood and the nine-tailed sacred blood, Zhang Yi had no intention of stopping yet, which made Yi Haoran's heart anxious. Zhang Yi, quickly stop. This is supposed to be my chance? Who are you to take it? Yi Haoran heart that called a bitter. After so much effort, all cheap Zhang Yi, this led him where to say reason to go. Buzz off. At this time, Zhang Yi's internal heavenly fate diagram vibrated and actually turned to the page belonging to Yi Haoran. It was just strange that his page was lit when he clearly hadn't exactly been about Yi Haoran's mission. But when he read Yi Haoran's handwriting on that page, it was as if he understood something. Only on top of the heavenly fate chart, there was no mission information on Yi Haoran's page. The only thing marked was a line of scarlet letters. Yi Haoran. Hate value 5 stars. Hatred arises from you taking his chance. It's immortal. Good lord. Looks like it's the super high hate value that's lighting up his page. Zhang Yi had a judgment in his mind, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. It's just as well, what you've done is forbidden by the heavenly Tao, and you're still at war with me? Today you won't be leaving. Sentimentally and rationally, Zhang Yi should not have let Yi Haoran leave. But Yi Haoran immediately realized that something was wrong, and seeing that the power of the blood spirit was also almost absorbed by Zhang Yi, the power of the heavy pupil erupted, coalescing into a door of emptiness, and entered it without hesitation. Zhang Yi, the hatred of taking the opportunity is not shared, so just wait for me. Yi Haoran's figure disappeared into the void, leaving only a voice echoing for a long time. This kid's reaction speed is still fast. The heavy pupils can actually be used to escape? This time, Zhang Yi also understood the heavy pupil more and more, and knew that next time if he wanted to kill Yi Haoran, he would have to seal-lock that space in advance. Yi Haoran, you can hide from the first day but not the 15th. From the moment Yi Haoran gave birth to a 5-star hate value against him, he was on his death blacklist. And when he finished absorbing all the blood spirit power, the supreme bone seemed to undergo a slight metamorphosis. The runes on it became even more profound and complex, and along with the changes in the supreme bone, his cultivation also managed to break through to the late stage of spirit transformation. An 18-year-old late-stage spirit transformation stage who could also fight across levels, this was a rare existence in the ancient era. Chapter 41. Acting on behalf of heaven. Eldest brother, just let that scum go? Zhang Lanyan always felt that Yi Haoran would do the whole thing after escaping, and there was a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. He used the heavy pupil secret art to escape. I can't chase him for a while. Don't worry. Can escape the monk can't escape the temple. As long as Yi Haoran didn't leave the heavenly sect, Zhang Yi would always be looking for him to settle the score. Now that Chen Shaokuai was still refining the 9-tailed sacred blood, a few people looked at the wrecked great barbarian forbidden land. Before there were at least thousands of people who had entered, but now there were only a few of them left. Yi Haoran could be said to have committed a monstrous act of killing. Because of Yi Haoran, only 3 major forbidden landings remained of the once 4 major forbidden landings, and the great savage forbidden landing ceased to exist after that. Eldest senior brother, the sins Yi Haoran committed must be spread out, or else heaven will not tolerate it. It was the first time Shinyu had experienced such a bloody scene, so she was naturally filled with righteous indignation. He has entered the evil way, and will not be tolerated by the world. In the Wuling continent on the evil demon tolerance can be low, even the demon race can coexist with the human race. The only evil demon is a street rat, everyone shouting. But finally, we've accomplished the task Yaoer gave us, so nothing will go wrong this time, right? This trip to the great barbarian forbidden land was smoother than he had imagined. All of Yi Haoran's plots had been done for him. I guess this made Yi Haoran angry enough. He obviously did nothing but is the biggest winner this time. This is probably the so-called protagonist aura. Several people had no intention of leaving for the time being, but rather guarded Chen Shaokuai from the side. They were at least considered to be the ones who had experienced life and death together, and this bit of affection still existed. 3 days later, a huge snow-colored fox steeply appeared behind Chen Shaokuai's back. The bloodline in her body went to the next level, and a pressure emanated out, causing Xiao Gu to uncontrollably kneel on the ground. Her eyes excited as she said, "It's a success. The Holy Maiden has finally awakened the 9-tailed ancestral blood." When Chen Shaokuai opened her eyes, her breath climbed steeply to the middle stage of spirit transformation. A noble temperament emanating from the inside out, and also more charming, the power of seduction in her eyes a few points stronger. What a demon! Zhang Yi couldn't help but look lost in thought for a while, and immediately recalled Yue Yao's knitted brows and smile, which stabilized his mind. However, today's Chen Shaokuai only had 8 tails, and it seemed to take a long time for that tail to grow out. Eldest brother, do I look good? Chen Shaokuai threw a wink eye and said with flair. Zhang Yi subconsciously nodded his head and quickly shook his head again. Not as good looking as my master. Chen Shaokuai's face more than a smile. The depths of the eyes flashed a touch of regret. Naturally, the emotionless fairy is known as the first beauty of the Wuling. It's just a pity. When it comes down to it, the desire to say something, the understanding is there. Thanks to eldest senior brother's help on this trip, I owe you a favor. If there is anything you need me for in the future, just feel free to order me. Seeing that flirting teasing Zhang Yi was not possible, Chen Shaokuai suddenly clasped her hands in a positive manner, finally refining the 9-tailed sacred blood, which also allowed her bloodline to return to its ancestor. Her future achievements were even more unlimited, and would not be worse than those ancient freaks. Eldest brother, I, Chun Shao Kuai, am not an ungrateful person. I'm serious about repaying the favor. I'm fine with giving my body in return. Really? Chun Shaokuei said with a seemingly genuine smile. Chun Shao Kuai, you're thinking beautifully, actually salivating over our eldest senior brother's body. Bah! Zhang Lanyan looked at Chen Shaoke warily. She knew that Chen Shaoke didn't have a good heart. With us by brother Zhang Yi's side, this princess advises you to quickly dismiss this idea. Shen Xinyu also said fiercely. Zhang Yi, however, waved his hand. He was shocked when he heard Chen Shaokuei say that she was repaying her kindness, while other people's repayment of kindness was at most just a broken family. Her Chen Shaokuei's repayment of kindness was to take a life. It's just a matter of each getting what they want, and you and I are done with each other from now on. After saying that, Zhang Yi left without looking back with Zhang Luyan and Shen Xinyu. Eldest senior brother, remember? As long as you are willing, you can give your body at any time, and the doors of the Southern Demon Kingdom are always open for you. Chen Shaokuei reluctantly looked at Zhang Yi's departing figure and let out a shout with a big smile. It's true that once you see Zhang Yi, you'll be mistaken for life. How can there be such a marvelous person in this world? Chen Shaokuei said with a spring in her step. Holy maiden, you have moved to spring? Gu also pursed her lips and snickered and teased. Chen Shaokuei also nodded her head unapologetically. Isn't it normal to be attracted to him? Didn't you have a crush on him? These words scared Xiao Gu. To her, Zhang Yi was a towering figure. She just didn't even have the courage to move. Xiao Gu hurriedly knelt down and said in fear, Holy maiden, don't make fun of me. In this world, only you and eldest brother Dao Sect are a perfect match. It's times like these when rainbow farts are a must. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Chen Shaoke pursed her lips and laughed, shaking her head. Unfortunately, he cultivates the emotionless Dao and does not understand the word love. Let's go. It's time for us to go back. Big brother looks forward to the next time you and I meet. Chen Shaokuai's eyes took a deep look at the direction where the Dao sect was, and then he turned into a white light and left. At this moment, the news of the destruction of the great savage forbidden earthlands had already spread throughout the Wuling continent. I can't imagine that Zhang Yi is actually that kind of person. This time, the great barbarian forbidden land was a setup by him, pitting and killing thousands of living beings. Being of the human race actually colluding with the Southern Demon Kingdom's holy maiden to victimize the human race is simply a disgrace to the human race. No wonder he broke through so quickly. So it turns out that he practiced the evil devil's way. Kill Zhang Yi. Avenge the countless beings who perished in the great barbarian forbidden land. Kill Zhang Yi. Do justice to heaven. For a time, the voices denouncing Zhang Yi resounded throughout the Wuling continent, and even many of the clan's old men came out of the woodwork. The culprit of all this was of course Yi Haoren. Looking at the situation in Wuling today, Yi Haoren nodded with great satisfaction.
Zhang Yi.
You take away my chance. I'll make your life worse than death. Yi Haoren's identity this time was the only survivor of the great barbaric tribulation, which had garnered a lot of sympathy. Everyone is going to kill you this time. Let's see how you can escape this. Even if you have the supreme bone, it won't save you. Last time you had Yue Yao to protect you, this time, Yue Yao also protects you is to make the Dao sect go against the entire righteous sects of Wuling. Yi Haoren seemed to have seen the scene after Zhang Yi's death, and a smooth smile appeared on his face. He had actually always had the feeling of living under Zhang Yi's shadow no matter what he did. Zhang Yi would always be on top of him, and even opportunities that came to him would be taken away. This also made Zhang Yi a demon in his heart, and Zhang Yi had to be eradicated before his Dao heart was clear. Zhang Yi, your supreme bone. Everything you have is mine. Yi Haoren clenched his fists and mixed into the crowd, searching for Zhang Yi together. Kill! Must kill Zhang Yi this Fong to do justice for heaven. It's the pinnacle of thievery, and he's the one who screams the loudest. Chapter 42. I will go forth though 10 million people. Zhang Yi and Shen Xinyu had to walk carefully as they faced the pursuit of the people of the world. Now this situation made Shen Xinyu that was both shocked and angry. I've never seen someone as brazen as Yi Haoren. Obviously he did the deed and still throws the pot on brother Zhang Yi's head. No. I have to go back to the royal family to mention brother Zhang Yi's name for certification. Shen Xinyu believed that with her weight as princess of Great Zhou, her words were more or less convincing. No, I expected this from him and have my own means of dealing with him. Zhang Yi was not surprised and seemed to have anticipated today's situation, only saying calmly, what's more, In Yi Haoran's version of the story, Shen Xinyu was an accomplice who was mesmerized by his beauty. So isn't it looking for death to let her meet de Zhao now? Yi Haoran had hardened himself to make all of them survivors into villains by virtue of his own strength, and he was the poor man being hunted. Eldest senior brother, you said that you had expected him to have such tactics? You already know how to break the game. Zhang Lanyan's eyes lit up and asked with interest. Although Yi Haoran's approach was disgusting, he had to admit that it added a lot of trouble to them. Originally, according to their speed, they had returned to the Zhao sect a long time ago, but they had evaded pursuit all the way, and the fact that several people had not laid a hand on them had greatly delayed their speed. Yi Haoran really didn't let me down. It's just a pity that he met me. They came out 3 days later than Yi Haoran, and all the black ones were said to be white by Yi Haoran, so if they didn't have some evidence it really wasn't good to turn around. Only Zhang Yi took out a stone with a white glow, and everything that happened that day was projected in the stone, clearly recording Yi Haoran's viciousness. It turned out that Zhang Yi had started recording when Yi Haoran had asked the barbarian king to make a move to sacrifice a living being, preventing today's incident. Yi Haoran never thought that a character like Zhang Yi would be so careful in his work. The contents of the shadow retaining stone would not only prove Zhang Yi's innocence, but also push Long Tiany's death onto Yi Haoran. It was important to know that the Southern Demon Kingdom had come out in full force when they knew that Long Tiany had died at the hands of Zhang Yi, directly surrounding the Zhao sect and asking Yue Yao to give them an explanation. I'm sure Qin Shaoke is not having too good a time right now. After all, she is also acting as an accomplice in the story. The shadow retaining stone. With such ironclad evidence, let's see how Yi Haoran can still turn black and white upside down. Both women's eyes lit up. This was ironclad evidence that could directly hammer Yi Haoran to death. But all of this will have to wait until we return to the Zhao sect before we publicize it. And it's inevitable that there will be people in the world who have ulterior motives. Zhang Yi was very careful to put away the shadow retaining stone, which was the only evidence to prove his innocence, and he could not afford to make any mistakes.
Yi Haoran.
This time it's time for you to lift a stone and hit your own feet. People are doing it and the heavens are watching. The sins you have created will eventually be repaid by you. Shen Xinyu's heart was so happy, and the big stone in his heart fell down. At the same time, there were a few more moments of adoration in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Yi. Not only was he strong, but he was even so cautious in his work. On the other hand, Qin Shaokue's situation was no better, thanks to the fact that she had received the news halfway and immediately turned around to look for Zhang Yi and the others. Damn it! How can Yi Haoran be so shameless? Qin Shaokui was so enraged that she couldn't clear her head, and her figure was in a sorry state as she hid to the side and cursed. Holy Maiden, now that we've become sinners, the Southern Demon Kingdom definitely can't return. So let's go find eldest brother and the others first to figure out what to do together? Xiao Gu was gasping for air. They had only just left the great savage forbidden land and were being chased, thanks to Qin Shaokui's strength having made a breakthrough, or else they would really have to be accounted for here. They must be hiding now as well, but with his character he should return to the Zhao sect. Let's go to the Zhao sect and wait for them. The demon race was good at the art of change, and in the blink of an eye, they became another person, and even the aura of their body changed. Xiao Gu, who followed her, naturally changed a bit, and the two of them joined the crusading army in a smooth manner. Zhang Yi is strong and cunning. It's not a good idea to keep searching like this. Why don't we go to the Zhao sect and wait for him? I don't believe that Yue Yao would dare to defend Zhang Yi against the world's will, unless her Zhao sect wants to be destroyed. Go! Go up to the Zhao sect and destroy Zhang Yi. This time, Zhang Yi's actions had already violated the wrath of the masses, and countless forces had twisted into a rope to run towards the Zhao sect. In the Wuling continent, at the mountain gate of the Zhao sect, there had long been a sea of people. Yue Yao, the Zhao sect's senior brother Zhang Yi, has committed monstrous killings, and has even embarked on the evil and crooked path. So everyone should be punished, so don't you dare protect him. Yue Yao, you taught a good disciple, you're half responsible for him being able to do such a thing. Yue Yao, hand over Zhang Yi and this matter can be forgiven. The forces of the three great clans and the great Zhou dynasty all surrounded the mountain gate of the Zhao sect and rebuked angrily. Not only that, but more and more people were rushing to the Zhao sect, which made the Zhao sect the meeting place of this storm. Yue Yao, Zhang Yi killed the ancient freaks of the Dragon Clan. He has to pay for his life, or else my Southern Demon Kingdom doesn't mind going to war with the Zhao clan. The old man from the Southern Demon Kingdom had a monstrous demonic aura on his body and said with a murderous aura. At this moment, behind Yue Yao stood the 9 elders, facing the oppression of all the forces in the Wuling continent. But their expressions were not the least bit moved. Zhang Yi, there's no way he would do such a thing. Zhang Yi was the person she had handed over. Could she not know Zhang Yi's character? After saying that, Yue Yao's sharp gaze landed on Yi Haoran as if she wanted to see through him. To conclude that it was Zhang Yi's doing just based on his family's words. Gentlemen, is this not a bit hasty? Yi Haoran, you can't defeat Zhang Yi with a single move. If he sacrifices the entire living beings of the great savage forbidden land, how will you escape? Yue Yao's words could be described as murderous, directly poking Yi Haoran's inner weakest point. Haoran, don't be afraid. As a survivor of the great barbaric tribulation, you have the support of everyone behind you, so just say what you have to say. The heavenly sect patriarch patted Yi Haoran's shoulder, his words filled with confidence. Patriarch Yue Yao, it's true that I'm no match for Zhang Yi in a single move because he cultivates evil arts, but my heavy pupils can break the void and escape. Yi Haoran's face flushed red, operating his heavy pupils in full view of everyone. His monstrous spiritual power operated, directly shattering the void to open a black hole of nothingness. Yue Yao, don't you dare speak for Zhang Yi. This son is a disgrace to the Zhao sect, a disgrace to the Wuling orthodoxy, and should be executed by everyone. Right? Kill Zhang Yi and do justice to heaven. Kill Zhang Yi. Kill Zhang Yi. For a while, people were even more convinced of Yi Haoran's words, and their killing intent towards Zhang Yi increased by a few points, especially the several major forces that had a beef with Zhang Yi. My father said it was not his doing, what do you want? Yue Yao frowned slightly, her attitude incomparably strong. This was Yue Yao, and it was only because she trusted Zhang Yi that she remained unafraid even in the face of the forces of the entire Wuling continent. I'm going to do it, even though there are millions of people. Chapter 43, Vow to Defend the Mountain Gate. Yue Yao, are you determined to go against the world? Yue Yao, the Zhao sect has accepted such a devil, and you still want to protect him? Are you really not afraid that the Zhao sect will be destroyed along with him? In an instant, the strongest men from the three great clans and the great Zhou dynasty stepped forward and accused with righteous indignation. Joke! You want to convict Zhang Yi based on the words of one family? It's a travesty. If he admits it himself, I will personally cut him down and give the world an explanation. But if he didn't do it, wait. Speaking here, Yue Yao paused for a moment, her icy gaze sweeping around with killing intent. You and the others, all of them will pay the price. Good. We are not unreasonable people. Surely you have a way to contact Zhang Yi and get him to come back. Don't say you didn't give him a chance to explain. The heavenly sect patriarch had immense trust in Yi Haoran and agreed without even thinking about it. It seemed to him that as long as Zhang Yi showed up, all problems would be solved. You will pay for what happened today. Yue Yao's face was icy cold as she said in a chilling voice, but everyone disdained it because they were on the side of justice. When 2 people hit one person, it is called bullying. When 10 people beat up one person, it's also bullying. When 100 people beat up one person, it's also bullying. But when 10,000 men fight one man, that is what is called justice. Chun Xiaokue was now mixed in the crowd and wanted to tell the truth about what happened. But she finally held back. Everything still had to wait for Zhang Yi to come back. Especially when he saw Yi Haoran's moralistic face. He couldn't wait to slap him with his tail. The people of the major powers had been surrounding the Zhao sect for 3 days. But they had not seen Zhang Yi's figure, so they could not help but feel a little impatient. Yue Yao, if Zhang Yi doesn't show up today, the Zhao clan will be buried with him. Senile killing intent flashed in the eyes of the heavenly sect patriarch. He had long wanted to annex the Zhao sect, and now was the best opportunity. Let the Zhao clan be buried with you? Why don't you guys try it with your hands? Yue Yao opened the clan protection formation, emboldened. Not afraid to die hands to try. My Zhao sect 1,000 years of heritage, to see just how many people can drag down. The Zhao sect was definitely one of the topmost strengths in the Wuling continent, and these words caused many people to back out in their hearts. No one was willing to be the outlier, and the atmosphere now became incredibly quiet. A bunch of rabble. Yue Yao had long since seen through their minds and coldly snorted with disdain. Yue Yao, it looks like you really want to be an enemy of this world? The heavenly sect patriarch's face was gloomy, since no one was willing to be the one to stand out. He, the heavenly sect, was willing. What is the enemy of the world if you want to be an enemy of the world? Yue Yao raised her eyebrows and asked condescendingly in return. Good. Very well. The Zhao sect harbors the devil Zhang Yi. When he is removed from the world, I, the heavenly sect, am willing to be this sword bearer. For the sake of justice, for the sake of the ruling righteousness, I, heavenly sect, am obligated to do so. The heavenly sect patriarch's words were especially beautiful, and all the heavenly sect disciples took a step forward. I, the southern demon kingdom, am also willing to get rid of the demons. The old man from the southern demon kingdom stepped forward. Earth sect patriarch Yue Yao glanced at Taoist Green Lotus and asked in a low voice, "Senior Sister Green Lotus, what do you think of this matter?" Taoist Green Lotus shook his head slightly. "There's no rush. I don't think Zhang Yi is that kind of person. Wait a little longer." The one who led the great Zhou dynasty this time was Zhang Wufeng, and he had long since secretly decided in his mind that no matter what Zhang Yi did, he would righteously stand on his side, regardless of right or wrong. With the two major forces taking the lead, the crowd's murderous hearts began to stir again, and the voices denouncing Zhang Yi resounded through the heavens and earth. Any disciple of the Tao sect who wishes to leave the Tao sect, one strand of it will not be blamed. Otherwise it will be handled as Zhang Yi's accomplice, and will be killed without pardon. Although they had a large number of men and horses, the Tao sect's protector formation wasn't just for show, and disintegrating it from the inside was the best way to do it. I, the people of the Tao sect, vow to defend the mountain gate to the death. Yue Yao stood at the very front in a magnificent manner, her eyes firm. People of the Tao sect, vow to defend the mountain gate to the death. A unanimous, heaven-shaking shout came from the heart of all the Tao sect disciples. The Tao sect had the smallest number of people among the four major powers, but it had the strongest combat power and the highest loyalty. Today, they were willing to fight to the death just to guard the mountain gate and the honor of the Tao sect. Primarily, they also believed that their eldest senior brother could not possibly do something like that, just like the last time Zhang Yi awakened the Supreme Bone. When the three major powers wanted to kill him, none of the Tao sect flinched. This time still won't back down. Zhang Yi heard the cries of Yue Yao as well as the Tao sect's disciples from a long distance away, and was particularly moved inwardly, his sense of belonging to the Tao sect deepening a few points. "Yaoer, fellow Tao sect member, it'll be fine. I'll be right there." With this journey in hiding, it took Zhang Yi 3 days to arrive at the Tao sect. Moreover, on the way, he had already contacted Yue Yao through the Moon Shadow Order and released the Shadow Retaining Stone through the Moon Shadow Order, allowing Yue Yao to record everything that happened in the Great Barbarian Forbidden Land as well. "Master, I'm back," Zhang Yi bellowed, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Almost at the same time, Yue Yao appeared by Zhang Yi's side in a flash, just in case someone was secretly striking. "It's Zhang Yi." He really rushed back. Layers and layers of people surrounded Zhang Yi, and Chen Xiaokue even revealed her real body and ran directly to Zhang Yi's side. "Chen Xiaoke, you demon race traitor." The old man from the southern demon kingdom gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Xiaokue with hatred. "Zhang Yi, that day you brutalized the living beings in the Great Barbarian Forbidden Land. It was tragic and devoid of conscience. Today we are taking the place of heaven. Do you have anything to say?" Yi Haoran saw Zhang Yi appeared in his heart, not to mention how happy, immediately rushed to the front, dejected smile. The feeling of setting someone up was getting to him a bit. "Yi Haoran, you guy who reverses right and wrong. Obviously the great barbaric tribulation was all caused by you." Chen Xiaokue was unaware of Zhang Yi's plan and rebuked furiously. "Me? Are you kidding? Zhang Yi can't even hide the power of the blood spirit in his body, and you guys still want to frame me? I managed to escape from your clutches with great difficulty. Do you think anyone would believe you guys when you say that?" Yi Haoran used this to frame Zhang Yi. After all, the power of the blood spirit in Zhang Yi could not be hidden from some real great powers. "Yue Yao, now that the truth is in front of you, what else do you have to say?" The heavenly sect patriarch looked at Yue Yao with a cold smile on his face, looking like he was winning. Zhang Yi and Yue Yao smiled almost simultaneously, their every move filled with tacit understanding. "Master, let's begin." Yue Yao glanced at Yi Haoran meaningfully and then pulled out the Shadow Retention Stone, which immediately gave Yi Haoran an ominous premonition. Damn, that guy used the Shadow Retention Stone that day? When did he become so cautious? Yi Haoran secretly said that it was bad. His heart was incomparably apprehensive and had already made preparations to escape at any time. A gentleman does not stand under a wall of danger. This is his code of necessary life. Chapter 44. Order of the Demon Lord. The scenes of that night were completely revealed through the remaining Shadow Stone. "Zhang Yi, your supreme bone is mine. Everything you have is mine. Barbarian King, kill him." The Yi Haoran in the picture was a far cry from his current pathetic appearance. Today, I will behead the gods. Next, there was a battle scene, and Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaokui's coordination was even more amazing. After the barbarian king's death, countless blood spirit power automatically surged into Zhang Yi's body, who shouted hysterically, "Zhang Yi, you took my chance. You shall not die." The image in the shadow retaining stone ended as if time had stopped. Everyone was dumbfounded at the reversal, except for Taoist Green Lotus, whose mouth was outlined in a charming smile, as if she was relieved. My mother's vision was indeed correct. I knew that the Zhang Yi brat wouldn't do something like that. How could this be? It was actually really done by Yi Haoran. Damn it! We've all been tricked by Yi Haoran. Shameless. So it's a thief shouting to catch a thief. Yi Haoran deserves to die. Just now Yi Haoran called Long Tianyi the barbarian king. So it turns out that Long Tianyi was killed by their joint efforts. The world reacted, but when they were about to lash out vent their anger at Yi Haoran had long ago used a secret method to open the hole in the void. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had explained to Yue Yao in advance, and she had long ago sealed the space in advance. Even if Yi Haoran had opened the hole in the void, he was unable to escape get away, and his figure was completely frozen in place. Zhang Yi, are you trying to drive everyone to extinction? Yi Haoran showed his teeth and glared. Resentment filled his eyes. Buzz off! The heavenly fate diagram inside Zhang Yi's body vibrated crazily, and the page belonging to Yi Haoran actually turned blood red, which was telling Zhang Yi that he had to kill Yi Haoran. You asked for it. Zhang Yi couldn't wait to make his move. Even the heavenly fate diagram was frantically reminding him. How could he let Yi Haoran leave again? Zhang Yi, you forced me. Yi Haoran shouted angrily. His body erupted with an unparalleled power. A pair of eyes began to ooze blood, and a magnificent figure appeared steeply behind him, actually directly shattering the void, and Yi Haoran took this opportunity to enter the hole in the void. Immediately, many great powers wanted to pursue through the void, but the hole in the void opened by Yi Haoran was worn out by that magnificent figure, leaving not a trace behind. Damn it! I can't believe I let him get away. Many great emperors were furious. Actually running away in front of so many of them was a disgrace to them. That figure in the party should be his ancestor Yi Xing. Zhang Yi didn't mind letting more people know Yi Haoran's undercard, and he had to make up for it when it was time. This kid's life is really hard. It looks like it will take some very hard work to kill him. Zhang Yi thought that Yi Haoran would surely die today, and this kind of tactic was beyond his expectations. Yi Xing? That's the first heavy pupil of Wuling? Damn Yi family! The old monster of the southern demon kingdom thought for a moment and cursed. Chen Xiaokui didn't care what star. Just now she was terrified. She only cared about pampering Zhang Yi. Eldest brother. You have a backhand actually didn't even tell me. At the expense of me coming all the way to look for you, I thought I was going to die just now. Yue Yao glanced at Chen Xiaokui with a slight killing intent if any, causing him to instantly tighten his grip and not dare to make another sound. The name of the emotionless fairy truly lives up to its name. Yue Yao glared fiercely at Zhang Yi. Then her gaze swept around and said in a chilling voice, "Gentlemen, the truth of this matter has come out. You have ruined my disciple's reputation for no reason. Should you not give an explanation?" Yue Yao had said that she would make everyone pay, especially the two major powers, the Heavenly Sect and the Southern Demon Kingdom. Wherever Yue Yao's gaze reached, all of them showed a look of shame, but someone soon jumped out righteously. "Yue Yao, you're being a bit unreasonable. We were merely compelled by Yi Haoran. Who can you blame for your own stupidity?" Yue Yao didn't have the good sense to say. With one sentence, he disliked everyone present and left them speechless. Qinglian Taoist master also watched the fun and also came over to help. "My Zhang Yi nephew is not something you can just wrongly accuse. Hurry up to apologize and compensate." Yue Yao looked surprised and glanced at Taoist Green Lotus, knowing that these two were notoriously at odds with each other. She never thought that Taoist Green Lotus would come forward to speak at this time. "Don't look. I'm just heartbroken for my master-nephew Zhang Yi." Taoist Green Lotus glared at Yue Yao and said without a trace of anger, Yue Yao was not willing to show weakness and immediately wanted to strike. But right at this moment, the old man from the Southern Demon Kingdom suddenly spoke up. "This matter was indeed reckless on the part of my Southern Demon Kingdom. It was us who misunderstood Zhang Yi. In order to thank Zhang Yi for helping Long Tianyi to avenge his death, my Southern Demon Kingdom would like to offer a Demon Lord's order, which will allow us to deploy the Demon Race's army once." This statement caused the world to be staggered, knowing that the Demon Lord's order was an untransmitted item of the Demon clan. as its power was too great. However, this demon lord order was obviously only a one-time consumable. After using it once, it lost its effect, but it was enough. It was able to mobilize the entire demon race army. Even a great emperor would have to listen to the order of the demon lord order. Such a heavy treasure shows the sincerity of the demon race. Master, are you still satisfied with the compensation from the demon race? Zhang Yi didn't directly respond. Everything still depended on Yue Yao's wishes. Yue Yao snorted coldly and nodded her head gently, signaling for Zhang Yi to take the demon lord's order. With the southern demon kingdom's example, the other forces also compensated and apologized, offering many treasures. Yue Yao didn't go back on her word and really made them pay. When it was finally the turn of the Heavenly Sect, the Heavenly Sect patriarch, Zhao Di, under everyone's gaze in his heart, he had already greeted Yi Haoran's ancestors. Gentlemen, Yi Haoran, that rebellious disciple, from today onwards, he will not be a person of the Heavenly Sect, and I really don't know about his affairs. Humph, it's all because the Heavenly Sect aided and abetted the evil that the Dao Sect and Zhang Yi were unjustly victimized for no reason. This matter the Heavenly Sect must have to give the world an explanation. That's right. The Heavenly Sect has handed over a scum like Yi Haoran and must give the world an explanation. For a time, the Heavenly Sect was reduced to an object of denunciation, just like the Dao Sect in the beginning. Yi Haoran, rebellious disciple, Master has been victimized by you. Emperor Zhou secretly said that he was unlucky. How come the Heavenly Sect had taken in such a scum? It was ridiculous that he was prepared to take advantage of the fire before, but he didn't expect that he would be unable to protect himself now. Within 1 month, I will bring up Yi Haoran's head to give the world an explanation. If not, I will resign as Emperor Zhou. Emperor Zhou took a deep breath, as if he had made a great deal of determination before making this decision. No! Yue Yao categorically refused. For the culprit this time, she naturally would not let go easily. Yue Yao, let's be forgiving. The 3 sects of heaven, earth, and Dao all come from the same sect. There's no need to be like this. Emperor Zhou frowned, and there was actually a hint of pleading in his voice. A fellow disciple? Did you think so at that time when you denounced my Dao sect? Yue Yao's face was expressionless, and her heart was not moved in the slightest. Chapter 45. Meeting the Master. This? Emperor Zhou was momentarily speechless. He was actually speechless. It was indeed him who screamed the most fiercely just now. Mainly because he also did not expect that there would be today only the reversal came too soon. I won't make things difficult for you. I want to see Yi Haoran's head within 7 days. In addition, the Heavenly Sect sealed the mountain for 10 years. Yue Yao didn't bother wasting time with Emperor Zhou and said in a strong tone, it's no problem to ask for Yi Haoran's head within 7 days. But isn't it too much to make my Heavenly Sect seal the mountain for 10 years? This matter was done by Yi Haoran alone. What does it have to do with my Heavenly Sect? Emperor Zhou frowned with displeasure. Reluctant? Yue Yao's eyes condensed, a terrifying aura erupted out, and a long sword even appeared in her hand, emitting a thick moonlight. This sword, called the Moon Sword. Emperor Zhou, it's already cheaper for you to let the Heavenly Sect seal the mountain. If you don't agree, I, the Southern Demon Kingdom, will join forces with the Dao Sect to overthrow the Heavenly Sect. Long Tianyi died in Yi Haoran's hands. The Southern Demon Kingdom was the most hateful to Yi Haoran. Of course they had to fall on the well. I can also represent the great Zhou dynasty. Zhang Wufeng also stood out in solidarity. Zhang Yi had suffered so much, he naturally wanted to help him out. My Earth Sect will not sit idly by either. Taoist Green Lotus winked towards Zhang Yi, clearly telling that it was at Zhang Yi that he stood out. Help! What is this old demonist Qinglian trying to do? Zhang Yi felt Yue Yao's murderous eyes, and in his heart, he greeted Taoist Qinglian's ancestors once. Good. Very well. The Heavenly Sect will seal the mountain for 10 years from today. Forced by the situation, Emperor Zhou gritted his teeth and agreed with a grim expression. It could be expected that the strength of the Heavenly Sect would inevitably decline after 10 years of sealing the mountain. Yue Yao, you're taking on the Heavenly Sect. In addition, if you don't see Yi Haoran's head within 7 days, you shall cut yourself. Yue Yao continued to talk about her conditions, how fiercely Zhou Di had screamed before, and how much she was going to make him pay. Yue Yao, it's too much of a bully. If that's the case, I don't mind going to war with the Dao Sect today. Emperor Zhou was enraged. He was at least the head of a clan. How could he be held by Yue Yao like this? Please. Yue Yao drew the Moon Sword. The Moon Sword out of the sky color changed dramatically. A heart-eating cold aura flashed, seemingly to cut through this dome of heaven. At the same time, the old man from the southern demon kingdom, Taoist Green Lotus, and Zhang Wufeng also instantly surrounded Emperor Zhou, and as long as Emperor Zhou made the slightest movement, the few of them would join forces to kill him. You guys! Emperor Zhou took a deep breath and looked at the several people with extreme anger. The group of people in front of him was almost the strongest fighting force in the Wuling continent, and he wimped out completely. All right, I'll remember you all today. Zhou will take Yi Haoren's head within 7 days. A good man should not be forced to do anything beforehand. A gentleman should not be late to take revenge, and he should not be afraid of having no firewood to burn when he stays in the Green Hills. That's right, why make it to this point? Yi Haoren is originally your disciple. He did such things that harmed the heavens. You should clean up your own house. Taoist Green Lotus said with a smirk that could be considered murderous. Emperor Zhou snorted coldly, wanting to turn around and leave. Go! Today, his heavenly sect became a joke because of Yi Haoren. Remembering that before Yi Haoren heavy pupil appeared, that was a piece of praise. I do not know how many people hugged the thighs. For a time it was a bit saddened. And now it is also because of Yi Haoren the heavenly sect pays a terrible price. Success is also Yi Haoren, defeat is also Yi Haoren. Did I let you go? Yue Yao blocked in front of Emperor Zhou, her face cold. What else do you want to do? Emperor Zhou froze, not expecting Yue Yao to be so aggressive. But on the contrary, he couldn't do anything about it. Yi Haoren, you traitorous disciple. I will break you into pieces. It also made him hate the culprit with a passion. Apologize to Zhang Yi. Yue Yao pointed at Zhang Yi. Only she could bully Zhang Yi, no one else could. Yue Yao, killing people is nothing but a headache. I'm at least an elder. What's the decency of apologizing to a junior? Emperor Zhou was furious, and this was the last of his stubbornness. However, Yue Yao directly pressed the moon sword against his throat. A wave of killing intent erupted, mercilessly destroying the last of his stubbornness. I'm only going to say this once. Emperor Zhou took a deep breath and seemed to have done a moment of thought struggle. But he still summoned up the courage to open his mouth and said in a voice like a mosquito fly, I'm sorry, Master Nephew Zhang. A 7-foot man with such a low voice? Yue Yao raised an eyebrow. The moon sword in her hand trembled, and her killing intent intensified. Master Nephew Zhang, I'm sorry. Emperor Zhou simply gave up and looked up to the sky, his heart filled with extreme humiliation. Today, not only the face of the heavenly sect, but also the face of him, the lord of the heavenly sect, was swept away. Only then did Yue Yao nod her head in satisfaction and put the moon sword away without giving Emperor Zhou more than a glance. Go! Emperor Zhou didn't want to stay a moment longer, and with a wave of his hand, he led his men and horses to leave. How rampant it was when it first came, how wretched it was when it left. After today, the thousands of years of prestige of the heavenly sect will be ruined. It's really hard to imagine Yi Haoren doing something like this. Knowing people, it's thanks to Zhang Yi's resourcefulness this time, or else he would really have to take the blame. With the defeat of the heavenly sect, the matter of the great barbarian's difficulty was temporarily brought to a close. Holy Maiden, you've refined the 9-tailed sacred blood. This time the matter is the southern demon kingdom's fault. Come back with me. We'll make it up to you and the Fox clan. The old man from the southern demon kingdom changed his previous attitude and said in a particularly kind manner, No need, I'll go back after a while. This time, Chun Xiaokue was disappointed with the southern demon kingdom's approach and refused without hesitation. The old man from the southern demon kingdom froze and sighed long and hard. That's just it. This time it's the southern demon kingdom that can't do right by you. Come back whenever you want. Little friend Zhang Yi, the southern demon kingdom welcomes you as a guest anytime. The southern demon kingdom gave Zhang Yi an extremely attentive look and laughed joyfully. Zhang Yi nodded, signaling that he already knew, and then the south demon kingdom's men and horses left as well. Zhang Wufeng came up at this time. Your Holiness, that Yi Haoren is abominable to the extreme. Fortunately, you are resourceful. Zhang Wufeng first patted a burst of rainbow farts, then looked at Xinyu and said, Princess, this time, after causing so much trouble, His Majesty has asked me to take you back. No! Before Xinyu could say anything, Zhang Yi shook his head in rejection. There was no way he was going to let a cooked duck get away. Master, I have captured the barbarian king's blood. Zhang Yi took out the jade bottle, and a savage and flooding aura permeated out, and what was contained within it was clearly the barbarian king's blood. Good. From today, Xinyu is my second disciple. Yue Yao honored her original promise and announced the news in front of everyone. Apprentice brother Shin Xinyu pays his respects to master. Shin Xinyu was ecstatic and glanced at Zhang Yi gratefully, then immediately performed the 3-kneel 9 kowtow salute. Finally, I can be with eldest brother. Chapter 46. Refining the Barbarian King's Blood. Buzz. After Shin Xinyu performed the ritual of paying homage to his master, Zhang Yi's internal heavenly fate diagram vibrated violently, and when he turned to Shin Xinyu's page again, it had become extremely dazzling, and all the rewards had already been sent down in his body. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, as if a high-hanging sword had finally landed on the ground. It didn't matter if the rewards were not rewarded. The main punishment was too horrible. Finally, the mission was completed. Moreover, Zhang Yi found that Shin Xinyu's favor value towards him was also 5 stars, and now it seemed that both the favor value and the peak of the hate value seemed to be 5 stars. Zhang Luyan, it's dangerous for you to have such a high favor value towards me. Zhang Yi also finally understood what 5-star goodwill meant, and couldn't help but glance at Zhang Luyan with a complicated expression. As for Zhang Wufeng, he was startled when he heard that Yue Yao had accepted Shin Xinyu as her disciple, and said with a sad face, "Your Highness, you're making it difficult for me. Go back and tell Shin Wangjing that I'm keeping Shin Xinyu." Yue Yao forcefully and incomparably domineeringly said. Patriarch Yue Yao. Zhang Wufeng was in a difficult situation. Do as I say and Shin Wangjing won't blame you. Yue Yao showed a look of impatience and said in a deep voice. Zhang Wufeng nodded his head helplessly and responded. There was not a single thing he could do in the face of such a tough Yue Yao. Your Holiness, leave us at this point. Zhang Wufeng clasped his hands and looked respectful as he bid farewell to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had wanted to take advantage of this time to inquire about his identity, but seeing that the other party had left in a hurry, he dismissed the idea for the time being. Now that only the people of the Earth Sect were left, Yue Yao did not have a good face for Taoist Qinglian. What? Is there anything else? Taoist Master Qinglian skimmed Yue Yao and gave Zhang Yi a flirtatious look. Master Nephew Zhang, after helping you this time, how do you plan to repay me? Taoist Green Lotus, please respect yourself. Zhang Yi is really afraid of this old hag. I don't know about other kung fu, but the arching fire kung fu is really a masterpiece. Sure enough, Zhang Yi instantly noticed that Yue Yao's favorability value towards him had dropped to only 1 star. Wannabe Qinglian. Qinglian, no one asked you to help in this matter either, so don't stick it in your own face. Yue Yao pinpointed. The big picture was already set. Qinglian Taoist's position was pressingly unimportant, and she would not give Qinglian Taoist a chance to claim credit. Humph. Really heartless then. Luckily I'm doing it for the sake of Master Nephew Zhang. What does it have to do with you? Taoist Green Lotus snorted coldly and said defiantly. Taoist Green Lotus, the master's meaning is my meaning. At this time, Zhang Yi had to say something, and could not let the goodwill value continue to decrease. Ungrateful bastard. Taoist Master Qinglian glared at Zhang Yi, only feeling that his good intentions had been turned into a donkey's liver and lungs, and left with the people of the Earth Sect in a huff. When all the men and horses had retreated, the Tao Sect once again returned to its usual calm. Why aren't you leaving yet? Seeing that Chen Xiaokuei seemed to have no intention of leaving, Zhang Yi could not help but frown and ask, where else do I have a place to go? I still hope that the Tao clan will take in my little girl. Chen Xiaokuei pretended to be pitiful. You are not welcome in the Tao clan. Yue Yao refused without hesitation. Having a Shin Xinyu was already troublesome enough. How could she still let the scourge of the country, Chen Xiaokuei, enter the Tao sect? It was her innate sense of crisis as a woman. Zhang Yi was delighted in his heart. He also didn't want to have too many interactions with Chen Xiaokuei. It was said that women were a scourge of the red face. It was better to stay away from them. Go! At Yue Yao's command, the people of the Tao sect left one after another, leaving only Chen Xiaokuei and Xiao Gu who were messing up in the wind. There is someone else who can reject this holy maiden. Chen Xiaoke was confused and did not react at all. Holy maiden, the ruthlessness of the people of the Tao sect is true to its name. Where should we go next? Go back to the southern demon kingdom. Seeing Chen Xiaokuei's frustrated look, Xiao Gu secretly slandered Zhang Yi in his heart. There's no need to return to the southern demon kingdom for the time being, so let's go wander off this earth first. Chen Xiaokuei glanced at Dao Zong with quite a bit of resentment, and left with a sense of resignation. Chen Xiaokuei will one day make you move. Zhang Yi's indifference aroused her intense interest. On the Taoist sect's Moonshadow Peak, Yue Yao asked Qing Yi to go ahead and settle Xinyu down while she looked at Zhang Yi with a displeased expression, not saying a word, and exuding an intimidating pressure all over her body. Yaoer, don't be quiet. Did I upset you somewhere? Seeing the situation, Zhang Yi took advantage of the fact that no one was around to get together. Roll. Every time you go out, you dabble in womanizing, and what's your relationship with the fox demon of the southern demon kingdom? Also, why did the green lotus demoness help you? What exactly did you do last time you went to the Earth Sect? Yue Yao's eyes suspected that there must be something fishy in this. Everything was too abnormal. Sure enough, it's jealousy. Zhang Yi also explained in an unhurried manner. Joining forces with Chen Xiaokue is because I need her in the great barbarian forbidden territory, and there can be nothing more between me and her. You'll always be the only one in my heart. Zhang Yi said it with such determination. As for the green lotus demoness, that's even simpler. Isn't she just trying to sow discord? Zhang Yi's eyes rolled, and he had already thought of something to say. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao's face improved slightly, but Zhang Yi realized that the goodwill value was still 1 star, and continued to speak. Yaoer, this is the compensation from all the forces, just give it all to the Dao sect. The reaction of the Dao sect's disciples moved Zhang Yi in particular. Yue Yao nodded and didn't push back, so that it would also be better for the Dao sect to establish its authority. Anyone who wrongs my Yue Yao disciples will not have a good ending. Just disciples? Zhang Yi asked with a wry smile. Zhang Yi, don't you give an inch. Hurry up and refine the barbarian king's blood. Yue Yao was on the verge of anger, and she naturally did not have a good face towards Zhang Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Yi also showed a serious face. He knew that Yue Yao was a cultivation fanatic, and his attitude towards cultivation must be correct in front of her. Immediately, Zhang Yi opened the barbarian king's blood and drank it all in one go, like magma surging through his body, the barbaric power rushing through his bones and meridians, and his entire body was filled with a wild power, and under a burst of golden light, the supreme bone emerged once again, completely absorbing and refining the barbarian king's blood in Zhang Yi's body. And this directly allowed Zhang Yi's spirit transformation pool to reach a size of 30 feet, which was definitely an absolutely unique existence. You still haven't made a breakthrough after refining so much savage king's blood, but your fleshly body today is comparable to that of a true dragon, so it's not bad. Yue Yao looked at the tight muscles on Zhang Yi's body and nodded with satisfaction. She had begun to look forward to Zhang Yi's breakthrough to the Yuanying stage. She could decapitate ancient freaks at the spirit transformation stage, and the Yuanying stage would be even better. Yue Yao gave a meaningful glance at Zhang Yi and slowly asked, Zhang Yi, can you gain some insights from letting you go to the great barbarian forbidden land this time? Zhang Yi frowned. Nowadays, when he mentioned the great barbarian forbidden land, all he could think of was the tragic scene on that day. Human nature is complex and no one should be trusted. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and said seriously. Chapter 47. The Heavenly Sun Sword. Yue Yao secretly nodded her head. She was still particularly satisfied with Zhang Yi's performance in the great barbarian forbidden land this time. At least she knew to guard against one hand in everything. The world is filled with conspiracies everywhere, and it was precisely because of this that the ancestor sealed locked up love lust and wanted to ask about the heavenly Tao back then. And your presence seems to tell me it's not the only way either. Yue Yao looked at Zhang Yi meaningfully. She knew that Zhang Yi had not lied to her that day, and her cultivation had progressed since she had released her emotions. Zhang Yi, needless to say, had broken through from the late Jindan stage to the late spirit transformation stage in less than a month's time, which was an unparalleled existence in the history of the Wuling continent. Of course, there are millions of paths in the world. How can there be more than this one? Yaoer, I will keep up with you as early as possible. This time Zhang Yi came back to watch Yue Yao face such strong pressure and inexplicably felt some heartache. He was unwilling to let Yue Yao carry more responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao guffawed. The smile on her face had obviously grown a bit more since Zhang Yi confessed his feelings to her, and the change in her mindset could be detected as well. With your talent, it is merely a matter of time, but master is not that easy to surpass. Yue Yao's heart warmed. As a woman, why wouldn't she want to find a place to rely on? But she was too strong for the average person to qualify as a dependent, and no one had ever said that to her. Zhang Yi also showed a happy face, sensing that Yue Yao's favorability value towards him had increased by another star. Although Yaoer is very angry, she is still very good at coaxing, and it's true that, no matter what kind of woman she is, she needs to be coaxed by someone. Zhang Yi, what do you think master should do with Xinyu? Yue Yao asked tentatively. She needed to know Zhang Yi's attitude towards Xinyu. Now that Zhang Yi had completed his mission, He only wanted to return to the forgotten river cliff to recuperate properly. So he didn't have the heart to care about Shen Xinyu's affairs, and waved his hand indifferently. Just don't let her bother me. Zhang Yi had where he didn't know Yue Yao's little woman's mind and gave a satisfactory reply. Hearing this reply, Yue Yao nodded her head in satisfaction. Good. Then go back. In an instant, Yue Yao's favor value towards her recovered to 3 stars. Tempers come and go, earthly realities. After Zhang Yi had pacified Yue Yao, he left satisfied, just so he could study the rewards this time. And just as Zhang Yi left, Qing Yi brought Shen Xinyu to Yue Yao. Senior, where's eldest brother? Shen Xinyu looked around, but she did not see Zhang Yi's figure, so she could not help but feel a little panicked. Eldest senior brother has returned to the forgotten river cliff. So from today onwards you will be practicing with Master on the Moon Shadow Peak. In addition, the Dao Sect is a place of cultivation. I don't care what you have in mind for Zhang Yi, you have to put it to rest. From now on he can only be your senior brother. If there is another heart, he will be expelled from the Dao Sect with all his cultivation wasted. How could Yue Yao not know Shen Xinyu's mind, and had taken precautions with her in advance? She knew that there were many people who were fond of Zhang Yi, but it was still the first one like Shen Xinyu who was so crazy for Zhang Yi under her door. Shen Xinyu's heart was cold. She let go of her good princess of Great Zhou and ran to the Dao Sect to suffer, thinking that she could spend time with Zhang Yi, but it was even more difficult to meet. She still underestimated Yue Yao. Senior, is it possible to have eldest brother teach me? Shen Xinyu looked blearily at Yue Yao, trying to be pampered and cute to impress Yue Yao. From today onwards, use a bamboo basket to beat the water. No use of spiritual energy is allowed. When can you beat the water up, then talk to your master? Yue Yao turned around and left, not continuing to tangle with Shen Xinyu. Bamboozled. This. Shen Xinyu scratched her head in annoyance, but thinking that Zhang Yi had gone through so much effort to get her to worship under Yue Yao, she honestly picked up the bamboo basket and acted on it. On the forgotten river cliff, Zhang Yi returned to his own cave with peace of mind, checking the rewards issued by the heavenly destiny diagram within his body this time. There were 8 heavenly fate boxes of various colors, and 5 fragments that emanated an arcane aura, from which the aura of the Great Tao emanated. This is a fragment of the Great Tao. What does it do? Zhang Yi's mind moved. A crystal-clear palm-sized fragment of the Great Tao appeared in his hand, looked up and down but did not find a use for it. Since it is a fragment of the Great Tao, it should increase the sense of the Great Tao. Zhang Yi tried to refine the Great Tao fragment, but to no avail. The Great Tao fragment seemed to resist him, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it in the slightest. After a few fruitless attempts, Zhang Yi set the Avenue fragment aside and enjoyed opening the blind box. This time 8 heavenly destiny boxes, 2 red, 3 orange, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 cyan. The old rule started with the red-colored heavenly fate box, and along with a flash of red-colored light, a large piece of information about the Great Tao fragment was reflected into Zhang Yi's mind. Zhang Yi looked wonderful. As expected of you, the pit is indeed your nature. This was the second time he had opened an instruction manual in the red destiny box, and even a blind box wasn't this pitiful. Luckily, this also let Zhang Yi know the purpose of the Great Tao fragments. So the Great Tao fragments can be used to increase the success rate. Isn't this the same as kryptonite? No wonder I can't refine it. The remaining few heavenly fate boxes did not open any treasures worthy of Zhang Yi's attention, leaving only the last cyan-colored box. Last time, the green-colored box opened the wind and cloud boots. This time I'm fusing 5 Great Tao fragments. I wonder what kind of treasure will be opened? Zhang Yi waited for this moment, incorporating the 5 Great Tao fragments on top of the green-colored box, accompanied by a burst of complex runic flashes, and the Great Tao aura emanated from the heavenly fate box. Open! Zhang Yi took a deep breath and stared at the heavenly fate box without turning his eyes, and under a flash of green light, the Yang sword by his side actually automatically fused with the heavenly fate box. In the next moment, the green light receded, and a shocking essence rushed straight into the sky, causing the heavenly Tao to retreat. The void shattered, and thousands of sword shadows emerged, condensing into a blazing sun, incomparably terrifying. In just a moment, information about the sword surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind. Heavenly Sun Sword, an emperor-level magic treasure, containing the Tao of the most Yang sword, destroying the demons of the world. Hiss! Zhang Yi sucked in a breath of cool air and clapped his hands in excitement. It was rare that the heavenly fate Dia Gram did not trap him, It had directly turned the Yang sword into an emperor-level magic treasure. And it also contains the supreme Yang sword Dao. This grand Dao fragment is really something. Zhang Yi experienced the usefulness of the great Dao fragment and could only say that it was really fragrant. Kryptonite is still useful. In the future, collect more pieces of the great Dao and come back to open the heavenly fate boxes, as well as those with a low grade will be kept for fusion and upgrading. Zhang Yi felt that he had already grasped the gameplay of the heavenly fate box. And although the heavenly fate chart was pitiful, this was much more real than a certain newsletter in his previous life. The appearance of the heavenly sun sword caused the Dao Sect's other emperor-level treasure to vibrate crazily, and a supreme aura of terror erupted. The Hao Ran bell wouldn't vibrate for no reason. Is it possible that an emperor-level magic treasure was born nearby? The Hao Ran bell was the Dao Sect's treasure of the sect. Usually it was offered up as an ancestor, and this time, it directly alarmed all the senior management of the Dao Sect. Chapter 48. Stealing half a day of life? Patriarch, what do you think of the matter of the vast bell vibrating? The Grand Elder and the other group of elders looked at Yue Yao worriedly and asked. In fact, when the heavenly sun sword was born, the moon sword on Yue Yao's body reacted, and now with the addition of the Howran bell vibrating, she probably guessed what happened. Don't pay any attention to this matter. I'll handle it. Yue Yao pointed at the Hao Ran bell in the void. A vast power wrapped around the Hao Ran bell, and the Dao Sect's holy temple instantly regained its calm. After all the elders had left, Yue Yao took out her moon sword, and with her other hand, she gently stroked the Howran bell and softly said, Howran bell, was it that kid who caused the Yang sword to metamorphose? He might really be my true destiny. Buzz off. As if the Hao Ran bell had a sense of consciousness, it gently vibrated a bit, as if it was responding softly to Yue Yao. Master, she once said that if anyone can cause the Yang sword to metamorphose, with his help I can become a great Dao. Yue Yao's gaze was deep as Zhang Yi's figure unconsciously surfaced in her mind. At this time, in remembering Zhang Yi's behavior, it seems that all of them are explained, so everything is destiny. Zhang Yi on the Forgotten River cliff felt the violent vibration of the heavenly fate diagram, and after some inspection, he was surprised to find that it was Yue Yao's goodwill value towards him that had been raised to 4 stars. 4 stars. That's a height I've never reached before, and I didn't do anything just now, did I? Zhang Yi is like a monk who can't figure out what's going on, and only after taking a closer look did he realize what was going on. Favorable value. 4 stars because you turned the Yang sword into the heavenly Yang sword and became the person of her destiny. Your favorable value towards you has increased dramatically. What? That would be her destiny, and I've never heard of that happening. Zhang Yi's small head is a big question mark. Happiness came too suddenly. A little did not react. Right. The Yang sword and the moon sword are a pair. Rumor has it that the 2 lovers sacrificed their lives to create them. Can it be related to this legend? Zhang Yi still had some knowledge of the origins of the twin swords. Just as Zhang Yi was rambling on, along with a fresh scent, Yue Yao appeared behind him in a mysterious manner. You're the one who turned the Yang sword into an emperor-level magic treasure? It's true that nothing can be hidden from Yaoer. Zhang Yi knew the meaning of this and had no intention of hiding it. Can you show me? Yue Yao's eyes were complicated, and her voice trembled a bit as she said. Without saying a word, Zhang Yi took out the heavenly sun sword and handed it to Yue Yao. And when Yue Yao received the heavenly sun sword, the moon sword in her hand vibrated crazily, as if it was expressing its love. Ding! The heavenly sun sword also bloomed with a blazing sun-like light. Both swords vibrated at the same time, one yin and one yang, as if the sun and the moon were combined. A dazzling divine light enveloped the forgetful river cliff, like a heavenly realm on earth. It's really you. Yue Yao shuddered as she put away the moon sword and returned the heavenly sun sword to Zhang Yi. But her expression was increasingly agitated. Yo-yo, what's wrong? Realizing that Yue Yao was out of sorts, Zhang Yi asked with concern. Yue Yao shook her head, her complexion returning to normal. It's nothing, just remembering some past events. How did you turn the Yang sword into an emperor-level magic treasure? Yue Yao asked again. In fact, I'm not sure what's going on. This time after coming back from the great savage forbidden land, after watching you protect me so much, my heart was touched, and I kept thinking about getting stronger. So maybe Yang Jian was impressed by my sincerity? Zhang Yi naturally couldn't reveal the matter of the heavenly fate diagram, and could just as well take this opportunity to instill the benefits of moving to Yue Yao. At those words, Yue Yao's petite body trembled. This was simply the same as what she had imagined. As far as she knew, Only the power of supreme love could cause the Yang sword to evolve, and her eyes filled with a hint of tenderness as she looked at Zhang Yi. So his love for me is so deep. How much power of the supreme emotion would it take to make the Yang sword evolve? Zhang Yi noticed the change in Yue Yao's eyes in time and struck the iron while it was hot. Yaoer, next time there's a chance I'll also turn the moon sword into an emperor-level magic treasure. So how about using it as our love token? Zhang Yi thought that with the Cyan Heavenly Fate Box and the Great Tao Fragment he would be able to make the moon sword an emperor-level treasure as well. So he was naturally willing to help Yue Yao. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Zhang Yi. Do you know what it takes to make the moon sword advance to an emperor-level magic treasure? Could it be that you and I have to double cultivate to make it work? Zhang Yi snickered and laughed. Deadly immodest. There's no need to bring this matter up again. There's no way you'll be able to make the moon sword reach an emperor-level magic treasure. Yue Yao shook her head. If she allowed the moon sword to be upgraded to an emperor-level magic treasure as well, Zhang Yi's sacrifice was bound to be great, and she was unwilling to do so. How do you know it can't be done if you don't let me try? A man can't say no. Zhang Yi saw a flash of hesitation in Yue Yao's eyes, which instantly enlivened the mind. The Yang sword and the moon sword were originally one and the same, and now that the Yang sword has been upgraded to an emperor-level treasure, the moon sword should naturally be the same. When the time is right, I'll come to you for the moon sword, so just listen to me instead. Zhang Yi followed Yue Yao's tone and said in an incomparably domineering manner. Zhang Yi Yue. Yue Yao frowned slightly. She was usually used to being overbearing. She had never had anyone be so overbearing in front of her. She was more or less not used to it. Yaoer, how about we make another bet? Zhang Yi's mouth revealed a bad smile as he said wistfully. Yue Yao had seen Zhang Yi's shamelessness before. A hint of resistance surfaced in her eyes, but in her heart, she was slightly looking forward to it. This was probably the legendary mouth that was too big for her body. Don't. You don't want to. Zhang Yi, however, ignored it and said bluntly. As long as I promote the moon sword into an emperor-level treasure, you and I will sleep together in a big bed. Get out. Yue Yao's face was shy. She didn't know how Zhang Yi could say such nasty words in a serious manner. If it were anyone else, she was afraid that she would have been killed by her sword. Zhang Yi, don't think about things that are not true. Cultivate well, and don't overshadow the splendor of the Yang sword. Yue Yao snorted coldly and waved her sleeve robe to leave. Zhang Yi looked at Yue Yao's departing figure, smiled deeply, and murmured, the matter of the moon sword must be very important to Yaoer. I have to promote the moon sword to an emperor-level magic treasure. I said, the heavenly emperor can't stop it. Zhang Yi raised his head high and proudly, and he was already looking to the future inwardly. While the Heaven's Destiny chart hasn't released a mission this time, we need to find some time to rest this time. Zhang Yi stretched his back and prepared to head to the cave to have a good rest. Since the awakening of the Heavenly Fate diagram, he hadn't had a single good day. What a stolen life! But just as he stepped into the cave, the Heavenly Fate diagram began to vibrate violently again, and Zhang Yi immediately checked it, his brows furrowing immediately afterward as he cursed, Heavenly Fate diagram, can you be a human being? Really don't give people a reprieve. It turned out that the party had released a new mission from the Heaven's Destiny diagram, and the new mission was precisely about the Southern Demon Kingdom's holy maiden, Chen Shaokuai, who had only left a short while ago. And it's also a pitched quest with particularly severe penalties. Chapter 49, Traveling to the Southern Demon Kingdom. Quest, make Chen Shaoka the Holy Maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom, a maid of honor. Reward, Avenue Fragment 10, Heavenly Fate Box 8. Punishment, slavery for life. Duration, 15 days. Are you sick, Heavenly Fate figure? Chen Shaokuai is at least the Holy Maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom. Why should she come to you as a servant girl? Failure also makes you a slave for life. Whose slave servant will you become? Zhang Yi crumbled inwardly. He seriously suspected that the Heaven's Destiny diagram was unorthodox. What kind of missions were issued? Moreover, they were all related to women. Wasn't this sexist? And not releasing it sooner or later, but only after Chen Shaoka had left. Wasn't this increasing the difficulty of the task? Zhang Yi's beautiful mood was instantly destroyed, and his heart was in a state of agony. He had sort of realized that the Heavenly Fate diagram would not let him be idle at all. Chen Shaooi just left. Where am I going to find her here? Zhang Yi didn't want to be a slave for life, and it was imperative that he found Chen Shaokuei. She hasn't returned to the southern demon kingdom. Where should I look for her? Zhang Yi had a headache. To find someone in the Wuling continent was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and this time the deadline was only 15 days, so it really didn't give people a chance to live. The Fox clan of the southern demon kingdom should have a way to find her. Thinking about it, Zhang Yi still planned to go to the southern demon kingdom to take a walk, and as he was in possession of the demon lord's order, he was not afraid that the people of the southern demon kingdom would be unfavorable to him. Zhang Yi executed his wind cloud boots and arrived at the southern demon kingdom in just half a column of incense. This time when Zhang Yi came to the southern demon country for the first time, he only saw that there were sky-high trees all over the place, and countless demonic beasts were leisurely strolling among the trees, which was really a fairyland on earth. The southern demon kingdom was formed by the coalescence of various races, of which the fox race had a rather high status in the southern demon kingdom. Little demon, take me to the people of the Fox clan. Zhang Yi casually grabbed a small white fox in front of him and ordered. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the southern demon kingdom? The little fox sputtered and panicked.
Deo Sect Zhang Yi.
Zhang Yi had no malicious intent this time, and only wanted to find Qin Xiaokui as soon as possible. You're the Zhao Sect senior brother who turned the Wuling continent upside down with little Aoi a few days ago? After realizing Zhang Yi's identity, the little fox's eyes lit up, and a touch of admiration actually surfaced in her eyes. Nowadays, Zhang Yi's name could be heard in the southern demon kingdom, especially within the Fox clan, where his reputation was even higher, and they all assumed that Qin Xiaokui was very close to Zhang Yi. The old ancestors would be very happy if they knew you were here. I'll take you to the old ancestors right now. The little fox was not the slightest bit defensive towards Zhang Yi and happily jumped onto his shoulder to start pointing out the way. With the help of the little fox, Zhang Yi finally arrived at the place where the Fox clan was located after making 7 detours. This place has green mountains and green water. The spiritual chi than the outside world do not know how many rich. Even the air is filled with a fragrance. Foxes all over the place is full of vitality. Look who I've brought. The little fox stood on Zhang Yi's shoulder and shouted. All of the Fox clans stopped in their tracks, their gazes falling on Zhang Yi, and there were quite a few Fox clans that had already transformed into forms that looked at Zhang Yi with a wary expression. There was no other reason. Zhang Yi's face value was so dazzling that even the Fox clan, which excelled in beauty, was ashamed of itself. He's the Zhao Sect's senior brother Zhang Yi, who helped Sister Aoi capture the 9-tailed sacred blood. The little fox was satisfied with this feeling of being watched, and with 2 little paws crossed, she proudly said, It's actually him? I should have thought of it long ago. The only one among the human race who can make my Fox clan feel inferior in terms of beauty is him. I heard that he still has the Demon Lord's order on him. What is he doing in the Fox clan at this time? Could it be that they're here for the Holy Virgin? For a while, there was a lot of talk, and everyone was speculating on the purpose of Zhang Yi's trip. Just then, a white figure flashed by and an old man appeared in front of him unnoticed. Greetings, old ancestor. All the Fox clans were kneeling and saluting. Zhang Yi also clasped his hands together. Greetings, old ancestor. This old crone in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling, even a feeling of facing Yue Yao. Zhang Yi, what is the purpose of coming to my Fox clan? The old ancestor's vicissitudes of voice rang out like a heavenly sound blasting in Zhang Yi's ears. I've come to find Qin Xiaokui. I have important matters to discuss with her. Zhang Yi secretly collected his heart. This old ancestor's every word was filled with supreme power, so that he could not help but reveal the secrets of his heart. Fortunately, there was a heavenly destiny diagram to dissolve it, or else it would have really fallen into her way. Aoi is nowhere to be found now, and I can't find her. The old ancestor shook her head. Qin Xiaokui had refined the 9-tailed sacred blood and was the hope of their Fox clan. So why would she not want to find Qin Xiaokui? And the old ancestors had no way to find her? Zhang Yi frowned, his heart unavoidably disappointed. The foxes have always been free and won't restrict the means of others. And unless she wants to come back herself, there's nothing I can do about it. The old ancestor seemed to see Zhang Yi's doubts and explained. Zhang Yi nodded. A light flashed in his mind. Let her come back on her own. If she knows I'm looking for her, will she come back on her own? Old ancestor, I have a favor to ask of you, and I hope that it will be granted. You helped Aoi find the 9-tailed sacred blood. You are also a benefactor of my Fox clan. So feel free to say whatever you need to say. There's no need to be so polite. The old ancestor said with kind words. I also hope that the old ancestor will walk the news that I am waiting for her at the Fox clan, so that the probability is that she may return. Instead of searching for a needle in a haystack, it would be better to take the initiative to walk the news and wait for Chen Xiaokuai to come back on her own. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor's eyes lit up with appreciation. Zhang Yi had thought of the same thing as her. Worthy of being the Dao Sect's senior brother. Someone, spread the news out. Tell them that Zhang Yi is waiting for her at the Fox clan. By the way, the guys from the Spirit Rhinoceros clan are good at walking news. Let them help more with this. At the old ancestor's command, all the people of the Fox clan began to get busy, and they seemed to be particularly attached to Zhang Yi's matter. To be precise, it was obsessed with finding Chen Xiaoke. Thank you, old ancestor. Things went smoother than expected, and Zhang Yi hastily thanked him. The old ancestor waved his hand and then entertained Zhang Yi with the highest treatment of the Fox clan, during which he also arranged for various colors of Fox clan beauties. But they were all rejected by Zhang Yi one by one. Old ancestor, there's no need to go to such trouble. Zhang Yi sweated. He had to say that each of these Fox women in front of him was a stunning beauty, but he was not moved in the slightest. Few people can resist the seduction enticement of my Fox clan's beauties. It's worthy of you. The old ancestor's appreciation for Zhang Yi deepened a few points in his eyes as he secretly nodded his head. Due to the fact that the speed of the news walk was just too fast, the news that Zhang Yi was in the southern demon country was already known by all parties, and all the major forces in the southern demon country also came to pay a visit, and for a while the Fox clan became the most bustling place in the southern demon country. 3 days later, even the lord of the southern demon kingdom personally came to pay a visit, showing the importance he placed on Zhang Yi. I don't know what your excellency is looking for Chen Xiaokuai for this time? The southern demon kingdom's lord looked at Zhang Yi curiously and asked. Chapter 50. Something important to discuss. Many people had already asked him this question in the past few days, but Zhang Yi had invariably replied in the same way. He couldn't say that he had come here to find Chen Xiaokuai in order to take her as his maid. Could he? Even if he is kind to Chen Xiaokuai, this word is probably going to be peeled off by the people of the southern demon country. She is at least the holy maiden of the southern demon country. What is the decency of going to be a maid with you? Isn't this a loss of face for the southern demon kingdom? This was what Zhang Yi had been having a headache about. Finding Chen Xiaokuai was only the first step. The really hard part was how to get Chen Xiaokuai to willingly become his consort. If the soft one doesn't work, then the hard one will have to come. The southern demon kingdom's lord gave Zhang Yi a complicated look. He always felt that Zhang Yi's search for Chen Xiaokuai was not a simple matter. But he did not continue to pursue the matter. Instead, he generously gave his blessing and said, "Then, I wish you a successful victory. And if there's something you need help with, just open your mouth. I'm obliged to do so." Demon Lord's people, most of them emphasize feelings and justice, and before coming back, the State Lord had received instructions from the old men of the Southern Demon Kingdom to help Zhang Yi if they could. After all, in their eyes, Zhang Yi was helping Long Tianyi to take revenge. Zhang Yi looked at the Southern Demon Lord with an odd expression, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say, instructing an awkward smile and saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Lord." After that, the two talked some more, nothing more than a few scenes. On the other hand, in a certain corner of the Wuling continent, two young girls with pretty and graceful faces were leisurely wandering around. Holy Maiden, the outside world has gone crazy with rumors that senior brother Zhang has gone to the Fox clan to look for you. When are we going back? These two young girls were none other than Chen Xiaokuai and Xiao Gu, who were traveling outside. In fact, when Xiao Gu heard the news the first time, she suggested Chen Xiaoke to rush back. But she was stopped by Chen Xiaoke. This is not another few days. She saw that Chen Xiaoke still did not have the slightest movement. She couldn't help but urge a word. "Xiao Gu, you can't be too impatient, especially as a woman." Chen Xiaokuai laughed meaningfully. Upon learning that Zhang Yi had personally traveled to the Fox clan in search of her, a ripple rippled within her, and she even brainstormed a big scene. In her imagination, Zhang Yi was bound to have made a big mess in the Dao Sect, which had gotten him the chance to come out. The more Zhang Yi cared about her, the happier she was. Xiao Gu's tiny face was written with big doubts. But, can't make him wait too long, right? Xiao Gu couldn't figure out what kind of drugs Chen Xiaokuai was selling. Why would she be like this when she obviously cared about Zhang Yi? "Xiao Gu, you don't understand this, right? This move is called the lustful tackle. I have to make him realize that I'm not a being he calls upon, and man, you just can't make it too easy for him to get you." Chen Xiaokuai put on a preachy face and said quite knowingly. Xiao Gu seemed to understand and nodded his head. feeling that he understood, but didn't fully understand. Anyway, it was very profound just like that. Don't worry, I'll go back in 3 days at most, and he won't be touched to death when he sees me then. Xiao Gu. This is this holy maiden's art of controlling men. Learn more. Chun Xiaokui was humming a little song in her mouth. Her mood was extraordinarily free. The holy maiden's high opinion. Gu couldn't understand it, but she was greatly shocked. Everyone in the world says that Daozong's senior brother is heartless. But when has he ever been so desperate to find someone? It must be that after leaving me, he found that he couldn't control his thoughts of me, and that's why he disregarded the rules of the division and let the people of the world search for me. This holy maiden's charm is really something, so I will give eldest brother a surprise when the time comes. Chun Xiaokui was very satisfied with Zhang Yi's performance this time, and even thought that as long as Zhang Yi didn't go back, she was even willing to give her body to him. If this were to let Zhang Yi know about any of her desire to escape or male domination techniques, he would probably have to break into a rage. It was already the 10th day since Zhang Yi had searched for Chun Xiaokui, and there were still 5 days left before the deadline of the mission, which made Zhang Yi's heart even more anxious. Old ancestor. Could it be that she didn't get the message? Zhang Yi wondered, with his understanding of Chun Xiaokui, if she had received the news she would have appeared by now. The old ancestor shook his head and said with certainty, "The news Aoi must have received. Who in the world today does not know that you are waiting for her in the Fox clan?" This caused Zhang Yi to frown. Can't it be that she knows what I'm up to? There's no reason for that. There's no way for anyone to know about this matter. Seeing Zhang Yi's puzzled face, the old ancestor couldn't help but chuckle and snicker. Zhang Yi, are you upsetting little Aoi? Zhang Yi shook his head. This really baffled him. His attention was not even on Qinshaoka. How did he know if Qinshaoka was high or not? Silly child, with my knowledge of Aoi, you must have put her through the ringer. That's why she purposely didn't show up for so long. But don't worry. Aoi is just playing around. It won't take long for her to show up for sure. The old ancestor smiled and shook his head. Although Zhang Yi was astonishingly gifted in cultivation, he was like a blank sheet of paper when it came to emotional matters.
Zhang Yi.
God is so aggravated. God is so mean. Is this a good time to be naughty? Just wait in peace. You've done Xiao Aoi a great favor. She won't sit back and do nothing to you. The old ancestor, however, saw through everything and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder before leaving peacefully. Chun Xiaokui, you can play with your temper whenever you want, but don't play with your temper at this time. It was a matter of his lifetime. So Zhang Yi secretly prayed in his heart. The sky was the limit, only to feel a cheer from outside the Fox clan. It's the Holy Maiden returning? The Holy Maiden has finally returned. Do you not know how long eldest brother Dao Sect has been waiting for you? Holy Maiden, what exactly is the relationship between the Dao Sect's senior brother and you? And how could he care so much about you? For a while, all the people of the Fox clan came up, their eyes filled with curiosity. Zhang Yi, who had learned the news, slapped his thighs and rushed out with a flying leap, his expression incomparably excited. Finally back! And as the old ancestor took it all in, her wise eyes seemed to be telling Zhang Yi. How was it? Everything is just as I said, right? After seeing Zhang Yi, Chun Xiaokui also put down all her reserve and ran up in an arrow step. Eldest brother, did you miss me? I've missed you. Chun Xiaokui had been pressing for a return date all this time, and how was this not torture for her? But she had to do it in order to pin Zhang Yi down. Zhang Yi's demeanor returned to normal as he coldly asked, "Why did you come back so late?" He's in a hurry, he's in a hurry. He really does care about me, even when he's not happy to see me late. Chun Xiaokui's mind was active. Her heart was like a deer in headlights. This was a feeling she had never had before. Oops, that's probably the heartbeat. Chapter 51. Will you become a maid? It wasn't on the way that I encountered a little something to deal with, so I was delayed for a bit. What? Eldest brother misses me? Chun Xiaokui showed a shy, absorbent face and looked at Zhang Yi with eyes full of anticipation. Are you sure you didn't mean to whet my appetite? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. From Chun Xiaokui's appearance, it seemed that he was mostly right by his old ancestor. Chun Xiaokui flatly denied it. It doesn't exist. When I learned that eldest senior brother came to the Fox clan to look for me, I rushed here without stopping. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Gu. Right? Gu. Seeing that Xiao Gu didn't respond, Chun Xiaokui didn't forget to remind him. She couldn't let Zhang Yi find out her small mind. She had to pull Xiao Gu down at this time. Xiao Gu nodded his head in an unknown manner. No matter what he thought in his heart, he still had to side with Chen Xiaokuai in the open. By the way, what is it that eldest senior brother is looking for me in such a hurry this time? I owe you a favor, so feel free to ask for anything. Chen Xiaokuai did not want to continue to dwell on that matter and took the initiative to digress. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi secretly nodded his head. Having Chen Xiaokuai's words had reassured him quite a bit. This matter is of great importance. I need to discuss it with you alone. This was in the territory of the Fox clan. If they knew that Zhang Yi was going to take Chen Xiaokuai as his maid, would they not explode? Go, you come with me. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xiaokuai led Zhang Yi towards the depths. Aoi, take Xiaogu with you. It's ultimately not good for you as the Fox clan's holy maiden to be alone with a man. Forgive me, it's a rule of our Fox clan. The old ancestor pushed Xiaogu out while secretly explaining to Xiaogu to report everything to her. Zhang Yi did not expect the Fox clan to actually have this rule, but Xiaogu following is better than others, so he simply nodded his head in agreement. Under Chen Xiaokuai's leadership, Zhang Yi and his group arrived at a cave covered in pink petals, the fragrance emanating from which was even more similar to Chen Xiaokuai's. Eldest senior brother, you're the only male I've brought into the cave. Zhang Yi wasn't interested in this, and after realizing that there were indeed only the three of them here, he opened his mouth and said, Actually, I have a favor to ask, and I hope you'll agree to it. A simple sentence caused ripples to ripple through Chen Xiaokuai's heart, and she shyly lowered her head and asked, Eldest brother, you're not trying to propose, are you? It makes sense when you think about it. It's hard to end a marriage without making such a big fuss.
Zhang Yi?
Is this the legendary love brain? Nothing can be separated from love. Zhang Yi shook his head and coughed. You first say if you'll agree to me. Chen Xiaokuai was slightly lost and beamed. So it wasn't a marriage proposal, causing people to be happy for nothing. Eldest brother, if there's anything you want to do, just open your mouth. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the Fox clan, I'll agree to it, sooner or later. She'll be yours. What's the point of being so polite? Chen Xiaokuai snickered and laughed. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and did some mental construction. After all, it was more or less embarrassing to suddenly open his mouth and make such an excessive request to someone. Will you be my maid of honor? After experiencing so many storms, Zhang Yi opened his mouth with an incomparably calm demeanor and asked, Chen Xiaokuai, Xiaogu, Sigma A.
Zhang Yi.
Who do you take our holy maiden for? No one has dared to speak to our holy maiden like that under the heavens. No one in the world is qualified to make the holy maiden this. Xiaogu was furious and immediately told the old ancestor about this place through means. In the next moment, the old ancestor appeared in front of Zhang Yi with an icy complexion and rebuked without mercy. Zhang Yi, the Fox clan does not welcome you? Please leave. The old ancestor still retained the last of his affection. Otherwise, he would have blown Zhang Yi out long ago. Daring to be so disrespectful to Chen Xiaokuai was simply audacious. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, not thinking that this matter had alerted the old ancestor so quickly, while his gaze fell on Chen Xiaokuai as he waited for her reply. Old ancestor, you leave first. Leave this matter to me. Recovering from the shock, Chen Xiaokuai blocked in front of the old ancestor and gently waved her hand. Zhang Yi could clearly notice that today's Chen Xiaokuai was a bit different from before, and this seemed to be the normal Chen Xiaokuai. Oi, don't be aggravated. The old ancestor is here. The old ancestor patted Chen Xiaokuai's shoulder meaningfully, not forgetting to glare at Zhang Yi before leaving, the threatening intent of which was self-evident. Why? After the old ancestor left, Chen Xiaokuai's beautiful eyes revealed disbelief as she asked with an expressionless face. She had countless fantasies before she came back, never expecting this. With the Holy Maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom reduced to a maid of honor, both she and the Southern Demon Kingdom would be reduced to a joke, while both Zhang Yi and the Dao Sect statements would be at their peak. Just for this? Then she's blind. To practice. To survive. Zhang Yi said with incomparable sincerity. Chen Xiaokuai froze. She did not expect Zhang Yi to answer him like that, and she could tell from Zhang Yi's sincere eyes that the other party was not lying. As far as I know, the Dao Sect cultivates the emotionless Dao. Aren't you afraid that my presence will mess up your Dao? Chen Xiaokuai asked again. Zhang Yi shook his head, his expression still sincere. No, my Dao heart is solid. No one can mess it up. And it's just a so-called maid of honor. I won't really treat you as a maid of honor and I won't make you. Even if it's just you promising me one day. Zhang Yi gave a rare explanation. After all, he was the one who was at a disadvantage in this matter, and letting the holy maiden of the southern demon kingdom become a maid of honor was a bit too much, and only the heaven's destiny diagram would issue this kind of mission. Chen Shaoke seemed to see the unspeakable from Zhang Yi, and the anger inside seemed to diminish by the slightest bit, and the corner of her mouth actually sketched a smile. Zhang Yi, do you know that once I agree to you, you will be reduced to an enemy of the southern demon kingdom, and I will be reduced to a disgrace to the Fox clan, and even to the entire southern demon kingdom. Unconsciously, Chen Xiaokuei's identity towards Zhang Yi had all changed. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. I came back in high spirits, only to have you tell me that you want to take me as a maid. Who else could accept that? I think you also know the Yinshang rebellion. The world said that I am a scourge of the people, so you want to continue? Speaking of this, Chen Xiaokuei smiled to herself, and was actually a bit heartbroken. Of course Zhang Yi had thought about all these consequences, but in order to fulfill the mission of the heavenly fate map, did he have any choice? I know it all. Zhang Yi nodded, which also meant that he was willing to bear the consequences of it. Offending the entire southern demon kingdom only requires a maid, so why not take a southern demon kingdom holy maiden as your wife? Is identity really that important? Chen Xiaokuei was even more puzzled, no matter what, taking her as his wife was the best choice. I don't know how to explain this to you, but right now you can only become my consort, the only way I can survive and further my cultivation. Zhang Yi only felt a burst of headache, and he was actually a bit unaccustomed to facing Chen Xiaoke in this state. Chapter 52. The Nine Tails Retribution. Survival and cultivation? Chen Xiaoaoi murmured, falling into a moment of contemplation.
Zhang Yi,
don't give yourself an inch. Our holy maiden doesn't owe you anything. Do you know what it means to break a tail? Gu just couldn't look away and couldn't help but growl and question. The world says that the nine-tailed fox has 9 lives, but I don't know that the tail is more important than the life for the nine-tailed fox. Xiao Gu was still ready to speak on, but was interrupted by Chen Xiaoke. Enough! Zhang Yi, I owe you. I said I'd return the favor in the first place, and I can promise you that, but are you ready to face everything? Chen Xiaokuei sneered and said decisively, I am willing to bear all the consequences. Since he had started this matter, he naturally would not sit back and do nothing. Holy maiden, you must not do anything foolish. You don't owe him anymore. 1 tail and 1 essence, isn't that enough? Gu growled hysterically. Originally, the 9 tails were born with 9 essence, cultivated to a certain level can be transformed into a human form, and each of them is the same as the body of the existence of the general. This is the reason why all generations of 9 tails have been so powerful. The 9 tails are united and can cut through the heavens and ask questions. Broken a tail at least 1,000 years before it can be repaired, and it also requires a large number of genius earth treasures. Xiao Gu, this holy maiden told you to stop talking. Chen Xiaokuei's eyes were icy cold to the bone as she coldly rebuked. I'm about to say that I've never disobeyed a holy woman in my life, but this time I can't stand it. Is it worth it for him? Giving up a great future. This time you managed to refine the 9-tailed sacred blood. Your future is even more unlimited. Why bother? Xiao Gu couldn't let Chen Xiaokuei go astray just like that. Even if she needed to use her life to awaken Chen Xiaokuei, she was willing to do so. Zhang Yi, what is your dream? Instead of continuing to stare at Xiao Gu, Chen Xiaokuei looked at Zhang Yi and asked, a sea of stars. Zhang Yi looked at the sky and couldn't help but say thoughtfully, Starry night? Do you hear me? Gu, the person I have my eye on won't be bad. I don't know why he's doing this, but I believe in him. Chen Xiaokuei's eyes blossomed with 10,000 starbursts. This was her choice. The Virgin. Xiao Gu realized that Chen Xiaokuei had changed a lot since she met Zhang Yi, and wanted to say something but had no way to do so. Zhang Yi, you have to think clearly. Once you take me away, there can be no turning back. And will your master allow you to do so? Chen Xiaokuei wanted to be sure of Zhang Yi's final attitude. There were some things she had to find out. I'll take care of the master's side. As for you, I won't treat you badly. Zhang Yi was moved in his heart. If Chen Xiaokuei agreed to his request, it would mean that she gave up everything and would have to carry a lot of curses as well. So, she's worth it. Damn the divine destiny diagram. How much are you going to make me carry? Zhang Yi couldn't help but greet the heaven's destiny diagram again, causing all sorts of trouble. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaokuei's face finally revealed a hint of a smile, as if she had been waiting for these words. This is what you said. Don't forget it. Take me away. For the sake of Zhang Yi's survival and cultivation, She was willing to do so, only at the expense of her reputation and being an enemy of the Southern Demon Kingdom. Originally, she didn't have a good reputation in the outside world. She didn't care. As for the Southern Demon Kingdom, she didn't care about anything other than the Fox clan, who still had some lingering memories. When he thought that even the Princess of Great Zhou was like a follower beside Zhang Yi, and that Zhang Yi was still lovingly indifferent, his heart instantly felt a lot better. You have to give in order to get, Zhang Yi. Now you're the one who provoked me. You can't escape. After Chen Xiaokuei figured out some things, her heart was relieved, as if she had become the same Chen Xiaokuei again, and her eyes were still full of light when she looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was relieved in his heart, but at the same time, he was also a bit puzzled. Chen Xiaokuei has already agreed. Why hasn't the mission been completed? Is it really hard to make the whole world know about it? Zhang Yi frowned. His immediate concern was still thinking about how to leave the Southern Demon Kingdom. Xiao Gu, you can't tell the old ancestor what happened just now. Since Chen Xiaokuei had heard the answer she wanted, she naturally had to find a way to help Zhang Yi leave the Southern Demon Kingdom. Holy Maiden, I'll go with you. I've grown up with you since I was a child, and I don't know what I'd do without you. Xiao Gu also did not continue to obstruct Chen Xiaoke. After so many years, she knew Chen Xiaoke's character best. Once she decided something, she would not back out, as she did when she first worked with Zhang Yi. Eldest brother, it should be fine to bring Xiao Gu, right? Gu couldn't bear to part with her, and how could she not? Zhang Yi nodded. Chen Xiaoke had done this for him. What reason did he have to refuse? After that, Chen Xiaokuei walked out with Zhang Yi as if she looked as normal. Old ancestor, I've refused the party. I'm traveling with my eldest senior brother to run some errands. Chen Xiaokuei said without changing color. The old ancestor's complexion changed slightly. She watched Chen Xiaokuei grow up. How could she not know Chen Xiaokuei's mind? She just said meaningfully, "Silly girl, you can't hide it from me." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaokuei and Zhang Yi's complexion changed, and in their hearts, they had already begun to calculate how they were going to escape. Don't be nervous. I respect your choice and believe in you. Fortunately, the old ancestor had no intention of striking out, but said helplessly. The old ancestor's attitude made Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaokuei freeze. This was too nice to talk to, wasn't it? This wasn't the same as the imagined plot development. Afterward, the old ancestor looked at Zhang Yi with glaring eyes and threatened. Zhang Yi, little Aoi will be handed over to you after this. If you dare to dishonor her, I will fight with all my might to kill the Dao sect and take your life. Just like when Long Tianyi wanted to forcefully marry Chen Xiaokuei, the old ancestor was also so strong. Only Chen Xiaokuei was unwilling to let him be. Old ancestor. Chen Xiaokuei's tearful eyes flashed a warm current in her heart. The old ancestor was her deepest attachment in the Fox clan. Old ancestor, he will not fail me. Chen Xiaokuei squeezed out a smile at the corner of her mouth and said with certainty. But she was relieved to know the old ancestor's attitude. At least there were people who supported her and understood her. Old ancestor, my trip will definitely bring shame to the Fox clan. No matter what, you can't harbor me. I don't want to become a sinner of the Fox clan. When I left, I was a disgrace to the Fox clan. But when I return, I will shine with all my splendor and become the pride of the Fox clan. Chen Xiaokuei said this to herself as well as to her old ancestor. You've always been my pride. The old ancestor gently touched Chen Xiaokuei's hair and softly said, "Let's go. Zhang Yi, remember my words." As she watched the few people leave, the old ancestor did not forget to remind Zhang Yi to show her determination. Zhang Yi turned around and bowed deeply to this Fox clan ancestor in front of him. Not for any other reason, but just for this heart that she had for Chen Xiaokuei. The old ancestor froze, while Chen Xiaokuei beside Zhang Yi smiled proudly, as if to say, "Look, this is the man I have decided to be." Chapter 53. The Nine Tails enter the River of Forgetfulness. Without the old ancestor's obstruction, Zhang Yi brought Chen Xiaoke, and they quickly left the Southern Demon Kingdom's sphere of influence and headed straight for the Dao sect. When Zhang Yi returned to the mountain gate of the Dao sect, Yue Yao was actually standing in front of the mountain gate with a displeased expression, looking as if she was waiting for Zhang Yi. The Dao clan does not welcome people from the demon race. Yue Yao glanced at Zhang Yi, obviously having heard about him waiting for Chen Xiaoke in the Southern Demon Country. Chen Xiaokuei instead stood behind Zhang Yi without saying a word. She wanted to see how Zhang Yi was going to handle this matter. Master, in the future, I want to bring her with me to cultivate at the Forgetful River Cliff. Zhang Yi knew that the Heaven's Destiny diagram had not shown the completion of the mission by this point, and 8-9 out of 10 was because of Yue Yao, this being the second level.
Zhang Yi.
What do you mean? Yue Yao's eyebrows knitted slightly, her eyes glazed over as she questioned. It seemed to her that the women who approached Zhang Yi were all unsuspecting, and it was not easy to settle for a Shinshunyu. But now there was a holy maiden of the southern demon kingdom. Master, her entry into the forgotten river cliff will help me in my cultivation. Zhang Yi said truthfully. It was well known that he, Zhang Yi, never lied. Yue Yao was not surprised, as if she had already expected Zhang Yi to reply like this. Master does not understand how she can help you in your cultivation. Besides, she is a scourge of the country and a demoness. The world did not have a good impression of Chen Xiaokuai, let alone Yue Yao. Chen Xiaokuai still didn't say a word, just quietly standing behind Zhang Yi. Letting you, Yue Yao, be as sarcastic as you want. I will not move. Master, when have I ever cheated you in all these years? Zhang Yi didn't care what Yue Yao's impression of Chen Xiaokuai was. Nowadays, he only wanted to solve this dilemma quickly. Good. Even if she is helpful to your cultivation, in what capacity does she stay at the Forgetting River Cliff? Thinking back carefully, it seemed like Zhang Yi hadn't really lied to her, and she found a new point of conflict, which was that she didn't want Chen Xiaokuai to stay by Zhang Yi's side anyway. It was just that she was wondering why it was always a woman who was helpful to Zhang Yi's cultivation every time. I don't need Patriarch Yu to worry about it. Now that I'm already eldest brother's maid, naturally I should stay by his side to serve him well. At this time, Chen Xiaokuai finally opened her mouth, which could be described as a shocking statement. Rao Yue Yao cannot help but grow up in peach small mouth. Many great powers like to accept the Fox clan people as maidservants, but will accept the Nine Tails as maidservants or the first time. Moreover, these words were still spoken by Chen Xiaokuai herself, so there was no need to question them at all. The rest of the Zhao sect was stunned, looking at Zhang Yi with an incredibly complex expression. Eldest senior brother actually took the southern demon kingdom's holy maiden as his consort? This is definitely something that has never been seen before. Eldest senior brother is eldest senior brother, actually making the holy maiden of the southern demon kingdom bow down to him. What are you guys talking about? This Chen Xiaokuai has only earned her keep by our eldest brother's side. Okay? How many people dream of becoming eldest brother's maid and are still not qualified? That's. You guys don't look at when eldest brother has taken in a maid in all these years. The male disciples of the Zhao sect looked at Zhang Yi with envy, while the female disciples were envious and jealous of Chen Xiaokuai. When Chen Xiaokuai heard the Zhao sect disciples' discussion, she actually opened the door to a new world, a touch of pride appearing on her face. Indeed, eldest senior brother has never had a maid by his side, and I am the first. Holy maiden. There has never been a Nine Tails giving a man a maid of honor either. Xiao Gu's head was full of black lines, and he reminded in a low voice, why are you still proud of being a maid? Chen Xiaokuai snapped and knocked Xiao Gu's head crisply. Zhang Yi, do you realize that you're going to face the wrath of the southern demon kingdom in this way? Yue Yao took a deep breath and tried to regain her composure. No, this was too much information. She had to digest it. I know, but I'll figure it out. Zhang Yi said in a voice that moved. It's not like you can get fat in one bite. Things have to be taken one piece at a time. Master, Chen Xiaokuai's entry into the Forgotten River Cliff will do the Zhao sect 100 benefits and no harm. It was an indisputable fact that a heavenly pride of Chen Xiaokuai's level was a sought-after item wherever it was placed. At this time, Yue Yao looked at Chen Xiaokuai with a deep gaze, as if she was trying to see through her mind, and asked in a deep voice, why are you willing to become his consort? Instead, Zhang Yi realized through the heavenly fate chart that this time, Yue Yao's favor value towards him had not decreased, at least proving that it was still within her tolerance. I owe him a favor. Besides, I believe that the eldest senior brother is definitely a man of the world. Faced with this legendary emotionless fairy, Chen Xiaokuai was more or less a bit flustered, but as long as she thought that Zhang Yi was still beside her, she forced herself to calm down and said. Yue Yao nodded thoughtfully and her attitude was not as tough as before. It's fine to enter the Oblivion Cliff, but if you ever break the rules of the Zhao sect, you'll be expelled from the Zhao sect if it's light, and you'll be killed without amnesty if it's heavy. It was mainly because Chen Xiaokuai stayed by Zhang Yi's side as a maid, which had dispelled a lot of her hostility. Moreover, Zhang Yi is from the Fox clan to bring Chen Xiaokuai out. She does not believe that the Fox clan that sophisticated old ancestor does not know. Since the other party has agreed, what reason does she have to refuse? What grew anyway was the prestige of the Tao sect and Zhang Yi. Taoist rules have always been ruthless, I know. Chen Xiaoqi didn't care and nodded indifferently. Since you're Zhang Yi's maid, you have to follow his orders in all matters, so don't get any wrong ideas. Yue Yao knocked Chen Xiaoqi around some more, letting her know exactly who she was. When Zhang Yi saw that Yue Yao was relieved, he felt a long sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, master." Zhang Yi hurriedly brought Chen Xiaoqi into the Tao sect. He didn't want them to coexist for even a moment to avoid any more accidents. Fortunately, this time, Yue Yao didn't obstruct him, but instead looked at the two figures and said thoughtfully, "Old fox, what do you mean by having 9 tails follow Zhang Yi around?" A few moments later, Zhang Yi brought Chen Xiaoqi back to the Forgotten River Cliff, and the Heaven's Destiny diagram within him finally transmitted a long-lost vibration, only to see that the page belonging to Chen Xiaoqi had already lit up, and all the reward items had already appeared within him. The favor value is only 3 stars? That's different from what she's shown. It seems like this girl's heart is a bit deep. Zhang Yi thought that Chen Xiaoqui's favor value towards him should be at least 4 stars, not to mention 5 stars, who knew that the heavenly fate chart showed only 3 stars. 9 tails. I'm going to be closed for a period of time to cultivate. This forgotten river cliff you take as your own home is... Zhang Yi was in a hurry to open the heavenly fate box and did not have the time to arrange for Chen Xiaoqi. Moreover, Chen Xiaoqi had helped so much this time. Zhang Yi felt that he really should be nicer to her, or else he would be too heartless. After saying that, Zhang Yi returned to the cave, leaving behind Chen Xiaoqi, who was ecstatic in the wind. "Xiao Gu, did he just say that he wants me to treat this place as my own home? Holy maiden, he means for us to do as we please, so don't overthink it." Xiao Gu rolled his eyes and said somewhat feebly, "Shut up if you can't talk." Chen Xiaoqi violently slapped over, completely immersed in her self-delight. Chapter 54. Setting up the master. "Well, from now on I'm the mistress of the Forgotten River Cliff." Chen Xiaoqi was satisfied with Zhang Yi's performance this time, and couldn't help but stretch her back and sit in front of Zhang Yi's cave to guard protect him. "It's over. The saintly maiden has completely fallen." Xiao Gu rubbed her head. This was the first time she had seen such a Chen Xiaoqi. At this moment, Zhang Yi was still unaware that his casual remark had caused such a big ripple in Chen Xiaoqi's heart, and was just gleefully taking out all the heavenly fate boxes this time. 8 heavenly destiny boxes, 1 red, 2 orange, 1 yellow, 2 green, and 2 cyan. There are 2 green-colored heavenly fate boxes with 10 great Tao fragments. If I get the moon sword, will I be able to have it promoted to an emperor-level magic treasure? Zhang Yi's heart was moved. This was something he had promised Yue Yao before. As for the other heavenly destiny boxes, he has no desire to open them for the time being, and will synthesize them after accumulating a certain amount so as to maximize the benefits. Zhang Yi hurriedly stepped out of the cave, wanting to find Yue Yao to fetch his sword, but he was stopped by Chen Xiaoqi with a cry. "Eldest senior brother, finished with your seclusion so soon? Where is this going? Go get the sword from the master." "Fetch the sword? I'll go with you." Chen Xiaoqi couldn't wait to follow Zhang Yi at all times, and although she also really didn't want to spend time with Yue Yao, in the end, it couldn't compare to the want in her heart. "There's no need. I'll go and return. Take this time to familiarize myself with the Forgotten River Cliff." Zhang Yi gave an explanation, and without waiting for Chen Xiaoqi to react, he just flew away. "Also, eldest brother has a point. I'm the mistress of this Oblivion Cliff. I need to familiarize myself with every blade of grass and tree here." Chen Xiaoqi beautifully led Xiao Gu to roam around the Forgotten River Cliff, especially Chen Xiaoqi with her hands behind her back, just like posing as a hostess. At this time, Zhang Yi had already arrived at the Moon Shadow Peak, just the place he must come to after every mission. "And you know to come to my place?" Yue Yao glared at Zhang Yi and said in an unkind manner, "Yaoer, remember what I told you last time?" As soon as Zhang Yi took Yue Yao's hand, he also knew that every time he came to the Moon Shadow Peak, Yue Yao would branch out the others. So, can do whatever it wants. Yue Yao, however, was not a lamb to be slaughtered, and without moving, she shook Zhang Yi's hand away and frowned. "What is it?" "Give me the moon sword. I'm going to train it into an emperor-level magic treasure." Zhang Yi reached out and squared his shoulders. At those words, Yue Yao froze, looking at Zhang Yi with a complex expression, a touch of warmth current flashing within her heart. "Didn't you tell you not to do that?" Zhang Yi saw 1,000 tenderness in Yue Yao's eyes, and the effect was really different every time this matter was mentioned. To tell you the truth, I went to the southern demon kingdom to find 9 tails for the moon sword. Although Zhang Yi did not know what preparations Yue Yao was talking about, it did not affect his ability to use this opportunity to minimize Yue Yao's displeasure at him taking Chen Shaoke as his maid. You! Yue Yao was moved beyond control. For a moment she actually forgot her words. He actually paid such a great sacrifice for me? Yaoer. I said I would send you a token of love. I will definitely not go back on my word. All my preparations are done. You don't need to say much, just hand over the moon sword to me. Zhang Yi once again reached out. At this time he had to leave as soon as possible so as not to reveal a crack. Yue Yao looked at Zhang Yi's determined eyes, inexplicably a little heartbroken, and her eyes became incomparably softer. Don't do such foolish things in the future. Hey, everything is worth it for Yaoer. Zhang Yi wanted this effect, and his heart could not be more beautiful. Yue Yao turned her back, worried that Zhang Yi would see her emotionally uncontrollable side. And then she only saw the moon sword rise up in the air and slowly fall onto Zhang Yi's hand, a coldness sweeping through her body. Yaoer. Wait for me to come back and sleep together under the big blanket. Zhang Yi picked up the moon sword and flew straight down to the moon shadow peak, leaving behind Yue Yao with a red face. This guy obviously paid such a big price, but he also has to pretend to be relaxed. But if he really refines the moon sword into an emperor-level magic treasure, it's hard to. Thinking of this, Yue Yao hurriedly shook her head and settled into her cultivation, not daring to continue thinking downwards. Shenyu, who was using a bamboo basket to fight for water, saw Zhang Yi's figure flash past on Moon Shadow Peak and subconsciously wanted to chase after him. But when he followed him to the bottom of Moon Shadow Peak, he was bounced back by an invisible prohibition. Damn it! It's so hard to see eldest brother for once. Shenyu angrily remained the bamboo basket on the ground, stomping her feet and skimming her lips. I must complete the task given by Master as soon as possible. Only then will I be able to follow eldest brother as soon as possible. After some venting, Shenyu picked up the bamboo basket again and continued to beat the water, and her heart and mind were also firm as never before. When Zhang Yi once again returned to the forgotten river cliff, he could not help but freeze, looking east and west up, if not for the familiar atmosphere of this place. He even felt that he had gone to the wrong place. This is the forgotten river cliff. Zhang Yi couldn't help but fall into a moment of contemplation as he looked at the unfamiliar pink ocean in front of him. Chen Shaokuai ran to me proudly at this time, asking in an inviting manner, "How is it? Not only did I familiarize myself with the grass and trees of the forgetful river cliff, I also carefully decorated it. Do you like it?" Zhang Yi's scalp tingled for a while, and he spoke with difficulty. "I've only been out for how long, and you've let forgetful river cliff change its face?" Before that, the forgetful cliff revealed a coldness everywhere, and now everywhere revealed pink girlishness. It was simply two extremes. I certainly couldn't have done it alone, and it was thanks to Gu's help. Aren't we capable? Chen Shaokuei hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter and was still gushing and showing off her achievements. Zhang Yi waved his hand in a slightly helpless manner, thinking that the place he most often stayed in was also his cave. So he did not pursue the matter and returned to his cave in a muffled voice without a word. Eldest senior brother is so moved that he can't even speak. He seems to be very satisfied with my results. Chen Shaokuei easily clapped her hands and cheered. Seek Zhang Yi's mental shadow area at this moment. After returning to the cave, Zhang Yi wanted to stay away from Chen Shaokuei for a moment. Anyway, now that the mission had been accomplished, it shouldn't matter even if Chen Shaokuei wasn't his maid, right? But right after he gave birth to this idea, the heavenly fate diagram vibrated crazily, and a dangerous aura instantly filled his forehead, seemingly telling him that this matter was not to be done. Zhang Yi also sensed a trace of the heavenly Tao limit restriction in the underworld, and immediately dismissed this dangerous thought. And only then did the heavenly destiny diagram regain its calmness, and only then did that threat completely dissipate. The heaven's destiny diagram pits me to death, but it's kind enough to others. Zhang Yi smiled, with more or less a hint of bitterness and helplessness in his smile. I wouldn't do anything to cross the river. Who is this big reaction to scare to death? Zhang Yi cursed and gambled. It's so dangerous just to have an idea. What if it's actually implemented? Chapter 55. Heavenly Moon Sword. The next step is to refine the moon sword into an emperor-level magic treasure. Zhang Yi placed the moon sword aside while concentrating on striking the 5 great Tao fragments into the green-colored box, and along with a vibration of green light, the moon sword was indeed shrouded in green light just like the Yang sword. In an instant, the moonlight blossomed, and a touch of gloomy coldness filled the forgotten river cliff, causing Chen Xiaoqui to sweat, and she couldn't help but wrap her arms around her hands and say, "It's so cold. What is eldest brother doing? Why are you making such a big commotion?" When her words fell, she only saw a curved moon appear in the void, like a blazing edge shining down on Zhang Yi's cave, countless sword-ons like moonlight bursting forth, terrifying as it was. The vision floated, and the moonlight in the sky converged into a moon-colored sword, as if it could cut down everything in the world. If the Yang sword's promotion to an emperor-level treasure was the supreme Yang sword Dao in the first place, then this moon sword was the supreme Yin sword Dao. Zhang Yi was ecstatic and put away the moon sword. The vision disappeared instantly, like a flash in the pan. "It's just as I thought. Having the great Dao fragment and the Saiyan celestial destiny box will allow the magic treasure to break through." At that time, Zhang Yi was worried that there would be accidents, but fortunately, the heavenly fate diagram did not trap him in this regard. At this moment, information about the moon sword also surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind. Celestial moon sword, an emperor-level magic treasure containing the Dao of the most Yin sword. Zhang Yi walked out of the cave and prepared to deliver the heavenly moon sword to Yue Yao, but he saw Chen Xiaoka and Xiao Gu looking at him with shocked faces. "Eldest senior brother, you still know how to refine weapons? That fluctuation just now, at the very least, it's an emperor-level magic treasure." As the holy daughter of the southern demon kingdom, Chen Xiaoqui had naturally seen a lot and was even more shocked inwardly. It was hard to imagine what kind of demon could maintain his martial cultivation while also possessing such superior weapon refining skills. "I don't know how to smith." Zhang Yi spread his hands and explained in passing, "Nine tails, guard the forgotten river cliff. I'm going out." A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth as he thought of what was to come. "Going out again, huh?" Chen Xiaoqui couldn't help but feel a little lost. And with the moon sword breaking through into an emperor-level magic treasure, the Hao Ran bell began to vibrate wildly again, similarly attracting all of the top echelons of the Dao sect. "Patriarch, the Howran bell has been a bit abnormal lately. Vibrating 3 times? Could something strange be happening?" The Grand Elder said worriedly. As the Dao sect's town treasure, besides being a great killing weapon, the Hao Ran bell also possessed the ability to avoid harm. "There is no need for you to worry. This is an auspicious sign." Yue Yao's mind was a bit complicated. Her thoughts had been filled with Zhang Yi's figure. Does the Patriarch know why the vast bell is vibrating? The Grand Elder's few people immediately became interested and came forward to surround Yue Yao. "You and the others will retire first, and I will deal with this matter." Yue Yao waved her hand. She knew that Zhang Yi must have gone to Moon Shadow Peak to look for her at this time. She had to appease the Howran bell and go back as soon as possible. Although the Grand Elder's few people were reluctant, they had no choice but to leave after Yue Yao's words. Hao Ran Zhong, as both the Yang sword and the heavenly moon sword have appeared today, this is bound to be the era that belongs to the Dao sect, isn't it? Yue Yao gently caressed the Hao Ran bell and slowly asked. "Buzz off." The Hao Ran bell vibrated several times in succession, emitting a dull sound that seemed to be in response to Yue Yao. "But he's my disciple after all, and he's from that place." Speaking of this, Yue Yao's face showed a difficult expression, and a flash of hesitation appeared in her eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The Hao Ran bell vibrated even more violently this time, and the sound was even more dull, like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears. Yue Yao instantly knew the meaning of the Howran bell. Her eyes gradually became firm, and a smile of relief blossomed on her pretty face. "You're right. Since he's the person of heaven's destiny, I just need to obey heaven's destiny." It was only after these words that the Hao Ran bell regained its composure, and a breeze echoed through the vast sanctuary, as if to express its relief. "Yue Yao will leave first and come back to visit later." Yue Yao bowed slightly and left the sanctuary with a relieved mind. When Yue Yao returned to Moon Shadow Peak, she happened to see Shen Xinyu pestering Zhang Yi, and her face couldn't help but chill. "Xinyu, can you hit water with a bamboo basket already?" "Back to master, not yet." Shen Xinyu was frightened and panicked, and hurriedly lowered her head and humbled herself. "Then why are you standing here?" Yue Yao let out a furious cry, scaring Shen Xinyu, who didn't have time to say goodbye to Zhang Yi before running away with the bamboo basket in her dust. Zhang Yi looked at Yue Yao with the appearance of a strict teacher and remembered that he had cultivated in the same manner back then. "What are you laughing at?" Yue Yao wrapped Zhang Yi in her arms as she flew towards the top of Moonshadow Peak. Just remembering how it used to be, you still haven't changed a bit after all these years. No, this is a token of love for you. Zhang Yi handed the Heavenly Moon Sword to Yue Yao, his eyes blossoming with 10,000 starlight. Heavenly Moon Sword. Yue Yao's hands were actually slightly trembling shaking when she received the Heavenly Moon Sword, while her eyes looked at Zhang Yi with a little more love. First the great Tao fruit, and then the Heavenly Moon Sword you've suffered. Yue Yao was moved with emotion, and her heart was overwhelmed. Buzz off. Accompanied by the vibration of the Heavenly Fate diagram, Zhang Yi detected that the Heavenly Fate diagram showed that Yue Yao's favor value towards him had been raised to 5 stars. 5 stars. That's an absolute goodwill value. Does this mean it's possible to push Yue Yao? Yaoer, you're out of line to say that. Don't forget what you promised me in the beginning. Zhang Yi's heartbeat accelerated, and his breathing was a bit rapid. Hoo. After all this time, it's finally time to push it. Zhang Yi rubbed his fists and his body couldn't stop trembling, shaking with excitement. No, Master must give you a token of love as well. Yue Yao shook her head. She felt that Zhang Yi had given too much for her. She had to do something for Zhang Yi as well. Yaoer, you are wrong. What you have given me is more than enough. When I was in exile, it was you who brought me back to the Tao Sect when I awakened the Supreme Bone. It was you who defended me without any hesitation when I was targeted by the world. You were even the enemy of the world to prove my innocence. Enough already. What I did to you is just trivial in comparison, not to mention that you and I don't need to be so clearly separated before. I have only one wish nowadays, to sleep together in a big bed. Zhang Yi moved in and embraced Yue Yao tightly. This time, Yue Yao did not avoid him. A special fragrance came to his nose, and his warm and soft body was even more intoxicating. Big, soft, and comfortable. Is that all you've got? Ever since Zhang Yi had revealed his heart, Yue Yao had realized that this kid was a lecher at heart, and she was used to it. I'm not to blame, you're the one who's so charming. As he spoke, Zhang Yi hugged Yue Yao even tighter and said with deep emotion, Okay, I promise. Yue Yao answered softly. Yue Yao's pretty face had long been covered with a reddish haze, and in this world, if one were to ask who could make her so shy, the only person who could do so was Zhang Yi. That's a yes. Yue Yao's sudden promise, in turn, made Zhang Yi somewhat unresponsive, looking up at Yue Yao in confusion. Chapter 56. A Good Day's Journey. What? Not happy about it? Yue Yao raised her eyebrows and said in a tit-for-tat manner. She realized that since Zhang Yi had revealed his heart to her, this kid was getting more and more unrestrained in front of her, thinking that she couldn't always be so molested by him. Ever since she had a conversation with the Haoyan Bell, Yue Yao had undergone a sea change in her state of mind when it came to treating Zhang Yi. It was also from this moment onwards that she, the emotionless fairy Yue Yao, was going to launch a counterattack to wipe out her previous shame. Zhang Yi dazedly looked at Yue Yao. This happiness came too suddenly, so that he was actually a little bit uncomfortable for a moment, just waved his hand vigorously and said, No, of course I'm happy to do so. It's just that everything is too sudden. Isn't this something you've dreamed of? Yue Yao interrupted Zhang Yi as soon as she did so. Could she still be molested by a brat in her hall of Tao Sect patriarch? Then, it's such a perfect moon. Let's hurry up. Zhang Yi hadn't thought about that much. If he could take Yue Yao once, he would be at the peak of his life from now on. He was now even hoping that the Heavenly Fate chart would release a new quest about Yue Yao, except that the Heavenly Fate chart seemed to have only one quest about a character, and had never released a second quest for the character in question. Yue Yao glanced at the moon. The full moon is indeed very beautiful. Especially the white moonlight shining on the body while two people reflected like a divine couple. With a charming smile sketched at the corner of her mouth, Yue Yao pulled Zhang Yi and then entered her cave, and laid down a powerful boundary in the outside world so that outsiders could not step on it at all. After entering the cave, Zhang Yi's breathing became even more rapid. There was still that familiar smell, and everywhere was filled with Yue Yao's body fragrance. Yaoer! I remember the last time I came here was when I was 9 years old. It was still the same as it was in his memories. Even the furnishings hadn't changed much, thus showing that Yue Yao was a person who remembered old times. Saying that, Zhang Yi was ready to lie on Yue Yao's jade bed, and inwardly he couldn't stop his excitement. Finally, going to break. Ever since he came to the Wuling continent, he hadn't had a good day, and today was definitely the most barnstorming day for him. However, before he could finish being happy, without even touching the jade bed, A cold, showy hand lifted him up. Where are you running to? Zhang Yi, didn't we agree to sleep together? You want to go back on your word? Yue Yao, however, saw through Zhang Yi's mind at a glance and put him aside, saying softly, Don't worry, Master has always been a man of her word and will not go back on her words. When he finished, there was a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. I don't know why, this thing Yue Yao promised the more painful, Zhang Yi more difficult to peace of mind, always feel where some wrong, but specifically cannot say. Moreover, he realized that since the party started, Yue Yao was a bit different. Yue Yao sat opposite Zhang Yi, looking at him with a smile, looking at Zhang Yi with a creepy look. Before Zhang Yi could react, he only saw the large quilt on the jade bed come flying in, directly enveloping the two of them, just enough to cover their figures. Zhang Yi, people are stupid. This is what you understand the great being to sleep together. Yue Yao admired Zhang Yi's expression. The smile on her pretty face increased a few points, as if she felt that such Zhang Yi was also extra, well, cute? No, Zhang Yi's cool appearance didn't seem to have anything to do with cuteness. Should I say it had a different flavor? Yaoer. Is this what you understand by sleeping together under a big blanket? Zhang Yi suspected that he was being tricked, but had no proof. The air around him was incredibly awkward as he spoke the words. Yue Yao, however, acted as if nothing had happened and spread her hands. What? Disappointed you? Isn't this just a big sleep together? You know that's not what I meant. How could Zhang Yi not understand that Yue Yao was using this as a trick? No wonder she agreed so painfully. She knew that there was no good intention. That's what I understand anyway. Yue Yao continued to play dumb, not to mention how much pain she felt in her heart as she watched Zhang Yi get defeated. It was as if it had opened the door to Yue Yao's new world. Zhang Yi sighed and quickly adjusted his mindset. Things had come to a head. It was a foregone conclusion. He had to try to salvage some of his losses. Only Zhang Yi slowly got up and approached Yue Yao from the opposite side. What's this face-to-face like? You have to get closer, right? This time, Yue Yao didn't stop him, and when Zhang Yi was beside her, she said softly, You have reached the late stage of spirit transformation, and with your talent, it shouldn't be long before you break through to yuanying. So today, I will stabilize your cultivation well. Yo-yo. Zhang Yi wants to use this night to enhance the relationship. He does not want to practice now. A good time to practice is not a waste. But before he could finish speaking, Yue Yao pressed him down, rendering him completely incapacitated, and Zhang Yi was in a state of agony. In the next moment, a vast and gentle power filled his body, spreading all over his bones and meridians. While Yue Yao also clearly probed the extraordinary nature of Zhang Yi's spirit transformation pool, and a hint of surprise couldn't help but flash through her beautiful eyes. His spirit transformation pool has actually reached 30 zhang? That's a full 10 times that of an ordinary person. To know that Yue Yao had already led the way in her time, and the spirit transformation pool was only 20 feet when she was in the spirit transformation stage, it was not expected that Zhang Yi would be even more astonishing than her. Not bad for a man of heaven's destiny. Yue Yao continued to help Zhang Yi stabilize his cultivation, and a steady stream of spiritual energy washed over Zhang Yi's body like waves, causing his bones and meridians to become tougher and tougher. But Zhang Yi's mind wasn't on cultivation at all, which was also completely off the mark. But unfortunately, he couldn't even speak right now. Yaoer, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Zhang Yi didn't know what was wrong. Yue Yao would never have done this kind of thing in the past. Usually he was the one who set up Yue Yao, now he was sort of being set up by Yue Yao. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as not wetting your shoes when you're always walking by the river. Although he had Yue Yao to stabilize his cultivation, and his body was particularly smooth, the damage brought about within his heart could not be smoothed out, and he spent the whole night thinking about where exactly he went wrong. Early the next morning, Yue Yao had finally consolidated Zhang Yi's cultivation, which made the spiritual energy in his spirit transformation pool even more dense, as if he would break through to yuanying at any moment. Only then did Yue Yao put the quilt away, and everything within the cave was restored to its original state, while also restoring Zhang Yi's freedom. This night could be considered extremely difficult for Zhang Yi, and it even appeared that he was a bit depressed, and the kind of pain in his soul was something that could not be described in words. Master used his own spiritual energy to help you consolidate your cultivation. By all rights, you should be in high spirits. Why do you look so depressed? Where Yue Yao didn't know the reason, she deliberately laughed and flirted. Yaoer, I've noticed you've been smiling a lot more lately. Zhang Yi looked at Yue Yao's smiling face and couldn't help but be a little mesmerized. Since he could remember, Yue Yao hadn't smiled as much as she did yesterday night. Chapter 57. Her honor. The smile on Yue Yao's face grew instead of diminishing, and she realized that she really hadn't smiled like this in many, many years. And her entire being felt a sense of unprecedented relief, as if this was the real her. Buzz off. Suddenly, Yue Yao felt a strange movement coming from within her body, and her body's aura became even more terrifying. Actually, her cultivation had grown again. Zhang Yi only felt that the temperature around him had dropped by a few points, but he did not notice much else. Instead, he reached out and gently touched her hair, and said with a serious expression, "Yaoer, it's okay to smile more in the future. You have a nice smile, like a spring flower." At those words, Yue Yao briefly froze. Having lost something for too long, she was actually a bit unaccustomed to it. "You'll have more laughs for your master if you mess with fewer other girls in the future," Yue Yao said coldly. There was always a quiet smile on her face as she spoke, and the bottleneck that had trapped her for so long before had actually progressed after being with Zhang Yi, which naturally made her mood extraordinarily happy as well. But Zhang Yi didn't dare to take it lightly. His greatest fear was that Yue Yao would mention other women in front of him. Zhang Yi cried out in injustice. "Injustice? I've never messed with another girl. If it wasn't for the mission issued by the Heavenly Fate diagram, he wouldn't even bother leaving the Zhao sect." In order to avoid Yue Yao from settling old scores, Zhang Yi grayly excused himself and left. "Yaoer, must remember to smile more." Yue Yao withdrew the boundary, and when Zhang Yi left, she regained that clear and cold aura on her body, once again becoming a chillingly ruthless fairy. When Zhang Yi returned to the Forgotten River Cliff, Chen Xiaoke and Xiao Gu were standing in front of the cave waiting for him early. Seeing that Zhang Yi was a bit out of sorts, Chen Xiaoke asked with a concerned expression, "Eldest senior brother, what happened? Why do you look so tired?" It was hard to imagine what kind of thing had made Zhang Yi do so tired. Zhang Yi waved his hand and returned to his cave on his own. "Leave me alone, I want to be quiet." Chen Xiaoke and Xiao Gu both watched Zhang Yi walk into the cave with a lost soul, and both pairs of eyes were filled with great doubt. Eldest senior brother must have encountered something. Who dares to bully him in the Zhao sect? It was the first time that Chen Xiaoke had seen Zhang Yi in such a state, and her heart was anxious and angry. Holy maiden. Who else in the Zhao sect besides that one dares to bully him? Gu reminded weakly. Yue Yao? It seems like eldest brother did go somewhere yesterday. Is it possible that it's because of me again? Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed through Chen Xiaokuei's angry gaze. Isn't it the Zhao sect master? One day I will surpass you. Chen Xiaokuei held her breath in her heart and walked straight to the cave she had opened and expanded next to her to cultivate. I don't know how long it took, but a terrifying roar came from outside the Zhao sect. Someone actually dared to bombard the Zhao sect's protective array in broad daylight. Yue Yao, tell Chen Xiaokuei and Zhang Yi to get out. Behind the Southern Demon Country Lord was the Southern Demon Country's great demons. Each one of them was a powerful person at the transitional stage, and the demonic aura on their bodies was even more monstrous and terrifying. The old ancestor of the Fox clan was also listed. The commotion outside the mountain gate instantly caused the Zhao sect to shake a bit. Yue Yao and the 9 elders were out in force, standing opposite each other with swords drawn against the people of the Southern Demon Kingdom. Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoke on the Forgetting River Cliff were also startled by the commotion outside and also rushed to the mountain gate. When Zhang Yi had brought Chen Xiaokuei back, he had anticipated that there would be today, and it was only a matter of time. Eldest senior brother, if you can't withstand the pressure, you and I will wander the world afterward, Chen Xiaokuei suggested with slight concern. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Ghost with you to wander the world. It was not easy to have such a great progress with Yue Yao. That would never leave the Zhao sect. When Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaokuei appeared at the mountain gate, the people of the Southern Demon Kingdom were cursing at them in a broken voice, while Yue Yao was looking at them quietly with an icy expression, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. When the Lord of the Southern Demon Kingdom saw Chen Xiaokuei appear, the entire person immediately became agitated. Chen Xiaokuei, as the holy maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom, who has actually been reduced to being someone else's maid, you are truly a disgrace to the entire Southern Demon Kingdom. At the expense of refining the 9-tailed sacred blood, you are simply the scum of the Southern Demon Kingdom. Go back with me and your life can be spared. The South Demon Kingdom Lord only traveled here to take away Chen Xiaokuei. After all, Chen Xiaokuei's talent is here. In time it will be a great demon. It was ridiculous to think that he had even personally gone to visit Zhang Yi when he went to the Fox clan. Southern Demon Kingdom Lord, now that 9 Tails is my consort, It's not too good to poach someone in front of me, is it? Zhang Yi spoke with a calm expression. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord froze and said expressionlessly, Zhang Yi, on account of the fact that you helped Long Tianyi avenge his death, as long as you stay out of this matter, I can pretend that nothing has happened, and you will still remain a guest of my Southern Demon Kingdom. Otherwise, the Southern Demon Kingdom will be immortal from now on with the Zhao Sect and with you. This matter involved the face of the Southern Demon Kingdom, and there was no room for negotiation. After all, Chen Shaokuai's identity as the Holy Maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom was here, representing the face of the Southern Demon Kingdom in a certain way. Nine Tails has entered my forgotten river cliff and will no longer be a member of the Southern Demon Kingdom. Zhang Yi did not flinch and had already thought of a countermeasure in his mind. Zhang Yi, Chen Shaokuai was born as a member of my Southern Demon Kingdom and died as a ghost of my Southern Demon Kingdom. Are you clearly having a hard time with us? The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord's eyes showed killing intent as he threatened in a cold voice. Zhang Yi, have you thought clearly about offending the entire Southern Demon Kingdom for Chen Shaokuai? With a wave of the Southern Demon Kingdom Lord's arm, all the great demons behind him were poised as if they were ready to go to war at the drop of a hat. You're threatening him? Yue Yao snorted coldly, took a step out of the mountain gate, and chopped down with a sword. The moonlight in the sky erupted, and a shocking gully appeared in front of the Southern Demon Kingdom Lord. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord and his party took a step back, all of them being shocked by that shocking sword aura. Emperor-level magic treasure? The Southern Demon Lord recognized the heavenly moon sword in Yue Yao's hand at a glance and felt a pang of trouble. When did she refine the moon sword into an emperor-level magic treasure? And it's as if her strength has grown again compared to last time. Yue Yao, this is where you're being unreasonable? Chen Shaokuai was originally the Holy Maiden of my Southern Demon Kingdom, and now she's become Zhang Yi's consort? What's the decency of that? The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord glared at Yue Yao with both eyes, not fearing in the slightest. From the moment she entered the Forgotten River Cliff, she was no longer a member of the Southern Demon Kingdom. Besides, it is Nine Tails' honor to be his consort. The Yue Yao Sword Guide Demon Kingdom Lord responded with incomparable dominance. Didn't the people of the Southern Demon Kingdom come looking for trouble in an arrogant manner? She was even more domineering than them. As soon as these words came out, the Southern Demon Kingdom and their party were all exploding with anger, and they all formed seals with their hands to strike a powerful stream of light to blast towards Yue Yao. Honor. You are too high on Zhang Yi, aren't you? It's just awakening the supreme bone. Have there been fewer supreme bones that have fallen in history? It is. Times are different now. Does he have time to grow? If he takes Chen Shaoka as his maid, my Southern Demon Kingdom will kill him. Chapter 58. The Exploitation of Heavenly Creatures. Kill him? How dare you? Yue Yao continuously chopped out several swords. The power of the extreme Yin Sword Dao erupted out, and it was as if a layer of frost had been laid around them, causing everyone's souls to tremble shiver, and it even chopped off all of their attacks. I have a sword that can break all laws. Yue Yao, don't think that you can do whatever you want with an Emperor-level magic treasure. My Southern Demon Kingdom also has Emperor-level magic treasures. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of the entire Southern Demon Kingdom? The several great demons of the Southern Demon Kingdom were all suppressed by Yue Yao's sword awnings and retreated, not continuing to fight with them. None of them had expected Yue Yao to be so protective of Zhang Yi. It's not the Zhao Sect that wants to be enemies with the Southern Demon Kingdom. It's the Southern Demon Kingdom that's certain it wants to be enemies with the Zhao Sect. Zhao Sect disciples listen to the order. If the Southern Demon Kingdom dares to disadvantage eldest brother, if you meet someone from the Southern Demon Kingdom, kill them without pardon. Aren't you the Southern Demon Kingdom's bully? Yue Yao will be even more domineering than you. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord all froze, extremely angry inside. Could it be any more unreasonable? Yue Yao, you've gone too far. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord was strongly pressing his anger. Now that he was in the territory of the Zhao Sect, he didn't hold much of an advantage. The only thing that surprised him was Yue Yao's attitude, which was too much tougher than expected. But right at this moment, Zhang Yi stood out. This matter was caused by him. It was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. Master, there's no need to make such a stalemate with the Southern Demon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the Southern Demon Lord's expression eased, and he even looked at Zhang Yi in an extraordinarily smooth manner. Still, this kid is sensible, thanks to the fact that it's not the same as Yue Yao. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord didn't want to make an enemy of the Zhao Sect from the bottom of his heart, especially now that Yue Yao was so powerful. which made him even more unwilling. Only seeing Zhang Yi take out the Demon Lord's order, several great demons of the Southern Demon Kingdom immediately showed a look of respect. As far as I know, the Demon Lord's order can not only jumpstart the demon race's army once, but it can also make the demon race agree to one of my demands. This is the countermeasure that Zhang Yi has long thought of. Yue Yao has paid too much for him. This is something that he cannot involve the Dao sect again. As soon as these words came out, the Southern Demon Lord as well as several great demons looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. They all understood what Zhang Yi meant. But was it really worth it to give up the Demon Lord's order for the sake of Chen Xiaokui? Now, I want the 9 tails. The demon clans shall not pursue this matter in the future. With a command from Zhang Yi, the Demon Lord's order in his hand turned into ashes, and all the demon clans in the world were subjected to this order. The Southern Demon Lord looked at Zhang Yi incredulously and nodded helplessly. Fine. Since you have used the Demon Lord order, this matter will not be pursued any further. In the Southern Demon Lord's opinion, Zhang Yi's move was more or less an outrageous one, and although Chen Xiaokui was extremely talented, she was ultimately no match for the Demon Lord's order. Be good. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord let out a cold snort and waved his hand, leading the great demons to leave in a hurry. While standing behind Zhang Yi had long been touched. Of course she knew that Zhang Yi possessed the Demon Lord's order, but she didn't think that Zhang Yi would use the Demon Lord's order on her. Well, Gu, I didn't see the wrong person, did I? Chen Xiaokui raised her head proudly, as if she wanted the whole world to know how good Zhang Yi was to her. Xiao Gu was also stunned, and at the same time, she also felt fortunate for Chen Xiaokui, daring to ask who else in this world would give up the Demon Lord order for Chen Xiaokui. The Demon Lord's order could command the Demon Lord's army, which was a supreme right. Obviously, Zhang Yi chose the latter between power and beauty. Moreover, if Zhang Yi used the Demon Lord's order, although Chen Xiaokui was not the holy maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom, she would not be hunted down by the Southern Demon Kingdom, which was clearly the best solution. Eldest brother, I wasn't wrong about you, Chen Xiaokui said with a hint of enthusiasm contained in her eyes, incomparably sincere. Since you promised me to come to the Dao sect, I naturally won't stand idly by. Zhang Yi didn't care much about what Demon Lord's order pressed. It was just good that it didn't cause him any trouble. Ever since possessing the heavenly destiny diagram, Zhang Yi's greatest fear was trouble. Patriarch, that party's mandatory kill order for the Southern Demon Kingdom? The Grand Elder cautiously asked in a tentative manner. Withdraw. If the Southern Demon Kingdom is still dishonest afterward, there is no need to show mercy. Yue Yao dropped some words with a frosty face and left on her own. Seeing Yue Yao leave, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that her actions just now would make Yue Yao angry. However, the fact that Yue Yao had forced back the Southern Demon Kingdom Lord and several great demons with her own strength had given Zhang Yi a new perception of her strength. He knew that Yue Yao was strong, he just didn't expect it to be this strong. When did the Sovereign have an additional Emperor-level magic treasure? Can it be that the vast bell vibrated before because of the Sovereign? Have you guys noticed that lately the Patriarch seems a bit different from before? Yeah, I feel like the Patriarch is even more terrifying than before, but there seems to be a hint more of a human touch. The several elders of the Dao sect were also deeply shocked by the strength that Yue Yao had displayed just now, and they realized that Yue Yao had hidden so deeply. That was the end of the matter regarding Chen Xiaokui, and just as Zhang Yi was about to return to the Oblivion Cliff, a fleshy figure stood in front of Zhang Yi. Wow, it's worthy of being an eldest senior brother, actually making the holy maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom a maid of honor. Zhang Lanyan is obviously the village through the network only to know about this matter. Hey, it's a blessing for you to be eldest brothers is your consort. You have to take care of eldest brother well. Zhang Lanyan again crossed his arms and solemnly admonished Chen Xiaokui. This holy girl is in a good mood today not to be general with you. Chen Xiaokui hummed a little tune in her mouth and didn't bother with Zhang Lanyan in general. Do not be rude to the holy maiden. However, Xiao Gu would not spoil Zhang Luyan and warned with fierce eyes. Xiao Gu, from now on, I'm not the holy maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom anymore, so I can't be called that. From now on, there will be no more Southern Demon Kingdom's holy maiden Chen Xiaokui in the world, but only the 9 tails of the Forgotten River Cliff. Chen Xiaokui said with a dimpled smile. Ugh, shameless. Zhang Luyan didn't have a good face for Chen Xiaoka. Not to mention that this was in the Dao sect, she wasn't afraid of Chen Xiaoka. Do you know that everything at the Cliffs of Forgetfulness is my business? Chen Xiaokui paced over and asked in a flaunting manner. You! Zhang Luyan unconsciously took a step back, and his aura weakened by a layer. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, didn't have the heart to watch the two of them bicker and went straight to the forgetful river cliff on his own. Chen Xiaokuai also hurriedly followed up when she saw this. Little girl, in the future, I'll be the mistress of the forgetful river cliff, so put your mouth in a cleaner place, and I won't be bothered with you this time. Eldest brother, wait for me. Chen Xiaokuai followed closely behind Zhang Yi, her clear screams penetrating throughout the Dao sect. Damn it, unbridled. How dare she, a maid, call herself the mistress of the forgotten river cliff. Pisses me off. Zhang Lian was furious and stomped her feet, fiercely glaring at Chen Xiaokui's faraway figure. This fox demon definitely has non-interesting thoughts about eldest brother. I have to tell Sister Shenyu about this. Zhang Lian knew that recently Shenyu had been practicing at Moon Shadow Peak, and was afraid that she did not know about this matter yet. Chapter 59. The Heavenly Dog. Eldest senior brother, did you suffer from something on Moon Shadow Peak? On the forgotten river cliff, Chen Xiaokuai followed behind Zhang Yi like a follower, asking incessantly. What does that mean? Zhang Yi thought to himself. Is it that obvious? Even Chen Xiaoka could see it. Eldest brother, actually you don't have to be like this. There's no need to put yourself through this. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaokuai felt even more distressed for Zhang Yi, thinking that Zhang Yi was aggrieved for her sake. Otherwise, why would Yue Yao care so much about this matter just now? You're overthinking it. Practice hard. Zhang Yi knew that Chen Xiaokuai had more or less misunderstood again, and didn't argue, but just barked some instructions and returned to the cave. Chen Xiaokuai looked at Zhang Yi's back thoughtfully. Right, I have to cultivate well. Right now I'm still too weak. I want to make sure that eldest brother never gets any more aggression. Chen Xiaokuai immediately returned to the cave to cultivate as if he had shot chicken blood. Xiao Gu was dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen Chen Xiaokuai work so hard. She couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of love? 3 days passed in a flash, and the Heaven's Destiny diagram did not continue to release quests. So Zhang Yi had a rare few days of purity. And just when he thought that this kind of day would last, Yue Yao steeply descended on the forgotten river cliff, which also alarmed Chen Xiaokuai in the first place. Chen Xiaokuai was immediately subjected to the front of Zhang Yi's cave and said weakly, Eldest senior brother is in closed-door cultivation, so please come back another day, patriarch. After seeing Yue Yao's strong strength that day, Chen Xiaokuai didn't know where she got the courage to say these words. Get out! Yue Yao coldly snorted as a wave of air directly lifted Chen Xiaokuai away. In front of outsiders, she will always look like a stranger. Fortunately, Zhang Yi wasn't in cultivation, and when he realized that Yue Yao had arrived, he immediately ran out at the first opportunity. But he was still a step too late. Nine-tailed. There's no need to obstruct the masters coming afterward. In order to avoid some unnecessary misunderstandings afterward, Zhang Yi barked out some instructions. Zhang Yi then wanted to bring Yue Yao into the cave, but she was rejected by Yue Yao with a shake of her head. Emperor Zhou has run away. Yi Haoran's whereabouts are still unknown. Hearing Yi Haoran's name, Zhang Yi's heart tightened. This was the person who currently had the highest hate value towards him and had to die. Yi Haoran has some skills. Even Emperor Zhou didn't manage to kill him. Zhang Yi had been in the Southern Demon Kingdom during that period of time before and had not paid much attention to this matter, subconsciously believing that Emperor Zhou's decapitation of Yi Haoran should be a handful, and had ultimately underestimated Yi Haoran. That's why several major powers have sent out the best of the younger generation to hunt down Yi Haoran, while the top echelons of the major powers are hunting down Emperor Zhou. As you are the Dao Sect's eldest senior brother, you will lead the Dao Sect's disciples to hunt down Yi Haoran this time, and it's just the right time to bring the Dao Sect's disciples for some training. Yue Yao explained the purpose of this trip and turned to leave. In front of outsiders, she had always kept a safe distance from Zhang Yi so as not to be seen. Chen Xiaokuai had already stood up from the ground, patted her butt share, and said indignantly, Yi Haoran, this devil, isn't dead yet? Go. Let's go and do justice to heaven. At first, he also thought that Yi Haoran was bound to die under Emperor Zhou, so he didn't take this matter too seriously. But now that he heard the news that Yi Haoran was still alive, he couldn't help but burst into a rage, and he didn't even have the time to get angry with Yue Yao. Yi Haoran was also a big problem for Zhang Yi, so he immediately walked down the forgotten river cliff, while the Dao Sect disciples who participated in this operation had already been waiting at the bottom of the forgotten river cliff. Greetings, eldest brother. This time to participate in the action of a total of 9 people. See Zhang Yi are respectful and with a hint of nervousness salute. in which Zhang Lian is listed. These 9 people were called the 9 sons of the Dao sect by the outside world, and were also the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the Dao sect, with their average cultivation reaching the Jindan stage, and one of them had even reached the late Jindan stage. This shows the strength of the Dao sect, and one must know that the Earth sect's eldest senior brother is only in the late Jindan stage today. The head of the Dao sect's 9 sons was named Wu Qingfeng, only to see him looking at Zhang Yi with a tense expression, his voice trembling a little. Eldest senior brother, the patriarch has asked us to go to the great Zhou dynasty to gather with the other forces first. This was the first time he had been in such close proximity with Zhang Yi, so it was inevitable that he was a bit nervous, knowing that Zhang Yi was a mythical existence in the hearts of the disciples of their Dao sect, be it male or female. What other forces are participating in this operation? Zhang Yi had long been used to the Dao sect disciples being like this in front of him, and he had originally dealt with them less. The Earth sect, the Southern Demon Kingdom, and the Great Zhou dynasty, these 3 forces will all fight alongside us. Wu Qingfeng responded with a respectful expression. Zhang Yi nodded, then with a wave of his sleeve robe, he led the 9 sons of the Dao sect towards the Great Zhou dynasty, and this was the first time that he left the Dao sect not because of the mission of the Heavenly Fate diagram. This time, he was doing it to get rid of the demons and to solve a big problem in his heart. He and Yi Haoran had long been immortalized with each other. When the Dao sect's group arrived at the Great Zhou dynasty, several other powers had already arrived, and Zhang Yi even attracted everyone's attention. In particular, Jun Wu Ao's eyes went straight when he saw Chen Xiao Kuai beside Zhang Yi. It's actually true, exchanging a demon lord order for Chen Xiao Kuai. Brother Zhang, I didn't see before that you are also such a man of nature. Jun Wu Ao enthusiastically came up and looked at Zhang Yi with envy. Shen Chongqing also came over. Brother Zhang, you're really deep in hiding. To actually take Chen Xiaokuei as his maid, this was doing what many people wanted to do but did not dare to do. He, Shen Chongqing, would like to call Zhang Yi the strongest. Instead, a group of people from the Southern Demon Kingdom looked at Zhang Yi with displeased faces, and some of them had eyes that were itching to kill Zhang Yi by 1,000 cuts. After all, Chen Xiao Kuai was also an existence in the limelight in the Southern Demon Kingdom. Do you know Yi Haoran's whereabouts? Zhang Yi didn't have the heart to gossip with them. The priority was still to get rid of Yi Haoran. My great Zhou has the Xian Heavenly Mirror, which can visualize the world, but it hasn't discovered Yi Haoran's whereabouts either. Speaking of business, Shen Chongqing immediately pulled out a piece of mirror emitting a mysterious aura from his bosom and said with a grave expression. Taoist Green Lotus said the people of the Southern Demon Kingdom should have a way to find Yi Haoran. Jun Wu Ao glanced at the burly man at the head of the Southern Demon country's side with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. If you want to find Yi Haoran, you still have to rely on our Southern Demon Kingdom. This one is a heaven-asking dog. There's nothing in this world that he can't find. The burly man at the head of the group snorted coldly, pointing at a manly man beside him and said proudly, Ask Tian. Show them your hand. The burly man patted askance head and ordered, Ow, ow, ow. Wrap it around me. I've had the pleasure of meeting Yi Haoran before and remember his scent. Ask Tian scratched his head and said with some excitement in his voice. Chapter 60. The Supreme Stick.
Du Tianjin.
You speak properly to me. Don't fool around. Chen Xiao Kuai jumped out and pointed at the burly man at the head of the Southern Demon country and cursed. Du Tianjun was all confused by the scolding, but he quickly reacted and furiously said, Chen Xiaoka, you think you're still the holy daughter of the Southern Demon Kingdom? Now that you're nothing more than the consort of the Dao sect's senior brother, what qualifications do you have to speak to me? I'm not qualified. Chen Xiao Kuai's aura rippled turbulent. 2 fox ears were born. The 8 tails behind her were wingless, and a terrifying aura permeated from her. They seemed to be on the verge of forgetting that Chen Xiaokuei was not only Zhang Yi's maid, but also a spirit transformation stage expert. Those present were the younger generation of the Wuling continent. Most of them were at the Jindan stage, and the only ones who had broken through to the spirit transformation stage were Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoka. Du Tianjun felt that terrifying aura and instantly wimped out, not daring to say another word. Can you talk properly? Chen Xiaokuei asked in a stern voice. Du Tianjun's face was gloomy as he nodded his head. If it wasn't because of the order of the Demon Lord's order, he high and low wouldn't have conceded so quickly. Only then did Chen Xiao Kuai nod her head contentedly, put away the tail behind her, and returned to her gentle and lovely appearance. Hiss! The gap between Brother Zhang and I seems to be getting bigger and bigger. It's a good thing I didn't offend him in the first place. Yue Yao was secretly glad in his heart. Shun Chongqing also looked at Zhang Yi with a complex expression, more or less bitter in his heart. In the beginning, there was at least the power to fight, but now he is broken through the late stage of spirit transformation. They all felt that it was sad to live in the same era as Zhang Yi. Who would dare to compete with him? Ask Tian. Search properly for Yi Haoren's whereabouts. Feng Kai Chin Tian was also startled by Chen Xiaokui's aura, causing him to tuck his tail and hide to the side until Chen Xiaokui spoke out to appease him, which slowed him down. Good. Good. Saint. Ask Tian weakly agreed. Chen Xiaokui smiled faintly. I'm no longer a holy maiden. I'm a person of the forgotten river cliff. She didn't say Daozong because she only recognized Zhang Yi. Good. Good. Because of the nervousness, questioning heaven's huge large nose instantly turned red, and at the same time, he also began to perform his secret technique. A huge black heavenly dog emerged behind him, breathing as if he wanted to inhale both heaven and earth. Go! Southeast. Asked the sky at this moment like a completely changed person, no longer have the previous timidity, pointing to the southeast direction and rushed over. The other people also followed closely. This time, the siege of Yi Haoren by several powers was also a training for them. On the other side, a gloomy and dim place, Yi Haoren was exploring something in it. When I find the Yi clan's ancestral weapon, I must slaughter the Upper Dao clan. Yi Haoren's eyes erupted with a morose killing intent. He simply hated Zhang Yi to the bone. If it wasn't for Zhang Yi, he wouldn't have been reduced to this. He was still the moralistic heavenly sect senior brother. But now he had become a street rat and everyone was shouting at him. If you can chase me to the Yi family's ancestral land, I will prepare a great gift for you. As early as before entering the Yi family's ancestral land, Yi Haoren had received wind that several major forces were after him, and entered the ancestral land in order to search for the ancestral artifact, as well as to lay out his revenge. He's going to give the world a big surprise. Yi Haoren walked towards the depths and was eventually blocked by a dark black door carved with complex runes. Yi Haoren walked to the door with an agitated expression and gently touched the door. If it's right, this is the place where the ancestral weapon is stored, and only the blood of a member of my Yi family can open it. Yi Haoren cut through the palm of his hand. Blood spilled on the dark door, only to see a monstrous blood light flashed. The door on the complex runes flashing, accompanied by a dull sound. The dark door slowly opened. A wave of ancient atmosphere came. Yi Haoren rushed in with excitement, searching for the Yi family ancestral weapon in the darkness. The eye was still desolate, with only 4 huge pillars supporting it, and at the very center was the Yi family's ancestors. Yi Haoren pressed no time to worship his ancestor. All its mind was on searching for the ancestral artifact. Strangely enough, under the enchantment of his heavy pupils, he had not found the existence of the ancestral artifact in this space. Where would the ancestral weapon be kept? Why can't my heavy pupils even see it? Yi Haoren looked around and finally landed his gaze on top of the Yi family ancestor's spirit seat, only to feel that there was a strange force sealing his heavy pupils, making it impossible to see through. Break me! With a wave of Yi Haoren's sleeve robe, a violent force swept away, shattering the Yi family's ancestor's spirit seat, and a sandalwood scent instantly filled the chamber. If the ancestor of the Yi family knew that Yi Haoren was so unfilial, he didn't know how he would feel. However, he broke all the spirit positions and still did not see the Yi family ancestral artifact, which made him a bit furious. It's not right. This is the place in my memory. It's impossible for my old ancestor to trick me. In the end, he landed his eyes under the futon in front of the spiritual seat, and tore it apart, and a piece of stick glittering with golden light appeared in front of him, and the might of the vast supremacy pervaded the surroundings. A supreme stick refined from supreme bones? Yi Haoren couldn't forget this aura. His complexion immediately became agitated. It's really a grievous thing. My Yi family's ancestral weapon is actually a supreme stick. Previously, Yi Haoren didn't know what kind of existence his Yi family's ancestral weapon was, but it was obvious that he was satisfied with the supreme stick. Without any hesitation, he dripped blood to recognize his master, and the strong supreme aura was finally at his disposal. Zhang Yi, with this supreme stick, your supreme bone is useless to me. Let's see how I can kill you. Yi Haoren could not help but smile as he had even thought of the scene where Zhang Yi died tragically under the supreme stick. On the other hand, Zhang Yi's few people had arrived at the Yi family's ancestral land under the leadership of Ask Tian, and quite a few young female disciples couldn't help but shiver when they felt the eerie aura. Ask Tian. Are you sure you haven't found the wrong place? How come this place doesn't look like a place where people stay? A timid female disciple asked weakly. You can doubt my character, but don't doubt my ability to find people. Ask the sky sniffed around, exasperated. Shoo! Nobody talk. Zhang Yi suddenly heard a slight noise and immediately greeted the others to keep quiet. In an instant, everyone stopped in their tracks, not even daring to breathe. Zhang Yi's figure rose up into the air and carefully ran towards the dark door. Right at this moment, a vast supreme might erupted as a large white bone appeared across the sky in front of Zhang Yi, and the sound of the void rupturing rang out as if it was going to shatter this heaven and earth.
Zhang Yi.
I've been waiting for you for a long time, suffer. It turned out that as early as when Zhang Yi and the others stepped into the Yi family's ancestral land, Yi Haoran had noticed that as a descendant of the Yi family, the entire ancestral land was under his control. Sure enough, Zhang Yi and the others did not let him down and really sought them out. Today, Yi Haoran is going to kill and make a name for himself. Chapter 61. Capturing the Ancestral Weapon. Clang! Zhang Yi took out the heavenly sun sword and chopped down with one sword, just like a blazing sun bombardment. The monstrous sword aura illuminated the darkness, and the supreme sun sword Dao even exuded a sizzling hot aura, which hardened and shook the supreme stick away. With just one sword, he dissolved Yi Haoran's killing move. What? The last time I saw your Yang sword wasn't this strong? It's hard to believe that you refined it into an emperor-level magic treasure. Yi Haoran frowned as he felt a strong sense of oppression on the Tianyang sword. This was not an aura that could be emitted by an unusual magic treasure. This sword is named Tianyang. Zhang Yi raised the heavenly sun sword in his hand high in the air and shouted, Everyone, seal lock the space. This time we absolutely cannot let Yi Haoran run again. Yi Haoran's means of escaping in front of the Dao Sect's mountain gate last time was witnessed by many people, and they didn't dare to take it lightly. Brother Zhang, leave the matter of sealing the space to my Earth Sect. Yue Yao patted his chest boobs and answered.
Formation.
At Yue Yao's command, the Earth Sect's disciples dispersed in a well-organized manner, obviously having prepared for it. The art of earth sealing. Yue Yao and the Earth Sect disciples made seals with their hands, and a mysterious power erupted from the ground, as if forming a void earth dragon, actually directly sealing locking this space. Yi Haoran, you killed Long Tianyi. Today I'll make you pay in blood. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, Du Tianjun let out a loud shout. A real body appeared, and a monstrous demonic aura filled the Yi family's ancestral land. Heh, rabble. You guys are also worthy of fighting me. Yi Haoran, however, was not the least bit panicked. Only Zhang Yi possessing the Tianyang sword did give him a bit of a headache, a bit unexpected, but the others he did not put in his eyes. Parcel Chun Shao Kuai.
Double pupil Qiyin formation.
Yi Haoran let out a loud shout. A dense killing intent filled the air, only to see a pair of terrifying pupils emerge in the sky above the Yi family's ancestral land, and the fierce killing intent in them was even more chilling. This was a killing formation that belonged exclusively to the Yi family's ancestral land, and only the heavy pupil could open it. Swoosh! A terrifying stream of light was like a meteor explosion blasting towards the crowd. Suddenly the ground was full of mess. Many people couldn't even dodge in time. Blood stained the ground like a stream of blood. A rich bloody odor filled the small space. Among them, the people of the South Demon Kingdom suffered the heaviest loss. A burst of miserable screams dotting the mountains, instantly turning into a hell on earth. Eldest senior brother, I'll help them top it off first. I can't just abandon them to the demon race. Chan Shao Kuai's face was grim, and she immediately revealed her true form. A snow-white fox with scarlet eyes running towards the roiling stream of light, only to see 8 snow-white fox tails in the void sweeping across the void, hardening and shattering that roiling killing intent. 9 tails is somewhat competent, but can you save everyone? Yi Haoran smiled morosely, waved his hand and shouted, Blood butterfly formation. At that moment, the ground emerged bursts of blood light, actually in the void as a bloody butterfly. Each time the wings flapped once set off a bloody storm, as if the end of the world is coming in general. Wherever it passed was actually a river of blood. A lot of people even lost their lives directly. Ha 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 ha. Death, you all must die today. Yi Haoran took a deep breath and showed a look of enjoyment, as if he especially liked this feeling of life passing by.
Yi Haoran.
D. Everything happened in an instant. It had to be said that Yi Haoran's mind was too vicious. This kind of enemy could not be kept. Supreme Fist. Supreme One Cut. The supreme bone in Zhang Yi's body erupted. A vast supreme power burst out. A supreme shadow appeared behind Zhang Yi, and even the heavens and earth began to tremble under a single punch. Immediately after that, another shocking sword aura surfaced, as if it was going to cut through heaven and earth. At this moment, it was like a blazing sun coming out of the sky, and under the supreme pressure this sword was like falling from the sky. Yi Haoran's face changed drastically, and he immediately cast the supreme bone stick to resist the supreme mighty pressure. However, what happened in the next moment was to leave Yi Haoran dumbfounded, only to see that the supreme shadow in the void actually grabbed towards the void and directly pinched the supreme stick into his hand, and he also felt that the connection between him and the supreme stick was slowly weakening. Isn't the supreme stick my Yi family's ancestral weapon? Why was it so easily stripped by him? Yi Haoran disregarded the supreme mighty pressure and the heavenly sun sword manifestation and exerted the power of the heavy pupil, and endless vitality was on him to help him withstand the damage caused by the supreme mighty pressure. Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Give me back the supreme stick. It's my Yi family's ancestral weapon. Yi Haoran reached out to retrieve the supreme stick. At this moment he was completely red-eyed. Ka-ching! Right at this moment, the sword landed on his body. Even though he was permeated with monstrous vitality, he was chopped out of a large mouth. White bones were revealed, and blood was spilled all over the place. More to the point, there was also a scorching hot burning sensation incinerating his body. He felt like his body was on fire. Ah! Hurts. It hurts. Yi Haoran couldn't withstand the pain and his body rapidly retreated, and just then he also felt that he had lost control of the supreme stick. This meant that the supreme baton no longer belonged to him at all.
Zhang Yi,
You took away my chance and my ancestral artifact. You and I will not share the same fate in this life. The vitality in Yi Haoran's body was constantly repairing the injuries on his body, and although the bleeding was quickly stopped, the burning sensation in his body did not dissipate for a long time. Zhang Yi's head was full of questions. He didn't want to take any of Yi Haoran's ancestral weapons. From the beginning to the end, he only wanted Yi Haoran's life. What does the matter of the supreme backbone have to do with me, Zhang Yi? Along with Yi Haoran's hatred, the heavenly fate diagram within Zhang Yi's body began to warn crazily, and the warnings turned scarlet, showing the depth of his hatred towards Zhang Yi. Take it while you're sick. Zhang Yi's heart alarm bells were ringing. Usually Yi Haoran was too slippery to hurt him. This time it was hard to find an opportunity. Zhang Yi would not let go easily. Immediately, he lifted the heavenly sun sword and wanted to kill Yi Haoran. But right at this moment, that supreme stick actually turned into endless golden light and merged into Zhang Yi's body, and a huge power flowed through his body at a rapid speed, as if it was going to burst through his body. No good. What's wrong with this time? Zhang Yi's face reddened, using all his strength to suppress the terrifying power in his body, afraid of showing decadence for Yi Haoran to notice. Fortunately, Yi Haoran was also in a bad situation at the moment, so he couldn't think about that much, and used the Yi family ancestral ground formation to break open the spatial seal lock of the Earth Sect, and used the heavy pupil to open another layer of space. When that familiar black hole appeared in front of the crowd, Yi Haoran didn't forget to glance back at Zhang Yi and gritted his teeth. Zhang Yi, the things you took from me, one day I will personally take them back one by one. Wait for me, all of you. Yi Haoran snorted coldly and righteously entered the black hole, once again disappearing under the eyes of the crowd. Chapter 62. Saving the day. Damn it! Let him get away again. Zhang Yi watched as Yi Haoran slipped away from under his nose and couldn't help but curse, even somewhat disliking the supreme stick that was fusing with his supreme bone. It's all because of you. Just now, I only needed one sword to kill him. Zhang Yi had to sigh at Yi Haoran's great life. Although he had lost his ancestral weapon, he had at least saved a life. To Zhang Yi, he would rather have Yi Haoran's life than the supreme baton. Zhang Yi even felt that Yi Haoran had the life of a protagonist with powerful qi, only to give him the boot every time. A few moments later, Zhang Yi's body of the supreme bone will be completely refining the supreme stick. A shocking light blossomed out, the vast pressure swept out, as if the supreme present, the supreme bone on the runes is more complex. A closer look is actually like a great figure sitting on it, very subtle. The evolution of the supreme bone didn't cause Zhang Yi's strength to be sudden, but he had an extra set of supreme martial skills in his mind that could shatter the stars with a snap of his fingers. Help! Help! The killing array inspired by Yi Haoran inside the Yi family's ancestral land was still harvesting other people's lives. Even Chen Xiaokuei couldn't stop it. The screams stretched on, and the ground was piled up with corpses, which was a living hell on earth. Chen Shaokuai's snow-white fur was also stained with blood, and I don't know whether it was hers or someone else's. The whole thing looked in a sorry state, where there was the appearance of the previous splendor. At this moment, no one was focusing on Yi Haoran's body. They were so focused on staying alive that some of them didn't even notice that Yi Haoran had escaped. Extinguish! Zhang Yi happened to take this opportunity to try out the supreme martial skill, only to see the supreme bone in his body emitting a dazzling light and pointing at the void. A shocking finger light instantly dissolved the killing machine in the sky, and the scene instantly returned to calm, while the Yi family's ancestral land had long since been filled with wreckage. Hoo. Many of the survivors were paralyzed with palpitations, panting heavily and enjoying the joy of being reborn after the robbery. Many thanks to Brother Zhang for saving my life. Shun Chongqing was also in a sorry state, and his expression was weak as he clasped his fists and thanked him. He knew that if Zhang Yi hadn't stepped in to help him just now, all of them would have to be accounted for here. After all, the killing formation that Yi Haoran had triggered was too strong. Even a Yuaning stage powerhouse would have to be hated here, not to mention them. Many thanks to Brother Zhang for saving my life. The other survivors also knew that it was only because of Zhang Yi that they were able to escape the danger, and they immediately thanked him, and even the demon race who had been displeased with Zhang Yi before were also grateful. If you want to thank me, thank Ninetails. Zhang Yi glanced at Chen Shaoka, who had already changed into her human form and was currently lying on the ground panting to recover her vitality. Although he had been fighting Yi Haoran before, he knew that it was thanks to Chen Shaokue that none of the Dao clan had died, and even several times it was Chen Shaokue who had resisted those terrifying streams of light with her body, which allowed them to be at peace with each other. This time, several major powers brought 10 people out respectively, plus the leader there were 11 people, and now only 18 people could still breathe, and the rest had all become corpses. It could be described as a heavy loss. Especially the South Demon Country and the Earth Sect had suffered particularly heavy losses. Only Du Tianjun and Ask Tian were left on the South Demon Country's side, and the Earth Sect had only 2 siblings, Jun Wu Ao, left, making it look particularly tragic. Moreover, now that Jun Wuyen was severely injured, her breath was incomparably weak and it was questionable whether she could survive. Wuyen, you mustn't be okay. Wake up. Jun Wu Ao looked anxious as he helped Jun Wuyen up, his eyes incomparably red. But no matter how much he called out, Jun Wuyen did not respond in the slightest. Wuyen, you must hold on. Brother will definitely find a way to save your life. Without saying a word, Jun Wu Ao directly picked up Jun Wuyen and left, not even having the time to say goodbye to the others. The atmosphere at the scene was particularly grave, and many people were immersed in the mourning of their fellow disciples' deaths. Where's Yi Haoran? When did he run away? Du Tianjun looked around, hard not finding Yi Haoran's figure, and couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky. It's been gone for a while. Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown as he looked at the corpses all over the ground. Yi Haoran, the sun-killing heart is too heavy. Just the great barbaric difficulties, and this time the people who died in his hands, not 1,000, also have 800. This can be a live life. Yi Haoran, you shall not die. Du Tianjuan's eyes were red, and his voice of anger and hatred resounded throughout the Yi family's ancestral land. Don't worry, I'll take their revenge, Chen Shaokue said with a gloomy face, as she watched a fresh life die in front of her. Despair, anger, and helplessness rose from her heart, especially since some of the people in the southern demon kingdom were already very close to her. However, she had to give up something in order to protect the people of the Dao sect, and she was unwilling to let Zhang Yi go back to the Dao sect and be chastised for the casualties of the Dao sect's disciples. Can you still find Yi Haoran? He has already been seriously injured by me just now. If I find him again, he will die for sure. Zhang Yi glanced at the blood-covered Ask Tian. Nowadays, if he wanted to find Yi Haoran, he still had to rely on Ask Tian's great tracking technique. Asking Tian gently sniffed the surrounding scent. His face showed pain, and a gurgling scream came from his throat. No. The attack just now hurt my nose. I won't be able to perform the great tracking technique in a short period of time. Obviously, this was Yi Haoran's special intention. No matter whether it was his heart or means he was considered a lord, in time it was bound to be a huge threat. Is there anyone else in the southern demon kingdom who can find Yi Haoran's whereabouts? Zhang Yi asked again. Such a good opportunity he absolutely cannot let go. Otherwise, who knows how many moths Yi Haoran will straighten out next time. Du Tianjun was very respectful to Zhang Yi's now. For the time being, the Ask the Sky clan only has one person, Ask the Sky. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi showed regret and asked again, how long will it take for you to recover? This time, this guy Yi Haoran has done something vicious and almost destroyed my nose. The recovery will be less than half a year and more than a year. Ask Tian cried out in a pitiful manner. A year at most, and how far will he grow in a year's time? Zhang Yi frowned tightly. This can be a little tricky. The main Yi Haoran, this guy is always from time to time to get something out of the means of escape and more, just like the undefeatable little strong. Eldest senior brother. If I break through to the Yuanying stage, I can seek his true body with the power of the 9 tails. Chen Shaokuai's killing intent towards Yi Haoran was not weaker than Zhang Yi's in any way, and more importantly, she knew that Zhang Yi wanted to kill Yi Haoran. Zhang Yi wants to kill people. In her eyes, Chen Shaoke is the most unforgivable people, must be executed. Brother Zhang, you shouldn't be in a hurry. Yi Haoran has become a demon. He is the enemy of the world. I will report to the demon lord when I return, and my southern demon kingdom will kill him with the strength of our nation. Du Tianjun also sensed Zhang Yi's killing intent and quickly spoke out in agreement. Chapter 63. Death from Afar. My great Zhou dynasty will not let Yi Haoran go either. Shun Chongqing also almost died in Yi Haoran's hands, and witnessed the viciousness he committed with his own eyes. How could he be indifferent with a passionate heart? Let's find Yi Haoran first. This son possesses great fortune. I'm afraid he's not that easy to kill. Zhang Yi had a premonition in his mind that Yi Haoran would not die for a while. However, thinking that every time he encountered Yi Haoran, he was able to plunder his chances, allowing him to experience the thrill feeling of cutting leeks, it was as if this wasn't such a bad thing. Find Yi Haoran no matter how much it costs. Brother Zhang, thank you for saving my life this time. In the future, if there is anything you want to do, just feel free to instruct me, and I and inquiring heaven will go back first. Du Tianjun clasped his hands together and showed a look of gratitude. This time he realized how terrifying Zhang Yi's strength was, and even though the two of them were in the same era, Zhang Yi stood at a height high enough for him to look up to. Farewell. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said. After the people from the southern demon kingdom left, only Shin Chongqing and Zhang Yi were left with them in the large Yi clan's ancestral land. Shin Chongqing hadn't seen Shin Xinyu for a while, and couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Brother Zhang, is Shin Xinyu? Is she alright in the Dao sect? But before Zhang Yi could answer, Zhang Lanyan began to snatch the answer. Not good. It's not good at all. Every day I'm cultivating at Moon Shadow Peak. I don't even have the chance to go out. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you also know that Sinking Fish joined the Dao sect for the sake of eldest senior brother. But right now she is unable to even see eldest senior brother's face. Zhang Luyan was calling for Shin Xinyu. Falling Yen Sinking Fish joined the Dao sect originally for cultivation. Her days in Great Zhou are too comfortable. It's time for her to suffer a bit. Shun Chongqing coughed dryly, suddenly feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. You! Zhang Lanyan originally wanted Shin Chongqing to help her say a few words. Who knew that this bastard suddenly came to such an outburst, which could make him angry? That? Falling Goose, you take good care of yourself in the Dao sect. I will visit you when I have the chance. This time, the casualties in Great Zhou are also particularly heavy, so I will first return to Great Zhou to report this matter to Father. Shun Chongqing sensed that the atmosphere was wrong and immediately chose to say goodbye to a few people, leading the surviving men and horses of the Great Zhou dynasty to leave earlier in a grayish manner. Everyone had already retreated, and Zhang Yi led the people of the Dao sect towards the Dao sect. This time it's thanks to eldest brother and Chen Shaokuai that we're able to be at peace with each other. Yes, if it wasn't for Aoi laying down her life to beg for help, I'm afraid we'd be in deep trouble this time. They saved our lives, so let's be polite to them in the Dao sect in the future. Along the way, the people of the Dao sect had palpitations when they remembered what happened just now in the Yi clan's ancestral land, and knew how much Chen Shaokuai had given up in order to save them. When Chen Shaokuai heard the murmurs of the people of the Dao sect, he immediately felt that all the injuries on his body had improved, and the corners of his mouth even unconsciously revealed a smile. As if everything was worth it, she was prepared to stay long in the Forgetful Cliff after that, and naturally she had to build up her prestige. Eldest senior brother, this time you plundered Yi Haoran's supreme stick again. I'm afraid he hates you to the bone, so you have to guard against him when you go out in the future. Although Zhang Yi's strength was unpredictable, but Yi Haoran was too dangerous and unscrupulous to let people put up no defense. For the time being, he's not a match for me, but he's just too slippery to kill him for a while. At the mention of Yi Haoran, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown, especially when he remembered the crazy warning of the heavenly fate diagram, which was definitely a great threat. but he shouldn't be able to make any waves anytime soon. The only thing worth celebrating in this operation was seriously injuring Yi Haoran, which would allow Zhang Yi to feel slightly more at ease for a short period of time. Moreover, apart from the Heavenly Destiny Diagram releasing quests, he wouldn't normally leave the Dao Sect. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill him, Chun Xiaokuei gritted her teeth and said fiercely. After some climbing and waiting, Zhang Yi finally led the 9 sons of the Dao Sect back to the Dao Sect, and because the others had gone back early, Yi Haoran's behavior had long spread throughout the Wuling continent. At the time of their return, the front of the mountain gate of the Dao Sect was surrounded by disciples, who couldn't help but exclaim with joy upon seeing them return one by one. No less. All of them are back. It's true that with eldest brother here nothing will happen. I heard that both the Earth Sect and the Southern Demon Kingdom are down to 2 people. Yi Haoran is simply too ferocious. Yi Haoran is simply a great devil. The shame of the righteous path. The hanging hearts of the Dao Sect's disciples finally fell, and the shouts of murder against Yi Haoran resounded through the heavens and earth. Yi Haoran was now a street rat in the true sense of the word, and almost everyone in the Wuling continent wanted to kill him. Big brother, say a few words. Wu Qingfeng was infected by the aura and summoned up the courage to suggest to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi paused and looked around at the Dao Sect disciples with his eyes, his expression still cold, which caused the Dao Sect disciples to instantly cover their breath and look at Zhang Yi with an expectant expression.
Yi Haoran will surely die.
Zhang Yi said with murderous intent. Yi Haoran will surely die. In an instant, the shouts of the Dao Sect's disciples were monstrous, and each one of them was boiling with fervor. A simple sentence caused the blood of the Dao Sect's disciples to boil, and looking at the entire Dao Sect, other than Yue Yao, I'm afraid that only Zhang Yi could do it. Right at this moment, Yue Yao appeared before the mountain gate, and lifted a human head in her hand, and it looked like it was none other than the former Heavenly Sect Patriarch, Zhao Di. Only Yue Yao raised Emperor Zhou's head high and said, Emperor Zhou is dead. Those who commit crimes against my Dao Sect will be killed without pardon. A late-stage ferrying powerhouse died just like that. While the Dao Sect disciples were shocked, they were more exuberant. Those who offend my Dao Sect will be executed even though they are far away. The outside world said that the Dao Sect was ruthless, but after experiencing these few times in the world, everything seemed to be quietly changing, and the cohesion of the entire Dao Sect was at an unprecedented level. Zhang Yi, why did you let Yi Haoran escape? Yue Yao had already heard the news about the Yi family's ancestral land when she returned, and immediately questioned in a deep voice. Patriarch, it's not eldest brother's fault. It's Yi Haoran's trickery, laying a killing formation to ambush us at the Yi family's ancestral land. Wu Qingfeng gathered his courage and said warily. Today, Wu Qingfeng didn't know where he got such great courage, but he just felt that something had to be said. Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaokuei had saved his life, so what if he said a few words of justice? Patriarch, Yi Haoran is really sinister. He even laid a killing formation in the ancestral land. The 9 sons of the Dao Sect also spoke out, fearing that Yue Yao would punish Zhang Yi. Yue Yao glanced at the 9 sons of the Dao Sect. A sense of icy coldness instantly spread throughout her body. Her blood seemed to freeze, and her breathing was even more rapid. Did I tell you guys to speak? Patriarch, forgive me. This time, if it wasn't for eldest brother's intervention, I'm afraid we would all have to be accounted for there. Wu Qingfeng took a deep breath and completely gave up. After so many years in the Dao Sect, this was definitely the most scenic time for him. Chapter 64. Special Missions. That only means you're too wasted and dragging your feet. Dao Sect 9 Sons order punishment. Closure of the cliff of confinement for 1 month. Yue Yao coldly snorted and ordered with an expressionless face. When these words came out, no one in the entire Dao Sect dared to make a sound. But it was Wu Qingfeng's few people who were relieved and didn't have any complaints. Next, the 9 Elder appeared out of thin air to take away the 9 sons of the Dao Sect. No one in the Dao Sect dared to resist Yue Yao's orders. Zhang Yi, what are your thoughts on this operation? How do you evaluate Yi Haoran? Yue Yao continued to open her mouth and asked. From the very beginning, she had no thoughts of blaming Zhang Yi. She just wanted to know about Zhang Yi's epiphany. It was just that Wu Qingfeng and the others were too agitated, so she didn't mind punishing them a little. Yi Haoran will do anything to achieve his goal. He is ruthless, not a good person. Regarding this operation, Yi Haoran should have anticipated that we would go to him. So he waited for us at the Yi clan's ancestral land with the intention of executing all of us. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This time, the commotion was so big that it made Yi Haoran prepared in advance. Yue Yao slowly nodded her head. Yi Haoran has committed a heavenly murder and has already alarmed some old men. You don't have to worry about this matter for now. Someone will naturally resolve it. Yue Yao knew that Zhang Yi had previously seized Yi Haoran's chance when he was in the great barbarian forbidden land, and with Yi Haoran's vindictive character, he was bound to hate Zhang Yi to the bone. Able to find him? It should be known that back then Yi Haoran had escaped in front of a crowd of great powers. This kind of tactic he hadn't figured out until now, especially since his means of hiding was also quite profound. And this time, if not for asking heaven, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have been able to find his trail. He even suspected that this time Yi Haoran had deliberately leaked his whereabouts this time. You don't have to worry about that. He's messed with too many people and is on the ropes. Yue Yao seemed to know some insider information and was confident in the person who was about to strike. Yue Yao squinted her eyes as she sized up Zhang Yi and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows as she let out a light eep. It seems as if there's a slight change in your supreme bone. That's right, I heard Yi Haoran say that this is some Yi clan ancestral weapon, a supreme stick, but it was eventually refined by my supreme bone. It also allowed me to comprehend the supreme martial skill. Zhang Yi had nothing to hide from Yue Yao, and since he had found out, he might as well take the initiative to tell him. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao's complexion steeply became brilliant. First, you took his chance in the great barbarian forbidden earth, and then you took his supreme stick in the Yi family ancestral ground. Why do I feel like he's doing everything for you? Zhang Yi, if that's the case, you could be the nemesis of Yi Haoran's destiny. He will live in your shadow for the rest of his life. As if Yue Yao had remembered something, she said with deep meaning. There is such a thing? Has this ever happened in history? Zhang Yi also instantly came to be interested. If Yi Haoran could always be his leak, it would be an excellent thing. Of course, in the ancient times, it was heard that the first-generation Supreme and the first-generation Heavy Pupil had this kind of relationship. So the Heavy Pupil and the Supreme Bone have always been mortal enemies. It was either you die or I live. The first-generation Heavy Pupil has always lived under the shadow of the first-generation Supreme Being, and this feared curse was not broken until the second-generation Heavy Pupil appeared. Yue Yao revealed a look of reminiscence and told Zhang Yi about an extremely secretive past. Heavy Pupil and Supreme Bone had this past before? It was as if Zhang Yi had opened the door to a new world. Could it be that the story of the first-generation Supreme and the first-generation Heavy Pupil was going to repeat itself on them? In that era, the primordial Supreme swept through the world, and it was all thanks to the primordial Heavy Pupil's graft. The primordial Supreme is a legendary figure in the Wuling continent. Yue Yao's face showed admiration as she softly said, "But you mustn't take Yi Haoran lightly either. If Yi Haoran beheads you, all of your qi will belong to him. Of course, if you decapitate Yi Haoran, all of his qi luck will also belong to you. This is a fight about qi luck." Yue Yao was worried that Zhang Yi might have something else in mind and spoke out to remind him. Is there a competition for qi? Zhang Yi pondered and asked again. But the supreme baton in the Yi clan's ancestral land was refined from supreme bones, which means that Heavy Pupil had once killed a supreme as well? Zhang Yi felt a trace of sadness and anger from it when he refined that supreme stick, and it was a feeling that belonged exclusively between their supreme beings. There was no mistaking it. Of course, the Heavy Pupil is not a waste of time. The supreme bone does not dominate the Heavy Pupil, which is not unreasonable. There have been a few times in history when the Heavy Pupil rose to prominence, and the supreme was suppressed to death by the Heavy Pupil, which is also the sadness of the supreme. This time it should belong to you. Yue Yao patted Zhang Yi's shoulder, confident in him. Right? This era should belong to eldest brother. Chen Shaokuai also nodded with deep approval. Yue Yao glanced at her, and in a rare move, she didn't refute her, but turned to leave with Emperor Zhou's head. Only after Yue Yao left did the Dao sect disciples breathe a sigh of relief, and their eyes grew hotter as they looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, brought Chen Shaokuai back to the Forgotten River Cliff under the watchful eyes of all the people. But just as he returned to the Forgotten River Cliff, the heavenly fate diagram that had been immersed for a long time finally began to vibrate, and Zhang Yi's face changed under some inspection. Only Shen Chongqing's dark portrait appeared on top of the heavenly destiny map, and the new mission gradually emerged. Mission: help Shen Chongqing seize the throne of the Great Zhou dynasty. Reward: Great Dao Fragment 10, Heavenly Fate Box 10, Supreme Dao Robe 1. Punishment: Thunderbolt. Time frame: 6 months. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. What kind of punishment was it to be haunted by a thunderbolt? It would be better to let him die on his own. Is it possible for a thunderbolt to haunt him casually? Previously, he had spat that the heaven's destiny chart would only stroll about quests about women. But this time, when a man's quest finally came, it was such a pitiful one. According to the rules, people from other forces are not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of the Great Zhou dynasty. And every person who interfered in the seizure of the first wife in history did not have a good ending. Moreover, the Holy Emperor of Great Zhou is in his prime now, so how can he take the throne? Isn't this simply a matter of death? Going is also death, not going is also death, might as well let go. Every time the mission released by the Heavenly Fate map is so pitiful, fortunately Zhang Yi has long been accustomed to it. Heavenly Fate figure. You're really trying to trap me to death. It's only been a few days since this has subsided, huh? As per usual, Zhang Yi spat on the Heaven's Destiny diagram again. This matter is too involved, we have to inform the Master first. We can't involve the Dao Sect. Meddling in the internal affairs of the Great Zhou, it was definitely inappropriate to go forward as the Dao Sect's Grand Master, and it was necessary to get a completely new identity. In addition, Xin Chongqing, there is also a big problem. Now help him to take the throne is not to let him revolt? With his guts, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to do this. Zhang Yi has dealt with Xin Chongqing several times, and knows that Xin Chongqing is satisfied with the status quo, and will not dare to plot against the matter. Chapter 65. The Oscar Winner. Chen Xiaokuei watched Zhang Yi walk towards Moon Shadow Peak again. A hint of jealousy revealed in her eyes. Why does eldest senior brother have to run towards Moon Shadow Peak every time he comes back? Maybe it's an important report? Holy Maiden, in the future, when you encounter things about eldest senior brother, you shouldn't be so agitated. Look at what kind of injury you've done to yourself this time. You've lost a tail for him. Xiaogu looked at Chen Xiaokuei with some concern. How could she not know Chen Xiaokuei's heart towards Zhang Yi? A woman can really risk her life for love. Chen Xiaokuei, however, smiled like a flower and urged in a serious tone. Xiaogu, you have to change this habit. I'm no longer a saintly maiden. I'm just the mediocre nine tails on the forgotten river cliff. Harm. Love makes you blind. Xiaogu shook his head helplessly. Holy Maiden, let me help you heal your wounds. It was impossible to get Gu to change his title. It had been ingrained in him for so many years. Gu! Chen Xiaokuei glared fiercely at Xiaogu, but saw Xiaogu looking at her with a sincere face and asked, What's wrong?
Holy Maiden.
Chen Xiaokuei actually did not have the slightest way to take Xiaogu for a while, and angrily waved her hand and said, It's nothing, heal your wounds. On the Moon Shadow Peak, Zhang Yi and Yue Yao were standing opposite each other. You want Xin Chongqing to be the Holy Emperor of Great Zhou? When Zhang Yi came here to explain his intentions, Yue Yao looked at Zhang Yi with great incomprehension. She did not understand why Zhang Yi always had to do things she could not understand. With a bitter look on his face, Zhang Yi spread his hands and said, There's no way around it. It's all about cultivation. Yue Yao nodded her head thoughtfully. It seemed like every time Zhang Yi did something she couldn't understand, it was for the sake of cultivation. And that was probably where Zhang Yi's charm lay. Since you want to do it, go ahead and do it. The Dao Sect is your toughest backing. Let go and do it. Yaoer, that's not what I meant. I don't want to implicate the Dao Sect this time. I want to interfere in this matter on a personal basis. Zhang Yi knew that Yue Yao had gotten the wrong idea and quickly explained. No way. It's too dangerous to participate in your personal name. The Great Zhou dynasty is a dragon's den, and with your status as the Dao Sect's Grand Master, they wouldn't dare to mess with you. Yue Yao frowned and shook her head no. According to the rules, as the Dao Sect's senior brother, I may not participate in the royal family's fight, so I will still be a target by then? The only safest thing to do is to go as an individual. If I wasn't the Dao Sect's senior brother and was just Zhang Yi, not that many people would have noticed me. Zhang Yi said what was on his mind, and it was reasonable and sensible. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao also fell into deep thought, looking at Zhang Yi without a word. Yaoer, first expel me from the Dao Sect. I will then use Shen Xinyu's hand to enter the Great Zhou dynasty, and with that relationship with Zhang Wufeng, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to make Xin Chongqing the new Holy Emperor. On the way here, Zhang Yi has already thought of a good plan. Zhang Wufeng is the first military general of the Great Zhou, holding the military power. With his help there will be 90% certainty. However, Yue Yao shook her head. I'm afraid your plan is going to fall through. Zhang Wufeng was executed by the Zhou Emperor during his siege. Even the Saint Emperor was severely injured, and I don't know if he'll be able to pull through. Don't you even know? I thought you already knew before you wanted to help Xin Chongqing fight for the throne. Seeing Zhang Yi's surprised face, Yue Yao asked in return. Zhang Wufeng is dead? The Holy Emperor of Great Zhou is seriously injured? This is all the work of Emperor Zhao. At that time, Zhang Yi watched as Yue Yao lifted Emperor Zhou's head back with white clothes like snow and an untainted layer, and thought that it didn't take much effort, but he didn't expect Emperor Zhou to be so fierce. Do you think it's easy to decapitate a great emperor? With his last desperate counterattack, if I didn't have the heavenly moon sword, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured. Yue Yao blankly glanced at Zhang Yi and said without a trace of anger, Great emperors control the power of the great Dao. Where is it so easy to kill? Otherwise, why do you think all the great emperors of the several great powers have come out this time? Yue Yao cautioned Zhang Yi not to underestimate anyone, lest he suffer a great loss. Were any of the other powers' great emperors injured? Zhang Yi asked curiously. More or less injured. It's just that in the end, Emperor Zhou looked like he had gone crazy and set his sights on the great Zhou sage emperor and Zhang Wufeng. Yue Yao's eyes dodged a little as she said expressionlessly, What kind of madness is this Zhou emperor in? Killing Zhang Wufeng at this time. Won't my previous plan be aborted? Zhang Yi only felt a headache, lacking Zhang Wufeng's power. His success rate was less than 50%. Zhang Yi, why did you choose Shen Chongqing? Although he is the crown prince, his chances of winning are not the highest. Instead, the third prince has a higher calling. Yue Yao seemed unwilling to mention the matter of the siege of Emperor Zhou and couldn't help but digress. Third prince. I know why Emperor Zhou had to stare at the great Zhou sacred emperor at the end of his life, if I remember correctly. It seems that the third prince's mother consort is Emperor Zhou's own sister. Zhang Yi's mind flickered, instantly thinking of a terrifying plot. And this meant that the third prince was harder to deal with than he had imagined. It's normal to want to help your nephew before you die. No surprise, the great Zhou dynasty will soon be in turmoil upheaval. Yue Yao originally did not care about this matter in the slightest, but as it concerned Zhang Yi, she could not afford not to be concerned. Yaoer, I have to hurry to the great Zhou dynasty. Lest I go late and something happens. If Shen Chongqing can't hold out, it will be for nothing. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a tingle in his scalp when he thought of the daily baptism of thunder that he would have to undergo if he failed in his mission. Just use the failed attempt to surround Yi Haoran as an excuse to expel me from the Dao sect. Zhang Yi had even thought of a good reason for Yue Yao, which could not be described as inconsiderate. Yes. Yue Yao looked deeply at Zhang Yi and saw a hint of eagerness in his eyes, so she agreed in one breath. After experiencing so much, she also knew Zhang Yi's good intentions and knew that Zhang Yi's achievements today were also spelled out with his life. Hooray for understanding! Zhang Yi couldn't help but give Yue Yao a big hug under his excitement. Strangely enough, Yue Yao didn't dodge or push him away this time. Originally, I thought it would take a lot of effort to convince Yue Yao, but I didn't expect Yue Yao to be so good at talking now. Yaoer, let Shen Chongqing come out this time as well. As Shen Chongqing's sibling, she has a reason to go back. For the sake of the name, he had to bring Shen Xinyu on this trip. Yes, Yue Yao said softly. Just then, an excited voice came from outside the cave. Master, I made it. I did it. Yue Yao's face showed panic, and she hurriedly pushed Zhang Yi away, entering the scene for a second and scolding him sternly. Zhang Yi, this time you failed to kill Yi Haoran, causing the disciples of the major forces to die tragically. Do you know the crime? Zhang Yi all froze, but immediately reacted. He now realized that Yue Yao's acting skills were actually so good that he was sorry for her if she didn't win an Oscar. Disciple knows that I'm wrong. Please punish Master. I'll play along with you as much as I can. Chapter 66. Expulsion from the Dao sect. Didn't we from the Dao sect have no casualties in this siege of Yi Haoran? Moreover, the 9 sons of the Dao sect have already been ordered to be punished. So why is Master still punishing eldest brother? Shen Xinyu placed the bamboo basket full of water in her hands on the ground, a trace of displeasure rising in her heart. Senior, why are you punishing eldest senior brother? It's not like Yi Haoran's escape had anything to do with eldest brother. Shen Xinyu couldn't help herself and angrily spoke up for Zhang Yi. The two people inside the cave looked at each other. Shen Xinyu really did not let them down, only to see a wave of Yue Yao's sleeve robe. A powerful wave of air directly lifted Zhang Yi out of the cave. Being the Dao sect's senior brother and not acting, causing other forces' heavenly pride to fall. Today you will be abolished as the Dao sect's senior brother, expelled from the Dao sect, and have no more involvement with my Dao sect. Yue Yao's voice echoed throughout the entire Dao sect, instantly causing a huge ripple. Not only did the disciples not understand what Yue Yao was doing, even the elders were confused. What is the patriarch doing? Zhang Yi is exceptionally gifted, Didn't she say just now that the future era belongs to Zhang Yi? Why are you expelling him from the Dao sect now? It shouldn't be. The patriarch protected him 3 times before. How could he suddenly expel him from the Dao sect? And just because of the siege of Yi Haoran? I've heard about the incident, but if it wasn't for Zhang Yi's help at the critical moment, I'm afraid that none of us would have survived this trip. The elders discussed and finally decided that they would go to Moon Shadow Peak to plead for Zhang Yi. They couldn't let Yue Yao do something so reckless. Missing Zhang Yi would be a huge loss for them. The disciples were also very agitated. All along Zhang Yi had been a mythical existence in their hearts, and they all pleaded with the elders. Eldest brother is not at fault in this matter. Please ask the elders to plead on behalf of eldest brother. Please also ask the elders to intercede for eldest brother. The monstrous and loud voices of the disciples resounded between the pieces of heaven and earth, and were actually not weaker than Yue Yao's voice at all. Silence! We will not sit idly by in this matter. With a loud shout, the Grand Elder interrupted the roar of the disciples, and then led the elders to rush to Moon Shadow Peak. But when they rushed to the foot of the Moon Shadow Peak, they were stopped at the foot of the mountain by a powerful prohibition, which meant that Yue Yao was unwilling to see them at all. Gentlemen, please return. The patriarch doesn't want to see anyone right now. Although Qing Yi did not understand why Yue Yao wanted to expel Zhang Yi from the Dao sect, she was obedient to Yue Yao's orders and would not ask why. She just carried them out. Qing Yi, we can't let Zhang Yi be expelled from the Dao sect. How could the patriarch do such a foolish thing? Yes, he has awakened the supreme bone, and now the Dao sect is getting stronger, which means that the fortune of this immortal ascension road is in my Dao sect. Xing Yi, let us in. A group of elders were talking to each other. Where was their usual calm demeanor? The patriarch has said that he doesn't want to see you, and you know that I can't let you in, so don't waste any more time, all of you leave. Qing Yi waved his hand, no longer paying attention to the excited-looking elders, and turned away alone. On the Moon Shadow Peak, Yue Yao knew the actions of the elders like the back of her hand, and just sneered at Zhang Yi and laughed. Zhang Yi, you've been in the Dao sect for 18 years, and your prestige is quite high. But it's a pity that you're not related to my Dao sect in the end. Get lost. From now on you will not be the Dao sect's senior brother. As Yue Yao raised her hand, space trembled and a spatial rift opened up, and Zhang Yi's figure instantly disappeared into the Moon Shadow Peak. Shen Xinyu looked at Yue Yao indignantly, kicked over the bamboo basket that had been filled with water with great difficulty, and said angrily, Senior, why did you expel eldest brother from the Dao sect? What did he do wrong? You're teaching me things? Yue Yao's eyes chilled as a vast pressure erupted, and the entire Moon Shadow Peak seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. But Shen Xinyu still summoned up her courage and stubbornly said, A Dao sect without eldest brother. It's better not to stay. From today onwards I will also have nothing more to do with the Dao sect. Shen Xinyu huffed and puffed as she rushed towards the mountain. Strangely enough, Yue Yao did not stop her, but instead looked at her back and smiled with a slightly deeper meaning. On the other side, Zhang Yi had long been teleported to the Dao sect's mountain gate by Yue Yao. In order to just avoid attracting the attention of too many disciples and causing a stir, it was best for him to be able to leave the Dao sect silently. However, this still alarmed the Dao sect disciples guarding the mountain gate, and when they saw Zhang Yi appear in front of them, a tinge of sadness filled their brows. Eldest senior brother, can you not leave? Don't make a sound if you make a mistake. You have to admit it. Zhang Yi ordered in a low voice. The few disciples guarding the mountain gate nodded their heads heavily, and they could be said to be obedient to Zhang Yi. Chen Shaokuai also ignored the injuries on her body after learning the news again, and with a black face, she walked towards the Taoist sect's mountain gate, knowing that if Zhang Yi left the Taoist sect, he would definitely be waiting for her at the Taoist sect's mountain gate. As expected, the two met in front of the Dao sect's mountain gate, and to think that just a short while ago Zhang Yi was the hero of the Dao sect, but now he was expelled from the Dao sect was laughable to think about. Eldest brother, there's no harm, wherever you are I'll be there. This Dao sect is so unreasonable, it's better not to stay. To Chen Shaokuei, Zhang Yi's place was the place where he stood, and it didn't matter where he was. Eldest senior brother, where are we going to go next? How about going to the Fox clan? Chen Shaokuai suggested in a small voice. She could have been trying to trick Zhang Yi into going to the Fox clan. To the great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Yi slowly said as he looked inside the Dao sect without looking away. What's the point of going to the great Zhou dynasty? Is eldest brother still waiting for someone? Chen Shaoka asked suspiciously. Yeah, we'll leave when she gets here. Zhang Yi knew that Yue Yao would find a way to send Shen Shenyu to his side, but he did not know that it was Shen Shenyu who took the initiative to come to his side. The Dao Sect disciple who was guarding the mountain gate wanted to communicate with Zhang Yi very much, but was shocked by the aura of rejection on Zhang Yi's body, and just looked at Zhang Yi with incomparable heartache, but did not dare to say anything. A few moments later, Shen Shenyu finally arrived in front of Zhang Yi out of breath and couldn't help but ask with a joyful expression on her face, "Eldest senior brother, are you waiting for me?" Chen Xiaokue, however, was slightly displeased and glanced at Shen Shenyu. Why her? Shen Shenyu also knew that Chen Xiaoka was now Zhang Yi's maid, so she didn't fight with her, and glanced at her as well, then looked at Zhang Yi and said, "Eldest brother, there's no point in having the Dao Sect without you, so why don't you come back to the Great Zhou dynasty with me? My big brother would be very happy if he knew that you went to the Great Zhou dynasty." Yes. Zhang Yi waited for Shen Shenyu this sentence. After all, he took the initiative to open the mouth. Seems a little impure purpose. Cannot help but sigh. Shen Shenyu, this girl is really too on the head. Every time so will come to things. Shen Shenyu froze, and then came a burst of ecstasy. Eldest senior brother is promising me? Hooray! Eldest brother is coming back to Great Zhou with me. It's fine not to stay in this Tai Dao sect. Huh? You guys will regret it sooner or later. Shen Shenyu jumped up in excitement and didn't forget to slander the Dao sect before leaving. Chapter 67. If I am the emperor, you are the saint. Regarding Shen Shenyu's slander, the Dao sect disciples guarding the Dao sect's mountain gate rarely did not retort, because Shen Shenyu's words were considered to have spoken to their hearts. Eldest brother, with your prestige in the Dao sect, you will definitely have the opportunity to return to the Dao sect in the future. We will unite all the disciples to plead with the sect leader. Seeing that Zhang Yi was about to leave, one of the disciples finally mustered up the courage to weakly say. Though his tone was weak, his eyes were unmistakable. No need for that, see you again sometime. Zhang Yi waved his hand and turned to leave. The Dao sect disciples couldn't help but fall into a pang of sadness as they looked at Zhang Yi's departing back. Harm. I wonder if eldest brother can still come back? Eldest brother's departure is definitely a loss for the Dao sect. I really can't understand why the patriarch is so angry. It's not like we have any casualties in the Dao sect. Shoo, be careful what you say. If the patriarch hears this, he won't let you off the hook. For a while, the news of Zhang Yi's expulsion from the Dao sect spread throughout the entire Wuling continent, and there were even a number of major powers that wished to draw Zhang Yi in. But when they reacted, Zhang Yi had already appeared in the Great Zhou dynasty. Great Zhou dynasty. Inside the East Palace, Shen Chongqing personally entertained Zhang Yi, his words filled with delight. Brother Zhang, what's going on? The Great Zhou dynasty had an intelligence agency dedicated to them, and Shen Chongqing had long heard some whispers. I went through a lot of trouble to get eldest brother to come to Great Zhou. How would you like to thank me, big brother? The time in Moon Shadow Peak had suffocated her, and she didn't even have anyone to talk to. Returning to Great Zhou made her feel extraordinarily close. You got this. Shen Chongqing was naturally not stupid. He knew that Zhang Yi must have other matters in mind when he came to find him. Who are you looking down on? Shen Shenyu was a bit unconvinced. It was clearly because of her Zhang Yi came to the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhang Yi swept a glance at the others around Shen Chongqing. Let them back off first. Shen Chongqing gave an order for everyone to retreat, knowing that Zhang Yi might want to mention something very important to him next. Only after everyone had retreated did Zhang Yi set up a soundproof array and said in a shocking tone, "This trip will help you become the Holy Emperor of Great Zhou." In an instant, several other people looked horrified and incredulous as they looked at Zhang Yi. Shen Chongqing in particular was so scared that his face turned white. Could he just say that? It's a head-scratcher if anyone hears about it. As the Crown Prince of Great Zhou, it was only a matter of time before he became a Holy Emperor, and there was no reason for him to be in a hurry for such a short period of time. I only saw Shen Chongqing's serious expression as he admonished, Brother Zhang, this remark is forbidden to be repeated in the future. If this is the purpose of your trip, I'm afraid I can't keep you here in the Eastern Palace, so I hope you'll pardon me. Shen Chongqing has already given an expulsion order outside the words. Zhang Yi's this thought is too dangerous, have to keep a distance. Eldest brother, it's only a matter of time before big brother becomes a saint emperor. There's no need to rush for such a short while. Just rest well when you come to Great Zhou and treat it as your own home. Shen Shenyu glared fiercely at Shen Chongqing and hurriedly pacified Zhang Yi, fearing that Zhang Yi would leave if he was unhappy. Eldest senior brother, it seems that others don't appreciate your piece of goodwill. Why don't you return to the southern demon kingdom with me? Chen Shaokuai's witty little eyes spun rapidly. She always felt that there was something odd about Zhang Yi's expulsion from the Dao sect this time. Zhang Yi was not the least bit surprised by Shen Chongqing's reaction, and it would only seem strange if he dared to agree in one breath. As far as I know nowadays, the Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou is seriously injured and hasn't even awakened yet today, right? Zhang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he slowly asked. Upon hearing this, Shen Chongqing's complexion changed greatly. This was their royal family's secret. Sealing locking the news to death. How did you know? Shen Xinyu was even more disorganized and alarmed. What? Father is injured? Where is he? I want to go see father now. Sinking fish. Calm yourself. Father is in a coma. Even I can't see him. Shen Chongqing let out an angry cry as he continued to stare at Zhang Yi and asked, Did the Dao sect patriarch tell you that? He knew the origin of the Great Zhou Sacred Emperor's injury, and the only person who knew the news was the person who participated in that battle, and he couldn't think of a second person besides Yue Yao. Zhang Yi didn't deny it either and asked rhetorically, Do you really think that your throne is 9 out of 10? Zhang Yi had to provoke Shen Chongqing's sense of crisis, or else all he had done in the Great Zhou dynasty was useless. You mean the oldest? Shen Chongqing heard the meaning of Zhang Yi's words and of course knew that the biggest threat to him in Great Zhou today was the third prince. If the Sacred Emperor is alive, you can be carefree, but if something happens to the Sacred Emperor, can you ensure that the third prince doesn't have a single dissenting thought? Zhang Yi's words were paralyzed, which also caused Shen Chongqing's expression to become more and more grave.
No.
Father will definitely be able to survive this. The imperial doctor said that father is close to recovering. Shen Chongqing shook his head and reassured himself. Zhang Yi sneered. If the Great Zhou Sage Emperor had lasted through this, the Heavenly Destiny Diagram wouldn't have released this mission. So it seems that the Heavenly Fate Diagram still has the ability to foretell the future anyway. In Zhang Yi's mind, the Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou is already a dead man. It's just a matter of sooner or later. You actually know better than anyone else in your heart. If the Holy Emperor is truly oblivious, why has he not allowed you all to take a look until now? Zhang Yi does not believe that Shen Chongqing is that stupid. Can be the crown prince for so many years, must not be extraordinary people. As Zhang Yi said, these words made Shen Chongqing completely break his defense and fell into deep thought. His eyes were still a bit empty, as if he had lost his essence. But Lao San doesn't necessarily have the heart for a rebellion, at least for now he's honest. Shen Chongqing said with some lack of confidence. He himself did not believe it when he said this. The third prince's power in Great Zhou would not be weaker than Shen Chongqing, not to mention that Zhang Wufeng, who was on Shen Chongqing's side now, died in battle, which was undoubtedly a great blow to him. Do you believe it yourself? If you want to keep playing the fool, I will leave. Zhang Yi made a gesture to turn around and leave. This kind of time we'll have to use the agitation method. Brother Zhang, stay back. Shen Chongqing is anxious. Zhang Yi's strength he has seen, in the young generation is absolutely no enemy. Can have Zhang Yi help is like a tiger with wings. Although father is still alive today, but just in case, I still ask Brother Zhang to help me. Shen Chongqing bowed slightly, his expression incomparably sincere as he requested. At this moment, Shen Chongqing no longer had the panic of the previous moment, and his eyes were incomparably determined. So it must have been Zhang Yi's words that caused a sense of crisis to rise in him. Eldest brother, you must not meddle in this matter. The forces of the Great Zhou dynasty are complex and complicated, and those who have been vying for the royal power over the generations have not had a good end. Chen Xiaokuei knew the danger involved and immediately stopped Zhang Yi. She couldn't figure out what reason Zhang Yi had to help Shen Chongqing. Couldn't it be for Shen Xinyu? If I am the Sacred Emperor, Brother Zhang will be my Great Zhou Sacred Master. Shen Chongqing made a direct promise. What he needed was the qi on Zhang Yi. The Battle of Emperors was also a battle of qi. Chapter 68. The Holy Emperor's Death and the New Emperor's Reign. It is not necessary for the Great Zhou Saint Master. As long as you are the Great Zhou Saint Emperor, it will be sufficient. Zhang Yi was not interested in anything else, and completing the mission was a great blessing to him. Brother Zhang, now that you are a free man, why should you and I, brothers, join forces and not worry about accomplishing great things? Shen Chongqing did value Zhang Yi's ability and wanted to keep Zhang Yi by his side permanently. Just at this moment, a sharp cry came from under the door of the East Palace, and it was Li Lianin, the Red Eunuch of the Great Zhou. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the Holy Emperor has summoned you to the palace. Not good. Li Lianin usually lives deep in the palace. His arrival must mean that something has happened to father. Shen Chongqing's face changed, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. He had probably guessed what would happen on this trip to the palace, but it was so much faster than he had imagined that he hadn't even mentally prepared for it. Sinking fish, you arrange for Brother Zhang and the others. I'll follow Eunuch Li into the palace first. Shen Chongqing commanded and ran out in a hurry. Looking at Shen Chongqing's distant figure, Chen Shaoke asked in disbelief, "Eldest brother, why do you have to get involved in this mess? It's the most merciless Emperor Royal." Chen Shaoke felt bad for Zhang Yi and really couldn't figure out what Zhang Yi was thinking. Zhang Yi was also helpless. He wanted to lie flat on the forgetfulness cliff, but the heavenly destiny diagram did not give him a chance. You'll understand later. Zhang Yi's heart was tired and he didn't want to explain at all, only leaving some meaningful words. No matter what eldest brother is going to do, I will support you without hesitation. I will always be your most loyal supporter. Chen Shaoke clearly showed her attitude, not letting Zhang Yi feel like he was alone. Me too. Shen Xinyu was also not willing to show weakness, and followed closely to concur. Eldest senior brother, let me arrange the residence with you first. Shen Xinyu arranged Zhang Yi in the most honorable guest room of the Eastern Palace, which was also the closest to Shen Chongqing. When she was about to arrange Chen Shaoke a little farther away from Zhang Yi, she was rejected sternly by Chen Shaoke, who probed her mind in advance. Your Highness, please also arrange us closer to eldest senior brother, so that we can take care of each other more than once. There's no need for that. The Eastern Palace is heavily guarded. Nothing unexpected will happen. Shen Xinyu frowned, resistance written on his brows. He was afraid that Chen Shaoke would attract Zhang Yi. Extraordinary means in extraordinary times. Besides, as eldest brother's maid, I should be the one to take care of eldest brother. A simple sentence actually made Shen Xinyu unable to refute. The words have come to this point. Shen Xinyu also cannot be said the first time to see when the maid is also so proud of people but thought of after all is Zhang Yi's only maid, she is also really entitled to be proud. In the end, Shen Xinyu compromised and arranged a residence for Chen Shaoke and the girls near Zhang Yi. Great Zhou Dynasty, Sacred Palace Nurturing Heart Hall. Outside the door 8 imperial princes were wandering around continuously. Only one of the youths had deep eyes, as if he was thinking about something. And inside the Palace of Nurturing Heart, Shen Chongqing was kneeling in front of the bed, looking very mournful as he cried, "Father! Father, you will definitely be fine. Evergreen, there is no need to grieve. I have sensed that the end is near. I just really can't rest assured that the great Zhou dynasty." The Holy Emperor was lying incomparably weak on the bed, obviously out of breath and in breath. His miserable white face seemed to be just like a dead man, as if he would gulp his breath at any time. In Shen Chongqing's impression, his father has always been alive and well. He is still the first time to see such a holy emperor. Immediately even more panicked. "Father! Father! You first do not speak. It's okay." The sacred emperor raised his hand with difficulty and gently patted Shen Chongqing's head, his weak tone with a hint of dominance. "Don't say anything next. Listen to what I have to say." Shen Chongqing was shocked by the holy emperor's aura. Although he was sad, he still endured his heartache and nodded heavily. He knew that the next thing he explained must be extremely important. "This time, Emperor Zhou is trying to kill me and Zhang Wufeng even if he has to fight to the death. I'm afraid it's to pave the way for Changrun. I won't let him have his way." As he spoke, the holy emperor's face unexpectedly regained a trace of redness-rubeness. But this made Shen Chongqing's face even more ugly. He knew that this was a sign of returning to the light. "Father!" Shen Chongqing looked at the holy emperor with red eyes, wanting the holy emperor to enjoy the last moment of his life. "Shut up. Listen to what I have to say. I will definitely not let Great Zhou fall into Changruin's hands." The sacred emperor interrupted Shen Chongqing in mid-air, chiding with extreme exasperation. "I have left 3 backstops for you after my death. As the crown prince, you should inherit the position of the holy emperor, and you are also the sole heir in the holy decree. This is only one of them. Secondly, you go to the Great Zhou Mountain range and find the Great Zhou Imperial Seal, which can mobilize the people of the Great Zhou Mountain and stabilize Great Zhou. Thirdly, the Forbidden Army within the Sacred Palace can keep you safe for half a year. If you haven't stabilized Great Zhou after half a year, they will rebel." The Sacred Emperor handed Shen Chongqing a holy order, which was the only token that could mobilize the Forbidden Army of the Sacred Palace. And it was also the last gift he left to Shen Chongqing. "Remember, be sure to stabilize Great Zhou. Don't let Great Zhou fall into the hands of Changrun." The holy emperor looked agitated and kept coughing. Good, good. Yes. Shen Chongqing nodded his head vigorously in agreement. At those words, the Holy Emperor seemed to be relieved, and the breath hanging in his chest mouth was completely swallowed. His body completely lost its vitality, and he calmly lay on the bed. The Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou died. Father! Shen Chongqing hugged the remains of the Holy Emperor and cried his heart out. Li Lianin's voice was also mournful, shouting, "The Holy Emperor has died. The Holy Emperor is dead." In an instant, the entire sacred palace was covered in gloom, and everyone knelt down, their wails resounding through the heavens and the earth. It was a sadness. "Your Royal Highness, the Holy Emperor has died. It is imperative that you stabilize Great Zhou and do not allow it to fall into turmoil upheaval." Seeing that Shen Chongqing was completely immersed in grief, Li Lianin hurriedly went to the front and reminded in a low voice. As the crown prince of Great Zhou, he didn't even have time to even grieve. "Your Highness, the Holy Emperor has great expectations for you. You must not disappoint him." Li Lianin propelled Shen Chongqing, hardening him and separating him from the remains of the Holy Emperor. At this moment, Shen Chongqing was like a walking corpse, being dragged out of the palace of nurturing heart by Li Lianin, which also made Li Lianin secretly shake his head, and inevitably felt some disappointment inside. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is still worse than the third prince, and is too sentimental. Eunuch Li, what did father say before he left? The royals and ministers outside the door had long been impatient for an answer. Just saw Li Lianin took out the honorable and sacred imperial decree. Read aloud. "By the grace of God, the Holy Emperor Edict said, Prince Shen Chongqing benevolent and virtuous, compassionate to the people. This will be the Holy Emperor's position passed on to him, admirable." This holy decree undoubtedly confirmed the identity of Shen Chongqing's new Holy Emperor, and although this answer was expected by most, after the holy decree was read out, it was silent. Only Li Lianin knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" Chapter 69. Son of the Ancient Emperor. Long live the Emperor! Another loud voice rang out, and it was none other than Meng Jiang, the commander of the Sacred Palace's Forbidden Army. With his statement, the Forbidden Army's loud voice also resounded within the Sacred Palace, while third Prince Shen Chongrun lowered his head and echoed with an expressionless face, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the sky suddenly resounded with terrifying thunder, and a torrential downpour fell as if the heavens were also crying. Between the lightning and thunder, Shen Chongqing back to God, slowly raised his arms, condescending to look around, his voice hoarse, said, "All the Secretary Ping Shang, the late emperor died. This is the injury of the Great Zhou. Half a year the Great Zhou shall not carry songs and dances." After promulgating a series of new regulations, Shen Chongqing began to prepare for arranging the funeral of the old sacred emperor. The current version of him had no time to care about Zhang Yi, and was only focused on completing the funeral of the old sacred emperor. And the news of the Great Zhou sacred emperor's death was also passed out with wind-like speed. Many people from the great powers heard about the old sacred emperor's death and rushed towards Great Zhou. Even Yue Yao also moved from the Dao sect. They were at least comrades who had fought side by side that day, and it was reasonable for her to come to see the old Saint Emperor off for the last time. It was just that she was more surprised as to why Zhang Yi had just arrived in the Great Zhou dynasty when the Holy Emperor collapsed. Can it be that Zhang Yi has the ability to know before he serves? She certainly does not expect Zhang Yi to come back at this time, after all, although the Great Zhou is currently looking at a peaceful, but secretly it is unusually rough surging. The only after the stabilization is considered to be in the real Holy Emperor. This matter is a bit bizarre, no matter how you look at it, as if Zhang Yi looked like he knew in advance that the Great Zhou sacred emperor would die. Yue Yao rushed to the Great Zhou dynasty with a hint of doubt in her heart, but Zhang Yi was becoming more and more mysterious in her mind. Just as countless great powers rushed to the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Yi also received the news of the Holy Emperor's death and knew that Shen Chongqing had become the new Holy Emperor, but the heavenly fate diagram in his body was unresponsive. Obviously the mission had not been completed. I knew the mission wouldn't be so simple, so it seems then the only obstacle on Shen Chongqing's path to becoming a sacred emperor is the third prince. Isn't it just a matter of getting rid of the third prince and that's the end of it? Zhang Yi had just had this idea born in his mind when he felt the heavenly fate diagram vibrate crazily, seemingly warning him that this path would not work. Zhang Yi seriously suspected that the heavenly destiny diagram had an extremely strong autonomy, or else it wouldn't have screwed him over like this. Heavenly destiny diagram. Do you have a consciousness? Let's talk about it. Can you not pit me in the future? Let's get along. and I'll share half of what I get with you. However, this time the heaven's destiny diagram returned to calmness, just like a dead thing.
Calm.
This is the time to act crazy. Zhang Yi cursed under his breath and did not continue to pay attention to the heavenly fate diagram as he began to study how to help Shin Chongqing stabilize Great Zhou. But Zhang Yi knew very little about the Great Zhou dynasty, and Shin Chongqing was busy with the funeral in the palace, so he could only go to seek Shan Xinyu's help. When he had just stepped out of his room, he saw that Chen Xiaokuei had long been waiting for him at the door. Eldest senior brother, now that Shin Chongqing has ascended to the throne as the holy emperor of the Great Zhou, is it not time for us to leave? Chen Xiaokuei felt that the next time was when the wind was rising, and that this was the wisest time to leave the center of this vortex. We can't leave yet. We can't leave until the Great Zhou is stabilized. Zhang Yi shook his head, and in his heart, he was in a state of bitterness. Chen Xiaokuei looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Countless thoughts flashed within her heart. But in the end, she didn't say anything and just quietly followed Zhang Yi. Can it be that eldest senior brother is really doing this for Shin Xinyu? This absurd idea was once again born in Chen Xiaokuei's mind, and although it was outrageous, it was mainly because Zhang Yi's demeanor was too unbelievable. When Zhang Yi found Shin Xinyu was sitting in the courtyard full of sadness, looking at her red eyes as if she had just cried. Eldest brother. My father has left. The moment Shin Xinyu saw Zhang Yi, the storm cried as if she wanted to release all her bitterness to the fullest. I want to go to see him off. But, according to the rules of the Great Zhou, all female family members can only go tomorrow. Shin Xinyu cried with that sadness. Condolences. Zhang Yi didn't know how to comfort people, but it was Chen Xiaoke who held Shin Xinyu in her arms and softly consoled. Everything will pass, and there are some people who will always be watching over you. Comforting is Shin Xinyu was fake. She was mainly afraid that Shin Xinyu would take advantage of the opportunity to eat Zhang Yi's tofu. Shin Xinyu were not even going to be able to be whole by this move of Chen Xiaoke, but still kept Chen Xiaoke fuming, relaxing a bit. When Shin Xinyu slowly regained her composure, Zhang Yi asked, what are the ways to stabilize the situation in Great Zhou? Stabilize the situation in Great Zhou? You can enter the Great Zhou mountain range. If you can bring out that team from the Great Zhou mountain range, no one in the world will dare to move. Shin Xinyu said with confidence, with a thoughtful look on her face. That army in the Great Zhou mountain range? Is this matter known to all members of the royal family? It was the first time Zhang Yi had ever heard of it, and he wanted to make sure that the others knew about it. Shin Xinyu nodded. The members of the Great Zhou royal family all know about this, because my Great Zhou royal family were originally the ones who came out of the Buzhou mountain range, and that is our true heritage, but no one has ever been able to get the support of the Great Zhou mountain range for so many years. I heard that in the Great Zhou mountain range there is the son of the ancient emperor, which has been sealed to this day after a great catastrophe, and it's also very simple to obtain the support of the Great Zhou mountain range, so that the son of the ancient emperor can be awakened. Shin Xinyu slowly entered the state and said in a gushing manner, the son of an ancient emperor? The same kind of goods as that what's his name Long Tianyi? What would it take to awaken him? Zhang Yi frowned, not realizing that such a person existed in the Great Zhou mountain range. Shin Xinyu shook his head and said dully, no one knows how to wake him up, or else the people of the Great Zhou mountain range would have already come out of the world, and the Great Zhou dynasty has no limits restrictions on royal disciples, but outsiders have cultivation limits restrictions and are not allowed to enter the Yuaning stage of the strongest gene. Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. This is somewhat similar to those forbidden grounds. If Yuaning powerhouses don't enter, it would save a lot of trouble. Our guess is that the people of the Great Zhou mountain range are worried that someone has disturbed the rest of the ancient emperor's son, and there are also great emperors present within the Great Zhou mountain range, just that they don't usually make a move, and when they do, they are strongly suppressed. Back then, there was an imperial uncle who was also a great emperor, who wanted to forcibly awaken the human emperor's son, but he broke the rules of the Great Zhou mountain range, and was killed by a single move of the Great Zhou mountain range's great emperors, as if they could utilize the power of the rules of the Great Zhou mountain range, and so there they were invincible. Shin Xinyu knew these gossipy things exceptionally well, and was considered to know everything about Zhang Yi. Chapter 70. The Sacred Palace Rebellion. You can utilize the rule power of the Great Zhou mountain range? That's a bit tricky. Zhang Yi frowned. He knew the terror of rule power, just as Yue Yao could use the rule power of the Dao Sect. She was almost an invincible existence in the Dao Sect, unless the opponent's strength surpassed hers by too much. But they usually don't make a move, saying that they're afraid of affecting the son of the human emperor's rest. Shin Xinyu explained. Tomorrow when you have finished attending you will come with me to make a trip to the Great Zhou mountain range. If you can think of this layer, the third prince's men will surely notice it as well. Even Xinyu was able to notice this layer, and the others could naturally think of it as well, and what followed was a battle for time. From Xinyu's words, it is not difficult to conclude that whoever gets the power of the Great Zhou mountain range can get the Great Zhou dynasty, and this power becomes even more important. Yes, Xinyu also knew the importance of the matter and nodded her head without hesitation to respond. 9 Tails. Follow me into the palace to meet the Holy Emperor. Since he already knew the crux of the matter, this matter still had to be informed to Shen Chongqing to see if he had any other means. Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoke both changed into a black robe, immersing themselves in the sad atmosphere of Great Zhou as they stepped towards the sacred palace. When they entered the sacred palace, they were blocked by the soldiers. Sacred palace, forbidden land? Idle people, stop. I'm Zhang Yi. I want to see the new holy emperor. Zhang Yi reported his big name and said with a cold expression. Dao Sect senior brother Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi's reputation was so loud that when people mentioned him now, they thought of his status as the Dao Sect's eldest senior brother, even if he was no longer one now. Originally, the sacred palace guards were still a bit skeptical of Zhang Yi's identity, but when they saw the stunning and charming woman behind Zhang Yi, their doubts were instantly dispelled. The two of you will also please wait here for a moment. The attitude of the guards instantly became respectful. Even if Zhang Yi was now a free man, he was still someone they could not offend by playing around. A moment later, the guards looked even more respectful and came to the door of the sacred palace to lead the two of them into the sacred palace. This was Zhang Yi's first time entering the Great Zhou sacred palace. The incomparably grand and atmospheric sacred palace was full of sadness, with dignified and solemn crowds standing on both sides, among which Yue Yao would also stand at the forefront in a black robe. Why is she here too? Chen Xiaokuai frowned slightly. She also saw quite a few familiar faces. Basically, the strongest people from the Wuling continent were now gathered at the Great Zhou sacred palace. The scene was also unprecedentedly great. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, acted as if he hadn't seen Yue Yao. What he was doing nowadays didn't allow him to get too involved with the Dao sect. The acting skills of this master and disciple duo were one better than the other, and Yue Yao did not even glance at Zhang Yi till the end, as if the two had never known each other. Isn't this the former grand senior brother of the Dao sect? Are you interested in coming to my Earth sect? I'll immediately waste Yue Yao and make you the Earth sect's senior brother. Taoist Green Lotus was the first to come up, her body almost hooking onto Zhang Yi, and her voice was also extremely flirtatious. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was prepared for her. He really had quite a headache with Taoist Qinglian. This old demoness had to tease him every time they met. I don't know what kind of weird quirk this was. Sooner or later I'm going to clean you up properly one day. Thank you, Taoist Green Lotus. I won't go to the Earth sect. Staying in the Great Zhou dynasty is quite good at the moment. Zhang Yi's simple sentence made his position clear and dispelled the other's thoughts. On the contrary, when Shen Chongrun heard Zhang Yi's words, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Zhang Yi. His eyes as vicious as vipers, and an imperceptible murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Taoist Green Lotus also froze and looked at Zhang Yi with a grave expression as he asked, Zhang Yi, do you want to get into this mess? The slightest carelessness could be a shattered body-o. The discerning can see that the death of the Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou is too untimely. The Great Zhou is now looking at the surface of peace, the actual tide of darkness. To Shen Chongqing's strength simply cannot stabilize the Great Zhou. Cultivators of my generation should be fearless. Zhang Yi's righteousness was also a sign of his attitude. Shen Chongqing immediately ran down from the stage and personally greeted Zhang Yi, except that his entire body looked unusually haggard and his face all looked incredibly pale. Brother Zhang, after I'm done with my father's funeral, you and I will then conspire on the affairs of Great Zhou. Zhang Yi, I've long heard of your great name. I advise you not to get involved in this mess. According to your cultivation where you can't be happy, why do you have to find trouble for yourself? Shen Chongrun stood out, not hiding his meaning, and said in a conspiratorial manner. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene was a bit weird. This late emperor had only died for a while, and Shen Chongrun's foxtail was revealed. Nagaroon, what do you mean? Shen Chongqing felt a little embarrassed about his face, and his face flushed red as he sternly rebuked. It doesn't mean anything. Just don't want anyone to disturb the peace and stability of the Great Zhou. Who knows what he holds in his heart? Shen Chongrun shrugged his shoulders, not the slightest bit afraid of Shen Chongqing's pressure. A look of indifference, to be as arrogant as possible. Shen Chongrun, father most avoided fratricide, Today is father's funeral. I will not bother with you, and then settle the score with you in the fall. Shin Chongqing was furious and trembling, shaking. He did not expect Shin Chongrun to mess up at this time. This is a little too unbridled. What was even more peculiar was that no one in the room helped him to speak out. You're threatening me. Zhang Yi did not spoil him. When Shin Chongruan's words fell, a long sword went straight to Shin Chongruan's throat, and thick killing intent erupted from Zhang Yi, as if he would take his life at any time. Shin Chongrun was dumbfounded. He had never even imagined that Zhang Yi would dare to make a move in the Great Zhou Sacred Palace, and that too in full view of the public, and he was suddenly in a cold sweat, as if he was shrouded in frost. Wanton. There's no arrogance in the Sacred Palace's important land. Meng Jiang let out a furious shout, and all the forbidden soldiers of the Sacred Palace drew their swords, and the atmosphere was suddenly tense. Boom! Chen Shaokuai also did not say anything, revealing her true body. The 8 tails behind her were like the swaying of a gale, a burst of violent power enveloping her body. The slightest thing out of place she would immediately strike. She had said that she would always be on Zhang Yi's side, regardless of whether what he did was right or wrong, even if there were 1,000 armies ahead of her. This little ninny is loyal to Zhang Yi. Don't you think something's wrong, Yue Yao? Taoist Green Lotus looked on from the sidelines and asked as he looked at Yue Yao in a snarky manner. Zhang Yi is no longer a member of my Dao sect, so what does it have to do with me? Yue Yao's face was unkind as she said in a chilling voice.
哥哥哥，你真的不在乎吗？
Taoist Green Lotus pursed her lips and seemed a bit unforgiving. Qinglian, you seek death. Yue Yao immediately drew her heavenly moon sword, and the sky was filled with sword awnings shooting horizontally. Qinglian Taoist leader dodged back and forth, and the scene became even more chaotic. Patriarch Yue Yao, Grand Elder Qinglian, the two of you shouldn't be adding to the chaos. Today is the funeral of the Sacred Emperor. It's not in line with the rules for you to do so, is it? Meng Jiang only felt that his head was as big as a cow. Zhang Yi's side hadn't even been resolved yet, and this side was starting to be chaotic again, and he immediately blocked the middle of the two with a flash of his body, and chided rather helplessly. Chapter 71. The Wise and Wisdom of Shen Chongqing. Humph. Yue Yao. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have an emperor-level magic treasure. Today is the funeral of the Holy Emperor of Great Zhou, so I won't bother with you in general. Taoist Green Lotus snorted coldly and rebuked defiantly. Without saying a word, Yue Yao was ready to draw her sword again, but thanks to Meng Jiang's quick reaction, he stopped her in time. Both aunts and grandmothers, don't make such a mess, okay? Meng Jiang gave an order, and a portion of the forbidden army stopped between the two, fearing that the two would cause any further conflict. On Zhang Yi's side, he was still using the Heavenly Sun sword against Shin Chongruan's neck in a deadly manner. A trace of blood had already flowed out, which made Shin Chongrun unable to calm down any longer. Zhang Yi, I didn't mean to threaten you. Calm down. Shin Chongrun heart cursed Zhang Yi crazy. He had heard that Zhang Yi was not to be messed with, but did not expect that this goods is completely crazy. No scruples at all.
Zhang Yi,
Put down the sword in your hand and this matter can be dismissed by this general. Without anger, Meng Jiang made a condition. Zhang Yi's actions were completely unexpected. If Zhang Yi really wanted to kill Shin Chongrun, he couldn't stop him at all, but he could make Zhang Yi pay for his life. Of course, this is the end result. Watch what you say from now on. Zhang Yi did not forget to pat Shin Chongrun on the cheek before he put away the Heavenly Sun sword, and the sizzling hot touch scared Shin Chongrun into a cold sweat. It was only until Zhang Yi left in a cloudy manner that Shin Chongrun breathed a long sigh of relief, and the whole person seemed to have walked through the ghost gate, and now his heart palpitates when he thinks about it. Meng Jiang is also a man of his word, did not pursue the matter of the party. After all, he is now explicitly Shin Chongqing's people, as long as it does not cause a death, but also can turn a blind eye. After Shin Chongrun reconfirmed that his life was not in danger, his eyes stared at Zhang Yi with resentment. Zhang Yi, how dare you treat me like this? I will make your life worse than death. Shin Chongrun was typically forgetting the pain after a good wound, and his resentment towards Zhang Yi climbed to the extreme. Shin Chongqing is appreciated nodded at Zhang Yi, just Shin Chongrun rude to him, and Zhang Yi immediately on Shin Chongrun color look, can be said to be deep in his heart. Indeed, having Brother Zhang's help is like adding wings to a tiger. Because of Zhang Yi's appearance, this had slightly improved Shin Chongqing. Ji's dull mood. Sacred Emperor, I have something important to discuss with you, so please lend me a hand. Zhang Yi walked straight towards Shin Chongqing, He didn't like this kind of scene and only wanted to hurry up and leave after taking care of things. Shen Chongqing froze, but quickly instructed Meng Jiang, General Meng, I will first enter the Palace of Nurturing Heart to discuss important matters with Brother Zhang. You take care of the guests first. Shen Chongqing knew that the things that could make Zhang Yi pay attention to must be extraordinary, but did not delay, and led Zhang Yi into the Hall of Nurturing Heart. As the two stood opposite each other, Zhang Yi directly opened the door and asked, when do you plan to compete for the power of the Great Zhou Mountain Range? Brother Zhang also knows about the Great Zhou Mountains? I intend to set off after dealing with my father's funeral. Shen Chongqing was not surprised. After all, there was Shen Xinyu, that big mouth beside Zhang Yi. The national mourning will take at least half a month. It's already too late, we have to buy time. And if I'm not mistaken, you only have 6 months to prepare, right? Zhang Yi had already vaguely guessed that the mission issued by the Heavenly Fate Chart this time was completely anticipated to be released in anticipation of the situation in the Great Zhou, and the timing naturally had to be right. Brother Zhang really anticipates things like a god. I admire you. Shen Chongqing looked surprised, knowing that only he and the old sacred emperor knew about this matter. Zhang Yi looked at Shen Chongqing. This look. The heart is inevitably a burst of hatred. You know that only half a year time is still so ink? Zhang Yi even felt that Shen Chongrun had a much more imperial demeanor than he did. But it was just a pity that he couldn't refuse the mission of the heavenly destiny diagram, and besides being tired of his heart, he was still tired of his heart. Give me the men and horses. I'll set off for the Great Zhou Mountain Range first, and you and I will rendezvous then. Zhang Yi thought about it. Currently it was impossible to count on Shen Chongqing. Only he could think of a way. Isn't it enough to rely on Brother Zhang's own strength? The Great Zhou Mountain Range doesn't allow Yuaning cultivators to enter, and at that time, Brother Zhang will be an invincible existence. Shen Chongqing was silent for a moment. He knew of Zhang Yi's glory in the great barbarian forbidden territory and had exceptional trust in Zhang Yi's strength. He even felt that with Zhang Yi making a move, the power of this Great Zhou Mountain Range would be his. Zhang Yi Omega. Zhang Yi wanted to turn around and leave. I'm not related to you. It's not good for you to be so familiar with yourself, right? Truly, if it wasn't for the Heaven's Destiny diagram, Zhang Yi would have hated to kill Shen Chongqing. This waste of a saint emperor. Shen Chongqing. I may have to remind you that the Great Zhou Mountain Range does not have a limit restriction on members of your royal family, Zhang Yi said with a cold expression. This team is too bad to carry this class. Only then did Shen Chongqing scratch his head in hindsight. I had forgotten about this, but Imperial Uncle and the others are old and should not be involved in this matter. Zhang Yi was very speechless and didn't even want to communicate with Shen Chongqing. He finally realized why the Heavenly Fate Map had given him this task, because Shen Chongqing was stupid as can be. With this kind of goods as the Holy Emperor, I'm afraid it would be a disaster for the people of Great Zhou. Brother Zhang, go ahead. I guarantee that Imperial Uncle and the others won't get involved in this matter. Those old guys are very resistant to that part of the Great Zhou Mountain Range. Shen Chongqing patted his chest mouth and assured. Jiang Chun looked at his wise eyes and somehow always thought of Zhang Lanyan. He even suspected that Shen Chongqing and Zhang Lanyan were the family. It was also finally possible to understand why Shen Chongqing loved Zhang Luyan so deeply. Today's spirit transformation stage experts, in addition to Brother Zhang, is Chun Xiaokui. With the two of you, why would I worry about not achieving great things? Shen Chongqing was full of expectations for Zhang Yi, as if all his troubles were solved with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's heart is so tired, helplessly waved his hand. The last time he was pitched so badly or in Zhang Luyan. All right, just promise not to let those royal uncles of yours enter the royal family of Great Zhou. Otherwise, I will no longer pay attention to this matter. Zhang Yi had to let Shen Chongqing know the seriousness of the matter. He didn't want to be held by such a fool. Brother Zhang, you and I will work together to create Great Zhou. Go ahead and fly. I'll cover the rest for you. Shen Chongqing looked touched and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder. Remembering the time when he had cooperated with Zhang Yi in the Great Zhou, he felt more and more the correctness of his self-choice. It's fortunate that I chose to befriend Brother Zhang in the first place, and now I have such a great help. Shen Chongqing secretly celebrated in his heart. Brother Zhang, I'll let Sinking Fish go with you. She's been to the Great Zhou Mountain Range when she was a child, and some of the old guys kinda like her, so that should save a lot of trouble. Shen Chongqing seemed to have remembered something and called out to Zhang Yi, who was heading out. Zhang Yi's footsteps were not stopping. He didn't want to stay with Shen Chongqing for a moment longer. Shen Chongqing could be said to have utilized the nonsense literature to the extreme. Even if Shen Chongqing hadn't said this, Shen Xinyu would have followed him along to the Great Zhou Mountain Range. Chapter 72. unafraid of the fire. Zhang Yi sullenly left the Hall of Nurturing Heart. When he passed by Shin Changrun immediately behaved like a gazelle. His fierce eyes retreated on this, and his face even showed a touch of kind smile. He was afraid that Zhang Yi would have a brain fart and make a move on him again. Zhang Yi, however, did not glance at him until the beginning, and after all, it was still him who made a fool of himself. On the way, Chun Xiaokuei kept returning to Zhang Yi. Eldest senior brother, how did it go with Shin Chongqing? Only Shin Xinyu went with us to the Great Zhou mountain range, but he said that he wouldn't let that old man from the Great Zhou imperial family meddle in this matter. Zhang Yi became angry at the mention of this matter and said sullenly, On what grounds? We're doing him another favor. Why is he so uninterested? Even if the old men of the Great Zhou royal family don't make a move, aren't there still the old men of the Great Zhou mountain range? Chun Xiaokuei was aware of the dangers of the Great Zhou mountain range, and in her heart, she gave Shin Chongqing another burst of curses. Eldest brother, Shin Chongqing is so uninterested in this matter. Let's go. Chun Xiaokuei was furious and only wanted to pull Zhang Yi to hurry away from this place of wrongdoing. No matter what, you have to make a trip to the Great Zhou mountain range. Aren't you interested in the human emperor's son? Zhang Yi has long wanted to give up his job and quit, but the heavenly destiny map does not allow it, so he had to pull the topic toward the son of the human emperor. I don't have a heart for him. At a handful of years old, I'm still no match for eldest brother. Chun Xiaokuei beamed with disdain.
Zhang Yi.
Zhang Yi honestly shut up and had no desire lust to continue communicating with Chun Xiaokuei. When they returned to the Eastern Palace, Shen Xinyu had long been looking around and waiting for Zhang Yi at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's figure appear, Shen Xinyu gleefully ran over. Eldest senior brother, you're finally back. I've heard all about what happened to you in the Sacred Palace, but it scared me. Luckily you're fine. It had to be said that Shen Xinyu was very well informed, and she was immediately able to know what had just happened. Sure enough, there would be no secrets to keep in the Great Zhou. But this thing can be done really beautifully. I have long looked at Shin Changrun is not happy, day after day swagger like a 250,000. Who does he think he is? I heard he was all but pissed in his pants. Shin Xinyu had some regrets that she actually wasn't there to witness this scene at that time. It wasn't that much of a stretch, but he did get white in the face. Chun Xiaokuei chimed in. Ha ha ha. It's rare to scare him like that. Shun Xinyu cupped her belly and laughed, and it seemed that even the sadness in her heart had faded a bit. Eldest senior brother, how is the trip to the Great Zhou mountain range going? Shun Xinyu then remembered the main event. We will depart tomorrow after you return from the sacred palace. Zhang Yi only hoped that the old men of the Great Zhou mountain range would not make a move, or else it would not be easy to solve. Good. But today your appearance has definitely made Shin Changrun wary, and he might be heading to the Great Zhou mountain range in the next few days as well. Also, he's the one who holds the most grudges, so be careful of him in the Great Zhou mountain range. Shun Xinyu's face was called disgusted when she mentioned Shen Changrun. But in the Great Zhou mountain range I have a few grandfathers who are good friends, so drying him out wouldn't dare to mess around. Speaking of this, Shun Xinyu waved her small fists and said with a fluttering brow, if Shin Changrun is fooling around in the Great Zhou mountain range, I don't mind giving him a ride. Previously in the Sacred Palace Zhang Yi had really moved to kill Shin Changrun, just that that kind of occasion was not allowed. But in the Great Zhou mountain range there were not so many limits restrictions. The night was uneventful. The next morning Shin Xinyu early into the Sacred Palace to participate in the funeral of the old Sacred Emperor. The atmosphere up and down the Great Zhou even more mournful. The people are immersed in a period of silence. There were even many people who took the initiative to scrape up white cloths in front of their doors to pay tribute to the old sage emperor's spirit in heaven, which showed how much the people of Great Zhou honored the old sage emperor. It was only until 10 minutes into the noon hour that Shin Xinyu dragged her tired body back to the Eastern Palace, and without any delay, she urged, eldest senior brother, let's hurry up and get moving. I found out that Shin Changrun, he has also left and seems to be rushing to the Great Zhou mountain range as well. Zhang Yi didn't delay, and with Chun Xiaokuei and Xiao Gu in tow, he rushed towards the Great Zhou mountain range with Shin Xinyu. What kind of people did he bring with him? The ninth prince seems to be with him as well. Shin Xinyu frowned in contemplation. I'm worried now that they'll intercept us on the way. After all, the third prince has a lot of power in the dynasty, and quite a few military generals are at his beck and call. Shin Xinyu showed a worried expression. Let's check out the main road first, and if that's not possible I'll take you on the trail. Shin Xinyu's mind flowed rapidly as she led Zhang Yi and the others to walk within the Great Zhou dynasty like a fish in water. Just as Shin Xinyu expected, All the major roads leading to the Great Zhou mountain range had been set up with stringent defenses, strictly checking anyone entering or leaving, which was obviously Shen Chongruan's handiwork. Now it seems that we can only take the path, although the path is treacherous, at least we can still reach the Great Zhou mountain range. Shen Xinyu looked gloomy. With a few of them, it was definitely impossible to silently pass through the defenses. It was evident how strong Shen Chongruan's control over the military generals was. If it were not for the Sacred Palace Forbidden Army still standing on Shen Chongqing's side, I'm afraid that the position of the Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou would have changed hands a long time ago. Chen Xiao quite quickly realized that something was wrong and spat. Shen Chongqing is really a useless saint emperor. Even our path to the Great Zhou mountain range is blocked. How treacherous is that path you mentioned? Shen Xinyu also did not refute Chen Xiaoke because she is indeed right and now also count on people to help it, knowing that it is not reasonable. Shen Xinyu naturally honest. To the mountain of swords and the sea of fire. The others are minor problems except for the Heavenly Blade Mountain and the Sea of Fire bathing, which are a bit tricky, and my father had treated me to crossing them once back then. Shen Xinyu looked guilty. It was so dangerous in this. She was really embarrassed to let Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoke risk their lives together. In fact, we don't need to be in such a hurry. After Big Brother finishes dealing with Father Emperor's funeral, naturally no one will stop us from going. And I don't really think Shen Chongrun can awaken that son of the human emperor. Shen Xinyu said weakly. It doesn't matter if he can be awakened or not. Can't you see that as long as we don't have the support of the forces of the Great Zhou mountain range within half a year, Shen Chongqing will definitely die? The crux of the matter was whether or not they could get the support of the forces of the Great Zhou mountain range within half a year, and Shen Chongrun only needed to stop them. Huh? Is the situation already this serious? Shen Xinyu was shocked. This was not quite what she had imagined. Let's go. Let's give it a try even if it's a sword. Zhang Yi sighed long and hard. His face was filled with heartache. This time, he really tossed his head. At these words, Shen Xinyu raised her head fiercely, her eyes full of gratitude. Eldest senior brother, you are so good to me. Even if it is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, you are not afraid. Shen Xinyu subconsciously thought that Zhang Yi did all this for her. But she was so moved that she couldn't wait to give her body in place. Chapter 73, Climbing the Mountain of Swords. Shen Xinyu, don't flatter yourself. What eldest brother does is all for the sake of the world, for the people, for the great Dao cultivation. Chen Xiaokue looked at Shen Xinyu with a face full of caution and decisively interrupted this horrible idea of hers. I'll definitely remember this favor from eldest senior brother. And I'm ready to give my body to him at any time. Shen Xinyu looked at Zhang Yi with a face full of intoxication and said sincerely, there's no need to give your body in return. Lead the way. Zhang Yi's scalp tingled as he listened, waving his hand in rejection. Shen Xinyu's enthusiasm was not diminished, and she walked ahead of him, completely unaware of the dangers of the trip, as if Zhang Yi was the only place where her heart was at ease. Several people after a long journey, in front of the appearance of a bright cold aura, look at it as a towering by the sharp blade of a knife mountain. A cold aura is even more inspiring. Moreover, Zhang Yi realized that the spiritual energy in his body was actually sealed under this mountain of blades, just like when he had just crossed over and felt somewhat similar. Crap. Is your psychic power sealed? Zhang Yi was a bit psychologized about sealing spiritual power and could not help but frown and ask. Chen Xiaokue nodded, while Shen Xinyu scratched his head in embarrassment. I forgot to tell you all, in front of the mountains of swords and seas of fire all have to seal their spiritual power. And in the beginning, Father also relied on his flesh and blood to break through. Why didn't you say so? Chen Xiaokue was deeply speechless and blanked Shen Xinyu, saying without a good mood, isn't this forgettable? And with eldest brother's physique, breaking through the mountains of swords and seas of fire shouldn't be a problem, right? Shen Xinyu had an innocent look on her face. In her mind, Zhang Yi was an omnipotent being, so naturally she would not feel that there was anything that Zhang Yi could not accomplish. All right, let's stop for a moment. Zhang Yi distractedly interrupted the two women. Having come to the mountain of swords, there was no way back. The divine destiny chart. This is all something you've set up, isn't it? Zhang Yi now had reason to suspect that all of this was designed by the heavenly fate map, or else where could there be such a coincidence? Ro, I have no fear even if I have to cross this mountain of swords with my flesh and blood. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally, and headed straight for the frigid mountain of blades. But Chen Xiaokue revealed her main body and blocked in front of Zhang Yi, only to see Chen Xiaokue spitting out human words with determined eyes. Eldest senior brother, although I don't know why you want to help Shen Chongqing. I said that as long as it's something I want to do, I'll support it without any hesitation. Although you are strong, but in terms of physical body it is still our demon race that is more adept, so let me break through this mountain of blades. After saying that, Chen Xiaokui bent down to hump Zhang Yi onto his back, but he was sensitively dodged by Zhang Yi. There's no need for that, although your physical body is strong. You can't withstand the sharpness of this mountain of blades after all. Take human form. I'll take you across this mountain of blades. Zhang Yi ordered softly. Chen Xiaokui froze, immersed in Zhang Yi's gentle attack, and was actually ghostly transformed into a human form, as if she was unable to refute Zhang Yi's words. When she had just taken human form, she only saw Zhang Yi lifting her up as he walked towards the mountain of blades, with a determined look in his eyes. My physique is not as weak as you think, and even if my spiritual power is sealed, I still have the supreme bone. As he spoke, the supreme bone within Zhang Yi's body shone brightly, and subtle runes emerged, just like the supreme being reappearing, blocking out all the sharp edges. Chen Xiaokui was being carried by Zhang Yi in the wind, and she actually felt unusually warm under the shroud of that supreme light. Rather risk your own life than let me risk mine. Chen Xiaokui's entire attention was on Zhang Yi, as if she was about to fall into it. Zhang Yi, however, used the power of his feet to climb the towering mountain of blades, and thanks to the extraordinary wind cloud boots and the supreme bone's resistance, he was not harmed by the blades. Half an hour later, Zhang Yi was finally sweating profusely as he led Chen Xiaokui up the knife mountain. Feeling the piercing cold of the knife mountain, he actually had a feeling of grandeur. Nine Tails, close your eyes. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, looked at the white blanket underneath, and said expressionlessly. Nine Tails closed her eyes as she possessed absolute trust in Zhang Yi. Shoo! In the next moment, Zhang Yi was seen leaping, and Chen Xiaokui's ears rang with the sound of piercing wind, but her eyes remained tightly closed, while her heart was beating wildly. It had been a long time since she had experienced something so stimulating exciting, but as long as she could still smell Zhang Yi's scent, it was peace of mind. Zhang Yi used all his strength in this leap to avoid all the blades on the other side of the mountain of blades, and the powerful air waves blew Zhang Yi's face wildly. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he stepped the heavenly sun's sword onto the soles of his feet, slightly alleviating the sense of weightlessness a little. Boom! In the end, the Tianyang sword made contact with the ground, and a strong wave of air came from it, and it even directly blasted a deep hole in the ground, and in the midst of the dust that filled the sky, Zhang Yi was still in that position carrying Chen Xiaokui, which was more or less a bit comical. However, he was also pressurized by that strong wave of qi on his internal organs, and a splash of blood flowed out along the corner of his mouth, but fortunately, it did not injure his fundamentals. Feasible. Zhang Yi gently put Chen Xiaokui down and used his other hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The party was merely an attempt, and fortunately the damage the party took was still within his acceptance range, proving that his program worked. What's wrong with you, eldest brother? Sensing the chaos of the breath within Zhang Yi's body, Chen Xiaokui immediately opened her eyes and asked with a panicked expression. No harm, a little injury-wise. You wait for me here, I'll go and go. Zhang Yi had the experience of the first time, and ascending the mountain of blades again seemed even more familiar. It only took an incense stick of effort to ascend to the top of the mountain, and before Xiao Gu and Shen Xinyu could react, they only saw a figure descending from the sky, and the two women hastily dodged. It still landed first with the heavenly sun sword, and still blasted a deep pit in the ground. Only this time Zhang Yi's body was not pressurized by the waves of air, and it was extraordinarily easy. Eldest brother, back then my father was scarred when he climbed the mountain of blades. You are stronger than my father was back then. Shen Xinyu did not notice the confusion in Zhang Yi's aura, and only looked at him with incomparable admiration. Zhang Yi also did not have any nonsense, lifted up the two women and began to climb the mountain of blades once again. With the previous experience, with his control of his own physical strength, it was no problem at all to bring two people at a time. Eldest brother, why don't we still split it in two? Shen Xinyu asked with slight concern. Zhang Yi silently climbed the knife mountain, climbed to half of the time when the upper arm began to slightly trembling, this time also enough to use 1.5 hours to ascend to the top of the knife mountain. When Zhang Yi once again ascended to the top of the blade mountain, his mouth was constantly gasping for air, recovering his energy. A moment later, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and leaped down with the two women. Chapter 74. Crossing the Sea of Fire. Ah! The reaction of the two women was not as excited as Chen Xiaokuai. Both lost their voices and screamed, a heart in their throats.
Boom!
There was still a violent rumbling sound, and Zhang Yi landed safely on the ground with the two of them. Only this time he felt the sound of bones breaking coming from both of his arms, as if they no longer belonged to him, which made him let go of the two of them. Hiss! Still hurts a bit. Zhang Yi's mouth also overflowed with a splash of blood, and his body was covered in dust, which was the first time he had been in such a sorry state since crossing over. But, finally, leaped over the mountain of knives. Eldest brother, are you all right? Chen Xiaokuei immediately stepped forward to help Zhang Yi up, incomparably distressed as she used her sleeve robe to wipe the blood from the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. There's no harm in getting out of here first. My supreme bone will help me repair the injuries in my body. Zhang Yi shook his head, only to feel a warmth flow coming from the supreme bone, which was slowly repairing his internal organs and broken bones. It had to be said that the supreme bone was powerful. If Zhang Yi didn't have the supreme bone this time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to cross the mountain of blades with just his physical body and the heavenly sun sword. Shen Xinyu had wanted to go forward to assist Zhang Yi together, but she was scared back by Chen Xiaokuei's fierce glare. Chen Xiaokuei assisted Zhang Yi away from the mountain of knives, and rigidly prevented Shen Xinyu from getting close to him. Shen Xinyu looked at Zhang Yi like this, and a trace of guilt rose in her heart as she walked behind with her head lowered emotionally. Senior sister, you walk in front and lead the way. Zhang Yi glanced back at the moody Shen Xinyu and prodded. Shen Xinyu nodded dumbfounded and walked ahead without a word, seemingly not having slowed down yet. When the few people were 100 miles away from the Blade Mountain, all the spiritual energy in their bodies was restored, which instantly caused an unprecedented sense of security to rise in the hearts of the few people. Zhang Yi also took advantage of the recovery of his spiritual energy to operate his supreme bone to the extreme, and the injuries in his body were recovering at an astonishing speed. In just a few moments, Zhang Yi felt that his broken hand bones had already healed, and his shocked internal organs had also recovered as before. In this way, it was as if Zhang Yi hadn't lost anything, and he had only just realized that his recovery ability was so amazing. How much longer until we reach the Sea of Fire? Zhang Yi thought that the heavenly sun sword contained the way of the most yang sword, so it should be easier to cross the Sea of Fire than the Mountain of Swords. Eldest senior brother, have you recovered already? The Sea of Fire is about 100 meters ahead, so let me do it this time to cross the Sea of Fire. Shen Xinyu really couldn't bear to let Zhang Yi get hurt again, so she took the initiative to propose. You have the means to cross the fire? Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. If Shen Xinyu had this ability, he wouldn't mind saving the trouble. I've cultivated the fire spirit body of the great Zhou imperial family, so I'm not afraid of burning flames, so crossing the Sea of Fire shouldn't be a problem. After all, this matter is to help Shen Chongqing. Shen Xinyu cannot let Zhang Yi do everything. She more or less have to pay some. I'm afraid you won't be able to cross the Sea of Fire with your fire spirit body alone, but you just need to be able to save yourself. Chen Xiaokuei Shen Xinyu does not have much expectation. As long as she does not drag Zhang Yi, everything will be good. Eldest senior brother, I contain the 9-tailed sacred blood in my body, so I'm not afraid of true fire, so leave the next Sea of Fire to me. Chen Xiaokuei also volunteered to help. Seeing that several people had the means to do so, Zhang Yi felt relieved in his heart. Let's talk about it when we reach the Sea of Fire first. Perhaps it was Zhang Yi's recovery that made Shen Xinyu's mood slightly better, coupled with the fact that several people's spiritual power had all recovered. It was only an hour before they arrived before the Sea of Fire. Zhang Yi only felt a scorching hot sensation sweeping over him, and in front of him was a Sea of Fire that was about 100 feet in length and width, with one scorching hot bubble churning over it, as if it could devour everything in the world. On the opposite side of the Sea of Fire is a towering snow mountain. That is the destination of their trip. The Zhou Mountain Range. Eldest senior brother. As long as we cross this Sea of Fire, we can reach the Great Zhou Mountain Range. Shen Xinyu said excitedly as she pointed at the Great Zhou Mountain Range. Although their cultivation was completely sealed, they were no longer as flustered as before, and Shen Xinyu even jumped directly into the fire. She couldn't stand Chen Xiaokuei's sarcasm. No matter what this breath, she had to fight back. Shen Xinyu's speed was so fast that Zhang Yi and the others didn't react, only to see Chen Xiaoke reveal her true form, wanting to carry Zhang Yi and Xiao Gu on her body. Eldest senior brother, it was you who led me above the mountain of blades. This time it is my turn to lead you, Chen Xiaokuei said with deep emotion. Zhang Yi didn't make any pretense, and simply summoned the heavenly sun sword out. allowing Chen Xiaokue to step on it. When the heavenly yang sword fell into the soles of her feet, Chen Xiaoke only felt a warm current coming from her pink, tender paws, as if she was fending off the sea of scorching hot fire. Eldest senior brother is really unwilling to let me risk my life alone. With the heavenly sun sword, this sea of fire can't hurt me even more. Chen Xiaokue heart happy. Snow White figure in the sea of fire is particularly eye-catching, and like a fish in the water, like into no man's land. In less than a moment, she leapt past Shen Xinyu, and she asked with concern, Shen Xinyu, do you need me to take you across the sea of bitterness? Chen Xiaokue noticed that the clothes on Shen Xinyu's body had been burned by the sea of fire, revealing her snow-white shoulders and neck, and now she could only rely on the sea of fire to cover her up. I don't know whether it was because of the scorching heat or other reasons. Shen Xinyu's handsome little face was actually full of shyness. No, you guys go first, I can go over. Chen Xiaokue had no intention of taking Shen Xinyu with him, and immediately turned into a white light and headed towards the other side of the river. Of course, if Shen Xinyu's life is in danger, she will not sit back and do nothing. After all, how much to give some face with Zhang Yi? Shen Xinyu looked at Chen Xiaokue's disappearing figure, clenched her teeth tightly, and fought to step towards the opposite bank, only to see Shen Xinyu's body surface glowing a reddish color, as if it was being burned by a blazing fire. He also accelerated his speed to move forward in the sea of fire. After the burning of an incense stick, Chen Xiaokue brought Zhang Yi and Xiaogu back to the shore, and immediately transformed into a human body, quietly looking at Shen Xinyu, who was still struggling to walk at the center of the sea of fire. Nine Tails, always observe senior sister Shen's situation, and help him if anything is wrong. Zhang Yi turned his back, knowing that the clothes on Shen Xinyu's body had already been burned to the ground, and it was indecent to look at her. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. It's just that this girl wants to fight for her life, so I won't stop her. With me, she won't risk her life. Chen Xiaokue looked at Shen Xinyu thoughtfully and murmured in a low voice, sort of her promise to Zhang Yi. Shen Xinyu also noticed the gaze of Chen Xiaokui's gaze. Her face became even more red ruby, only to see her take a deep breath. Her whole person directly disappeared into the sea of fire. The calm sea of fire was only flooded with silk bubbles, as if Shen Xinyu was swallowed up. Not good. This silly girl won't do anything stupid, will she? Chen Xiaokue was in a state of confusion, and watched Shen Xinyu disappear under her eyes, completely losing track of the other party. Chapter 75. The Heart of a Red Sun. Chen Xiaokue looked anxious and jumped into the sea of fire, wanting to find traces of Shen Xinyu. However, Shen Xinyu was as if she had become one with the sea of fire, and her breath could not be detected at all. It's over. She won't be melted by the sea of fire, right? But this all happened too suddenly, right? Chen Xiaokue had more or less some understanding of the fire spirit body and knew that just this level of sea of fire was not enough to kill Shen Xinyu, so he could not help but be greatly surprised. Chen Xiaokue's figure kept swimming through the sea of fire, but he just couldn't find any trace of Shen Xinyu. Just when Chen Xiaokue was ready to give up, he suddenly heard a sound of water flowing from the place near the shore, followed by a red-haired Shen Xinyu appearing above the sea of fire, and she kept gasping for air from her mouth, greedily breathing in the outside air, her face still carrying a hint of excitement. It worked. I reached the other side in one breath. Chen Xiaokue looked at Shen Xinyu in a daze. The heart of the stone is finally on the ground. But at the same time also rose a resentment. What do you want to do in advance to say, ah, suddenly the whole of such a show is to scare who died? Shen Xinyu, can you say in advance what you're going to do afterward? Thinking it's great to hold your breath and swim in the middle of the sea of fire. Chen Xiaokue swam swiftly through the sea of fire, his heart seething with resentment. Shen Xinyu had an innocent look on her face. She really didn't know that Chen Xiaoke would be looking for her. I'm sorry, I was really not thinking. Shen Xinyu apologized with an aggrieved beak. Chen Xiaokue looked at Shen Xinyu. This aggrieved appearance in the heart of the gas is not to fight, but also lazy with her. Just waved his hand and said, just hurry to wear clothes on shore. Shen Xinyu nodded, seeing that Zhang Yi's back was turned to her from the beginning to the end, but she still couldn't help but show her shy face. And then she only saw her figure rise up in the air, and took out a set of fiery red clothes from within her Chenkuan ring, wrapping her concave bumpy figure in a dead-end wrapping. After experiencing the baptism of the sea of fire, Shen Xinyu's skin seemed to be even more lustrous, revealing a hint of alluring attractive red color in its whiteness, and her body also carried a faint fragrance if nothing else. Chen Xiaokue had been watching Shen Xinyu put on her clothes, and only then was she completely relieved. Following Zhang Yi around really can't save a moment of worry, for fear that some people will take advantage of the situation. Eldest senior brother, I didn't let you down this time, did I? I crossed the sea of fire with my own skills. If father knows about it, he must also be very happy. At first, Xinyu was still frowning, but once she mentioned the old sacred emperor, she was suddenly a bit gloomy. Let's go and take a look at the legendary Great Zhou mountain range. Zhang Yi glanced at Xinyu, and for a moment, he didn't know how to comfort her, and only walked in the direction of the Great Zhou mountain range. Hissing. Xinyu took a few deep breaths and tried to calm her mind, no longer thinking about the memories of what happened here back then. Finally, a few people arrived at the foot of the Great Zhou mountain range after crossing the Sea of Swords and Fire again, and the spiritual energy in their bodies naturally recovered. I also wonder if Shen Changrun and the others have arrived. This time they took the trail as fast as they could, but it still took 2 days. Xinyu came to the forefront with a flash and reminded with a serious look, eldest senior brother, don't make any noise in the Great Zhou mountain range, and don't make a move until it's absolutely necessary. There are many rules in the Great Zhou mountain range, but the most important thing is to be quiet. As long as you are quiet, your life will not be in danger. I'll take you up the mountain. I hope Shen Changrun and the others haven't arrived yet. Xinyu waved her small hand, leading Zhang Yi as they secretly prayed in her heart. Although she didn't think Shen Changrun could awaken the son of the human emperor, she valued coming first and trying to leave a good impression with the old things in the Great Zhou mountain range. As soon as he stepped inside the Great Zhou mountain range, he felt a surge of abundant spiritual energy sweeping over him, which could be denser than the aura in the sacred palace. Zhang Yi also couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the sleeping place of the human emperor's son, the aura is actually even denser than on the moon shadow peak. When a few people closer towards the top of the Great Zhou mountain range only to feel the aura more and more dense, and on the way along the way also saw a lot of murals are recorded in the story of the ancient emperor conquest. At Xinyu's request, the few people hardened themselves without utilizing their spiritual power and climbed the Great Zhou mountain range with the utmost sincerity. It wasn't until the second morning, when the first rays of sunlight descended, that they arrived at the top of the Great Zhou mountain range, which was a completely different world from the bottom of the mountain. If the bottom of the mountain is desolate, except for the grass and trees are demonic beasts, without a trace of popularity, while the top of the mountain is like a fairyland on earth. Especially under the illumination of the morning light, the building at the top of the mountain range in the Great Zhou, everything like a divine palace. Men plowing and weaving under the women appear to be a peaceful. Sinking fish is here. Hey! Come on in and sit down. Ha! It's little sinking fish. How come you're free to come to Great Zhou mountain today? Rarely, village headman. Sinking fish is here. Xinyu's arrival drew a lot of yelling from the people, and it was obvious that they all had a good relationship with Xinyu. Although this group of people all had excited smiles on their faces, the movement was extraordinarily light, as if they were afraid of disturbing others. Uncles, brothers and sisters. Long time no see. Shen Changrun has come here? Xinyu enthusiastically went up to greet everyone while asking the question she was most concerned about. But before the others could reply, a familiar figure appeared in front of Xinyu. My good sister, it's rare for you to be so hung up on my brother. My brother arrived yesterday. Seeing Shen Changrun's complacent face, Xinyu's face sank. Still, he got there first. But I am curious. I have sent soldiers to seal lock all roads to the Great Zhou mountain range. How did you come to the Great Zhou mountain range? A hint of shrewdness was revealed in Shen Changrun's eyes, as if he wanted to see through Xinyu. Despicable. What do you think? Even if you arrive first, there's no way you can awaken the son of the human emperor. Xinyu glared at Shen Changrun. She really couldn't see this hypocritical appearance of Shen Changrun. My power alone is definitely not enough to awaken the son of the human emperor. But what if I add ninth brother? Shen Changrun gently patted the injury, only to see a young boy with 7 points of similarity to his eyebrows slowly walking. His eyes were incomparably pure, just like a newborn baby, without having experienced the baptism of the world. Sango, I'm hungry, I want to eat. The ninth prince touched his stomach, and his teenage-like clear voice rang out. Shen Changrun dotingly touched the ninth prince's head, and took out a pile of demonic beast meat and handed it to the ninth prince, looking at him gorging himself on the side. The smile on Shen Changrun's face increased a few points. Ninth brother possesses the heart of the red sun. With the heart of the red sun, do you think you can awaken the son of the human emperor? Shen Changrun didn't mind telling them the truth, and anyway, he was 9 out of 10 on this visit. Chapter 76. The Way of the Human Emperor. The heart of a naked child will be able to awaken the son of the human emperor? What kind of reasoning is that? Shen Xinyu, as a member of the royal family, had never heard of this kind of argument, and if the heart of the red sun could awaken the son of the human emperor, wouldn't the old sacred emperor have brought the ninth prince long ago, and would still wait until now? Bunch of ignoramuses. Shun Chongrun looked at the several people with a contemptuous expression, seemingly completely forgetting the fear of being dominated by Zhang Yi in life and death before, really forgetting the pain after a good wound. Right at this moment, a stooped old man walked out with a staggering gait. His pupils were snow-white as if he was blind, but every step he took out was incomparably firm, and it was as if he could see everything around him. Is it sinking fish coming? The old man walked straight to Shen Xinyu and asked with a kind smile. Blind grandpa. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I've missed you. Shen Xinyu said with extreme enthusiasm as she hugged him.
哎呀呀，轻点轻点，我这把老骨头可经不得你几下折腾。
This old man is the village chief of this village, nicknamed Blind Grandpa. There's something odd about this village. It's clear that many of them don't have the slightest fluctuation of aura in their bodies. Yet they give me a sense of danger. Zhang Yi carefully observed the village from the first step he took into it, and the more he observed, the more alarmed he became. Without exception, there was no spiritual power fluctuation on the entire village, but the strength of their physical bodies seemed to be particularly terrifying, especially the blind grandfather who came out at the end, who invariably actually gave off a great sense of oppression. Sinking fish. You have also come here to awaken the son of the human emperor? Blind grandpa asked as he opened the door. Shen Xinyu nodded. Yes, now that Father Emperor died not long ago, the situation in the Great Zhou is in turmoil chaos. The only way to pacify the Great Zhou is to invite you. The second dog has collapsed? That's not right. With his strength, living another 1,000 years is not a problem. Who killed him? Their lineage had always lived in the Great Zhou mountain range, not asking about the world and not caring about the outside world. But who would have thought that the small life of the Great Zhou sacred emperor, who was famous in the Wuling at the beginning, was actually a second dog, so it is evident that the generation of this blind grandfather in front of him is high. It was the heavenly Sect Zhou emperor, who fought to the death to severely injure father, and now the Great Zhou dynasty is my elder brother as the holy emperor. Shen Xinyu simply said a mouthful and did not dwell too much on this matter. Are they from the heavenly Sect? For so many years my Great Zhou village is isolated from the world, following the human emperor's ancestral training to guard the imperial sun. Some time ago the void surprised the supreme bone and heavy pupil. The great world will come, perhaps. We should also come out. Blind grandpa's gaze suddenly fell on Zhang Yi and asked with deep interest. If I'm not mistaken, this is the young supreme, right? Although they did not ask about world affairs, they still had some understanding of the world situation. Greetings, elder. Zhang Yi did not display the aura of the supreme bone, but the other party still detected his identity and could not help but be a bit alarmed. Even though the blind grandfather was blind, Zhang Yi dared not take it lightly in front of him as if he had been seen through. Junior Supreme, Nine-Tail Bloodline, Sinking Fish, these friends of yours are not simple. Blind grandpa's whitened pupils gazed at Chun Shaoka again and said thoughtfully, Greetings, elder. Chun Shaokuai also had the feeling of being seen through and immediately bowed and saluted. Very well. The great world struggle. The emperor's son should also come out at this time to compete for the destiny of this heaven and earth. Perhaps you really might be able to awaken him. The meaning of blind grandpa's words was clearly more confident that Zhang Yi and the others had any chance of awakening the son of the human emperor. This news also made the villagers of Great Zhou village incomparably exuberant. They had been guarding for so many years, waiting for this moment. Is the imperial prince finally awakening? We can also finally get out of the Great Zhou mountain range. This great world. We are coming. The villagers rubbed their palms together, their eyes filled with eagerness to try. Can be seen that the villagers of Dazhou village yearn for the outside world. To actually expect him to be able to awaken the son of the human emperor can be as good as my red son's heart? Shen Chongrun had a feeling of being neglected, but he endured it all. As long as he waited until he awakened the son of the human emperor, all the glory would belong to him. However, Zhang Yi noticed a hint of something wrong and asked with a frown, Senior, at the risk of asking, if the son of the human emperor were to be awakened, would you be loyal to him or to the one who awakened him? This was something Zhang Yi had to figure out so as not to mention the son of the human emperor as a dowry when the time came. According to the human emperor's decree, It is natural to be loyal to the one who awakened the imperial sun. Blind grandpa froze, but said firmly. Zhang Yi would be skeptical. No matter how one thought about it, this force was left by the Emperor of Man to the son of the Emperor of Man. So why should it be loyal to the one who awakened him? It's just that this is the way to help Xin Chongqing stabilize Great Zhou nowadays. So we can only try our best. Zhang Yi could be said to be worried, only wanting to complete the task as soon as possible. Otherwise, it always felt like there was a sharp sword hanging from his forehead. There's no time to lose. Why don't we let us try to see if we can awaken the human emperor's son now? Xin Xinyu urged. She had come to the Great Zhou mountain range several times, but had never seen the son of the human emperor, so she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. There's no rush, not everyone can meet the emperor. Only those who have stepped through the human emperor's way have the qualifications to meet the emperor. Blind grandpa smiled and shook his head. The human emperor Dao contains the human emperor Dao intent in the human emperor Dao. Ordinary people cannot get close to it at all, and this is also the reason why the human emperor's son has not awakened after so many years. The human emperor road? How can I step through the human emperor road? Zhang Yi asked with a frown. Follow me. Blind grandpa smiled mysteriously and walked ahead with his hands behind his back. Zhang Yi's few people followed closely behind, and Shen Chongrun followed along as he twisted the ninth prince who was eating. Sango, I'm not full yet. The ninth prince chewed the meat in his mouth and protested vaguely. We'll eat later. Let's get down to business. Shen Chongrun helplessly patted the ninth prince's head and laughed bitterly. This ninth brother of his is good at everything, is too able to eat, this time out of his Chenquin ring in the middle of almost all the food brought to him. A few moments later, blind grandpa led them to a quiet place, as if time had stopped and there was no movement, only to see that in front of them was a long ladder, as if they couldn't see the end of it, which contained an incomparably honorable aura. It was just that the road was stained red with blood, and after the baptism of history it wasn't hard to see that a fierce bloody battle had once taken place here. Back then, the human emperor achieved the position of the human emperor on top of this road, killing 10 people in one step, and all the blood on it bears witness to the supreme achievements of the human emperor. Blind grandpa, with a look of adoration on his face, slowly told a few people about that part of history. Once you enter the human emperor's way, life and death are not your own. There are quite a few people who have died on the human emperor road over the years, so you guys have to think clearly if you want to take the human emperor road. Blind grandpa reminded with a serious look. Chapter 77, The Collapse of the Human Emperor's Way. Blind grandpa, is there any danger on this human emperor road? Shun Xinyu looked at the mottled blood stains on the human emperor's Dao and couldn't help but feel a pang of scalp numbness as she weakly asked. What everyone sees on the human emperor's way is different. The specifics have to vary from person to person, but one thing to remember is that you must not clamor on the human emperor's way or else even the great golden immortals can't save you. Blind grandpa barked cautiously. Then, blind grandfather, have you ascended the human emperor road? Shen Xinyu was filled with curiosity about the human emperor Dao and asked weakly. Naturally, it's just that I couldn't wake up the emperor. As he said this, blind grandpa couldn't help but puff out his chest, his pale face filled with pride. So what did blind grandpa see on the human emperor's path? Shen Xinyu was like a curious baby in general, always having a lot of questions in her head. At these words, the blind grandfather fell into a memory and said in a daze, I saw the human emperor's overwhelming splendor, the rise of the human race, and the pale life in the human emperor's path. Just as the blind grandfather was caught up in his memories, Shen Chongrun was a bit impatient and took out a huge piece of demonic beast meat from his Chenkuin ring and handed it to the ninth prince, snubbing, Ninth brother, after walking this road, third brother will prepare a lot of delicious food for you. The ninth prince immediately grabbed the demonic beast meat in his hand and gnawed on it, seemingly not putting the previous words of his blind grandfather on his mind at all, and just looked at Shen Chongrun with a face full of anticipation and asked, Really? Shen Chongrun showed his teeth and smiled, saying with incomparable sincerity, Naturally, when has third brother ever lied to you? Ninth brother must not be reckless. This human emperor road is full of crises. Shen Xinyu was still ready to pull the ninth prince, but the other party was so powerful that he couldn't pull him at all. At this moment, the ninth prince had already stepped onto the human emperor road, but the movements of his mouth didn't stop in the slightest, as if he didn't notice the danger coming, eating the meat while climbing the human emperor ladder. The ninth prince walked on top of the human emperor road as if he were walking on flat ground, stepping over 10 or so steps in just a single breath of effort. Blind Grandpa showed appreciation and nodded his head. Worthy of being a person who possesses the heart of a naked child. Blind Grandpa. I told you that only ninth brother can awaken the son of the human emperor. Shin Chongrun proudly lifted his chest and said with a big smile. Maybe, don't you want to try something, little friend? Blind Grandpa smiled indifferently and asked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded and ascended the human emperor road without saying a word. He was also curious about what he could see on the human emperor road. Seeing Zhang Yi ascending the human emperor road, Chun Xiaokue followed closely behind. Sinking fish, you also go and take in the elegance of the human emperor Dao. Blind Grandpa looked at Shin Xinyu favorably and said. Shin Xinyu nodded, not forgetting to sneer at Shin Chongrun. Shin Chongrun, you don't intend to ascend the human emperor road, do you? Cowardly as a mouse. Why don't you dare? Shin Chongrun snorted coldly and then stepped into the human emperor road. For a while, everyone else except Xiao Gu ascended the human emperor road, while Grandpa Blind's gaze was always on Zhang Yi, not bothering to pay a single glance to the ninth prince, seemingly placing all of his expectations on Zhang Yi. Young Supreme, I hope you can wake up the emperor. Blind Grandpa closed his eyes and prayed in his mind. On the human emperor road, Zhang Yi was also as fit as a fiddle, as if he was not affected in any way, and he was able to keep up with the ninth prince's pace in just a few moments. Strange, didn't Blind Grandpa say that I would see a different style on the human emperor road? Why are my eyes empty? A trace of doubt rose in Zhang Yi's heart, and he turned his head to look at the ninth prince behind him, realizing that he was still gnawing on the demonic beast's meat without the slightest abnormality. However, when Zhang Yi stepped onto the 49th step, the world in front of him instantly changed skyward. In the blink of an eye, he only saw a man in golden armor fighting to kill the enemy. Countless demonic beasts died under his sword, with the courage of a man who could not be defeated. Is this the human emperor? Zhang Yi looked at the overwhelming figure that was killing on the battlefield, and a wave of respect actually rose inexplicably in his heart. Suddenly, the human emperor turned around, as if he had crossed time and space to meet Zhang Yi's eyes, and a creepy feeling swept through his body. Zhang Yi only felt that he could not move his body. Just a single look caused him to fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet, and his breathing was especially rapid. Just one look is so terrifying. What realm has the human emperor actually reached? Zhang Yi was shocked to realize that this was only an illusion. But what if it was a real person, worthy of being the emperor of the ancient world? The splendor is truly worthy of its name. Junior Supreme? Interesting. The human emperor sized up Zhang Yi for a moment, and a playful smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. HM? Nope. He still has the aura of heaven's destiny on him. Suddenly, the human emperor's face changed drastically as he looked at Zhang Yi incredulously, while everything in front of him turned into a shadow, and the human emperor's way once again surfaced in front of him. All of this happened so suddenly that Zhang Yi didn't even react, especially since the human emperor's final reaction was very thought-provoking. What does the aura of heavenly fate mean? It's hard to believe that he saw through the heavenly destiny diagram in my body. Zhang Yi knew that the heaven's destiny diagram was definitely of extraordinary origin, and it was also his biggest secret that he would not tell anyone. Has the human emperor ascended or died? If it's ascended, it could be a bit troublesome. Zhang Yi frowned and fell into deep thought, but he did not notice that at this moment, the human emperor road began to violently roar, and the blood on the steps began to recede. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the human emperor Dao intent on the human emperor Dao began to collapse, and the human emperor Dao turned into powder in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed at all. Several other people were deeply shocked by this sudden scene. How could they suddenly disappear for good reason? How is this possible? Why did the human emperor Dao collapse? Blind Grandpa was dumbfounded. His face no longer had the calmness it had before. He had previously mouthed that the human emperor road was dangerous, but now the human emperor road was collapsing, which made him feel more or less embarrassed while he was shocked. Who is it? Is it him? Or is it him? Blind Grandpa's gaze flickered over the ninth prince and Zhang Yi. It seemed to him that there wasn't much of a difference between the speeds of these two, and it was highly likely that these two were the ones who had caused it. Swoosh! As the human emperor road collapsed, several more pale figures appeared. Among these people there were cripples, one-armed, deaf, and although their bodies were more or less crippled, the aura on their bodies was actually on par with that of the blind grandfather. Blind Master, what happened? Why did the human emperor road suddenly collapse? An old man on crutches asked with an anxious look. Back then, The human emperor had said that when the human emperor's way collapsed, something big would happen. The one-armed old man, on the other hand, pondered with a grave expression. According to my dragon granny, it should be that the emperor's son is going to be born. One of you don't make such a fuss. Look at you all like you haven't seen the world before. The only old woman of the three spoke in a leisurely manner. Chapter 78, 10,000 Years of Ice. What does the collapse of the human emperor Zhao have to do with the emergence of the emperor's son? Don't talk nonsense, Granny Long. The cripple glared at Granny Long and said without a word. Iron Crutch Zhao. Don't talk nonsense if you haven't seen it yourself. The human emperor's way is absolutely closely related to the emperor's son, and the emperor's son will definitely be awakened recently. Unwilling to show weakness, Granny Long glared back at Tai Xiao Zhou and chided unusually loudly. Broken arm. Come and judge. This deaf man is talking nonsense again. Tai Xiao Zhou was deafened by Granny Long's roar and hurriedly turned to the broken arm beside him for help. Don't look for me. I don't know anything. Broken arm waved his only remaining arm, his head shaking like a rattle. He didn't want to get involved in this. It was still blind Grandpa who spoke up at the critical moment, vibrating the cane in his hand with such force that even the ground shook for a few moments. Shut up all of you. The collapse of the human emperor Zhao isn't necessarily a bad thing. Maybe it's really as Granny Long said. The emperor's son is going to awaken. Under blind Grandpa's forcefulness, several old guys shut up, and Granny Long proudly raised her head. Shen Chongrun realized that the person who caused the collapse of the human emperor Zhao was crucial, and immediately ran excitedly to the ninth prince's side, pulling his arm and asking, Ninth brother? What just happened? Was it you who caused the human emperor Zhao to collapse? The ninth prince's gaze was dull, immersed in food, and he shook his head woodenly. What human emperor Zhao? It has nothing to do with me. The ninth prince was only hung up on his food from the beginning to the end, and had no intention of caring about anything else. It really is all about the food. Can it be that he caused the collapse of the human emperor Zhao? Shen Chongrun looked at the ninth prince's appearance. His heart felt helpless, and he looked at Zhang Yi with a surprised expression. At this time, blind Grandpa brought several old men to Zhang Yi and them, and asked in a deep voice, The human emperor road has existed since the ancient times, and there has never been an accident. So which one of you was the one who caused the human emperor road to collapse? Seeing that several people were silent, blind Grandpa added casually, Don't worry. The collapse of the human emperor's path could be a very good sign. None of us will blame you. A few other old men were also showing a kind face, as if to give a few people a kind feeling, but a few of them were all long and fierce, and their smiles were more or less strange. Still there was no vocalization, as if all had lost the function of speech. Zhang Yi naturally knew that the collapse of the human emperor's Zhao in the party was because of him, but he decided not to say anything just yet because the scene of his meeting with the human emperors was too bizarre. Blind Grandpa, I think the probability is that my ninth brother caused the collapse of the human emperor Zhao. He possesses a heart of a bear heart. Even if he caused the collapse of the human emperor Zhao, he probably doesn't even know it. Shen Chongrun always felt that this matter was of great significance to blind Grandpa and the others, so he always had to fight for it. Blind Grandpa's snow-white pupils glanced at him, then looked at Zhang Yi and asked, Little friend, how do you feel about this matter of the collapse of the human emperor's path? If he says it was caused by the ninth prince, then it was caused by the ninth prince. Zhang Yi said indifferently, That's just it. We'll see who can evoke the emperor when the time comes. Obviously, the blind grandfather did not believe Shen Chongrun's words, and he had even become certain in his heart that it was Zhang Yi who had caused it. Blind grandfather, now that the human emperor's way has collapsed, will we still be able to see the son of the human emperor? Shen Xinyu also subconsciously assumed that it was Zhang Yi who had caused the collapse of the human emperor Zhao, and she was only concerned about whether or not they would still be able to see the son of the human emperor. Naturally, the human emperor Zhao was destroyed because of a few of you, which means that someone's might surpass that of the human emperor, and you are certainly qualified. Blind Grandpa nodded. You few go back first, and don't spread the word about the human emperor Zhao for now. Blind Grandpa instructed Granny Long and the others, and then walked ahead with his hands behind his back. Yes, several people seemed to have extra respect for the blind grandfather, and without hesitation, they agreed to turn around and leave. Shen Xinyu followed behind his blind grandfather. His mood couldn't help but be a bit surging. Finally, I'm going to meet the legendary son of the human emperor. Back then I came with my father a few times, but I never had the chance to meet the son of the human emperor face to face. Do not say face to face with the son of the human emperor. Even the qualification of boarding the human emperor's road is not qualified. To say it is also a burst of heartbreaking tears. Remember, you must not clamor when you see the emperor's son. This rule works everywhere in the Great Zhou mountain range. Blind grandpa reminded in a serious tone. Elder, I want to know what I need to do to awaken the son of the human emperor? Zhang Yi asked in a deep voice. I'll show you how it works when we get to the place. Blind grandpa smiled and waved his hand, signaling for the few people to not be in a hurry. Under the leadership of the blind grandfather, the few people made 7 turns and came to a cave. The strange thing was that they couldn't remember the way they came at all, as if they were blinded by a special power. This place should be shrouded by a formation, which simply makes it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Zhang Yi raised a hint of defense in his heart and walked behind his blind grandfather with incomparable vigilance. Here it is. Blind grandfather smilingly greeted a few people standing at the entrance of the cave, and then kneeled on the ground with a respectful look. Imperial son, the old slave came to see you. I hope that this time you can wake up. The entire Great Zhou village has been waiting for you for too many years. After saying that, the blind grandfather kowtowed 3 more times before he got up and led Zhang Yi and the others into the cave. After entering the cave, one could only feel a bone-chilling coldness greet one's face. Everywhere was covered with frost, and in the center of the cave was a bed of ice. On top of that ice bed, lying a pale young man, slender physique, even if it is in a coma all over the body exudes a noble atmosphere. As if it was born to be a person, temperament is extraordinary. 10,000 years of Xian ice? Shen Chongrun recognized the origin of that ice bed at a glance and couldn't help but suck in a cool breath and sigh. Worthy of the human emperor handwriting, my life for the first time to see such a large piece of 10,000 years of basalt ice. Unusual, just a small piece of 10,000 years of basalt ice can be stabilized people's vitality. Such a large piece simply do not dare to imagine. Shen Chongrun sighed while wanting to go forward and touch it for a while, but he was stopped in time by his blind grandfather. Kid, since you know that this is 10,000-year-old Xian ice, how dare you touch it? 10,000 years of basalt ice. Rashly touched words will be directly sealed killed vitality. The son of the human emperor can lie peacefully on top of the 10,000 years of basalt ice is also because the human emperor in the above arrangement of the peculiar array, which can keep his vitality. Shen Chongrun only then came back to God. Was a burst of emotion. Blind grandfather stopped him equal to save his life. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Shen Chongrun hurriedly arched his hand and thanked him. Elder, please also let me use my red son's heart first to try to see if I can awaken the human emperor's son. Shen Chongrun was afraid that Zhang Yi would take the lead, so he took the unusual initiative to propose, fearing that Zhang Yi would seize the opportunity. Chapter 79 is not as good as Shen Chongrun. Do you guys have a problem with that? Instead of directly agreeing to Shen Chongrun, blind grandpa glanced at Zhang Yi and the others. Moreover, looking at Shen Chongrun's appearance, it seemed that he was 10 times more confident in awakening the son of the human emperor, and had obviously done a lot of homework in advance. Probably because Zhang Yi possessed the supreme bone. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Yi felt that his blind grandfather cared about him. The others looked at Zhang Yi and seemed to be consulting him on what he meant. Zhang Yi shrugged. He didn't know how to awaken the human emperor's son anyway, so he might as well let Shen Chongrun and the others be the guinea pigs. I don't have a problem with it. At these words, Shen Chongrun's face revealed a touch of triumphant smile. Thank you all for bearing with me. If there is no accident, you can go back, of course. You want to witness my high moment, I have no problem with it.
Shen Chongrun, Justi.
All you've done is to give eldest senior brother a graft. Shen Xinyu couldn't see this dejected look of Shen Chongrun and couldn't help but dislike him. However, Shen Chongrun only smiled blandly and did not pay attention to Shen Xinyu, and then took out a huge demonic beast leg from the Chenkuan ring and handed it to the 9th prince, while also taking out a pot of fragrant wine. 9th brother. Next 3rd brother is going to borrow your naked heart, so eat your fill first. Shen Chongrun patted the 9th prince's head and smiled with a gentle face. The 9th prince looked at his eyes straight, and his face was also showing a naive smile, grabbing that demonic beast leg and started to gnaw on it. While gnawing, he also drank wine. What a fast life. Thank you, 3rd brother. I will definitely help 3rd brother accomplish his mission. The 9th prince didn't forget to thank Shen Chongrun as he wolfed down his food. Blind grandpa couldn't help but frown darkly and shook his head slightly, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. In the next moment, The ninth prince only felt a tingling, numbing sensation coming from his body, and his consciousness was becoming more and more fuzzy. His soul seemed like it would peel away from his body at any moment, and the movements on his mouth finally stopped. Sango! I'm so sick. I want to sleep. The ninth prince hadn't realized what had happened. He just looked at Shin Chongrun with a tired expression, his eyes filled with innocence. Who expected that Shin Chongrun, who had been gentle to him before, suddenly changed his face, as if he had changed into a different person, and trampled the ninth prince under his feet, grinding his naive face with great force. You rice bucket, I fed you so much on this journey, and how much did it cost me to make you body-heavy soul-breaking scattering? Soul Snatcher. If you're infected with Soul Snatcher, you'll die. Why did you do this to ninth brother? Shun Xinyu asked incredulously with a surprised look on her face. Everyone knows that the ninth prince has the best relationship with Shin Chongrun, and when he was young, he even used his own flesh and blood to help him withstand the tiger demon's attack, and his brain has only become less agile. But Shin Chongrun actually wanted to put the ninth prince to death, so it can be said that he played to the extreme of enmity and hatred. This is a matter between the two of us brothers. Is it your turn to interrupt? What's more, ninth brother's death can awaken the son of the human emperor. It's a worthy death. I'll remember him for the rest of my life. Shin Chongrun looked at the ninth prince who had a pained face, smiled coldly and passed his palm through his chest, and said in a chilling voice, "Sleep, sleep in peace." In the next moment, a bloody golden heart was beating in its hand, which was none other than the ninth prince's red heart. It had to be said that the heart of the red sun was indeed extraordinary. The power contained was actually a bit of a surprise even to the blind grandfather, and it was still the ultimate pure power. The ninth prince who lost his red heart also completely lost his life, and his death can be described as unexplained. Pity him for not realizing that Shin Chongrun had been using him all along until he died. Zhang Yi frowned. This all happened too suddenly. No one would have expected Shin Chongrun to suddenly lay hands on the ninth prince. Shin Xinyu's petite body shook, angrily pointed at Shin Chongrun and scolded, "Shin Chongrun, you, Jody, he has saved your life. How did you bear to do it?" Since he saved my life, it's all the more reason to give to me, and truth be told, if I get the power of the great Zhou mountain range, I'll be the holy emperor, and his death will be all the more valuable. I will live well for him, and I am worth more alive than he is. Shin Chongrun said shamelessly. Father has actually known for a long time that ninth brother has the heart of the red sun, and he also knows that the heart of the red sun can awaken the son of the human emperor. Nay, father's heart is soft, and he has never been able to lay his hands on it, and what he can't do, I'll do it for him. Shin Chongrun laughed in a low voice. Father is a wise emperor, but it is a pity that he is too merciful and soft-hearted. The only way for great Zhou to regain its glory is in my hands. Shun Xinyu grimaced, finally understanding why the old sacred emperor didn't take action back then. Because he couldn't lay his hands on the ninth prince, who was his own son. Shin Chongrun, you are inferior, not worthy of being a member of my great Zhou imperial family. Shun Xinyu's eyes were filled with extreme loathing, not knowing how such a scum had come out of their family. Shin Xinyu, you can scold me as much as you want now. When I accomplish my greatness, I will be a bright ruler whose name will remain in history. So what if I do not compromise for the sake of the kingdom and the mountain? Shin Chongrun held the heart of the red sun in his hand and approached the son of the human emperor step by step, not feeling that he had done anything wrong in the slightest. Blind grandpa. Shin Chongrun is too despicable. We can't let him have his way. Stop him. Shun Xinyu hurriedly greeted her blind grandfather and drank with an incomparably excited expression. Sinking fish. It's his life, and I can't stop it. Blind grandpa showed a helpless look. What Shin Chongrun did was excessive, but it did not break the rules of the great Zhou mountain range, and he was not allowed to take action indiscriminately. Shun Xinyu's brows were tightly wrinkled. A look of determination appeared in his eyes, and his hands began to continuously form seals as a terrifying stream of light blasted and ran towards Shin Chongrun. The place of the emperor's purification. No weapons are allowed. Blind grandpa's face was tense as he blocked in front of the stream of light, and simply dissolved the stream of light with just a single finger towards the void. Sinking fish. No weapons are allowed here. Blind grandpa warned Shin Xinyu in a fierce tone. Normally, although he was amiable and kind to Shin Xinyu, as long as the matter of the human emperor's son was involved, he was like a different person. Shin Xinyu was unconvinced and pointed at Shin Chongrun and scolded. Why? He's so big and evil. He deserves to die. Sinking fish. Do as you're told. At this time, the blind grandfather had already spoken with a threatening intent, and his body was surging with a terrifying killing intent, as if as long as Shen Xinyu dared to fool around again, he was going to chop him up. Shen Xinyu like falling into the ice cellar. A heart is sinking to the bottom, and finally chose to be silent. Then the blind grandfather's threat. She is more chilled is the attitude of the blind grandfather. Son of the human emperor, I, Shen Chongrun, third prince of the great Zhao, call upon you to awaken with the heart of a bear sun. Shen Chongrun threw the heart of the red sun into the air, and his hands continuously made seals, and then his entire body knelt on the ground, praying devoutly, as if he was performing some kind of sacred ceremony. Chapter 80. Signs of Awakening? Puff.
Flop.
Puff. It was strange to say that even after the 9th prince had been dead for so long, the heart of that red sun was still beating continuously, containing a monstrous amount of vitality in it. Worthy of the heart of a red child. The vitality is really strong. Blind Grandpa's perception of vitality was also exceptionally sharp, and he couldn't help but sigh heartily. Melt. Under Shen Chongrun's control, the terrifying vitality on the heart of the red sun was actually pouring into the sun of the human emperor in a steady stream. The light of that heart was becoming faint with the naked eye, and the vitality on it was being absorbed by the sun of the human emperor. Such a powerful vitality is enough to awaken the human emperor's sun. Shen Chongrun confident, we must know that the heart of the red sun but has the effect of the dead flesh and bones, if not to use it to wake up the son of the human emperor to obtain the support of the forces of the mountains of the great Zhao. Shen Chongrun more or less a little reluctant to give up. Right at this moment, Shen Chongrun carefully observed that the finger of the unconscious son of the human emperor suddenly gently twitched a few points, and immediately asked with an excited expression, "Have you seen it?" Just now, the human emperor's son's fingers twitched and reacted. He is definitely about to wake up. Zhang Yi and the others naturally observed this scene, and their expressions were not very good, and they could not help but have a hint of suspicion rise in their hearts. It could not be that Shen Chongrun could really awaken the son of the human emperor. Moreover, Shen Chongrun was ruthless, and if the power of the great Zhou mountain range fell on him, it would certainly be a civil disobedience. Previously, Blind Grandpa had also placed all his hopes on Zhang Yi, but now that he had seen the son of the human emperor's finger twitching moving, he could not help but be mentally shaken and think highly of Shen Chongrun for a few moments. At least this was the first time this had happened in all the years he had been guarding the human emperor's son, so how could he not be excited? In his eyes, no matter what means Shen Chongrun used, as long as it did not hurt the son of the human emperor can be forgiven. He cares about only the safety of the son of the human emperor forever. Ha ha ha! The ancients have not deceived me. The son of the human emperor is about to awaken, and I will unify the great Zhou. Shen Chongrun raised his arms in excitement. His face even flushed with a hint of flushing redness.
Zhang Yi.
The day you insulted me like that at the sacred palace, when I awaken the son of the human emperor, it will be your time to die. And Shen Xinyu, you person, slandering me again and again, I'm going to bring you to Shen Chongqing to be broken into pieces. Shen Chongrun had even thought about how Zhang Yi and the others would end up afterward, and a sickly smile appeared on his face. When he looked at Chan Xiaokui, a touch of greedy possession lust showed in his eyes. Demon Nine Tails, you should not be Zhang Yi's consort in the future as well. Follow by my side and I will bestow you with glory and wealth. Bah! You don't take a piss and look in the mirror. What kind of a are you? Chan Xiaokui spat towards him without mercy, a wave of nausea rising in her heart. Great. I just love people with personality, wait and see. Shen Chongqing looked like he was winning, as if he was certain of Zhang Yi and the others, and the smile on his face grew a few points wider. However, just when he was in the spring, a sudden change occurred, only to see the original emitting golden light of the heart of the red sun steeply and dramatically shrink, no longer before the fullness, but instead incomparable shrinkage and emerging bursts of evil black light. The son of the human emperor was still absorbing the power under the red sun. The noble aura on his body gradually dissipated, and his body was gradually wrapped in a layer of evil black light, and the whole person looked very bizarre. Bang! At this time, the heart of the red sun also completely exploded, turning into a cloud of powder that completely disappeared between heaven and earth, which also caused the 9th prince's body to dissipate with it. Can it be that this is the 9th prince's final revenge? What is this? It's not like what I know. Shen Chongrun was also confused. If anything happened to the human emperor's son, he would definitely not be able to leave the great Zhou mountain range. From heaven to hell is often just a thought, The change came too fast, actually let him poke and prod. At once, the expression of incomparable apprehension to look at the blind grandfather. And it is true that the other party's eyes want to kill, and the killing intent of his body is simply fast materializing. Blind grandpa, listen to my explanation. This is really just an accident. The heart of the red sun contains monstrous vitality. It is beneficial to the son of the human emperor, and that must have been the resentment of the ninth prince just now. Shin Chongrun, in just a few words, put all the blame on the already dead ninth prince. Anyway, if there are merits, they are his, and if there are faults, they are someone else's. Shoo! Blind grandpa's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shin Chongrun. A pair of pugnacious palms cupped his throat, and with an icy expression, he lifted him up. What have you done to the imperial prince? Blind grandpa seemed to be transformed into a god of death at this moment, and the monstrous killing intent on his body even made Shin Chongrun forget to think. Shin Shinyu was watching from the sidelines. Humph! Self-inflicted retribution, right? This must be ninth brother's punishment. In heaven's spirit can't look past him. Serves him right. It's better to die at the hands of a blind grandfather, so that there is one less scourge in the world. Just now, when Shin Chongrun was spirited, it can be said that the hate value is pulled full. Now he is in trouble, other people naturally heart disaster. Sure enough, you can't be too Shin Chongrun. Shin Chongrun felt breathing more and more difficult. His face was also incomparably red, as if at any time there is the possibility of breaking the air. His hands constantly beat in defense. Blind grandfather. Fong Kai. The hand of the son of the human emperor has moved. This is at least a situation that has never existed before. You cannot kill me. Blind grandpa frowned slightly. The killing intent on his body did not weaken in the slightest. His whitish pupils looked dead on in the direction of the son of the human emperor, and fell into deep thought, and for the time being, he did not take Shin Chongrun's life. This makes Shin Chongrun secretly relieved, at least temporarily not life-threatening. In the heart constantly prayed, Ninth brother, you cannot pit brother Brother always also treat you not thin, but do not make any mistakes. Shin Chongrun also felt that the problem was with the ninth prince, or else this wouldn't have happened, and it was all beyond his expectations. I don't know whether his prayers are useful. After a while, the black light on the son of the human emperor's body faded, and the whole person resumed the noble and cool at the beginning, as if what happened just now was just a dream of Ranka. Well, the son of the human emperor is fine. I told you it must be some kind of accident. Shin Chongrun breathed a long sigh of relief, finally returning to normal, and his life would not be in danger. The only thing he regretted was that the heart of the red sun had disappeared, and he had no other means of awakening the son of the human emperor. Upon seeing the son of the human emperor recovering as before, the killing intent on blind grandfather's body receded, placing the already deflated Shin Chongrun on the ground. Shin Chongrun, if the son of the emperor has the slightest slip-up, I will let you die without a burial place. Chapter 81. The son of the human emperor awakens. There won't be any more accidents. Please also ask blind grandpa to give me some time. It may take time to digest the power of the heart of the red sun. Shin Chongrun was worried that the credit would be snatched away by the people behind him and deliberately delayed the time in case there was a delayed efficacy in absorbing the heart of the red sun. Little friend, do you have an opinion? It just so happens that blind grandpa also wants to take advantage of this time to observe the situation of the son of the human emperor. If there is anything long or short, he will not hesitate to kill Shin Chongrun. But he still symbolically asked Zhang Yi's opinion. Wait up to 7 days. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. It was impossible for him to let Shin Chongrun delay him too much. After all, the time limit for this mission was only half a year. Good. Then give him 7 days, and 7 days will be enough to see a lot of clues. Blind grandpa nodded and agreed painfully. It's enough, according to ancient records. The power of the red sun's heart will merge with the absorber in a maximum of 7 days. Shin Chongrun was satisfied and quietly sat beside the son of the human emperor in prayer. There was nothing he could do now but wait, and he could only pray that the ninth prince would bless him in heaven. It was ridiculous to say that he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty towards the ninth prince. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, but did not happen as Shin Chongrun imagined the miracle. The son of the human emperor is still lying motionless on the bed, the slightest sign of awakening. Give me a little more time. The power of the heart of the red sun must have been absorbed by the son of the human emperor. It just needs time to sink in. Shin Chongrun looked at his blind grandfather, who had already shown signs of impatience, and his expression became incomparably flustered. There isn't that much time for you to waste. If you keep messing around, Get out of the Great Zhou mountain range. Blind Grandpa was not a good person, and as soon as he lifted Shen Changrun up and threw him to the side, he then greeted Zhang Yi and came to try. Zhang Yi walked up to the son of Human Emperor, only to feel a sense of coldness sweeping through his body, which came from the temperature of 10,000 years of Shen ice. But the son of Human Emperor appeared to be unusually peaceful as he lay on it, and his face also carried a hint of redness moisture, as if he hadn't been affected by that coldness. Little friend, begin. When Zhang Yi arrived in front of the son of the Human Emperor, the blind grandfather eclipsed and retreated, leaving all the time and space for Zhang Yi. How do I have to awaken the son of man? Zhang Yi didn't know anything about it, and blind grandpa said that he would tell them when he came in, but as a result, he hadn't said a word about this information up until now. This would not make Zhang Yi whole. Who knew that the blind grandfather casually spread his hands and said, I don't know. If I knew how to wake up the imperial sun, would I still have to wait until this time? Just do what you want. I'm sure you can. Blind grandpa actually started encouraging Zhang Yi from the side, as if it was the only thing he could do. By the way, don't ever disturb the imperial prince's rest, and otherwise make yourself at home. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi could not help but have a bit of a headache as he looked at the sleeping, gentle young man in front of him and could not help but fall into deep thought. Shen Changrun unconsciously snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Humph. I have wasted so much effort in failing to awaken the son of the Human Emperor. How could you possibly awaken him without knowing anything about it? As long as you are unable to awaken him, the future Great Zhou is still mine. General Meng told me that if Shen Chongqing doesn't have the support of other forces after half a year, he will be on my side, and no one will be able to save Shen Chongqing then. To Shen Changrun, as long as Jiang Chen and the others didn't get the power of the Great Zhou mountain range was a victory, and he already had the advantage in Great Zhou. Don't be too happy. There's nothing in this world that eldest brother can't do, and the previous collapse of the Human Emperor Zhao must have been because of him. He can definitely awaken the Human Emperor's son. Shen Shenyu glared at Shen Changrun, full of confidence in Zhang Yi. Ignorant. You think it's so easy to awaken the Human Emperor's son? Would he still be sleeping for so many years? Shen Changrun rolled his eyes and looked at Shen Shenyu as if he was looking at an idiot. Shut up. Blind grandpa turned around and chided with a displeased look. Being rebuked by his blind grandfather, Shen Changrun didn't dare to squeak, and just looked at Zhang Yi with the mindset of watching the fun, waiting for Zhang Yi to return without any success. Zhang Yi was currently observing around the son of the Human Emperor, and for a while, he was unable to do anything, wanting to use the power of the Supreme Bone but worrying that the Supreme Bone would disturb his rest. He believed that if he disturbed the other party's rest, the blind grandpa would not hesitate to kill him, although this old man is usually kind, but the matter involving the son of the Human Emperor is never soft. This could really be a problem, and helplessly Zhang Yi came up to the son of the Human Emperor, sizing up his face, seemingly wanting to peek into the heavens from it. And right at this moment, the sky manifested a vision. An incomparably noble and holy aura rushed straight into the sky. The Human Emperor's vision surfaced within the cave, and a huge vitality was slowly erupting from the Human Emperor's son.
Flop flop.
A crisp and powerful heart-beating sound erupted from the son of the Human Emperor's body. As if it was going to shatter this space, the sense of power was just too strong. Boom! Suddenly, under a flash of golden light, the son of the Human Emperor sat up from his 10,000-year-old Shen ice bed, and his eyes were looking at Zhang Yi with a glint of curiosity in his eyes. The son of the Human Emperor, just like that, had inexplicably awakened. Your Highness! Your Highness! You have finally awakened! Blind Grandpa came up full of excitement. He had been guarding the son of Human Emperor all his life, and his greatest wish in life was to see the awakening of the son of Human Emperor. Blind Grandpa was now so excited that he couldn't help himself, completely forgetting the rules of the Great Zhou mountain range, and his voice was unusually loud as he spoke. However, the rules of this Great Zhou mountain range were originally set for fear of disturbing the son of the Human Emperor, and now that he had awakened, the rules were naturally nullified. However, the son of the Human Emperor did not even look at him, and his gaze fell on Zhang Yi from the beginning to the end. His eyes were complex, with curiosity, incomprehension, envy, and even a hint of jealousy. Zhang Yi was a bit furious by this son of the Human Emperor's look. He had clearly done nothing just now. He hadn't even utilized his spiritual power. How did this son of the Human Emperor suddenly wake up? The commotion of the party had still startled him, and his heart was hard and unprepared. Can it be that I really picked up the slack? Is it that Shen Changrun's red son's heart from before had an effect? Zhang Yi's mind not only grew doubtful, there was no other possibility besides that. Wake up! Really woke up. I knew that eldest senior brother must have awakened the son of the human emperor. Shen Xinyu also jumped up with glee. This all went quite a bit smoother than she had imagined, so that she could get the support of the forces of the Great Zhou mountain range, and all the crises of the Great Zhou dynasty would be solved. However, just at this moment, an extremely discordant voice came out, only to see Shen Changrun say in a conspiratorial manner, "Obviously, it is my heart of the red sun that awakens the son of the human emperor. So what does it have to do with him, Zhang Yi? What does it have to do with him, Zhang Yi? Please keep your eyes peeled." Okay? Chapter 82, Closer. In Shen Changrun's eyes, Zhang Yi obviously did nothing but look left and right, and subconsciously thought in his heart that it was his heart of redemption that had awakened the son of the human emperor, not to mention how happy he was. Indeed, it was true that Zhang Yi had indeed only looked at the son of the human emperor and did nothing else. "Your Highness, do you remember me? I'm Shen Changrun who sacrificed the heart of the red sun just now. I'm the one who woke you up." Shen Changrun shamelessly went up to take credit, fearing that this son of the human emperor had forgotten his existence. But the son of the human emperor's attention was still on Zhang Yi, his eyes growing more and more puzzled, and he also did not say a word, directly ignoring everything around him. This couldn't help but make Shen Changrun a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to continue to speak out to interrupt. "Your Highness, countless days and nights, you have finally awakened. The legend is indeed true. The supreme bone repeat pupil present is indeed a great world struggle. In this life, the old slave will fight for your Highness for the immortal path even if he is broken to pieces. The only way out for my generation of cultivators is to become immortal." No matter how impassioned emotional the blind grandfather spoke, the son of the human emperor was unmoved, as if he was somewhat abnormal. "No, what are you always staring at me for?" Zhang Yi couldn't help himself somewhat and asked with a frown. This was the first time in Zhang Yi's life that he had been stared at by a man in such a manner, and he even wondered if this son of the human emperor had any special hobbies. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi could not help but feel his scalp tingle as he subconsciously dodged the gaze of the son of the human emperor. But wherever he went, the other party's gaze followed. "Your Highness, I woke you up." He didn't do anything. Shen Changrun really couldn't sink his teeth into it, and was just short of saying outright that the son of the human emperor should take a look at him. He couldn't figure out why the son of the human emperor was staring at Zhang Yi all the time. Couldn't it be because Zhang Yi was good-looking? It wasn't to be. "Noisy!" A low voice sounded from the throat of the son of the human emperor, only to see a wave of his sleeve robe. A golden yellow light directly blasted Shen Changrun to the ground. "Yuanying stage?" Zhang Yi frowned slightly, detecting a hint of threatening intent in the son of the human emperor. The other party could be much stronger than the original Long Tianyi. This means that the son of the human emperor was already a Yuanying cultivator long before he fell asleep, and this age is also an extremely terrifying existence in the ancient times, worthy of being the son of the human emperor. Ugly and still so noisy, blind old man. Who is this man? The son of the human emperor's gaze still did not leave Zhang Yi's body, and instead, his tone appeared to be somewhat reproachful. Shen Changrun, who had fallen to the ground, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, feeling offended again. "Your Highness, I am the third prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, and it was only with my heart of a bare son that I awakened you." Shen Changrun endured the severe pain on his body and said unforgivingly. He must cause the son of the human emperor's idea. The credit that came to his hand could not be allowed to fly away like that. The heart of a red sun? What use is it to his Highness? The son of the human emperor smiled disdainfully, his brows revealing mockery. "Don't be so ungrateful." Shen Changrun's big head was filled with incomprehension. Where is there such a thing as getting a bargain and still selling out? It was just that he didn't say it after all because of the other party's identity. However, the next words of the son of the human emperor left everyone present dumbfounded, especially Shen Changrun, who felt that he had received a blitzkrieg. This Highness was awakened by his appearance. His Highness the human emperor pointed at Zhang Yi and slowly stepped down from the 10,000-year-old Shen ice bed towards Zhang Yi. When he left the 10,000 years Shen ice bed, he only saw a burst of light flashing, dissolving all the coldness within the cave, and the 10,000 years Shen ice melted between heaven and earth, leaving not a trace behind. Zhang Yi was also looking at the son of the human emperor with a face full of questions. Was this guy suffering from some kind of major illness? One word was to say that he was awakened by his looks. Zhang Yi subconsciously took a few steps back, not wanting to have anything too much to do with the son of the human emperor. My name is Shin Wangu. Today I was awakened by your excellency. Such a favor is like the gift of rebirth. I don't know your excellency's name? Shin Wangu declared himself, courteously cupped his fists and saluted. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said with a cold expression. Shin Chongrun was anxious. Obviously it was all his work. How did it end up going to Zhang Yi? Dragging his injured body forward and said, Your Highness, it's really nothing to do with him. It's all because of my painstaking efforts to wake you up. Shin Chongrun is still not dead. Vowing to fight some more. Roll. What the hell is your red son's heart? What does the awakening of this highness have to do with you? Don't put gold on your face. Shin Wangu impatiently kicked it away, only feeling upset. How could there be such shameless people in this world? Father once said that only the position of an immortal could awaken me, and I see that Taoist Zhang is an immortal's qualification, and when he condensed with me, it was as if I felt the call of a mysterious force, as if it was Father, or as if it was the heavenly Tao. Shin Wangu showed a look of reminiscence, seeming to be a bit nostalgic for the feeling he had just experienced. These words directly made Shin Chongrun's heart as if it was dead. No one was more aware of what was going on than the parties involved. The situation is not right. Go first. Shin Chongrun took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was not on him and immediately slipped out of the cave. With the current situation, he continued to stay here is also fateful. It would be better to take advantage of this time to hurry back. There is still a chance to turn the tide. Mysterious power. I have so many stories just by looking at it. Zhang Yi thought to himself that this Shin Wangu is not too much mental activity. He obviously did not do anything. Until now Zhang Yi was still dumbfounded. Just a mere glance could awaken the sleeping son of the human emperor for many years. He was so powerful, how did he not know? Truth be told, my father has long predicted that after many years there will be an immortal who will awaken me, and I scoffed at the idea of not meeting fellow Taoist Zhang. But seeing him today, I realized that what my father said was not false. When Shin Wangu saw that Zhang Yi's complexion was a bit off, he had a kind smile on his face, and anyway he was just patting Zhang Yi on the back. Where was there any semblance of being the son of a human emperor? Shin Wangu's behavior also let Shin Xinyu several people look dumbfounded. This is not the same as that magnificent image in their minds, at least is also the son of the human emperor. How in front of Zhang Yi will become so. Zhang Yi subconsciously took half a step back, keeping a safe distance from Shin Wangu. Your Highness, I wonder if there's some kind of misunderstanding here? When Shin Wangu saw Zhang Yi retreating, his body tilted forward a few more points, as if he wanted to get closer to Zhang Yi in order to appear enthusiastic. Fellow Taoist Zhang, this highness never tells lies. Was the human emperor's way destroyed by you, and did you see your father's absolute splendor in it? Shin Wangu asked with a gentle smile on his face as if he knew everything. Chapter 83. The Ancient One. How did you know? Zhang Yi's expression changed greatly. Before Shin Wangu could have been in a deep sleep. How could he know so clearly about the human emperor Tao? Although I have always been in slumber, nothing in the Great Zhou Mountain Range escapes perception, and I know everything that has happened in the Great Zhou Mountain Range over the years. Shin Wangu raised his lofty head and said with incomparable pride. The old slave knew that in the beginning it must have been little friend who caused the collapse of the human emperor road, that what Shin Chongrun still had to get involved with himself. I really don't know how the Great Zhou royal family came out with such scum. Blind Grandpa completely changed his face at this moment and made a strong effort to bash Shin Chongrun. Oops, that brat has already left the Great Zhou Mountain Range. And in the momentary excitement of seeing fellow Taoist Zhang, I forgot to get rid of him. Shin Wangu remorsefully patted his head. He knew when Shin Chongrun left, he just did not put him in his heart. Who knew that he ran so fast? Zhang Yi looked at Shin Wangu with some concern. He always felt that there was something abnormal about this son of the human emperor and couldn't help but question. Is this really the son of the human emperor? The real deal? Shin Wangu patted his chest and said with a sincere face. Your Highness, now that you have awakened, the people of the Great Zhou village should be waiting anxiously. Why don't we go and meet them now? Blind Grandpa's mood has not calmed down until now, and his expression was incomparably excited as he looked at Shin Wangu shivering. As it happens, there's something I have to announce. When he said this, Shin Wangu's gaze did not even leave Zhang Yi, and it was obvious that the news he was about to announce from his mouth was also related to Zhang Yi. Speaking of business, Zhang Yi can't help but have some expectations in his heart. This is all smoother than he imagined. This seems to be the legendary protagonist Halo. Of course, everything would have been more perfect if the divine destiny chart hadn't pitted him. Blind grandfather excitedly walked in front to lead the way. Guarding for so many years can be considered to complete the task. Their big Zhou village lineage is finally going to come back to the world, to reappear the glory of the year. On the way, Zhang Yi asked the question that had been immersed in his heart for a long time. Fellow Taoist, did the human emperor ascend back then? Naturally. Father's supreme divine might, if I hadn't made too many enemies back then, I would have been taken to the upper realms by father. Speaking of the human emperor, Shen Wangu's face also showed a touch of pride. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi looked slightly odd. Really ascending? It's a bit scary. Zhang Yi couldn't help but suck in a cool breath in his heart when he thought of the human emperor's eyes that seemed to pierce through everything back then. With your supreme immortal talent, ascension is only a matter of time before you ascend. And at that time, I will make sure that my father will thank you well. Shen Wangu very naturally and familiarly patted Zhang Yi's shoulder, which made Zhang Yi slightly uncomfortable in his heart and subconsciously kept a distance from him. A few moments later, a few people could be considered to have arrived at the Great Zhou village. When all the villagers saw Shen Wangu, they all froze, and then they knelt on the ground with an excited expression. We, the people, pay our respects to your highness. In an instant, the shouts shook the Great Zhou mountain range, and many people even burst into tears with excitement. After many years of guarding, today is the day of fulfillment. Level off. Shen Wangu raised his hands with an uncharacteristic temperament, and between his hands and feet there was actually a natural and convincing air of superiority. 1,000 years, this highness has slept for a full 1,000 years. Today, thanks to fellow Taoist Zhang waking me up, according to my father's decree, you and others will swear lifelong allegiance to fellow Taoist Zhang. Shen Wangu's voice was low, like thunderous sounds exploding throughout the Great Zhou mountain range. At your highness's holy word. Not a single person resisted Shen Wangu's order. Zhang Yi froze, not expecting the people of the Great Zhou village to keep their word. In his opinion, this group of people could completely cross the river and break the bridge. Just get such a powerful force? Zhang Yi always felt that there was something dreamy and too counterintuitive. It was obvious that these people were following Shen Wangu's orders, and he didn't believe that this group of people would work for him. But at least for now, he knew that Shen Wangu and the others had no malicious intent towards him. Father has said that the person who awakened me is of immortal caliber and is the dominant one in this great world, so there can be no mistake in following him. Shen Wangu looked at Zhang Yi with firm eyes and said, we vow to follow immortal Zhang to the death. In an instant, everyone knelt down to Zhang Yi again, their eyes filled with mad faith. What the hell was immortal Zhang? Zhang Yi only felt a wave of headache. However, from their fervent eyes as well as their sincere attitudes, it was clear that they did not look like they were faking, which was an unexpected gain for Zhang Yi. Blind grandpa and a few of them should have reached the late stage of the transition. The cultivation of the others isn't weak either. Although there aren't a lot of people in the Great Zhou village, they are all good. If I have this power in my hands, the heavenly fate diagram shouldn't be able to pit me too hard in the future, right? Zhang Yi was very satisfied with this unexpected surprise, so it seemed that this step seemed to be within the calculations of the heavenly fate diagram. Just bitter Shin Chongqing originally thought that this force will belong to him, but the things that got his hand will not have the reason to hand it over. Fellow Taoist Zhang, not only will they pledge their loyalty to you, but I will also follow you on your adventures while I'm in Wuling. Shen Wangu said with a smile on his face and a gentle expression. Blind grandfather could not help but frown when he saw this appearance of Shen Wangu. This is a little different from his impression of Shen Wangu. What's wrong with your highness? How did you wake up as if you've changed? In his impression, Shen Wangu also possessed the elegance of a human emperor and was also absolutely gorgeous, so how did he become like this in front of Zhang Yi? Your highness, although immortal Zhang has been kind to you, there is no need to be like this. With your splendor, you can be proud of this earth. Blind grandpa thinks that as long as we give Shen Wangu time, this great world will belong to Shen Wangu, and there is no need to follow Zhang Yi. Blind grandpa, times have changed. This is no longer the ancient era. There are many heavenly prides in this world. Shen Wangu said with a rare grave expression. Someone who could be once regarded by him as being a heavenly pride must be extremely uncomplicated. Moreover, Zhang Yi also discovered a terrifying fact and looked at Grandpa Blind with a strange expression. Grandpa Blind is from the same era as the human emperor? Yes. Blind Grandpa's eyes were blinded in the middle of the Great Tribulation, and now his cultivation level is only in the late stage of the transition, so he has paid too much to guard me. Shen Wangu looked calm, as if this was an extremely unusual matter. Someone who has come alive from the ancient times, and with a cultivation level of only the late stage of transition. Then how terrifying is it when in full bloom? Zhang Yi and Xin Xinyu both had their faces changed as they looked at the stooped old man with complex expressions. There's also the cripple, granny dragon, and one arm all from the same era as father. Nothing to make a fuss about. Shen Wangu said without a ripple. Zhang Yi and the few others looked at the few old men with astonished expressions, not knowing why Shen Wangu could say such shocking things in such a calm tone. Probably, this is the pattern of the son of the human emperor. Chapter 84. The Prophecy of the Human Emperor. A few of you don't have to be so surprised. A few of us are old bones. We won't be reused when we leave the Great Zhou mountain range. What comes next belongs to you young people. Blind Grandpa shook his head, a reluctant smile on his old face. Yes, we've lived so many years. A handful of bones. Tired. Granny Long followed suit and shook her head. At those words, Shen Wangu frowned, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. What do you mean? With your cultivation, it's not like that. Shen Wangu was a little flustered. His feelings with a few old men were extraordinary. It could be said that these people had single-handedly watched him grow up and had guarded him for so many years. Your Highness, there is no need for you to be alarmed. We will still accompany you for a while, but the final path will ultimately require you to walk on your own. Blind Grandpa was like a kindly elder at the moment, his voice revealing supreme warmth. How could this happen? I thought I had awakened to recapture the glory of my father back then. You guys? Speaking here, Shen Wangu's voice actually choked a little. Your Highness, it's not that time yet. There's no need to be sad. It's an honor to watch you awaken again. Blind Grandpa wore a pleased smile and gently patted Shen Wangu's shoulder. When did this happen? Shen Wangu took a deep breath, gradually recovered his appearance to normal, and did not want to calm down. Don't worry, you won't die for a while. Blind Grandpa pretended to be spontaneous. Good. I'll give you a ride. Shen Wangu gritted his teeth. As the son of the human emperor, he had seen too much life and death, and sometimes he had to look at it with a little bit of relief. Blind Grandpa, several people laughed loudly and said, It's enough to have these words from your Highness. It's not in vain for us old guys to guard for so many years. At this moment, the entire Great Zhou village had fallen into silence from the ecstasy of the party, and they didn't even know that the blind grandfather several people were already dying. All right, today His Highness awakens. All cheer up. This is a day of universal celebration. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, the blind grandfather immediately laughed brightly. Your Highness, has that one awakened? At first, the human emperor said that when you awakened, she would awaken as well. Blind Grandpa asked with a nervous look. Mentioning that one, Shen Wangu also frowned and said with a gloomy expression, For the time being, we have not detected her awakening. Who is the one you are talking about? Zhang Yi instantly realized that something was wrong. Someone who could make Shen Wangu and Blind Grandpa care so much must not have a simple origin. Shen Wangu was frank and said a name that the crowd was not too familiar with. Also from the ancient times? Zhang Yi didn't know much about the ancient past, after all it was too long ago. Shen Wangu nodded with a grave expression. This child has an ancient demonic body. A devouring divine skill is even more extraordinary. In the ancient years there were many heavenly pride died in her hands, and the devil emperor and my father is a mortal enemy. I am also a mortal enemy with her. Ancient demon body? Devouring divine skill. Zhang Yi's heart tightened. This sounds very extraordinary, and also with Shen Wangu is a world enemy. He suddenly did not want to get into this muddy water. That? Your Highness, let's keep our distance after that. Zhang Yi didn't want to add to the trouble. At a glance, that which was an unreasonable character, so it was better to stay away from her. Moreover, just now, several people from the blind grandfather had said that their lives would not last long, and with the loss of several great war powers, the power of the Great Zhou mountain range was instantly much less attractive to Zhang Yi. Fellow Taoist Zhang, from the moment you awakened me you've been feuding with the witch. There are some things you simply cannot hide from. Moreover, you are carrying the Supreme Bone, which is the Junior Supreme, and there is also the contemporary heavy pupil present, so if there are no accidents, the demoness will definitely be awakened by the contemporary heavy pupil. The Supreme Bone and the heavy pupil are also mortal enemies. Do you think they will let you go? Can you stay out of this? Shen Wangu had said before that he knew the matters of the Great Zhou mountain range like the back of his hand, so naturally, He knew about the matter of the supreme bone heavy pupil coming out. Zhang Yi looked a bit ugly. Why did he feel that he was being counted again? And the witch was still awakened by Yi Haoran? This guy was really shady. Fellow Taoist Zhang, it's a special destiny for you to awaken me. And only by joining forces can we stabilize this great world and prevent the devil's way from running rampant. Shen Wangu sincerely extended an invitation to Zhang Yi, but unfortunately, Zhang Yi did not take him on. Zhang Yi now only felt deeply trapped by the heavenly fate diagram, which was truly a ring of defense. Eldest senior brother, Shen Changrun may rebel if he goes back early, leaving us little time. Ever since Shen Changrun escaped, Shen Xinyu had been hung up on the matter of the great Zhou dynasty, and had waited until now to have the opportunity to speak. Zhang Yi nodded his head and said in a voice as loud as a bell, "There is one more thing that I have come here to ask for. I still hope that you all will accompany me to the great Zhou dynasty to help the new Saint Emperor stabilize the great Zhou." "Yes, sir." The villagers of Dazhou village responded with their hands clasping their fists. Zhang Yi nodded his head in satisfaction. This trip had finally settled the business. At least he could complete the mission of the Heaven's Destiny diagram ahead of schedule this time, and he was relieved in his heart. As for the witch's matter, he would wait for her to wake up and then talk about it. Just as Zhang Yi was about to lead them away from the great Zhou mountain range, Shen Wangu suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Yi and slowly said, "Now is not the time. Father has said that I should only come down from the mountain after the January when I have awakened, or else there will be a great evil descending down to earth, and all of the people in the Buzhou mountain range will have to die." Shen Wangu was convinced of the human emperor's words, and he was also responsible for the people who had guarded him for so many years. A great evil? What could be the great evil that would kill all of you? Zhang Yi froze. No one in the world today seemed to possess this ability. Shen Wangu shook his head. There may be a natural disaster. There may be a human disaster. It is impossible to say, but Father's prophecies have never been miscalculated. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I advise you not to leave for the time being as well. Nothing major can happen in a month's time. After January, we will accompany you to the great Zhou dynasty. Shen Wangu persuaded Zhang Yi bitterly, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Hearing this, Zhang Yi calculated in his mind for a moment. This mission had half a year. Even if he stayed in the great Zhou mountain range for a month, it was still not too late. And he had no doubt about the human emperor's words. After all, that glance across time and space had impressed him extremely deeply. Good. Then we'll set out again in January. Zhang Yi nodded. With the current situation of the great Zhou dynasty, Shen Chongqing taking advantage of a month shouldn't be a big problem. Shen Wangu smiled with satisfaction, but the smile on his face quickly solidified as he murmured in a low voice, "She's awake."
Reiten Qiangshu?
Zhang Yi instantly reacted and also frowned. After all, it was likely that Yi Haoran was following her around. Will they come to the great Zhou mountain range? Zhang Yi asked again. Chapter 85, The Absolute Flower. She wouldn't dare come if she had 10 guts, unless she wanted to die. Master Blind and the others are invincible existences in the great Zhou mountain range, so this highness would like her to dare to come. Shen Wangu puffed out his chest and raised his head, and said in a spirited manner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and asked again, "Then are you able to sense where she is?" "Naturally. She's in the 10,000 Devils Cave today." Shen Wangu mesmerized his eyes, and in just an instant, he detected the location of Zhi Qianxiu. Is it possible to detect those around her? Zhang Yi was not curious about how Shen Wangu was able to sense Ren Qianxiao's presence. The means passed down from the ancient era were inherently unfathomable. He was only curious if Yi Haoran was in the 10,000 Devils Cave. Unable to, I can only detect her location when she first awakens. It's still a tactic father left behind in the first place. Shen Wangu shook his head, but he seemed to have penetrated Zhang Yi's mind. Fellow Taoist Zhang is trying to know the whereabouts of the heavy pupil? She must have been awakened by the heavy pupil, and now the heavy pupil must be by her side. And whether the contemporary heavy pupil has entered the devil. How do you know when you've long been a demon? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, instantly raising a hint of interest. This is his destiny. If he doesn't become a demon, how will Ren Qianxiao awaken? Shen Wangu, however, had a look of being in control and slowly said, "Is he destined? If he is by the side of the witch, some things would be better." Zhang Yi then bid farewell to a few people and found a secluded place to prepare to inform the news here. When Zhang Yi crossed the great Zhou village and found an uninhabited area, he looked around vigilantly again and found that it was empty before he took out the moon shadow mirror and inputted his spiritual energy with peace of mind. Immediately, Yue Yao's cool and beautiful face surfaced in front of her. What is it? Yao, I'm currently in the Great Zhou mountain range and have already awakened the son of the human emperor, but I heard him say that the demoness was also awakened by Yi Haoran. Zhang Yi made a long story short and briefly told Yue Yao what had happened here. A flash of surprise appeared in Yue Yao's beautiful eyes. You awakened the son of the human emperor? Wouldn't the forces of the Great Zhou mountain range now be loyal to you? Yue Yao was naturally aware of the Great Zhou mountain range, and at that moment, her heart turned over in monstrous waves. She knew the terrifying nature of this force. It would not be weaker than the Dao sect. That's not even the point. The problem is that the magical girl was awakened by Yi Haoran, and they are now in the 10,000 Devils Cave. Zhang Yi knew that Yi Haoran was now a street rat, as long as his whereabouts were exposed. Without Yue Yao's intervention, just the people of the Southern Demon Kingdom would be enough for him to eat a pot. Zhang Yi was trying to spread the news of Yi Haoran through Yue Yao. 10,000 Devil Cave? No wonder we haven't been able to find him. So he ran off to the 10,000 Devil Cave. The witch is also not a good person. The Devil's Way has been holding back for so many years. It is likely that it will riot revolt because of the awakening of the witch. This world is going to be a big mess. Yue Yao glanced at the sky and said worriedly, this matter is of great importance. I will put the word out and unite other forces to head to the 10,000 Devil Cave. In addition, you pay attention to safety in the Great Zhou mountain range, and keep your eyes peeled when dealing with people from the ancient age. Yue Yao admonished Zhang Yi and immediately severed the connection with the moon shadow mirror. Already the news has spread out. The next step is to look at the movement on Yao's side. It's really an eventful year. Zhang Yi put away the moon shadow mirror and headed towards the Great Zhou village. Fellow Taoist Zhang, there is still 1 month left in the Great Zhou mountain range. Why don't you and I have a sparring session? Shun Wangu sensed that Zhang Yi was strong and couldn't help but feel a momentary itch for skill. There's no need. You can mobilize the power of rules in the Great Zhou mountain range. And since you're a Yuaning stage cultivator, I'm no match for you. Zhang Yi shook his head. He didn't want to expose too many of his cards, and he didn't make a move if he could. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I can refrain from using the power of rules and even suppress my cultivation to the late stage of spirit transformation. Shun Wangu knew that Zhang Yi was only 18 years old, and in this era to be able to cultivate to such a degree at such an age was definitely an absolute heavenly pride. Coupled with the fact that he had been asleep for so many years, he was more or less itching to do so. Zhang Yi shook his head again and refused without hesitation. In that case, you are not my opponent. Your Highness, don't make a fool of yourself. That day the ancient freak of the Dragon Clan, Long Tianyi, was no more than a one-trick pony for eldest senior brother. And at that time, eldest senior brother was only in the middle stage of spirit transformation. Chun Xiaokuei smiled. Even if Shin Wangu was a Yuaning stage cultivator, she felt that the other party was not Zhang Yi's opponent. There's no need to hurt the peace. No one among the contemporary young generation would be a match for eldest senior brother. Shen Xinyu also looked at Zhang Yi with a face of infatuation and concurred in a loud voice. Upon hearing this, Shun Wangu was delighted instead of shocked, his eyes burning with wariness. Really? Then all the more reason for me to spar with fellow Taoist Zhang. Blind Grandpa looked at Shun Wangu's expectant face. He couldn't help but stand out and dryly cough a few times. Your Highness, you've only just awakened. It's not appropriate to use martial arts. Why don't you get used to it first? What? You think I'm no match for him either? Where Shin Wangu did not understand the blind grandfather, the other party said so obviously also agreed with the two women. No, it's just that, with your Highness' current condition, it really isn't appropriate to use force. Blind Grandpa's face showed embarrassment. There were some things he really couldn't say straight out. I just want to know how strong the strongest person of our time is. I just want to know how strong the person who awakened me is. Shun Wangu shouted loudly, his hands continuously forming seals. An ancient and mysterious hand seal was formed, and the vicissitudes and ancient fist techniques transformed into a sky of fist shadows blasting towards Zhang Yi. He also did suppress his cultivation at the late stage of spirit transformation as he said before, and he did not mobilize the rule power of the Great Zhou mountain range. It had to be said that Shin Wangu was very strong, stronger than anyone Zhang Yi had seen before, and with the Taoist intent contained within his punches, he had clearly reached a special realm. However, this was simply not enough to see, only to see Zhang Yi lightly swing out a fist, and the monstrous supreme might erupted out, actually shattering that roiling fist shadow, leaving behind only a burst of terrifying sounds. Shun Wangu froze in place looking at Zhang Yi dressed in white like snow, staring with wide eyes, falling into deep thought for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. He knew that Zhang Yi was strong, but he didn't expect to be this strong, which was a bit outrageous. He even felt that he had no power to fight back in front of Zhang Yi. He thought that even in the ancient times he was a great pride, and there were few people who were his enemies within the same period of time, but Zhang Yi was even more terrifying than him. This could no longer be described as a heavenly pride. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. Your Highness, you say why is this necessary? Blind Grandpa shook his head and sighed. But Your Highness doesn't need to take it to heart. He is after all the Junior Supreme, and it's all normal that the fortune of this era is on him. Your Highness, you were born in the ancient era and are an offending presence for this era. So as long as you adapt for a period of time, you are not unbeatable. Blind Grandpa was worried that Shen Wangu's Taoist heart was damaged and had been by his side to comfort him. Chapter 86. The Human Emperor's Axe. There's no need to say more. Not only does fellow Taoist Zhang have the appearance of an immortal, but his talent is even beyond that of an immortal. I'll make sure to make a friend of fellow Taoist Zhang. Shen Wangu reacted with a face of excitement, looking at Zhang Yi with increasingly odd eyes. Zhang Yi, does this Shen Wangu have some kind of serious illness? How come it seems to have masochistic tendencies? Zhang Yi froze, had a new perception of Shen Wangu, and felt more and more in his heart that he had to keep a distance from him. Fellow Taoist Zhang, if you and I join forces, the demoness Ren Chencho is not enough to worry about. Shen Wangu had fought to the death with the witch in the ancient times, and the two had harmed each other, never really splitting the difference between victory and defeat. But now Zhang Yi's appearance allowed him to see hope. As he spoke, Shen Wangu was still ready to hold Zhang Yi's shoulder, but thanks to Zhang Yi's quick eyes and hands, the matter of joining forces will be discussed when the demoness comes out. Zhang Yi subconsciously took a few steps back, keeping a safe distance from Shen Wangu. Shen Wangu didn't realize that something was wrong in the slightest and nodded his head repeatedly. Fellow Taoist Zhang, what was that move you performed earlier? Can you teach me? Zhang Yi shook his head and said, this is the inherited martial skill of the Supreme Bone. Outsiders simply cannot learn it. Shen Wangu showed admiration and sighed. Worthy of being a Junior Supreme, now that he has comprehended a supreme martial skill at such an early age. It's even stronger than the human emperor martial skill that Father Emperor imparted to me. But I still have a lot of means that I didn't use just now. Why don't we fight again? Shen Wangu was curious as to how strong Zhang Yi truly was, and he knew that just now it was set to be just the tip of the iceberg. After saying that, Shen Wangu took out an ancient axe that flowed with colorful light, and a flood aura erupted from it, which was extraordinary. This is the human emperor axe left to me by Father Emperor. It is an emperor-level magic treasure, and with it, I should be able to defeat you. Shen Wangu's eyes once again revealed a thick battle intent, completely unaffected by what had happened before. He only wanted to know Zhang Yi's true strength. Who knew that at this time Shen Xinyu interjected again. Your Highness, you really aren't a match for your eldest senior brother, so let our eldest senior brother rest properly, can't you? Do you think you're the only one with an emperor-level magic treasure? Eldest brother's heavenly sun sword contains the way of the supreme yang. When this sword comes out, not an inch of grass can grow. It's like a blazing sun surfacing. Shen Xinyu could see a hint of fatigue in Zhang Yi's eyes and was somewhat distressed by Zhang Yi, and immediately advised Shen Wangu not to bring shame on himself. Shen Wangu froze and looked at Zhang Yi incredulously. What? Fellow Taoist Zhang also has an emperor-level magic treasure? It seems like the sect that fellow Taoist Zhang is from cares about you a lot. Emperor-level magic treasures were rare in any era, and only some people with exceptionally honorable status would possess them. Eldest senior brother is now a free man, and the heavenly sun sword was refined by his own hand, not a reward from the Tao sect. Shen Xinyu said with a face full of pride. Senior sister, that's enough. Zhang Yi shouted angrily, but he couldn't let Shen Xinyu continue, or else his old self would be uncovered. Blind Grandpa took a deep look at Zhang Yi, knowing that Zhang Yi was still hiding many tricks, so he came to Shen Wangu's side and persuaded, Your Highness, listen to my advice. Cultivate well first and adapt to this world. Okay? But Shen Wangu still wanted to try Zhang Yi's depths, which forced Blind Grandpa to have no choice, and immediately transmitted his voice. Your Highness, not only does he have an emperor-level magic treasure, even the boots under his feet are extremely extraordinary. His methods are more powerful than you can imagine. Moreover, he obviously doesn't want to reveal his means, so you should not compete with him. Blind Grandpa was really worried about Shen Wangu's Taoist heart breaking. To be honest, he thought it was both lucky and sad to be in the same era as Zhang Yixing, and under his aura, who would compete with him. After good words, Shen Wangu finally gave up on the idea of sparring with Zhang Yi. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I'll go into seclusion first. I'll see you in January. Zhang Yi's power caused Shen Wangu to feel a hint of pressure, and immediately chose to close the door. Blind Grandpa nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Even as the son of the human emperor, he couldn't take it lightly in this era, and he even felt that this era was even more dangerous than the ancient times. Zhang Yi looked at Shen Wangu can be considered to leave. The heart cannot help but secretly relieved. Finally can stop for a moment. Immortal Zhang, in the future, please take care of His Highness. He's been asleep for too many years. His mind is too pure, and you don't need to get hung up on what happened just now. Ever since Zhang Yi had awakened Shen Wangu, Blind Grandpa's address and attitude towards him had also changed drastically, and his tone was filled with respect. Senior is so courteous. Fellow Taoist Shen is gifted and intelligent. He will definitely be able to ascend the immortal path in the future. Zhang Yi politely refused. Some trouble cannot provoke or not to provoke. Immortal Zhang, from the moment you set foot on the Buzhou mountain range, some things have been predetermined. Some things will come to you even if you don't care, not to mention, if you take care of your highness in the Wuling continent, the human emperor will definitely not treat you poorly after ascension. As if he had seen through Zhang Yi's heart and knew that the other party was a person who was afraid of trouble, Blind Grandpa followed his advice. Everyone has everyone's destiny. He is the son of the human emperor. This karma I cannot bear. When the car arrives at the mountain, Zhang Yi does not believe that he will tie up with Shen Wangu to death just like this. Upon hearing this, the blind grandfather smiled without saying anything, seemingly laughing at Zhang Yi for being too young. On the other hand, in an extremely dark cave, there are white bones all over the place, and the monstrous demonic gas is blocking the sunlight, which is as gloomy and horrible as hell on earth. Only to see a pavilion, wearing a black tights black-haired girl sitting on the top of the uppermost white bone throne, looking out of the corner of her eye at the crowd below. Beside her there was a teenager whose eyes were covered with black cloth. It was Yi Haoran who had disappeared for a long time, and she is the not-so-long awakened demoness Ren. Shen Wangu has awakened, and the moment he walks out of the Buzhou mountain range will be the time of his death. The grudges of the ancient times are finally settled in this age. Shen Wangu, you and I, only one of us can live. Renqiancho's eyes erupted with a senile killing intent, and his hoarse voice even carried a hint of demonic might, as if it was going to cause people to fall into it. Yi Haoran, what's with that Zhang Yi you mentioned? Since Shen Wangu knew that it was Yi Haoran who had awakened Renqiancho, she naturally knew that it was Zhang Yi who had awakened Shen Wangu, and at the same time she held a grudge against Zhang Yi as well, and included him in her must-kill list. Thousand sorrows. Zhang Yi. This guy is shameless to the extreme. Taking away my chance, despicable and shameless, is my lifelong enemy. And this person is also strangely ugly and disgusting. I hope that you will help me when the time comes to do justice for the heavens. Yi Haoran hacked Zhang Yi when he found the opportunity, and also wanted to take revenge with the power of Renqiancho. The strength of the Devil's Cave is too strong. There are 4 great emperors alone, and all of them have excellent devil skills. If this force can be used for him, this Wuling continent will not be stirred up by him to turn the world upside down. Chapter 87. She's in love. Thousand sorrows. Why don't we kill the great Zhou mountain range now and take them by surprise? Yi Haoran hated Zhang Yi with a passion. He would fall to the state. All because of Zhang Yi. He couldn't wait to break Zhang Yi into pieces right now. Now that he had embraced Renqiancho's thigh, he naturally didn't want to wait any longer. However, what responded to him was a resounding slap. Yi Haoran was caught off guard and looked at Renqiancho with an innocent face. You're teaching me things? Renqianxian stood up from the white bone throne. His demonic might was monstrous, and his eyes were fierce as he asked. In an instant, the hundreds of devil congregations within the Devil Cave were all eyeing Yi Haoran intently, showing signs of beheading him at the drop of a hat. Even though Yi Haoran had a million grievances in his heart, he didn't dare to make a sound. He just lowered his head and laughed with his face. It's me who was abrupt. A man had to bow his head under the roof, and this situation also caused his hatred for Zhang Yi to climb to the extreme. Seeing how honest Yi Haoran was, Renqianxian slowly sat down, his fingers gently tapping the white bone throne, and said in a chilling voice, Yi Haoran, even though you have awakened me, I hate others pointing at me the most in my life. If I do it again, I don't mind devouring you. I don't dare. Fong was just bent on eradicating Shen Wangu for you. Aren't you and him mortal enemies? Yi Haoran cursed in his heart, but the smile on his face did not fade at all. It can be said to be the best way to maximize the numbness of the heart and the smile on the face. Don't think I don't know your little mind. You want nothing more than to get rid of that young supreme. Rincencho's eyes were extraordinarily clear, as if he could see through the hearts of others. Shen Wangu and I are mortal enemies. How can you and that young supreme not be? Stay by my side honestly, and you will naturally get your revenge. From the moment you woke me up, some things were doomed. Okay? Accompanied by the sound of pounding, Rincencho's voice resounded within the devil's cave. Got it. Yi Haoran answered with a smile on his face. But in his heart, he was playing something else. Bitch, sooner or later, I'll take you down. Rincencian successfully aroused his interest, although he did not see the sun. But with his heavy pupil, it is not difficult to see the figure of Rincencian's delicate. When it is absolutely beautiful, especially the body of the evil is more people cannot help themselves. I would die for you. Yi Haoran covered his chest, mouth left and right, kneeled on one knee and swore discreetly. We are willing to die for the witch. In an instant, monstrous roars resounded through the demonic cave, and hundreds of demonic people knelt down and swore an oath. It was at this moment that a faint smile appeared on Rincencho's face, his eyes burning with the fire of bearish desire hope. I'm finally back. Just as Rincencio was looking into the future in the Devil's Cave, Yue Yao had already released the news of Yi Haoran's presence in the Devil's Cave, which immediately attracted the attention of all the major forces. In particular, the Southern Demon Kingdom was even more mobilized. The Dao Sect and the Earth Sect also sent out various great elders. As for the Great Zhou dynasty, since it had not yet been stabilized, it did not send out any men. At this moment, the men and horses of all the major forces were gathered 100 miles away from the Devil's Cave, and the agility of their actions was even more admirable. Yue Yao, how did you know that Yi Haoran is in the Devil's Cave? The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord asked half-heartedly. He has nowhere to go but the Devil's Cave, and don't you notice that the witch has awakened? Naturally, Yue Yao would not tell Zhang Yi's business, and immediately turned the conversation to Rincencio. The daughter of the Demon Emperor? How did she awaken at this time? As expected, this news caused everyone to be in a mess, and no one bothered to question Yue Yao. More than anything else, they were still heartbroken. Ever since the human race and the demon race joined forces to deal with the demon path had been silent for many years, and the demon cave was their last pure land. Although the devil's path has been restrained a lot over the years, but with the awakening of the devil's daughter, it is bound to set off a storm of bloodshed. First the heavy pupil into the devil, and then the witch awakened, all of you. This is the great world, but also the chaotic world. This devil cave we must walk up. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord took a deep breath and said worriedly. The Devil's Cave is guarded by the 4 great devils of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, together with the evil ways of the Devil's Way and the Devil's Formation. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to attack the Devil's Cave with us. Taoist Green Lotus frowned slightly and slowly shook his head. Is it hard for my generation of cultivators to let them go? The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord questioned with an agitated expression. Rather, we can't let it go. How do you feel about this matter, Yue Yao? Taoist Green Lotus shook his head and threw the question to Yue Yao. Kill! Yue Yao's face showed killing intent as she blandly said. Patriarch Moon is worthy of being the Dao Sect Patriarch, very much to my liking. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord laughed out loud and was actually somewhat impressed with Yue Yao. Then the Earth Sect will also accompany you on your journey, but you can let it hand over Yi Haoran first. As for the other Devil Dao cultivators, you can wait until afterward to break them down one by one. The Devil's Cave is a generation of the Devil's Emperor personally built. Qinglian Taoist more or less some scruples, the heart played other calculations. May! Yue Yao was ruthless, and led the Dao Sect elders to run to the very front. Although Zhang Yi let only asked her to pass the message out. But Yi Haoran and Zhang Yi were mortal enemies, so how could she sit back and do nothing about it? Even though she knew that Yi Haoran might be able to source opportunities for Zhang Yi, she was unwilling to have such a threat exist. Taoist Green Lotus followed behind Yue Yao with the people of the Earth Sect, and seeing Yue Yao being so active, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. There must be something fishy in this. It can't be about that brat Zhang Yi, can it? When the group arrived at the Devil's Cave with great vigor, they only saw that the 4 Devil Kings of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning were already guarding the front of the Devil's Cave, staring at the several people with a bad expression. Hearing that the demoness has awakened, we have no other purpose for this trip. Hand over Yi Haoran and we will leave peacefully. The Lord of the Southern Demon Kingdom was first, briefly explaining his intentions. Get out! A furious shout came from the Devil's Cave. Yi Haoran is now my person. You guys want to get your hands on him too? A black shadow flashed by. Rincencio appeared behind the 4 demon kings. His gaze swept over the crowd. When he saw Yue Yao, his brows subconsciously frowned. Boom! Before everyone could react, they only saw a shocking curved moon flashing across the sky and earth turning into a sword on heading straight for Rincencio. The 4 great demon kings made seals with their hands, and wind, fire, thunder, and lightning enveloped the void, deflecting that sword on. Hand them over or die. Yue Yao pointed her sword at Rincencio and threatened in a cold voice. Who is this person? How come he's so strong? Rincencian was a bit confused about where Yue Yao came from and frowned as he asked. The contemporary Zhao sect patriarch, Yue Yao, cultivates the emotionless Zhao. The leading wind demon king's figure drifted apart like a wisp of breeze, making him elusive. Ruthless Dharma? Interesting. A flash of color flashed in Rincencio's eyes, and the corner of his mouth even sketched out a meaningful smile as he whispered, She's moved. Chapter 88. The Crisis of the Great Zhao. No one knew what Rincencio had said, or else it would have definitely set off a huge wave. Yue Yao's sword not only caught the 4 great demon kings off guard, it also caught the Southern Demon Lord and the Green Lotus Taoist Master unawares. Obviously, the Southern Demon Kingdom has the deepest hatred with Yi Haoran. To make a move should also be made by the Southern Demon Kingdom Lord. Saying nothing would not be Yue Yao's turn. Yi Haoran is in the Devil's Cave. Come in and get it yourselves if you can. Rincencian laughed out loud and turned around to retreat into the Devil's Cave, no longer paying attention to Yue Yao and the others. Why hadn't they completely exterminated the demonic path for so many years? It wasn't that they didn't want to, but the means left behind by the Demon Emperor were too strong, and they simply didn't have the ability to completely exterminate the demons. With Rincencio's departure, without any nonsense, the great emperors of all forces struck out, wanting to attack the Devil's Cave. But, after all, this is the means of the Demon Emperor which is so easy to break through, and the 2 sides stalemated on this. The Great Zhao mountain range within the Great Zhao village was peaceful. Today was the last day of the January appointment. Shenwangu had been in seclusion during this period of time, which had allowed Zhang Yi to live a period of rare leisure. Since they knew nothing about the news of the outside world in the Great Zhao mountain range, this also made Shenxinyu extra anxious. During this period, Zhang Yi also tried to contact Yue Yao with the Moon Shadow Mirror, but the other party never responded, which also made him worry whether Yue Yao had gone to the Devil's Cave or not. And his heart could not help but feel a little anxious. It's finally been a full month in the Great Zhao mountain range. How come that human emperor's son hasn't come out yet? Shenxinyu was anxious and worried about what would happen to the Great Zhao dynasty. Senior, will Taoist Shen come out today? The day had already arrived, and Zhang Yi didn't want to continue staying in the Great Zhao mountain range. After all, he was still on a mission. Look, isn't His Highness coming out? Blind Grandpa smiled kindly and pointed behind Zhang Yi. Although he was blind, his senses were much sharper than normal people. At this moment, Shen Wangu had already arrived behind Zhang Yi and gently patted Zhang Yi's shoulder. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I haven't seen you in January. I miss you very much. Zhang Yi turned to look at Shen Wangu. His figure still subconsciously took a few steps back, but he felt that the aura on Shen Wangu's body was even more subtle, and it looked like his cultivation had refined quite a bit during this period of time. The month of January has come and gone. It's time to go down. Not only were Zhang Yi and the others waiting anxiously this January, even the people of the Great Zhao village were also waiting quite anxiously. At these words, all of them rubbed their fists and were ready to go down to the mountain for a big fight. Shen Wangu stretched and yawned. Go! It is indeed time to go out and take a look as well. Senior sister, lead the way. Let's go back. Zhang Yi ordered in a low voice. It's finally time to go back. Shenxinyu was excited. She had waited for this day for too long, and flew forward again to lead the way. Soon, a group of people came under the Great Zhao mountain range in a vast manner, and before leaving, Shen Wangu did not forget to glance at the Great Zhao mountain range. Let's go! Blind Grandpa, several old men also looked deeply at the Great Zhao mountain range. I don't know if I'll have a chance to come back in this life. Just when Zhang Yi and the others rushed to the Great Zhao dynasty. The Great Zhao dynasty had long been populated by people, with wars filling everywhere, and the streets were in a state of disrepair. since Shen Chongrun went back to mobilize military orders, a full 100,000 troops approaching towards the holy capital, and now it has long been killed in the holy capital, and Shen Chongqing is also protected by Meng Jiang within the holy palace. Now, Shen Chongqing's name of the holy emperor has long existed in name only, in addition to the holy palace, in addition to this large great Zhou dynasty nowhere belongs to him. If Meng Jiang hadn't kept his promise and sworn to guard him, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lasted even a month. At first, Shen Chongrun was worried that Zhang Yi would bring the Great Zhou Mountain Range's men to kill him, but since it had been a month and there was still no reaction, he subconsciously thought that Zhang Yi had forgotten about it and had also ignored the Great Zhou Mountain Range as a force. Shen Chongrun wore armor, and behind him were thousands of troops and horses, shouting, "Shen Chongqing, in consideration of you and I being brothers, as long as you open the door of the sacred palace to give way, I can spare you from death. And General Meng, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Father has already died, so there is no need to keep your promise with him." Shen Chongrun had respect and hatred for Meng Jiang, and wondered why this person was so brain-dead. A man can't stand without faith, and I will do what I promised the late emperor. It's you who are too hasty. Are you worried that Zhang Yi will bring people from the Great Zhou Mountain Range? Before Shen Chongqing took the throne, Meng Jiang had warned Shen Chongrun to wait for half a year if he had any ideas. Who would have expected Shen Chongrun to be so impatient? It was a bit out of character for him, and Meng Jiang knew that Zhang Yi and the others had gone to the Great Zhou Mountain Range, and knew that the change must have come out there. Shen Chongrun arranged for people to break the sacred palace's formations while showing his cards. There's nothing to hide when it comes down to it. You guys don't really think that Zhang Yi will still come back to save you, do you? The son of the human emperor was awakened by him, and that power has already been returned to him, so why should he help you guys? Shen Chongrun didn't mind shattering their last hope. If he wanted to come, he would have come long ago. Do you think he would still come at this time? As long as the door to the sacred palace was opened, he would be the new sacred emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, and he couldn't help but feel some anticipation within his heart at the thought of this. Shen Chongqing, Meng Jiang, I've given you the opportunity. If when I open the door to the sacred palace, everything will be too late, Shen Chongrun kindly reminded. Shen Chongrun, nonsense, Brother Zhang will definitely come. Sinking fish is still by his side. Perhaps because of Shen Xinyu's relationship, Shen Chongqing had extra trust in Zhang Yi, and even after so much time had passed, he still believed that Zhang Yi would come. Ridiculous. You were born unsuitable for this position, and you expect him to come to your rescue at this point in time. Shen Chongrun only felt that Shen Chongqing was unusually childish, and it was a scoff at that. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the formation in front of the sacred palace's gate shattered, and a fireball erupted out, as if it was going to destroy everything inside the sacred palace. The formation has been broken. Kill! Shen Chongrun raised the long sword in his hand and ordered with a loud shout. Finally, after killing for a full month, the Great Zhou dynasty was almost dyed red with blood. He was finally going to get the sacred emperor position that he had been longing for, and he was going to become the most powerful person in the Great Zhou dynasty. Deep in the holy palace, Meng Jiang urged Shen Chongqing with a sad face. Your Majesty, I will use my life to buy you the last time to find a chance to leave. Make sure you live.
No.
What use is a dead king? I will stay, Shen Chongqing said with great backbone. On a rare occasion, a hint of appreciation showed in Meng Jiang's eyes, but unfortunately, this was a time when the two were about to die. Shen Chongrun had already killed the sacred palace, killing the forbidden army while approaching the location where Shen Chongqing was, and the smile on his face grew a few points wider. However, just as he was in the throes of killing, a vast pressure descended out of thin air, and a vast group of people appeared, the leader of which was none other than Zhang Yi. Shen Chongrun, you deserve to die. Shen Xinyu let out a sharp drink piercing the sky. Full of anger seems to be in this dynasty are a number of outbreaks. Chapter 89. Once upon a time. Shen Chongrun looked horrified and twisted his head away. He didn't come earlier or later, but came over at this time. Isn't this intentionally having a hard time with him? What brings you guys over at this hour? Shen Chongrun frowned, puzzled. Obviously he was about to succeed, just a little bit short of being a holy emperor. Brother Zhang, little sister, you guys are really here after all. Shen Chongqing patted the dust on his body. A flash of light erupted in his eyes, and a glimmer of hope was rekindled in his heart. Well, General Meng, I told you they'd be back for sure. As he spoke, a touch of arrogance appeared in Shen Chongqing's eyes. In this life Shin Chongqing had never looked at anyone wrong. Generals, you did not die in vain. We have finally waited for reinforcements. Shin Chongqing looked at the corpses and bones all over the ground, and his eyes couldn't help but be a little red moist. Meng Jiang had been prepared to die, but Zhang Yi's appearance of them showed him a ray of hope, especially when he saw the incomparably noble Shin Wangu in midair, an aura that he recognized the other party's identity at a glance. The 36th generation of the great Zhou dynasty's forbidden army general Meng Jiang pays his respects to your highness. Meng Jiang clasped his hands and knelt on one knee, saluting with an excited expression. Shin Wangu gently raised his hand and said, "Be excused." Then his icy cold gaze swept over Shin Chongrun. Scared Shin Chongrun's blood solidified, sucked in a breath of cold air. Actually could not help but put down the sword in his hand. When Zhang Yi descended upon the sacred palace with the people from the Great Zhou mountain range, the fighting here had stopped, the soldiers having long been scared out of their wits by the aura on the people from the Great Zhou mountain range. Zhang Yi, it was you who awakened Shin Wangu. Why do you have to help Shin Chongqing? As long as you help me, I can grant you half of the Great Zhou dynasty. Shin Chongrun knew that the success or failure of deciding all of this was ultimately on Zhang Yi. Even if he was no longer antipathetic to Zhang Yi, he had to bow his head in the face of absolute interests. Zhang Yi sneered and looked at Shin Chongrun as if he was looking at an idiot. He cared about this half of the country? He was just an emotionless task machine. Seeing that Zhang Yi was unmoved, Shin Chongrun increased his chips again. I can be your puppet, and from now on, the Great Zhou dynasty will be named Zhang. In order to live, Shin Chongrun is willing to go out of his way. Zhang Yi shook his head. He only felt that Shin Chongrun was overly childish. Such brainless words could actually be said. Fellow Taoist Zhang, what do you think should be done with this son? Shin Wangu glanced at Shin Chongrun. His heart was full of killing intent, but he still solicited Zhang Yi. After all, nowadays, the people in the Great Zhou mountain range were all Zhang Yi's forces. Perish the thought. Zhang Yi waved his hand indifferently. He cared nothing about Shin Chongrun's life or death. In the next moment, he only saw that the blind grandfather casually slapped his hand, and an ancient and vicissitudes of power converged into a giant palm, hardening Shin Chongrun's body and slapping it into powder. From the beginning to the end, the blind grandfather did not show a single trace of spiritual power on his body, and merely utilized the power of his pure physical body. The power of the physical body is actually strong to this extent. Zhang Yi was a bit shocked. This level of strength was simply a descending blow to these people. It was just a pity that blind grandpa was no longer alive. With the death of Shin Chongrun, the rebels lost their backbone and dropped their weapons, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. What is to be done with these people? Shin Wangu didn't care if these people lived or died. He cared about Zhang Yi's opinion. Seeing that Shin Chongrun, who had caused all this turmoil upheaval, was already dead, Zhang Yi was secretly relieved that the 6-month-long mission had finally been exceeded, and he didn't care so much about other things. Now he only needed to wait for the Heaven's Destiny Diagram reality quest to have been completed, so he could return to the Dao Sect in peace and continue to be his Dao Sect Grandmaster. Now this great week is his great week. Let him handle it. Zhang Yi didn't want to care about these worries and gave a casual explanation. Shin Chongqing at this moment has taken out the might of being the Holy Emperor of Great Zhou, patted the dust on his body, looked disdainfully at the rebellious soldiers kneeling on the ground, and said in a cold voice, "All general officers, kill. As for all the soldiers, the crime is not to death, but the death penalty can be waived. The living crime is hard to escape. The matter of rebuilding the holy capital will be left to you." With Shin Chongqing's order, Meng Jiang led his men to behead all the rebel leaders kneeling on the ground, and as their hands rose and fell, blood stained the ground of the sacred palace. And those soldiers who were lucky enough to escape with their lives felt that they had survived the robbery and kowtowed their heads vigorously to thank them. "Thank you, Holy Emperor, for not killing me." This day is also known as the Sacred Palace Rebellion in the history books, and the record of Zhang Yi is even more courageous to the extreme. So much so that later generations of the people of Great Zhou are full of gratitude to Zhang Yi. "General Meng, you take care of the aftermath. I'm going to catch up with Brother Zhang." After Shin Chongqing had arranged everything, he enthusiastically came up to Zhang Yi, and at the same time, he also respectfully arched his hand at Shin Wangu, saying, "Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou, Shin Chongqing, meet the son of the human emperor." Shin Wangu nodded slightly. Although he was a chatterbox in front of Zhang Yi, he was still unusually high and cold in front of outsiders. After all, the identity of the son of the human emperor was here, more or less some baggage. Brother Zhang, I knew you could do it. If you hadn't arrived in time, this time would have been really bad. You saved Great Zhou. According to the promise, you will be the Saint Master of the Great Zhou dynasty in the future. Shen Chongqing had never forgotten his promise, and now that Zhang Yi possessed the power of the Great Zhou Mountains, he couldn't wait to be tied up with Zhang Yi, so that Great Zhou could be stable. Moreover, this time Shen Chongrun started a rebellion, causing the Great Zhou dynasty to lose a lot of money, and the whole was in a state of 100 years of neglect. There is no need. My heart is not in Great Zhou. Now that Shen Chongrun is dead, there is no threat to Great Zhou. You can rest easy. Zhang Yi shook his head and refused. He had absolutely no desire lust for power. This can make Shen Chongqing anxious. Some panic? Zhang brother? Now Shen Chongrun although dead. But the Great Zhou dynasty still need you. I also need you and… Speaking here, he glanced at Shen Wangu and paused slightly. Besides, the power of the Great Zhou mountain range is in your hands. After the party's turmoil chaos, there are already less than 6 strong people in the Great Zhou territory at the transition stage. It is very dangerous. I need you. Shen Chongqing stared at Zhang Yi's eyes with incomparable sincerity and said. However, Zhang Yi was unmoved, and his mind was wondering why the heavenly fate chart had not yet shown the completion of the mission. Is it hard to believe that it's because the situation in the Great Zhou hasn't stabilized yet? What if I leave the forces of the Great Zhou mountain range here? With this idea born in Zhang Yi's mind, he immediately swept a glance at the group of people in the Great Zhou mountain range and slowly said, now that the Great Zhou is waiting for 100 things to be done, those of you who have come out from the Great Zhou mountain range and are inseparable from the Great Zhou dynasty will first stay in the Great Zhou dynasty to guard its stability. With a command, Zhang Yi finally felt the vibration of the heavenly fate diagram within his body, and the task regarding Shen Chongqing was finally completed, with all the rewards having been sent down within him. Zhang Yi would smile, finally accomplishing this troublesome task and avoiding the risk of being struck by lightning. Chapter 90 Going to the Devil's Cave. Yes, sir. The people of the Great Zhou mountain range had completely submitted to Zhang Yi under Shen Wangu's preaching, and naturally would not resist Zhang Yi's orders. Shen Wangu also looked at Zhang Yi with a surprised expression and asked in disbelief, fellow Taoist Zhang, what is your relationship with this person? Do you know how big a wave you can make by having this force? And you leave them in the Great Zhou dynasty. Shen Wangu did not understand Zhang Yi. How could anyone give away such a powerful force? The Great Zhou mountain range was originally closely related to the Great Zhou dynasty, and now that the Great Zhou dynasty is in trouble, can you sit back and do nothing? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. The simple words had indeed warmed the hearts of the people of the Great Zhou mountain range, and their respect for Zhang Yi had grown. This broad-mindedness of fellow Taoist Zhang is very much within the reach of others, and Mr. Shen admires it. Shen Wangu solemnly arched his hand. Shen Chongqing was even more moved and asked incredulously, Brother Zhang is really willing to leave the people of the Great Zhou mountain range here? He actually cared more about the force that was the Great Zhou mountain range, and he knew that he would not be able to keep Zhang Yi just by him, so he could only settle for the second best. Seeing as you're so touched, those who don't know think you're grateful? Zhang Yi had seen Shen Chongqing's favorable value towards him in the heavenly destiny diagram was only 2 stars, and that was after he had promised to leave the people of the Great Zhou mountain range behind, so it was hard to believe that what exactly was his impression of Zhang Yi before. But as long as there was no hate value, Zhang Yi didn't care about a man's favor value. Stabilize Great Zhou well, its people can no longer withstand the ordeal. Zhang Yi gave a heartfelt pat on Shen Chongqing's shoulder and explained, many thanks Brother Zhang, whether you are willing to become a Great Zhou Saint Master or not. But the position of Saint Master will always belong to you, and from now on, there will only be one Saint Master in Great Zhou, Brother Zhang. After some deep thought and familiarity, Shen Chongqing did not care whether Zhang Yi agreed or not, and took it upon himself to anoint Zhang Yi as the Great Zhou sage. After today, Great Zhou has nothing to do with me. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, he wouldn't eat this and bluntly refused. But Shen Chongqing just smiled. He didn't care about Zhang Yi's attitude. Anyway, he said that Zhang Yi was the Great Zhou sacred master, that is. Zhang Yi coldly glanced at Shen Chongqing and didn't continue to dwell on that issue, but asked, does the Holy Emperor know of any major movements in the Wuling continent recently? Zhang Yi had hurried to the Great Zhou dynasty since leaving the Great Zhou mountain range, and hadn't even had the time to inquire about Yue Yao's news. Brother Zhang really anticipates things like God. Recently the news of Yi Haoran being in the Devil's Cave broke out, and the Devil's Maiden awakened with it, and the Tao Sect, the Southern Demon Kingdom, and the Earth Sect's people have already been fighting with them in the Devil's Cave for as long as a month. It was such a big deal that it was well known in Wuling, and only Zhang Yi and the others were unaware of it as they were in the Great Zhou mountain range. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi frowned, secretly saying, "She really did go after all. Why won't she listen to advice? Someone is already besieging the demon cave. Fellow Taoist Zhang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Shen Wangu's eyes lit up and his expression was slightly excited as he said. It was true that following Zhang Yi was different, and he had encountered such a good thing as soon as he left the mountain. Indeed, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and a few of us old guys are willing to do our part to exterminate the demons. The blind grandfather several people immediately volunteered to help. Zhang Yi was very satisfied with the performance of the blind grandfather's few people. If these people had made a move, I'm afraid Yi Haoran would be in trouble this time. As for that which Zhang Yi didn't give it a second thought. The others will stay here, and a few of us will make a trip to the Devil's Cave. Zhang Yi glanced at the blind Grandpa Fu and instructed softly. Brother Zhang, I heard that the Devil's Cave was built by the Devil Emperor himself. It is exceptionally dangerous, otherwise it wouldn't have been so many experts who couldn't attack it for a long time, so I'll advise you to stay out of this mess. Shen Chongqing frowned slightly as he advised. Yi Haoran and I are mortal enemies. So since I know about his news, why wouldn't I go? Zhang Yi didn't pay attention to Shen Chongqing, and with a few people in tow, he went all the way towards the Devil's Cave, while everyone else stayed behind in the Great Zhou dynasty. Then I wish Brother Zhang a triumphant return. Seeing that he could not stop Zhang Yi, Shen Chongqing turned his words to bless him. Along the way, Shen Wangu was expressing his dissatisfaction with Shen Chongqing, thinking that the other party he cared about power. I can't imagine that after so many years, the Great Zhou dynasty has actually fallen to such a state. This lineage of the Shen clan of the Great Zhou dynasty is technically considered to be a distant relative of the human emperor's lineage. So Shen Wangu is also considered to be their old ancestor. About 3 hours later, several people could be considered to have reached the vicinity of the Devil's Cave, and before they could even get close to the Devil's Cave, they felt an astonishing stream of light rising from the air, and a steady stream of booming sounds were also overwhelming, as if they were going to shatter the void. This group of people had been attacking in front of the Devil's Cave for a month, but the Devil's Cave still didn't move at all, which was very abrasive. Master, I apologize for my late arrival. When Zhang Yi saw that Yue Yao was not injured, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Hasn't Zhang Yi been expelled from the Dao sect? I knew there was something fishy about this. Taoist Green Lotus frowned slightly and reacted instantly, then looked at Shen Wangu by Zhang Yi's side. Good plan. First let Zhang Yi pretend to leave the Dao sect, and so join the Great Zhou dynasty as a means of awakening the son of the human emperor. Yue Yao also froze slightly when she saw Zhang Yi's sudden appearance, but quickly reacted, still cold this face, and coldly said, Zhang Yi, considering that you've been performing reasonably well lately, I'll restore your status as the Dao sect's senior brother. She was the Dao patriarch, and whether Zhang Yi was the Dao patriarch or not was not a matter of her word. Upon hearing this, the 9 elders of the Dao sect all showed joyful expressions and called out to the patriarch for his wisdom. The others' attention was completely drawn to Shen Wangu and the others, and they simply didn't have the heart to pay attention to this master and disciple. When Zhang Yi appeared in front of a few people with Shen Wangu and all of them, everyone's eyes lit up, especially when they saw Shen Wangu. They were even more shocked. The aura was simply too offbeat. Moreover, almost all of the people in the scene are strong people at the stage of the transition. Their eyesight is naturally extraordinary, and they can also see the extraordinary nature of the blind grandfather's several people at a glance, and their faces are all raised with a touch of joy. I believe this is the son of the human emperor? Has your highness come here to help us? The southern demon kingdom lord asked with an agitated expression. Just as their attention was not on Zhang Yi, Shen Wangu's attention was also not on them, and when he heard Zhang Yi address Yue Yao as his master, he instantly became interested and rushed towards Yue Yao and slightly arched his hand. So this is fellow Taoist Zhang's master? My name is Shen Wangu, and I don't know your name? Yue Yao made Shen Wangu's eyes light up. This kind of posture was extremely rare even in the ancient times, plus the fact that she was Zhang Yi's mentor, which made him rise a strong interest in Yue Yao. Truly this woman should only be found in heaven. Shen Wangu sighed deeply. Chapter 91. A proud bone of Shen Wangu. Dao Song Yue Yao. Yue Yao glanced at Shen Wangu and said with an incomparably cold expression, Yue Yao. Yue Yao. Yaoing under the moon. Good name. Shen Wangu nodded his head repeatedly and praised. As Zhang Yi watched Shen Wangu look at Yue Yao in a somewhat off-kilter manner, Alarm bells rang in his heart, and his eyes gradually became odd as he secretly transmitted his voice. Shun Wangu, you'd better not hit on my master's idea. Shin Wangu was shocked in his heart and looked at Zhang Yi with a surprised expression. He always felt that there was something wrong with Zhang Yi right now. Why? Shin Wangu blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. No, why? Can't hit her. Zhang Yi responded in a domineering manner. It's hard. It's hard to not be able to make it to the point where you're a friend of Taoist Zhang. Thinking of this, Shin Wangu looked incredibly surprised and looked at Zhang Yi incredulously. Zhang Yi's expression became gloomy and stared at Shin Wangu with a deadly stare, which made Shin Wangu realize the seriousness of the matter. Yue Yao should be fellow Taoist Zhang's scales. Shin Wangu already had a calculation in his mind and secretly nodded his head and said, Good, good, good. Know it all, I got it. Shin Wangu revealed a look like I know everything, and his eyes were incomparably wise. That? Your Highness? Seeing that Shin Wangu did not even pay attention to him, the Lord of the Southern Demon Kingdom was a bit embarrassed for a moment and spoke out again to remind him. However, Shin Wangu still ignored him and instead stared at the Devil's Cave and shouted, Rinqianqiu, this palace is coming. Why don't you come out and suffer death? Shin Wangu was so spirited and domineering. Worthy of being the son of the human emperor, his aura is truly extraordinary. More than that, those old guys beside him are all great emperors at the late stage of the transition, and I'm afraid the strength of their fleshly bodies has reached a terrifying level. The others looked at such a domineering Shin Wangu and couldn't help but praise him. In the past, Zhang Yi's appearance was often the most dazzling presence, but this time, everyone subconsciously ignored him. It couldn't be helped that Shin Wangu was destined to shine brightly as he carried the name of the human emperor's son. Shin Wangu, you're good at finding time, if you're capable of fighting alone. Rinqianqiu's voice rang out from the Devil's Cave with more or less a hint of anger in it. After slumbering for the longest time in the previous year, he is still so despicable and shameless.
Rein Kian Kung Kirst.
Having been besieged by people from several major powers for a long month, Rinqianqian now dared not step out of the Devil's Cave at all. Says who is despicable? Come out and fight if you can. Shin Wangu's face turned blue. She was still so fond of rumors after so many years. Come in if you can.
Rein Kian Kung Xiaozit.
If you don't have the ability, don't try to be strong. You've been doing this for years. Rinqianqiu chattered and scolded Shin Wangu, not giving the other party the slightest bit of mercy. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I can't help it. What do you think about this matter? Shin Wangu's angry face was a burst of green and purple, clenching his fists to consult Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi was harboring great fortune, and there were some major events that Zhang Yi had to be asked about, and perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Zhang Yi thought to himself that this has nothing to do with me. He only came here to ensure Yue Yao's safety. HM? The son of the human emperor cares so much about Zhang Yi's opinion? What's their relationship? Shin Wangu's question instantly caused everyone's attention to converge on Zhang Yi. It just occurred to me that the young man in front of me was also a magnificent figure. Let them hand over Yi Haoren first, and this matter can be put to rest. Zhang Yi's main target was Yi Haoren, and he didn't want to make a grudge against Rinqianqiu just yet. Moreover, this was Rinqianqiu's territory, so it was more or less troublesome to move. Hear that? Taoist Zhang, said to hand over that what's her name Yi Haoren and spare your life today. Without the slightest hesitation, Shin Wangu satisfied Zhang Yi's conditions first. Shin Wangu's attitude towards Zhang Yi even made the others pour a breath of cold air, which was more than caring about Zhang Yi. It was simply obeying Zhang Yi's words. What has this brat Zhang Yi done? It should be more than just awakening the human emperor's son, right? The son of the human emperor is too eccentric in his attitude towards him. If that's the case, how strong will the Tao Sect's power have to be in the future? Who do you say is stronger between Zhang Yi and the son of the human emperor? For a moment, all the light shone on Zhang Yi once again, and he was still the radiant Tao Sect senior brother. At this moment, inside the Devil's Cave, Yi Haoren hated Zhang Yi's voice so much. Demoness, that Zhang Yi is the junior supreme, and he's the one who took away my chance and caused me to be like this. You must help me make a decision. After this period of time, Yi Haoren sort of found that Rinqianqiu was extremely protective of her shortcomings, so he also took advantage of this, and the scene immediately sold her misery, pulling up the hatred between her and Zhang Yi. HM? He's the teenage supreme being who awakened Shin Wangu? It's a bit interesting. Listening to Shenwangu's tone, it seems like he cares about him. Ren Qianqiu smiled evilly. A touch of curiosity flashed in the depths of his eyes. Shenwangu is also a man of arrogance, actually obeying a brat at his word. It's a bit interesting. Yi Haoran, perform well during this period of time. I will naturally help you when the time comes. Ren Qianqiu was also satisfied with Yi Haoran's performance during this period of time, so he agreed to do the same.
Zhang Yi.
Young Supreme, how about this? How about you kill Shenwangu and I'll give Yi Haoran to you? Ren Qianxian inside the Devil's Cave teased in a jocular manner. Zhang Yi outside the Devil's Cave frowned, a touch of displeasure flowing between his eyebrows. Little cute. Both could hear the flirtatious intent in it and were just about to open their mouths when they saw Shenwangu shouting with an agitated expression. How dare you? How dare you molest my fellow Taoist Zhang? Immediately afterward, Shenwangu looked at Zhang Yi with a look of righteous indignation and agitatedly said, Fellow Taoist Zhang, this woman is so obstinate. It looks like this battle can't be avoided. But Master and the others couldn't break through the Devil's Cave even after attacking for a month. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This feeling was really hard to bear. Obviously Yi Haoran was hiding inside. Zhang Yi, if you have the guts to go into the Devil's Cave and fight me to the death. If you don't have the guts, don't disgrace yourself here. Bull Junior Supreme, you're just a coward.
Ye Haoran also jurset, constantly provoking Zhang Yi. Ye Haoran.
I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Is Taoist Zhang also something you can slander? Shenwangu was even more agitated than Zhang Yi, gritting his teeth with a blue face. The others looked at the agitated Shenwangu and were all a bit confused, not understanding why Shenwangu cared so much about Zhang Yi. This seemed to be very different from the son of the human emperor they had imagined. Where's Gao Lung who just came out? Where are you going? Yue Yao also looked odd, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Yi as if she wanted to know the reason for this. Zhang Yi also shrugged helplessly. He didn't know how Shenwangu became like this. He was also helpless. Immortal Zhang, we can break the Devil's Cave formation. No need to worry. Just then, Blind Grandpa had a calm face and said these words as if they were as simple as eating and drinking water. Chapter 92, The Battle of the World. Immortal Zhang? Blind Grandpa's name for Zhang Yi shocked everyone. How did Zhang Yi become an immortal in their eyes? What earth-shattering event had Zhang Yi done in the Great Zhou mountain range? How could he make a powerful man like Grandpa Blind treat him like this? Senior nephew Zhang Yi, what exactly have you done? Making the people of the Great Zhou mountain range and the son of the human emperor so-and-so. Taoist Green Lotus smirked as she approached Zhang Yi, when she was about to touch him but was shaken away by Yue Yao with a surge of spiritual power. Taoist Green Lotus glared fiercely at Yue Yao. The two of them were still so in love with fighting. Zhang Yi didn't pay attention to Taoist Green Lotus, but looked at Blind Grandpa and asked rhetorically, Will this matter affect your lives? Zhang Yi hadn't forgotten about them saying that they were not going to live long in the Great Zhou mountain range before, and looking at this determination of his blind grandfather, it was obvious that he had an inseparable relationship with the Devil's Cave. Shenwangu also reacted and asked in a deep voice, If this matter will affect your lives, there is no need. He was unwilling to let the blind grandpa and them to risk their lives, and this Devil Cave was created by the Devil Emperor. How can it be so easy to destroy, in which the price paid is bound to be amazing? The blind grandfather Fu smiled faintly, very frankly, and said in a serious tone, Your Highness, this is our mission, and this is also our destiny. There is nothing to lament. We will eventually leave you, and after guarding you for 1,000 years, it is time for us to depart. After this, the path to your Highness' immortality is straight. Afterward, the blind grandfather bowed deeply towards Zhang Yi and said sincerely, Immortal Zhang, do not fail His Highness. Granny Dragon, Broken Arm, and Cripple, it's time to hit the road, and it's time to let the people of the Devil's Cave know the terror of one of the human emperor's veins. Blind Grandpa smiled frankly and rushed towards the Devil's Cave with a few old men. Righteousness and courage. No! Shenwangu tore his heart and lungs to cry out, wanting to stop them, but was shaken away by an invisible force of terror, and was simply unable to get the slightest bit closer to them. Not only him, even Yue Yao and other kind of powerhouses were shaken away by that overwhelming force. The moment Blind Grandpa and his group rushed towards the Devil's Cave, the winds and clouds changed, crazy spiritual energy surged, and a huge storm lifted up as if it was going to peak this heaven and earth. I'll town the Devil's Cave with my eyes. Blind Grandpa laughed up to the sky, only to see a pair of snow-white pupils fly out from his eyes, and a wave of destructive power gushed out, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Blind Grandpa's empty eyes looked toward Shenwangu and smiled faintly. "Farewell, Your Highness. See you in the next life." In the next moment, he only saw the bloodlight on the blind grandfather's body, and an unparalleled flood of power blasted towards the cave entrance of the Devil's Cave, and under the color of blood in the sky, the cave entrance of the Devil's Cave shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sky was rendered by the color of blood. The sky collapsed and the void trembled. Only the entrance of the demon cave was protected by a burst of black demonic light. A crack was born in the black aperture, but there was still no sign of collapse. Master Blind! Shun Wangu felt that his blind grandfather's breath was rapidly dissipating. His eyes could not stop reddening, and he hysterically laughed up to the sky. This old man, who had watched him grow up and stayed with him for thousands of years, even this life was for him. Now that he has awakened, he has resolutely dedicated his life to destroying the demons. At this moment, the 4 great demon kings of wind, fire, thunder and lightning appeared in front of the entrance of the demon cave, and for a while the wind was raging, the demon fire was burning, the thunder was roaring, and the demon lightning was flashing wildly. Damn old man, don't hold us back if you want to die. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Completely insane. Actually burning the demon cave spirit formation with his own essence blood. The 4 great demon kings looked at the rain of blood in the sky and only felt their scalps tingle as a sense of unprecedented crisis rose in their hearts. Today, not only will we break the demon cave spirit formation, but we will also destroy your demon cave. I will kill the demon king with my body. Granny Long sneered, her face not the slightest bit fearful, but instead incomparably spontaneous. The words fell, only to see the dragon Granny's body transform into a stream of light. A terrifying power erupted within her body, and the wind went towards the 4 great demon kings, as if it was a time bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Under the color of blood, a loud roar rang out as the dragon Granny burned all of her strength, leaving behind a radiant glow. This made the crack on the Devil's Cave a few points larger, and the 4 great demon kings were also seriously injured, their breath somewhat floating, a touch of blood hanging from the corner of their mouths. No, we can't let them go on like this. We have to find a way to lure them away or the witch will be in danger. The 4 great demon kings were scared to death. Their demonic path had always been known for their ruthlessness, but they were ruthless to others. They could not be ruthless to themselves. It's already too late. Today we have come to kill you. Iron Knuckle Zhao bellowed out, only to be seen shouting, I will use my legs to suppress the devil's way. For a time, the wind and clouds surging. The void emerged you a huge stump leg, berserk power contained in it, transformed into countless residual shadow want to trample everything in this world. Boom, boom, boom. Between the lightning and fire, wind, rain and lightning surged in the remnants of the shadow, but they only felt that there was a huge leg that kept you bombarding their bodies, hitting them with no power to fight back at all. A few moments later, the ground was a mess. The remnants dissipated, the giant legs disappeared, and the breath of the 4 great demon kings was annihilated, having completely perished. Even the cracks on the Devil's Cave were getting bigger and bigger, and the vibrations were getting more and more violent, as if they would shatter at any moment. This power seems to have transcended this world, right? Immortals are just like that, right? The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord's expression changed greatly, incomparably shocked as he looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. What is an amazing battle? That's what it is. Other strong people also sucked in a breath of cool air. Today can be considered to let them grow insights, but at the same time the heart is also secretly thankful. Such a powerful force has exceeded the imagination. Perhaps dissipation is the best end for them. Otherwise, if this power was in the hands of the Dao sect, there would be nothing for the other forces to do. Shun Wangu stared at the Devil's Cave with red eyes, his fists unconsciously clenched, one by one, his elders left in front of his eyes. In this world he would really have no relatives, and his mood gradually fell into numbness. Your Highness, take good care of yourself, ergo go ahead. Ha ha ha, Master Blind, Granny Dragon and Cripple. I've come to keep you company. I'll break the devil's way with my broken arm. Break me. Broken Arm shouted. The broken arm on his body rose up in the air like the arm of the god of war, as endless battle intent and terrifying power erupted out. Boom, boom, boom. Under a violent blast, the spirit formation of the Devil's Cave shattered in response, while a demonic shadow appeared in the void, its features and their blurring, but its eyes carried a monstrous killing intent. Unbridled. Dare to destroy this emperor's. The silhouette shouted angrily, and all beings trembled. However, the broken arm was letting out a loud laugh. A fist blasted away. The body and the broken arm fused into one. Monstrous blood light erupted, wanting to fight with the heavenly Zhao, which could break all things. Damn demon emperor! A mere shadow dares to act recklessly. Get the hell out of here. Under a fist, monstrous might came. Under the void vibration, hard annihilation of the devil emperor shadow. A long time before heaven and earth to restore calm. The devil cave is also completely broken. Chapter 93. Are you deaf? Brush it off. Along with the dissipation of the devil emperor's shadow, the strong body of the broken arm was also turned into a sky of blood rain. As if the sky was crying, the rain of blood fell non-stop, dyeing the 100 miles around the devil cave into a blood-red color, and the air was filled with a sentimental atmosphere. The 4 old men of the Great Zhou mountain range had used their lives to break open the demon cave and exterminate the 4 great demon kings, which was not a small dedication to the Wuling continent. For a while, everyone had respect for these 4 old men whose names were unknown, and bowed their heads in silence as a sign of respect. And Shen Wangu even rushed into the devil's cave first, his body's breath surging wildly, his honorable breath as if he could sweep away all evil spirits in time. Rinchen Cho, I want you to pay for the blind master's life. Shen Wangu was filled with anger and wanted to vent it on Rinchen Cho. After he entered the devil's cave, the monstrous demonic aura greeted him, and the devil Dao cultivators inside the devil's cave were all terrified by the commotion of the party outside. Especially when they saw the murderous Shen Wangu. They even fled. Shen Wangu held the human emperor axe in his hand and looked around with killing intent, but he did not find Rinchen-cho's figure. Rinchen-cho, come out and die. The angry hissing sound echoed within the large devil's cave, but there was no response. At this time, Zhang Yi and his group also stepped into the legendary devil's cave one after another, but they only saw all the devil's Dao cultivators holding their heads and surrendering. In front of so many powerful people, they had no room to resist. Zhang Yi searched for Yi Haoran's figure in it, but found nothing, and an ominous premonition was born in his heart. No good. It won't let this guy escape again, right? Yi Haoran's escaping skill that was obvious to all, when he also escaped in front of many great emperors, now escaping didn't seem so unexpected. Seniors, we didn't do anything to harm the heavens. We just mistakenly entered the devil's path. Please let us live. I'm willing to waste my own cultivation and only beg you to spare me. Yeah, I've got an old man and a young man, so why don't you guys have mercy on me? These devil cultivators are also human beings, only the cultivation method is a bit evil. If it is really as they say, it is not a crime to death. But no one could care about them right now. Everyone's eyes were looking for Rinchen Xiao and Yi Haoran. But in the end, they came up empty-handed. Strange. Where did the witch run off with Yi Haoran? Say, where did they go? Knowing nothing about the whereabouts of the two, the crowd angrily questioned the captured devil Dao practitioners. Back when the demon cave shook, the demoness devoured the essence of other people's flesh and blood and took Yi Haoran with her to escape. One of the slightly bolder devil Dao cultivators said warily, "It must be Yi Haoran's void gate. Damn it." The southern demon kingdom lord remembered Yi Haoran's kung fu to escape and hated him for a moment. For the first time, he felt like a person was so difficult to deal with it was a real headache. Originally, this time they had gone to such great lengths to kill Yi Haoran and Rinchen Cho. But as a result, they had only captured a group of devil cultivators, which made their hearts more or less lost. Wasted so much effort, only cleaned up a bunch of small fish and shrimp. Harm? The southern demon kingdom lord had a reluctant heart and let out a long sigh while lamenting the deaths of blind grandpa and the others. Shen Wangu was even more infuriated and showed his teeth, gritting his teeth and saying, "Rinchen Cho, you can escape for a while, but not for a lifetime. And what's more, Yi Haoran, I'll remember you." Shen Wangu's eyes erupted with a senile killing intent as he said word by word, "Your Highness, what are you going to do with these people?" The southern demon kingdom lord looked at the gloomy Shen Wangu and asked in a low voice, "At your disposal. This Highness will only execute Yi Haoran and Rinchen Cho." Coinciding with the time when Shen Wangu was distracted, where did he still have the heart to pay attention to these things, and responded with great impatience. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I wish to pursue the whereabouts of Rinchen Cho and the others. Are you willing to travel with me?" Shen Wangu's heart was unwilling to pay such a big price, but in the end, he got nothing. He felt unworthy for his blind grandfather and them. However, once the devil's cave is broken, the devil's way will no longer have a place to live, and there is the hope of completely eradicating the devil's way, which is probably the last mission of Blind Grandpa and the others. Zhang Yi shook his head repeatedly and refused. I won't go. Saying this, he paused and thought for a moment. I wish your highness the best of luck and an early execution of Ren Chou and Yi Haoran. Shun Wangu froze, his eyes both stunned and lost. He did not expect Zhang Yi to refuse so dryly. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you and I should be on the same front. Ren Xian and Yi Haoran are both your mortal enemies as well. There are some things you can't escape. Why don't you join forces with me? Shun Wangu took a deep breath and calmed down a little, sweeping all the emotions out of his heart, and once again extending a sincere invitation to Zhang Yi. But this time, before Zhang Yi could say anything, Yue Yao reprimanded him. Are you deaf? Can't you hear that he has already refused? Yue Yao's tough attitude made everyone freeze. The other party is at least the son of the human emperor. You should at least give face, right? Shun Wangu also froze, thinking that this master and disciple are really bad-tempered. Even the temperament of their bodies are somewhat similar. Both are refusing to be cold, not worthy of being two masters and disciples. However, Shun Wangu did not get angry. The human emperor has long since ascended to the immortal world. The identity of the human emperor's son is just a false name, and he did not feel that he was more noble. Patriarch Yu, don't be in a hurry to get angry first. I'm doing this for the sake of fellow Taoist Zhang. Shun Wangu said without haste. He has to go if you think about him? Not going. Not until you find out where they are. Yue Yao said decisively. The Earth Sect specializes in mind techniques, so let the Earth Sect handle these devil cultivators. Yue Yao glanced at Tao Lord Qinglian, and then without giving the others a chance to speak, she flew away with the people of the Tao Sect. Decisive, domineering. Yue Yao had come here to kill Yi Haoran, and now that Yi Haoran had escaped, there was no need for her to remain here. Shun Wangu was caught off guard as he looked at Yue Yao and their departing figures. When he wanted to chase after them, he was stopped by Taoist Qinglian. Your Highness, in my opinion, there is no need for you to continue. It is hard to change what she has decided, and who in Wuling doesn't know that she is the far-famed, emotionless fairy? Why don't your Highness follow me into the Earth Sect first? And I, the Earth Sect, will do my best to help you find the demoness. Taoist Green Lotus sent out an olive branch to Shun Wangu, while exuding the power of seduction everywhere in his body. Shun Wangu frowned slightly, although this Qinglian Taoist is also long and woeful, but compared with Yue Yao is still worse, and he does not like seductive women. There is no need. With that, Shun Wangu's figure flashed and followed closely behind the Tao Sect's group. He could not give up just because of a few simple words from Taoist Master Qinglian. He still had to go to the Tao Sect to try and convince Zhang Yi. This guy! Taoist Green Lotus stomped her foot in warm anger, a flash of remembered hatred in her eyes. Chapter 94. The Immortals Pose. Inside the Tao Sect, when all the disciples saw Zhang Yi appear, they greeted each other with pincers, and their expressions were incomparably exuberant, especially the 9 sons of the Tao Sect who had been confined in the first place. That day, eldest senior brother was expelled from the Tao Sect because of us, and now that he has returned along with the patriarch, he should still be my Tao Sect's eldest senior brother, right? I heard that after leaving the Tao Sect, eldest senior brother helped Shin Chongqing stabilize the Great Zhou, and even recovered the power of the Great Zhou mountain range. If eldest senior brother were to return to the Tao Sect, we would feel slightly better in our hearts. Ever since Zhang Yi had left the Tao Sect, the 9 sons of the Tao Sect had lived a life worse than death, not only blaming themselves internally, but also being reviled by their fellow disciples. It can be said to have been transformed from a man of the people before to a street rat. The Tao Sect disciples didn't dare to blame Yue Yao, so they could only spread their grievances on the 9 sons of the Tao Sect. Zhang Yi has been meritorious in destroying the demons this time, so he will be reinstated as the Tao Sect's senior brother with immediate effect. Yue Yao looked at the Tao Sect disciples' faces full of anticipation and announced the news with a calm expression. Welcome back, eldest brother. The Tao Sect disciples shouted in unison to the heavens, their words filled with excitement. Upon hearing this news, the 9 sons of the Tao Sect's hanging heart also finally landed on the ground. Chen Shaokuai looked at Zhang Yi with an odd expression. From the beginning in the Devil's Cave, he had wondered if Zhang Yi's departure from the Tao Sect was intentional from the very beginning, and now she was more and more convinced that it was all a setup. A setup for the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. This was the first time he had drifted outside for so long, and it was still everything in the Tao Sect that gave him peace of mind.
Tao Sect.
Forgetful Cliff, I'm back again. Zhang Yi glanced in the direction of the forgotten river cliff and murmured in a low voice. Under the revelry of the crowd of disciples, Yue Yao looked at Zhang Yi coldly and said, "Come with me to Moon Shadow Peak." It was just what Zhang Yi wanted, and he happened to have something to say to Yue Yao as well. Chun Xiaokui followed behind Zhang Yi without moving, wanting to know the truth about the Great Zhou incident. However, he was mercilessly sent away by Zhang Yi. This and Yue Yao were separated for a long time in January. It was not easy to have a chance to be alone. How could he let someone destroy it? Nine Tails, you go back to the Forgotten Cliff and clean up a bit. I'll be right back. Zhang Yi barked some instructions, then without looking back, he followed behind Yue Yao and rushed towards Moon Shadow Peak. It's also true that there is no one at the Forgotten River Cliff in January, and as the mistress of the Forgotten River Cliff, I am the one who has to go back early to take care of things. Chun Xiaoqui nodded thoughtfully, and with Xiao Gu in tow, she returned to the Forgotten River Cliff. At the top of the Moon Shadow Peak, Zhang Yi and Yue Yao stood opposite each other, and the cool mountain wind rustled the clothes on both of them. Yaoer, didn't I tell you to just spread the news and stay out of this? In the end, Zhang Yi slowly stepped forward, a hint of reproach in his gentle voice. Since experiencing the heavenly moon sword, Yue Yao's attitude towards Zhang Yi had made a 180-degree turnaround, and rarely did she dodge. Only her complexion remained slightly shy. On the Moon Shadow Peak, the beautiful woman's silhouette is a perfect painting of its own. Since I know Yi Haoran's whereabouts, I won't just sit back and do nothing. Yi Haoran is a mortal enemy to you, as well as to me, Yue Yao said with a straight face. Tell me about your time in the Great Zhou mountain range? Why is that human emperor's son clinging to you? It was already rare for Yue Yao to be able to explain a sentence. After all, she was used to being overbearing, and immediately turned the conversation over to the Great Zhou mountain range. Inexplicably, I've always had the feeling that he's not quite normal here, probably because he's been asleep for too long. Mentioning Shen Wangu Zhang Yi is a face of helplessness, pointing to his head and laughing bitterly. Did he say anything to you? Yue Yao shook her head. How could the son of the hallowed human emperor have a brain problem? Zhang Yi showed a look of recollection on his face, knowing that Yue Yao was helping him analyze the big picture, and not daring to be negligent, he said with a straight face. He said that the great world is coming, and I am blessed with great fortune, and that he wants to chop off the demon lady's heavy pupil with me. And he also said that if I help him out, I can be taken care of by the human emperor when I ascend in the future. Yue Yao nodded, her vermilion lips rising slightly as she asked, "What about immortal Zhang?" She was also curious as to why the great powers of the Great Zhou mountain range had to address Zhang Yi in such a manner. Immortal, this is what all cultivators seek in their lives. Zhang Yi patted his head. This is what was called out by Shen Wangu. Because Shen Wangu said that I have the appearance of an immortal, saying something like only someone with the appearance of an immortal can awaken him. This also convinced the people of the Great Zhou mountain range of this. The immortal's posture? So it was your natural talent that awakened it. Yue Yao nodded thoughtfully. If that was the case, she too could understand Shen Wangu's attitude towards Zhang Yi. Not really, this immortal's posture, one is talking about the natural talent, the second is talking about the posture. Shen Wangu said that he was awakened just by me taking one more look, and also said that it was a fated thing. Speaking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed, especially when he remembered the way Shen Wangu had looked at him back then. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle now. Well, Yue Yao stared wide-eyed, a look of doubt written all over her phoenix eyes. It was the first time she'd heard that immortal's pose actually involved posture. Shen Wangu, if you dare to hit Zhang Yi, I'll break you into pieces. Just as Zhang Yi had warned Shen Wangu earlier, Yue Yao also swore secretly in her heart. The master and disciple stared at Shen Wangu as one, both afraid that Shen Wangu would hit the other's idea. And Shen Wangu, who was on his way to the Dao sect, sneezed coldly and couldn't help but rub his nose, wondering, what's going on? Who is saying bad things about His Highness behind his back again? At his level, he usually didn't sneeze easily, so he was more sensitive to certain aspects. Fortunately, he finally arrived at the foot of the Dao sect's mountain, and looking at the imposing Dao sect, he couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the sect where fellow Daoist Zhang is from, it really does have extraordinary luck. I, Shen Wangu, son of the human emperor, have come to seek an audience with Dao sect senior brother Zhang Yi. Please inform me. It had to be said that Shen Wangu's upbringing was really good. There was no arrogance of the son of a human emperor at all, and he treated the disciples guarding the gate courteously. Son of the human emperor? The Dao sect disciple froze and viewed Shen Wangu's extraordinary aura. He didn't dare to be slow, and immediately arched his hand and said, "Your Highness, wait a moment. I'll go and inform eldest senior brother." For a while, the news that Shen Wangu had come to the Zhao sect to seek an audience with Zhang Yi was well known, and there were also many disciples who ran to the mountain gate to join in the fun. At least he was the son of the human emperor, and they all knew that this was awakened by Zhang Yi, so naturally they were a bit curious. Hee. I thought that the son of the human emperor's divine martial arts were extraordinary, but it turns out that it's nothing compared to eldest senior brother. Withdrawn and withdrawn. This is completely incomparable to eldest brother. This is the son of the human emperor? I think eldest senior brother is more like the son of the human emperor, right? Discussions rose in all directions. Listening to Shen Wangu's face, a burst of green and purple, and his heart was also blocked. What did I do to deserve this? You're putting me down like this? Shen Wangu was bitter in his heart, but he still endured it and maintained his final demeanor. It's fine, it's fine. The comparison is to fellow Taoist Zhang. He's an immortal. Shen Wangu kept patting his chest mouth, relieving his ego, which could be considered to feel something. Chapter 95, The Supreme Robe. Eldest senior brother, Shen Wangu, the son of the human emperor, has come to the Zhao sect to seek an audience. The disciple who informed him knew that Zhang Yi was at the Moon Shadow Peak and purposely ran to the bottom of the Moon Shadow Peak to inform him. At those words, Yue Yao subconsciously frowned. What a difficult fellow, actually chasing after the Zhao sect, out of sight.
No.
See.
No.
A cold voice resounded throughout the Zhao sect. Shen Wangu, who was outside the mountain gate of the Zhao sect, naturally heard it, but he didn't have too many surprises. Instead, he patiently sat in front of the mountain gate of the Zhao sect with his legs crossed and practiced. He wanted to impress Zhang Yi with a piece of his sincerity. As the saying goes, where there is gold and sincerity, there is gold and stone. The Zhao sect disciple looked at Shen Wangu's forlorn figure and for a moment couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. He's so pitiful, oh, but eldest senior brother isn't that nice to see. Even if he's the son of the human emperor. Shen Wangu's heart beat violently for a while. It was a good thing that he had long heard about the mouths of the Zhao sect's disciples. That is, comparing him to Zhang Yi, otherwise he would have flipped out if he were any other person. Time flies. In the blink of an eye 7 days have passed. Shen Wangu still sits in the mountain gate of the Taoist sect to cultivate, and even his body has not moved, as if he has turned into a stone statue. Right on the 7th day, Shen Xinyu also rushed over to the Zhao sect after realizing that Zhang Yi had resumed his status as the Zhao sect's grandmaster. When she saw Shen Wangu, who looked like a stone statue, she couldn't help but freeze and asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" Shen Wangu slowly opened his eyes to see that it was Shen Xinyu. If he remembered correctly, Shen Xinyu was Zhang Yi's senior sister, and likewise a person of the Zhao sect. There should be a way to bring him into the Zhao sect, and immediately said with a shocked expression, "Xinyu, I came to find fellow Taoist Zhang to accompany me to exterminate the devil woman. Please bring me in." Shen Xinyu nodded and walked into the Zhao clan on his own. "Oh, then you can continue to stay here. Trying to bring my eldest brother to do something so dangerous. Don't even think about it." Shen Xinyu snorted coldly and ignored Shen Wangu. Shen Wangu froze. Did not think that Shen Xinyu will come to such a show. When we were in the Great Zhou Mountain Range, at least also know each other with such a desperate? Did I say something wrong? There's no need for that either. Is the mountain gate of this Zhao sect so difficult to enter? Shen Wangu was depressed and continued to meditate in the same place. He still didn't believe that he couldn't enter this Zhao sect's mountain gate. Since Shen Xinyu had not been expelled by Yue Yao, the Zhao sect disciples still thought that she was Yue Yao's personal disciple, and no one stopped her along the way. When she returned to the Moon Shadow Peak, she could not help but feel some apprehension in her heart. Especially when she thought of Yue Yao's temper, she could not help but raise her sweaty hairs. After doing some mental construction, Shen Xinyu gritted his teeth and said, "That's just it. What's coming will come sooner or later. Put up a fight for the sake of eldest brother." She had already made up her mind that she would go wherever Zhang Yi went, and this time, if not for Zhang Yi's help, Shen Chongqing was afraid that he would have died without a burial site. Whether it was to return the favor or because she admired Zhang Yi, she had a good reason to follow Zhang Yi. However, when she was about to step onto the Moon Shadow Peak, an invisible vastness of power resisted her, pressing her to the point where she couldn't advance a single bit. "It's over. Master must have withdrawn my permission to enter Moon Shadow Peak." Shen Xinyu's freshly prepared psychological construction completely collapsed at this moment, and her expression was apprehensive. After some struggles, Shen Xinyu knelt on the ground with a pop. "Master is above. Disciple knows the mistake. If I want to beat or scold, I'll leave it to the master's disposal. Shoo! Shun Xinyu only felt a breeze coming, which was mixed with a light fragrance, and looked up to see Yue Yao's unearthly features. Master! Disciple really knows he's wrong. Shun Xinyu kneeled on the ground, hard to squeeze out a few tears, crying that called a pair with rain, very pitiful. Unfortunately, Yue Yao didn't eat this set of words and stared at Shun Xinyu unmoved. Participating in the Great Zhou contest as a disciple of the Dao Sect, you should be expelled from the Dao Sect on the basis of sin. But on account of your merit in bringing Zhang Yi to the Great Zhou mountain range this time, you will be punished by not being allowed to leave Moon Shadow Peak before your cultivation reaches Yuaning. Earlier in the day, Yue Yao had asked Zhang Yi what he was going to do with Shun Xinyu, and it was a conclusion that the two of them had come to together. Upon hearing this, Shun Xinyu sighed in relief and immediately kowtowed and thanked. Many thanks, Master. Thank you, Master. As far as she was concerned, as long as she stayed in the Dao Sect, there was always a chance that she would see Zhang Yi when she stayed at the Moon Shadow Peak. Yue Yao waved her white sleeve, and a white light struck into Shun Xinyu's body, and she instantly felt Moon Shadow Peak's resistance to her dissipate. In order to regain my freedom as soon as possible, I have to reach Yuaning as soon as possible. At this moment, Shun Xinyu felt filled with motivation to cultivate. She was now not cultivating for herself, but for Zhang Yi. She had never doubted whether she could break through to Yuaning, and to her there was nothing she couldn't do for Zhang Yi. On the Forgotten River Cliff, Zhang Yi still did not know that Shun Xinyu had returned to Moon Shadow Peak, and after parting with Yue Yao that day, he returned to the Forgotten River Cliff to count the loot this time. The harvest this time could not be described as rich, especially that supreme Dao robe, which made Zhang Yi particularly satisfied. Nowadays, Zhang Yi was wearing the supreme Dao robe, and his temperament became more and more subtle, like the supreme being on earth, proudly looking down on the bears. The most important thing was that this supreme Dao robe complemented his supreme bone and could enhance the power of the supreme bone. It was simply tailor-made for him. In addition, this supreme Dao robe was also an emperor-level defensive magic treasure, and even an ordinary great emperor would not be able to shatter the supreme Dao robe, which instantly made Zhang Yi feel a sense of security. With the wind and cloud boots and the supreme Dao robe, even a great emperor won't be able to easily cut me down. This time, I counted on the heavenly fate diagram to have a bit of a conscience. Zhang Yi's heart was happy, feeling that the heavenly fate chart finally understood for once. Always pitting him. How could it be justified if he didn't give him something to save his life? This time, the heavenly fate boxes also made Zhang Yi a bit surprised, and there was actually a blue heavenly fate box among them, which was by far the highest level heavenly fate box he had ever owned. Thinking about when just the Cyan heavenly fate box plus the great Dao fragment could open up an emperor-level magic treasure, how heaven-defying would the things opened out of this blue box be? Zhang Yi had not touched any of the other heavenly fate boxes, and he had been studying the blue heavenly fate box for the past few days. Hoo. Zhang Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. His heart and mind could not help but feel a little apprehensive. His mind moved, wanting to open the blue heavenly destiny box. His eyes were even staring at the box. A color of anticipation pervaded his heart. However, the blue heavenly destiny box still didn't have the slightest reaction after half a ring. So Zhang Yi moved his thoughts and fused all 10 heavenly Dao fragments with the heavenly destiny box. Just as Zhang Yi had thought, the fusion of the heavenly Dao fragments was necessary to open the advanced heavenly fate box. After fusing the 10 heavenly Dao fragments, a shocking blue light flashed. The heavenly Dao aura surged. The complex runes on the blue heavenly fate box became more and more dazzling, and a metaphysical aura emanated out. Chapter 96. The Ancient Egg. What a terrifying aura. Has eldest brother had another epiphany? Chen Xiaokui couldn't help but suck in a cool breath when she felt the commotion within Zhang Yi's cave. It was hard to imagine that this was the commotion caused by a late-stage spirit transformation stage. Every time eldest senior brother goes into seclusion, he makes such a big commotion. Worthy of being a junior supreme, I, Ninetails, have not chosen the wrong person in my life. Chen Xiaokui's pair of flirtatious eyes bloomed with a flash of different colors, and the corners of her mouth even sketched out a charming smile. Is it going to open? The more it came to this kind of moment, the more apprehensive Zhang Yi's mind became, as he did not know whether he would be pitted against him according to the nature of the heaven's destiny diagram. Bang, bang, bang. Unconsciously, Zhang Yi's heartbeat accelerated by a few points, full of anticipation for the first blue heavenly fate box in his life. Boom! Under a shocking burst of blue light, the blue heavenly fate box opened in response, and an ancient and vast aura filled Zhang Yi's cave. When Zhang Yi came back to his senses, he realized that a huge egg the size of a bucket appeared in front of him, and this egg was also carved with complex and powerful runes, and the ancient atmosphere on it was even similar to that of Shenwangu. Opened an egg? Zhang Yi froze, curiously stepping forward and touching the egg, feeling a faint heartbeat and being certain that life existed in it. What kind of demonic beast is in this? It can't be an ancient demonic beast as well, right? Just looking at the egg's appearance was extraordinary, which made him even more curious about it. As for Chen Xiaokuai outside, she also felt the aura of that egg. Her complexion changed abruptly. Her breathing became rapid, and she looked at Zhang Yi's cave in shock, murmuring in a low voice, "What a pure bloodline! Why would the aura of a demon race appear out of thin air within eldest brother's cave?" The demon race's perception of bloodlines was particularly keen, and now that she had fused the nine-tailed sacred blood, even so she felt that the bloodline power of the being within Zhang Yi's cave would not be weaker than the nine-tailed sacred blood. "Eldest brother, what's the situation? Are you all right? Why did the aura of the demon race suddenly appear in your cave?" Chen Xiaokuai asked with an anxious expression. Zhang Yi slowly walked out of the cave with that giant egg in his arms. Dressed in the supreme Dao robe he made, Chen Xiaokuai couldn't help but briefly lose her concentration. But her attention was soon attracted to that giant egg. She knew it was the giant egg that gave off the aura. "You know where this egg came from?" Zhang Yi thought that Chen Xiaokuai was a member of the demon race and might know the origin of this egg, so he brought this egg out. When Xiao Gu saw the egg, his body couldn't help but tremble, and it took him a while to realize that this was the suppression from his bloodline. "Eldest brother, where did this egg come from?" Chen Xiaokuai looked at the egg with a grave expression. Just the complex runes on it made one's heart feel respect, not to mention the pure bloodline, which was not even comparable to that of the dragons. Obviously, in her impression, Zhang Yi hadn't gone anywhere in the past few days, so how could an egg appear out of nowhere? "Do you know where this egg came from?" Zhang Yi asked again. Only then did Chen Xiaokuai shake her head and said in an urgent tone, "I'm not sure about the origin of this egg. Perhaps it came from the ancient era? But one thing is certain, his bloodline is incomparably noble amongst the demon race, even more so than Long Tianyi at the time, and it's thanks to my fusion of the nine-tailed sacred blood that I didn't suffer from the suppression of my bloodline. Eldest senior brother, looking at this egg's current condition, perhaps it won't take long for it to hatch out, and this kind of living creature will usually recognize the first person it sees, so, no matter what, let him be the first to see you." The future of a demon race with this kind of bloodline was unlimited. This was a great opportunity. She had to urge Zhang Yi. She knew that Zhang Yi did not want to tell her the origin of this egg, and she did not continue to pursue the matter. It was imperative that this egg be used by Zhang Yi in the future. Is it really an ancient being? Perhaps Shenwangu will know where he came from. Zhang Yi nodded and thought that Shenwangu was still at the bottom of the mountain. So he instructed Chen Xiaoka, "Ninetails, let Shenwangu come up." Chen Xiaokuai nodded her head and agreed, immediately rushed to the mountain gate of the Dao sect. When she saw Shenwangu, whose heart was as still as water just like a stone statue, also couldn't help but freeze. "Your Highness, eldest senior brother has an invitation. Finally willing to see me? Finally. Impressed by my sincerity?" Shenwangu steeply opened his eyes. A brilliant aura erupted from his eyes, and a smirk of triumph appeared on his noble face. It was just that perhaps because of the reason of sitting in a disc for a long period of time, the moment of standing up was actually a bit uncomfortable, or perhaps because of too much excitement. "Go! Quickly take me to see fellow Taoist Zhang." Shenwangu followed behind Chen Xiaoka with an excited expression. The people of the Dao sect all knew Chen Xiaokui's identity and naturally didn't stop her. Except that when Chen Xiaokui led Shenwangu to the Forgetful River Cliff, she couldn't help but remind, "Don't think about asking your eldest senior brother to go with you to exterminate the demons. This kind of dangerous thing will be fine if you do it alone. Don't drag our eldest senior brother into the water." "Ninetails, you've misunderstood me. I'm only trying to leverage his qi when I bring Taoist Zhang with me. Besides, I won't let anyone harm Taoist Zhang." Shenwangu argued bitterly. He simply felt that he would have better luck and a higher success rate with Zhang Yi by his side. As the son of the human emperor, he knew even more about the importance of qi. Although you are the son of the human emperor, you are ultimately only at the Yuaning stage. You can't protect eldest senior brother yet. Say these words again the day you achieve greatness. Chen Xiaokui glanced at Shenwangu. It wasn't like she didn't know Shenwangu's strength. He wasn't even a one-trick pony for Zhang Yi. So how could he talk about protecting Zhang Yi? Isn't that a joke? Upon hearing this, Shenwangu showed an embarrassed look on his face. knowing that Chen Xiaokuei was talking about what happened in the Great Zhou mountain range that day. At that time, I didn't use my full strength, and no one in the Yuaning period was my opponent. Come on, hurry up and dismiss that dangerous thought. If eldest brother is in any danger, I'm not done with you. I am endowed with the nine-tailed sacred blood, and I will be on the path to immortality in the future. Chen Xiaokuei threatened with a straight face. Seeing the serious Chen Xiaokuei, Shun Wangu somehow suddenly envied Zhang Yi a little, and shook his head with a bitter smile. Thinking back then, how suave he was in the ancient times and how many female cultivators fought for him. But in this life his light seemed to be shrouded by Zhang Yi. After all, it's just a bubble. This is the era that belongs to Taoist Zhang. I'm just a passerby to this era. Shen Wangu forced his mind to become Buddhist, not caring about things outside of his body. In this life, his only goal was to ascend the immortal road, and when he reached the immortal realm, he would still be the son of the human emperor that was admired by all. As for in the Wuling continent, he would follow Zhang Yi well to rub his luck in order to ensure that the path to immortality would be worry-free. Chapter 97. The Sky-Swallowing Dragon Cat.
不愧是张道友的洞府，果然非同凡响。
Shun Wangu came to the forgetfulness of the cliff below the feeling of an auspicious atmosphere. Cannot help but heart sigh said. You'll know what to say and what not to say when you meet eldest brother later. Chun Xiaokuei was still uneasy about Shun Wangu and fiercely urged. Shun Wangu smiled without saying a word and followed behind Chun Xiaokuei as he ascended the forgotten river cliff. After many days, when Shun Wangu saw Zhang Yi again couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The noble and cool temperament on his body made Shun Wangu wonder who in the end was the son of the human emperor? Fellow Taoist Zhang, it's been a long time. I've missed you. After a brief moment of daze, Shun Wangu enthusiastically ran towards Zhang Yi with his arms outstretched. Zhang Yi dodged away from him without moving, leaving Shun Wangu with an awkward smile on his face. His gaze then landed on Zhang Yi's supreme Dao robe and he praised. This Dao robe on fellow Taoist Zhang should also be an emperor-level magic treasure, right? With his eyesight, he could naturally see the origin of the supreme Dao robe at a glance, but in his heart, he was a little curious, knowing that this kind of defensive emperor-level magic treasure could be much rarer than an offensive emperor-level magic treasure. Can't it be that there is an immortal backing fellow Taoist Zhang? Suddenly, an absurd thought was born in Shun Wangu's mind. Just as he froze, Zhang Yi took out the giant egg and asked in a deep voice, Does your highness know the origin of this egg? Shun Wangu glanced at the egg and almost stumbled and fell to the ground, his noble face filled with surprise. How is that possible? Didn't this race go extinct back in the ancient times? How could it appear in this era? Shun Wangu shook his head repeatedly, his eyes wider than goose eggs. This was also the first time Zhang Yi had seen Shun Wangu so shocked, and his heart immediately had a plan. Your highness knows the origin of this egg? Sure enough, you still have to ask the people of the ancient times about the things of the ancient times. Only by knowing the origin of this egg could Zhang Yi come to cope with it better. This was at least something opened from the blue heavenly fate box, so Zhang Yi had to treat it with rigor. Fellow Taoist Zhang, take my advice and destroy this egg quickly, or it will cause bad luck. Shun Wangu rushed in front of Zhang Yi with a grave expression and advised in a serious tone. I don't care where you got this thing from, but if he comes out, the entire Wuling will be destroyed later. Shun Wangu said in a torrent of words with a horrified look on his face. Zhang Yi's complexion also instantly darkened, cursing in his mind. I knew the heavenly fate diagram didn't have good intentions. This thing is really a scourge. The entire Wuling will be destroyed. What the hell is this thing? Zhang Yi asked with a frown. At the very least, he had to be made aware of what kind of being it was that had the power to wreak such havoc. Sky-swallowing dragon cat. Shun Wangu glanced at the giant egg with a scornful expression and sucked in a cool breath. Chun Xiaokuei shook her head repeatedly and retorted, Impossible! The heaven-swallowing dragon cat became completely extinct as early as the ancient era, and it is impossible for it to exist in the world. This is also what I feel strange, fellow Taoist Zhang. You honestly, is this egg given to you by an immortal? Before seeing the supreme Dao robe on Zhang Yi, he was still skeptical if there was an immortal behind Zhang Yi. But now that he had seen this heaven-swallowing dragon cat's egg, he was almost certain that Zhang Yi was an immortal behind it. What immortal? Zhang Yi was uncertain by Shun Wangu's question and was filled with doubts. Fellow Taoist Zhang, no matter how you communicated with that immortal, no matter if he gave you an emperor-level magic treasure or whatever, Now that he gave you this heaven-swallowing dragon cat, he must be harboring evil intentions. Shun Wangu knew that some immortals like to lay out their plans in the lower realms, and he was not willing to let Zhang Yi become their pawn. No, never mind immortals. Why would this heaven-swallowing dragon cat destroy the Wuling continent when it comes out? Zhang Yi only felt that Shin Wangu's imagination was rich. He had never had immortal contact at all, and this was all the result of the heavenly fate diagram. Shin Wangu calmed his emotions a little and gulped. Sky-swallowing dragon cats are even more terrifying than Tao Tai. They can swallow everything. They grow by devouring. Peak sky-swallowing dragon cats have even swallowed the heavenly Tao. Back then, Father spent a great deal of effort to completely eradicate the heaven-swallowing dragon cat clan. I didn't expect that I would still be able to see the eggs of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat today. This is not the most terrifying part of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. The most terrifying part is their life force. The only way to burn their divine souls to the ground is to use samadhi flame. Back then, I've also seen adult heaven-swallowing dragon cats, and wherever they passed, there was emptiness. Do you think the Wuling continent can withstand a heaven-swallowing dragon cat? Recalling the scene back then, Shin Wangu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you shouldn't think of taming the heaven-swallowing dragon cat either. Devouring is their instinct. It can't be controlled. There were people who wanted to take in the heaven-swallowing dragon cat in the ancient times, but the end result was that they were all devoured by it. Worried that Zhang Yi would not take this matter seriously, Shin Wangu blurted out many things about the heaven-swallowing dragon cat in quick succession. You need to use the samadhi flame to annihilate their divine souls? But the samadhi flame is a thing of the immortal realm, and the Wuling continent doesn't have it. Zhang Yi also realized the seriousness of the matter. If it was really like what Shin Wangu had said, this heaven-swallowing dragon cat seemed to be a real scourge. Back then, Father had begged the immortal world for the samadhi flame, and the Buzhou mountain range to still have the only remaining trace of the samadhi flame, which should be enough to incinerate him. Shin Wangu wore a worried expression, his tone filled with a hint of uncertainty. Go! Without saying a word, Zhang Yi put away the heaven-swallowing dragon cat giant egg and urged Shin Wangu to hurry to the Buzhou mountain range. Shin Wangu also reacted and immediately dashed off with Zhang Yi in the direction of the Great Zhou mountain range. Fellow Taoist Zhang, which immortal actually wanted to harm you like this? Tell me, after we ascend to the immortal realm I will definitely settle the score with him. Shin Wangu was angry when he thought of this matter. Putting a heaven-swallowing dragon cat by Zhang Yi's side, wasn't this a clear attempt to trap Zhang Yi in a place of iniquity? Zhang Yi was somewhat speechless. There is no immortal behind me. This egg is just something I got unintentionally. Upon hearing this, Shin Wangu suddenly stopped in his steps, a flash of color in his eyes. Wait, did you get it unintentionally? You really don't have an immortal behind you. Zhang Yi also stopped and looked at Shin Wangu in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you in a state of shock? Zhang Yi still feels that Shin Wangu must have some serious illness, and it is puzzling that he is not moving at all. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you must not lie to me. Are there really no immortals behind you? Shin Wangu looked at Zhang Yi again with a serious expression and asked. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said with some impatience, how could there be an immortal in Wuling? Chapter 98. Samadhi Fire. If there is no immortal behind fellow Taoist Zhang, this heaven-swallowing dragon cat's appearance by your side may be the will of heaven. In that case, shouldn't we keep him? Shin Wangu looked at Zhang Yi's incomparably clear gaze and voiced the doubts in his heart. It seemed to him that everything around Zhang Yi was the will of heaven, and some things had to be done in accordance with heaven. No, you were the one who said you wanted to destroy it in the first place, and you were the one who said you wanted to keep it. This thing is so horrible, isn't it a scourge to keep it? Zhang Yi blankly glanced at Shin Wangu, only to feel that Shin Wangu not only had forced harmed fantasies, but also kinkiness. What providence is not providence. This what heaven-swallowing dragon cat is so dangerous. He doesn't want to take this risk. Fellow Taoist Zhang, although the sky-swallowing dragon cat is terrifying, if you take it for yourself, it will also be a heaven-defying battle force that can clear up a lot of obstacles on your path to immortality. And now that the devil woman has come out, the heaven-swallowing dragon cat can just restrain her devouring devil kung fu. I was thinking that there were immortals behind you in the layout before, but now it seems that the heaven-swallowing dragon cat is a treasure given to you by the heavens, one that is specially designed to deal with the devil woman. Speaking of this, Shin Wangu's expression could not help but be a bit agitated, and even his breathing became a bit rapid. Didn't you say that no one in this world can take the heaven-swallowing dragon cat under their wing? Zhang Yi was not going to be whole by Shenwangu, so he did not want to think about this problem, and it is always right to destroy it. The divine destiny chart hadn't done much to screw him over anyway, which was why he was so determined. Others may not be able to, but you're a junior supreme, so maybe you can. Shenwangu encouraged Zhang Yi, who then realized how rash he had been before. He had forgotten that this era belongs to Zhang Yi. Who is the master of this era? What is master? What is mastery? Is it the ability to do the impossible? Perhaps? Hurry to the Great Zhou mountain range. Zhang Yi did not even bother to take care of Shenwangu. Such a serious matter, actually just reply with maybe, cannot be more unreliable? Fellow Taoist Zhang. Shenwangu was in a hurry. He felt that this heaven-swallowing dragon cat was the key to exterminating the demoness. It was only now that he reacted. There is no need to say more. If I am unable to subdue the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, I will be burdened with the curse of the ages, and you will be the one to bear the responsibility? Zhang Yi rushed towards the direction of the Great Zhou mountain range with a resolute attitude, no longer paying attention to Shenwangu. Anyway, he already knew how to destroy this heaven-swallowing dragon cat. It didn't matter if Shenwangu followed or not. Upon hearing this, Shenwangu did not continue to persuade, but chose to silently follow behind Zhang Yi, murmuring in a low voice, "Since it's the will of heaven, just leave it to heaven's will." He believed that heaven's will was not so easy to change, and since it was heaven's will, how could the heaven-swallowing dragon cat be so easily destroyed by him? In his imagination, this trip back to the Great Zhou mountain range would surely encounter many obstacles, through which he would tell Zhang Yi what was called the will of heaven. However, the truth was often surprisingly the opposite. Not only did they not encounter the slightest obstruction along the way, instead, it was exceptionally smooth, and they arrived at the Great Zhou mountain range after only 2 hours. This caused Shenwangu to be a bit at a loss for words, his mind full of question marks. Can it be that I'm overthinking it? It really isn't the will of heaven. But other than the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, no one in this world can restrain Rinchencho's devouring demonic skill. Shenwangu shook his head, looked at the sky with a puzzled expression, and fell into deep contemplation. Your Highness, where is the Samadhi flame? Arriving at the Great Zhou mountain range, Zhang Yi didn't have any nonsense and asked right to the point. He didn't want to listen to Shenwangu's nonsense again, thanks to his firmness of mind. Otherwise, he would have been influenced by Shenwangu sooner or later. Shenwangu was a bit demoralized, breathless, walking in front to lead the way. Just destruction or survival? Is the will of heaven? I, District Human Emperor's son, to worry so much for what? Shenwangu had already resigned himself to his fate. The will of heaven was difficult to speculate. He only needed to do what Zhang Yi wanted. Soon, they once again came to the Great Zhou village. Nowadays, the aura of the Great Zhou village was thin, where there was still the previous flourishing scene, as if those auras had dissipated with the departure of the villagers of the Great Zhou. Today's Dazhou village is just a deserted village that looks so dilapidated that it's hard to imagine the time when it was grand. Shenwangu did not stay too long in the Great Zhou village, and led Zhang Yi and Qin Shaoke straight to the place where he had fallen asleep before. Everything is as it was, only the old man isn't there. Boom! Shenwangu's fist blasted a circle through the place where the 10,000-year-old Xian ice bed was previously located, and the human emperor's intent surged, accompanied by a monstrous burst of fire that lifted up, and the sizzling hot aura instantly spread throughout the entire Dazhou mountain range. Qin Shaoke even squinted her eyes and dared not look directly at it, subconsciously hiding behind Zhang Yi to avoid the terrifying wave of fire. The Samadhi true fire is the fire of the immortal realm, claiming to be the nemesis of all demons, and can refine all things. Even Qin Shaoke, who has fused the 9-tailed sacred blood, is somewhat intimidated. Shenwangu looked at the only remaining Samadhi flame in front of him, the firelight reflecting his figure in it, and could not help but squint his eyes and fall into deep thought. Even this slight ray of Samadhi fire was enough to stir up a bloody storm on earth. It was fortunate that Zhang Yi was wearing the Supreme Tao robe and merely felt a hint of warmth, and then no burning sensation. This also proved sideways that the Supreme Tao robe was so strong that it could even defend against the Samadhi flame. Simply placing the heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg on the Samadhi flame will end all of this, Shenwangu said with an expressionless face. Zhang Yi naturally noticed something wrong with Shenwangu, but the priority was to deal with the matter of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. So he didn't have the heart to care about Shenwangu. Zhang Yi took out the heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg, and was able to feel the beating of the heart in it more clearly, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for it to hatch and come out. It's a good thing that we met Xinhuanggu, or else I'm afraid that it would have caused a big disaster. Zhang Yi could not help but be a little afraid, although Xinhuanggu is not reliable, but at least he knows a lot of things. It is also considered invisible to help him once. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yi threw the heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg into the samadhi flame, while at the same time letting out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Heavenly destiny diagram, you're trying to harm me again. Luckily, I'm lucky this time. But the swallowing sky dragon cat egg into the 3 obscurantist fire did not show signs of being burned out. But the runes on the eggshell became more and more dazzling, as if it was constantly absorbing the power of the 3 obscurantist fire. Chen Xiaokuei could clearly feel the terrifying sizzling hot burning sensation slowly subsiding, while at the same time, she dared to stand out from behind Zhang Yi and look directly at the samadhi flame. Eldest brother. Something doesn't seem right. Chen Xiaokuei narrowed her eyes and frowned in a deep voice. Zhang Yi nodded. This was more than wrong. It was simply off the mark, and immediately looked at Xinhuanggu and questioned, Xinhuanggu, what's the situation? Xinhuanggu also shook his head with a mute expression, the color of surprise written in his eyes, and said, I don't know. Xinhuanggu looked innocent and knew nothing. Chapter 99. Nirvana Rebirth. Have you not noticed that the heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg is devouring the samadhi flame? Zhang Yi questioned without any good humor. He had just finished praising Xinhuanggu, but as a result, Xinhuanggu came to such a critical moment, and he even suspected that Xinhuanggu was doing it on purpose. Xinhuanggu subconsciously nodded his head and said, Fa, found out, this has never happened before. Xinhuanggu still had an innocent face, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Fellow Taoist Zhang. This is probably the will of heaven. Xinhuanggu patted his head and finally reacted. His expression was incomparably excited as he patted his head and said, Providence? Everything is providential? Zhang Yi really wanted to explode. Fellow Taoist Zhang. In the past, the divine soul of a heaven-swallowing dragon cat would show signs of annihilation after being burned by the samadhi flame. But this heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg of yours doesn't just show no signs of annihilation, but instead, it's still alive and well. The more Xinhuanggu looked at it, the more he felt that this heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg was extraordinary, and his breathing became rapid once again. He had a strong premonition that this heaven-swallowing dragon cat of Zhang Yi's was different from the other heaven-swallowing dragon cats. Vitality? Have you forgotten that once the heaven-swallowing dragon cat comes out, the entire Wuling will be destroyed? Zhang Yi didn't want to communicate with Xinhuanggu, a person with an abnormal brain, and hurriedly took out his Tianyang sword, and the supreme Yang sword Dao erupted out, as well as a sizzling hot sword aura headed straight for the heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg. But the moment the sword touched the heaven-swallowing dragon cat's egg, the pure monstrous energy was actually devoured by it as if it were samadhi fire, without stirring up the slightest ripple. Fellow Taoist Zhang, there's no need to do anything useless. I said it's the will of heaven. Even the samadhi flame can't destroy the existence. How are you going to destroy him? All your power to destroy him will only become devoured by him and become his sustenance. Wait for the heaven-swallowing dragon cat to come out. Xinhuanggu rubbed his palms together, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Yi glared at Xinhuanggu, and he even suspected that Xinhuanggu and the heavenly fate diagram were in a group specifically to trap him. Is there another way? Zhang Yi asked again. It was because he knew the danger of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. The more he couldn't let the heaven-swallowing dragon cat come out, he didn't believe in any providence. Xinhuanggu shook his head and said with a certainty in his expression, This heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg has undergone a mutation. Even the samadhi flame can devour it. It's hard to imagine that there's anyone else in this world who can get rid of him. Fellow Taoist Zhang, just wait and see what happens. You are the master of this era. The heavenly Tao will not pit you against it. Xinhuanggu saw Zhang Yi's panic and could not help but speak out in relief. I thought that the fate of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat was to be destroyed, but I didn't expect that the darkness of the willows would come back to the village, and it actually absorbed the samadhi flame to accelerate the hatching, which gave Xinhuanggu an unexpected surprise. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and frowned at the heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg that was absorbing the samadhi flame, a sense of annoyance rising in his heart. He wanted to refute Xinhuanggu's words, who said that the heavenly Tao did not pit him, who knew that he had been pitted all this way, and there hadn't been a single day of peace. Ka-ching! As the light of the samadhi flame became weaker and weaker, only a crack appeared on top of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat's egg, and a dazzling golden light burst out from it as if it was going to illuminate the entire sky. Eldest senior brother. The emergence of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat has become unstoppable. You must let him be the first to see you. There is no other choice. Chen Shaokuai admonished with a grave expression. Zhang Yi, however, shook his head with a cautious expression. No, I'm going to let Shen Wangu be his master and let him carry the curse of the ages. Knowing the danger of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, but still wanting to take it in, isn't this a pit in the brain? Zhang Yi was willing to let Shen Wangu have such a good thing. After all, it was Shen Wangu who pitted him in front, so don't blame him for being unkind. Shen Wangu was looking at the heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg with a look of anticipation, not realizing in the slightest that something was wrong. A moment later, the samadhi flame was completely absorbed by the heaven-swallowing dragon cat egg, and the cracks on the eggshell grew larger and larger, and the blooming light became more and more dazzling, as if it would break out of the shell at any moment. Go! Let's go out first. We can't afford to mess with a scourge like the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. With a flash of his body, Zhang Yi immediately left this place of wrongdoing. Fellow Taoist Zhang, why are you leaving at this critical moment? Aren't you going to take a look at the heaven-swallowing dragon cat born under the will of heaven together? Shen Wangu was filled with confusion and was still ready to go out and bring Zhang Yi in when he heard a strong and powerful heartbeat resonating in his ears. Bang, bang, bang. Like the sound of thunder exploding in the ears, it is hard to imagine that this is a not yet hatched out of the sky-swallowing dragon cat emanated. What a powerful heartbeat and bloodline power. Fellow Taoist Zhang is really lucky to get such a divine beast. Shen Wangu did not know what was on Zhang Yi's mind, and in his heart, he was incredibly envious of Zhang Yi. Boom! In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of golden light that went straight to the sky, the eggshell shattered in response to the sound, only to see a blue and white, with golden wings on its back, palm-sized cat-shaped demonic beast appeared in front of Shen Wangu. It really is a heaven-swallowing dragon cat, and he seems to carry a trace of phoenix bloodline in his body? Shen Wangu felt a trace of the phoenix's aura on the pair of golden wings behind his back, and instantly understood why this guy could devour the samadhi flame. So that's how it is. It's the first time I've seen a heaven-swallowing dragon cat that contains a phoenix bloodline, and this time, being burned by the samadhi flame can be considered a rebirth in the fire. Shen Wangu murmured with an incomparably excited expression. He had sort of witnessed the birth of a brand new species this time, greatly increasing his horizons. How could he not be excited? Click, 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 click. The little heaven-swallowing dragon cat didn't even look at Shen Wangu one more time after it was born, just mechanically devouring those eggshells carved with complicated runes. After a burst of wind, the little guy satisfiedly hiccuped and patted his belly with his little pink tender paw. His pair of eyes were full of contentment, and his body was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only that naive and aggrieved look in his eyes, how could he hang on with the mighty and famous ferocious beast? Growing so fast? But he's really a bit different from the heaven-swallowing dragon cats I've seen before. Worthy of being a heaven-swallowing dragon cat born under the will of heaven. With a sigh, Shen Wangu wanted to hold the heaven-swallowing dragon cat to find Zhang Yi, but he found that the other party's figure flickered, transforming into a golden shadow, and had already flown out. The little guy moves pretty fast. Shen Wangu is not shocked but happy to know that he is now a Yuaning cultivator. The speed of ordinary people simply cannot compare to him, and this swallowed the sky dragon cat was born not long ago to have this kind of speed. The future achievement is not limited. Meow, meow, meow. Under a soft milky cry, Zhang Yi, who had already reached the foot of the Great Zhou mountain range, jerked his head back, only to see a kitten crawling on his shoulder and taking advantage of his neck with its little head affectionately. There's actually a blue and white color in this Great Zhou mountains? Zhang Yi subconsciously touched the soft and smooth fur of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. In his eyes, this fellow was not much different from the cats in the world where he lived in his previous life, only with an extra pair of golden wings. Chapter 100. The Name of Shun Tian. Wow, what a cute kitty cat. Chen Shaokuai reached out and also wanted to touch the soft and smooth fur of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, but was scared back by the other party's grimacing teeth. I was just complimenting you on your cuteness? Why are you suddenly so mean? Chen Shaokuai pouted and gave a small complaint. However, right in between the heaven-swallowing dragon cat showing its teeth, Chen Shaokuai felt an ancient and strong bloodline power erupt from it, and couldn't help but change her face drastically, and her voice trembled a bit as she said, "Eldest senior brother, this This seems to be the swallow.
Swallowing Sekai Dragon Cat.
Him? The sky-swallowing dragon cat. Zhang Yi frowned. This harmless-looking fellow would be the ferociously famous heaven-swallowing dragon cat? Why was he a little disbelieving? Just then, Shen Wangu also panted and ran over, pointing at the heaven-swallowing dragon cat on Zhang Yi's shoulder and cursing with a laugh. Little fellow, still running quite fast. This is the heaven-swallowing dragon cat? As Zhang Yi lifted the hair at the neck of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, he looked at Shen Wangu and asked, "Yeah, this is the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. This little guy is quite conscientious, remembering the scent of spiritual energy on your body and knowing to come to you. He was running real fast though. I barely caught up with his shadow," Shen Wangu said gushingly. "The smell of psychic energy on me?" Zhang Yi froze and looked at Shen Wangu with uncertainty, hoping that he would give him a satisfactory reply. The heaven-swallowing dragon cat is different from other demonic beasts. They will only recognize the power that hatched them out, whereas the Samadhi true flame belongs to the immortal realm and is nowhere to be found, and your power was devoured by him, so he will naturally recognize you as his master. Shin Vanguard explained. Zhang Yi. This will work, eldest senior brother. I didn't realize that this would also allow the heaven-swallowing dragon cat to recognize its owner. Chun Shaokuai hurriedly brushed off the relationship and said with an innocent face. Zhang Yi blankly glanced at Chun Shaokuai, feeling helpless. These two were really switching around to pit him. Zhang Yi glanced at the heaven-swallowing dragon cat and instantly felt unscented, throwing the heaven-swallowing dragon cat aside with a face full of disgust. But the other party clung to Zhang Yi like a dog's skin plaster, and even more so, he was thrown out and flew back again and rubbed against Zhang Yi's shoulder. "Is there any way to get rid of the sky-swallowing dragon cat?" Zhang Yi asked in a helplessly breathless manner. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, the pattern is small. This heaven-swallowing dragon cat of yours is different from the other heaven-swallowing dragon cats. Haven't you noticed that he contains a phoenix bloodline?" Shen Wangu asked in a mysterious manner. "Phoenix bloodline? That's the reason he can devour the samsara flame." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. This was not a good thing. The more extraordinary the heaven-swallowing dragon cat was, the more troublesome he felt. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, not also, you can really be born in the blessed and do not know the blessings. The unusual sky-swallowing dragon cat has just come out to devour a large number of living beings, but look at him. There is no sign of that at all." Shen Wangu looked at the heaven-swallowing dragon cat on Zhang Yi's shoulder with an envious expression, thinking in his heart that it would be great if he had such a well-behaved heaven-swallowing dragon cat. Some people want to be envious while others still resent it. The gap between people is that big. "Eldest senior brother, I see that this little guy is harmless and doesn't look like a scourge. Why don't you just keep him?" Chun Shaokuei followed suit and chimed in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. Anyway, there was nothing he could do with the heaven-swallowing dragon cat now, and since the heaven-swallowing dragon cat wasn't adding to the chaos now, it wasn't impossible to stay by his side. "Little one, stay with me and don't cause any trouble." Zhang Yi gently patted the small head of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat and admonished. As if the heaven-swallowing dragon cat had understood Zhang Yi's words, a brilliant light erupted from its eyes, rubbing Zhang Yi's neck one by one to show its goodwill. "Since Shen Wangu said that you were born in accordance with the will of heaven, you will be given the name Shun Tian." Zhang Yi pondered slightly for a moment and helped the heaven-swallowing dragon cat think of a name as well. As long as the heaven-swallowing dragon cat didn't cause any trouble, Zhang Yi was still happy to keep him by his side. Perhaps it was really the will of heaven as Shen Wangu said. Maybe the heavenly fate diagram didn't trap him this time? Meow meow meow. The heaven-swallowing dragon cat was so happy that it jumped onto Zhang Yi's arm, purring one after another as if it was satisfied with the name. "Good name. Heaven's will. Born in obedience to heaven's will." Shun Vanguard murmured and nodded. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, having obtained the heaven-swallowing dragon cat this time, it is just the right time to restrain Rinchen Cho. Why don't you happen to come along with me to track her down?" Shen Wangu didn't forget about business. He could always miss Rinchen Shao in his heart.
No.
"I want to go back to the Dao sect." This time, after being pitched so badly by Shen Wangu, where would Zhang Yi go out with him so easily? The main thing is that he feels that Shen Wangu is not too smart, and it is always a bit unreliable to work with him. Just like this time, the one who said that he wanted to destroy the sky-swallowing dragon cat was, and the one who said that the sky-swallowing dragon cat was obedient to the will of heaven was also him, and he was not reliable anymore. After saying that, Zhang Yi didn't give Shen Wangu a chance to defend himself and rushed straight towards the Dao sect. Fellow Taoist Zhang. Wait for me. Shen Wangu chased after Zhang Yi, but realized that he actually couldn't keep up with Zhang Yi, and couldn't help but raise his speed to the extreme. What the hell? He's actually that fast too. Shen Wangu used all his strength to barely see Zhang Yi's shadow. How did he know that Zhang Yi had unleashed his wind and cloud boots, and that it was not the result of his full strength, or else he wouldn't have been able to catch up with Zhang Yi's shadow at all. Shen Wangu was chasing after him all this way, only feeling a burst of exhaustion, but he was still blocked when he arrived at the Dao sect. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you can't do this. It's too unkind. Shen Wangu wiped the bean-sized drops of sweat on his forehead at the mountain gate of the Dao sect and looked up to the sky and said. Shen Wangu was bitter in his heart, but couldn't say anything. Zhang Yi's side had just arrived at the forgotten river cliff, and as he listened to Shen Wangu's feeble cries, he couldn't help but sneer. Pit me like this and still want me to go after Chen Cho with you. It's simply whimsical. Zhang Yi. Bring the little one beside you to Moon Shadow Peak. Before Zhang Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, Yue Yao's clear and cold voice resounded over the forgotten river cliff. Previously, because the heaven-swallowing dragon cat hadn't hatched yet, Yue Yao probably didn't sense his presence, but now naturally, he couldn't hide it from her. I wonder if Yaoer knows about the existence of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat? Yue Yao knew all about even the feud between Supreme and Heavy Pupil, so she might know about the heaven-swallowing dragon cat as well. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately rushed to Moonshadow Peak with the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. At the top of the Moonshadow Peak, Yue Yao had branched out from everyone as usual, with only Zhang Yi and her standing opposite each other. Where did he come from? Yue Yao stared at the heaven-swallowing dragon cat and asked with a slight frown on her brows. From the sky. Does Yaoer know where he came from? Zhang Yi casually found a reason and turned to ask. Chapter 101. The Luck of Three Lives. Yue Yao shook her head, her expression still gloomy. I don't know, but I can detect the extraordinary bloodline in his body. It seems that it also contains a trace of Phoenix bloodline. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi could not help but show a look of loss on his face, still thinking of learning more about the heaven-swallowing dragon cat from Yue Yao's mouth, but now it seemed to be hopeless. This is the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, rumored to be able to devour all things. Zhang Yi briefly introduced the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, and naturally he also spoke of its dangers as well. Only a flash of skepticism was seen in Yue Yao's eyes. Obviously, he was also deceived by Shun Tian's harmless appearance. Originally, I was going to use the Samadhi flame to destroy it, but instead of destroying it, he came out early with the power of the Samadhi flame, and Shen Wangu said that it was heaven's will. Zhang Yi briefly told Yue Yao about the events along the way. Upon hearing this, a flash of color flashed across Yue Yao's eyes as she deadpanned the heaven-swallowing dragon cat and murmured. Perhaps it really is the will of heaven, but you still need to keep an eye on his movements at all times, and not bear the curse of the ages because of him. If you make him bear the curse of the ages, I will cut you down. Yue Yao's eyes were cold and threatening. Strangely enough, Shun Tian did not get angry. Instead, he leapt from Zhang Yi to Yue Yao's fragrant shoulder, rubbing his furry little head vigorously, seemingly trying to draw the relationship with Yue Yao closer. Zhang Yi looked dumbfounded. He still remembered the way this little guy showed his teeth when Chen Shao Kuai wanted to touch the heaven's will. How come Yue Yao was so submissive when it was her turn? Is even the sky-swallowing chinchilla so realistic in this day and age? Yue Yao was obviously also overwhelmed by Shun Tian's sudden move, subconsciously frowning and shaking him away with a face full of disgust. Meow, meow, meow. Shun Tian cried out in aggravation, wanting to approach Yue Yao again, but was stopped by an invisible force. Zhang Yi burst into bitter laughter and beckoned toward Shun Tian. All right, come over here. Shun Tian gave an incomparably aggravated look at Yue Yao before jumping onto Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi gently stroked Shun Tian's head and looked at Yue Yao. Yaoer, he seems to like you quite a bit. Don't he dare not like it, Yue Yao said in a domineering manner. Naturally, if I like someone, he has to like them too. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Yue Yao's haughty expression. Zhang Yi, you've changed too much in this period of time. Suddenly, Yue Yao looked at Zhang Yi with incomparable seriousness. Zhang Yi's heart tightened. He was essentially two people from the previous Zhang Yi, so there would naturally be a difference. When Yue Yao said this, Zhang Yi recalled the fear of being dominated by the whip on the Moon Shadow Peak. There won't be any heartfelt suspicion, right? Zhang Yi pretended to be calm and asked. Since the love, completely opened the door to a new world. I am changed, Yao, or how can you not be? Then do you, like me after changing? Outside, Zhang Yi had always maintained his previous high and cold image, trying not to let others have suspicions. The only way to reveal his truest self was in front of Yue Yao. Not only had he changed during this period of time, Zhang Yi could also clearly feel the changes in Yue Yao. A simple sentence caused Yue Yao to blush, lowering her head in shame abashment as she softly said, "Ever since the moment you refined the heavenly moon sword, you are the person of my destiny. Sometimes it's not so bad to change." Finally, Yue Yao murmured in a voice only she could hear. Zhang Yi looked at Yue Yao's shy face and was about to tease her. But just then the heaven's destiny diagram inside his body suddenly shook violently. "Brush it off." The heaven's destiny diagram flipped rapidly and eventually landed on top of the portrait of a wonderful woman wearing a black tight dress. Zhang Yi did not know the person in the painting, but if Yue Yao could see it, she would recognize the person in the painting as the witch Ren-Qian-Chou. Quest: to subdue the witch Ren-Qian-Chou. Reward: Great Tao Fragment 30, Heavenly Fate Box 30, White Jade Pill 1. Punishment: lifetime of strange ugliness. Duration: March. When Zhang Yi knew about the mission, he almost cursed before letting him accept Chen Shaokuai as his maid, even if the two of them are more or less still a little bit of intercourse. Now letting him accept Ren-Qian-Chou, what the hell is it? He had awakened Shen Wangu. The other party now hated him to the bone. The only thing the two had crossed was hatred. Wasn't it obvious that he was being punked? And what the hell is a lifelong strange ugliness? Has his looks gotten to the point where he's making the divine fate figure jealous? Divine destiny chart: I beg you to change to a more normal mission next time? Zhang Yi was impotently furious in his heart, and he also realized that the punishment every time the heaven's destiny diagram was also very strange, which was afraid that he would not go through with the task. How could Zhang Yi, who lived under the aura of face value all year round, tolerate becoming strangely ugly? Every time the heaven's destiny diagram released a mission, it would make Zhang Yi furious, but when he calmed down, Zhang Yi's mood improved slightly. Good thing it's just a matter of subjugating, not making her my consort. It's still not that excessive. Zhang Yi's subconscious thought was to beat Ren-Qian-Chou into submission. Anyway, as long as she was subdued, there was nothing more simple and brutal than force. Yue Yao quickly realized that something was wrong with Zhang Yi and looked up to ask with concern, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yi immediately calmed his mind, barely squeezing out a smile on his face. "There's no harm in it. It's just that when I think of Shen Wangu's single-mindedness in asking me to help him get rid of the demoness, I feel that I can't just sit back and watch this happen." "You're going after the witch with him?" Yue Yao's face showed nervousness. Ren-Qian-Chou was not a kind man or woman. That was a female devil who had refined the devouring devil technique to the point of pure perfection. The devil woman's presence in the world will only jeopardize the earth. And since Shen Wangu said that Shun Tian can restrain her, this is probably the will of the heavens as well. Zhang Yi touched Shun Tian's furry head and said in a righteous manner, "Cultivators of my generation deserve to exterminate demons." Zhang Yi said righteously. Instantly, Zhang Yi's image became taller in Yue Yao's eyes. The Dao sect was a genuine and prestigious sect that had always practiced demon extermination. It's also good, although Ren-Qian-Chou has Yi Haoran by his side, you also have Shen Wangu by your side, so consider this trip as a training experience. Remember to crush the Moon Shadow Order if there's danger. I'll be the first to arrive. Yue Yao was still a bit uneasy about Zhang Yi and urged in a serious tone, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Zhang Yi didn't forget to give Yue Yao a big hug before he left, and a burst of fragrance instantly filled his nose, almost causing him to become mesmerized. Returning to his senses, Zhang Yi smiled and waved his hand as he left the Moon Shadow Peak. Yue Yao stared at his figure in a daze, the corners of her mouth revealing an alluring smile as she said, "The Dao sect is indeed fortunate to have him in its 3 lifetimes. Nah, it is I who have the honor of meeting him." Yue Yao lowered her head, her mind floating Zhang Yi's every move. Her pretty face unconsciously surfaced a touch of shyness, living like a young girl in love. Chapter 102. The Hungry Shun Tian. On the Forgotten River Cliff, Zhang Yi instructed Qin Shaoka, who was waiting for his return, "Nine Tails, pack up and get ready for a long trip. Also, there's no need to take Gu with you this time." This pursuit of Ren-Qian-Chou was bound to be incomparably dangerous, and Xiao Gu was only at Jindan stage cultivation, so it was too dangerous to follow him around. "Eldest brother, where are we planning to go?" Chun Xiaokuei realized that this trip was feared to be exceptionally dangerous. Otherwise Zhang Yi's expression would not have been so grave. "You'll find out later. I'll be waiting for you at the Taoist sect's mountain gate. Zhang Yi dropped a sentence and headed straight for the mountain gate of the Tao sect. When he arrived at the mountain gate of the Tao sect, the disciples guarding the gate saluted, and Zhang Yi nodded slightly in response. Originally Shen Wangu was still complaining, but after complaining for half a day without any response, he simply began to cultivate on his knees as usual. Ever since he had met Zhang Yi, his mindset was not half a star better. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you're finally willing to come out to see me, what? Did you change your mind? Let Zhang Yi hurt him 1,000 times. As long as Zhang Yi appeared in front of him again, Shen Wangu still greeted him with a smile. Zhang Yi still had the same appearance of a 10,000-year-old iceberg and asked with a cold face, "Do you have a way to chase down Rinchen? Upon hearing this, Shen Wangu excitedly slapped his thighs. I knew that fellow Taoist Zhang wouldn't sit idly by and do nothing about my affairs. Sure enough, you're still the most generous. These words basically showed Zhang Yi's stance, and it was not in vain that he had followed Zhang Yi for so long, and had finally convinced Zhang Yi. Don't get excited in a hurry. I'll only give you 2 months. If you still can't find Rinchen, everything in the future will be exempted. The Heaven's Destiny diagram had given Zhang Yi 3 months, and the time he had given Shen Wangu naturally had to be shortened a bit. It was always right to leave more time. Shen Wangu nodded his head repeatedly in excitement and said, "If it was before, I wouldn't dare to guarantee it. But now that there is a heaven-swallowing dragon cat, perhaps it won't take 2 months to find her. As long as she performs the devouring devil technique, the heaven-swallowing dragon cat will be able to sense her presence." Shen Wangu reached out and prepared to touch Shun Tian, but was deterred back by his grimacing appearance. Sooner, is he right? Zhang Yi knew that Shun Tian had already been born with spiritual wisdom, and he didn't believe a single word of Shen Wangu's words, so he might as well find Shun Tian and ask for an answer. Shen Wangu looked odd. Feelings that my trust in your heart is not as good as a freshly born heaven-swallowing dragon cat? Shun Tian on Zhang Yi's shoulder nodded obediently and rubbed Zhang Yi's arm affectionately, like a little kid who wanted to perform in front of his parents. Zhang Yi was only slightly relieved after receiving another affirmative reply from Shun Tian. Just then, Chen Xiaokui also arrived at the Tao sect's mountain gate, and she looked at Zhang Yi with a face full of disbelief as she asked, "Eldest senior brother, why did you go with him to find Rinchen? Chen Xiaokui's eyes were also full of dislike when she looked at Shen Wangu. She and Zhang Yi both thought that Shen Wangu was too unreliable to be worth cooperating with. 9 tails. It's fine for Taoist Zhang to look at me with that kind of look. Why do you have the right to look at me with that kind of look as well? Believe it or not, I'll clean you up?" Shen Wangu was enraged, and immediately, the spiritual energy in his body flowed, making a gesture to clean up Chen Xiaokui. "How dare you?" Zhang Yi stepped forward and looked at Shen Wangu with an icy face. The Tianyang sword had already appeared in his hand, and his other hand was placed at the hilt of the sword, showing signs of pulling out the sword at any time. Just kidding, just kidding." Shen Wangu waved his hand with an awkward smile. It was hard to convince Zhang Yi to make a move, but he didn't want to ruin the matter because of Chen Xiaokui. Chen Xiaokui looked at Zhang Yi's magnificent figure with touched eyes, and a flash of color flashed through her beautiful eyes, and for a while, she was actually a bit dazed. Zhang Yi felt the vibration of the heavenly fate diagram in his body at this moment, and under his perception, he found that Chen Xiaokui's favor value towards him had unexpectedly reached 5 stars as well. And the reason is because he stepped up. This left Zhang Yi somewhat speechless. Were people in this world now so easily able to generate 5-star favor values for people? As far as he could remember right now, there were already 4 women, Chen Xiaoka, Zhang Luyan, Shen Xinyu, and Yue Yao, who had reached a 5-star goodwill value towards him. On the contrary, the only male character in the Divine Destiny chart has a low favorability value for him, so maybe it's a case of same-sex repulsion. Fellow Taoist Zhang, are you aware of the Jun family? Shen Wangu was afraid that Zhang Yi would change his mind and want to take Zhang Yi on the road earlier, and took the initiative to throw out a lead. The Jun family? Which Jun family? I only know the 2 siblings, Jun Wu Ao of the Earth Sect. Thinking of Jun Wu Ao, Zhang Yi remembered that when he was chasing after Yihaoran, Jun Wu Yen was seriously injured, and he didn't know if he had gotten better now. The Jun family was the Demon Emperor's lapdogs in the ancient times, and the burning sky decision practiced by the Jun family's descendants is even more extraordinary, so it's very likely that Rinchen will go looking for them. Shen Wangu really knows too much about Rinchen, as the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you can win 100 battles. For the enemy, he has always been very cautious. Huh? The Jun family still has this history. In his impression, Zhang Yi and Yue Yao had also known each other for many years, and had not really noticed that Yue Yao had practiced the devil's way technique, and that although the man was a bit of a pretender, he did not have too many problems. Just go and take a look first. There aren't many places that Rinchen can go. It's not realistic to just wait for her to perform her devouring demon technique. It's better to take the initiative, Shen Vanguard said in a very reliable manner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi nodded. There was nothing he could do if he didn't believe Shen Wangu at this time, who made him also not understand Rinchen as well as Shen Wangu. A few people immediately rushed towards the direction of the Earth Sect, and on the way, Shun Tian even hit a few intervals, lazily lying on Zhang Yi's shoulder, looking a bit listless and kept nibbling on his clothes with his little mouth. Realizing that something was wrong, Zhang Yi subconsciously asked, "You're not hungry, are you?" Meow meow meow. Shun Tian's weak and limp voice rang out, looking a little out of breath. This gave Zhang Yi a bit of a headache, knowing that the heaven-swallowing dragon cat's meal size was terrifying. Unable to do anything else, Zhang Yi took out some of the pills he had previously opened from the heavenly fate box and fed them to Shun Tian in a brainwave, only to see Shun Tian open his small mouth, as if transforming into a bottomless black hole, devouring the pile of pills in the blink of an eye. But that wasn't enough. Shun Tian was still eyeing Zhang Yi. "I also still have some pills on me, so take them to the little one first." Chun Shaokuai also took out a large pile of spirit-gathering pills, but they all went into Shun Tian's belly just after he took them out. Meow meow meow. Shun Tian was still looking at Zhang Yi aggressively, with a hint of begging in his voice. Zhang Yi only felt a wave of headache. He had taken out all the pills on his body, but by the looks of it, it seemed that it was not enough for Shun Tian to stuff his teeth. That was when he really saw what kind of a meal he had raised. Seeing that Zhang Yi did not respond for half a day, Shun Tian looked at a mountain range in the distance. A touch of greed showed in his eyes, and he could not help but also lick his scarlet tongue head. Chapter 103, Dying.
No.
Zhang Yi immediately understood that Shun Tian was trying to go out to forage for food himself, and immediately interrupted this thought with a stern voice. After being rejected by Zhang Yi in a stern voice, Shun Tian was a bit demoralized as he lay on Zhang Yi's shoulder, returning to his previous breathless appearance. Sure enough, he won't act recklessly without orders from fellow Taoist Zhang. Seeing Shun Tian's performance, Shun Wangu couldn't help but secretly nod his head, and the envy in his eyes increased by a few points. "I have a heavenly flame grass here. It should be able to suppress him for a while." Shun Wangu snapped his fingers and a red-colored grass appeared on his hand, and the small particles at the top were like fire flickering, and the abundant aura highlighted its extraordinary. Heavenly flame grass? It's rumored that this is an emperor-level ingredient that can be used to refine the heavenly flame pill, and that's not rare. Chun Xiaokue sucked in a breath of cool air, thinking that it was worthy of being the son of the human emperor, so it was really a big deal. Just as spiritual weapons were divided into grades, the pills and materials in this world were also divided into grades. Zhang Yi also did not politely talk to Shen Wangu and let Shun Tian devour that heavenly flame grass. As expected, after eating the heavenly flame grass, Shun Tian burped contentedly and regained his energy again. Moreover, Zhang Yi also detected that Shun Tian's strength seemed to have refined, and in just a few moments he was already equivalent to a Jindan stage cultivator of the human race. To know that this little guy full count is only born a daytime, a day can reach Jindan, really enviable talent. And it seems like he doesn't need to cultivate at all. As long as he keeps devouring, he will be able to become stronger. This ability can't be said to be unchanged. Worthy of being an existence that gave even the ancient emperors a headache. It's truly heaven-defying. Zhang Yi also sucked in a breath of cool air and had to be deeply shocked by this unique talent of Shun Tian. After solving Shun Tian's sustenance, the few people continued to fly in the direction of the Earth Sect. Finally, after an hour, it arrived at the Earth Sect's mountain gate. This time, the Earth Sect's gatekeeper disciple did take the initiative to recognize Zhang Yi, and immediately stepped forward with a respectful expression and saluted. "I wonder what elder brother Zong has come to do this time?" Ever since the last time Zhang Lian brought Zhang Yi to the Earth Sect to make a mess, the Earth Sect disciples had memorized Zhang Yi's appearance to avoid any misunderstanding. In the last battle to destroy Yi Haoran, Jun Wuyan was seriously injured and has come to visit. Since the targets this time were the Jun family siblings, Zhang Yi opened the door. "Senior sister Jun is still unconscious now. Allow me to go and inform her first. Please wait a moment, senior brother. Also, who is this? Who in the world didn't know that the previous holy maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom was already Zhang Yi's consort? and he naturally recognized Qin Xiaokuei, but seeing Shen Wangu's extraordinary temperament, he couldn't help but raise a hint of curiosity. Shen Wangu smiled courteously. I, Shen Wangu, son of the human emperor, have come to visit Jun Wuyan together with fellow Taoist Zhang. Hiss, the son of the human emperor. The disciple guarding the door sucked in a breath of cool air and immediately saluted with a respectful expression. Greetings, Your Highness. The human emperor possessed supreme prestige in the human race, and it was reasonable for him to salute Shen Wangu. The disciple who guarded the door immediately ran to inform, but in his heart, he had long since turned over huge waves. I have long heard that the son of the human emperor has come out of the world, and I didn't expect to have the honor of seeing him today. In his mind, Shen Wangu's status was much higher than Zhang Yi's. Immediately, the matter of the son of the human emperor and the Grand Master of the Tao Sect coming to pay a visit to Jun Wuyan spread throughout the entire Earth Sect, just as it had in the Tao Sect back in the day, and countless disciples had come to look up to Shen Wangu's elegance. However, when they saw the noble temperament Shen Wangu standing with the cool temperament Zhang Yi, they could not help but feel a sense of loss. Although they didn't say anything and just left silently, Shen Wangu felt like he had received a 10,000-point blitz. He knew too well what these people were thinking in their hearts. It's just a matter of who made me follow Taoist Zhang. He's someone with the stature of an immortal. Shen Wangu took a deep breath and kept building himself up mentally. Thanks to the fact that he had a solid Taoist heart, otherwise where would an ordinary person be able to withstand so many blows? Right at this moment, a green-colored silhouette appeared in front of the two people, and the person who came was clearly none other than the flavorful Qinglian Taoist. Master Nephew Zhang, you're here again. Did you miss me? Taoist Green Lotus twisted his arrogant body and approached towards Zhang Yi step by step. Taoist Green Lotus, please respect yourself in front of the Earth Sect's mountain gate. Zhang Yi had a bit of a headache every time he saw Taoist Green Lotus, and every time he was inevitably molested by this woman. Giggle. You're still so shy after all these years. Taoist Green Lotus pursed her lips and laughed, her chest front following suit, which could be described as rippling. Humph. Old goblin spirit. Chen Xiaokuei had a particularly bad impression of Taoist Green Lotus, snorting coldly and staring at her every move with hostility. Qinglian Taoist master, however, directly ignored Qin Xiaoke, and even glanced at the flat horse in front of her chest front with a look of contempt, while lifting up her proud curvature line. Yo, what a cute little guy. Suddenly, Taoist Green Lotus gaze fell on Shun Tian. Naturally, he noticed its extraordinary features at a glance and reached out to touch it. Unexpectedly, Shun Tian exploded all over and immediately stood up from Zhang Yi's shoulder, his eyes glaring ferociously at Taoist Master Qinglian, as if he would launch an attack at any moment. Taoist Green Lotus froze, then withdrew her jade hand as delicate tender as a green onion white and laughed. What a fierce little fellow, still not letting anyone touch it. Taoist Green Lotus took a meaningful glance at Shun Tian and fell into a moment of contemplation. And in the end, he didn't seem to be able to see through Shun Tian's origins, and only shook his head helplessly before finally focusing on Shen Wangu. Your Highness, how is it? Have you considered coming to my Earth Sect? Qinglian Taoist head can hold a grudge. He still remembers when Shen Wangu ignored her before the Devil's Cave. So today she deliberately ignored Shen Wangu before. Taoist Qinglian has misunderstood. This visit is specifically to visit Jun Wuyan. Shen Wangu was afraid of being ignored by Taoist Green Lotus before, but fortunately this did not happen. Jun Wuyan. Jun Wuyan, this girl's life is bitter. This time I am afraid that it is fierce. Mentioning Jun Wuyan, Taoist Green Lotus also had a rare look of seriousness on his face as he lamented. Could it be that even with the means of the Earth Sect she cannot be saved? The foundation of the Earth Sect was not inferior to the Tao Sect in the slightest, and was even stronger in some aspects, so how did he not know that Jun Wuyan was so badly injured? Yi Haoran, this destroyed the vitality in Jun Wuyan's body with the power of the heavy pupil, so much so that now she has turned into a living dead person. Her body is filled with a deadly aura, and if it wasn't for the Earth Sect's 3 sacred lotus protecting her body, I'm afraid she would have long since gone to her death by now. Taoist Green Lotus let out a long sigh, and a rare flash of sadness actually appeared between his brows. Zhang Yi was slightly surprised and looked slightly odd. He had previously thought that Taoist Green Lotus was just a strong man who played the world, but he had never thought that there would be a sentimental side to him as well. Chapter 104. What's the matter with you? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? I've watched Jun Wuyan grow up since I was young, and with her in this state now, I'm naturally not doing well either. As if Taoist Green Lotus had read Zhang Yi's mind, he quickly faded the sentimental look from his face and resumed the immodest look of a game player. It's just that now that Jun Wuyan is unable to leave the light of the 3 sacred lotus, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to visit him. Good intentions appreciated. The 3 sacred lotus flowers' status in the Earth Sect was equivalent to the Dao Sect's Hao Ran Bell, and it was likewise an emperor-level magic treasure that naturally wouldn't be seen by outsiders. Taoist Master Qinglian's meaning was obvious, and she had already given an expulsion order to Zhang Yi's few people, mainly because she felt that the purpose of Zhang Yi's few people was not pure this time. Who is Zhang Yi? The ferocious and indifferent senior brother of the Dao Sect. He would come to visit Jun Wuyan? Shen Wangu was even more so, as he had never known Jun Wuyan, and had even less reason to visit. Just then, Jun Wu Ao arrived in front of the Earth Sect's mountain gate, only he no longer had the same spiritedness as before, his entire person revealing a sense of fatigue that was visible to the naked eye, obviously not worrying about Jun Wuyan's affairs for this period of time. Brother Zhang, thank you for hanging on. Just, Wuyan, her situation is really not too good. Jun Wu Ao was more or less surprised when he heard that Zhang Yi had come to visit, but more than that, he was surprised that he didn't run over immediately. Can the 3 sacred lotus flower restore it? Zhang Yi said while making a wink with Shen Wangu, leaving the next verification to Shen Wangu. Jun Wu Ao bitterly shook his head. The 3 sacred lotus flower can only suppress the death qi in her body. It cannot completely eradicate it. To completely dissolve the death qi in her body, perhaps Yi Haoran needs to make a move or someone who can devour that death qi. Yi Haoran's whereabouts were unknown now, and finding someone to devour the dead qi, which was also a death-seeking act, which made Jun Wu Ao feel deeply helpless. I won't stand by and watch Wuyan die. I'm going to find Yi Haoran. Mentioning Yi Haoran, Jun Wu Ao was gritting his teeth, his eyes bursting with hatred. He simply hated Yi Haoran to the bone. If it wasn't for Yi Haoran's words, Jun Wuyan wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Brother Zhang, would you like to join me in searching for Yi Haoran? Jun Wu Ao looked at Zhang Yi expectantly with both eyes and sincerely extended an invitation to him. Since his last trip to the Yi family's ancestral land, he felt that Zhang Yi wasn't that difficult to get along with, and he had changed his opinion of Zhang Yi greatly. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Nowadays Jun Wu Ao was not even at the spirit transformation stage, so bringing him would only be a burden, and immediately looked at Shen Wangu and asked after him, "What exactly is the situation?" Only then did Jun Wu Ao notice Shen Wangu, and combined with the previous remarks of the Earth Sect disciples, he also roughly guessed Shen Wangu's identity. It was just that Zhang Yi was simply too dazzling, and he couldn't be blamed for only noticing Shen Wangu now. I believe this is the son of the human emperor. I, Jun Wu Ao, have met your highness. Jun Wu Ao barely managed to squeeze out a smile as he slightly arched his hand and saluted. Shen Wangu, heart bitter how this time to notice him, think of years in the ancient times where he went is not the existence of the attention of all people, only now in Zhang Yi's side is always easy to be ignored. I've long heard of the name of the Earth Sect's senior brother, and I've come here today to ask for advice. Without saying a word, Shen Wangu's vast imperial qi went straight towards Jun Wu Ao, and there was a dull roar in the void, like muffled thunder exploding. The only way to know if Jun Wu Ao had practiced the burning sky decree was to use his own spiritual power to sense it, and there was no better way to do that than fighting. Jun Wu Ao was all stunned. There was no time to react. He was still pondering how Shen Wangu had made a move at the drop of a hat. Thanks to Taoist Master Qinglian's quick eyes and hands, with a wave of his sleeve robe, a wave of vast spiritual power directly destroyed that overpowering aura. Taoist Green Lotus showed a displeased look on his face and rebuked in a deep voice. What does your highness mean by this? If I remember correctly, this is our first meeting. Why did your highness suddenly do it? Jun Wu Ao also questioned angrily. Still letting people bully their way to the mountain gate? Shen Wangu also noticed his own recklessness and immediately apologized by arching his hand. It's me who was hasty. I just wanted to compete with the Earth Sect senior brother. Moreover, I only used my Jindan stage strength just now, and did not mean to offend. Shen Wangu explained with incomparable seriousness. Jun Wu Ao almost spat out blood. What did he mean by only exerting the strength of the Jindan stage? Do you know that it was your so-called Jindan stage strength that made me feel the threat of death just now? Zhang Yi looked at Shen Wangu like an idiot. A simple thing has to be made so complicated. Solely not counting on Shen Wangu, he directly opened the door and asked, I don't know if your excellency has cultivated the burning sky decision? Shen Wangu looked at Zhang Yi with a surprised expression. Which is so direct. Don't you need to test the waters? Upon hearing this, Yue Yao but froze, his complexion a little unnatural, but quickly recovered to deny it. Burning sky decision? What is the burning sky decision? I have not practiced it. Brother Zhang, since you are unwilling to travel with me, I will leave first. Yue Yao turned around and wanted to return to the Earth Sect, but was stopped by Taoist Qinglian. All come with me to Green Lotus Peak. Since they know about the burning sky decree, it would be better to make it clear to them. With a wave of Qinglian Dao's sleeve robe, a powerful force wrapped several people, and then they felt a tremor in space, and when they came back to their senses they had already appeared in Qinglian Peak. Zhunyuoqia, come to Green Lotus Peak. Taoist Green Lotus shouted angrily, only to see that along with a vibration of space, Yue Yao Tian also appeared in front of several people. Taoist Green Lotus, what is it again? You also know that the situation of Wuyan is not good nowadays. What is the point of calling me here at this time? Yue Yao Tian's face was full of anxiety, but it was without half a hint of dissatisfaction, and one could tell that he had a lot of respect for Taoist Green Lotus. Zhang Yi had actually been curious as to why it felt like the Earth Sect was headed by Taoist Green Lotus and Yue Yao Tian was like a poseur. They know about the burning sky decree. How do you think it's going to be resolved? Taoist Master Qinglian looked at Zhang Yi Dao with a smirk. Oops, this old demoness wouldn't be trying to kill and silence her, right? A trace of ominous foreboding rose in Zhang Yi's heart, and he hurriedly checked the value of Qinglian Taoist's goodwill towards him in the heavenly fate chart, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he realized that it was still 4 stars. With a 4-star favor value, there should be no killing intent born. Zhang Yi settled his mind a little and sized up the Jun family's father and son. Looking at the way they looked, they were 8-9 out of 10 the Jun family that had a relationship with the Demon Emperor. Yue Yao Tian was also visibly stunned when he learned of this news, but soon released a smile and straightened his chest. As early as the day the demoness and the son of the human emperor awakened, I expected that I would not be able to hide the Jun family's affairs, but so what? Yue Yao Tian has long been Jun family broken relationship, and Yue Yao Tian line of end to do the right thing. Never practiced that what the burning sky decision, and the Devil's Road is even more unaffiliated, want to add to the crime, why suffer no words? Yue Yao Tian said impassionately. Chapter 105. What do you mean? If your highness doesn't believe me, you can probe my body. Yue Yao Tian relaxed his mind and stretched out his arms and said with incomparable frankness. Shen Wangu saw that he was so excited and was not embarrassed, and immediately probed with his own spiritual power, and indeed did not find any signs of the other party practicing the burning sky decision. He had fought with the people of the Jun family during the ancient times and was familiar with the burning sky decision. If the other party had practiced the burning sky decision, he would have been able to detect it. Shen Wangu then dropped his gaze on Yue Yao, the meaning of which was already self-evident. Yue Yao, let go of your mind and let it probe. What are we afraid of if we are doing the right thing? Yue Yao Tian ordered in a stern voice. Yue Yao snorted coldly. Just because Shen Wangu had inexplicably made a move on him before, he had a grudge in his heart, but he still cooperated by opening his arms for Shen Wangu to probe. After a bit of spiritual probing, Shen Wangu realized that Yue Yao did not cultivate the burning sky decision either, and looked a bit disappointed. Sovereign Jun, earlier you said that you had long since severed your ties with the Jun family, so is it still possible to contact someone from the Jun family? I suspect that Renchencho has most likely gone to the Jun family. Shen Wangu said that he understood the pros and cons of it and inquired with a grave expression. I am no longer willing to have anything to do with the Jun family. If the few of you have nothing else to do, then please return. Yue Yao Tian gave his expulsion order with a cold look on his face. What if I can fix the death aura on Jun Wuyan? Zhang Yi suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Earlier, when he was in front of the Earth Sect's mountain gate, Shen Tian expressed to Zhang Yi that he could devour that deathly aura once he knew about Jun Wuyan's situation. At those words, the entire Green Lotus Peak fell into silence, and several of Yue Yao Tian looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. On the other hand, Shen Wangu and Chen Xiaokue looked at Shen Tian on Zhang Yi's shoulder, knowing that he was the key to this. Little friend Zhang Yi, is this true? After a short period of silence, Yue Yao Tian looked excited and held Zhang Yi's hand. His voice was a little agitated. Ever since Jun Wuyan fell into a coma, he had not slept a single day. Day and night he had been trying to find a way to make his recovery. Hell knows how he had managed to hold out during this period of time. Brother Zhang. No, Brother Zhang. If you can really save Wuyan, you'll be my Jun Wu Ao's savior, and I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Jun Wu Ao would also make a promise with an excited face. I can indeed save her, but I need to know the location of the Jun family. Zhang Yi shook his head and stated his claim very calmly. It is still necessary for him to make a move at the critical moment, and it is hopeless to count on Xin Wangu. Jun Ao Tian frowned slightly, and after just a few breaths of thought, he gritted his teeth and agreed, "Good! As long as you can save Wuyan, I will personally take you all to the Jun clan's ancestral land."
Yun Ao Tien.
Taoist Green Lotus frowned and chided. "Do you know what you will face if you return to the Jun family? Do you want to die?" Jun Ao Tian, however, smiled blandly, incomparably unrestrained. "As long as I can save Wu Yen, what's the harm in dying? Not to mention that the Jun family isn't as scary as you think. It's just a trip. Nothing will happen." Jun Ao Tian shook his head and said, "Foolish. I'll think of another way to save Wu Yen. There's no hurry." Taoist Green Lotus said in exasperation. "I can wait, but Wu Yen can't. Now that the death aura has already penetrated her 3 souls, if all 7 souls are penetrated, then even the great Luo Golden Immortals can't save her." Jun Ao Tian retorted with an agitated expression. "Qinglian, this is the first time I've contradicted you. For the sake of Yenless, please forgive me." Jun Wu Ao bowed courteously towards Taoist Green Lotus, but his words revealed endless determination. Taoist Green Lotus was silent, her pair of phoenix eyes staring at him in death. She didn't continue to obstruct after all. "Wait! Why would you die if you go to Jun's house?" Zhang Yi realized that something was wrong. How did he feel that the Jun family was a bit dangerous? Shouldn't they go? "I betrayed the Jun family. They won't let me go. They won't allow anyone to know of the Jun family's existence. They have sent people to kill me over the years, only to fail." Jun Wu Ao shook his head, his expression more or less bitter. "Does the Jun family have any great emperors?" Zhang Yi asked again. If he had to go, he would have to know the strength of the Jun family so as not to get caught in the gutter. "Don't ask. I'm going with you guys. It's just to hunt down Ren Qianqiu." Taoist Green Lotus was a bit distracted by what he heard and said in a domineering manner. "Qinglian, but..." Jun Ao Tian's face showed surprise as he waved his hand repeatedly trying to stop Taoist Qinglian. However, he was impatiently interrupted by Taoist Green Lotus. "What is the decency for a big man to be so motherly feminine? I'll go along with you. There won't be any problems. And this kid definitely has a means of saving his life left behind by Yue Yao. Also, this is the son of the human emperor. Would there be fewer means of preserving his life on him?" Taoist Green Lotus glanced at Zhang Yi and Shen Wangu and said meaningfully. "Words have come to this." Jun Ao Tian also did not say more, just a long sigh, somewhat guilty look at Qinglian Taoist, silent for a long time, finally did not speak. "Zhang Yi, if you saved Wu Yen, there's no way to repay you in this life, but if you trick me, even if you're the Dao Sect's senior brother, I'm going to cut you down." No one knew that feeling of hope and despair, so Jun Ao Tian had spoken his ugly words up front. Judging from his eyes full of killing intent, he seemed to be very serious. "Jun Yao Qia, are you going to die? How do you talk to my nephew Zhang Yi?" Before Zhang Yi could say anything, Taoist Green Lotus instead pointed at Jun Ao Tian's forehead and chopped his head off. "I believe in senior nephew Zhang Yi." Taoist Master Qinglian smiled at Zhang Yi with another flirtatious smile. Zhang Yi shook his head and ignored Taoist Green Lotus, walking straight beside Jun Ao Tian. "Lead the way. Wait for me here. I'll bring Wu Yen here." Jun Ao Tian's figure flickered, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, and disappeared directly into place. "Brother Zhang, my father is like this. Don't mind." Jun Wu Ao was worried about angering Zhang Yi and hurriedly stepped forward to reassure him. And just the moment the words fell, Jun Ao Tian had already appeared at the Green Lotus Peak with Jun Wu Yen, showing how anxious he was. When Jun Wu Yen appeared at the Green Lotus Peak, even the flowers, plants, and trees around her withered under the influence of the deathly aura she carried. Jun Ao Tian's eyes were filled with heartache as he carefully placed Jun Wu Yen on the ground. "Wu Yen, it will be all right soon. You must hold on. I still ask you, little friend Zhang, to make a move." Jun Ao Tian was curious as to what means Zhang Yi had to be able to solve the difficult problems that even the 3 sacred lotus flower could not solve. Only Zhang Yi gently patted Shun Tian's small head on his shoulder and softly said, "Do it, Shun Tian."
Zhang Yi,
What do you mean? Seeing this, Jun Ao Tian directly exploded. The spiritual energy on his body surged madly. A gust of wind blew up, as if a sharp blade went straight to Zhang Yi. Chapter 106. Sage Shin Wangu in front of others. Are you messing with me? He can devour the death aura on Wuyan. Jun Ao Tian had a ferocious aura on his body as he aggressively questioned Zhang Yi. In his eyes, Shun Tian was nothing more than a small earth cat with 2 wings on his back. Wasn't it a joke to ask him to devour the dead qi?
Yue Yao Tian.
That's enough. Do not be rude to senior nephew Zhang. Taoist Green Lotus bellowed out in a stern voice. It just so happened that he was also a bit curious about Shun Tian and took this opportunity to test the depths of Shun Tian. But Jun Ao Tian's face was filled with anxiety. It was a matter of Jun Wu Yan's life and he did not dare to take it lightly. All right, since you've chosen senior nephew Zhang, you should trust him completely. Taoist Green Lotus glanced at Jun Ao Tian, his tone revealing a hint of dominance. Shun Tian, come back. Previously, Jun Ao Tian's attitude more or less offended Zhang Yi, more or less making his heart a bit unhappy. With a command, Shun Tian, although his heart was not willing, but still jumped back to his shoulder. Senior nephew Zhang Yi, don't be angry, he's just concerned, don't get upset with him. Taoist Master Qinglian smiled and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder, a bit of a petulant gesture in it. Zhang Yi was unmoved. He only felt his scalp tingling. He would not eat this with Taoist Green Lotus. Taoist Green Lotus suddenly changed his face and looked fiercely at Jun Ao Tian and scolded. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Master Nephew Zhang. Senior Nephew Zhang. It was me who was reckless before, I apologize. Jun Ao Tian also realized that he had lost his temper just now, and was also very spontaneous in his apology, placing his stance very low. I also request that Senior Nephew Zhang disregard his former enmity, and despite the fact that he has come to his aid. Apart from Zhang Yi, there was no one else to count on, so they could only treat the dead horse as a living horse now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's complexion then improved. I don't want this to happen again. Believe it or not, I don't have much time to waste with you. Yes, yes, yes. Jun Ao Tian nodded his head vigorously in agreement. Where was there any trace of the demeanor of the lord of a clan? He was now just an unusual person concerned about his daughter's well-being. Shun Tian's strike. Zhang Yi stroked Shun Tian's head. He could detect that Shun Tian had been staring at Jun Wuyan ever since she appeared, which showed how heartfelt he was. For Zhang Yi, this time, not only could he save Jun Wuyan's life, but he could even let Shun Tian have a full meal, which was a solution to a major problem for him. Meow, meow, meow. Shun Tian chirped gleefully, and with a leap of his body, he jumped from Zhang Yi's shoulder onto Jun Wuyan's delicate body. Jun Ao Tian watched Shun Tian's actions that were heartbreaking, but remembering all the previous events, he eventually did not make a sound, and endured it all with apprehension in his heart and mind. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they didn't know if Shun Tian would be able to completely lift the deathly aura from Jun Wuyan's body. The 2 fathers and sons, Jun Ao Tian, even held their breath, their minds apprehensive to the extreme, only to see Shun Tian jumping onto Jun Wuyan's body and then walking straight to her lips, followed by a burst of complex and mysterious runes flashing on his body. His entire body was like transforming into a deep and bottomless black hole, which was heaving up and devouring the deathly qi on Jun Wuyan's body. This kind of means actually swallowed the death qi on Wu Yan in an instant. What exactly is his origin? Taoist Green Lotus opened her beautiful eyes wide, looking at Shun Tian with an odd expression, and then at Zhang Yi, really unable to figure out Shun Tian's origin. The death aura on this Wu Yan is slowly fading. Jun Ao Tian is also staring in disbelief, the stream of pure dead gas, even he can't absorb it hastily, while Shun Tian absorbed it without any problem. Even look at Shun Tian's look seems to enjoy it a little. It really works. I told you that Mr. Zhang's hand is sure to work. Jun Wu Ao, seeing that Jun Wu Yan had improved, was also too excited to speak. The problem that had baffled them for so long was so easily solved by Zhang Yi, so it was no wonder they were so excited. Partition. In the blink of an eye, Shun Tian absorbed all of the dead qi from Jun Wuyan's body, while also contentedly patting his belly and burping before returning to Zhang Yi's shoulder. It's over? So soon. Jun Ao Tian was still a bit unresponsive, but the blood color on Jun Wuyan's face was slowly recovering, and the vitality in his body that had been suppressed before was also slowly reviving. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a light cough, Jun Wuyan slowly opened her eyes, only to see the two fathers and sons, Jun Ao Tian, looking at her with a concerned expression. Father, big brother. Although Jun Wuyan had been in a coma for this period of time, she was very clear about what was happening in the outside world, and immediately wet her eyes as she hugged the two of them. Jun Ao Tian was also slightly red ruby-eyed as he patted Jun Wuyan's shoulder. His heart breathed a long sigh of relief and a smile finally surfaced on his face as he softly said, "It's good that it's all right. It's good that it's all right." Immediately, Jun Wuyan knelt on the ground with a respectful expression and said gratefully, "Many thanks to elder brother Daozong for saving my life." This worship Zhang Yi did not refuse. After all, he had indirectly saved Jun Wuyan's life. He could afford to accept it. "Get up. It's just a trade." Zhang Yi blandly raised his hand and said. To him this was indeed just a deal, and he did not want the people of the Jun family to owe him much favor, as long as everything came as previously agreed. Jun Ao Tian also looked at Zhang Yi with a grateful face. Although his heart was also full of curiosity about Shun Tian, he didn't mention a word about Shun Tian. He just said with a firm expression, "Please rest assured, little friend Zhang, what I promised you before will certainly be done, and at any time you can be taken to the Jun family's ancestral land." Although Shun Tian had easily dissolved the deathly aura on Jun Wuyan's body just now, perhaps it was just a breeze for Zhang Yi, but it was a heavenly favor for him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. He was worried that Jun Ao Tian would go back on his word. In that case, let's set off now. Unexpectedly, at this time, Taoist Green Lotus stood out, keeping his gaze fixed on Shun Tian, and slowly said, "Wait, I think before we set off, shouldn't Master Nephew Zhang Yi tell me the origin of this little guy?" The more Taoist Green Lotus looked at Shun Tian, the more she felt that he was extraordinary, and she deeply suspected that Shun Tian was the legendary ancient divine beast. "Fellow Taoist Shen, do you think we should tell them where Shun Tian came from?" Zhang Yi threw this dilemma to Shen Wangu, having to find something to do with him. Shen Wangu laughed and said in a serious manner, "Taoist Qinglian, you only need to know that he was born in obedience to heaven. As for his true origin, I'm afraid that in your position you are not qualified to know." "I'm not good enough?" Taoist Master Qinglian stared at Shen Wangu questioningly with wide eyes in disbelief. Shen Wangu nodded firmly and said, "Right, there are some things that are better not to know. I sometimes even envy your ignorance." At the end of the day, Shen Wangu was even a little sad. Zhang Yi looked at Shen Wangu dumbfounded, and he also found for the first time that Shen Wangu was actually so able to pretend. Chapter 107, The £1,000 Sea. Shen Wangu, this isn't the ancient times, and His Majesty the Human Emperor isn't in the Wooling continent. Do you believe I'll beat you up? Taoist Green Lotus crossed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "That? I'm doing it for your own good." Shen Wangu turned his words around and stammered, and had weakened a few points from his aura. "Senior Nephew Zhang Yi, what exactly is the origin of this little guy? There's no need to stop me." Qinglian Taoist chief ultimately did not make a move on Shen Wangu and changed his face to ask with a smile. As Shen Wangu said, "There are some things that are better left unknown." Zhang Yi just happened to push the pot to Shen Wangu, and it was Shen Wangu who said this anyway. "Humph, if you don't say it, then don't say it. One day I will know." Taoist Green Lotus snorted coldly and did not continue to pursue Shun Tian's matter. "Taoist Green Lotus, is there something you need to explain? If not, let's get moving." Jun Ao Tian smiled and asked Taoist Qinglian what he meant. From this, it could be seen that the Earth Sect was completely honored by Taoist Green Lotus, which made Zhang Yi wonder, why does the Earth Sect seem to be honored by Taoist Green Lotus? "Humph, why should I tell you?" Taoist Master Qinglian glared at Zhang Yi, returning the favor with an eye for an eye, only to feel an incomparable sense of relief in his heart. "There's no need to account for it, just get going." As Taoist Green Lotus watched Zhang Yi's deflated appearance, he had a great sense of revenge and his voice lightened up a bit. Jun Ao Tian nodded, dotingly patted Jun Wuyan's head, and cautiously looked at Jun Wu Ao and admonished, "Wu Ao, you have to take good care of Wu Yan when I'm not around. Okay? I'll wait for your return." Jun Wu Ao knew that this trip to Jun Ao Tian would be very unpredictable, and with his strength following would not be of much use. It would be better to honestly cultivate in the Earth Sect in seclusion. Jun Ao Tian smiled sagely, turned around, waved his hand, and led Zhang Yi and the others out of the Earth Sect. Soon, the silhouettes of the group disappeared into the Earth Zone, and Jun Wu Ao's siblings knelt on the ground devoutly and prayed. Heaven blesses that father can return safely. Since Zhang Yi and the others were not yet able to tear crack space and travel, it was Yue Yao and Taoist Green Lotus who led them through the air on this journey, and their speed was even faster. When night fell, several people came to the southernmost tip of the Wuling continent. Looking around was an ocean, and there was no road ahead. Where is the Jun family? There's no more road ahead. Zhang Yi frowned slightly as he felt that there was something unusual about the ocean in front of him. The next moment, a seagull swept past them, snow-white feathers lightly landing on the surface of the sea, and finally, it was like a boulder that sank to the bottom of the sea in just a blink of an eye. Qi Jun water? Zhang Yi's brows tightened and his expression couldn't help but be a bit gloomy. 1,000 pounds of water is not the same as ordinary water, but whenever you fall into the 1,000 pounds of water, your body is like bearing the pressure of 1,000 pounds. Even if it is as light as a feather, it will sink to the bottom of the valley. That's right, this is none other than the 1,000 Jun Sea. The entire sea is condensed from the 1,000 Jun water, and in order to reach the place where the Jun family is located, one must cross this 1,000 Jun Sea. Jun Ao Tian didn't seem to care about the existence of the 1,000 Jun Sea, and instead said in a leisurely manner, "You have a way to cross the sea of 1,000 pounds?" Since Jun Ao Tian had betrayed the Jun family and gone out before, he was bound to have crossed the 1,000 Jun Sea as well, and had almost overlooked this issue. "Naturally, why else would I bring you here? But are you sure Ren Qianqiu has a way to cross the 1,000 Jun Sea?" Jun Ao Tian asked thoughtfully with his hands on his back and a deep gaze looking ahead. "It's not just Ren Qianqiu. I have a way to cross this 1,000 Jun water. It's just a means to stop unusual people. It can't stop any of us present at all." Shun Wangu seemed to be extremely disdainful of Qianjun water. At that moment, with spirit power running in his body, a breath of ice and cold erupted from him, stepping towards Qianjun Sea.
Gating.
Due to the fact that it was impossible to fly in the air over the 1,000 Jun Sea, when Shen Wangu's feet landed on the 1,000 Jun Sea, accompanied by a burst of crisp sound, the place where he passed actually formed a burst of ice. He is not white in the 10,000 years of Shen ice in the sleep for so many years, at least also absorbed a lot of 10,000 years of Shen ice power, and he just released is that power. Fellow Taoist Zhang, the sea of 1,000 pounds has a pressure on others, but it can't suppress you, a young supreme. You only need to use your supreme bone to cross the sea of 1,000 pounds. Shen Wangu thoughtfully reminded Zhang Yi that as the son of an ancient emperor, he naturally knew a lot of hidden knowledge. The Nine Tails also only need to utilize the power of the Nine Tails to cross this 1,000 Jun Sea. Shen Wangu agreed to also give Chen Shaoka advice, and he wanted to prove that the district 1,000 Junhai was not worth mentioning at all. However, as soon as his words fell, he only heard a violent movement coming from within the 1,000 Jun Sea, and the waves in front of him churned. Roar! Under the moonlight, countless black sharks filled with rich demonic aura and with red eyes leaped out of the water, opening their scarlet mouths and heading straight for Shen Wangu. Shen Wangu was shocked and hastily took out his human emperor axe. A sharp edge burst out, and wherever it passed was filled with the blood of the black shark. However, the number of black sharks was too great, and he could not take care of them by himself. Damn! How did so many black sharks suddenly appear? Shen Wangu cursed. Helplessly his figure kept retreating and quickly returned to the shore. Shen Wangu, you're still too young. If this 1,000 Jun Sea is so easy to cross, why does the Jun family live in seclusion here? Taoist Green Lotus gloated and snickered. Shen Wangu only felt a pain in his face. Just a moment ago he was all eloquent, but he didn't want retribution to come so quickly. Shen Wangu asked with a somber expression, "Then how can we cross this 1,000 Charms Sea? If this place is filled with these black sharks all over the place, even 1,000 Sorrows won't be able to cross it." Shen Wangu believed that what he could not do Ren Qianqiu could not do. Zhang Yi looked at Shen Wangu's exasperated appearance. His heart felt a wave of happiness, secretly saying, Shen Wangu is still as unreliable as ever. It's fortunate that Fong didn't listen to him. Jun Ao Tian looked at Shen Wangu with a smile on his face and explained, "It's actually very simple. These black sharks are bred by the Jun family, and they will not strike as long as they sense the Jun family bloodline." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Shen Wangu stared at his eyes. To say this at this time, wasn't it clear that he wanted to see his joke? "You didn't give me a chance to talk either. You jumped into the sea of 1,000 pounds as you were talking." Jun Ao Tian could not spoil Shen Wangu at all. Spread his hands and said with a helpless expression, "You!" Shen Wangu felt that there was being targeted and was so angry that he was trembling pointing at Jun Ao Tian and almost about to have a seizure. It was Zhang Yi who stepped forward at the critical moment and rounded off the situation. Enough. Isn't it imperative that we should first figure out if Rinchen has the ability to cross the Thousand June Sea? Chapter 108. Different ways, different plans. Jun Ao Tian shook his head and said in a deep voice, if someone from the Jun family had helped her, she would have been able to cross the Thousand June Sea. Was she able to contact someone from the Jun family? This was the crux of the matter. Without the help of someone from the Jun family, not even an ordinary great emperor would be able to cross the Thousand June Sea. Xin Huanggu thought for a moment and said with great certainty, the Jun family has been the vassal of the demon emperor for generations. Rinchen must have a way to contact them, which is why we are coming to the Jun family. Today's Rinchen is like a bereaved dog. She has nowhere else to go but the Jun family. Xin Huanggu had fought with Rinchen for so many years. He thought he understood each other very well. Good. You have to be reliable this time. If you don't find Rinchen after arriving at the Jun family, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Based on Xin Huanggu's performance during this period of time, Zhang Yi really did not dare to trust him anymore. Xin Huanggu patted his chest breast and assured, don't worry, I don't dare to guarantee anything else. But when it comes to Rinchen, there will definitely be no mistakes. Shun Tian, did you sense that Rinchen had performed the devouring devil technique? Xin Huanggu asked cautiously. This time, he must redeem his image in Zhang Yi's mind and clear his name. However, Shun Tian didn't even look like he was hitching a ride, just lying on Zhang Yi's shoulder and lifting his eyes as if he was asleep. Xin Huanggu looked at Zhang Yi with a somewhat helpless request for help trial. Sooner answer his question. Zhang Yi patted Shun Tian's head and said softly, meow meow meow. Shun Tian lethargically called out a few times, telling Zhang Yi that he had not sensed Rinchen performing the devouring devil technique. Since your Highness Shin is so certain that Rinchen is in the Jun family, after many years, I should also make a trip back to the Jun family. Jun Ao Tian sighed, only to see a frown on his brow as a piece of essence blood burst out from his fingertips, accompanied by a vast and powerful force that landed on Zhang Yi and the rest of them respectively. For a while, a monstrous bloodlight rose from several people. Under the cover of this bloodlight, several people once again stepped on top of the Thousand June Sea. But it was as if they were walking on a flat surface, and those ferocious black sharks from before were also shocked by this blood-colored light. Along the way, it was exceptionally calm above the Thousand June Sea, and aside from Taoist Green Lotus who always spoke out to flirt-tease Zhang Yi from time to time, everything went smoothly. Finally, when the sun rose on the second day, a lone island appeared in front of Zhang Yi and his group, and the lone island exuded the slightest hint of demonic aura, in which it was more like a monstrous blazing sun was burning. On the side, Jun Ao Tian's complexion was a bit complicated as he said thoughtfully, after hundreds of years, I'm finally back. Everything has long since changed, right? Let's go. There are some things we'll have to face sooner or later. Today is the right day to make an end with the Jun family. Taoist Green Lotus slapped the back of Jun Ao Tian's head hard and said indifferently. When the few people boarded the solitary island of the Jun clan, in the blink of an eye, a large group of people surrounded them, which clearly included the figures of Rinchen and Yi Haoran. Ha ha ha! Shun Huanggu, after all these years you are still as foolish as ever. I knew that you would definitely come to the Jun family to find me, and you have not let me down. Rinchen let out a loud laugh. When Xin Huanggu was counting on her, how could she not be counting on Xin Huanggu? As the saying goes, while you are gazing into the abyss is also gazing into you. Xin Huanggu was not surprised but rather happy, and said excitedly, fellow Taoist Zhang, I told you she's definitely here. Right, this time I'm reliable, right? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Didn't he realize that they were now surrounded? Still have the heart to focus on other things? The more he got along, the more Zhang Yi felt that this son of the human emperor was not quite normal.
Zhang Yi,
Next year today will be the anniversary of your death. There is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you don't break through. Yi Haoran also looked at Zhang Yi with a gloomy face and laughed. Ever since the great barbarian Forbidden Land, he hated to pull Zhang Yi's bones out and thought about him day and night, and now Zhang Yi had finally appeared in front of him. On the contrary, Taoist Green Lotus and Jun Ao Tian were blithe, as if they did not place the other party in their eyes. Are you the teenage supreme being who awakened this waste of a man, Xin Huanggu? You're a good-looking man. Why don't you come and be my sister's favorite? I'll consider not killing you. Rinchen looked at Zhang Yi with a smirk on his face and laughed with a playful expression. At that, before Zhang Yi could say anything, Yi Haoran could be a bit anxious. He dreamed of killing Zhang Yi. How could he let Zhang Yi go like this? Which never, Yi Haoran said with an anxious expression. But before he could finish, Rincencio swept his cold eyes, and even the temperature of the surroundings dropped a few points, frightening Yi Haoran to immediately shut his mouth. Unbridled. You shall not be rude to eldest senior brother, but you are the ancient demoness. You are qualified to serve eldest senior brother. Chen Xiaokuei couldn't see Zhang Yi being aggrieved and immediately disliked him with a cold snort. Isn't she the daughter of the ancient demon emperor? Now it is only the Yuaning stage. In time her future achievements will not be lower than Rincencio. Zhang Yi looked at Chen Xiaokuei appreciatively, thinking that this girl Chen Xiaokuei had stated the ultimate purpose of his trip. On the contrary, Rincencio was not happy or angry, but sized up Chen Xiaokuei with interest, the corner of his mouth sketching a charming smile. 9 tails? Kind of interesting. How dare you? A mirror made by Zhang Yi sighed. How dare you be rude to the demoness? Yi Haoran stood out in time to defend Rincencio's reputation, living like a licking dog. Chen Xiaokuei also did not budge and sneered and laughed. He, the Hall of Heavy Pupils, actually fell into the role of a traitor beside the demoness. It's really laughable. You! Yi Haoran shouted angrily, and immediately, the spiritual energy in his body was about to move. But he was stopped by Rincencio, only to see Rincencio's slender jade hand land on Yi Haoran's shoulder, and said in a domineering manner, "No one is allowed to make a move without my order." Helplessly, even though Yi Haoran was burning with rage, he had no choice but to put away his spiritual power and hold his fire. Just then, an old man who had been staring at Yue Yao finally spoke. Yue Yao, you betrayed the Jun family back then, and now you're even leading outsiders to the Jun family's isolated island. Is this a complete attempt to cross the Jun family? Family master, this cannot be blamed on me. For so many years the Jun family has never given up on hunting me down. My grudge with the Jun family will eventually have to be resolved. Jun Aotian said expressionlessly. Back then, when you were the Jun family's most outstanding heavenly pride, why didn't you cultivate the Burning Sky Decree? As long as you cultivate the Burning Sky Decree, everything in the Jun family belongs to you, so why are you so bitter? This was something that the Jun family head had not understood for so many years, and now after meeting Jun Aotian he was finally able to ask a question. At this time, Jun Aotian straightened his chest and said word for word, "Only because I am unwilling to become a traitor to the devil's way. I have my Tao in my heart, what I seek, and the devil's way is different from my Tao. Therefore, the way is different." Chapter 109. Becoming a Taoist couple. Zhang Yi looked at Jun Aotian with some surprise, unable to imagine that Jun Aotian, who looked civilized and weak, actually had this side. Snap, snap. The Jun family head applauded and laughed. What a different path. You ungrateful fellow.
Yune Otien.
You traitor of the Jun family, you still have the face to come back. Those who betray the Jun family will be killed without pardon. Those who are disloyal to the demon emperor shall be killed without pardon. For a while, the people of the Jun family denounced Jun Aotian. There were a total of 16 people from the Jun family surrounding Zhang Yi and the others. 6 of them were at the transitional stage. 2 of them had even reached the cultivation level of a great emperor, and the rest of them were either Yuaning or spirit transformation. This force could definitely set off a storm of bloodshed when placed in the outside world. And with the Jun family's heritage of so many years and the Burning Sky decision, it must be extremely difficult to deal with as well. Today, I have come to make an end with the Jun family. When I left the Jun family back then, you killed my parents and butchered my blood relatives. I have long since been at loggerheads with you. Jun Aotian recalled the bad things and gritted his teeth with scarlet eyes. Since he had come to the Jun family this time, it was only natural also to put an end to the previous grudges. You're the one who victimized them. It has nothing to do with us. If you hadn't left, they'd still be alive. The Jun family head said with a straight face. Ridiculous. They are also your closest relatives. How can you do this? Jun Aotian's body aura instantly became berserk as he questioned with a maniacal expression. When he had left the Jun family, his parents had been implicated, and within a month's time, their souls had been severed for eternity. This revenge, he remembered it for the rest of his life. Not coming to the Jun family before was just not ready. Now it was just the right time to repay Zhang Yi's favor with his life. In addition, this time, when he came to the Jun family solitary island, he simply did not intend to go back alive. Slow down. Just as the swords were drawn, Ren Qianqiu suddenly stood out and pointed at Shun Tian on Zhang Yi's shoulder, asking with a complicated expression, Zhang Yi, what is the origin of the demonic beast on your shoulder? Previously, Ren Qianqiu did not notice Shun Tian, but under the square observation, her heart could not help but be shocked. She actually felt a more terrifying devouring aura on Shun Tian than she did. She only felt that Shun Tian was like a giant hole in the abyss that could devour everything, knowing that she had only felt this feeling in one person, and that was her father, the Demon Emperor. It's hard to believe that this is the legendary. However, Ren Qianqiu immediately shook his head again and denied. Impossible, impossible. This kind of existence was overthrown as early as the ancient times. It shouldn't exist in this world. Taoist Green Lotus instantly came to life when he saw Ren Qianqiu's reaction. It looks like this girl knows where the demonic beasts come from. This aroused Taoist Qinglian's curiosity and quietly waited for Ren Qianqiu's answer. Nope. This is the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. There can't be any living creature in this world other than the heaven-swallowing dragon cat that can possess such pure devouring power. But soon Ren Qianqiu figured out the key. This pure devouring power made her certain of Shun Tian's identity. For a moment, Ren Qianqian's eyes changed in complexity as he looked at Zhang Yi and wondered, Zhang Yi, how did you get a heaven-swallowing dragon cat? So this little guy is called the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. Wait a minute.
Heaven-swallowing dragon cat.
It's the heaven-swallowing dragon cat that could devour everything in the ancient times. Taoist Green Lotus was being satisfied with his own curiosity, but he soon couldn't remain calm and was also looking at Zhang Yi with a shocked expression. Although she hadn't seen the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, she had at least heard of the legend about it. No wonder Master Nephew Zhang was reluctant to tell me before. It is rumored that the heaven-swallowing dragon cat was exterminated by the Emperor of Man in the ancient era. So why is it still able to appear in our time? She also finally understood why Shun Tian was able to devour the death aura on Jun Wu Yan's body so easily. It was rumored that the heaven-swallowing dragon cat could devour even deities, let alone a measly amount of death aura. Seeing Zhang Yi's silence, Ren Qianqiu hurriedly said again, Zhang Yi, listen to me. Since you can possess the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, it means that you have a destiny with my devil Dao. Why don't you and I join hands to kill Shin Wangu? And this pomp and circumstance will be created by you and me together. As he spoke, Ren Qianqiu's breathing was a little short, showing how excited he was. Shin Wangu panicked, actually dared to dig in his face, and immediately angrily counseled Zhang Yi. Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't believe her nonsense. Ren Qianqiu has always been a trickster. Zhang Yi, however, just spoke calmly. It's not impossible, as long as you are willing to follow me. Seeing that Ren Qianqiu cared so much about Shun Tian, it was said that unknown Shun Tian was the key to subduing Ren Qianqiu. Shame on you. How dare you speak such treacherous words? The devil woman was born in response to the heavens. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you let her follow? Zhang Yi's words caused the people of the Jun family and Yi Haoran to become furious, both angrily scolding Zhang Yi, with a tendency to make a move at the drop of a hat. However, their anger was once again suppressed by Ren Qianqiu. Shut up, all of you. Only Ren Qianxian looked at Zhang Yi with a smile, but her gaze remained more on Shun Tian. She was craving for Shun Tian too much. As long as she could get her hands on Shun Tian, her devouring devil technique would reach a whole new level. Are you sure you want me to follow you? Do you realize that you will be hunted down by the whole world? How about this? You are also a teenage supreme, but also can barely be my Dao couple. How about you and I become Dao couples? Ren Qianxian pondered for a moment and said with an incomparably serious expression. From being a male favorite in the beginning to being a Taoist couple now, it was evident that Ren Qianqiu was sincere enough. When these words came out, Yi Haoran only felt his heart break. He stayed by Ren Qianqiu's side for so long, taking care of him with all his heart and soul, not even wanting dignity, just hoping to become Ren Qianqiu's Taoist couple. But while his plan was still going perfectly, another Zhang Yi was killed. Zhang Yi, not only did you take away my chance, you also took away my love. In this life, I am at loggerheads with you. In Yi Haoran's mind, he had long regarded Ren Qianqiu as a personal item. Along with the elevation of Yi Haoran's hatred towards Zhang Yi, the heavenly fate diagram in Zhang Yi's body once again vibrated crazily, and the page belonging to Yi Haoran became scarlet, as if it was horrifyingly dyed red with blood. Only to see that on the page of the heavenly fate chart belonging to Yi Haoran it was clearly written. Because you took away his love, Ren Qianxian, Yi Haoran's hatred for you has climbed again to the point of immortality. Zhang Yi looked at Yi Haoran with an odd expression and cursed in his heart. Nuts, right? I didn't do anything. She was the one who said she wanted to be a Taoist couple. What's it got to do with me? But anyway, he had long been immortal with Yi Haoran, so he didn't care about the other party's hatred with him. Zhang Yi, what do you think? Seeing Zhang Yi's silence, Ren Chenxian couldn't help but ask with some anxious urgency. Chapter 110. Why are you so protective of him? No way. I don't agree. Chun Xiaokui and Taoist Green Lotus objected in unison. As the words fell, the two of them glanced at each other, and it was all in the air. Ren Qianqiu frowned slightly, glancing at the two with an odd expression. Then pointing at Chun Xiaoke, he slowly spoke. I can still understand if she doesn't agree. After saying that, he looked at Taoist Green Lotus again and sneered. But you're a big old man. Can't you still have thoughts about him? Taoist Green Lotus was no vegetarian and immediately disliked back, saying that I'm a big old man? Don't even look at what kind of goods you are. You! Ren Qianqiu was momentarily speechless. She had survived from the ancient times to the present day, and although her age and appearance had remained in her youthful years, she was indeed an old-fashioned existence. I see that you and Shen Wangu are quite a good match. As for Master Zhang's nephew's idea, you shouldn't hit on it. Taoist Green Lotus messed up and said with his mouth full. Taoist Green Lotus, be careful what you say. Shen Wangu reminded with a gloomy face. Is that so, Mr. Green Lotus? The trip to the Devil's Cave that day also included you. Okay. I'll remember you. Ren Qianqiu gritted his teeth and glared viciously at Taoist Green Lotus. However, Taoist Green Lotus was completely unafraid and did not place Ren Qianqiu in his eyes at all. Elder Jun, I need to have some alone time with Zhang Yi, and I don't want anyone to disturb us afterward. Ren Qianqiu glanced at the Jun family head and ordered with a flat expression. Yes, sir. Only to see Jun Lao nodding respectfully. Then with a flash of his body, he actually transformed into a black shadow and disappeared into the void, making it impossible for anyone to detect his aura. Taoist Green Lotus and Jun Ao Tian looked around with vigilant expressions as the two of them surrounded Zhang Yi respectively, ready to strike at any time. No one can stop me on my Jun family's isolated island. With a strong wind blowing by, Taoist Green Lotus and Jun Ao Tian did not even react as Zhang Yi just disappeared under their noses. At the same time, Ren Qianqiu had long since disappeared. Taoist Green Lotus complexion was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Actually capturing Zhang Yi in front of him was simply a strange shame. In an instant, the spiritual energy of Taoist Green Lotus stormed out of his body, a stream of green-colored light surging out, while he had long been surrounded by the people of the Jun family. Off! Taoist Green Lotus let out a furious cry, his body streaming with light. His terrifying aura seemed to crack this heaven and earth, hardening everyone in the Jun family. Right at this moment, Jun Lao once again appeared in front of Taoist Master Qinglian, and as he slapped his palm down, the void trembled as a flaming fiery palm descended from the sky, dispersing all the light from Taoist Master Qinglian's body. Your Excellency's strength is extraordinary. No wonder you dared to board the Jun family's isolated island with Jun Ao Tian. The two figures separated sharply and stood opposite each other, and Jun Lao gave an order. The witch said that she only cares about Zhang Yi and others will be killed without amnesty. For a while, the 16 people of the Jun family had their spiritual energy surging wildly, and they were performing martial arts, a colorful stream of light like a star falling towards a few people, and the sizzling hot aura was all over the entire lonely island of the Jun family. A great war has officially begun. Yi Haoran, on the other hand, was worried about Zhang Yi being alone with Ren Qianqiu and quietly left the battlefield. We can't let Ren Qianqiu be alone with Zhang Yi, so as to avoid any accidents. Everyone knew how much Ren Qianqiu valued Zhang Yi, so Yi Haoran was worried that Ren Qianqiu would abandon him and choose Zhang Yi at the critical moment, and then he would really become a lost dog. No, I can't put all my hopes on Ren Qianqiu. I still have to prepare my own back way. Thinking of this, Yi Haoran quietly took out from his body the Jun family bloodline that he had collected for a long time. He had prepared himself for a fallback as early as the time he boarded the solitary island of the Jun family. Just as the battle raged here, within the Jun family ancestral hall, Zhang Yi and Ren Qianqiu stood opposite each other, listening to the earth-shattering sounds outside, but both of them looked as normal, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yi, as long as you and I become Tao couples, this world's immortal path will be yours and mine to ascend. Ren Qianqiu didn't go through all these curves with Zhang Yi and said directly to the point. A Dao couple is not necessary. Why don't you consider thinking about hanging out with me? Zhang Yi shook his head slightly and said with a serious expression. Ren Qianqiu froze. She thought that her posture is also considered the world's best, when in the ancient times I do not know how many people want to kiss her, but they were all rejected by her. How Zhang Yi is not the slightest bit moved. Zhang Yi, don't I look good? Ren Qianxian asked seriously. Zhang Yi observed for a while and had to say that Ren Qianqiu was considered a great beauty no matter her figure, features, or temperament. But what did that have to do with him? He Zhang Yi is not to see a love one of the people, when early in the forgettable cliff above, his life only recognized Yue Yao one person. It's pretty, but what's it got to do with me? Zhang Yi's eyes were incomparably pure as he nodded seriously. Ren Qianqiu held her forehead. After so many years she still encountered this kind of person Zhang Yi for the first time. For a while she actually had no way to take Zhang Yi. Do you think that there is no emotion between you and me? Feelings can be slowly cultivated. The most important thing about being a Dao couple is to help each other. And you are the only one in the world today who can match me. Ren Qianqiu was still ready to touch Shun Tian on Zhang Yi's shoulder as he spoke, but he was chased away by Shun Tian showing his teeth. Apparently, Shun Tian was also extraordinarily resistant to Ren Qianqiu, and so far the only outsider Shun Tian was close to was Yue Yao, which also made Zhang Yi feel a bit strange. Can't it be that this little guy is close to Yao because he knows about my relationship with her? Zhang Yi couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. While the more he looked at Shun Tian, the better he felt. Ren Qianqiu, who was driven away by Shun Tian's grimace, subconsciously frowned and stood in place as if he was pondering, not knowing what he was thinking. Ren Qianqiu, I know that your goal is to shun Tian. As long as you follow me, the conditions are all negotiable. Where Zhang Yi did not know what Ren Qianqiu was thinking, although he did not know why Ren Qianqiu cared so much about Shun Tian, he knew that the other party cared about Shun Tian, not him. You're qualified to become a Taoist couple, but you're not qualified to make me follow you. Ren Qianxian snorted coldly. His expression was not as gentle as before, and even carried a faint hint of killing intent in his eyes. Zhang Yi, there are some things that don't have to be you. Even though you're a junior supreme, you haven't grown up. Besides, nowadays you're not my opponent, and it's just as well for me to take away the heaven-swallowing dragon cat after I've killed you. Seeing that soft is not working, the only way is to do it the hard way. Z. At those words, the original obediently lying on Zhang Yi's shoulder instantly stood up, and her entire body directly exploded, her eyes fiercely glaring at Ren Qianqiu, with a look that she would fight her to the death. Seeing this, Ren Qianqiu's brows tightened. Why are you protecting him so much? Chapter 111. Devouring the Devil's Power. Ow! What responded to Ren Qianqiu was a burst of roar from Shun Tian. Zhang Yi gently touched Shun Tian with his left hand and held the heavenly sun sword in his right hand, his supreme aura bursting out as he calmly looked at Ren Qianqiu and said in a deep voice, Ren Qianqiu, you're only at the Yuaning stage. Even Shinwangu isn't a match for me. Do you think that you'll be a match for me? As the words fell, he casually waved out a sword. A scorching hot sword aura swept through the ground, like a shocking wave that cut the ground apart. It was terrifying. Ren Qianqiu dodged with a deft expression, which prevented her from being injured by the shocking sword on. But she also felt a threatening intent from that sword on. Ren Qianqiu frowned and looked at Zhang Yi with a surprised expression. Worthy of being a junior supreme, he can actually battle a Yuaning at the late stage of spirit transformation. A connoisseur knows when he has made a move, and just in the moment of making the move, Ren Qianxian knew that it would be difficult for her to kill Zhang Yi with her own skills. However, right at this moment, a gloomy voice resounded in the Jun family ancestral hall. Zhang Yi, what if you add me? The person who came was clearly none other than Yi Haoran, who had pursued all the way to find this place, and found the two men in a sword fight, and he couldn't be happier in his heart. Yi Haoran's appearance made Zhang Yi subconsciously frown. Having fought with Yi Haoran for so long, he naturally knew how difficult the other party was. Demoness, you and I can definitely kill this Fong by joining forces. I would like to help you. Yi Haoran looked somewhat agitated, as if he had already seen Zhang Yi's death. I thought that Ren Qianqiu would be grateful to him, but to my surprise, Ren Qianqiu rebuked in a chilling voice, Scram! Who told you to come here? Zhang Yidu looked at Ren Qianqiu with some surprise. Which play is this? Yi Haoran's face was filled with incomprehensibility and aggravation. Why? Since meeting Ren Qianqiu, Yi Haoran didn't know how much aggression he had endured. Scram! Did I say I wanted to be alone with Zhang Yi and let you in? Self-absorbed guy. Can't you understand human language? Ren Qianqiu was furious. A flash came in front of Yi Haoran. Monstrous demonic might erupted. A huge palm in the void went straight to Yi Haoran. Yi Haoran was startled. His figure hurriedly backed up until he exited the Jun family ancestral hall. Demoness, calm down. I'll be right outside. Feel free to call me if anything happens. In order to be able to use the power of Rinchen to deal with Zhang Yi, Yi Haoran also went out on a limb. His face was not even wanted. Fickle woman, sooner or later I will make you submit to me. Yi Haoran outside the Jun family ancestral hall gritted his teeth and swore secretly in his heart. His eyes as cold as vipers. Inside the Jun family ancestral hall, Zhang Yi stood opposite Rinchen and asked in puzzlement, "Actually, if I join forces with Yi Haoran, I will be a bit of a problem. Why did you drive him away? Is it just a bit of trouble? Looks like I was right to get rid of him." Rinchen seized the key point of the words and gained a new perception of Zhang Yi's strength. Although the two had not exchanged blows, her keen sixth sense was able to detect that Zhang Yi's strength was far more than what it seemed. With the heaven-swallowing dragon cat protecting you so much, it's impossible for me to make a move against you. That's one thing. The second is that I said I only want to be alone with you, and I don't want to be disturbed. Rinchen was also very honest. Things have come to this point. I can help you kill Yi Haoran, while I only need to sense the runes on the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. Rinchen took another step back and said with a sincere expression. Her repeated tolerance of Zhang Yi was all for the sake of the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi would not appreciate it at all, and said with his usual demeanor, "I said, follow me and everything will be fine." Rinchen frowned slightly and asked curiously, "I don't understand why you want me to follow you. As I am the daughter of the demon emperor, you can afford this karma? You think I'm willing? It's not all about the divine order map." Zhang Yi was called a heart of bitterness. Thought he did not know the danger of Rinchen at his side. But did he have a way to refuse? You place so much importance on the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, so you must be trying to cultivate the devouring devil technique through the runes on his body? Zhang Yi guessed Rinchen's purpose. The only way someone like Rinchen would be like this was for the sake of cultivation. Rinchen didn't hide it either. Naturally, the devouring devil technique was originally comprehended from the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, and only the runes on the heaven-swallowing dragon cat can allow the devouring devil technique to reach a whole new realm. In the ancient era, the human emperor killed all the heaven-swallowing dragon cats, and from that time onwards, the devouring devil technique was unable to reach the supreme realm. I just didn't expect that I would still be able to encounter the heaven-swallowing dragon cats in this era. So, this is probably God's will, Rinchen said with a serious expression. Heaven's will again. Why do you people of the ancient era always talk about heaven's will? Zhang Yi didn't even know how many times he had heard this. Following is impossible to follow. I still say that you are qualified to be my husband, but not qualified to make me follow. If you are obstinate, I will have no choice but to imprison you on the solitary island of the Jun clan and wait for the day when my demonic powers are complete before I come out. Since she was unable to kill Zhang Yi, she had no choice but to resort to this tactic. And anyway, she was determined to get the heaven-swallowing dragon cat. Why do you think you can keep me in? Zhang Yi asked blandly with a calm demeanor. No one can escape on the Jun clan's isolated island. Don't you hear the commotion outside? It won't be long before it's completely quiet. Rinchen pointed outside, and the shocking sounds were still incessant. Is that so? You may have underestimated Taoist Green Lotus. Since she dared to come to the Jun clan's lonely island, she must have prepared a foolproof plan. Speaking of this, Zhang Yi stretched his waist. All right, cut the crap. Does it follow me?
No. Rein Qiangshu responded stubbornly.
In that case, you're welcome. Zhang Yi pointed his sword at Rinchen. His supreme aura fully erupted, and the meaning of the supreme Yang sword Dao surfaced like a blazing sun, as a sword-on instantly transformed into streams of light and chopped towards Rinchen. Since it doesn't make sense, it can only be solved by force. Rinchen's expression changed, and a long black whip emitting monstrous demonic aura suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting an eerie chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Extinguish! Between the swings of the long whip, a black light like a black hole exuded a devouring power, and actually swallowed all the sword-ons between the whiskers. This is the heaven-swallowing demon whip, which can perish and devour all things, Rinchen proudly introduced. At the same time, a bottomless black hole emerged behind her back. Her figure rose up in the air, and between the swings of her long whip, the devouring power instantly wrapped Zhang Yi. For a moment, Zhang Yi only felt that his body was out of control, as if his entire body was going to be swallowed by the black hole, and even the heavenly yang sword was unable to cut it apart. Is this the devouring devil technique? It sure is a bit tough. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Then his body erupted in a burst of golden light, and a supreme figure emerged behind him. Chapter 112. Swallowing the Heavenly Divine Patterns. Break! Zhang Yi shouted loudly, then threw the heavenly sun's sword into the air, and as if the supreme figure behind him had a spirit, it directly grasped the heavenly sun's sword in its hands. One sword breaks all laws. Zhang Yi let out a low drink, accompanied by a burst of blazing flames rising like the sun descending, countless sunlight sword awnings bursting out, directly decimating the darkness wrapped around him. Gradually, everything returned to normal, and the devouring force disappeared. A flash of color flashed in Rincencho's eyes. Worthy of being a junior supreme, even the devouring demon technique can be broken. But after all, you are only in the late stage of spirit transformation. Are you not a match for me? Rincencio let out a cold smile as she admitted that Zhang Yi was indeed difficult to deal with, but everything was still expected. Only to see Rincencio behind the back appeared an illusory containing rich spiritual energy palm-sized transparent small person floated above her head, which was precisely her Yuaning. Swallow God. In the next moment, it was only seen that the Yuaning villain transformed into a black light that ran straight into Zhang Yi's body, and the terrifying ocean of spiritual energy seemed to devour Zhang Yi. Suddenly, Zhang Yi only felt a splitting headache. The soul is a violent tearing cracking sensation, more at first with the soul whip feeling somewhat similar. After cultivating to the Yuaning realm, more attention is paid to the soul, and if the soul of a Yuaning cultivator does not perish, he will not die or perish. Just when Zhang Yi felt that his soul was about to be stripped from his body, the supreme bone steeply erupted in a burst of golden light, forcibly subduing his soul, and only then did his body gradually return to normal, only that his complexion looked more or less pale, and his forehead was covered in a dense cold sweat. Shoo! Rincencho's Yuaning was also shaken out by the supreme bone and quickly returned to his body as a black shadow. Even a Yuaning attack can withstand it. I still underestimated you. The color of surprise in Rincencion's eyes grew stronger, while he also became more and more curious about Zhang Yi. Roar! Just then, Shun Tian jumped down from Zhang Yi's shoulder, accompanied by a furious cry. His figure rapidly grew larger. His body even emitted a terrifying aura, and the wings behind him emitted a scorching hot flame, as if they could burn everything in the world. In particular, the runes on Shun Tian's body were as subtle and complex as divine patterns. Looking at Rincencion's eyes, the whole person seemed to be caught up in it. The heaven-swallowing god tattoo. Finally, I've seen the heaven-swallowing godly pattern. Rincencio looked excited. Even his breathing was a little short. His face flushed red as he looked at Shun Tian. No, this seems to be a more advanced existence than the heaven-swallowing divine ripple. Rincencian took a deep breath and felt that the devouring power in this was much more pure. He couldn't help but become more excited, and his eyes towards Shun Tian became even hotter. Zhang Yi was also startled by this sudden change in Shun Tian. What's going on? It's only been a few days and it's gotten so big. And his strength should have reached the late Jindan stage by now, right? Zhang Yi suddenly envied Shun Tian a little bit, obviously did not even cultivate. This is only a few days' time will grow to this realm. This is probably the talent of the bloodline. It's true that being well-born is also a skill, no matter what era you're in. Boom! Shun Tian didn't care about Rincencho's scorching hot eyes, only to see his gaze growl ferociously. The runes on his back emitted a silky black light, gradually coalescing into a huge black hole. The monstrous devouring power swept over everything like a hurricane. This devouring force was far more pure than the one on Rincencio, and it was actually pulling Rincencio closer and closer, as if it was going to devour her. Zhang Yi took advantage of Rincencho's loss of concentration and violently swung both his fists. The supreme pressure erupted, and a vast fist shadow blasted towards Rincencio with a destructive momentum. Heaven-swallowing demon whip. Rincencian was shocked and quickly waved his heaven-swallowing demon whip. A black devouring light blasted out, wanting to devour the supreme fist shadow. But those devouring rays of light were actually swallowed up just after they appeared under Shun Tian's suppression, as if the water had entered the deep sea without making a single ripple. It can actually devour my heaven-swallowing demon whip. He's definitely not an ordinary heaven-swallowing dragon cat. Rincencian's heart turned over in a huge wave, and his expression became more and more agitated. Boom! accompanied by a burst of air-breaking sound. Zhang Yi had already held up the Tianyang sword and pointed it at Rinchen-Chou's throat, and the sizzling hot sword aura even caused Rinchen-Chou to feel a hint of threatening intent. Submit or die. Zhang Yi used the Heavenly Sun sword to deaden against Rinchen-Chou's throat, and a trace of blood seeped out, staining the Heavenly Sun sword and instantly being vaporized. Zhang Yi also had a bit of a headache on how to make Rinchen-Chou submit. It was good that he still had Shun Tian by his side. Otherwise I was afraid that this would be harder than climbing up to the sky. Rinchen-Chou, however, didn't care in the slightest, as her gaze was always on Shun Tian. This time, only Rinchen-Xian nodded his head without hesitation, his gaze infatuated as he said, "All right, I'll follow you." Zhang Yi's eyes showed a touch of surprise. He couldn't believe that Rinchen-Chou would actually agree so painfully, and he even wondered if there was a fraud in this. Make a blood oath. The world said that Rinchen-Chou was full of tricks, but as long as he made a blood oath, no amount of scheming would be useful. Zhang Yi, if I make a blood oath, you and I will have great karma. Are you ready to bear it? Rinchen-Xian asked rhetorically with a raised eyebrow. Zhang Yi frowned slightly as the Heavenly Sun sword in his hand advanced a few more points, urging, "Make a blood oath." Upon hearing this, Rinchen-Chou smiled meaningfully, her vermilion lips slightly opened, and she said word for word, "I, Rinchen-Chou, make a blood oath to follow Dao Sect eldest senior brother Zhang Yi in this life, and if I have any second thoughts, I will be destroyed in both my soul and my spirit." As the words fell, a blood light was reflected into Rinchen-Chou's forehead, and Zhang Yi also vaguely sensed the Heavenly Dao's reaction to the blood oath before carefully putting away the Heavenly Yang sword. However, the Heaven's Destiny diagram had yet to show the completion of the mission, which made Zhang Yi unable to help but have a bit of a headache. I guess it's still the same as what happened with the Nine Tails before. You have to completely deal with the follow-up before you can be considered to have completed the mission. They all call you eldest brother, so I'll call you eldest brother too. Okay? Rinchen-Xian asked with a smile. Zhang Yi was a bit surprised, not realizing that Rinchen-Chou's focus was actually here, but he still nodded, then walked over to Shun Tian and gently soothed him. "Shun Tian, it's all over." Only then did Shun Tian return to his original harmless appearance, jumping onto Zhang Yi's shoulders in a single bound, obediently causing Rinchen-Xian to almost shed tears of envy. "Eldest senior brother, I'm really curious as to how you managed to make the heaven-swallowing dragon cat so obedient." In Rinchen-Chou's impression, the heaven-swallowing dragon cat was an ancient ferocious beast. Where had it ever been so obedient? Zhang Yi thought about it and mused. Probably, maybe, this is the will of heaven. Zhang Yi was now in an exceptionally happy mood. At least he had accomplished the most difficult part of the process, letting Rinchen-Chou follow him, and then as long as he solved the follow-up, he would be considered to have completed the task completely. Chapter 113. The Scale. Damn it! This person Rinchen-Chou actually submitted to Zhang Yi. Yi Haoran outside the ancestral hall had an iron expression on his face. He had been secretly observing the two men from the time they fought just now, and he knew the conversation between the two men well. With Zhang Yi's character definitely won't let me go. This place should not be stayed for long. Yi Haoran's heart was like a knife. The love that he had given for so long was again taken away by Zhang Yi. He even felt that he had been living under Zhang Yi's shadow all his life. Every time whenever Zhang Yi appears it's always no good. It's as if he's my nemesis. After that I'll have to find a way to change my fate. Yi Haoran glanced at Zhang Yi with resentful and sinister eyes and turned away without any hesitation. At this time, as if sensing something, Zhang Yi inside the ancestral hall asked with a cold expression, "Where is Yi Haoran?" Now that he had solved the problem of Rinchen-Chou, he could go after Yi Haoran. Rinchen-Xian slapped his head and said remorsefully, "I forgot about Yi Haoran. I had previously been preparing to wait until he grew up before devouring his heavy pupil power. It seems that the plan will have to be advanced now." Thanks to Yi Haoran not hearing this, or else he would probably have to vomit blood, he did his best to treat Rinchen-Chou, but the other party just treated him as fertilizer. The two of them quickly left the shrine to look for Yi Haoran's trail, where Yi Haoran's figure was seen outside the shrine. "He actually dares to disobey my orders, seeking death." Rinchen-Chou was furious. Earlier she had told Yi Haoran to wait outside the ancestral hall, and Yi Haoran, who had always obeyed her words, had actually disobeyed the order, which made her furious. Zhang Yi's heart, however, raised an ominous feeling. This kid won't have escaped, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi could not help but have a bit of a headache. Yi Haoran is really too slippery. Like a loach cannot be caught. Find. He has to be found. He can't leave the Jun clan's solitary island without the Jun clan bloodline, Zhang Yi said with a gloomy expression. Gotta get the fighting on their end to stop before that happens, though. Zhang Yi was able to sense the earth-shattering sounds of battle over there and couldn't help but take the initiative to propose. The only ones who could stop this battle now were Rinchen and him, and it was obviously more effective to mobilize all of them to look for Yi Haoran afterward. Rinchen nodded. She naturally had to support Zhang Yi now that she had chosen to follow him. The two were seen walking side by side, speeding to the place of the battle. When the two of them arrived at the battlefield, the place was already covered in smoke. There were potholes everywhere, and there were even quite a few corpses of the Jun family members falling on the ground. Even Jun Lao was covered in wounds and bruises, but it was Taoist Qinglian who had a bland face and was only stained with some dust. Originally, the Jun family had a total of 16 people, but now 6 of them had died in battle, and among them, there were also strong people at the transitional succession stage, so it was evident that Taoist Green Lotus was as strong as they were. Jun Ao Tian was also bruised and battered, his breath shriveled, but fortunately it was their side that did not suffer any casualties. Jun Lao, stop it! At Rinchencho's command, everyone in the Jun clan stopped fighting, while several people from Qinglian Taoists stopped fighting as well. Senior nephew Zhang, are you alright? Eldest brother. This witch didn't do anything to you? Did she? Fellow Taoist Zhang. I knew you'd be fine for sure. Taoist Green Lotus. Several people immediately came to Zhang Yi's side, looking concerned. Witch, why do you have to stop? They killed so many people from my Jun family. I won't let them go. Jun Lao had already killed his eyes, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Taoist Green Lotus. Do I need a reason to tell you to stop? Rinchen asked back in a domineering manner. Jun Lao froze and reflexively shook his head. No need. But as long as we are given the time, I am certain that I will be able to eliminate them all in one go. Jun Lao looked at the corpses of the Jun family people on the ground, and his heart was filled with a sense of unwillingness and hatred. Nay, the witch ordered him, and he dared not disobey. Elder Jun, eldest brother, is the man of destiny for this era. Now that I have followed him, if anyone dares to harm him, I, Rinchen, will take his dog's life. Rinchen spoke out of turn, and the threatening intent in his words was self-evident. The words, like a thunderbolt in the ears of several people, the whole scene is as silent as death, are incredibly looking at Rinchen and Zhang Yi, especially Shenwangu, but also began to doubt life. He simply could not believe that this is from the mouth of the proud Rinchen. To know in the ancient times Rinchen is also a person of great splendor. I do not know how many people fell under her pomegranate skirt. What? You followed him? Jun Lao's pale pupils vibrated violently as he looked at Rinchen in disbelief. She was the daughter of the demon emperor. How could she easily follow others? You have a problem with that? Rinchen raised his eyebrows and asked in a domineering manner. Fellow Taoist Zhang, what exactly happened just now? You can't trust her so easily. Shenwangu reacted and reminded Zhang Yi in a loud voice. How did you do it, eldest brother? Chen Shaokuai's eyes were vigilant as she looked at Rinchen. She felt an unprecedented sense of crisis on Rinchen. She admitted that Rinchencho's status did qualify her to follow Zhang Yi, but wasn't that jeopardizing her position as the mistress of the Forgotten River Cliff? Taoist Green Lotus, on the other hand, laughed meaningfully and teased. All right, actually you can even take down a witch. I really underestimated Master Nephew Zhang. Right at this moment, a huge palm of flames directly curbed Zhang Yi's neck. What the hell have you done? Jun Lao glared murderously at Zhang Yi, subconsciously wanting to wipe him out. Elder Jun, you seek death. Rinchen Chao's complexion changed drastically as an incomparably pure demonic aura erupted from her body, instantly wrapping Jun Lao in a ball, as if it was devouring his body little by little. Zhang Yi only felt that the large hand curbing his neck abruptly loosened, while a scorching hot sensation came from in front of his body. Jun Lao's body actually began to spontaneously combust, his body burning with black demonic flames, which was terrifying. I know I'm wrong. Please, witch, let me live. Jun Lao fell to the ground and rolled around vigorously, the sound of begging for mercy constantly coming from his mouth. The people of the Jun family also knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Please still ask the demoness to let the family head live. Rinchen was unmoved and said with a cold face. I said just now, whoever touches eldest senior brother is messing with me. Rinchen, kill, none, pardon, D. Only to see that the demonic aura on Rinchencho's body grew denser and denser, while the flames on Jun Lao's body grew brighter and brighter. and in just a few moments of effort it was transformed into a pure energy that surged into Rinqiancho's body. Rinqianchao showed a look of satisfaction after absorbing this power, and her aura grew quite a bit. She had actually devoured a great emperor in such a short period of time. It was just that her cultivation didn't seem to have grown much. Seeing the death of Jun Lao, the hearts of the people of the Jun family sank even lower. Chapter 114 Traitor. Strange. Absorbing the essence of a great emperor in such a short period of time without much rise in her cultivation is overly abnormal.
Zhang Yi fronet, somehat confused.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the aftermath of their cultivation of the Burning Sky Decree. From the moment they cultivated the Burning Sky Decree, their lives were handed over. And this power belongs to Jun Lao himself. Not much of it was actually absorbed into Rinqiancho's body, so her cultivation hasn't progressed much. At the critical moment, Shen Wangu jumped out and explained. Jun Aotian also nodded his head in agreement. Indeed, it is precisely because once I cultivate Burning Sky I will be handing over my life to the Demon Emperor, as well as those who contain the Demon Emperor's bloodline, that I do not cultivate the Burning Sky decision. The people of the Jun clan, listen to me. Rinqiancho looked out of the corner of his eye and swept a glance at the people of the Jun family, his voice sounding like a bell as he droned. The people of the Jun family were still immersed in the grief of Jun Lao's death, and they simply didn't react to it, only staring ahead with dull, empty gazes. The people of the Jun clan, listen to me. Rinqiancho's face showed his anger as he arrived in front of the people of the Jun clan in a flash. It was only at this point that the Jun family members reacted, and they all kneeled down on one knee with dull eyes, waiting for Rinqiancho's order. In the future, you shall see eldest brother as if you were seeing me, nor shall you be rude to eldest brother. If you do not obey, you shall be killed without pardon. In Rinqiancho's eyes, he simply did not take the people of the Jun family seriously. He only treated them as tools and naturally did not care about them. With Jun Lao's previous experience, the people of the Jun family did not dare to make a move. Even their lives were in the hands of others. Where was the capital to resist? Yes, sir. The people of the Jun family nodded their heads in agreement, even though there were millions of reluctances in their hearts. Jun Aotian, on the other hand, was overjoyed in his heart. This time, he had planned to have no return. Who would have expected that the darkness of the willows would bring forth another village? Zhang Yi had actually made Rinqiancho submit, which was something he had not even dreamed of. Worthy of being a junior supreme, even a magical girl can be subdued. Father and mother, now that Elder Jun is dead and his revenge has been avenged, you may rest in peace. Jun Aotian didn't have much resentment towards the rest of the Jun family. Mainly Jun Lao, the one who started it all. Now that Jun Lao was dead and his revenge had been avenged, everything was over. Taoist Green Lotus, it's still your discerning eye. No wonder you're so optimistic about this kid. It turns out that he's deep in hiding. Jun Aotian had never understood why Taoist Qinglian was so kind to Zhang Yi before, but today he finally had an answer. Qinglian Taoist master, however, shook his head with a grave expression and said, "No, although it is shocking to take in the witch, but he also has to bear a lot. The righteous people will not allow the witch to live. After him the road will only become more and more difficult. Not to mention the fact that he has the heaven-swallowing dragon cat by his side, which is an ancient ferocious beast. Do you think those people will sit back and do nothing?" Taoist Green Lotus was a little worried about Zhang Yi's future. Not just anyone could keep Rinqianxian by his side. If it really goes that far, what should my Earth sect do? Jun Aotian was on Zhang Yi's side in his heart. After all, he owed Zhang Yi a favor, but ultimately, it was up to Taoist Qinglian to decide. Waiting for an opportunity, Taoist Green Lotus said with a deep gaze. Zhang Yi didn't think about that much. His heart was still hung up on Yi Haoran all the time. The people of the Jun family are more familiar with the Jun family's isolated island. Let them go and find Yi Haoran's whereabouts. Zhang Yi felt that as long as Yi Haoran was still on the Juinjia solitary island, it would be hard to escape death this time. You have to know that the island can be full of their people now. Once they discover his trace, even if they take a wing, it will be hard to escape. Right? You guys have to find Yi Haoran for me, even if you have to dig up the ground. At Rinqiancho's order, the people of the Jun family scattered above the Jun family's isolated island and began to search for Yi Haoran's traces. And Zhang Yi and the rest of them were not idle. They also started to look for Yi Haoran, especially Jun Aotian was extra hard-working. After all, it was Yi Haoran who had harmed Jun Wuyan like that. But such a large group of people in the Jun family isolated island looking for 3 days and 3 nights hard did not find Yi Haoran's trace. That is really to do digging. Enlightened Demoness, we have turned over the Jun clan's isolated island, but we have not found any trace of Yi Haoran. I guess he should have already left the Jun clan's isolated island. The people of the Jun clan reported the news with trepidation, fearing that Rinchen would take their lives if he was displeased. Wastes. A bunch of wastes. How could he leave the Jun clan's isolated island without your Jun clan's bloodline? It must have been one of you who helped him. Rinchen became furious and raised his hand to slap down. No trace of him has been found for 3 days and 3 nights. He must have left the Jun clan's lonely island. Say, who gave Yi Haoran the Jun family bloodline? It was impossible to leave the Jun family's isolated island without the Jun family bloodline, and what she hated most in her life was traitors, who had to be made to pay a heavy price. The people of the Jun family were all trembling with fear in the face of the furious Rinchen, not daring to speak. Good. Each and every one of you is silent. Aren't you? Then let's start with you. Holding the mentality that it was better to kill the wrong person than to let him go, Rinchen grabbed the closest person from the Jun family and lifted him up, forcing him to ask in a deep voice. Was it you who gave the Jun family bloodline to Yi Haoran? No, it wasn't me. Which spare your life. The man looked at the monstrous demonic aura that erupted from Rinchen's body, and his mind unconsciously recalled the scene of Jun Lao's death that day, and he lost his voice and screamed. D. The monstrous demonic chi entwined the man, and as if before a blazing fire burned on him, eventually turning into a pure power that surged into Rinchen's body. Another member of the Jun family had died at the hands of Rinchen. Will no one admit it? Then I'll have to kill all of you. I hate betrayal in my life. As he spoke, the demonic aura on Rinchen's body grew thicker and thicker, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped around all the Jun family members, and a trace of devouring power was eating away at their bodies. The man from the Jun family shouted in despair. Damn it! Who the hell is it? Do you really have to drag the entire Jun family into the water to be satisfied? It's me. A young man in the crowd stood out warily, trembling, shaking. Rinchen glanced at him before withdrawing the demonic aura from his body, instantly causing the other Jun family members to breathe a sigh of relief, while at the same time looking at the youth who stood out with resentment in his eyes. The youth looked flustered and shook his head to explain. I did not intend to give him the bloodline. It was the day he boarded the Jun family's lonely island that he told me it was the demoness who asked for it, and that's why I gave him the bloodline. I really didn't know he was trying to escape with his bloodline. The youth fell to his knees and cried one after another. Unmoved, Rinchen turned around and blandly said, You guys handle the Jun family's affairs. The people of the Jun family had long hated him to the bone, for this kind of black sheep naturally would not let go. Then only heard a heart-rending screams, in a burst of fiery flames, that young man finally died in the hands of the people of the Jun family. Burned, even the ashes are not left.
Chapter 115. Tabloid Tales.
The Jun family is still the same as before, and the mutilation of their kind is still so well done. As Jun Aotion watched the people of the Jun family inhumanly mutilate their blood relatives, a heartfelt disgust showed itself. Rinchen walked over to Zhang Yi at this time, with a slight hint of apology in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, it's because of my unfavorable work that I let Yi Haoran escape. What do you want to do with the people of the Jun family? A simple sentence had put the life and death of the people of the Jun family in Zhang Yi's hands, and with just a word from Zhang Yi, she would absolutely kill everyone in the Jun family without hesitation. I still ask eldest brother to spare our lives. We will definitely fight for our lives to find Yi Haoran afterward. The people of the Jun family immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness and swore. The hatred towards Yi Haoran in their hearts climbed to the extreme. They thought that it was all because Yi Haoran had caused them so much misery. What? For them to hate Rinchen, they simply couldn't and didn't dare to. The weak only dare to vent their resentment on those who are also weak. Zhang Yi waved his hand, looking as normal as ever, and said, That's just it. After that, let them go after Yi Haoran's whereabouts. For Yi Haoran's escape Zhang Yi had expected. After all, Yi Haoran is like a loach. Just the heart will inevitably still be a little lost. Thank you, eldest brother. Thank you, eldest brother. The people of the Jun family were grateful and kowtowed to Zhang Yi one by one. A simple sentence had harvested the hearts of the people of the Jun family. Shen Wangu walked over to Zhang Yi and said softly, Fellow Taoist Zhang, you've seen the cruelty of Rinchen's methods. She'll kill people at the drop of a hat. It's a scourge to keep her around anyways. Why don't we do the right thing for heaven now? Shen Wangu had never given up on the idea of killing Rinchen, but more or less, he still had to give Zhang Yi some face. He could never figure out what happened when Zhang Yi and Rinchen were alone, and how Zhang Yi had suddenly subdued Ren Qianqiu. Fellow Taoist Shin, now that Ren Qianqiu has followed me, it's not too good for you to make a move on her again, is it? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. There was no way he could sit back and do nothing about Ren Qianqiu when he was protecting him like that just now. Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't let her confuse you. She's ultimately a scourge if she stays in this world. How do you want this world to look at you after you leave the Jun clan's lonely island? Shen Wangu was anxious, and his voice raised a few tones. Shen Wangu, don't sow discord. How am I a scourge to the earth? Cultivators of my generation all live their lives to cultivate. It's just that the paths are different. If you want to kill me, let's fight one-on-one. Don't try to sow discord here. Ren Qianqiu couldn't bear it and stood in front of Shen Wangu, provoking him. One-on-one is one-on-one. Do you really think you're a match for me? Shen Wangu was also unconvinced. His body's spiritual energy surged, and his eyes surged with battle intent. Fellow Taoist Shin, you can't help her, so don't do anything useless. Zhang Yi shook his head. He had fought with both of them and naturally knew that there was not much difference in their strength. Fellow Taoist Zhang, do you know how much trouble this matter will bring you if it were to spread? She is the daughter of the demon emperor, and is not tolerated by the world. Taoist Green Lotus, come out and say something. We can't just watch Taoist Zhang go astray. Shen Wangu was so anxious inside that he couldn't help but ask Taoist Qinglian for help. Qinglian Taoist leader, however, leisurely said, I think Zhang's nephew must have his deeper meaning in doing so, and it's not my turn to worry about this matter. Yue Yao naturally won't just sit back and watch. Taoist Green Lotus was a little curious as to what Yue Yao's reaction would be if she knew that Zhang Yi had subdued Ren Qianqiu, and she couldn't help but smile at the thought. Fellow Taoist Shen, you've always believed in heaven's will, and it's also heaven's will that I allow Ren Qianqiu to follow me. You're not going to go against heaven's will, are you? Since Shen Wangu believed in providence, Zhang Yi did not mind using providence to say something. As expected, once he heard the word providence, Shen Wangu frowned slightly, with an appearance of wanting to speak. After a long time, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Fellow Taoist Zhang, if afterward Ren Qianqiu does something that harms the heavens and the earth, what will happen? This will also drag you into the abyss of 10,000 feet. What is a matter of harming heaven and earth? If it really comes to that, I will take action myself. Zhang Yi said stiffly. Shen Wangu, I only want to cultivate properly when I follow eldest senior brother. As long as no one messes with me, I won't cause trouble since. Ren Qianqiu knew that he definitely couldn't do whatever he wanted after following Zhang Yi, but as long as Zhang Yi had the sky-swallowing dragon cat by his side. So what if he lost a bit of freedom? Ren Qianqiu, I hope you are true to your word. If one day you do something that harms the heavens, I will definitely do justice for the heavens. Having said that, there is no need to continue. Shen Wangu had to temporarily dispel the killing intent of Ren Qianqiu. Since Yi Haoran has escaped, it's time for us to go back. I still hope that fellow Taoist Shin will make a trip back to the Tao sect with me. Zhang Yi wanted to use Shen Wangu's identity to quell the matter about Ren Qianqiu. Shen Wangu is at least the son of the human emperor. His words are definitely more convincing, and if you want to let Ren Qianqiu follow you around, you can't do without Shen Wangu's help. Shen Wangu agreed without even thinking about it, and he almost always responded to Zhang Yi's requests. After that, the people of the Jun family led a few people to leave the solitary island of the Jun family, while all the people of the Jun family began to pursue Yi Haoran's whereabouts in the Wuling continent. Junior friend Zhang Yi, whether it's the matter of Wu Yan or the Jun family's matter, thank you very much. In the future, if there's anything you need, just ask. Jun Aotian once again arched his hand and thanked him, his heart truly grateful to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded his head slightly. Reaping Jun Aotian's favor was also considered an unexpected gain this time. Junior friend Zhang Yi, come to the Earth sect when you have time to play, and if Yue Yao can't accept what you've done this time, you can bring Ren Qianqiu to the Earth sect. The doors of the Earth clan will always be open for you. Farewell. Taoist Green Lotus let out a playful laugh, and then Jun Aotian and Jun Aotian Tor cracked the space to vanish. Mentioning Yue Yao, Zhang Yi couldn't help but have a bit of a headache, and really had to think about how to convince Yue Yao. Fellow Taoist Zhang, how are you going to explain this to Patriarch Yu? Shen Wangu was also a strong reminder, knowing that the excuse they came out to fight this time was to kill Ren Qianqiu. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. It was really a pot calling the kettle black. Go back first, only to see Zhang Yi's several figures rise up in the air, flying through the air, heading straight for the Tao sect. Along the way, Zhang Yi and the others had heard quite a few rumors. Have you heard? The Dao Sect's senior brother is in cahoots with the demoness Ren Qianqiu. How could that be possible? The Dao Sect is a prestigious sect, and Zhang Yi is even the Dao Sect's eldest senior brother. How could he possibly be in the same boat as Ren Qianqiu? You're still too young. I heard that he was the one who salivated over Ren Qianqiu's beauty, and that's why he couldn't stop himself. Isn't the Dao Sect known as the emotionless Dao Sect? How could he possibly be in love? You must be destroying my god. The gossip about Zhang Yi and Ren Qianqiu flew all over the place, and for a while it became the hot topic of discussion in the Wuling continent. Chapter 116. The Era of the Inside Scrolls. Damn it! I'm going down there to rip their mouths off. Ren Qianxian frowned slightly. A flash of violence flashed in his eyes, and he immediately prepared to strike. Chen Xiaokui was also full of anger as she chimed in. I'll go with you. Calm down. The world can't keep its mouth shut, so let them talk. Zhang Yi didn't care about the gossip. He wouldn't be missing a piece of meat anyway, and immediately stopped the two women. However, Chen Xiaokui was unusually agitated and stubborn. Eldest senior brother, don't stop me. I have to tear their mouths apart. It's fine for them to talk about me, but they're definitely not allowed to talk about you. Ren Qianqiu glanced at Chen Xiaoka with an odd expression and nodded tacitly, agreeing with Chen Xiaokui's statement. Zhang Yi had a headache. Why does this matter have to be internalized now? Xun Wangu looked on the sidelines with envy. This kind of treatment he had only enjoyed in the ancient times, and nowadays, he subconsciously ignored his light when he followed Zhang Yi around. Perhaps I shouldn't stay by fellow Taoist Zhang's side? Xun Wangu couldn't help but birth this idea in his heart, but it was quickly cut off by him. Zhang Yi was the great fortune of this era. He couldn't afford to lose out on a small amount of money. Eldest senior brother, is it hard for you not to be angry when they denigrate you in such a manner? Seeing that Zhang Yi did not have the slightest bit of anger on his face, Chen Xiaokui could not help but ask curiously. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, What's the point of meeting with them? Besides, if you make a move now, aren't you going to lose your credibility? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqui and Ren Qianqiu's breaths returned to calm, and the anger on their faces dissipated by a few points. Clearly, they had no intention of continuing to make a move. Zhang Yi sighed in relief. He was afraid that these two ancestors wouldn't listen to his advice. Continue to rush. Everything will wait until we return to the Dao Sect. After this short storm, several people knew that the news must have come from Yi Haoran, and only he would do such a despicable thing. After a long journey, several people finally arrived at the Taoist sect's mountain gate. But today's Taoist sect was extraordinarily lively, with many people from large forces converging at the mountain gate. The representative sent by the side of the great Zhou dynasty is General Meng. While the Earth sect is fully entrusted to the Qinglian Taoist head in charge, the South Demon Lord is also personally arrived. This movement can be in no way smaller than when the great barbaric difficulty. Zhang Yi guessed the intention of several people when he saw them in his heart, which happened to be to his liking as well. They're all here, so it's just as well that he can take advantage of this opportunity to complete the mission completely. The time limit for this mission was only 3 months, so Zhang Yi had to make the most of it, and he habitually completed the mission ahead of time to avoid any complications. It's actually true that he's with Ren Qianqiu, so it seems like the rumors are true. A nice person. Why does he have to get involved with the devil's path? Let's see how he explains it this time. Anyone who gets involved with the devil's way can't escape death. When the several bigwigs saw Zhang Yi standing with Ren Qianqiu, they all looked at him with furrowed brows and unfavorable expressions. Yue Yao, who was standing amongst the crowd, also frowned slightly, a touch of displeasure surfacing between her brows. How come this kid has to cause a bunch of trouble every time he goes out? Didn't he say he was going to kill Ren Qianqiu? Why did he even bring her back to the Dao sect? Yue Yao, you must make Zhang Yi give us an explanation for this matter. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord grimaced, his dissatisfaction with Zhang Yi pouring out at this moment. Yue Yao glared at the Southern Demon Kingdom Lord with a disgruntled expression, then looked at Zhang Yi and blandly said, Zhang Yi, tell us what's going on? Nice guy, straight to the point, no bull. Thanks to Zhang Yi, when he saw so many people, he thought of a good speech, straightened his back and said without being overbearing, Which Ren Qianqiu has now followed me, and is no longer the witch from the beginning, and that's just the way it is. So what do you think? A simple sentence that showed his attitude, as domineering as ever. Which after you? The people present, except for Taoist Green Lotus who had known about it for a long time, all sucked in a cool breath and looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. As for Taoist Green Lotus, she was looking at Yue Yao with a smile on her face. She came here today with the mindset of watching the fun. She would like to see how Yue Yao would react. It's rare to see Yue Yao surprised, interesting. The smile on Taoist Green Lotus' pretty face grew a few points wider. That's your explanation? A great senior brother of the Taoist sect is actually in league with the Devil's Way. What are your intentions in allowing her to follow you? The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord looked agitated as he accused Zhang Yi. It turned out to be an embarrassing realization that everyone but him was silent. And instead, they were still looking at Zhang Yi with admiration. The Southern Demon Lord is wrong. I think this move is exactly to show my righteousness. Even the demoness has followed the Tao sect's senior brother. Dare I ask where in the world there is such a person? Meng Jiang naturally stood on Zhang Yi's side. From the moment he received the news, Shen Chongqing had given the death order that no matter what the facts were, he only needed to stand on Zhang Yi's side and that would be the end of it. Taoist Green Lotus, say something fair. Knowing that Zhang Yi had a strong relationship with the great Zhou dynasty, the Southern Demon Lord simply ignored Meng Jiang and focused on Taoist Qinglian instead. Taoist Green Lotus raised his eyebrows in slight surprise, clearly not expecting the other party to ask himself at this time. Taoist Green Lotus inwardly. I just want to eat a melon quietly. Don't mind me. This matter mainly depends on Patriarch Yu's attitude. Taoist Green Lotus skillfully threw the problem into Yue Yao's hands, and by absolutely not letting Yue Yao get the better of her, her purpose was accomplished. The Southern Demon Lord of the First World was speechless. Emotionally, one didn't want to be in charge of this, so he had to set his eyes on Shen Wangu again. Your Highness, you are the son of the human emperor, and you even have a worldly grudge against the demoness, so can you allow her to follow Zhang Yi around? She's just using Zhang Yi to try to live brightly in Wuling. It's a shame that the Grand Master of the Tao sect is so easily exploited. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord couldn't help himself and launched a personal attack on Zhang Yi. These words caused both Chen Shaokuai and Rinchen Chou to become disgruntled, their eyes fiercely glaring at the Southern Demon Kingdom Lord in death. It was only because the Southern Demon Kingdom Lord was at the cultivation level of a great emperor. Otherwise, the two women were afraid that they would have already made their move. Shen Wangu, on the other hand, shook his head with a helpless face and said, just as fellow Taoist Zhang said, since Rinchen Chou has already followed fellow Taoist Zhang, I'm willing to give her a chance to change her ways. Your Highness. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord's brows tightened as he realized that something was wrong, and immediately intended to heave words to convince Shen Wangu. However, Shen Wangu calmly reached out and interrupted the Southern Demon Lord, turning his words around and saying, but if Rinchen Chou still dares to do things that hurt the heavens and harm the earth after following fellow Taoist Zhang, I will definitely not let her go. Your Highness. What the Southern Demon Kingdom wanted wasn't this answer. He wanted to get rid of Rinchen Chou now. Back then, during the Great War, they did not know how many of the Demon Clan died under the Devil's Way, so the Demon Clan has hated the people of the Devil's Way since ancient times. Chapter 117. The Will to Kill. There's no need to say more. I've reached a consensus with fellow Taoist Zhang on this matter, and will supervise Rinchen Chou together. Shen Wangu atmospherically swung his arm, decisively, and said in an undoubted tone. Rinchen Chou also stood out at this time, showing his own attitude. Since I have followed eldest brother, I will naturally follow eldest brother's arrangements. As long as no one messes with eldest brother, I naturally won't make a move. Rinchen Chou's meaning was already clear, and after that, she would only listen to Zhang Yi's words. A simple sentence, but it caused the hearts of the great powers present to set off monstrous waves. What exactly has this Zhang Yi done? How could he actually make the daughter of the hallowed demon emperor obey his words? First there was the holy daughter of the Southern Demon Kingdom, and then there was the daughter of the demon emperor. Is it hard to believe that looking good can really be a meal? I don't understand, but if Rinchen Chou is truly subdued by Zhang Yi, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the world's righteousness. On second thought, it would be better to get to the root of the problem instead of putting the danger to death altogether. As long as Rinchen Chou followed Zhang Yi, it also meant that the world's devil paths were in Zhang Yi's hands, which was a good thing in a way. In that case, if Rinchen Chou does something harmful afterward, will you, Zhang Yi, be able to take responsibility? Seeing that Shen Wangu was also helping Zhang Yi, the Southern Demon Kingdom Lord had no choice but to take a step back and let Zhang Yi figure out the pros and cons. But whenever she's going to do something that hurts the heavens, not only you, but the entire Tao sect will have to pay for it. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord hoped that Zhang Yi would know better and not be obsessed with the idea, intimidating Zhang Yi one by one. By then the Tao sect will become the world's largest, Keeping her by your side is equivalent to a time bomb. Think twice before you act. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord admonished in a serious tone. Ren Qianqiu looked at Zhang Yi with a perturbed expression. If Zhang Yi sold her at this time, she would die without a burial place. This time, following Zhang Yi out was not a big gamble for her. She was betting that Zhang Yi was true to his word. She was betting that Zhang Yi would stand by her side. A big gamble of handing over one's life for the heaven-swallowing divine ripple. Now, she is no longer a devil when she follows me. And if she is a devil in the future, I will slaughter her with my own hands. Zhang Yi stepped forward and said with great bravado. Upon hearing this, Ren Qianqiu sighed in relief. The corner of his mouth sketched out a smile that was incomparably charming. Even the grim aura on his body seemed to have dissipated by a few points. She knew that, for once, she hadn't trusted the wrong person. The Southern Demon Kingdom Lord was stunned and looked slightly surprised. Good. You remember your words. Words were not enough. And with a cold snort, the Southern Demon Kingdom Lord turned around and left. Congratulations to eldest senior brother for conquering the Demoness. The Sacred Emperor said that he still invites you to come and sit in the Great Zhou dynasty when you have time, and that none of the things you promised before will change. Meng Jiang arched his hand and clasped his fists in congratulations. Then he excused himself and left. Taoist Green Lotus, on the other hand, smiled as he walked up to Yue Yao and said in a conspiratorial manner, Yue Yao, congratulations. You really have a good disciple. Not only did you make the holy maiden of the Southern Demon Kingdom your maid, but you also made the Demoness follow for her as well, truly a heavenly pride of a generation. It's really enviable. I wonder when I'll be able to have such a disciple. Taoist Green Lotus let out a sigh of regret and gave Zhang Yi a meaningful look, saying, Who would have thought that this time Yue Yao countered the routine and didn't get angry? Instead she followed Taoist Qinglian's words down. You probably don't have this blessing. In today's world, other than my Yue Yao's disciple, the Dao Sect's senior brother, where in the world can there be such a person? Yue Yao said proudly. What a world where there are such people. I hope you can guard Ren Qianqiu. Qinglian Taoist master saw that he didn't get his way, and being self-conscious, he dropped the sentence and left in disgrace. This old demonist Qinglian is really unsettled, wanting to cause trouble again. Luckily Yaoer didn't fall into her trap. How could Zhang Yi not know what Taoist Green Lotus had in mind? Thanks to the fact that the current Yue Yao had long since ceased to be the previous Yue Yao. Zhang Yi, bring Ren Qianqiu with me to Moon Shadow Peak. Yue Yao's face was as frosty as ice, her eyes glaring coldly at Zhang Yi Dao. Zhang Yi subconsciously shivered and couldn't help but feel a headache knowing that the real main event was coming. Shoo! In the blink of an eye, the figures of the three of them were running towards the Moon Shadow Peak, and Ren Qianqiu's appearance caused a hot debate among the Dao Sect's disciples. It has to be eldest brother, even the witch can be subdued. Do you guys think that witch will covet our eldest brother's beauty? Damn it! How come anyone wants to hit on our eldest brother? My hopes are getting smaller and smaller. With the 9 tails in front of them and the demoness behind them, the Dao Sect disciples seem to have become numb to it all, except that not a few of the young girls still couldn't help but feel some heartache. It had to be said that both Chen Shaokuai and Ren Qianqiu were both top-notch female cultivators of the current generation, regardless of their looks, talent, or cultivation. Shen Wangu was suddenly left behind again, dryly blinking his eyes at Chen Shaokuai and asking, Where am I going? Just wait here for now. Without Zhang Yi's order, Chen Shaokuai would not bring Shen Wangu back to the Forgotten River Cliff. After saying that, Chen Shaokuai turned around in a dashing manner and returned to the heartfelt Forgetful River Cliff alone. Wait for me. Shen Wangu's heart was racing with 10,000 grass mud horses as he followed closely behind Chen Shaokuai. But as he approached the mountain gate of the Dao Sect, he was bounced off by an invisible force, unable to enter the Dao Sect at all. Shen Wangu's face turned blue as he growled, Deceitful! Having said that, Shen Wangu took a deep breath, tried to calm his mind, and finally stayed honestly at the mountain gate of the Dao Sect to meditate. He could not remember how many times he had meditated here. In the Dao Sect, at the top of the Moon Shadow Peak, Zhang Yi and Ren Qianqiu stood side by side, and Yue Yao stood opposite them, staring at them with a deadly stare. Suddenly, an icy coldness enveloped Ren Qianqiu's entire body, and a suffocating sense of oppression swept over her, as if it could annihilate her vitality at any time. Say, what is the purpose of approaching Zhang Yi? Yue Yao asked in a murderous, pressing manner. Ren Qianxian only felt that it was difficult to breathe. His mouth was constantly gasping for air, but his eyes were incomparably stubborn, and he never said a word. Master, have mercy. Zhang Yi was also startled by this sudden scene, and he was worried that Yue Yao would really kill Rinqian. So he quickly opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Keeping her around is just for cultivation. She can comprehend the heaven-swallowing divine ripple on Shun Tian. Seeing that Yue Yao did not respond, Zhang Yi argued in a sharp tone. The killing intent on Yue Yao's body only then slowly dissipated. His eyes unconsciously fell on Shun Tian, and Shun Tian also issued a milky cry. A long jump to Yue Yao's body, with a small head rubbing hard against Yue Yao's fragrant shoulders. This scene looked so envious to Rinqian that he was even a little skeptical of life. Why is it that I can't touch Shun Tian, while this tigress can be favored by Shun Tian? Is it hard to believe that it's because of eldest brother? As if Rinqian had suddenly thought of something, his eyes glowed as he looked at Zhang Yi. Chapter 118, White Jade Pill. Rinqian, I don't care what your reasons are for staying by Zhang Yi's side, but if you dare to do him the slightest bit of harm, I will not hesitate to kill you. And I will slaughter all the demons in the world. Yue Yao snorted coldly and threatened with a serious expression. Rinqian was also not willing to show weakness, and said in an unassuming manner, There is no need for you to worry. Eldest senior brother is the only person I have followed in my life. I will protect him for the rest of my life. It's best to do so, and if your business involves him or the Zhao sect, there will be consequences. Yue Yao was just worried that Zhang Yi would be utilized by the scheming Rinqian, which led to the scene today.
人千愁目光流露着异色，连连咂舌道：“啧，世人都说道宗修炼的乃是无情功法，我看月瑶宗主好像跟传闻中的有点不一样。”
You seem to be paying extra attention to Zhang Yi? Rinqian tentatively pursued. Nonsense. Zhang Yi, take her back to your forgotten river cliff. Yue Yao reacted vehemently and gave an eviction order. A demonic wind came and directly invited the two out of Moonshadow Peak. When Rinqian saw Yue Yao's drastic reaction, he probably already had a calculation in his mind. Sure enough, she's moved towards eldest senior brother. Otherwise it's impossible for her to have such a cultivation level. Does eldest brother know about this? Rinqian looked at the cold-faced Zhang Yi again, hesitating to tell Zhang Yi about this matter. At this moment, Zhang Yi was in excitement because of the vibration of the Heaven's Destiny diagram, only to see that the page belonging to Rinqian had already lit up and showed that the good sense value had even reached 3 stars. The reason was actually because of the absolute trust he had placed in her in front of the Zhao Sect's mountain gate in the first place, so it seemed that Rinqian was really a child who lacked trust. The 3-star goodwill value also reassured Zhang Yi that at least so far Rinqian would not be unfavorable to him. Rinqian, after that, you are not allowed to be rude to your master. Zhang Yi gave a cold admonishment with an icy expression. He didn't like anyone offending Yue Yao. No one. Got it. Rinqian nodded her head obediently, but in her heart, she was calculating. Is Shun Tian so close to Yue Yao because she is in love with eldest senior brother? If I am in love with eldest senior brother, will it make Shun Tian close to me as well? A bold idea was born in Rinqian's mind, and a small goal was established in her heart from then on. From now on I will find a way to make myself fall in love with eldest brother. Rinqian was looking at Zhang Yi in fascination when Zhang Yi suddenly felt the vibration of the heavenly fate diagram inside his body, showing that the other party's favor value towards him had actually reached 4 stars. It's only been a matter of time before the favor value has increased by 1 star. Is a witch's favor value so easy to obtain? At a glance at the reason, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. To actually think that you can gain Shun Tian's favor by being affectionate towards me? That's a big misunderstanding. That? Rinqian, some things cannot be forced. Just let nature take its course. Zhang Yi couldn't help but remind him. He didn't want to go around dabbling in the flowers. Rinqian nodded with seeming understanding. Okay, I know. Next, Zhang Yi brought Rinqian back to the Forgetful River Cliff, and he still couldn't wait to open the heavenly fate box that was rewarded this time. When she returned to the Forgetful River Cliff, Chun Xiaokui had long since set up everything to wait for Zhang Yi's return, but the sudden addition of Rinqian on the Forgetful River Cliff had more or less made Chun Xiaokui a little unaccustomed to the situation. Holy Maiden, Rinqian is a strong opponent. What should we do afterward? Xiao Gu had long known all about their trip from Chun Xiaokui's mouth, and couldn't help but begin to worry a bit about the status of his own Holy Maiden. Humph. I can't beat her yet. Wait until I break through to Yuaning. Chun Xiaokui knew that she was in a weak position now, so she chose to hold back. Aya, Sister Run, Since we're family after coming to the Forgotten River Cliff, let's just find a place to open a cave? How about next to me? The mountains are beautiful and full of spiritual energy. Why don't you open a cave next to me? Chun Xiao Kuai enthusiastically came up, her small mouth that looked like it had been sweetened with honey. Rincencio, however, smiled and waved his hand in rejection. There's no need. I'll just open up a cave next to eldest senior brothers. Chun Xiao Kuai's expression was slightly stunned, but a smile quickly appeared on her face again, nodding her head vigorously in agreement. Zhang Yi, however, did not care about the inner scrolls of the two women and only entered his cave. He was now full of thoughts about the rewards that the Heaven's Destiny diagram had issued this time. This time, there were 30 Heavenly Fate boxes rewarded, among which there was a blue Heavenly Fate box with a presentable eye and 30 fragments of the Great Tao, and the most surprising thing was the baby's fist-sized elixir that was as bright as white jade all over the body. The rich fragrance of the pill emanating from that pill filled the entire Forgotten River Cliff, and even the few other people on the Forgotten River Cliff couldn't help but feel a sense of refreshment. The miraculous thing was that there seemed to be a true dragon circling in that pill. Dan Qi transforming into a dragon. This is an Emperor-level spirit elixir? Zhang Yi was excited. Emperor-level magic treasures were certainly rare, but Emperor-level spirit pills were even rarer. Even a strength like the Dao Sect couldn't possess one. It was only because the birth of an Emperor-grade spiritual pill was simply too difficult, and the timing, location, and people were indispensable. In the past, the emergence of an Emperor-grade spiritual pill would always set off a bloody storm, causing countless people to go crazy. Immediately afterward, a large stream of information about the white jade pill flooded into Zhang Yi's mind. White jade elixir. Imperial-grade elixir, refined from the essence blood of a saint. It can produce white bones from the dead, and can restore even injuries from the great Tao. Good man. This is the equivalent of an extra life. This is a good treasure. Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised. The rewards of this quest were even more generous than he had imagined. Meow, meow, meow. And right at this moment, Shun Tian, who had long been craved for, finally couldn't hold back and stretched out his claws, an unparalleled devouring force instantly running towards Bai Yudan. No way. It's the equivalent of an extra life. You can't eat it. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was quick on his feet and quickly put away the white jade Dan. There was no such thing as a man in the world who didn't get stabbed, and since the Heaven's Destiny map released some pitiful quests from time to time, Zhang Yi of course had to have more means of preserving his life before he could do so. Meow, meow, meow. Seeing that the white jade Dan was put away by Zhang Yi, Shun Tian listlessly lay on Zhang Yi's shoulder and cried out in aggravation. At the same time, his stomach wanted to grumble, and his eyes blearily looked at the 30 great Tao fragments that were flowing in the void. Since he was unable to obtain the white jade pill, Shun Tian had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. You want a fragment of the great Tao too? Zhang Yi's head was spinning. The great Tao fragment was incredibly precious, and every time he opened a high-level Heavenly Fate box, he would need a great Tao fragment to activate it. But since he had already let Shun Tian follow him around, he naturally had to be responsible for Shun Tian as well, especially since Shun Tian was defending him so much, and he couldn't bear to see Shun Tian go hungry. You wait until I open the Heavenly Destiny box, and then all the remaining pieces of the great Tao will be given to you. Zhang Yi gently patted Shun Tian's little head to pacify him. Chapter 119. Heaven-swallowing divine skill. Meow, meow, meow. Shun Tian understood Zhang Yi's meaning and shouted a few times in excitement. A pair of eyes the size of copper bells filled with the color of anticipation, which showed that he was salivating for the great Tao fragment. Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled, then slowly closed his eyes and moved his mind to open the blue Heavenly Fate box, only to see a full 20 fragments of the great Tao in the void surging towards that blue Heavenly Fate box, and under a dazzling blue light, complex runes flickered, and an unrivaled aura emanated from the blue Heavenly Fate box. Outside the cave, shock was written all over Rincencho's eyes. How long has this been in seclusion before it attracted such a big commotion? It's good to get used to it, if nothing else. Eldest senior brother should be breaking through the Yuan-Ing realm this time. Chun Xiaokue had also stayed at the Forgetfulness Cliff for some time, and had long since become accustomed to some things. Break through to Yuan-Ing? He's only been cultivating for 10 years at most, right? This is how he can break through Yuan-Ing. Rincencio was a bit skeptical. This kind of character was extremely rare even in the ancient times when the aura was rich, let alone in today's times when the aura is thin. You simply know nothing about eldest brother's talent. Chun Xiaokue glanced at her and said somewhat smugly. He could be considered to have found a point where he could crush Rinchen, especially when he looked at Rinchen's look of having never seen the world. His strength was so terrifying when he was at the spirit transformation stage. If he breaks through to Yuanning, wouldn't he be able to kill me in seconds? Rinchen had fought with Zhang Yi and knew the terror of his strength, so he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Eldest senior brother's talent is in no way inferior to those of you from the ancient era. No matter if it's Xin Wangu or Long Tianyi, neither of them are a match for eldest senior brother's moves. Chen Xiaokuei was filled with pride, as if that person in her mouth was herself. Rinchen Xiao ignored Chen Xiaoka and just stared at Zhang Yi's cave with unblinking eyes, expecting Zhang Yi to come out of the gate. Buzz off! One could only feel a shocking vibration coming from within the cave, and as the blue light faded, an ancient book that emitted a black light and a strong devouring power surfaced in the void. On top of this ancient book, Zhang Yi sensed a similar aura to Shun Tian and Rinchen Chou. Can it be that it's a divine ability related to devouring? In the next moment, Zhang Yi was seen waving his hand, the ancient book falling into his hands, a large stream of memory images surging into his mind, and a complex rune mixed with the power of devouring surfaced on the surface of his body. A few moments later, everything within the cave returned to calm, and Zhang Yi's aura became even more profound and elusive. The heaven-swallowing divine skill, which can swallow all things and turn them into its own power. Isn't this somewhat similar to the devouring demon skill? Zhang Yi was a bit surprised, never expecting that the blue heavenly fate box would actually open the avatar this time. However, when he performed the heaven-swallowing divine skill, he clearly felt the difference between him and Rinchen Chou, only to see a threshold appear out of thin air behind Zhang Yi's back, sacred golden light bursting out from it, while everything around him seemed to be devoured as if it was out of control. Thanks to Zhang Yi's timely withdrawal, or else his cave might have been destroyed, and Zhang Yi realized that the aura of this heaven-swallowing divine skill was somewhat similar to the aura of the heaven-swallowing divine ripple after the Shun Tian change. This heaven-swallowing divine skill is probably what Rinchen Chou is looking for, isn't it? Rinchen had gone to great lengths to get what he wanted, but Zhang Yi had gotten his hands on it easily, and I wondered what the other party would dare to think when they found out about it. This divine ability can be used as a backhand, unusual times or less use is good. After all, their own cultivation from the most suitable for themselves. Zhang Yi always warned himself that he did not want to be reduced to a person who would only devour. In the next moment, Zhang Yi was seen waving his sleeve robe, and 10 great Tao fragments floated in front of Shun Tian, who immediately let out an excited cry. As he had said before, Zhang Yi had kept his promise, and now that there were still 10 great Tao fragments left, he had since handed them all over to Shun Tian. After a windstorm, 10 great Tao fragments entered Shun Tian's stomach. While his cultivation actually broke through to the spirit transformation stage, the speed of cultivation progress was simply smashing. Partition. Shun Tian contentedly patted his belly and hiccuped, his large face showing the color of satisfaction. This is a breakthrough to the spirit transformation stage? Rao Zhangyi knew where he came from, but seeing this breakthrough speed more or less rippled inside. Shun Tian shouted in a milky voice, while intimately rubbing his head against Zhang Yi's shoulder, as if he was thanking him. It seems that the effect of the avenue fragment is unusual for you. This should be enough to keep you full for a long time, right? Zhang Yi's greatest fear was Shun Tian's food intake, which was simply a bottomless pit. Shun Tian nodded his head vigorously one by one, temporarily relieving Zhang Yi's heart. Finally, for a while, he did not have to worry about Shun Tian's food. Nowadays, he was followed by the heaven-swallowing dragon cat and the demoness. Hell knows how much pressure he was under, these two goods, but whenever something went wrong, they had to look for him, so the responsibility on him was also unprecedentedly heavy. After that, Zhang Yi led Shun Tian out of the cave, and Rinchen Xiao noticed that Zhang Yi's aura had changed, even giving her a feeling that she naturally wanted to be close, but then realized that Zhang Yi's cultivation had not broken through. Told you how it was possible to break through so quickly. Rinchen Xiao's mood is a bit complicated, with loss and celebration. It's been a few months since eldest senior brother broke through the late stage of spirit transformation, so by all rights it should be almost time for him to break through to Yuanying. It's a bit strange. Chen Xiaokuei, on the other hand, was full of doubts, her wise eyes revealing a hint of incomprehension. It doesn't matter. Even if there's no breakthrough this time, it shouldn't take too long. Chen Xiaokuei had a strong premonition that something big would happen when Zhang Yi broke through to Yuanying. Eldest senior brother, Shun Wangu, is still waiting at the Dao Sect's mountain gate. Chen Xiaokuei also finally remembered Shen Wangu and couldn't help but remind Zhang Yi. If it weren't for Chen Xiaokuei's reminder, Zhang Yi would have almost forgotten about Xin Wangu. He hasn't left yet. He wanted to come with me to the Forgotten Cliff before, but without your consent, so I refused. Bring him up.
Zhang Yi softly commanded.
Xin Wangu helped him a lot this time. He more or less had to show some mercy. A few moments later, Chen Xiaokue led Xin Wangu up the Forgetful River Cliff, and when he saw that Ren Qianqiu had created his cave right next to Zhang Yi's cave, he couldn't help but have a change of heart and pleaded, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, now that I have nowhere else to go, I wonder if it's possible for me to stay at the Forgetful River Cliff?" Yes, he wants to stay at the Cliffs of Forgetfulness. One was to keep an eye on Ren Qianqiu, and the other was also to better rub off on Zhang Yi's qi. No! Before Zhang Yi could even open his mouth, the two girls, Qin Shaoke and Ren Qianxiao, rejected in a stern voice. Chapter 120 Yi Chun of the Ancient Sacred Body. Why don't you go back to the Great Zhou Mountains? Zhang Yi didn't want to bring Xin Wangu around. God knows what other unreliable things this guy would come up with. Stifling all instability was Zhang Yi's style of doing things. The Great Zhou mountain range has been empty of aura ever since I awakened. It is simply not suitable for a long stay. Xin Wangu let out a bitter smile and said with a slight helplessness. At the same time, Xin Wangu revealed a pitiful look as he actually tried to get Zhang Yi to take him in by selling his misery. Then you will go to the Great Zhou dynasty, and Xin Chongqing will not reject you. Zhang Yi continued to suggest. Seeing that Xin Wangu was about to continue, Zhang Yi interrupted him. As the son of the human emperor, you'll be welcomed wherever you go. And the Earth Sect's Taoist master Qinglian also extended an invitation to you earlier. Pick a better place to go. Where else in this world is there a better place than the Taoist cliffs of oblivion? Xin Wangu also said bluntly. Zhang Yi frowned slightly as he continued to refuse. I don't care about other places. The Forgotten River Cliff will definitely not accept you. Xin Wangu was anxious and talked about his own value one after another, hoping that Zhang Yi would take him in. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I won't stay at the Forgotten River Cliff for nothing. I can help you with a lot of things. As far as I know, quite a lot of weird freaks will be awakened recently. Like what Sword Saint's successor, Barbarian Saint's son. And the most terrifying of them all is that desolate ancient sacred body. Seeing that Zhang Yi was unmoved, Xin Wangu couldn't help but persuade him at length. That desolate ancient sacred body is not a good person. In the ancient era it was turned upside down by him, and he's a living, breathing, mixed-up devil. And he was already in the late Yuaning stage when he was sealed, Xin Wangu said with a serious expression. However, Zhang Yi remained unmoved and asked rhetorically, "Oh, what does it have to do with me?" Zhang Yi thought to himself that he had no grievances with these people. So what if they had awakened? Would they still be able to find trouble with him? No, as soon as they awaken they will surely come to you. Some things are God's will, you can't hide from them. Xin Wangu had a bit of a headache. How come he just couldn't convince Zhang Yi? Fellow Taoist Shen, there's no point in talking more. We'll see each other again in the Jianghu. Zhang Yi waved his hand and gave his expulsion order. Even though Xin Wangu was reluctant in a million ways, he was still invited out of the Forgetful River Cliff by Zhang Yi. Xin Wangu looked at the Forgotten River Cliff with extreme unwillingness. His heart was hardened and his feet stomped, heading straight for the Moon Shadow Peak where Yue Yao was located. Since it is impossible to stay at the Forgotten River Cliff, then we will settle for the next best thing, as long as we can stay at the Dao Sect. Xin Wangu had already retreated many people, and he wanted to find Yue Yao to request to stay in the Dao Sect. And on the Forgotten River Cliff, when Xin Wangu left, Ren Qianqiu also said to Zhang Yi in a fervent manner, "Eldest senior brother, what he said just now is true, and that desolate ancient sacred body is really difficult to deal with." Zhang Yi still didn't take it to heart. "Oh, what does that have to do with me? It's not like I know him." Eldest senior brother, you are unaware that those people will definitely come to challenge you if they hear about your reputation. Ren Qianqiu was from the same era as them, so how could he not know what those people were thinking? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry, but said leisurely, "Let's talk about what comes afterward. Aren't they still not awakened now?" Ren Qianqiu couldn't help but admire Zhang Yi's mindset of good. Ordinary people want to know this thing is estimated to have long been panicked, but Zhang Yi is as stable as empty Tai, not the slightest bit moved. At this time, Zhang Yi stretched his waist and was about to go back to his cave to enjoy his life. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion during this period of time. All matters of the Forgotten River Cliff will be left to the Nine Tails to deal with, so don't bother me." Zhang Yi returned to the cave with a word of advice. Taking advantage of the fact that the Heaven's Destiny diagram hadn't enacted any pitiful quests during this period of time, so that he could recuperate well. Just like this, he recuperated within the cave for 7 days. Everything was unusually calm, and since the last time Yue Yao saw Ren Qianxian, she did not come to Zhang Yi during this period of time, and if it was not for the fact that there was no change in his favorability value towards him, he even suspected if Yue Yao had changed her heart. These 7 days were the most peaceful days Zhang Yi had ever spent. No one disturbed him, and the heaven's destiny diagram didn't pit him, so that life was lived in a cozy way. But just at this time, the body of the heavenly destiny map violently began to vibrate, automatically flipping to a stout young man. That page. Just look at the portrait. Zhang Yi will notice that this person's extraordinary, especially that untamed eyes, as if they do not even put this world in the eyes of the general. It's over. It's over. Here comes another mission. Every time this kind of time was the hardest time for Zhang Yi, and the heavenly fate diagram just couldn't seem to see him being idle, always looking for something to do with him. Taking another look at the introduction about that person, Zhang Yi could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Character: Yi Chun, desolate ancient sacred body, late stage of Yuaning, rose up as a result of being sealed by the combined efforts of the people of the desolate ancient hall, as he fled from a heavenly calamity. Task: revive Yi Chun. Reward: desolate ancient seal, Great Tao Fragment 40, Blue Heavenly Fate Box 2. Penalty: lifetime of burning lust fire. Time frame: 6 months. Perhaps because Zhang Yi had not met Yi Chun this time, the heavenly fate map was actually very humanized in surfacing the character information. What the hell is a lifetime of burning lust fire? Zhang Yi's head was filled with black lines. Every time the heaven's destiny diagram's punishment was out of the ordinary. If he were to be burned by lust fire for the rest of his life would lose its significance and he would be completely reduced to a tool of lust fire. Why did it have to be Yi Chun? It's Shen Wangu's fault for bringing him up. Zhang Yi had a deep headache, and he could think that Yi Chun must be someone not to be messed with. Moreover, Zhang Yi didn't believe that the mission given to him by the heaven's destiny diagram wasn't pitiful. There was definitely an abyssal giant pit waiting for him here. After 7 days, Zhang Yi finally stepped out of the cave. Ren Qianqiu, tell me specifically about the desolate ancient sacred body. Since he was going to wake him up, it was only natural to get to know him a little better. Why is eldest brother suddenly interested in him? Ren Qianqiu was a bit puzzled. Obviously a few days ago Zhang Yi was still a matter of indifference attitude. This is only a few days. How the attitude of a 360-degree turnaround? I'm going to wake it up. Sooner or later, this matter had to be done, and Zhang Yi did not intend to hide it, opening the door to inform. Unexpectedly, Ren Qianqiu's expression changed greatly upon hearing this, and he repeatedly urged, "No, you must not." Why? Seeing how tense Ren Qianxian was, Zhang Yi knew that he was about to realize where this pit was, and knew that the mission issued by the heaven's destiny diagram was not that simple. When the desolate ancient sacred body fell into a deep sleep, he had threatened that he would rely on his own power to awaken, and whoever disturbed his clear sleep would surely slaughter his entire family. This man is like a madman, who is as good as his word. Eldest senior brother must not take this risk. Ren Qianxiu looked anxious. She knew that this was not a joke. Chapter 121. The Ancient Past. I knew it. I knew the mission of the heaven's destiny diagram wouldn't be so simple. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. This was another mission to risk his life. Zhang Yi had sort of realized that there were 2 types of death in this world. One was physical corporeal death and the other was spiritual social death, and the tasks released by the heavenly fate chart were based on these 2 foundations. And what's that, Yi Chun? Isn't there some kind of big disease? Others wake you up properly, you still want to slaughter other people's whole family. Can you learn to learn like Shen Wangu? Zhang Yi was speechless for a while. In such a comparison, Shen Wangu was simply an angel on earth. Eldest brother, you really can't wake that one up? It'll lead to murder. Seeing that Zhang Yi had fallen into deep thought, Ren Qianqiu could not help but speak out again to remind him. No, I'm going to awaken it. I want to see what the legendary desolate ancient saint body is capable of. Zhang Yi's eyes were incredibly determined and stubborn, but who knew how helpless he was inside? Upon hearing this, Ren Qianqiu was actually a bit lost in thought for a moment, secretly admiring. Worthy of being a junior master, good spirit. I, Ren Qianqiu, did not choose the wrong person. Eldest brother, I admire your vigor, but wanting to awaken the desolate ancient sacred body isn't that easy. It's rumored that only the desolate ancient sacred body can awaken the desolate ancient sacred body, or else you can only rely on him to awaken on his own. This hardiness of Zhang Yi alone was enough to be admired, but she knew that it was impossible for Zhang Yi to awaken the desolate ancient sacred body. Interesting, he should also know that only the desolate ancient sacred body can awaken him, so why did he still say those words? There is only one possibility. There is another way to awaken him. Although the heaven's destiny diagram was pitiful, it would not release impossible tasks. Zhang Yi knew that there must be another way out of this. And the really difficult thing was to solve the matter after Yi Chen awakened. According to Rinchen and Xin Wangu's descriptions, that guy was simply a madman, and madmen were generally not something anyone would want to mess with. Eldest senior brother, why are you obsessed with awakening that one? His awakening won't do you any good. Ren Qianxian knew that Zhang Yi had already made up his mind, and since he couldn't stop it, he would try his best to clear up the doubts in his mind. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, because I feel that this great world seems to be missing something. The simple words made Ren Qianxian stand in awe, while others were afraid of having too many opponents. Zhang Yi did the opposite, fearing that his opponents were too few and not strong enough. Right at this moment, Shen Wangu's familiar voice came from below the forgetful river cliff. Fellow Taoist Zhang. The Tao Sect's guest secretary Shen Wangu seeks an audience. Yes, Shen Wangu ended up staying in the Tao Sect, and was also given the status of Tao Sect guest secretary by Yue Yao, which was not the first time he came to tell Zhang Yi about this happy news. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's heart was so happy that he didn't care about Shen Wangu's identity. What a time to come. 9 tails quickly. We have an invitation for fellow Taoist Shen. How can something involving the ancient era be without Shen Wangu? Moreover, this time, Shen Wangu had sent himself to the door, so it was useless to use it. When Shen Wangu saw Zhang Yi, his face was filled with joy. Fellow Taoist Zhang. Now that I'm a guest secretary of the Tao Sect, you and I are considered to be of the same sect, and I finally don't have to practice at the Tao Sect's mountain gates anymore. Congratulations. Zhang Yi congratulated extremely perfunctorily, then went straight to the point. Fellow Taoist Shen, how is your relationship with Yi Chen? Yi Chen? You mean the desolate ancient sacred body Yi Chen? Shen Wangu froze and once again made sure to Zhang Yi. Ren Qianxiao, however, looked at Zhang Yi with an odd expression. She had not revealed Yi Chen's name to Zhang Yi during the whole process. So how did Zhang Yi know? Can it be that eldest senior brother doesn't just possess the supreme bone, but also the desolate ancient sacred body? Ren Qianxiao couldn't help but have a wave of absurd thoughts rise in his heart.
No.
Regardless of whether it's the desolate ancient sacred body or the supreme bone, if a regular person obtains one, it's enough to resound through the ages, and no one has ever occupied both at the same time since the beginning of time. However, soon after, Ren Qianxiao shook his head to deny this idea, but the doubts in his heart were even more intense. Yes, yes, yes. It's the desolate ancient saint body Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, the smile on Shen Wangu's face instantly solidified, while his expression was still somewhat difficult. Why is it all right to suddenly mention him? Zhang Yi thought to himself that it wasn't because you brought it up first, or else the heaven's destiny diagram probably wouldn't have released such an outrageous mission. I desire to awaken it. Zhang Yi didn't hide anything and said bluntly. Shen Wangu's reaction was even more exaggerated than Ren Qianxiao's, waving his hands vigorously. No way. Never. If Yi Chen is allowed to awaken, I'm afraid the world will be in chaos. How is your relationship with him? Zhang Yi subconsciously ignored Shen Wangu's words and continued to pursue. That? I have an okay relationship with him, but he is definitely not a good person. When he was making a mess of the ancient era, even Father and the Demon Emperor didn't have half a way to take him. Shen Wangu showed embarrassment and skillfully changed the topic, hoping that Zhang Yi would realize the seriousness of the matter. He pursued Ren Qianxiao back then. If he knew that Ren Qianxiao is now following you, I'm afraid he would make a move against fellow Taoist Zhang. Shen Vanguard continued. Shen Wangu. Bringing up this past incident, Ren Qianxian's face turned red, and he didn't know whether he was infuriated or ashamed, but his voice was extraordinarily angry. Zhang Yi looked at Ren Qianxiao suspiciously. There was still such a past that existed, but as Shen Vanguard said, this was not a good thing for him. Eldest senior brother, back then Yi Chen did pursue me. But I didn't agree to him. There is no relationship between me and him. Ren Qianxiao panicked and explained, as if he was afraid that Zhang Yi would misunderstand. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I'm sure Ren Qianxiao has told you what Yi Chen said before he was sealed, and with your current relationship with Ren Qianxiao, there's really no need for you to wake him up. Shen Vanguard patiently persuaded. Zhang Yi was also frowning. This was really a difficult problem. How can we wake up Yi Chen unharmed? What about what you said before about the Sword Saint's heir and the Barbarian Saint's son? Zhang Yi thought about it. Perhaps it was possible to try to defeat magic with magic. Those two are Yi Chen's #1 lapdogs. If you wake Yi Chen up, Yi Chen will definitely find a way to wake them up, and then the trouble will be big. Shen Wangu instantly understood Zhang Yi's mind and hastily dispelled this dangerous thought of his. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's head was filled with black lines, feeling very difficult to deal with. How did those two become Yi Chen's lapdogs for good reason? That's just it. He's only at the late Yuaning stage of cultivation now. Even if he makes a move, he won't necessarily be able to cut me down. Zhang Yi was distracted by the thought for a while, so he stopped thinking about it. He might as well wait until the mission was completed. Anyway, with Yi Chen's strength, it was not really certain that he would be able to kill him. Chapter 122. I will go forth though thousands. Do you have any idea where he is sealed? Zhang Yi had already made up his mind that he wouldn't change his mind even if the two of them talked through the sky. Mainly because he didn't have a choice either. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life suffering in a bath of fire. No, and why are you so persistent, fellow Taoist Zhang? Shen Wangu is also with the previous Rinchensho general, full of doubts, but thanks to his brain power is relatively strong. Quickly reacted, patted his thighs and said, "Wait, is it hard to believe that this is also the will of heaven? Fellow Taoist Zhang, you don't want Yi Chen to follow you as well, do you?" In an instant, Shen Wangu admired Zhang Yi, and even if he let Rinchenshen follow him, he actually hit his idea on Yi Chen. Indeed, counting the wind flow of people, but also look at this day, admire, admire, admire. Shen Wangu arched his hand and clasped his fist with a face of admiration. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and was speechless for a while, admiring Shen Wangu's brainstorming ability. Since it is the will of heaven, I will definitely help fellow Taoist Zhang in this matter. As far as I know, the place where the desolate ancient hall was located back then is the present-day desolate ancient forbidden land. Shen Wangu showed a look of reminiscence and said in a deep voice, "The ancient forbidden land? That's the forbidden place that's rumored to eat people." Chan Shaokuai frowned. There were 3 major forbidden places in the Wuling continent, and this ancient forbidden place was undoubtedly the most mysterious among them, and no one had ever walked out alive from it in so many years. It is rumored that the desolate ancient forbidden earth is the place where the corpses, blood and flesh of the desolate ancient sacred bodies coalesced after they fell in successive generations, in which the desolate ancient qi is all over the place, and an ordinary person will not be able to withstand it, but fellow Taoist Zhang, who possesses a supreme bone, will be able to withstand it. Shen Wangu analyzed his head, and he didn't seem to have much fear of the desolate ancient forbidden land. I possess the devouring devil technique. The desolate ancient qi of the desolate ancient forbidden earth can't affect me. Rinchensho was also completely unafraid. Since Zhang Yi was going, she naturally had to follow. I possess the 9-tailed sacred blood in my body, so naturally, I'm not afraid of the desolate ancient forbidden earth either. Chen Shaokuei also said unwillingly. But isn't the danger of the desolate ancient forbidden land a bit too simple if it's only the desolate ancient qi? As far as I know, there are great emperors who have perished in it. The desolate ancient forbidden earth was the most mysterious forbidden earth in the Wuling continent, and with very little known about it, Chen Shaokuai was still more or less cautious about it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi also frowned, deeply feeling a headache. Actually being in the middle of the desolate ancient forbidden earth, can't we let people save a little bit of trouble? Zhang Yi's heart was also a little abashed. After all, so many years can never heard of any person from the ancient forbidden land came out. The unknown existence is often the most horrible. Fellow Taoist Zhang, the desolate ancient forbidden earth is certainly filled with many dangers. But I believe that this is the will of heaven, and if you are heading there, I will accompany you. Shen Wangu's trust in Zhang Yi had even reached the point of blindness, and as the son of the human emperor, he naturally would not have fewer means of preserving his life in his hands. But, since it's a mission issued by the heavenly fate map, it shouldn't be a dead end. In order not to be burned by lust fire, this deserted ancient forbidden land must still be traveled. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yi made a decision with firm eyes. It was actually a good choice. Going to the desolate ancient forbidden earth might be able to get out in one piece, but if you didn't go, you'd be waiting to be burned by lust fire. You guys wait here for me for a bit. I'll go say goodbye to my master first. There was no telling how long it would take to go out this time, so Zhang Yi decided to meet Yue Yao before he left. When Zhang Yi appeared at the top of Moon Shadow Peak, his heartbeat involuntarily accelerated when he saw the familiar magnificent figure. Finally, there was a hint of blame in Yue Yao's tone. and she looked as if she had been waiting here for Zhang Yi for quite some time. As soon as Zhang Yi surged Yue Yao into his arms from behind, a special scent of fragrance instantly hit his nose, and the softness of the sensation even made him fall into it a few times. Yao, the last few days have been spent in closed-door cultivation, and I feel that it won't be long before I break through the yuanying stage. Zhang Yi came close to whispering in Yue Yao's ear. Are you going to break through to yuanying so soon? Yue Yao was a bit surprised, but inside, she was more delighted. So it seems that we both made the right choice. Since being with you, my cultivation has also skyrocketed, as if I've already felt the bottleneck of the heavenly Tao, and now I'm just waiting for the immortal path to descend. Yue Yao felt something in her heart and murmured in a low voice. Before this, even though she had become a great emperor, she had been burned by the emperor fire and suffered from its pain. But now, instead of fully suppressing the emperor fire, she could even feel the existence of the heavenly Tao. Once one's cultivation breaks through a great emperor, they will endure the burning of the emperor's fire, and once they can't suppress it, they will lose their souls, which is why so many great emperors want to ascend the path to immortality. It is rumored that the birth of the emperor's fire was the heavenly Tao's restraint on the great emperor, who was unwilling to let the great emperor stay in the mortal world for too long. But since the ancient times, after the war between the human emperors, the immortal road collapsed, and has not appeared for so many years, and in the long river of history I do not know how many great emperors lost their lives with the emperor fire. By the way, Ren Qianqiu seems to have seen something, so be careful in front of her afterward. Yue Yao suddenly remembered something and reminded in a low voice. The relationship between the two of them couldn't be made public right now. Otherwise this would definitely be a heavenly crisis for Zhang Yi. Not to mention how many people were in love with Yue Yao in the Wuling continent. He couldn't even get a foothold in the Dao sect alone. Ren Qianqiu? I'll knock her out. Zhang Yi had also noticed something, so he happened to take advantage of this trip to the desolate ancient world to knock her out. What is it that you came to see me about this time? Yue Yao turned around and came face to face with Zhang Yi. Both of them could even feel each other's breath, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Zhang Yi stared at Yue Yao's exquisite face for a moment and was actually a bit lost in thought. He couldn't help but want to go up, but was blocked by Yue Yao's hand. Not now. Yue Yao showed a shy face, and after a pause, she added, after you break through to yuanying. Zhang Yi was encouraged and his heart was excited. Keep your word. Zhang Yi also came back to his senses and looked at Yue Yao reluctantly. Yao, this time I came here because I have something important to discuss with you. I intend to head to the desolate ancient forbidden earth to go and awaken Yi Chen. Desolate ancient forbidden earth?
Ye Chen?
Yue Yao's expression immediately became tense. Yao, there's no need to be nervous. This trip is also a must. Besides, Shen Wangu and Ren Qianqiu, they will all follow me, nothing will happen.
Zhang Yi softly releved Yue Yao.
Who is Yi Chen? Do you know that even I wouldn't dare to step foot in the desolate ancient forbidden land easily? Yue Yao questioned. Yi Chen is a desolate ancient sacred body from the ancient era. This trip is to awaken it. I know that the desolate ancient forbidden earth is full of dangers, but what fear of dangers do my generation of cultivators have? I will carry on even though there are millions of people. Zhang Yi did not want to make Yue Yao worry, and deliberately made a grandiose appearance and said, Chapter 123, The Ancient Hurricane. Good. You go. If there's any danger in the desolate ancient forbidden land, notify me anytime with the moon shadow order and I'll be the first to arrive. Yue Yao looked moved, impressed by Zhang Yi's words, and even more so, she felt that Zhang Yi had truly put his life on the line for the sake of cultivation, so she naturally had to support him. She wanted Zhang Yi to know that she was the most solid back behind him. Seeing that Yue Yao agreed so readily, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be a bit surprised, as if Yue Yao's attitude towards him had changed drastically ever since he refined the heavenly moon sword. Yao, don't forget what you promised me. When I break through the yuanying, I will be the first to look for you. Zhang Yi pointed to his lips and laughed with bravado. Yue Yao turned her back and ranted without any good manners. No proper form. Go early and come back early. Be careful not to force everything. Wait for my return. Zhang Yi said goodbye with satisfaction and left Moon Shadow Peak with a flash of his body. When he returned to the Forgotten River Cliff once again, everyone was fully loaded and ready to go, just waiting for Zhang Yi to give the order. Have you spoken to Patriarch Moon? Shen Wangu asked with a concerned expression. Well, set sail for the desolate ancient forbidden land. With a wave of his arm, Zhang Yi led his group of people in a grandiose manner to the desolate ancient forbidden earth. This line of people currently represented the top fighting force of the younger generation of the Wuling continent, and it just so happened that all of these people converged on the Dao sect, which showed the power of the Dao sect's contemporary qi, or rather, the power of Zhang Yi's qi. But in times of prosperity and chaos, the strongest will choose the best trees to live in. The desolate ancient forbidden land was located in the westernmost part of the Wuling continent, and even with Zhang Yi's speed, it took half a day for them. When they are closer to the ancient forbidden land, the more rare people and even the living souls do not see much, as far as the eye can see, are full of desolate, like a desert-like silence. See that barren hall? That's the center of the desolate ancient forbidden earth, and it's no surprise that Yichun is sealed there, and we've stepped into the desolate ancient forbidden earth 10 miles further on. Shun Wangu pointed at an extremely presentable hall in front of him and said with a grave expression on his face, "Time has changed. I still remember that at that time in the ancient era, the desolate ancient hall was also one of the best in the world, but it's a pity that it was ultimately drowned in the dust of the times." Ren Qianxian looked at the barren everything in front of him and seemed to think of the prosperity of the desolate ancient hall before. In the ancient times, this place was also a forbidden place. The only difference is that the people here live in peace and prosperity. Let's meet the legendary desolate ancient saint body. Zhang Yi was apprehensive as he carefully stepped inside the ancient forbidden earth, and immediately felt a vast and terrifying aura greet him, desolate and ancient, making it seem as if he had experienced vicissitudes in the earthly world. Zhang Yi immediately stimulated the supreme bone in his body, while his supreme Dao robe also emitted a faint glow, easily resisting all of that power. The others also followed closely behind Zhang Yi, using their means to counteract the force as if they were all unaffected. There are no ordinary people on this trip, and there is the young Supreme, the son of the human emperor, the nine-tailed demon fox, and the daughter of the demon emperor. Without any delay, the few people carefully headed towards the desolate ancient hall. After all, this was the territory belonging to the desolate ancient sacred body, so they could not afford to be sloppy. Buzz off! But just as they had taken a few steps, they suddenly felt an ear-piercing sound coming from their ears, and the void began to tremble continuously as countless gravel surged into the void, forming a terrifying hurricane vortex as if it was going to swirl everyone into it. Not good. It's the desolate ancient hurricane. We mustn't get caught up in the desolate ancient hurricane, or else even a great emperor will be in mortal danger. Shun Wangu recognized the origin of the hurricane at a glance and said with a terrified gaze, "Run!" Shun Wangu waved his human emperor axe, a raging sharp blade and the draconic hurricane force fighting against each other, buying him time to escape. Ren Qianxian also waved her devouring demon whip in a hurry, drawing a black hole in the void, and only then did her figure regain its freedom. Zhang Yi, who was wearing the supreme Dao robe, was not affected in the slightest, and could retreat in one piece at any time. But he realized that Chen Shaoke, who had revealed her true body to display the power of the Nine Tails, was still imprisoned in the void, and had no ability to get out at all. Not good. The power of the Nine Tails is still too weak, and she has not yet fully fused with the nine-tailed sacred blood, so she is simply unable to withstand the power of the desolate ancient hurricane. Shin Wangu saw the crux of the problem at a glance, but he wasn't prepared to step in to help, and he didn't have the strength to do so. The desolate ancient hurricane was formed by the sand condensed from the desolate ancient sacred body, and it just so happened that the strongest thing about the desolate ancient sacred body was the physical body, so how could Chen Shao Kuai's district late-stage spirit transformation stage be able to withstand it? It's over. I hope she doesn't drag eldest brother down. Ren Qianxiao was afraid that Zhang Yi would be influenced by Chen Xiaokui. It is really afraid of what will come, only to see the original are ready to turn away. Zhang Yi saw Chen Xiaokui trapped, and then turn back. A pull Chen Xiaokui will want to break through this void confinement. Eldest brother, don't worry about me. Big deal. I'll just break another tail. Chen Xiaokui was anxious, her vitality was strong. The worst thing that could happen to her would be nothing more than another broken tail. But Zhang Yi was a different story, and she did not want to drag Zhang Yi down. You already broke a tail for me when you were in the Great Barbarians before. This time, I won't let you break your tail. Zhang Yi shook his head blandly, his tone incomparably domineering. A mere draconic hurricane wasn't hard enough to defeat him. Big brother. Chen Xiaokui's eyes were filled with a touching color. At this moment she could not wait to give her body to her, and a trace of pride surged within her heart. Who said she was wrong about the guy in the first place? Step forward. She's going to punch people in the face. Break. Only to see Zhang Yi pulling Chen Shaoke with a loud shout, he pushed the three powers of the wind and cloud boots, supreme Dao robe, and supreme bone to the extreme, and along with a dazzling flash of sacred golden light, the void trembled even more violently.
Gating.
As if hearing the sound of the void shattering, Chen Shaoke finally regained her freedom, and with Zhang Yi running his wind and cloud boots at full power, in the blink of an eye, she was far away from the ancient hurricane and could no longer feel its threat. Seeing this, Ren Qianshao and Xin Wangu both breathed a sigh of relief and immediately came to the side of the two in a flash as well. Taoist Zhang is so skillful that he has broken the confinement of the desolate ancient hurricane hard. Xin Wangu clasped his hands and arched his hands in admiration. And Ren Qianshou's expression was a bit unkind as he stared at Chen Xiaoke and warned, "Nine Tails, if you only have this much strength you'd better hurry up and leave the desolate ancient forbidden earth, so as not to drag eldest senior brother down. Just now can be Ren Qianxian scared, if a little careless can be broken bones. I'm not going to drag everyone down anymore." Chen Xiaokuai clenched her teeth and said with stubborn eyes, "Just you." Ren Qianshou was still about to count Chen Xiaokuai out, but was stopped by Zhang Yi's lighthearted, "Enough!" Chapter 124. The Seal of the Human Emperor and the Demon Emperor's Flag. Humph! Only after being reprimanded by Zhang Yi in such a manner did Ren Qianshou stop, only to snort coldly and glare ferociously at Chen Xiaokuai with her eyes. "Eldest brother, I'm sorry. I won't cause you any trouble after that." Chen Xiaokuai lowered her head and said with guilt. She knew that if Zhang Yi hadn't made a move, she was afraid that she would have to break a tail again, and it was true that this ancient forbidden land was not so good. No wonder so many people were just in and out, and it was only at the edge that it was so dangerous. "No harm done, be safe." Zhang Yi waved his hand. Chen Xiaokuai had followed him for so long. He would naturally help if he could. If it was true that even he could not do anything about it, he wouldn't have rushed out. "Keep moving." Zhang Yi glanced deeply at the distant desolate ancient hall, but an ominous premonition rose in his heart. He always felt that this trip would not be too peaceful. What happened afterwards also proved that the party's desolate hurricane was nothing more than an appetizer. As Zhang Yi got closer to the desolate ancient hall, that ominous premonition grew stronger, which caused him to look at a few others and ask with a frown, "Do you all have an ominous premonition as well?" Who expected the remaining three to nod their heads in silent agreement. "I always feel that this makes eerie, as if something ominous will appear at any moment." Shen Wangu looked around with a worried expression and said with a wary look. Ren Qianshou also had a rare opportunity to not sing against Shen Wangu, nodding his head repeatedly and agreeing, "Yes, I have a similar feeling." Chen Xiaokuai, on the other hand, had her eyebrows tightly locked as she said in a deep voice, "I feel as if we're being watched by something. It can't be that there's a desolate ancient sacred body that survived from the ancient era that has its sights set on us. Can it?" Shen Wanguzi felt his scalp numb and subconsciously said. And just as his words fell, several people only felt a cracking sound coming from their ears as a pair of powerful arms blasted from their sides respectively, causing the void to tremble as if a burst of thunder exploded in their ears. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the place where they were before had been leveled to the ground, and an intense wave of air swept over them as if it was going to slice this space apart. It was also thanks to the fact that a few of them had been holding a vigilant mind, or else that punch alone would have been enough to pulverize a few people. Both arms of the desolate ancient sacred body. It can't be? How are we so unlucky? Shun Wangu felt the breath that remained above his arms and immediately cried out with a sullen look. Shin Wangu, shut your crow's mouth. Ren Qianshou frowned and chided, and was really told by Shin Wangu. The desolate ancient sacred body is famous for its strong physical body, and the power contained within these arms is even more terrifying. We can't get tough with him. Shun Wangu's heart was in retreat. This was the dual arms of the desolate ancient sacred body with the cultivation of a great emperor. Where could they resist? However, Shun Tian on Zhang Yi's shoulder was agitated, with a tiger-like expression on his face, as if he was staring at these arms. You want to devour this pair of desolate ancient saint body's arms? Zhang Yi understood Shun Tian's meaning for a second and asked tentatively. Meow, meow, meow. Shun Tian nodded his head vigorously in response, his eyes growing hotter as when he had seen the great Tao fragment. Worthy of being a heaven-swallowing dragon cat, it really dares to devour anything. Shun Wangu only felt a headache. He knew that next 8-9 out of 10, he would have to fight hard against the desolate ancient sacred body's two arms. Join hands. Subdue, suppress it. Zhang Yi nodded, and without saying a word, he drew out the heavenly sun sword and headed straight for the desolate ancient sacred body's arms, while at the same time utilizing the supreme Tao robe to the extreme, resisting the terrifying desolate ancient force. The 9 tails descend. Chen Shaokuai's heart had long glimpsed a breath of air, and with a loud shout, a huge nine-tailed shadow appeared behind him, and the 9 large tails were like locks through the heavens, transforming into a white stream of light that went straight for the desolate ancient sacred body's arms. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, also chopped out countless shocking sword awnings, and the supreme figure behind him crushingly blasted at the desolate ancient sacred body's arms. Boom, boom, boom. The desolate ancient sacred body's arms swung crazily, and a shocking fist shadow burst out, exploding in the void, colliding with the 9-tailed shadow and the supreme being's silhouette, setting off wave after wave. Shen Wangu and Ren Qianxiao were not idle either, one wielding the human emperor axe and the other wielding the devouring demon whip. In an instant, it was as if the human emperor and the demon emperor had appeared in the world, as 2 unparalleled forces simultaneously blasted towards the desolate ancient sacred body's arms, directly shattering the void. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, it suddenly felt like a vast force surged above the arms of the desolate ancient holy body, like an ancient figure reappearing. A low roar resounded in the ears of several people. Those who break into the desolate ancient forbidden land die. Desolate ancient sacred fist. At that moment, it was like a desolate ancient sacred body appearing in the world. The fist shadow in the void was like rain bombarding several people. This fist shadow was like a desolate ancient sacred body, each of which contained grandiose power. A great sense of oppression greeted them, and the divine abilities that several people had exerted shattered at this moment. This was the power of the desolate ancient sacred body. There was also the fact that even though this was just a pair of arms, he also belonged to the desolate ancient saint body, and his strength would be enough to prove everything.
PFFT.
The 9-tailed silhouette behind Chen Shaokuai was immediately disorganized by the blow, and his body was even retreating rapidly, and then he only felt his body's qi and blood surging, and his face was in a state of misery, with a touch of fresh blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. We can't hold eldest brother back any longer. Chen Shaokuai's expression was incomparably unsightly, and her hands began to rapidly form seals, immediately about to cast the 9-tailed mysterious art. For no other reason than to repay Zhang Yi for saving his life, but not waiting for her to cast, only to see Shen Wangu hands appeared a noble and sacred atmosphere of the golden seal, as if it can make the world's living beings subjugated to the general. The top is carved with 10,000 people, landscapes, seal of the human emperor, subdue suppress. Shen Wangu let out a loud shout, only to see the human emperor seal rapidly become larger, just like the Zhangshang descending. The greatness of the force was actually hard to pressure. One of the arms could not move. As for Ren Qianxian, a black flag also appeared on his hand, with countless skeleton runes on it, as well as mottled bloodstains, while exuding an evil aura, and the place where the flag was located was like a hell on earth. Demon Emperor Flag.
Seal.
Ren Qianqiao made a seal with both hands, his mouth reciting words, accompanied by a sinister wind blowing up, as if there were millions of sinister soldiers crossing the border, and in a matter of seconds, he sealed the other ancient sacred body's arm to death. Both Zhang Yi and Chen Shaokuai froze, also shocked by the power of the human emperor seal and the demon emperor flag, even as Zhang Yi did not even have the time to perform the heaven-swallowing divine skill. These two are worthy of being top-tier rich second generation. They have quite a lot of treasures on them. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh, while Chen Shaokuai was secretly relieved that she didn't continue to cast the 9-tailed secret technique. Buzz off! Even though one pair of arms was subdued suppressed and the other was sealed, they were still violently resisting, and the strong aura spread around, even turning all the surrounding sand and dust into smoke. Eldest brother, hurry up! Ren Qianxiao's delicate body was constantly trembling shaking, and her breath was a little unsteady as she urged. Chapter 125. A body. Fellow Taoist Zhang, hurry up! I can't hold out much longer either. Shen Wangu's body also began to tremble continuously, and the desolate ancient sacred body arm that was suppressed pressed by him resisted more and more violently, as if it would break free from the seal at any time. Shun Tian, get a grip! Knowing that they would not be able to suppress the desolate ancient sacred body's arms for too long with their strength, Zhang Yi also urged Shun Tian with a serious expression. Shoo! Shun Tian's figure flashed and went straight to the arm of the desolate ancient sacred body that Shen Wangu had suppressed, only to see that he revealed his true body. The heaven-swallowing divine patterns on his back were incomparably dazzling. An unparalleled devouring power erupted, and a bottomless black hole emerged behind his back, as if it could devour all things. Roar! After a roar, Shun Tian opened his scarlet bowl mouth, and the devouring power on his body was as monstrous as spring water enveloping the desolate ancient sacred body arm. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. A crisp chewing sound rang out, and the desolate ancient sacred body arm disappeared in front of a few people's eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye, while Shen Wangu also felt the resistance gradually diminish until it finally disappeared completely. Worthy of being a heaven-swallowing dragon cat, even the arm of the desolate ancient saint body can be eaten raw. Shen Wangu sucked in a breath of cool air, and was truly deeply shocked by the wave. He had gone through so much effort to suppress the desolate ancient sacred body arm, and yet Shun Tian had devoured it so easily. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, the arm of the desolate ancient sacred body, which was being pressed by Rinchen Cho, vibrated even more violently, and a gust of wind lifted up, almost blowing away the demon emperor flag. It was thanks to Rinchen Cho, who kept clenching his teeth and never let go even though the corners of his mouth were shaken with blood. "I've come to help you." Seeing the situation, Shen Wangu immediately manipulated the seal of the human emperor and added another seal on top of that desolate ancient sacred body's arm, instantly helping Rinchen Cho to reduce a lot of pressure. Even the power to resist dissipated quite a bit. This was the first time the two had joined forces, and it caused the two to look a bit odd. Thousands of years ago, they would never have dreamed that the two men who were originally mortal rivals would actually join forces one day, and it was all because of Zhang Yi's existence. After Shun Tian devoured that one desolate ancient sacred body arm, he headed straight for the other arm without any pause. As it was, devouring it was even easier due to the fact that this arm had endured the suppression of both the human emperor seal and the demon emperor flag. When Shun Tian devoured the remaining arm of the desolate ancient sacred body, the heaven-swallowing divine ripple on his back became more and more dazzling. His eyes became deeper, even his fur became more supple, and his cultivation level directly broke through to the late stage of spirit transformation, and he was only one step away from being a Yuaning. Shen Wangu and Rinchen Xian sighed in relief and put away the human emperor seal and the demon emperor flag one after another, and everything returned to calm. This time, after going through so much effort to make Shun Tian devour the desolate ancient sacred body arm, he should have an increased favor with me, right? Rinchen Xian naturally had her little heart this time when she was so sold out, and immediately wanted to reach out and touch Shun Tian, but she was still driven away by his grimacing teeth, which couldn't help but make Rinchen Xian a little lost and sad. "Unconscionable fellow, after going through so much effort to make you devour the desolate ancient sacred body arm, and still being so fierce, can it be true that the only way to make his attitude better is to be affectionate towards eldest senior brother?" Rinchen Xian muttered. Shen Wangu, however, glanced meaningfully at Rinchen Cho. "Rinchen Cho, hiding deep enough? I didn't expect that the demon emperor would even give you the famous demon emperor flag. Aren't you the same? With the seal of the human emperor in your hand, you can mobilize the seal of the crowned life, which can't be much worse than the demon emperor flag in my hand." Unable to show weakness, Rinchen Cho disliked back. "What's a man to do in the world without some means?" Shen Wangu smiled shamelessly. But both of them are very tacit understanding did not continue this topic. Both of their identities are extraordinary. Some means that is more than normal. Zhang Yi was actually curious as to how many other means these two had in their hands that he hadn't seen when he had fought them back then. If the two had used this kind of tactic when they were fighting, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. But I haven't utilized all of my means, so I hope that I can see all of them on this trip to the desolate ancients. Zhang Yi gave the two of them a meaningful glance, and then the group continued toward the desolate ancient hall. Perhaps because of the defeat of the desolate ancient sacred body's arm, there was no incident for a long stretch of the journey, until the time when night fell, the temperature plummeted, and the night sky flashed with bright stars, making this place seem exceptionally desolate and silent. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, why don't you take a rest first? I always feel a bit eerie this night." Shen Wangu swept around with some hairiness in his heart and said with a somewhat uneasy expression, "What do you think?" Zhang Yi stopped in his tracks, and he wasn't someone who was bent on having his own way. "I do think that we shouldn't delay. The sooner we reach the desolate ancient hall, the better. I just want to hurry up and leave this hellish place." Rinchen Xian didn't want to stay here for a moment longer, and by reaching the desolate ancient hall as soon as possible, he could leave as soon as possible. "I'll listen to Big Brother." Chan Xiaokuei was preoccupied on this journey, and it also made her deeply aware of her own lack of strength and her inability to help Zhang Yi, making him a bit depressed. "Then continue, there's too much uneasiness in the desolate ancient forbidden earth. Staying here for a long period of time is really not good for us." Zhang Yi made an immediate decision, and the few people continued to walk towards the desolate ancient hall. And just then, a magnificent figure appeared under the starry sky, standing in front of them, a figure without a head, without arms, with its navel transformed into a mouth. This is the body of the desolate ancient saint body? There's still an end to it. Shen Wangu felt the terrifying aura emanating from that sentence body, which could be quite a bit stronger than that pair of arms, and that oppressive feeling on his body wasn't even comparable to that of Yue Yao. Zhang Yi was also forced to stop in his tracks by the oppressive feeling and surveyed the body with a grave expression. Desolate ancient hall, idle hands stop. A very strange scene happened, only to see the navel of that body like a mouth closed and closed. Dull sound like a thunderbolt exploded in the ears of several people. From the voice, it wasn't hard to tell that this body was from the same person as the desolate ancient sacred body arm that appeared before. Fortunately, the body wasn't too hostile to them, at least not yet. Senior is the Zhao Sect's eldest senior brother, and I have no ill intentions in coming to the desolate ancient world. I just want to awaken Yi-chan and compete in this great world. Since there was no malice, Zhang Yi explained his intentions. I am Shen Wangu, son of the human emperor. I don't know the senior's name? Shen Wangu also introduced himself, wanting to set out the identity of the body, and perhaps climb some friendship. The youngest daughter of the demon emperor, Rinchen, has come to awaken Yi-chan. Rinchen also followed Zhang Yi and concurred. Chapter 126 Zhang Wushin. Interesting, the daughter of the demon emperor and the son of the human emperor actually came to the desolate ancient forbidden land together. Since he couldn't see the body's expression, but it wasn't hard to hear a hint of teasing in his tone. Only a pair of eyes from his chest glanced at Zhang Yi and Qin Shaoke. If I'm not mistaken, one of you two is a junior supreme and the other is a nine-tail. It's getting more and more interesting. Why are the two of you together? Shouldn't you be mortal enemies? However, he was still more interested in Shen Wangu and Rinchen, a situation that was simply impossible to see in the ancient times. If Rinchen hadn't followed fellow Taoist Zhang, how would I have traveled with her? Shen Wangu said arrogantly. Rinchen was also not willing to show weakness. If it wasn't for you stalking and following eldest brother, I would be willing to travel with you? It's because of the little guy from the Dao sect? Speaking of which, Li Guiyuan of the Dao sect should have already ascended, right? The body looked at Zhang Yi with some surprise. The Li Guiyuan he spoke of was none other than the founder of the Dao sect, and an existence that had amazed the ages. Speaking of which, Li Guiyuan was considered Zhang Yi's master ancestor, and Zhang Yi had not heard much about his legends. Master ancestor ascended 1,000 years ago. Zhang Yi nodded and said. He was a little confused about the state of this body today, and didn't even know whether it was dead or alive. Just now you said that the demon emperor's daughter has followed him? The body asked with some incredulity. Naturally, eldest brother has this qualification. Rinchen looked as normal. She had long gotten used to this status. TSK. I wonder what the reaction of that old man, the demon emperor, will be when he knows that you have followed him? It's a pity that won't be able to see it. At the end of the sentence, the body's voice was a little sad and a little regretful. In the next moment, only that body's gaze landed on Shun Tian on Zhang Yi's shoulder, followed by a powerful tugging force that pulled Shun Tian away from Zhang Yi. Both Shun Tian and Zhang Yi were defenseless, and by the time they came back to their senses, Shun Tian was already floating in front of the body's chest. This is the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, isn't it? I can't imagine that I can still see a heaven-swallowing dragon cat in this era. No wonder the demon emperor's daughter would follow you. Young man, you've got strong luck on you. So many heavenly prides converging around you. The body recognized Shun Tian's identity at a glance, and gave Zhang Yi a meaningful and deep look. Seeing that the other party recognized Shun Tian's identity, Zhang Yi was a little anxious in his heart. After all, the heaven-swallowing dragon cat did not have a good reputation in the ancient era, so he was afraid that the other party would exterminate it. You devoured my arm just now, didn't you? The body stared at Shun Tian dead in the face and asked. Shun Tian fiercely resisted, but the other party's power was too strong to be of any use. But Zhang Yi was ready to strike at any time, gripping the heavenly sun's sword in his hand tightly, and as long as there was a slight difference in his body, he would strike without hesitation. There's no need to be nervous. Since you're here to awaken Yi-chan, I naturally won't make a move against you. The young lord has been sleeping for so many years. It's time to awaken. Speaking of which, the voice of the body suddenly became a bit melancholy. Go back. Since you can survive in this era, There must be your reasoning, the matter of the heavenly Tao. I can't figure it out, and I don't dare to figure it out. The body stomped its feet, and the force that had imprisoned Shun Tian abruptly disappeared. And Shun Tian took advantage of this opening to return to Zhang Yi's shoulders. This also let a few of them breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the other party didn't make a move, everything was fine. Sure enough, that man was right. This world is a great world. Supreme beings and heavy pupils have appeared, and all the major ancient freaks have awakened. So I hope that Yi Chun will be able to ascend the path of immortality in this world. The body inexplicably exclaimed. You know about heavy pupil present? Zhang Yi was very sensitive to Yi Haoran's news. As soon as the other party mentioned the heavy pupil, he naturally associated it with Yi Haoran. He came to the desolate ancient forbidden land before you guys, and he has the same bloodline as Yi Chun in his body, so perhaps he has more hope of awakening Yi Chun. Only, whoever awakens Yi Chun will have no way of escaping death. He was naturally aware of Yi Chen's oath, but he didn't care about the lives and deaths of other people. He only cared about whether Yi Chun could awaken. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was like 5 thunderbolts. It's really unintentional. I can meet Yi Haoran even here. Zhang Yi even felt that the destinies of the two were deeply connected at a certain moment, or that the heavenly destiny chart was guiding him to draw closer to Yi Haoran. How else could it be so coincidental that Yi Haoran was in the desolate ancient forbidden territory, and the heavenly destiny diagram released a quest about the desolate ancient forbidden territory? I can't imagine that Yi Haoran actually has a bloodline relationship with Yi Chun. It would be good if he could awaken Yi Chun. Zhang Yi was never expecting that Yi Haoran's origin was actually so big that it could be related to the desolate ancient sacred body. Remember, if you are unable to awaken Yi Chun, I will personally tear you apart. With a loud shout, that body became more and more illusory and gradually dissipated into the void. Feelings after half a day, he just wanted to use Zhang Yi and their power to wake up Yi Chun, which is why they left their lives until now, and the other party simply did not care about Xin Wangu and Ren Chencho's identity. This person has such an odd temperament. Can it be that he's Yi Chen's protector back then? Jiang Wuhan? A figure suddenly appeared in Shen Wangu's mind. Only that person would be this rude and unconventional. Ren Chencho also nodded his head in agreement. It could really be him. If it's him, it's really a bit of a problem. This person is used to lawlessness. You have learned the identity of the man from the party? Why has he survived so far? Zhang Yi asked in disbelief. Shen Wangu shook his head. He should have already died. He just doesn't know by what secret method he preserved this trace of consciousness. The most troublesome thing is still his body. That pair of arms just now is enough to give us a headache. If it's the body, it's even more difficult to deal with. If we can find a way to annihilate the last vestige of his consciousness, he will be insufficient to fear. Shen Wangu said with a grave expression. Is it impossible for the power of the two of Yu's Yuaning to obliterate its consciousness? The power of the Yuaning specializes in the soul and spirit. Ren Chenchao and Shen Wangu shook their heads at the same time and said, Our Yuaning power is no match for his. I wonder if my heaven-swallowing divine skill will be able to devour the last vestige of his consciousness? Zhang Yi suddenly came up with an idea. He didn't want to have to deal with a Jiang Wuhan after dealing with Yi Chun and Yi Haoran. Go! Hurry up and head to the desolate ancient hall to see what Yi Haoran is trying to pull this time. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel slightly relieved at the thought that Yi Haoran was also in the desolate ancient forbidden land. Anyway, every time, no matter what machinations he had, he would end up doing Zhang Yi a favor. The ultimate hitman is said to be Yi Haoran. Yi Haoran, last time, you actually dared to run away behind my back. Eldest senior brother. Leave Yi Haoran to me to clean up. I will devour his heavy pupil power. Ren Chenxian gritted his teeth and took the initiative to ask for help. Chapter 127. Do you look down on me? Yes. Zhang Yi couldn't wait to let someone else make a move, so he immediately nodded in response. Several people hurried towards the desolate ancient hall, while Yi Haoran, who was already inside the desolate ancient hall, did not know that Zhang Yi and the others were also about to arrive. Inside the desolate ancient hall, one could only see Yi Haoran standing in the middle of the hall with a pious expression, and in front of him, a handsome-looking youth was sealed in a ball of crystals containing terrifying power, and this person was clearly the famous, mixed demon King Yi Chun. According to seniority, I should call you Grandpa. Now that I've been forced to go nowhere by that despicable and shameless villain Zhang Yi, the only way to kill him is for you and I to join forces. I have come here today to awaken you, and with the power of my bloodline, I will awaken you to prosperity in this life. Yi Haoran looked respectful as he bowed to Yi Chen in the crystal and murmured in a low voice. Even through the crystal, he could feel Yi Chen's power, and it strengthened the idea in his heart. This time, Yi Haoran was truly cornered before he tried to come to the desolate ancient forbidden earth to try his luck, and he had also learned from their Yi family registry that there was another desolate ancient sacred body of the Yi family that was sealed in the desolate ancient forbidden earth. When he first entered the desolate ancient forbidden land, Yi Haoran was still incomparably apprehensive. After all, the world had rumored that the desolate ancient forbidden land was dangerous. But when he really entered the desolate ancient forbidden land, he did not encounter the slightest danger, and everything went exceptionally well. Grandfather Ancestor, I will awaken you now, and I hope that you will join me in dealing with Zhang Yi after you awaken. Yi Haoran took a deep breath. His hands began to continuously make seals while his mouth was still chanting, and immediately he was ready to force out his essence blood to wake up Yi Chen. However, right at this moment, Zhang Yi brought a group of people to kill in the desolate ancient hall, which also managed to interrupt Yi Haoran's actions. Zhang Yi, why are you here? Now that Yi Haoran had a shadow in his heart when he saw Zhang Yi, his eyebrows twisted into a twisted rope. My whereabouts are already very secretive. Why do I meet him at the most critical moment every time? Can it be that he's here to rob me of my chance again this time? As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. Yi Haoran was really mentally shadowed by Zhang Yi, and he felt that he was living in Zhang Yi's shadow.
Ye Haoran.
What a coincidence. I never thought I'd meet you here. Ren Qianqiu immediately took out his devouring demon whip and sneered. Seeing that Ren Qianqiu was ready to make a move, Zhang Yi held her down. Don't be in a hurry to make a move first. At the same time, Zhang Yi signaled with her with his eyes, and Ren Qianqiu instantly realized what Zhang Yi meant and couldn't help but secretly give Zhang Yi a thumbs up. Yi Haoran, go ahead and pretend we don't exist. Zhang Yi waved his hand, signaling for Yi Haoran to continue waking up Yi Chen. This in turn made Yi Haoran a little uncertain, always feeling that something was wrong, but could not say exactly. Zhang Yi, what are you selling in your gourd? He couldn't believe that Zhang Yi didn't know Yi Chen's identity, but why was he still emboldened to let him wake him up? Yi Haoran, the opportunity is given to you. If you don't do it again, you won't have a chance? Don't say I bullied you again at that time. Knowing Yi Haoran's heavy suspicion, Zhang Yi simply took a step forward, forcing Yi Haoran's mind to tighten. Zhang Yi, no matter what plot you have, you won't be able to stop me. As long as I wake up my ancestral grandfather, all of you present will die here. Yi Haoran saw that Zhang Yi was about to make a move, so he couldn't think about it in time, and immediately forced out a thick blood of essence, which landed on top of that crystal in the sun. Immediately, a burst of blood light enveloped the crystal, and under the grandeur of the breath, a vast force of desolate ancient erupted from the crystal, causing the entire desolate ancient hall to tremble. Seeing this, Yi Haoran's breathing became rapid, and his expression became more and more excited. Soon, sure enough, my bloodline can awaken my ancestral grandfather. As long as ancestral grandfather awakens, no matter if it's that scumbag Zhang Yi or that person Ren Qianqiu, all of them will die for me. Yi Haoran seemed to have foreseen Zhang Yi's and their deaths, and a sinister smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Zhang Yi and the others were also looking forward to it. If Yi Haoran was able to wake up Yi Chen, it could save Zhang Yi and the others a lot of trouble. At least Yi Chen wouldn't make a move on them. The only thing that worried Zhang Yi was that he didn't know if the heavenly fate diagram would judge this mission as a failure if it was awakened by Yi Haoran. Buzz! The heavenly fate diagram seemed to sense Zhang Yi's thoughts and responded with some vibrations. As long as Yi Chen awakens within half a year and Zhang Yi is present, the mission will be considered a success. Yi Haoran, you must wake Yi Chen up. Zhang Yi secretly prayed in his heart. Looking at Yi Haoran's agitated appearance, it seemed that he still didn't know that Yi Chen had said that he would break the person who had awakened him into pieces, and he was really looking forward to the way they would kill each other when the time came. Eldest senior brother, this move of yours to kill with a borrowed knife is really good. Ren Qianxian gave a timely pat on the back. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Right at this moment, a crisp shattering sound came from the large desolate ancient hall, and a crack arose in the crystal that was shrouded by the blood light, and Yi Chen's aura gushed out from the crack, causing a fierce wind to blow in the desolate ancient hall. Zhang Yi, I'm not going to pretend with you now. Yi Chen is a member of the Yi family. According to seniority, he's my grandpa. If he were to come out of the world, the first thing he'd do would be to chop you all into pieces.
Zhang Yi.
You've taken my chances 3 times. This time your retribution is finally coming. You shouldn't have given me the time to wake up my grandpa in 1,000 ways. Yi Haoran called his grandpa with an extraordinarily affectionate hot tone, mocking Zhang Yi to his heart's content. Yi Haoran felt that he had finally raised his eyebrows. He had never stood up in front of Zhang Yi. And today he, heavy pupil Yi Haoran, finally stood up. Zhang Yi was not shocked but pleased when he saw a crack appear in the crystal that sealed Yi Chun, and the look of anticipation in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Yi Haoran couldn't help but be a little curious. But he saw that the other few people were also in a posture of watching the situation, pressing no sense of panic. What's going on? Ancestral grandfather is about to awaken. Why are they still so calm? The smile on Yi Haoran's face ended abruptly, puzzled. However, just at this time, the blood light that shrouded the crystal faded, and the vastness of the desolate ancient power gradually weakened, as if Yi Chun had no signs of coming out of the world at all. How? I'm clearly following what's in the clan register? Yi Haoran was messed up. He also finally understood why Zhang Yi and the others held a playful smile just now. It turned out that they didn't believe that he could wake up Yi Chun from the beginning. It turned out that they regarded him as a joke from the beginning. Yi Haoran was angry, very angry, and immediately spilled more essence blood on top of the crystal. He wanted to awaken Yi Chun by spilling the power of the Yi family's bloodline into the blue sky. No one could look down on him, especially Zhang Yi, just as he was excited. But he didn't notice that the disappointment on Zhang Yi's several faces was even more intense than his. And he was even more unaware that no one wanted him to wake up Yi Chun more than Zhang Yi did. Chapter 128. The Supreme Bloodline. Good. Continue, Yi Haoran. You mustn't let me down. You must wake up Yi Chun. Zhang Yi secretly cheered Yi Haoran in his heart, and all of them looked at Yi Haoran with nervous and expectant expressions. However, Yi Haoran felt offended and gritted his teeth. You guys don't need to be in a hurry. Give me some more time. I'll be able to wake up my grandpa. Buddha is burning incense, and people are fighting for a breath of air. Zhang Yi wanted to tell Yi Haoran, don't be in a hurry. Take your time. As long as you can wake up Yi Chun, everything is fine. When Yi Qingtian's essence blood once again basked on top of the crystal, this time only a faint blood light rose. The aura was completely incomparable to the previous one, and it could even be said that the crystal did not react at all. Yi Haoran collapsed, disbelief written all over his face. No, impossible. Everything I did was in accordance with the Yi family's ancient books. Why didn't my grandpa react? Yi Haoran was unwilling, even a little crazy, triggering the power of the bloodline once again. A large amount of essence blood once again basked on top of the crystal, but it was still like last time without the slightest reaction. Yi Haoran sat on the ground in a state of disorientation. For a while he was a bit unable to accept this fact. Spilling a large amount of essence blood 3 times had more or less made him a bit weak. His face looked a bit pale. Grandfather ancestor, why haven't you awakened? What did I do wrong? Yi Haoran Chui head lost his temper, and behind him there was the eyeing Zhang Yi and his entourage. I think this time I'm afraid that it will be fierce. Seeing this, Zhang Yi and a few others couldn't help but feel a bit lost. Yi Haoran really did let me down after all. He didn't wake up Yi Chun after all. Is it hard to get me to make a move? Zhang Yi sighed and slowly walked over to the sealed Yi Chun, as he had done when he was in the Great Zhou mountain range, and examined him carefully. However, he didn't know how to wake up Yi Chun, and he was at a loss regarding this matter. When Yi Haoran saw Zhang Yi walk up to his side, he immediately came to life and mocked. What? Is it possible that you still want to wake up my grandpa? As a descendant of the Yi family, I couldn't even wake him up, let alone you, an outsider. You think I want to wake him up? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and looked at Yi Haoran like he was looking at an idiot. Humph. My ancestral grandfather is a desolate ancient sacred body. Is it not something that you and the others can awaken? Yi Haoran seemed to be very proud of Yi Chun, and even his chest unconsciously straightened quite a bit when he mentioned Yi Chun. Since he hadn't awakened Yi Chun this time, Yi Haoran's gaze had already begun to wander around the desolate ancient hall, his mind calculating how to run away. As expected, every time he met Zhang Yi, nothing good would come out of it, either on the run or on the way. While Zhang Yi's attention was on Yi Chun at this time, thanks to Ren Shenxian who had been keeping an eye on Yi Haoran, he immediately used his devouring demon whip to wrap Yi Haoran in a ball. Yi Haoran, since you've encountered it this time, you shouldn't think of escaping. Ren Shencho's face was like ice and frost. The thing she hated most in her life was traitors. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still value in keeping Yi Haoran right now, she was afraid that she would have already made a move to exterminate him. Yi Haoran's face was ashen, Under the control of the devouring demon, Whip, his internal spiritual energy was also suppressed, coupled with the previous loss of a large amount of essence blood. There was no way to escape. Are we really going to fall here this time? Yi Haoran had never faced such a desperate situation before, mainly because he hadn't expected to meet Zhang Yi and the others here either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unprepared at all. Yi Haoran then dropped his gaze on Zhang Yi and secretly prayed, I now wish that Zhang Yi could wake up my ancestor grandfather. Only then will there be a ray of hope. It was hard to imagine that Yi Haoran had actually placed all of his hopes of survival on the matter of Zhang Yi waking up Yi Chun. Zhang Yi placed his palm on top of the crack in the crystal, carefully feeling the ancient aura emanating from it, and slowly closed his eyes, only to feel as if his consciousness was being pulled, as if he was plunged into an endless chaos. When he opened his eyes again, he only felt a burst of dizziness, and the Shun Tian around him disappeared, and the surroundings were even darker, so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. What kind of place is this? Can it be that it's Yi Chen's space of consciousness? Zhang Yi was incomparably curious and carefully explored around. But the next moment, he only felt that the dark space was fighting and shifting. The world gradually became bright, and the ancient and barren scene appeared in front of his eyes. A figure emerged in front of his eyes, and it was none other than Yi Chun when he was a teenager. In just a few short breaths of time, he had almost witnessed Yi Chen's life. He saw Yi Chun chopping the dragon, and he also saw Yi Chun chopping the ancient world with one sword, and he also saw Yi Chun chopping the ancient world with one sword. With a tearing, cracking sensation coming from him, Zhang Yi's consciousness regained its wakefulness, only that his eyes were filled with a look of shock. Yi Chen's life was too wonderful, and it was worthy of the title of Mixed Demon King. Through what he had seen just now, Zhang Yi felt that Yi Chun was fearless and lived an exceptionally free life, being a true cultivator. Fellow Taoist Zhang, what happened just now? Xin Wangu realized that something was wrong with Zhang Yi and hurriedly came up to ask. It was as if I had just seen Yi Chen's life. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said with complicated eyes, HM? I can actually sense Yi Chen's consciousness. In that case, perhaps you really are the only one who can awaken Yi Chun. Might as well try to see if you can wake him up with your bloodline power. Xin Wangu's eyes lit up and he immediately proposed. Zhang Yi nodded. It was the only thing that could be done at this point in time. Even the power of my bloodline couldn't wake up Grandpa Ancestor. In my opinion, you'd better sacrifice your life to wake up Grandpa Ancestor. Yi Haoran didn't think highly of Zhang Yi. After all, he was from the same lineage as Yi Chun, and his bloodline power was bound to be better than Zhang Yi's. Shut up! Ren Qianxiao shouted angrily, and a loud slap landed on Yi Haoran's face. She was really not polite to Yi Haoran at all. Yi Haoran spat out a fresh blood from his mouth and looked at Ren Qianqiao in anger. His fierce eyes were eager to kill Ren Qianqiao by 1,000 cuts. You stare at me one more time and I'll hollow out your eyes. Ren Qianqiao made an eye-gouging motion and threatened viciously. This startled Yi Haoran, and he immediately withdrew his gaze and looked at the ground with a goaded look. At this moment, Zhang Yi was forcing his essence blood out of his body, only to see a blood containing with the power of the Supreme being spilling on top of the crystal, and the sky was like a rain of blood, instantly dyeing that human-shaped crystal red. Buzz off! For a while, the blood light was greatly released. In this blood light, there was also a touch of golden light. Even the crystal began to vibrate continuously. The movement was much greater than the movement Yi Haoran had made at the beginning. How? Is this possible? Seeing this, Yi Haoran felt as if he had been dealt a blow and looked at the human-shaped crystal incredulously. Chapter 129. I wake you up. Click! Click! A burst of crisp breaking sounds came, spreading out in all directions with the crack that had appeared on that crystal before as the center. Under the monstrous blood light, countless cracks appeared on top of the crystal, like a giant dragon emerging from it and roaming around, while the ancient aura of Yi Chen's body was even more pervasive throughout the entire ancient hall, and an inexplicable sense of oppression emanated from it. He wouldn't really be able to awaken his grandpa, would he? His bloodline power actually works better than mine. Yi Haoran's mood was complicated. One was loss, the other was doubt. No, he obviously knew the relationship between me and my grandpa. Why did he still want to wake up my grandpa? There must be some kind of conspiracy in this? Yi Haoran was all screwed out of his mind, that the more he thought about it, the more wrong he was. His intuition told him that he should run away now, but unfortunately, his actions had been restricted by the devouring demon whip. Bang! Suddenly, those crystals had been dyed blood red, and with a loud bang, the sky of blood-colored crystals spilled out all around the desolate ancient hall, and an incomparably strong aura erupted out. Yi Chen's body blossomed with a touch of divine light. His supreme figure was revealed in front of several people. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he had traveled through the ages, time and space had stopped, and he was the only one left in the entire world. His ice-cold gaze was fixed dead center on Zhang Yi, and a sense of oppression pressed toward him. Zhang Yi also hastily mobilized the supreme power within his body to counteract it, which prevented him from being weaker by a head. Worthy of being a desolate ancient saint body, it's stronger than anyone I've seen so far. Awake! This mixed-up demon king has finally awakened. I wonder what kind of bloody storm will be stirred up in this era? Shen Wangu looked at Yi Chen with a complicated look on his face. His heart and mind were very complicated. Ren Qianqiu also looked at the magnificent Yi Chen with an odd expression. After all, it was still eldest senior brother who awakened him. Perhaps this is probably the will of heaven. Oh? Teenage Supreme? Kind of interesting. Yi Chen took a deep breath and raised his eyebrows, sizing up Zhang Yi with interest. To be able to resist his pressure with a late-stage spirit transformation cultivation level was truly something that made him think highly of him. Did you wake me up? Yi Chen's face was as frosty as ice, and his chilling voice carried a gust of killing intent. Unfortunately, Yi Haoran didn't feel it. He only knew that his only chance of survival was in Yi Chen. So naturally, he couldn't let Yi Chen think that it was Zhang Yi who had awakened him, and grabbed the opportunity to say, "Ancestral grandfather, it was me who awakened you with the power of the Yi family bloodline. It has nothing to do with him. Ancestral grandfather. They actually tried to murder me while I was weak. You must do it for me." Yi Haoran pretended to be pitiful and couldn't care less about his face. It was important to live first. Besides, it's not a scandal to play poor in front of your own grandpa. He originally thought that Zhang Yi would retort back to him in a stern voice, but he ultimately made a mistake, only to see Zhang Yi looking at him with an odd expression, especially Zhang Yi, who also had a meaningful smile on his face. Right? It was Yi Haoran who awakened you with the power of the Yi family's bloodline. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Yi nodded his head in acknowledgement, waving his hands to clear the air with himself. He was still worried about how to clear the relationship, but unexpectedly, this Yi Haoran took the initiative to open his mouth and admit it, which was a big help to Zhang Yi. Yi Haoran, oh. Yi Haoran was baffled. The plot development shouldn't be like this, but he couldn't really figure out what was wrong. Yi family bloodline? Heavy pupils? It was you who awakened me. Yi Chen's eyes were a bit confused. The first person he saw after he woke up was Zhang Yi, and he subconsciously assumed that it was Zhang Yi who woke him up. However, under observation, it was found that Yi Haoran had a Yi family bloodline and also possessed heavy pupils, so it was really possible that Yi Haoran had awakened him. Interesting. Supreme bone and heavy pupil again. This world is truly a great world. What teenage supreme? What heavy pupil have to bow down under my body under me? This life, when belongs to me, Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled meaningfully, and a fierce battle intent flashed through the depths of his eyes, with a great aura of looking out of the world.
Yi Chen.
Does it still remember me? Shen Wangu pretended to be enthusiastic and came forward. Shen Wangu, the son of the human emperor? You've actually awakened as well. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Who else has awakened? Did my two youngest brothers awaken? Yi Chen realized that the time he had awakened was already considered late, fearing that he had missed something big. None of them have awakened yet. But Shen Wangu's gaze glanced at Ren Qianqiu as he said this, but he realized that Yi Chen had already noticed Ren Qianqiu, only to see that just now the unbeatable Yi Chen froze in place. His eyes were full of deep feelings. A flash came to the front of Ren Qianqiu, just about to reach forward to touch Ren Qianqiu's face, but was flashed away by Ren Qianqiu, and he had no choice but to show a touch of embarrassment and not lose the politeness of the smile will be the hand shrink back. Thousand sorrows. After so many years of not seeing you, you're still as beautiful as ever. Yi Chen was deeply moved by his feelings and softly said. At this moment, where did he look like the rumored one who was a mixed-up demon king? He was clearly just a man who was infatuated. Sure enough, I can't imagine that after so many years have passed. This brat Yi Chen still can't get enough of Ren Qianqiu. It was as if all of this was expected by Shen Wangu, and he did not feel surprised in the slightest. On the contrary, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown. This Yi Chen being so deeply in love with Ren Qianqiu was not necessarily a good thing for him. Yi Chen, didn't you threaten to kill the person who woke you up? Why haven't you done it yet? Ren Qianqiu didn't have a good face towards Yi Chen. He just pointed at Yi Haoran with an icy expression. She had long wanted to make a move on Yi Haoran, Waiting until now was not easy. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, or I'd almost forgotten about it. Yichen patted his head and went straight to Yi Haoyan. He didn't care in the slightest about the bloodline relationship between him and Yi Haoyan. Yi Haoyan panicked, finally realizing what the problem was. Despicable! It turns out that from the very beginning they knew that the person who woke up their grandpa would die. No wonder they always wanted me to wake up my grandpa. No wonder they didn't refute me when I took the credit. All the doubts were solved at this moment, but this was no credit, it was simply a death wish. Ancestral grandfather, misunderstanding. It wasn't me who woke you up. It was him who woke you up. It has nothing to do with me at all. Yi Haoyan hurriedly brushed off the relationship, his head shaking like a rattle. However, Yi Chun did not move much, walking towards Yi Haoyan step by step, each step filled with a huge pressure, like a god of death approaching towards Yi Haoyan. Grandfather ancestor, it really wasn't me. It's all a conspiracy. They're all in cahoots. You've just woken up and probably don't know that Rinchen has already followed Zhang Yi. From the look in Yi Chen's eyes, how could Yi Haoyan not know how he felt about Rinchen? And immediately threw out a heavy bomb, wanting to burn the fire to Zhang Yi. Chapter 130. The Chosen One. What? 1,000 sorrows will follow him? Is he worthy? Yi Chen's veins rippled on his forehead, and the desolate ancient force on his body spread out uncontrollably in all directions, as if he wanted to completely destroy all of this space. Yi Haoyan, who was the closest to him, was deeply affected, and his body's qi and blood were even more surging, and he almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood, thanks to which he operated his heavy pupil at the critical moment, and resisted the breath with the power of life. Grandfather ancestor, everything I said is true. This is something that the world knows. I have no need to lie to you, nor do I have the guts to do so. Yi Haoyan felt the power of Yi Chen's strength, and became more and more determined to sow discord, and make sure to make Yi Chen an enemy of Zhang Yi. Yi Chen took a deep breath and put his body's aura away, but his face was terribly gloomy as he turned to look at Rinchen and inquired, Chen Cho, is what he said true? This was the truth, and Rinchen had nothing to hide, and graciously admitted. Eldest senior brother is the chosen one of heaven, and he is the only one in the world today who is qualified to have me follow him. Silence, deathly silence, like the eve of a storm. Ha ha ha. Good. What a chosen one. Yi Chun laughed with a maniacal expression, but his eyes were incomparably fierce as he looked at Zhang Yi. I'd like to see what kind of goods this heaven's chosen one is, to actually make you willingly follow 1,000 sorrows. Yi Chen's figure flashed, and between his hands forming a seal, the vast power of the desolate ancient force condensed into a giant fist, heading straight for Zhang Yi. Rinchen secretly said something bad and quickly blocked in front of Zhang Yi. Not good. Definitely can't let them exchange blows. Nowadays, eldest senior brother is only at the late stage of spirit transformation, while Yi Chun has already reached the late stage of yuanying. That huge fist in the void eventually stopped in front of Rinchen, only that the void around the huge fist continuously trembled, as if it would collapse at any moment. 1,000 sorrows. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. Yi Chun had loved Rinchen deeply for so many years, so naturally, he would not hurt Rinchen half a hair. I have made a blood oath that whoever dares to injure eldest senior brother is having a hard time with me, Rinchen, and I will definitely put him to death. Yi Chun, if you want to be my enemy, just go ahead and do it. Rinchen looked cold and murderous as he said seriously. A flash of surprise flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. His expression was helpless, and in the end, he let out a long sigh and put the giant fist away very unwillingly. Is this the so-called chosen one? Only hiding behind women. With Rinchen in the way, it was naturally not good for him to continue striking, but that didn't stop him from taunting Zhang Yi. Damn! Spoiled by this person again. Yi Haoyan cursed and glanced at Rinchen with incomparable resentment. However, the only thing worth celebrating was that Rinchen had loosened the restraints on him when he struck, so at least he had regained his freedom for a short period of time. Yi Chen, you are only one great realm higher than me in cultivation. If my cultivation is equal to yours, you are no match for me in a single move. Zhang Yi was also worried that this guy Yi Chen would go crazy and suddenly attack him, so he took the initiative to stab, excite, and stimulate Yi Chen's competitive spirit. Ha ha ha. Not a match for you in one move? Do you know that, in the ancient times, I pushed across the ages? Joke. Simply a joke. A travesty. I can suppress my cultivation to the late stage of spirit transformation. Do you dare to fight me? Yi Chun laughed up to the sky and looked at Zhang Yi with contemptuous eyes. Zhang Yi looked at Yi Chun with delighted eyes, thinking that this Yi Chun really couldn't stand a little sting excitement, and it was only a simple sentence that got him hooked. Zhang Yi was confident that no one within his class was his opponent, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. Why not? But before that, should you fulfill your promise and kill the person who woke you up? Or do you want us to do it for you? If he could kill Yi Haoran on this trip, it would naturally be an unexpected surprise, and Zhang Yi had never forgotten Yi Haoran. Since he had figured out Yi Chen's character, Zhang Yi simply prescribed the right medicine and stabbed excited Yi Chun vigorously. Yi Haoran greeted Zhang Yi's ancestors in his heart. Zhang Yi, at this time you still want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. How despicable and shameless. Ancestral grandfather. It was really him who woke you up. He just wants to provoke our grandparents and grandchildren. You mustn't fall for his tricks. Yi Haoran was anxious. He knew that Yi Chun didn't care in the slightest about the relationship of the Yi family's bloodline, and argued one way or another. But the problem was that it would have been fine if he had really awakened it, but it had nothing to do with him at all, and he didn't want to take the blame with Zhang Yi. Fellow Taoist Yi, you and I are old acquaintances. I was awakened by fellow Taoist Zhang. It's impossible for him to awaken you again. No one in this world can awaken two heavenly prides at the same time. Shen Wangu began to talk nonsense in a serious manner.
Bull.
Wasn't Rinchen her awakened by me? In that case, it's impossible for me to awaken my grandpa as well. Yi Haoran seemed to have grabbed the straw that saved his life and proved his innocence one after another. Shen Wangu, however, shook his head and looked at Yi Haoran with a face of ignorance and said, "Nonetheless, Yi Haoran, you are still too ignorant. You awakened Rinchen by using the demonic qi in your body, which is the will of heaven, and you awakened Dao Yu Yi by using the power of your bloodline. This is a humane thing to do." Shen Wangu said it in such a way that it almost made Yi Haoran believe it. That's nonsense. A man does what he has to do and what he doesn't do, and I can't possibly admit to something that I didn't do. Yi Haoran knew that he couldn't say Shen Wangu, so he hardened his attitude. Yi Chun showed a look of impatience and said, "It doesn't matter who woke me up. As long as I kill both of you, it won't be solved." Since both of them were suspected, Yi Chun didn't mind killing both of them. Such was his attitude.
Ye Chen.
How dare you? Rinchencho's face changed drastically. He knew Yi Chen's character. When he made a scene, it was simply lawless. "Thousand sorrows, I hope you've lost your way. The only way you can regain your freedom is to kill him. You're the daughter of the demon emperor. And even more so, you're my Yi Chen's beloved, you shouldn't be following him." Yi Chen shook his head and put on a look like "I'm doing it all for your own good."
Ye Chen.
"If you want to kill him, first step over my corpse." Rinchen blocked in front of Zhang Yi, with a great attitude of giving up his life. Seeing Rinchencho's behavior, Zhang Yi sighed darkly, knowing that his enmity with Yi Chun was complete. Which, there's no need to stop much. There's going to be a battle between me and him. Zhang Yi pushed away Rinchencho and stood only in front of Yi Chun, saying with incomparable calmness, since Yi Chun had promised to suppress his cultivation to the late spirit transformation stage, what did he have to fear? Originally, Zhang Yi had planned to fight Yi Chun this time, and now that the other party was able to suppress his cultivation to the late spirit transformation stage, it was already a great surprise. However, I have to kill Yi Haoran before that, and since you won't make a move, let me make a move to kill him. Zhang Yi swung his Tianyang sword straight towards Yi Haoran's heart. Chapter 131. I have a sword that can cut down the ancient world. You want him dead that badly? I won't let him die. Only Yi Chen's figure flashed, lightly clamping the heavenly sun sword with 2 fingers, completely disregarding that supreme yang sword Dao. Zhang Yi's complexion changed as he felt a great force come upon him, and the heavenly sun sword in his hand was unable to advance any further. His strength is stronger than I thought. If I were to go all out, I'm afraid that I would only be able to run for my life in his hands. From today, his life is mine, and no one can take his life without my order. Yi Chen's mind moved, just as he wanted to sing against Zhang Yi. The person Zhang Yi wanted to kill, he had to keep, and he didn't care if Yi Haoran woke him up now. He just wanted to go against Zhang Yi. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoran was ecstatic. As long as he had these words from Yi Chun, he believed that he wouldn't die today. Great, with Grandpa Ancestor covering me, just Zhang Yi would want to kill me? Yi Haoran hanging a heart also finally landed. Unlucky for so long finally received a little good news.
Ye Chen.
What do you mean by that? However, this made Rinchencho unhappy, and immediately questioned with a stern face. 1,000 churches, this Yi Haoran is a descendant of my Yi family. I naturally can't just sit back and do nothing when he's in danger. Of course Yi Chun couldn't say that he just wanted to sing against Zhang Yi, and immediately made an excuse. Ren Qianqiu laughed and mocked. Yi Chun, do you take me for a cutie? What? Are you someone who cares about bloodlines? If you want to sing the opposite tune, just say so. You know I hate being betrayed in my life. This Yi Haoran betrayed me in the first place. I need to take his life. Are you sure you still want to protect him? Ren Qianxian snorted coldly and directly put her hatred with Yi Haoran out in the open, leaving it to Yi Chun to choose. Kid, you betrayed Thousand Sorrows? As expected, Yi Chen's body chilled as he lowered the Heavenly Sun's sword at his fingertips and questioned in a deep voice. Yi Haoran secretly said a bad sound in his heart, knowing that it was true that when it came to the matter of Ren Qianqiu, Yi Chun would not be able to calm down. Where would he still care about any bloodline love? Grandfather ancestor, I didn't betray Lord Witch. It's just that I had a deadly grudge against that Zhang Yi. And at that time Lord Witch followed Zhang Yi, so I had no choice but to run away. I've never done anything to harm Lord Witch, and everything I did was to stay alive. There was one thing to say, Yi Haoran really hadn't done anything unfavorable to Ren Qianqiu. Grandfather ancestor, I can swear to the heavens that if I have ever done anything against Lord Witch, the heavens will strike me with 5 thunderbolts. Yi Haoran raised his hand to make an oath and did not have 5 thunderbolts, meaning that he did not talk nonsense. Qianqiu, there must be some misunderstanding between you two. My Yi family are all loyal and righteous people. How could there be a two-faced traitor? Yi Chun chose to trust Yi Haoran and continued to keep him alive. Oh, what a loyal and righteous person. Would a loyal and righteous person kill tens of thousands of people in the great barbarians just for himself? Wouldn't a loyal and righteous person kill his fellow disciples to fall into the devil's path? Zhang Yi laughed coldly, counting down Yi Haoran's pile of sins. You shut up. It's not your turn to tell me how my descendants are doing. Thousand Sorrows, I've secured Yi Haoran today. I advise you to stay out of this matter as well. I don't want to hurt the peace between us. Yi Chun said with a strong attitude. Thank you, ancestor. Yi Haoran thanked gratefully and made up his mind to hug this thigh tightly.
Ye Chen.
Remember, this is your choice. Don't regret it. Ren Qianxian gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Seeing that he would be able to kill Yi Haoran right away, unexpectedly, a Yi Chun would come out halfway to protect him. How could Ren Qianxian not be angry? As for you, I will suppress my cultivation to the late stage of spirit transformation. If you can defeat me, I will let you go. Yi Chen didn't tangle with Ren Qianqiu, but instead, he landed his gaze on Zhang Yi and said indifferently. Zhang Yi, however, shook his head. Since you want to protect Yi Haoran, I have nothing to say, but a mortal sin can be avoided and a living sin cannot be escaped. As long as I defeat you, you abolish his heavy pupil. If I lose, I'll give the supreme bone away. This time, since he had met Yi Haoran, naturally he could not let him off easily, and as long as his heavy pupil was abolished, it would be equivalent to a tiger pulling out its teeth, and would not be enough to worry about. Grandfather ancestor, you can't promise him. Yi Haoran has seen Zhang Yi's strength, and honestly, he does not think that Yi Chun will be Zhang Yi's opponent within the same level. What? Is it hard for you to think that I'm not a match for him? Yi Chun frowned as a pressure invisibly emanated out in a majestic manner. Yi Haoran shook his head repeatedly and said with a bitter face, No, ancestral grandpa is a hero of the world, and a mere Zhang Yi is naturally not worth mentioning. It's just that I don't think it's necessary to use me as a bet. Rubbish. He will offer the supreme bone with both hands when he loses, and I'll just gift the supreme bone to you at that time. Yi Chun chortled, only feeling that Yi Haoran was as timid as a rat, and despised him properly. Although Yi Haoran had coveted the supreme bone for a long time, he didn't want to obtain it through such a high-risk thing. All right, no need to say more. I promise you what you want. Yi Chun waved his hand and agreed with confidence. I'll take your supreme bone. As he spoke, Yi Chun suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of spirit transformation and laughed confidently. Oh, then it depends on whether you have the skills. Zhang Yi let out a cold smile. He really hadn't been afraid of anyone in a battle between the same level, even if the other party was the famous desolate ancient sacred body. Seeing this, Shun Wangu and the others were relieved, but they all knew Zhang Yi's strength and had confidence in him. Yi Chun has made a big mistake this time. He's going to suffer a loss. Yi Haoran's heavy pupil is ruined for sure. He must also be made to realize that this era does not belong to him, but only to eldest brother. So what if it's the desolate ancient saint body? Eldest brother said 1 move to defeat him is 1 move. Several people had confidence in Zhang Yi. He had lost from the moment Yichun agreed to suppress his cultivation to the late stage of spirit transformation. Grandpa, you must defeat him. Yi Haoran was more nervous than anyone else. This was a battle for his life. Let you strike first. Yichun put his hands behind his back, his eyebrows filled with a touch of contempt, and he said in a breezy manner. Zhang Yi nodded. There is a cheap not to take advantage of. This is Yichun's own request. He naturally will not refuse. In the next moment, the wind rose up and clouds surged, as a raging supreme power erupted within Zhang Yi's body. A supreme figure emerged behind him, and the heavenly sun sword transformed into a shadow that was held within it. For a time, the void trembled and streams of light shot out in all directions, and the combination of the supreme figure plus the heavenly sun sword was like a blazing sun hanging in the void. I have a sword that can cut through the desolate ancient world, Zhang Yi shouted. His hands continuously made a seal. When the words fell, the supreme figure chopped down that sword, the sky of the sword into a fiery flame running toward Yichun. Chapter 132 The Ancient Hammer. What a mouthful! Yichun snorted coldly. His hands also began to continuously make seals. An ancient and desolate seal was struck out from his hands, when a man with blurred features and a powerful aura appeared behind his back. Especially the strength of his muscles was at its extreme, as if a single punch could shatter mountains and rivers. In fact, throughout history the world had pursued the question of which one of the desolate ancient sacred body and the supreme bone was stronger in terms of strength of the body, both of which were known for their strength of the physical body. However, during the ancient years there were strong and weak, and there was no established answer, so this has always been an unsolved mystery as well. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, only to see the sky filled with fist prints like rain blasting out, the sky and the earth changed color as if it could destroy the sky and the earth. This was the power of the desolate ancient sacred body. Even if he suppressed his cultivation at the late stage of spirit transformation now, it was still so terrifying. However, the supreme figure behind Zhang Yi glanced at the other party with contemptuous eyes and raised the heavenly sun sword in his hand, only to see a shocking sword on come face to face, and the sword on still carried a trace of fiery flames on top of it, as if it could incinerate everything in the world. The supreme yang sword Dao, it's a bit interesting. No wonder it has such a big mouth. But what of it? Draconic hammer. Yichun reached out his hand and a huge silver-colored hammer carved with ancient runes appeared in his hand. And there was also a desolate ancient breath emanating from this hammer, which was closely connected to Yichun. And at a glance, it was obvious that it was Yichun's original magic weapon. To be able to make me cast the desolate hammer, you are considered a human being, and it's enough for you to blow it on the Yellow Springs Road. Yichun laughed coldly, battle intent surging in his eyes. The desolate ancient hammer in his hand began to swing continuously, carrying a hint of Dao between each swing, and there were also hints of thunder flashes, which actually slowly doused the fiery flames on the astonishing sword on. Not good. Yichun actually even unleashed the desolate ancient hammer. I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Zhang's fate will be dire this time. I don't know how many people died under his desolate ancient hammer back then in the ancient era. Shen Wangu's face changed, and a flash of fear actually flashed in his eyes. It's true, no one who survived the ancient times is simple, and all of them have something precious on their hands. Shen Wangu, you're overthinking it. Eldest brother's methods are far more than that. Ren Qianxiao had always had an inexplicable trust in Zhang Yi ever since he had seen Zhang Yi's aura on his way out at the Forgetful River Cliff last time. And I definitely won't let Yichun kill eldest senior brother. Absolutely. Not allowed. Ren Qianxian murmured in a low voice with firm eyes, making a secret decision in his heart. She had yet to draw close to Shun Tian or obtain the heaven-swallowing divine skill. So naturally, she could not let Zhang Yi die, or else he would not have lost all his previous efforts. Boom, boom, boom. When Yichun had swung out a full 770-49 hammers, the void was strewn with thunder, and in the blink of an eye he had actually annihilated the shocking sword on. The thunder in the sky coalesced into a thunder giant hammer. The silk thunder burst out. As if it could kill everything in the world, it was very devouring. Defeat me in one move? Let's see how I can defeat you in one move. Draconic hammer of thunder, Yichun shouted, only to see the huge thunder hammer silhouette infinitely enlarged, as if it was going to burst through the space. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, there were 10,000 thunderbolts, each of which was as thick as a bucket, and a full 49 shocking thunderbolts went bristling towards Zhang Yi, instantly engulfing his figure in them. Hisses! The gusts of thunder were like giant dragons wrapping around Zhang Yi's body, wanting to devour him. A smirk of triumph appeared on Yichun's face, thinking that the victory had been decided, and he turned to look at Ren Qianqiu and said, I thought it was a much more powerful character. Qianqiu, you followed the wrong person. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Ren Qianqiu, and shook his head vigorously. Ren Qianqiu sneered, Don't be too happy. It's not over yet. Boom! Just as Ren Qianqiu's words had just fallen, he only felt a violent vibration coming from the direction where Zhang Yi was, and then he only saw a great release of divine light on his body, and a supreme radiance filled the desolate ancient hall, and those supreme radiances actually resisted all the thunder attacks powers outside. Oh, there's actually a defense-type emperor-level magic treasure? It's quite something. Yichun didn't feel embarrassed and turned around bashfully, sizing up Zhang Yi with interest. But so what? It's just dying. 2 moves will kill you. Desolate Ancient 81 hammers. Under a loud shout, that desolate ancient shadow emerged behind Yichun once again, and the huge hammer in his hand was also infinitely enlarged to fall in his hand. Accompanied by a gust of strong wind blowing up, each hammer shadow behind it was stronger than the previous one, just like a shocking wave with one layer winning over the other. Enough to swing 9981 times, 9981 hammer shadows emerged. This time the thunder turned golden, more terrifying than before a few points, and ultimately this 9981 hammer shadows in the void cohesion into a huge golden hammer of thunder. Like the hammer of the gods, the might of that force is daunting. Press simply cannot afford to give birth to a trace of resistance to the mind. It's over. Even the desolate ancient 81 hammers were cast out. You must hold on, fellow Taoist Zhang. Shun Wangu's face once again changed dramatically. This desolate ancient 81 hammers is Yi Chen's killing move. In the ancient times can have this burst of ferocious fame, causing countless people to be daunted. When this hammering method is used, there is no injury but death. Ren Qianqian's eyes also became unprecedentedly heavy, and a touch of worry surfaced between his brows, while he also secretly operated his power, ready to step in at any time to rescue Zhang Yi. There was no way she could watch Zhang Yi die in front of her. Boom! The golden thunder hammer was getting closer and closer to Zhang Yi, and the golden thunder gave an unparalleled sense of oppression, as if everything under the hammer was mortal. Zhang Yi, however, was standing in place, his expression as calm as ever, without any waves, and no one could feel his joy or sorrow. Ha ha ha! Scared silly, right? Zhang Yi, to be able to witness your death with my own eyes. My life as Yi Haoran is worth it. Yi Haoran could naturally feel the oppression, and subconsciously thought that Zhang Yi would die this time. However, at the very next moment, Zhang Yi moved, only to see his mouth chanting and his hands continuously forming seals. A complex and sacred rune typed out from his hands, eventually coalescing behind his back, forming a golden giant hole, sacred and domineering. It's really impossible to clean you up without performing the heaven-swallowing divine skill. The desolate ancient sacred body is still the desolate ancient sacred body. It's a bit stronger than the average person. Zhang Yi shook his head. His brows were a little lost. He had wanted to continue to hide for a while, but in the face of such a dominating attack from Yichun, he couldn't help it after all. Heaven-swallowing divine skill. Swallow. Zhang Yi shouted. The golden giant hole behind him blazed with golden light, and at this moment, the aura on his body was actually somewhat similar to that of Shun Tian after his transformation. Chapter 133 Yi Haoran's Despair. This is the heaven-swallowing divine skill. Ren Qianqian's breathing became rapid, and his expression was incomparably excited as he looked at Zhang Yi. This was something she had dreamed of, and as long as she could learn the heaven-swallowing divine skill, her future achievements would be unlimited. Eldest senior brother actually learned it so quickly? If I were to directly let eldest senior brother pass on the heaven-swallowing divine skill to me, it would definitely be faster than self-comprehension. Ren Qianqiu finally understood why she felt Zhang Yi's aura was mysterious when he came out of the gate that day, and now she thought that all this must be because of the heaven-swallowing divine skill. If she had stayed by Zhang Yi's side for the sake of Shun Tian before, but now, after seeing Zhang Yi's heaven-swallowing divine skill, she stayed by his side purely because of Zhang Yi as a person. And more, she felt that her choice in the beginning was incomparably correct. Although Shun Wangu is usually unreliable, but this time he was right. Eldest brother is the great power of this era. On one side, Yichun was also full of shock and did not react for a moment. He pursued Ren Qianqian for so long. Naturally, he knew the existence of the heaven-swallowing divine power, and back then, he also spent a lot of effort trying to get the heaven-swallowing divine power to want to capture the heart of Ren Qianqian. Nay, He could not find the heaven-swallowing divine skill by all means, and only knew that its mysteries were hidden in the heaven-swallowing dragon cat clan. But the heaven-swallowing dragon cat at that time was an existence that even the demon emperor didn't dare to mess with, so how could he dare to mess with it? So you've comprehended the heaven-swallowing divine skill. No wonder you let thousand sorrows follow you. Originally, Yi Chun should have guessed the key to this from seeing the heaven-swallowing dragon cat, but he had not dared to implement this idea until he had seen the heaven-swallowing divine power appear. The next moment, only to see the golden light pass through, that the sky of golden thunder was actually swallowed up, just like a mud cow into the water, did not stir up the general waves. Not only that, only to see the giant golden hole behind Zhang Yi suddenly set off a hurricane. A strong pulling force pulling Yi Chun, as if he wanted to swallow him into it. Set. Yi Chun made a snap decision and immediately used his desolate hammer to strike into the ground to fix his figure, which prevented him from being engulfed by the golden light. However, his complexion changed slightly. This was the first time his complexion had changed since he had fought with Zhang Yi, simply because he felt that the golden light was devouring the desolate ancient power in his body, although the devouring absorbed very little of it, but it was a terrifying thing. The heaven-swallowing divine skill is actually so terrifying. It can also devour the desolate ancient power within me. Yi Chun frowned at Zhang Yi, and this was the first time he had formally sized up Zhang Yi, and was considered to have truly recognized him. Break! It was too late to think about it, only to see Yi Chun's hands forming a seal. An illusory golden light appeared on his body, and the flooding and ancient power actually temporarily resisted that devouring golden light. Zhang Yi took advantage of the victory and pursued the attack, only to see him holding the heavenly sun sword in his hand, operating the supreme bone to the extreme, like a supreme being descending, and shockingly stabbing his sword towards Yi Chun's throat. He didn't show any mercy. This sword was running towards Yi Chun's life. He had already sensed Yi Chun's hostility towards him, and would not be merciful. What a strong killing intent. Actually trying to kill me. A monstrous rage erupted in Yi Chun's eyes, knowing that with his current cultivation he would definitely not be able to withstand Zhang Yi's sword. He immediately restored his cultivation to the late stage of the Yuaning stage, and the effect of the devouring golden light on him instantly dissipated, and the sense of oppression that Zhang Yi had given him was gone as well. At this moment, Yi Chun was already on top of his head. Where did he remember to suppress his cultivation? He only wanted Zhang Yi's life, only to see a powerful hammer emitting roiling thunder heading straight for Zhang Yi. Clang! Between a sword and a hammer colliding with each other, monstrous flames burst out, directly shaking the void out of the cracks. Zhang even felt the tiger's mouth shook, and the Tianyang sword in his hand almost came out of his hand. But thanks to the power of the supreme bone, he gripped the Tianyang sword tightly. The power of the desolate ancient sacred body is truly strong and domineering. Knowing that Yi Chun had regained his full strength, Zhang Yi didn't want to fight him hard and directly piled all of his power onto the supreme Dao robe, while also running the wind and cloud boots to the extreme, only to see a burst of wind and clouds rising under Zhang Yi's feet. His body was even shrouded by a supreme radiance, and under his steps, he actually made Yi Chun look a little dazzled, unable to feel Zhang Yi's position. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Chun swung his hammer head violently, and the violent hammer shadows fell like rain, and in a few moments of effort, he had made a mess of the desolate hall. Yi Chun, you've already restored your cultivation. According to the rules you've already lost. Is it possible that the legendary desolate ancient sacred body is a man of broken promises? Zhang Yi's voice echoed in the desolate ancient hall. He knew that Yi Chun had lost his mind and someone had to remind him. Get the hell out of here. Asshole who only hides. I have to chop you up today. Yi Chun was still furious and didn't even take Zhang Yi's words to heart, still swinging his fists one after another. At the critical moment, it was Ren Qianqiu who stepped forward and blocked before his hammer, saying calmly with a calm expression, Yi Chun, you've already lost? Willing to bet. But Ren Qianqiu's appearance had calmed Yi Chun down a little, but he really couldn't say that he was so enraged because Zhang Yi wanted to kill him, and it was more or less embarrassing to say so. What made him feel even more humiliated was that he was actually unable to injure Zhang Yi in his heyday. A loss is a loss. You were the one who said you would suppress your cultivation to the late spirit transformation stage in the first place. What? Could it be that after so many years of slumber, you've still contracted the bad habit of going back on your word? I remember that the Yi Chun back then was a man of one word. Ren Qianqiu also knew which set Yi Chun ate, and presumably raised him up and stabbed excited him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun let out a long sigh, and although his face was filled with defiance, He still put away the desolate hammer and said rather helplessly, "That's just it. It's true that I've lost. But I lost on top of being careless. If I were given another chance, I could defeat him in one move," Yi Chun said unconvincingly. Zhang Yi also appeared in front of Yi Chun at this time, glancing at the deathly pale Yi Haoran. "Admit it, should Yi Haoran's heavy pupil be abolished?" Yi Haoran never thought that Zhang Yi's strength was actually so strong. Up to now his mind was still blank. How could he not understand how Zhang Yi was able to defeat Yi Chun?
No.
"Grandfather ancestor, don't listen to him. Just now it was clearly him playing tricks. How could my grandfather ancestor lose to him?" Yi Haoran shook his head frantically, his body constantly retreating, his mind already prepared to escape. However, when he was about to use his heavy pupil to open the void door, he realized that an invisible force had suppressed the void, making it impossible for him to open the void door at all. "It's over. There's no hope of even escaping." Yi Haoran heart despair. This is the most desperate day in his debut for so long. Chapter 134. Self-destruction of the pupils. "Ye." Yi Chun glanced at Yi Haoran with slight disdain, as if he couldn't recall his name for a moment. "Ancestral grandfather. My name is Yi Haoran. Yi of the Yi family, Haoran of the Haoran righteousness." Yi Haoran couldn't help but feel a little chilled, the feeling that he was calling out, "Grandpa," with a hot kiss. But the others didn't take him seriously at all. Moreover, he saw a hint of dislike in Yi Chun's eyes just now, and his heart sank to the bottom. His greatest dependence on this trip was completely reduced to a fiasco because of Zhang Yi. "Right, Yi Haoran, as a son of my Yi family, willing to gamble, you will do it and offer the heavy pupil, and grandfather ancestor will find a way to make it up to you afterward." Saying 1,000 words, he had ultimately lost this battle to Zhang Yi, and he didn't want to lose face in front of Ren Qianqiu, so he could only be willing to gamble and accept defeat. If there was anyone in the world who could cure him, Ren Qianqiu was one of them. "Ancestral grandfather, I have already comprehended the heavy pupil's secret art. The heavy pupil is my life. I must not hand it over. If I don't have the heavy pupil, it will be hard for me to escape death in the future." Yi Haoran continuously shook his head, showing a pitiful face, and his voice was tearful in a vain attempt to impress Yi Chun. Who would have thought that Yi Chun would be even more furious at his words and look at Yi Haoran with increasing dislike? "Yi Haoran, I'm ordering you now. I don't want to do it myself. If you take out your heavy pupil, I will protect you for a lifetime. As long as I'm around, no one will dare to take your life." Yi Chun made a promise, to know that he never made promises easily. In the ancient times, one of his promises could be worth 1,000 armies. At those words, Yi Haoran stopped talking. His eyes stared at Zhang Yi as if he wanted to cut him down with his eyes. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Haoran laughed as if he was crazy. "Ha ha 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 ha. Good. Isn't it just the heavy pupil? I'll give it to you. Zhang Yi. Shen Wangu.
Rein Kiangshu.
Chun Xiaokui. I, Yi Haoran, am able to have this day all because of you guys. As long as I, Yi Haoran, don't die, I will have to break you guys into pieces." Yi Haoran gritted his teeth and swept his eyes around a few people. In fact, there was another person whose name he hadn't said, and that was Yi Chun, who had ordered him to take out the heavy pupils with his own hands. The most chilling thing for him among the pedestrians is Yi Chun, knowing that Yi Chun is all his hope, but in the end it is hard to put it into the abyss. "Yi Chun, thanks to me calling you with one mouthful of grandpa, while you don't treat me as a member of the Yi family, completely disregarding my life and death, today you're unkind. Don't blame me for being unrighteous in the future." Nowadays, Yi Chun still had a use for him, so he had to hide this hatred in the bottom of his heart. In the next moment, Yi Haoran gritted his teeth as if he had made a great determination. Immediately, he was seen exercising the power of heavy pupils. His body erupted with 2 rays of light, one black and one white, life and death, and straightened his bent fingers into the eye sockets. This was probably the last time he would cast his heavy pupil, and he wanted to engrave this feeling in his bones. "Oh, oh!" A miserable scream echoed in the desolate ancient hall. Blood flowed down Yi Haoran's eyes, and his face began to become hideous, mixing with the blood on his face, like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Tick-tock! Gradually, Yi Haoran's screams stopped, leaving only the sound of blood dripping from his eyes onto the ground. Just from his grimace, it was easy to see that he had almost crushed his teeth. Finally, as if a century had passed, Yi Haoran's hands moved away from the eye sockets, and when he spread his hands, a pair of bloody eyes surfaced in front of a few people, and that pair of eyes also contained supreme Tao energy on top of them. one emitting a strong death aura, and all the time emitting a strong vitality. Ka-ching, accompanied by a crisp ringing sound. A magnificent force was actually hard to crush the eyes in his hands, and from then on, the heavy pupils completely disappeared in the world. Satisfied, Yi Haoran's hollow and bloody eyes swept over the direction where Zhang Yi was, gritting his teeth and questioning. Yi Haoran didn't even realize himself that when the heavy pupil left his body, a mysterious power was unknowingly born in his body, and no one present was aware of it. What I don't want, none of you want. So what if I lost my heavy pupil? In this life I shall be a man of honor, and even without my heavy pupil, I will still be proud of the crowd. When he really lost his heavy pupil, Yi Haoran seemed to be relieved, and a Taoist heart was even more painful than ever. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes towards Yi Haoran actually gave birth to a trace of appreciation, and he secretly nodded his head and said, "Worthy of being a descendant of my Yi family, he still has a backbone. Ancestral grandfather, I haven't disgraced the Yi family, have I?" Yi Chen seemed to have sensed something, and actually turned around with a seeping smile and asked. Yi Chen walked to Yi Haoran's body and gently patted his shoulder. A soft power quickly repaired Yi Haoran's injuries, and in a few moments' time, the blood stopped. "Not bad. It's a member of my Yi family. Don't bother with the district's heavy pupil. I'll fetch his supreme bone for you later." Ever since Yi Haoran had dug out the heavy pupil, Yi Chen had set his eyes on Zhang Yi's supreme bone. "Thank you, grandfather." Yi Haoran immediately arched his hand and thanked him. This was the effect he wanted. It was not in vain that he had acted out a scene with the heavy pupil as a guide. To him, as long as he could obtain the supreme bone in the end, all the effort was worth it. Zhang Yi looked at Yi Chen with cold eyes, but in his heart, he began to calculate how to get rid of this big trouble, actually dared to hit the idea of his supreme bone, when it was really tired of living. Now that Yi Haoran's heavy pupil had been destroyed and his cultivation had dropped a large realm, down to the late Jindan stage, his threat to Zhang Yi was negligible. "Is the Dao Sect's senior brother Zhang Yi? Be a good boy and keep the supreme bone for me. I'll go get it when the time comes. I hope you won't let me down the next time we meet." Yi Chen looked at Zhang Yi condescendingly, the threatening intent in his words speaking for itself. "Want the supreme bone? It also depends on whether you have that life. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. But if they do, I will kill them." Since Yi Chen was so nonchalant, Zhang Yi naturally didn't need to disguise himself with him, and after the encounter just now, especially after knowing the power of the heaven-swallowing divine skill, Zhang Yi was confident that he had the certainty of escaping from the desolate ancient forbidden earth, and wasn't the least bit flustered by Yi Chen. "What a big mouth. May you break through to the late stage of yuaning this morning. When that time comes, I, Yi, will personally come to take your life." Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, then looked at Ren Qianqiu and asked, "Qianqiu, I know you followed him for the heaven-swallowing divine skill. Now that you and I have met in this life, I don't want to miss you again. Come back?" These words, Yi Chen said with such a deep love and such a meaty feeling. Perhaps all the tenderness in his life was left to Ren Qianqiu. Chapter 135. Dissolution of the Ancients. "Don't. I'm dedicated to monasticism. Don't hold me back." Ren Qianqiu refused with a cold face, as cold and unfeeling as in the ancient times. "Thousand sorrows. You know how I feel about you. You want the heaven-swallowing divine skill, and I have a way to help you get it." Yi Chen covered his chest mouth, as if he heard the sound of a broken heart, and said with incomparable sadness, "Really? You believe me? I've already inquired about the whereabouts of the heaven-swallowing god's tomb, and as long as you stay with me, I'll definitely help you obtain the heaven-swallowing god's skill." Yi Chen's expression was incomparably sincere. He could be calm about everything else, but he couldn't be calm about the matter involving Ren Qianqiu. Perhaps Ren Qianqiu is the robbery of his life. He had recognized that once he had determined something, determined someone, he would not change. Heaven-swallowing god's tomb? You know the whereabouts of the heaven-swallowing god's tomb. Ren Qianqiu's icy expression finally had a hint of fluctuation as he looked at Yi Chen incredulously. This heaven-swallowing god's tomb is the place where the heaven-swallowing dragon cat clan was buried. And back then, they spent a lot of manpower and financial resources in the devil's way. But they didn't want to be informed by Yi Chen, so she was a little disbelieving. "Really? When have I ever lied to you in my life? Back then I risked death to find out the news." When Yi Chen saw that Ren Qianqiu had some interest, he immediately came in the spirit and said in a heated manner. Although Yi Haoran was now invisible, He couldn't help but secretly despise Yi Chun in his heart as he listened to his performance. Dead-licking dog, sooner or later you will die at the hands of this person, Rinchen Cho. What he, Yi Haoran, despised the most in his life was licking dogs, although he had once been Rinchen Cho's licking dog. Just then, Shun Tian suddenly screamed furiously and had extraordinarily anxious eyes, as if he was trying to tell Zhang Yi some news. Rinchen Cho's gaze was instantly attracted to Shun Tian, and he curiously looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Eldest senior brother, what did he say about Shun Tian?" Zhang Yi looked as normal as ever and said, "Shun Tian said that he also knows where the heaven-swallowing god's tomb is, only that he can't regain his memory until his cultivation reaches Yuaning." At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze wanted to kill. The eyes that wanted to kill someone could not be hidden.
Zhang Yi.
"You seek death." Yi Chun gritted his teeth and stared at Zhang Yi. How come every time his good deed was ruined by Zhang Yi? Once again, Yi Chen moved to kill Zhang Yi. Rinchen Cho immediately stood out and blocked in front of Zhang Yi. "Yi Chun, but don't forget your promise. You lost to eldest brother just now. You can't kill him." Rinchen Cho was a constant reminder of Yi Chen's shame, which caused Yi Chen's expression to become more and more unsightly, and the furious aura in his body almost went berserk. "Get out! Get the hell out!" Yi Chen pointed at the entrance of the desolate ancient hall and drank with a trembling, shaking body. He was really afraid that he would not be able to resist trying to kill Zhang Yi later, and then his reputation would be ruined. "Eldest brother, let's go?" Rinchen Xiao had long wanted to leave this hellhole, but in the end, he still had to seek Zhang Yi's advice. Zhang Yi nodded, not forgetting to take a deep look at Yi Chun and Yi Haoran before leaving. Shoo! Zhang Yi's several figures flickered and left the desolate ancient hall, only to find that the desolate ancient sacred body from before was actually guarding the door of the desolate ancient hall. Seeing this person, Zhang Yi's heart of several people steeply tightened. Zhang Yi was confident that he could get away from Yi Chen's hands, but he was not really sure about facing this person. "I don't know what the elder can do for you?" Zhang Yi asked cautiously and tentatively. "I only saw that desolate ancient sacred body's body bow deeply towards Zhang Yi, and then his figure slowly became illusory. Many thanks to you, little friend, for awakening Yi Chun, and my mission is accomplished as well." His voice floated in the middle of the Norse ancient forbidden earth for a long time, and his body gradually turned into a transparent light and disappeared between the sky and the earth, without a trace of breath remaining, as if it had never existed in this land. It was only when he saw him disappear that Zhang Yi and a few others breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, finally resolving the crisis. Rumble! And when that figure disappeared, a violent vibration came from the desolate ancient hall, actually collapsed in an instant, accompanied by the dust settling, but no longer see Yi Haoran, also Yi Chun, two figures. The desolate ancient hall has actually disappeared? Did you guys feel that the desolate ancient force that filled the desolate ancient forbidden earth all around has also disappeared? Shun Wangu raised his eyebrows, only feeling unusually relaxed all over. And the originally desolate ancient forbidden land, after the desolate ancient hall disappeared, it actually sprang up countless living beings, and in the blink of an eye it became a green, full of vitality, just like a new world. From now on, there will be no more desolate ancient forbidden land in the world. Zhang Yi knew that the once forbidden land of the desolate ancients had disappeared forever, and in the future, this place would also become a pure land for cultivation. Eldest brother, have you realized that whichever forbidden land you go to will cease to exist? Chun Xiaokue said with a dimpled smile as she realized an amazing fact. This instantly aroused the curiosity of Shin Wangu and Rinchen Cho, who said in unison, "Oh, there's more to this? Tell me in detail." Zhang Yi, on the other hand, did not have the heart to pay attention to them, because the moment the desolate ancient hall collapsed, the heavenly fate diagram in his body finally vibrated, and the page about Yi Chun was lit up, only that page was a dazzling blood-red color. I only saw that at the bottom of the page about Yi Chun there were a few big bright words written, "Hate value. 4 stars because you took his love and hurt his grandchildren, you have a huge hatred towards you." Although Zhang Yi had expected it, having such a tricky enemy was still a bit difficult. "No way! I must hurry up and raise my strength, or else I'll only be able to run away in the face of him with my current strength. I hope that the things rewarded this time can raise my strength to Yuaning." If his strength was raised to Yuaning, Zhang Yi's sense of security would also be greatly increased, knowing that there was an essential difference between spirit transformation and Yuaning. If I become a Yuaning, what is a mere Yi Chun? As long as he broke through the Yuaning stage, Zhang Yi was certain that he could defeat or even decapitate Yi Chun. This time, not only did we complete the mission, But we also took away Yi Haoran's heavy pupil. This is an unexpected gain. This trip is worth it. Although there was such an additional enemy as Yi Chun, at least he had solved Yi Haoran's heartache. Demoness, what is the heaven-swallowing god's tomb that Yi Chun said earlier? Zhang Yi suddenly remembered a place Yi Chun had mentioned and couldn't help but ask curiously. It is rumored to be the graveyard of the heaven-swallowing dragon cats. Countless heaven-swallowing dragon cats are buried here, and among them is the existence of the heaven-swallowing divine pattern. If it was before, this would have been a great attraction to Ren Qianqiu. But now that she had someone right in front of her who knew the heaven-swallowing divine skill, why would she need to look farther away? That? Big senior brother, can you teach me the heaven-swallowing divine skill? Ren Qianqiu looked at Zhang Yi with apprehension. His heartbeat accelerated even more, and he stammered and asked with some embarrassment. As long as eldest senior brother is willing to impart the heaven-swallowing divine skill to me, I'm willing to do anything, and of course, I can perform the ritual of paying homage to the master. Seeing Zhang Yi's lack of response, Ren Qianxian hastened to add. Chapter 136, The Ancestral Land of Qingqiu. Wait! Seeing that Ren Qianqiu was about to kneel down and salute, Zhang Yi immediately stopped him and shouted in a low voice. Ren Qianqiu's eyes flashed a color of loss visible to the naked eye, and shook his head again. It is right. The heaven-swallowing divine skill indeed cannot be easily spread out. I hope that the eldest senior brother will forgive me. She could understand Zhang Yi. The heaven-swallowing divine skill was such a skill. In her place, she would not easily spread it out, but inwardly there would inevitably be some loss. According to the rules of the Dao sect, if you wish to worship me as a teacher, then you will need the consent of my master. Zhang Yi knew that Ren Qianqiu had some misunderstanding, and given Ren Qianqiu's recent behavior, he still explained. The heaven-swallowing divine skill wasn't that important to Zhang Yi, but it meant something different to Ren Qianqiu. Upon hearing this, a flash of light blossomed in Ren Qianxian's eyes, and his heart was filled with a touching color as he looked at Zhang Yi incredulously and asked, Eldest brother, are these words true? As long as master teacher agrees, I naturally have no problem. Zhang Yi returned without thinking. Thousand sorrows thanks, eldest brother, Ren Qianxian said with an agitated expression. Sure enough, the facts once again told her that her choice was not wrong, and just how long had she been following Zhang Yi? Such a great opportunity had come her way. At this time, the heavenly fate diagram inside Zhang Yi's body shook violently for a while and automatically flipped to Ren Qianqiu's page, only to see that Ren Qianqiu's favorability value towards Zhang Yi had been raised to 5 stars. The reason then was Zhang Yi's willingness to teach the heaven-swallowing divine skill, leading to a huge increase in favorability value. This was an unexpected gain for Zhang Yi. Ren Qianxian was at least the daughter of the demon emperor. No matter her strength or talent, it was undoubtedly a great good thing for Zhang Yi to be able to completely subdue her. Eldest brother, I want to become stronger too. This trip to the desolate ancient world had left Chen Xiaokuai devastated, realizing the inadequacy of her own strength and wanting to quickly improve her strength. And as she had seen the terrifying nature of the heaven-swallowing divine skill, she naturally moved to do so, but only in a more euphemistic manner. But before Zhang Yi could open his mouth, Shen Wangu smiled and opened his mouth to snicker. 9 tails. I'm afraid that you can't cultivate this devouring divine skill. Only those who have cultivated devouring demonic skill can cultivate it. And the probability that fellow Taoist Zhang was able to cultivate it successfully was due to Shun Tian's relationship. He actually didn't know that all the techniques and aptitudes rewarded by the heavenly fate diagram Zhang Yi could master them without cultivation, and they had nothing to do with Shun Tian at all. Huh? Then is there any other way for me to become stronger quickly? I want to protect eldest brother. Chen Xiaokuai was not discouraged, but asked with both fists clenched and a determined look. She knew that Shen Wangu was very knowledgeable, so perhaps she could know the way to enhance her strength from him. You really should improve your strength. With your current strength, staying by eldest brother's side will only be a burden. Ren Qianxian instead nodded his head in agreement and said with incomparable seriousness. You! Chen Xiaokuai angrily pointed at Ren Qianqiu, but had no words to refute, her petite body trembling in anger. Shen Wangu stroked his chin and mused. You were born with 9 tails and refined the 9-tailed sacred blood. The bloodline in your body is closest to the primordial 9-tailed. The only way to quickly increase your strength is to find the legendary Qingqiu ancestral ground and get the power of the primordial 9-tailed. Qingqiu ancestral land? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaokuai frowned, her expression incomparably grave. Shen Wangu nodded heavily and said with certainty, That's right. It's the Qingqiu ancestral ground. the only way to unlock the power of the nine-tailed sacred blood as soon as possible. But the Qingqiu ancestral ground inexplicably disappeared in the ancient age, and no one knows where the ancestral ground is at all. Qingqiu ancestral ground is a legend that every Fox clan knows, but no one has ever discovered Qingqiu ancestral ground for so many years, and even the outside world has not spread the news of Qingqiu ancestral ground. Today, if it wasn't for Shen Wangu mentioning it, Chen Xiaokui would not have thought of the Qingqiu ancestral ground at all. Not directly disappeared. I once heard my father say that the Fox clan Qingqiu ancestral land disappearance probability with swallowing the Sky Dragon Cat clan. Want to know the whereabouts of the Qingqiu ancestral land? Perhaps only Shun genius know. Shen Wangu shook his head and revealed a secret fortune from back then. What? The disappearance of the Qingqiu ancestral ground has something to do with the heaven-swallowing Dragon Cat clan? This is the first time I've heard of this argument. Chen Xiaokui's heart turned over huge waves. She was not doubting Shen Wangu's words. It was just difficult to accept it for a while. Zhang Yi glanced at Shun Tian, who instantly knew what Zhang Yi meant and showed a look of reminiscence. And after a long time, his confused eyes stared blankly and shook his head. He said he couldn't think of anything at the moment, and that if he wanted to know the answer perhaps he could make a trip to the heaven-swallowing god's tomb. Zhang Yi conveyed Shun Tian's words to a few people. Going around in circles and returning to the heaven-swallowing god's tomb. It seems like there's no escape. Chen Xiaokui nodded. Her mind already made up in her mind that she would make a trip to the heaven-swallowing god's tomb no matter what. Zhang Yi also had a vague feeling that the involvement between this heaven-swallowing god's tomb and him was getting deeper and deeper, which was not a good thing. Go back to the Zhao sect first, and we'll talk about everything afterward. Zhang Yi waved his hand. All he wanted to do now was to hurry back to the Zhao sect to refine his rewards, break through to Yuaning as early as possible, and enjoy the benefits given to him by Yue Yao as soon as possible. Everyone sensed Zhang Yi's urgency, and without saying a word, they ran after him towards the Zhao sect. When they returned to the front of the Zhao sect's mountain gate, Yue Yao actually guarded the entrance and could not help but be relieved to see Zhang Yi unharmed. Of course, her demeanor did not change in the slightest, and she turned around and was ready to leave, as if she was just trying to see Zhang Yi in the first place. There's something strange about Patriarch today. Why did he leave when he saw us? Shen Wangu was a bit puzzled and scratched his head. Could it be that my failure to break through to Yuaning has disappointed Yaoer? No way. I have to hurry up and break through Yuaning. But Zhang Yi thought about it more and rushed to the Forgetfulness Cliff for closed-door training without saying a word. He actually didn't know that ever since he left the Zhao sect, Yue Yao had been guarding the mountain gate of the Zhao sect just to see Zhang Yi when he returned. The others were dumbfounded and glanced at each other. Does it feel like eldest senior brother Daoist Zhang is a bit strange? A few people nodded in tacit understanding and eagerly followed behind Zhang Yi. And after Zhang Yi returned to the Forgetful River Cliff again, he directly closed his door to cultivate without greeting anyone. I have a feeling that fellow Daoist Zhang should be about to break through the Yuaning stage, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Shen Wangu couldn't help but ask curiously, do you guys know when Daoist Zhang broke through to the late stage of spirit transformation? Less than 6 months, and I was there at the time. Chen Xiaokui took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Yi's cave with a deep gaze. Hiss! Shen Wangu and Ren Shenxian both sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts turning over in a huge wave. To break through from the late spirit transformation stage to Yuaning in half a year's time? Even Father Emperor back then couldn't do that. Shen Wangu sighed, and even somewhat regretted why he asked such a stupid question, causing him to somewhat doubt himself. Chapter 137 Breaking Through to the First Infant. Entering the cave, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and sat with his legs crossed, stabilizing his mind and taking out the items rewarded by the Heavenly Fate diagram. The 2 blue Heavenly Fate boxes exuded a mysterious aura and were particularly dazzling in the void. There were also 40 Heavenly Dao fragments floating next to the blue Heavenly Fate box, and countless great Dao breaths erupted, making Zhang Yi's cave as magnificent as a heavenly realm on earth. Among them was also an ancient book that emitted a desolate aura, and the desolate aura emanating from this ancient book was even more intense than the one on Yi Chen's body. Is this the desolate ancient seal? Try cultivating it first. Even just the breath allowed Zhang Yi to sense the extraordinary nature of the desolate ancient seal, and immediately beckoned. The desolate ancient seal appeared in his hand, and then transformed into a golden light that surged into his mind. In an instant, a magnificent figure appeared in Zhang Yi's mind, and between his hands constantly forming seals. A great seal that cut across the desolate ancient world coalesced, with a magnificent momentum, as if it could destroy the sky and the earth. When the figure's set of movements were finished, Zhang Yi was also in full control of the desolate ancient seal, and according to his memory, his hands began to form seals, only to see a desolate ancient breath emerge from his body, and a large seal emitting a terrifying aura floated into the void, with intricate runic symbols engraved on it. Boom, boom, boom. Under the golden light, a big seal blasted down. Wherever it passed, all turned into dust. A deep pit is floating in the cave. Especially the residual breath are frightening. Zhang Yi nodded his head in satisfaction. Worthy of the divine ability of the desolate ancient sacred body, it is truly extraordinary. With a wave of Zhang Yi's sleeve, a warm wind blew through, and that deep pit was instantly filled full, and the cave was restored to its original state. Having already grasped the desolate ancient seal, let's see what treasures these two heavenly fate boxes can open next, shall we? Zhang Yi's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. Whether or not he could break through to Yuaning this time depended on the treasure opened by the heavenly fate box. Zhang Yi held his breath as he incorporated the 10 great Tao fragments in front of him. And suddenly blue light blazed out, filling the cave and making it look incredibly sacred. It was Shun Tian who was not overly excited this time, as if he knew that as long as Zhang Yi opened the heavenly fate box, the remaining great Tao fragments would all belong to him. He could also sense that Zhang Yi valued the heavenly fate box this time, and was actually very spiritual as he clasped his hands together and made a prayerful gesture with his eyes closed tightly. Buzz off! Under the constant vibration of the heavenly fate box, the burst of blue light became more and more mysterious, and the moment the blue light dissipated, a palm-sized transparent villain that emitted a faint golden light emerged. This is a metamorphosis. It actually opened up a metamorphosis. Zhang Yi was about to reach out and grab the transparent villain, while the villain, as if he was spiritually intelligent, swiftly flickered and avoided Zhang Yi's palm. Whose Yuaning is this? Can I directly refine it? Zhang Yi did know that Yuaning could be directly refined, but the risks involved were extremely high, and it was extremely demanding on Yuaning. As if to answer Zhang Yi's doubts, information about this Yuaning surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind. Supreme Yuaning. The Yuaning of the ancient supreme being, melting the great Tao of heaven and earth, suppressing all the ages, and allowing him to ascend to the path of immortality. Zhang Yi sucked in a breath of cool air, and his eyes were incomparably hot when he looked at the supreme primordial infant again. It's actually the supreme primordial infant. Isn't this tailor-made for me? Although the quests released by the Heaven's Destiny map were a bit of a pitfall, he had to admit that the rewards were generous every time, and they were all very suitable for him, which was quite considerate. Since he knew the origin of the supreme genuine infant, Zhang Yi did not hide it, and without saying a word, he released the aura of the supreme bone, and instantly, he could feel a sense of closeness from the supreme genuine infant, as if it came from the same source. When the supreme Yuaning sensed the aura from Zhang Yi's body, it didn't continue to dodge, but instead very spiritually came to Zhang Yi's side, rubbing against his shoulder with incomparable intimacy. God help me, it's now. Zhang Yi seized the right time and held the supreme Yuaning. This time, the supreme Yuaning did not resist and stayed quietly in Zhang Yi's hands, waiting for its fate. Fusion. Zhang Yi condensed all his spiritual energy, and the spiritualization pool in his body surged crazily, like waves surging, one wave fiercer than the other, while that Yuaning also entered Zhang Yi's body and stayed at the supreme bone for a few moments, and ultimately ran towards the spiritualization pool without any hesitation. If it is an ordinary Yuaning, there might be a crisis, but the supreme Yuaning should not be in danger, right? The most worrying thing about refining the Yuaning was that it would produce discomfort, and it was also afraid that the Yuaning would suck the spirit transformation pool dry, and would then face the risk of being scrapped. However, Zhang Yi didn't feel any discomfort when the supreme genius infant entered his body. Instead, there was a warmth current that flashed by, and the entire person felt unusually comfortable. As the spirit transformation pool continued to churn and layer upon layer of waves washed over the supreme primordial infant, Zhang Yi also felt the connection with the supreme primordial infant grow tighter and tighter, and that feeling of comfort grew stronger and stronger. Boom, boom, boom. Along with the flushing of the spirit transformation pool, the Yuaning in Zhang Yi's body began to tremble continuously, and the faint golden light on his body became brighter and brighter, so much so that it caused a dazzling splash of golden light to erupt from Zhang Yi's body, and his aura began to climb rapidly, making his entire body resemble a supreme being of incomparable majesty. It was unknown how long it took, but Zhang Yi only felt a tremor coming from the depths of his soul as the spirit transformation pool completely merged with the supreme Yuaning. In the next moment, Zhang Yi's soul also merged into the supreme Yuaning, which caused the supreme Yuaning's body to glow a bit more, and its figure expanded to about 5 inches, with the supreme rune floating on its body, making it stronger than the Yuaning of both Xinhuanggu and Rinqianqiu. At this point, Zhang Yi completely broke through the early stage of Yuaning. When he opened his eyes blossomed with a flash of essence, and the whole person appeared incomparably sacred and noble, just like an exiled immortal descending to the earth. Just the body of that cold temperament is getting more and more dense. More people dare not approach. Zhang Yi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling that his body had undergone a sea change, especially the enhancement of his soul, which was unparalleled. Finally broke through the early stage of Yuaning. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth, especially when he remembered Yue Yao's promise to him. The smile on his face increased a few points. Yaoer, this time I can finally break through to Yuaning. Wait for me, but don't go back on your word. Zhang Yi was in a state of spring, and this time, the heavenly fate diagram had not let him down, perfectly helping him break through to Yuaning. Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the only remaining heavenly fate box, and the look of anticipation in his eyes instead diminished a lot. The last heavenly fate box. I hope it can still give me a surprise. As the words fell, Zhang Yi's mind moved, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, 10 more fragments of the Great Tao fused with the blue heavenly fate box, and under a burst of extremely dazzling flashes of blue light, an arcane and mysterious aura gradually surfaced.